He Ning had carried a crushing regret his entire life, outwardly successful, yet inwardly tormented, forever discontented, and ultimately dying with eyes unshut, unable to find peace. Now, reborn 30 years into the past. The moment he opened his eyes, his son was still small and tender, his wife heavy with child, and his daughter not yet born. The 12th lunar month was upon him, the eve of the new year drawing near. For the sake of his family, he trudged through deep snow, risking everything to earn enough money to fill their bellies and keep them warm. A reunion of husband, wife, and children celebrating the new year together in joy and warmth. This was only the beginning. Chapter 1. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, sending the kitchen god back to heaven. Son, don't go no. He Ning clearly felt those words tear from his own throat. Beside him, a child's shrill cry suddenly pierced the air. His eyes flew open. He jolted upright in one swift motion. Before him stood his 3-year-old son, eyes wide with terror. The boy wailed, "Mama, Mama." He Ning choked out, "One, my son." The door curtain lifted. From outside stepped the figure head longed for in his heart for 30 years. He Ning cried out again, voice trembling, "Juan, wife." 30 years ago, Juan had died during premature labor, one life lost, 2 souls gone. Now, like a dream, her younger self alive, pregnant, stood right before his eyes. She knelt beside their son, soothing him gently. "Juan, don't be scared. Mama's here." The child sobbed, "Daddy, Daddy yelled at me." She glanced toward He Ning, who was now sitting up on the Kong bed. Fear flickered in her eyes. One hand cradled her swollen belly, the other grabbed Wenwen's. Without a word, she hurried out of the room as if fleeing. As the curtain fell back into place behind them, a bone-chilling gust swept in. "Mama, it's cold. In the kitchen, stay by the fire and be good. Don't come back here." "But Daddy's cold." He Ning sat dazed. Weren't they dead? In his final moments, had known with absolute clarity. His body was dying, his soul about to vanish into nothingness. On that hospital bed, his flesh had perished, but a sliver of consciousness refused to fade. That lingering spirit had screamed with all its might. "Son, just call me Daddy once, just once. Let me die in peace." But what reached his ears wasn't a loving call. It was cold, cutting words from his grown son. "Old man, I'm here to tell you this. Even if you die, I'll never call you my father. Even in death, my mother won't forgive you. My unborn sister won't forgive you either. I won't take a single cent of your inheritance. Take your money to the grave with you." After delivering those words to the man already slipping into death, the young man turned and walked out of the ice without a backward glance. That last fragment of fading awareness had howled in despair. "Son, don't go no." Now jolted awake, he saw his son not as a bitter adult, but as a frightened 3-year-old. And his wife long dead was alive, pregnant, real. He leaped off the Kong. Pushing aside the curtain, he stepped into a world blanketed in whitea, heavy snowfall. The icy wind slammed into him. Firecrackers popped in the distance. Memories surged forward. 2 lifetimes sharply divided. Before him stood the dilapidated courtyard of his childhood home. 2 mud brick rooms in a remote northern village. He heard Wenwen's plaintive voice again. "Daddy's mean, Daddy's bad. Wenwen, ignore him. Mama will teach you to send off the kitchen god. Mama will set off firecrackers with you." The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, his heart hammered. His breath came ragged. Had been reborn in the very day his wife would die in childbirth. And it was still early afternoon. In his past life, at this hour, drunk and passed out on the Kong, had been roused by shouting outside. Debt collectors thugs sent by Yang Biao had promised to repay a loan by New Year's Eve. But on this afternoon of the 23rd, they'd come early. Juan had handed over the family's only savings, over 100 yuan, begging them to leave. They refused. They hauled away 6 months' worth of grain, their winter coal supply, even their wooden cabinets. Then they started tearing apart the house, ripping out roof rafters to sell as collateral. Juan rushed to stop them and was shoved hard to the ground. She suffered a severe spinal injury and lost consciousness. With mountain roads blocked by snow, no one could get her to a hospital in time. Premature labor. Mother and child both gone. Later, He Ning learned the truth. Those thugs hadn't just come for money. They'd terrorized his wife and child, looted his home, threatened his family. If had fought back, if had killed them, it would have been justified. But he found out too late. Now, reborn, the tragedy hadn't happened yet. There was still time to save everything. Another string of firecrackers exploded nearby. He clenched his jaw, steadied his nerves, and stepped forward out of the bedroom, then into the small, low-roofed kitchen. He couldn't act overly emotional. No rushing to hug Wenwen. No embracing his wife. No laughing or sobbing uncontrollably. To Juan, a sober He Ning, entering the kitchen meant only one thing: He was either demanding money or about to yell at her and the boy again. Gently lifting the curtain, he entered. The kitchen was relatively warm, the stove crackling with flames. It still had coal. Things weren't hopeless yet. His eyes locked onto Wen, then onto his 8 months pregnant wife. All he wanted was to sweep them both into his arms and weep with joy. Wife sent him back, but he held himself back. Any sudden move would terrify them further. He opened his mouth, but his throat tightened. No words came out. Slowly, he crouched down, arms open, forcing a gentle smile. In the softest voice he could manage. "Come here, son. Let daddy hold you." Till Juan. This behavior was even more frightening. Her voice trembled with pleading. "He Ning, I beg you not yell at Wen." He was worried you'd freeze, so he went in to cover you with a blanket. Wen clung to her leg, eyes wide with fear, whispering, "Daddy, not mad at mama." Each word stabbed He Ning like a knife. He pressed a hand to his chest, teeth gritted against the pain. What kind of monster had he been to make his own wife and child fear him so? Earlier that day, drunk, had screamed at his wife and cursed at his son, then collapsed back onto the calm, unconscious. Outside, another round of firecrackers rang out. The 23rd Little New Year. The day to send the kitchen god back to heaven to report on the household. He ascends on the 23rd, returns on New Year's Eve to bring blessings. He Ning took a deep breath, smiling gently at his family. As calmly as possible, he said, "Wife, let's send the kitchen god back to heaven. Let's celebrate Little New Year with firecrackers." As he spoke, he forced back a flood of tears, swallowing them whole. He walked to the stove, carefully peeled off the kitchen god poster that had hung there all year. One were the kitchen god cakes. 6 of them, right? Juan, still huddled by the Kong with Wen, was utterly bewildered. This wasn't the same man who had drunkenly raged just hours ago. Now he was smiling, carefully removing the sacred image and asking for ritual cakes. His voice quivered, thick with suppressed emotion. "Where did you put the cakes?" Though poor in 1992, they still had wheat flour. Juan murmured, "Under the big pot." He Ning lifted the iron lid. There, inverted in the pot, sat a plate of round, steamed cakes. He brought out, arranged them 3 in a stack, 2 stacks total. He moved the small incense burner closer, loosened the sand inside. "Juan, where's the incense?" Again, he asked with a smile. Juan stared, stunned. Is this really the same man who yelled at us this morning? His sudden change terrified her more than his anger. She assumed he was softening only to get his hands on their last bit of money. "Ningzi," she pleaded, tears in her voice, "we want buy New Year goods. Woman won't get new clothes. Come spring, we need money for seeds for a piglet, please. Don't ask me for what little we have left." Each word pierced He Ning's heart. He could barely breathe. "Juan," he said firmly, "from this moment on, I won't touch another drop of alcohol. I won't play another hand of cards. I swear I'll never let you or our son suffer again." Juan froze, eyes wide, body rigid with disbelief. Chapter 2. Threaten my wife and child, dare me, and he'll kill you. Juan, hand me the incense. Snapping out of her daze, she reached toward the cabinet above the counter. He Ning strode forward, steadying her. "Don't move, wife. He'll get it." She gaped. Since when did he care enough to protect me? He stretched up, took down a bundle of yellow incense sticks, pulled one out, and carefully lit it in the stove's embers. A thin wisp of smoke curled upward, the tip glowing red. "Son," he called softly, "come. Daddy will teach you to offer incense." Wen clung tighter to his mother's leg, eyes flickering between them, confused. He looked up at Juan. She gathered her thoughts and whispered gently, "Go ahead, Wen. Go with Daddy." Slowly, the boy approached. Fear still lingered in his eyes. He Ning swallowed the ache in his chest, knelt with a tender smile, and handed the incense to his son. "Stand before the stove, hold the incense, bow, and place it in the burner." But Wen was too short. So He Ning turned, gently lifted him, leaning the boy forward so he could insert the stick. After several tries, the incense stood firm. "Daddy fun." The boy giggled. He Ning pulled him close and kissed his forehead deeply, desperately. Then he stepped back and knelt on the floor. Wen knelt in his arms. He struck a match, lit the kitchen god poster, watching it turn to ash. Then he bowed his head hard to the ground. Wen followed. He Ning stayed there, unmoving. His shoulders shook. Silent tears streamed down his face. He couldn't hold back. Any more sobs racked his body, tears soaking his cheeks. "Daddy?" He lifted his head, exhaled sharply, wiped his face, then gathered Wen into his arms. "Son, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to you and Mama. I was wrong." Juan, standing by the Kong with one hand on her belly, saw and heard everything. She couldn't believe her eyes, He Ning crying while holding their son, or her ears, she apologizing. All through the 12th lunar month, had loafed around, drinking and gambling with his near-dowel friends, ignoring his family. Had returned home only to shout and curse. then collapsed back onto the Kong until evening. 3 years ago, when Wen was born, she had hoped fatherhood would change him. Instead, had disappointed her every single day. And now suddenly was weeping in remorse. She couldn't accept it. Daddy no cry no mad at mama, Wen whispered, patting his wet cheek. To a 3-year-old, no matter how terrible his father was still daddy. He Ning remembered the ICU scene from his past life as if it had just happened. Now, standing, he kissed Wen's face, his forehead. It was nearly evening. The debt collectors would arrive soon. Wen, he said gently, setting the boy down, stay with mama. Watch over her. Don't come out. He gave Juan one long, sorrowful, loving look. Wife, you and Wen stay inside. Don't come out. He stepped outside and closed the door. Not trusting himself, he fetched the padlock from the windowsill and secured it over the door latch. Then he grabbed the 4-pronged iron hunting fork leaning by the wall. He walked out of the yard, slid down the snowy slope in front of the house, and stood waiting on the main road by the river bend. 10 minutes later, a minivan approached and slowed to a stop. Young by a local thug, wrapped in a thick yellow coat and fur hat, stepped out, followed by 3 or 4 lackeys. Well, Ningzi knew we were coming? I knew. Got the money? No. He Ning's voice was ice. His eyes cold steel. No trace of fear. Yang Biao frowned. No money yet so calm? Something was off. He Ning radiated killing intent. Yang Biao eyed the iron fork in his hand and those eyes and suddenly felt uneasy. This man seemed reborn, transformed. In truth, Yang Biao had tricked him. Let him win a little, then lose it all, then lend him 1,000 yuan at high interest, got him to sign a promissory note. In 1992, 1,000 yuan was an impossible sum for a peasant like He Ning. In his past life, He Ning had hidden in the room, paralyzed by shame, as they looted his home and injured his wife. Unborn blocked their path before they even reached his gate. Remembering what came next in that timeline, fury hardened into resolve. He gripped the fork tighter. Yang Biao, I owe you money and I'll repay it. Yang Biao tugged his coat tighter. Then where is it? I don't have it now. His men cursed. Bullshit. If you don't pay today, we'll tear your roof off. He Ning roared. Step 1 foot in my yard and they'll kill you all. The word kill, sharp, clear, terrifying, hung in the frozen air. Yang Biao froze. This wasn't the coward he remembered. This was the voice of a man who had spent decades navigating the underworld, ruthless, fearless, respected from Tong City to the black markets. In one motion, He Ning swung the fork horizontally, its prongs aimed at Yang Biao's throat. Yang Biao didn't advance, he stepped back. His tone instantly softened. Ningzi, easy now. We can talk. He Ning advanced. Yang Biao raised both hands defensively. He saw it now, this man wouldn't hesitate to kill. But he wasn't entirely cowed. You signed a note. Ningzi, you can't run from this debt. He Ning sneered. The debt is mine to bear. But threaten my wife and child over gambling debts? They'll kill you and gladly hang for it. In his past life, 3 days later, He Ning had nearly killed Yang by slashing his back with a knife. Only the intervention of others saved the thug's life. So now when He Ning said kill, he meant it. Yang Biao's men moved to attack. Boss, we can take him. Yang Biao held them back. He saw the truth in He Ning's eyes. No fear, only fierce, unshakable resolve to protect his home. Crazy beats tough, and desperate beats crazy. He knew if they forced their way in, this man would slaughter them without blinking. All right, Yang Biao said quickly. He Ning, they'll give you 5 or 6 more days. On New Year's morning, they'll come for the money. If you don't pay, don't blame me for ruining your new year. He Ning bellowed. Get out. One of the thugs pointed at him. Brat, you dare defy Brother Biao? Just wait, if you don't pay, we'll strip your roof bare. But Yang Biao knew better. This kind of shady, gambling debt rarely held up against real resistance. When a debtor fought back fiercely, collectors usually backed down. They piled into the van and drove off along the snow-packed road toward the brickyard in town. He Ning finally relaxed tension draining from his body. The immediate crisis was over, but not the threat. They'd likely return on New Year's morning more determined than ever. Chapter 3. A home is defined by wife and children. He Ning turned and dashed back into the courtyard. Upon entering, he heard his son crying in the kitchen, the door banging insistently. Dad, open the door. Juan shouted, exasperated. He Ning, what are you doing? Open the door. The door was locked from the outside, trapping the mother and child inside. Don't cry, son. Daddy's here, and I will open the door. As he unlocked the door, He Ning was met with the sight of his son crying heartbrokenly. His wife wiped her tears and exclaimed, why did you lock the door? I need to cook. He Ning swiftly snatched the basin from Juan's hands and said, darling, you mustn't move. You're about to give birth. What if something goes wrong? I will take care of dinner. Juan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that locking her and their child inside was not out of malice? That he would take the initiative to prepare dinner? He Ning took the basin and delved into the back room to retrieve a bowl of flour. He meticulously examined the other supplies: half a bag of flour, half a bag of millet, a jar of pickled vegetables, and 2 bags of potatoes. He stared blankly at these meager provisions. With the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month upon them, how would they manage to celebrate the new year? With a bitter smile, he reassured himself. Fortunately, there were a few bags of coal at home, so his wife and child would not freeze. There were some bags of wheat and flour, ensuring they would not go hungry for the time being. There would be meat, there would be festive goods. There would be new clothes. They still had 5 days to prepare. Having returned to life, the immediate priority was to prepare a delicious meal for his wife and son. With a bowl of flour in hand, He Ning returned to the kitchen and offered a smile to his family. Juan, I may not know how to roll out long noodles, but I can certainly make hand-pulled noodles. Returning to life did not mean he suddenly possessed all skills. He was not adept at rolling out dough on the board. Juan, cradling her belly, stared wide-eyed at He Ning, who was kneading the dough. Ningzi, what exactly are you doing? Throughout the winter, he had been idle, either drinking or gambling. She had grown accustomed to this behavior. His sudden concern for his wife and child only filled her heart with dread. Surely, he must be after the little money she had. Ningzi, I beg you, please don't ask me for money. He Ning continued to knead the dough on the board, placing a basin over it to let it rest for a while. Juan leaned on the board, his big eyes blinking. Daddy, I want meat noodles. He Ning felt a pang in his heart. There was no New Year pig. How could they have meat? Only the pickled vegetables and potatoes remained. Juan, with his large eyes and round head, spoke in a soft, endearing voice. Yet his hair was thin and yellowed, and his frail body could be toppled by a gust of wind. His wife, 8 months pregnant, had a waxy complexion, and along with her anxiety, her only striking feature was her beautiful, blinking eyes. Their son should have been chubby and healthy. His wife should have been plump and radiant. Both needed nourishing meat to supplement their diet. He Ning resolved that this meal would ensure his wife and son would eat meat. With the Lunar New Year approaching, it was certain that some families in the village had slaughtered their pigs. He decided to borrow a little. Darling, I need to step out for a bit. Can you spare me 50 cents? It's to buy a string of firecrackers for our son. You're buying firecrackers for him? Not drinking? He Ning felt a pang in his heart. Dear, it's merely a string of firecrackers. Moments ago, Juan had promised their child to accompany him in setting off firecrackers and had intended to venture out to purchase a string of them. Juan turned around, rummaged through her pocket for some time, and cautiously handed He Ning 50 cents. Are you truly buying firecrackers for our son? She feared he would take that 50 cents to buy liquor and end up intoxicated. My dear, it's the eve of the small new year. The house must resonate with festive sounds, mustn't it? He Ning's hands trembled as he gingerly clutched the 50 cents. Daddy, I want meat, not firecrackers. He Ning squatted down and kissed his son's chubby cheek. My dear, we must have both meat and firecrackers. From this day forth, let us celebrate the new year together with joy and merriment. I shall return in 20 minutes. He planned to borrow a piece of meat from his second uncle, who had slaughtered a pig today. Although their relationship was somewhat strained, surely he could borrow a pound or two of meat on such an occasion. He Ning trotted through the snow to his second uncle's house at the eastern end of the village. As he approached the entrance, the rich aroma of spiced meat wafted through the air. Ah, braised pork bones. How splendid it would be to bring a pot back. Standing in the yard, He Ning called out, Second uncle, second aunt. A smile graced his face, yet his second aunt's expression was as dark as a pot's bottom. Regarding He Ning with the disdain one might reserve for a stray dog. What brings you here? Second aunt, my son is clamoring for some meat. Could you lend me a piece of your pork? I shall return it in a couple of days. She huffed in response, You haven't fed your pig. What do you intend to repay me with? Go borrow from someone else. With that, she lifted the door curtain and disappeared inside. Standing in the yard, He Ning's smile faded, leaving him feeling a chill deep within. Since his father's passing 3 years ago, his second uncle and aunt had treated him with the indifference reserved for strangers. He bit his lip, swallowing the surge of sorrow and indignation. Turning to leave, he berated himself for being so unlikable. With just a couple of coins in his pocket, he either squandered them on liquor or tossed them onto a gambling table. Yet, regardless of his faults, he thought of his 3-year-old son and his pregnant wife. Dear aunt, at least lend me a piece of meat. But she refused, claiming he had nothing to repay her. With heavy steps, he made his way to Wang's convenience store to spend 50 cents on a string of firecrackers. On his way home, his heart grew heavier. Merely having firecrackers would not suffice. His son yearned for meat, and his pregnant wife surely craved a taste of pork from the New Year feast. Just as he arrived at Meigu's doorstep, he caught a whiff of a strong, meaty aroma. Determined to provide meat for his family's meal, He steeled himself and stepped into Meigu's home. Meigu, do you have meat to spare? Unlike his second aunt, Meigu was not so cold. Ningzi, we are slaughtering a pig the day after tomorrow. Once it's done, I will send some meat over to your family. Her words were a balm to his heart, for in 2 days, he would receive some meat from her. However, He Ning wished for his wife and child to enjoy meat with their meal today. A smile crept onto his face as he remarked, Meigu, your kitchen is surely simmering with meat. Am I mistaken? Meigu smiled broadly, saying, your uncle has been butchering pigs for others, and they sent over a few pig tails, which I have cooked. He Ning, wishing to be straightforward, lowered his gaze to the ground. Meigu, he said, may I borrow one of the pig tails you've prepared? I would like to treat my wife and son to a meal. The day after tomorrow. When your family slaughters a pig, you needn't send me any more meat. Meigu was momentarily taken aback, not by the act of borrowing meat, but by the fact that he was considering his wife and son. Ah, splendid. I shall fetch you one right away, just cooked to perfection. Take the fattier slices and stir-fry them with pickled cabbage. They are simply delightful. She placed a pig tail, along with a generous portion of fat, into a bowl and handed it to He Ning. This should suffice for a meal. Once our pig is slaughtered, I shall bring you some fine meat. Listen to your aunt, Ningzi, cherish your wife and children, and refrain from drinking to excess that troubles the family. He Ning accepted the bowl, his eyes fixed on the meat, and declared, Meigu, I am sober now. With that, he turned and strode homeward. Meigu sighed behind him, alas. I regret introducing my niece to you in my foolishness. He Ning was oblivious to her murmured lament as he jogged home, clutching the cooked pig tail. Upon arriving at his humble, dilapidated courtyard and earthen house, he felt no sense of disappointment. Rather, he was enveloped in a profound sense of solace. In his previous life, opulent mansions were not his true home. It was the presence of his wife and children that constituted a genuine home. Chapter 4. Sausage and pickled cabbage dinner. As he entered the kitchen, lifting the curtain, the enticing aroma of meat immediately drew Xiao Wenwen's attention. Daddy, is that meat? Yes. Son, He Ning replied, for tonight's dinner, Daddy has prepared delicious meat for you, and I will also teach you how to set off firecrackers. Li Wan, her eyes wide, gazed at the bowl of meat, her astonishment growing. Where did this come from? It's a pig tail from Meigu's kitchen. I borrowed one for the three of you to enjoy a meal. During He Ning's absence, Li Wan had been rolling out dough and cutting it into fine strips to cook. She understood that He Ning had shamelessly asked Meigu for meat, and her heart was heavy with concern. Ningzi, do you really have the audacity to ask? How will we repay them? Meigu mentioned that they will be slaughtering a pig in 2 days and will bring us some meat for the new year. She has a kind heart. While He Ning spoke, he deftly wielded a knife, slicing the pig tail from its base and cutting it into 2 portions. Son, this piece is for you. Xiao Wenwen eagerly reached out for half and began to chew heartily. Son, take your time. You cannot break the bone, just enjoy the skin and meat. He Ning held the other half, offering it to his wife. Wife, this portion is for you. Li Wan turned her head away, uncomfortable with the sudden act of being fed meat. Let us save it for the child. No, you must eat this half. Isn't our child in your belly? A faint blush crept onto Li Wan's cheeks, and unable to resist He Ning's insistence, she opened her mouth to take a bite. Yet, deep down, she harbored worries about borrowing meat for the new year. He Ning then turned back to the cutting board, slicing the round piece of meat, both fat and lean, into thin pieces, filling another bowl. Fetch another plate, and dash to the back kiln to retrieve a dish of pickled vegetables. With a rhythmic chopping, the vegetables are finely shredded. Li Wan watches in astonishment. When did he ever wield a knife with such finesse? Dad, I can't gnaw at it anymore. He Ning opens his mouth wide. Ah, let Dad have a bite. The remaining tailbone, gnawed down to the bone by little Wenwen, proves too difficult to manage. Causing a flurry of urgency, he still desires meat. His mouth agape. He Ning, with the tailbone clenched between his teeth, deftly uses chopsticks to lift a generous piece of succulent meat and feeds it to his son. Wenwen takes a hearty bite. Delicious. I want more. He Ning leans down and kisses his son on the forehead. Which is more fragrant, Dad or the meat? The meat is fragrant. Dad is also fragrant. He Ning laughs heartily, yet his eyes brim with tears. Li Wan holds a half-eaten piece in her mouth, merely savoring it without truly consuming it. Her hands remain busy, finishing the last of the shreds. She leans down and offers the morsel in her mouth to her son. He Ning, with a helpless smile, says, Dear, you should eat too. Li Wan is silent, extracting the cooked noodles from the pot with her chopsticks. Wife, I will stir-fry the pickled meat. You take it easy. Presently, Li Wan, her belly round with child, struggles to bend and rise. The burdens of a rural woman do not stem from innate strength, but from the demands of life. He Ning gently pulls her to the edge of the Kong to rest. Dear, listen to me. Try trust that my stir-fried pickled meat will be satisfying. He drains the noodle broth, rinses the iron pot with clean water, and places it on the stove. He pours vegetable oil from a canister into the pot. Juan, concerned, exclaims, "Be sparing. That's our only bottle of oil left for the new year." He Ning grins. "Let us just get through today." The oil begins to smoke, prompting He Ning to inquire, "Do we have no scallions, ginger, or garlic?" Juan responds, "None." She rushes to the cupboard and retrieves a container of seasoning, salt, and ground Sichuan pepper. In a fluster, she shouts, "The oil is smoking. Quickly add the pickles." He Ning pours the prepared plate of pickled vegetables into the pan, and the sizzle releases a delightful aroma. "Dear, if only we had some noodles." "There are no noodles." "Dad, I want noodles and meat." He Ning stirs the pickled vegetables with chopsticks, bending down to kiss his son, who is gnawing on the pig's tailbone. He chuckles. "Tomorrow, I'll buy us some noodles." Juan's expression darkens further. "We have no money for noodles." He Ning's tone becomes resolute. "Tomorrow, I will earn money to buy noodles, garlic sprouts, peanuts, and new clothes." As he speaks, his hands are busy adding a bowl of meat to the pickles. Without thinking, he says, "Dear, pass me the chicken essence." Juan furrows her brow and asks, "What?" He Ning realizes that such seasoning is a luxury these days. "I meant, tomorrow I'll catch some wild chickens in the mountains to sell for New Year's goods." Juan takes his words lightly, thinking him jesting. "Oh dear, how could you pour an entire bowl of meat in? Save some for our son for tomorrow." Complaining, Juan retrieves more than half of the meat with her chopsticks. "I wanted you and our son to have a bit more." Juan sighs, "But you can't finish it all in one meal." He Ning defends. "I said I would earn money for New Year's goods tomorrow." Suddenly, Juan bursts into tears. "Ningzi, please stop playing cards. I beg you." He Ning's mention of money sent Juan into a state of panic, as she feared he was off gambling for profit. The mere utterance of the word money from He Ning's lips struck terror into Juan's heart. He Ning refrained from discussing finances. He prepared a dish of sauerkraut and sliced meat, seasoned with salt and Sichuan pepper, tossing it together before serving it generously over a plate of noodles, which he offered to Juan first. "You eat first, fill your belly. We'll take our son to set off firecrackers, regardless of the circumstances." He Ning placed the dish before Juan, exhibiting an enthusiasm and initiative he had not shown in years. Juan was unsure whether her heart was filled with fear, gratitude, or confusion. "Ningzi, I'll eat by myself. You take care of our son." Another bowl of noodles was served to little Wenwen. "Daddy, Wenwen can eat by himself." Juan leaned against the edge of the Kong, eating her meal while her son sat beside her. He Ning shook his head with a bittersweet smile, reflecting on how his household had been turned upside down, lacking even a proper dining table. With wide eyes, he watched his wife and child enjoy the meal he had prepared, and as he gazed, he could not contain himself, biting his lip and smiling. Yet, as smiles turned to tears streaming down his face, Juan looked at him, momentarily taken aback. "Ningzi, what is wrong with you today?" He Ning wiped the tears from his cheeks. "Darling, I'm happy. Watching you and our child eat together fills me with joy. This is the happiest day of my life. Daddy, the meat is delicious." Little Wenwen turned around, holding his bowl, and approached his father. "Daddy should eat too." To He Ning's surprise, little Wenwen picked up a piece of noodle with his chopsticks and offered it to him. In an instant, tears filled his eyes again. In his past life, for 30 years, he had never experienced the joy of his son calling him daddy. After the incident, for 30 years, his son had not seen him, nor recognized him as his father. Now, in this moment of rebirth, his 3-year-old son was offering him a bite of noodle. Wenwen's grip on the chopsticks was still unsteady, wobbling as he held them. "Good boy, Daddy will feed you." He took the bowl, feeding his son bite by bite. "Daddy, eat. Daddy, don't cry. Daddy is happy. Daddy is truly happy." With tears streaming down his face, he fed his son while sharing the meal. Juan, holding her chopsticks, slowly ate, her eyes observing He Ning as he cared for their son. Was this man truly seeking redemption and a fresh start? A tremor of hope flickered in Juan's heart. As long as he refrained from drinking and gambling, staying home to bring joy to their son and play with him, she believed she could shoulder the burdens of life, no matter how tough or exhausting. They had divided the land in their family, and with the arrival of spring, they would plant grains and cotton, all belonging to them. This was Juan's greatest hope for a better future. "Daddy, after dinner can we set off firecrackers?" "Yes, after dinner we'll set off firecrackers. We have some loud ones in our yard." Little Wenwen patted his belly. "I'm full now, Daddy. Let us set off firecrackers." Chapter 5. Setting off firecrackers. Little One's laughter as the three of them enjoyed their meal. Steam rose from the dishwater in the pot. Juan placed the bowls and chopsticks inside. He Ning stepped forward. "Wait, let me wash the dishes." Juan refused. "You may simply entertain your son. After all, you're on the verge of giving birth." and I fear for your well-being. A fleeting expression of discomfort crossed Li Wan's face at the concern shown by the man. Am I truly that fragile? I shall give birth after the Lantern Festival. After the Lantern Festival? Are you certain? Certainty eludes me. It is merely an approximation. Can you guess what I shall name my daughter? Nonsense. How could you possibly know it will be a girl? In a previous life, when Juan met her demise during a difficult labor. Yet, the child was born, a girl. At Juan's grave lies a small mound, marking the resting place of He Ning's little daughter, Yu. Having been reborn, tonight's calamity has dissipated, and Yu rests peacefully within her mother's womb. He Ning laughed heartily and proclaimed, My son, Juan. My daughter, Yu. My wife, Li Wan. Let us celebrate the new year with firecrackers. Li Wan was engulfed in confusion. Is the man truly undergoing a transformation? He weeps, he laughs exuberantly. Every word he utters, every expression he wears, reflects a profound metamorphosis. He Ning emerged from the house, cradling his son, to set off firecrackers purchased for 50 cents in the courtyard. In the village, the sound of firecrackers echoed intermittently. A joss stick ignited, held tightly in He Ning's hand. A string of firecrackers lay flat in the courtyard, ready to be ignited with the joss stick's flame. Promising a cacophony of sound, Li Wan inquired, Ningzi, can we not set off half of them? Why not? We could save some for the 30th night. Li Wan felt a pang at the thought of spending money. Son, take the joss stick and watch me. Let's set them off one by one. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? He Ning knelt down, carefully removing 10 or so firecrackers from the string. He folded the remaining half and passed it to Li Wan. Let us save them. You suggested we set them off on the 30th night. Li Wan remained bewildered, pondering the sudden change in her husband. When did he become so compliant with her wishes? One firecracker stood upright in the courtyard, the fuse pointing skyward. He Ning handed the joss stick to his son, encouraging him. Would you like to set one off? My dear? The 3-year-old boy hesitated, blinking at his father. Timid. Let me teach you. He Ning embraced his son, guiding his small hand to hold the joss stick. Just as he was about to ignite the fuse when a thought struck him, he turned to Li Wan and cautioned, Wife, please step back. I wouldn't want to frighten our daughter. Li Wan retreated a considerable distance, covering her ears with her hands, exclaiming, Be careful. Don't let the explosion harm our son. Fear not, my dear. It won't explode on him. He Ning clasped his son's small hand firmly, the flickering flame inching towards the fuse. Daddy, I'm scared. No need to fear. Once it's lit, we shall run. The flame on the joss stick flickered as it ignited the fuse. With a crackling sound, sparks erupted. He Ning scooped up his son and dashed away. Just as he reached Li Wan, a loud bang resonated. Daddy, that was fun. Let us do it again. All right, another one. He ignited another firecracker, clutching his son tightly as they hurried back towards Li Wan. This is so much fun, Daddy. Let us do it again. In the courtyard, the sound of explosions reverberated intermittently, each time He Ning cradled his son, lighting the firecracker and sprinting away, with his son's laughter ringing out as He Ning joined in with hearty laughter. In the years spent in marital bliss with He Ning, there had never been such moments of joyful father-son interaction as witnessed this evening. As Li Wan observed, tears cascaded down her cheeks, not solely from happiness, but from an overwhelming sense of grievance. She turned away, discreetly wiping her tears with her palm. He Ning noticed her distress and approached from behind. Juan, why weep when you could be joyous? He asked. Li Wan turned, hastily drying her face, avoiding his gaze and uttering not a word. He Ning understood that while his wife felt joy witnessing the affection he bestowed upon their son, a profound sense of resentment simmered within her. This kind of joyful interaction between father and son had been a luxury for Li Wan over the years. Ningzi, bring our son inside. He has been outside in the cold for far too long. He Ning gently touched his son's small hands and cheeks, which were indeed icy to the touch. Quickly, let us go indoors to warm up. Daddy, my hands are cold. He Ning swiftly carried his son into the kitchen, where the little hands could bask in the warmth of the stove. At that moment, he noticed that although his son wore a thick cotton coat, it was actually a hand-me-down from his sister's child, providing little warmth. The shoes on his son's feet were tattered, patched multiple times. Had he stood outside a moment longer without He Ning's embrace, the little one would surely have succumbed to the cold. Daddy, my hands are freezing. Seeing his son's small hands, He Ning felt tears welling up within him once more. The backs of those hands bore numerous cracks from the cold. Juan, is there no balm at home? We must apply some to our son's hands. We ran out a while ago, and I haven't had the chance to buy more. Li Wan replied, not because she had not ventured out, but rather because she hesitated to part with her limited funds. She believed in frugality, in saving every penny. Juan, this is unacceptable. Our son's hands are cracked. He needs balm and gloves. Please, give me a bit of money for that. He Ning's plea was instinctive. Yet Juan felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of parting with any money. However, since he intended to buy balm and gloves for their son, his intentions were noble. After a moment's hesitation, she reached into her pocket. Ningzi, this money is meant for piglets and seed purchases come spring. What shall we do if we spend it now? He Ning held his son's hands firmly, his tone earnest as he explained, Juan, those purchases can wait until spring. By then, I shall have earned a substantial amount. But how will you earn it in this bitter cold? Juan questioned. There are ways to make a living even in the harshest of winters. Just lend me a little now for our son's balm and gloves. He Ning recognized the difficulty of asking his wife for even a small sum of money. Yet, his demeanor today had begun to soften Juan's heart. His request for a single coin seemed genuine, not for indulgence or vice. As she prepared to hand over the coin, Juan hesitated once more. Ningzi, the village shop has no children's gloves. I have already inquired. Then I shall go to the town. Juan firmly refused. No, do not venture to the town. You will surely gamble away that money. He Ning offered a wry smile. Darkness had fallen, and with 30 miles to traverse, he could not make it to the town anyway. Juan exchanged $1 for a dime and said, Here, go buy some oil from our store. Taking the dime from his wife's hand, He Ning turned and dashed outside. In less than 5 minutes, he returned, breathless and sweating profusely, startling Juan. Why are you running so fast? She asked. Juan, I cannot bear to be away from you and our son even for a second. This heartfelt declaration echoed He Ning's sentiments upon his rebirth. He washed their son's tiny hands with warm water and applied the oil to the back of his hand. Juan, I want you and our son to eat well and stay warm. I can't wait any longer. I will gather resources now and return tomorrow with a substantial amount of money. He kissed his son, gently placing him on the bed, and assured him, It's dark now. Sleep well, my dear. Daddy is going to earn some money. Juan's heart raced with anxiety as she grasped He Ning's arm. You promised me you wouldn't go play cards again. Are you breaking your word? She feared he was heading out for gambling. Dear, I'm going to catch wild rabbits. Chapter 6. Catching wild rabbits. To reassure his wife, Juan looked puzzled. Catch wild rabbits? Yes, we can sell them for money. Her confusion deepened. Can you really catch them? He replied, Tonight, I'll catch 2 wild rabbits, and by tomorrow morning, I'll head to the Honghu mining area to sell them to the miners. Then we will have money for the New Year's goods. The miners at Honghu were well off, and during the days leading up to the New Year, selling pork, rabbit meat, chicken, and lamb there was always profitable. Yet, Juan remained skeptical. How can you catch wild rabbits in this freezing weather? He Ning chuckled. You just make sure Juan sleeps soundly. I will return shortly. She wanted to ask if he truly wasn't going to gamble, but the question remained unvoiced. He Ning turned and left the house. In his past life, at this very moment, Juan had injured herself and was writhing in pain on the bed. He had been jolted from his lethargy and rushed to the east of the village to seek help from Aunt Air. While crossing a barren patch of land, he had startled 2 wild rabbits. He calculated that there was still an hour before he would encounter those rabbits again. In this rebirth, he knew he could not alter the appearance of those 2 rabbits in that desolate area. There was a finely woven net at home. He Ning entered a dilapidated cave and rummaged around. Not only did he find the net, but he also unearthed a heavy sheepskin coat. Wonderful. Wearing the sheepskin coat would enable him to crouch in the snow for an hour without freezing. He then searched for 4 2-meter-long hemp rods and needed a long rope. Failing to find a lengthy rope, he returned inside to ask Juan, Do you have a ball of wool yarn I could use? Juan, seated on the bed and coaxing Juan to sleep, looked at her husband with a dazed expression. He only needed the yarn, not money. She turned and retrieved the ball of wool from a wooden box in the corner of the bed. Will this help you catch wild rabbits? She asked. Indeed. He Ning glanced at their son, peacefully asleep on the bed, and smiled broadly. He truly did not wish to be apart from his wife and child for even a moment. However, the New Year's goods, new clothes, hats, and gloves were of paramount importance. Dressed in the thick sheepskin coat, with the net and a bag containing the 4 hemp rods, he strode purposefully towards the barren land beside the village path. An hour later, 2 grayish-white rabbits bounded down the hillside. As long as He Ning did not startle them, the rabbits' playful leaps and the twitching of their ears would remain undisturbed. 4 hemp poles were firmly planted in the ground, stretching a net tautly above them, and further secured with twine. The long strand of twine was anchored far away, over 100 meters from the net. He Ning crouched down, awaiting the arrival of the 2 rabbits, his heart fluttering slightly, for he had altered some conditions. It was possible that the rabbits might not venture beneath the net. He patiently waited for half an hour. In this era, wild rabbits could fetch a price of 7 or 8 yuan. With that amount, one could procure a bundle of vermicelli, a bunch of garlic sprouts, 2 fish, 5 pounds of peanuts, or 2 pounds of candy. As he contemplated these provisions, His gaze remained fixed on the net. The two grayish silhouettes bounced down from the slope. He Ning pondered what could possibly be available for the rabbits to munch on in this snowy expanse. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the wheat threshing ground in the village across the barren shore, piled high with several stacks of straw. It dawned on him that as night fell, the rabbits would venture to the threshing ground in search of food. He remained perfectly still, gripping the twine tightly in his hands. He had positioned the net strategically in the path the rabbits would traverse, his eyes fixed intently upon their playful hops. The net stood 2 meters high, not obstructing their passage beneath it. He Ning's heart raced as he silently urged them, "Enter, quickly." The first rabbit darted beneath the net, but the second lagged a short distance behind. The first rabbit hesitated, lifting its front paws, seemingly puzzled by something. The second rabbit bounded forward to catch up. Both were now beneath the net. Without hesitation, He Ning yanked the twine forcefully. The 4 hemp poles, interconnected by the twine, collapsed in an instant. The net fell upon the 2 rabbits. Startled, they sprang into action, kicking off with their hind legs to flee. Yet, as they ran, the net tangled tighter around them. The rabbits became ensnared in a knot of netting. He Ning rushed over, expending considerable effort to free the rabbits from their binding. A windfall of over 10 yuan awaited him. In his previous life, at the age of 50, he would see his account swell by hundreds of thousands in mere moments. Such earnings felt utterly devoid of emotion. However, selling these 2 rabbits for a mere dozen yuan filled him with a profound sense of fulfillment and joy. He thought of his son. He had vermicelli, candy, and peanuts now. Yet, it was still insufficient to purchase new hats, clothes, and cotton shoes for his wife and child. In his previous life, he had planned to visit a certain spot in the mountains the following afternoon, to see the burial site of his deceased wife and his daughter, who had passed away too soon. That place was alive with a flock of mountain chickens, which had been captured by the grave diggers. He Ning could not wait for the next afternoon. He would try his luck tonight. 1 mountain chicken could also be sold for 5 yuan. He carried the 2 rabbits home first to share the good news with his wife. His outing tonight was not to gamble with idle friends, but to catch 2 rabbits. He noticed a figure loitering by his doorstep. It was a good-for-nothing companion he often mingled with in the evenings. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Ah, Ningzi. I've been waiting for you forever. Hurry up, you're the last one we need." In recent nights, without fail, he would call out to He Ning to join him for a game of cards. He assumed He Ning would promptly turn and follow him. However, He Ning bellowed a single word: "Scram." This individual could not be classified as a mere ruffian of the village, yet he was certainly no virtuous man. "Ningzi, what's wrong? Are you short on cash?" "No worries, brother. I can lend you $1." Suddenly, He Ning erupted in rage, gritting his teeth as he cursed vehemently. "Wang, are you even human? My son is 3, my wife is 8 months pregnant, and you expect me to play cards every night? You dragged me to the town and got swindled by Yang. I could almost kill you." These scathing words were overheard by Juan, who had just stepped out of the house. He Ning shouted once more, "Get lost. I swear, if I ever follow you rascals to play cards again, I'll chop off my own fingers." These utterances frightened the caller into retreat. He Ning was still panting heavily. Juan emerged from the courtyard, her voice trembling slightly as she called, "Ningzi." Instantly, He Ning transformed, his face adorned with a broad smile, raising a bag aloft. "Dear, look." The contents within the bag trembled in surprise. Juan's eyes widened. "Piglets? Your mind is only on piglets. These are 2 wild hares, which I can sell for 18 or 20 tomorrow." Juan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Did you really catch rabbits?" "Indeed. I plan to catch some mountain chickens as well. The rabbits and chickens can be sold at the Honghu mining site tomorrow morning, and then we can afford new clothes for the new year." Skeptical, Juan insisted on seeing the bag's contents. He Ning brought the bag inside, untying it for her to see. It was indeed a pair of wild hares, darting about. "Ningzi, did you truly catch these? Am I supposed to have stolen them from someone?" Juan's feelings were no longer filled with doubt or panic, but rather with joy. She had heard every word he had angrily shouted at the doorway. Her husband was truly on the path to change. Chapter 7. Into the mountains. Catching wild chickens, brewing chicken soup, watching over wife and child. He Ning drank a bowl of warm water, feeling invigorated. He stated, "Dear, I'm heading into the mountains to catch that flock of mountain chickens. You still intend to go into the mountains at this late hour? I cannot wait until tomorrow afternoon. Perhaps I'll catch a mountain chicken tonight and sell it for $100. Juan gasped, $100? He Ning downplayed it. "What is $100? I promise, in these few days, I will ensure you and the children eat well and dress warmly. But I worry about you going alone into the mountains." After drinking a bowl of warm water, He Ning felt reassured by her concern. How long had it been since he heard such words of care from her? Juan looked at him with a mixture of fear and disappointment. "Dear, that gully isn't far. I know it well. It will be fine. He Ning returned with 2 rabbits, filling Juan with immense joy. She turned, stood at the edge of the Kong, retrieved a flashlight from the cupboard, and handed it to him. Be careful out there. It's late. There are no wolves in our mountainous area anymore. What do I need to be cautious about? He Ning switched on the flashlight, noting that the light was decent. He joked, is this our most valuable household appliance? Juan smiled gently, saying, Ningzi, as long as you refrain from gambling and losing money, we can live well, and things will improve. Her notion of a good life awaited the arrival of spring, when she could cultivate a dozen acres of land. A bountiful harvest would signify prosperity. Additionally, she planned to raise a piglet, ensuring that by the next new year, they would have a festive pig. This vision of a better life was the hope that sustained Juan through hardships. However, Ning could not wait for such slow progress. He donned his leather coat, took several sticks of hemp, and prepared to venture out with a net and bags. Wait, Juan exclaimed, retrieving a red scarf and wrapping it around his neck in layers, covering his ears as well. Ning felt a warm glow envelop him, both physically and emotionally. He set out to the mountain valley, intent on capturing a flock of mountain chickens. In his previous life, a dozen mountain chickens had been discovered by grave diggers in this very ravine the following afternoon. Ning was taking a chance. If he failed to catch any tonight, he would surely succeed by tomorrow afternoon. With determined strides, he trudged through the snow toward the valley behind. After half an hour, he arrived at a barren stretch of land. In his past life, this desolate spot had been the resting place of his wife and daughter. He stood there, lost in thought, gazing at the empty ground for a long while. The beam of his flashlight illuminated the snow, revealing a myriad of chicken tracks. On this night of the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the very person who had urged him to play cards earlier had likely gathered others to play as well. They were comfortably seated in a warm room, playing cards atop a heated bed, while Ning trudged through the heavy snow, striving to provide a better life for his family by capturing mountain chickens to sell for the New Year's goods. The light shone upon the multitude of wild chicken tracks as he pressed on. The heavy snowfall and plummeting temperatures meant that the mountain chickens would not venture far in the snow. Following the tracks for over half an hour, the flashlight beam eventually fell upon a cliff base not covered by snow. Ning's heart raced with excitement upon discovering a flock of over 20 mountain chickens huddled together, seeking shelter from the cold. The light shone on them, and they remained still, their beady eyes darting about. Had it not been for the snowfall, workers in the mining district would have been riding their motorcycles, armed with steel shotguns, hunting rabbits and mountain chickens. At that time, hunting these birds was not strictly prohibited. The group of mountain chickens lay motionless under the cliff, but if startled, they might scatter and evade capture. Ning decided to take his time instead of rushing down the cliff to pounce. He carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain with his flashlight, formulating a plan. Turning off the light, he relied on the soft glow of the snow to discern the ground beneath him. He spread the net quietly across the snow in front of the flock. One edge of the net was secured with several lengths of yarn, long enough for his purpose. He reached into the snow to retrieve a few hard clumps of dirt, attaching one end of the yarn to these clumps and tossing them over the cliff, inevitably causing some noise. Remarkably, the flock of 20 or so mountain chickens remained undisturbed. It was too cold for them to move. Otherwise, the grave diggers would not have captured so many of them in the snow the following afternoon. Ning climbed up the slope with both hands and feet, navigating carefully through the snow on the mountain's surface until he reached the top of the cliff. As one descends the slope, a height of 5 or 6 meters poses a risk of severe injury to the legs. Caution is paramount. Utmost care must be exercised. Grasping 2 clods tied with yarn, I slowly pull them towards the flock of chickens, adjusting the net to ensure it is taut on both sides. I inch closer to the chickens. However, as the net approaches, it remains flat upon the ground, failing to rise. I tug it further, startling the flock, which scatters in a flurry of wings. I illuminate the scene with my flashlight, contemplating a descent from the adjacent slope. Employing the same strategy, I secure the other end of the net with rope, attaching it to the clod and tossing it over the precipice. The tension on this side of the net causes it to rise, suspended precariously against the cliff face. My heart swells with joy. This is precisely the outcome I desired. Now one side of the net hangs from the cliff while the other lies on the snow, drawing near to the flock. Climbing once more to the edge, I carefully untie the clod from the suspended end, lowering it gently to conceal it among the mountain chickens. After a prolonged endeavor, my efforts are finally rewarded. At this moment, I notice the biting cold has rendered my fingers painfully numb. I tuck my hands beneath my sheepskin coat to warm them for a moment. Shining the flashlight once more, I am perplexed to find the flock still unperturbed. Navigating down the small slope, I weigh down the ground-bound side of the net with clods, securing both ends. I prepare to capture the first bird. I am acutely aware that if I startle this first mountain chicken, the rest will take flight in a panic. If they all ascend together, the majority will likely be ensnared in the net. Extinguishing the flashlight, I extend my hands and cautiously approach. Timing my grasp, I seize the bird with determination. The captured mountain chicken thrashes violently, emitting a loud squawk. In a flurry, a dozen or so chickens, startled and disoriented, collide madly, becoming ensnared within the expansive net. However, 5 or 6 manage to escape into the night sky above. I tighten my hold on the captured chickens, lifting them in my hands. They weigh approximately 20 pounds. New clothing for my wife and son is secured. Upon returning home, I find the oil lamp in the kitchen still aglow. My heart aches, realizing my wife has been waiting, drowsy with anticipation. I softly push open the door and quietly inquire, "Juan, why are you still awake?" She replies, "I couldn't sleep, knowing you were in the mountains. I awaited your return. You should rest. I will tend to these chickens to ensure they do not perish overnight." Juan gazes at the flurry within the net, astonished by her husband's unexpected bounty, a first of its kind. "Ningzi, did you really catch these?" "Indeed, Juaner. With these chickens, we could fetch around 100 yuan tomorrow." Her voice rises in disbelief. 100 yuan? At dawn, I will take them to the mine to sell. I'll prepare them in the adjacent room. Do not wake you and our son. You should sleep. Exhausted, Juan succumbs to slumber as I retreat to the adjoining room. Pairing the chickens, I bind their legs and wings with yarn and lay them on the ground. A sudden thought strikes me. I shall prepare a nourishing chicken soup for my wife. Quietly entering the kitchen, I retrieve the warming pot and basin. I proceed to bleed, scald, and gut the birds. In a brief moment, he tidied up a single fowl. A hint of disappointment lingered as he inspected the slightly over a pound of meat. Returning to the kitchen, the fire in the stove blazed brightly. He placed a pot on and filled it halfway with water, immersing the mountain chicken within. He Ning sat beside the Kong, tending the fire and watching the simmering wild chicken, while keeping an eye on his wife and child peacefully sleeping on the Kong. Chapter 8. Live Chickens and Rabbits. Earning a living without bargaining without a watch, He Ning was unaware of the exact time, but he estimated it was past 3 in the morning. His gaze lingered on his sleeping wife, then shifted to his slumbering son. Having returned to life, he wished not to close his eyes and succumb to sleep. He desired to behold his wife and son until dawn broke. He could not get enough of them. The scenes that haunted his dreams for 30 years materialized vividly before him. The flames danced in the stove, crackling softly, while the pot bubbled gently. Juan turned over, her nose catching a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting through the air. With her eyes half open, she vaguely discerned the silhouette of a man sitting at the edge of the Kong. "Ningzi? Shoo, it's not dawn yet. Ningzi, are you keeping watch? I have stewed a wild chicken. Tomorrow, you and our son will have chicken soup to enjoy." Juan propped herself up as the faint light outside revealed steam rising from the pot. "Ningzi, oh dear, a chicken sells for 5 yuan. Why waste it on soup?" She yearned for the money rather than the soup. "My dear, lie down and rest well. It's already in the pot. It can only nourish you and our son." Juan settled back down, murmuring, "Aren't you heading to the Honghu mining area tomorrow? Hurry and sleep." "Right, I'll rest for a bit. I need to traverse 40 li of snowy road tomorrow." He added more coal to the fire and 2 more ladles of water to the pot. He Ning climbed onto the Kong, shed his heavy cotton trousers, and nestled into his son's blanket, holding him tightly. When he opened his eyes again, dawn had just begun to break. His son was warm and snug in his embrace, while his wife lay peacefully beside him. In the cold of winter, others slept until the sun was high, yet He Ning's thoughts were filled with the journey to the Honghu mining area. He donned his trousers and jacket, leaping off the Kong to stoke the fire anew. The fragrant chicken soup simmered in half a pot, perfect for soaking the pancakes he had made the night before, enough for his wife and son to last the day. He Ning truly did not want to leave his family behind. However, he had no choice. The preparations for the new year, the new clothes, could not be delayed. Juan stirred awake due to the commotion he caused, turning over. "Ningzi, are you leaving already?" "Juan, it's a 40 li snowy road. I can reach it in about 3 hours if I hurry. I must set off now." "Juan, please add 2 potatoes to the chicken soup so you and our son can enjoy a hearty meal. Don't be stingy." Juan opened her mouth to dissuade him from going, but recalled the 2 rabbits and the several mountain chickens he had caught the previous night. It amounted to several dozen yuan. He had suddenly grown responsible. A wayward son returned home. She could not hinder him. "Ningzi, be cautious on the snowy road and return early. Juan, take care of yourself and our son at home." "I will certainly be careful." He Ning quickly consumed 3 pancakes with a bowl of hot water, washed his face, and felt invigorated. In the neighboring room, 15 mountain chickens lay tied in pairs, all alive, and the rabbits had survived as well. He Ning packed them into bags and slung them over his shoulder. Juan, stay at home. I shall step out now and return by evening, he said. Ningzi replied, come back early. With a warm feeling enveloping him, he set out early in the morning. 2 bags in tow. Li Wan found it hard to believe the man she saw before her, unable to trust the words he spoke. She dressed and got off the bed, lifting the lid off the pot to reveal half a pot of chicken soup, its warmth and fragrant aroma wafting through the air. A faint smile graced Li Wan's face as she bit her lip, yet in her laughter, tears fell into the pot. The anxiety and gloom within her seemed to dissipate somewhat. He Ning had traveled 5 miles, his breath forming clouds in the chilly air before his eyes. He had left the mountain gully of Shirley Pu and was now on the main road leading to the Honghu mining area. Had it not been for the heavy snowfall, he might have caught a coal truck to the mining area along this route. But for now, he could only tread carefully, one step at a time, towards his destination. 3 hours later, He Ning, radiating warmth, stood before a row of single-story houses. To ensure the mountain chickens and rabbits did not perish, he had occasionally unfastened the bags along the way to let them breathe and stretch. His concern had paid off. The chickens and rabbits were alive and well. He strode into the courtyard of the flat-roofed houses. The residences in the mining area were not individual homesteads, but rather a long row of houses, possibly housing a dozen families. Setting the bags down in the courtyard, he took a deep breath, his voice ringing out clearly. Brothers, sisters-in-law, come out and see. I have brought mountain chickens and wild rabbits for you. From various rooms, a dozen women, both elderly and young, rushed out. They were the families of miners. He Ning began to pull out 2 mountain chickens at a time from the bags. Wow, wild chickens. How did you catch them? Where are you from? They inquired, eager to ascertain his origins before purchasing the game. I am from Yangshagugu in Gaoya Town, Shirley Pu. I spent the night in the mountains catching these. It nearly froze me to death. I set out early this morning and walked for over 3 hours, he explained. They crouched down, examining the chickens, some flapping their wings in an attempt to escape, their legs and one wing tied. Young man, how did you manage to keep them alive in the bags? One asked. Sisters, I took care to ensure they survived. I wanted you to see them fresh, he replied. How much for each? Name your price. He Ning confidently stated. 10 yuan for 1 chicken, 20 for 2 rabbits. Half a chicken, I can't sell. You're trying to swindle us. 10 yuan for 1? They retorted. He Ning held firm on his price, yet a smile remained on his face. With a pleading tone, he continued, Ladies, it's the end of the year. If I didn't have family obligations, who would venture out in this freezing weather to catch rabbits and chickens? Please, don't haggle with me. I earned this through hard work, blood, and sweat. It's a matter of survival. Let us not quibble over a few yuan. These live chickens and rabbits are not dead ones. I'll take these too. Here, 20 yuan. A young bride handed over 20 yuan and departed with 2 mountain chickens. I want 1. Here, 10 yuan. I also desire 1. 10 yuan to you. The first buyer initiated the transaction, and the second and third became increasingly eager, insisting on obtaining 1. Soon, the 4th and 5th joined in a scramble. A crowd of women gathered, and 15 mountain chickens were swiftly snatched away. They seized 2 rabbits, presenting 20 yuan. He Ning barely noticed who had paid or who took the rabbits. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, anything brought here was up for grabs. I thought it was fish. Mountain chickens and rabbits were inconsequential. Those uttering such words sought to console themselves for their lack of success in the frenzy. Sister, did your husband really go to the town to fetch us fish today? Huh, that lazy bum, still asleep at this hour. Do you think he'll bring us fish? What shall we do? This year for the new year, we want to even have a fish? Upon hearing this, He Ning experienced a flash of inspiration and called out to the 2 women. Sisters, do you mean to say that fish is a necessity? Young man, isn't it obvious? It's the new year, we must have surplus every year. Yet you bring us mountain chickens and rabbits. Alas, if it weren't for the sudden heavy snowfall that blocked the roads the day before, the fish sellers would have already come here. Sisters, give me a steamed bun, and by this afternoon, I shall bring you the fish. The women rejoiced. As long as you bring the fish, fresh, we shall offer you the best price. Chapter 9. Earnings returned. All given to the wife, He Ning took a hearty bite of the steamed bun, warmed himself with a jar of hot water, and strode toward the county town. 50 miles of snowy road, now unburdened, he jogged and ran, reaching the county town in just over 3 hours. Reborn, his heart brimmed with immense joy and excitement, propelling him to earn for his wife and child. The mountain chickens were sold, the rabbits too. Just last night, he had no money. Yet now he possessed 170 yuan. Bringing this sum home would bring his wife a tremendous joy after all these years. Moreover, this 170 yuan could be doubled, not to mention 50 miles, even 500 miles. He would find a way to make the round trip in the coming days. 3.5 hours felt like merely a breath. As he shook out the bags that had contained the rabbits and mountain chickens. In the agricultural market, he inquired at each fish stall. Carp were priced at 1 yuan 50 per gene, and he sought to negotiate for a discount of 2 or 3 jiao. With 170 yuan from selling the rabbits and mountain chickens, he aimed to purchase carp. In total, he acquired 46 large carps. Filling 2 bags with 100 jin. He Ning stared in despair. Carrying 20 jin was manageable, but 100 jin on foot to the Honghu mining area was impossible. He scanned the surroundings of the county agricultural market, searching for a cart or dolly. After a circuit, he focused on a small handcart at a woman's feet. "Sister, how much for your small cart?" The woman, taken aback, found it odd that this young man wanted her cart instead of vegetables. "Young man, this cart is for hauling groceries. It's not for sale." He Ning felt the urgency pressing upon him, unwilling to waste a single minute. He took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. "Sister, I need to use your cart to transport 2 bags of fish to the Honghu mining area. Please, consider it a rental. I promise to return it tomorrow." This small cart could be purchased for merely 10 yuan. "All right, take it." He Ning secured the 2 bags of fish to the cart and hurried off. Anxiously, he arrived at the Honghu mining area just as night fell, the sky darkening around 6 o'clock. Pulling 100 pounds of fish while clad in a thick cotton coat, he traversed the main road. Despite the heavy snowfall, large trucks laden with coal occasionally rumbled by. Although slow, they were still 4 to 5 times faster than walking. He Ning stretched out his arm to hail a passing vehicle. After half a day, he had yet to succeed in flagging down a single truck, leaving him with a slight sense of discouragement. Just a touch, really. More so, his heart brimmed with joy. He alternated between jogging and striding with the cart. Finally, a truck honked and came to a slow stop beside him. The driver leaned out of the cab. "Hey, brother, where are you headed?" He Ning's heart soared. "To the Honghu mining area. These fish are for the families of the miners, who are eagerly waiting for them." The driver waved his hand, urging him to get on. He Ning tossed the 2 bags of fish and the cart onto the truck with immense gratitude. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have walked until dark." The driver chuckled. "You're quite the character, braving the snow to haul fish to the mines. You must be determined to earn a living." He Ning grinned, thinking to himself, "For the sake of providing a good life for my wife and children, I would traverse any perilous path, be it through snow or fire." The ride, filled with festive conversations about the upcoming new year, lasted only an hour before the truck diverted to the coal yard. He Ning pulled out a fish, wrapping it in an old newspaper to gift to the driver. The driver laughed heartily. "Brother, may you prosper in your fish sales, and may you thrive in your coal business." After a long exhalation, He Ning, with the 2 bags of fish in tow, stood amidst the residential courtyard. He shouted, "Come out and get your fish." The ensuing scene was predictably lively. Carp, sold at 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound from the agricultural market, varied in size and went unweighed. Prices ranged from 5 to 8 yuan per fish. Despite some discrepancies, they were generally accurate. Families indeed requested 2 fish each, with smaller ones at 5 yuan, slightly larger ones at 8, and even larger ones at 10. The 2 bags of fish were nearly snatched away by the mining families. He Ning clutched the bags tightly, managing to pull back 2 fish. "I can't let them go. Sister, I need to keep 2 for my own family." Those 2 fish were almost cradled in He Ning's arms. "Young man, will you come back tomorrow?" "Absolutely. I'll sell fish again, ensuring that each of your families has fish every year. It's a promise. We'll wait for you, and 1T send anyone else to hassle you." He Ning turned to head home, having saved 2 hours thanks to the ride. The sky remained gray, but still revealed the sun. He dashed a short distance, crouching down to sort through the money in his pocket, meticulously counting the 10, 1, and 2 yuan notes. 10 pieces of currency were counted as 22 notes, 2 pieces as 25 notes, and 1 piece as 8 notes, totaling 278 pieces. There were 2 rabbits and 15 mountain chickens. At this moment, the total value amounted to 278 pieces. In a previous life, it was 2,800,000, yet He Ning felt no joy whatsoever. However, this 278 pieces could bring immense joy to his wife. The profound happiness resided not in the possession of money, but in the presence of his beloved wife and child. The smile on his wife's face and the call of his son saying "Daddy" filled him with elation. He nearly sprinted home in one breath. Upon reaching the gate, he gasped for air, his legs trembling, almost collapsing to the ground. He leaned against the earthen wall, regulated his breathing, and entered the courtyard. "Dad is back." He Ning lifted his son high into the air, laughing heartily. Li Wan emerged from the kitchen, eyes wide with surprise and anticipation, gazing at her husband. A tumult of emotions swirled within her, anxious and restless. She had waited all day for him to say that the mountain chickens and rabbits had been sold, and that they had money. He Ning, however, remained silent, first enveloping his son in his arms, showering him with affection. Daddy, it hurts. Haha, I haven't shaved in days. Ningzi, I saved some chicken soup and meat for you. Hurry in and eat. After a long day, having covered nearly 150 li, his legs trembled slightly as the aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air, stirring a deep hunger within him. Cradling his son, he fed him a bite before taking one for himself. Ningzi, your father and I have eaten, but you? Juan was eager to inquire if the 2 rabbits and those mountain chickens had indeed been sold for money. He Ning pulled out a handful of cash from his pocket and handed it to his wife. Count it. As she received the money, Juan felt a dizzying sensation unlike anything she had ever experienced. Throughout the day, she had been restless, calculating the potential earnings from the 2 rabbits and the dozen mountain chickens countless times in her mind, estimating they could fetch 70 to 80 pieces. It all felt surreal. Could He Ning truly return home with such a sum after just one day? It seemed like a dream, but it was no dream. He had caught the rabbits and mountain chickens and simmered a pot of chicken soup for her, providing her with a day filled with comfort. Yet, a wave of panic surged within Juan. What if he lost the money in gambling? Surely, he couldn't return with it to give to her. While she hoped for He Ning to bring the money home, she also braced herself for the possibility that he might have squandered it. How could this man transform overnight? Juan thought that even if he lost most of it, if he could bring back 10 or 8 pieces, it would still signify a new beginning for him. As evening fell and He Ning stepped through the door, Juan's heart was gripped by overwhelming fear. She dreaded the sight of him returning with a defeated expression, having lost all their money. Chapter 10. Earning money. Wife cries with joy as He Ning entered the courtyard. He laughed heartily, lifting his son high and embracing him. He was still the man transformed from yesterday. Juan's flickering hope ignited anew. He then presented her with a thick stack of cash. Overwhelmed, Juan felt her legs give way, nearly collapsing to the ground, but He Ning caught her just in time. Be cautious, my dear. It's alarming how just under 300 can unsettle you. 300? Not quite. We're short by 20 or so. Juan trembled as she clutched the money. Ningzi, is this truly earned by you? He Ning recounted the earnest process through which he acquired the funds. Juan stood there, dazed, unable to grasp the reality. Over the years, when had He Ning ever engaged in a legitimate endeavor to earn money? When had he amassed such a sum? In recent years, for the sake of their family's livelihood, she had swallowed her pride and borrowed from every relative, friend, and neighbor. Yet, due to He Ning's gambling and drinking habits, no one was willing to lend him even a penny now. The villagers avoided her, their disdainful glances weighing heavily upon her. Juan had endured more than enough of being looked down upon. With a young son and another child on the way, what could she possibly do? Was leaving everything behind an option? In the early 1990s, a rural woman had little notion of abandoning her home. Suddenly, a stack of money was thrust into her hands. Juan felt her mind buzz in disbelief. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. She gently closed her eyes. Ningzi, tell me this is not a dream. Juan, you are not dreaming. This money is clean and earned through my painstaking efforts, having traversed over 100 miles. Juan opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She squatted down, embracing her son and weeping heartily. He Ning stood frozen, at a loss. My dear, I've earned money, and you're still crying? Ningzi, I am overjoyed. Juan was indeed delighted, yet half of her emotions were steeped in resentment. Mommy, don't cry, Mommy. As Juan wept, her son began to cry as well. He Ning gathered their son tightly in his arms. Son, who says we can only set off firecrackers on the 23rd day of the 12th month? We'll continue tonight. In the yard, just like the previous night, father and son set off firecrackers. Igniting the fuses, He Ning spun around and ran, their son giggling in his embrace. Juan steadied herself, meticulously counting the bills in her hand. Indeed, it amounted to 278. Stepping outside, she watched the two of them revel in their play. Her son laughed heartily, and her husband chuckled joyfully. For the first time in many years, a genuine smile graced Juan's face. He Ning had set off around 10 firecrackers before bringing their son inside to warm by the fire. Juan stood beside him. Ningzi, tomorrow let us go to the market in town, buy our son a new outfit, and also some vermicelli, candies, and peanuts. But remember, Ningzi, we must not squander the money. He Ning rose and clarified his intentions to his wife. Juan, I give you this money for you to count and understand my earnings today. However, I intend to use it as a foundation. Early tomorrow, I shall journey back to Huanyuan County to double this 270. Juan gasped in surprise. What? Trust me, I will return with at least 500 by tomorrow night. Juan hesitated to hand the money back to He Ning. Yet, she was filled with fear. Deep down, she truly feared he might squander it. The joy she had just experienced morphed into an underlying panic. Ningzi, I am not driven by greed. I do not desire 500. This sum is sufficient. Would you stay at home to accompany our son and me? What do you say, Ningzi? He Ning comprehended his wife's sentiments. Whenever he stepped out, Li Wan's heart raced with trepidation. Upon his return, he would scold and rummage through their belongings in search of money. Li Wan was filled with apprehension. He Ning turned towards the doorway, bringing in 2 fish from the bag. My dear wife, look, in the days leading up to the new year, every worker's family in the mining district requires 2 fish. However, a heavy snowfall the day before rendered the fish trucks unable to traverse the roads for 2 or 3 days, and no one was willing to undertake this arduous task. This is a prime opportunity for me to earn some money. He Ning embraced Li Wan, his gaze fervent. Such a look was unprecedented for Li Wan. Ningzi, but, He Ning smiled broadly, planting a kiss on her forehead. Dear wife, trust me, I will return tomorrow night, and this money will double for you. Slowly, Li Wan's panic began to dissipate. She understood that times had changed since a decade ago. Diligent and astute individuals could devise methods to wholesale New Year goods and retail them, profiting from the price difference. As long as one remains industrious and resourceful, a little effort in these few days could yield some pocket money. Li Wan leisurely handed over a wad of cash to He Ning. Ningzi, can it truly double? It certainly can, but tomorrow I cannot walk on foot. It would be too exhausting. He Ning conceived a plan to borrow Mei Gu's mule cart for assistance. Li Wan nodded in agreement. Mei Gu would lend it to you, knowing you are engaged in honest work. He Ning held their son closely, grasped the 2 fish, and led his wife towards Mei Gu's home. Upon arriving at Mei Gu's yard, He Ning first faced a scolding. Ningzi, how could you be so thoughtless? What if your wife were to slip and fall? Mei Gu, it's nothing serious. Nothing serious? What will you say if something happens? After a few more scolding words, Mei Gu assisted Li Wan into the house. Li Wan smiled and said, Aunt, Ningzi brought you 2 fish. Wan, what did you say? I said, Ningzi brought you 2 fish. Li Hongmei was astonished. Fish? From where did these fish come? What a joke. He Ning lifted the bag and chuckled. Here, Mei Gu. 2 fish for you. Once cooked, please send one to my wife. Li Wan shot He Ning a glare. Ningzi, is that how you speak? Li Hongmei, upon seeing the 2 fish in the bag, questioned, where did you obtain these? Li Wan recounted how He Ning had sold mountain chickens and rabbits before turning around to sell fish. Li Hongmei regarded He Ning as if he were an extraterrestrial. Ningzi, has your mother given you a new lease on life? Can you truly endure such hardship? Walking over 100 miles on foot and earning 300 yuan? To assuage Mei Gu's disbelief, He Ning pulled out the money to show her. It wasn't he from gambling, was it? Li Wan shook her head. Aunt, he didn't win this from gambling. Truly, he did not. As long as it's not, it's good. Ningzi, if you can endure this hardship over the next few days, you might indeed earn a tidy sum. He Ning grinned widely. Esteemed aunt, I cannot endure this hardship. Tomorrow, I simply cannot carry the over 200 pounds of carve. Even the small cart cannot bear the weight. Li Hongmei discerned the implication in He Ning's words. Li Wan urged once more, Aunt, he wishes to seize this opportunity to earn some money. Lend him a hand. Please, let me borrow the mule cart. In this icy weather, the mule cannot walk steadily. Rest assured, Aunt, it will not be a gratuitous loan. I shall return tomorrow evening and procure the New Year goods for you. Li Hongmei replied, troubled by how to obtain the festive supplies. He Ning's proposal piqued her interest. Very well. I shall lend you the mule cart for 2 days. Assist me in purchasing the New Year goods, and I will reimburse you for your expenses. Thus, an agreement was reached. Chapter 11. Driving the mule cart, doubling earnings, and procuring New Year goods as before, He Ning kept vigil by the stove. Watching his wife and child slumber peacefully, a smile gracing his lips, he endured until midnight, and when fatigue overwhelmed him, he succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, the day had brightened considerably. He chastised himself, truly useless. I have overslept and squandered precious time. Li Wan had risen earlier, rekindling the extinguished stove from the previous night and preparing a jar brimming with tea for He Ning. Juan, rest assured and await my return. Ningzi, while driving Aunt Mei's mule cart, be cautious. The snowy path is treacherous. As Li Wan turned to rummage through her belongings, she bestowed upon He Ning the meager sum of 100 yuan, the entirety of her hard-earned savings from the year. Wow, this could yield an additional 100. She had contemplated this decision throughout the night. In just 2 days, the surprise He Ning promised was enough to encourage her to part with her last 100 yuan, 10, 2, and 1 yuan notes stacked neatly. Do return promptly. He Ning, well-fed and warmly clad, stood at the entrance of Aunt Mei's abode. The mule cart was already prepared. Awaiting him, Aunt Mei offered a kind reminder. Ningzi, if you can turn over a new leaf, I shall be pleased. Return swiftly, for your wife and child will worry. As the mule cart departed from Li Hongmei's home, She stood in stunned silence, murmuring, "If only this man could have a change of heart, it would be truly remarkable." On this frigid morning, who among the village's youth would brave the snow-laden path to the county town, let alone venture to the mining district? Who could endure such hardship? Let's go. Reborn, He Ning did not perceive this as suffering. Each moment of this life was a cherished enjoyment. The mule cart exited the mountain ravine, reaching the main road, trotting along the snowy path. Their destination, the agricultural market in the county town. "Young man, how much do you need today?" 300 pounds. "Is that available?" "Unfortunately, only a maximum of 100 pounds. The fish stalls were plentiful. After considerable effort at the Huanyuan County Agricultural Market, He Ning managed to secure 5 bags of fish, totaling over 300 pounds. It truly required a great deal of his strength, costing him 350 yuan in total. A bowl of beef noodles was 8 jiao. He Ning savored 2 bowls, feeling warmth in his belly and comfort in his body. Let's go. From Huanyuan County to the Honghu Mining District, the mule cart traversed the main road at a brisk pace. 3 hours later, they arrived at the family quarters of the mining district, where the lively scene of fish trading unfolded once more. "Young man, will you return tomorrow?" "No, I shall be accompanying my wife and child, cleaning the house and preparing for the new year with dumplings, meat, and fish." It is not that He Ning did not wish to come. Rather, it seemed unworthy of his time. Upon hearing the news, by this afternoon, a batch of fish had been transported to the mining area via coal trucks. Tomorrow, the fish would be sold here, yet not a single one would find a buyer. Seizing the opportunity, He Ning exploited the brief respite of these 2 days. However, this batch of fish cost 370 yuan, and flipping a load of carp could double the return. Calculating the time, he realized he could still make a trip to town for the New Year's supplies. On the 25th day of the 12th month, the New Year market in Gaoya town would be bustling with people. The crowd was so dense that one could scarcely move. His mule was tethered to a utility pole outside the market. He Ning exhaled deeply, carefully contemplating the essential items his family required. A sack of rice was indispensable. Throughout the year, his wife and child had not enjoyed 3 full meals of rice. Priced at 5 mao per jin, He Ning promptly lifted a 50 jin sack of rice and placed it on his cart. He seized an old woman's basket containing 100 eggs for 10 yuan. Next, he purchased 10 sets of bowls and chopsticks, 10 vegetable dishes, a kettle for boiling water, a square dining table, and 6 small wooden stools. He also gathered new door curtains, fresh bed linens, new cotton batting, door gods, couplets, and bright red lanterns. He Ning busily loaded the cart with goods, spending over 200 yuan. Li Wan would undoubtedly be distressed, likely weeping and scolding him for his extravagant spending. He Ning muttered, "Wife, you fail to comprehend the spirit of those who earn substantial money." Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 familiar figures near the mule cart, subordinates of Yang Biao, who had come to his home on the 23rd day of the 12th month to demand repayment. He Ning turned, purchased a kitchen knife, and tucked it into his pocket. In a past life, today marked the burial of Li Wan and their deceased daughter. In the evening, he walked to town with the kitchen knife in hand. Without uttering a word, he entered Yang Biao's gambling den and swung the knife without hesitation. Yang Biao received a severe blow to his back and fled. The incident attracted police attention, leading to He Ning's 1-month imprisonment. The truth about Yang Biao's actions came to light. He had used coercive tactics to assault 2 respectable women. When He Ning was released from prison, Yang Biao and his accomplices remained incarcerated, not to be freed for another 10 years. He Ning closed his eyes momentarily, allowing memories to resurface. Some events became vividly clear. With peanuts in one hand and candies in the other, he navigated through the crowd to his mule cart. He meticulously organized the items. Yang Biao approached, flanked by 4 of his lackeys. "Ningzi, I've been watching you for quite a while. You spent over 200 yuan on New Year's supplies? You have money for that, but not to repay me? Brothers, let us take everything off his cart." He Ning shouted, "Who dares?" His body turned, the kitchen knife gleaming ominously in his grasp. Yang Biao suddenly recalled the cold, murderous intent reflected in He Ning's eyes. However, the man with a crew cut leaned forward. "Come on. If you have the guts, step forward." He Ning raised the kitchen knife and brought it down with a swift motion. A deep gash opened from the crew cut man's shoulder to his spine, blood gushing forth. In the winter, layers of clothing provided little protection. The knife pierced through fabric, slicing into flesh. Although the wound was not particularly deep, the crew cut man was thrown into disarray, swiftly retreating. Biao Ge he really attacked someone. Has he lost his mind? Yang Biao stood in shock, his jaw agape. This young man indeed possessed the resolve to kill. Immediately, a crowd gathered. In broad daylight, someone wielding a kitchen knife? Oh, He's attacking a member of the Yang family's gang. He Ning tucked the knife into his pocket, realizing it was no longer safe to brandish it. Doing so would incite chaos and attract the police, which would be detrimental to him. Abruptly, He Ning erupted in a tirade, his voice resonating loudly enough for the onlookers to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yang Biao, you drove to my home, harassing my pregnant wife and children, stealing our coal for heating, and taking away our food supplies. Are you even human? You took advantage of my drunkenness to borrow 1,000 yuan, manipulating your lackeys to win it back, then pressured me into signing an IOU, only to threaten my family for repayment. What do you expect me to repay you with? He Ning's shouts rang out among the crowd like a sudden explosion of firecrackers. He called out again, dare to take my New Year goods? I will chop you down. Come at me. Yang Biao stood speechless, seemingly bewildered. But he hasn't stolen anything from He Ning's family. Biao Ge, this guy is genuinely ferocious. Biao Ge, this doesn't make sense. He was so timid before. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. While they were there for the spectacle, Yang Biao was leading a gang intent on robbing He Ning of his New Year goods. He Ning raised his voice once more to expose their intentions. Naturally, this evoked sympathy for the underdog. Yang Biao was engaging in thuggery and vandalism. That's right. He is a marauding scoundrel. He Ning shouted again. Yang Biao, you tormented the wives of the Huang and Zhang families just 3 days ago. After the 3rd day of the new year, prepare for the consequences. A dull thud echoed in Yang Biao's mind as he staggered slightly. How could he possibly know about those incidents? Chapter 12. 2 portions of New Year goods, half for each family. He Ning beckoned Yang Biao closer with a finger. Come a little nearer. I have a secret to share. Yang Biao hesitated, fear evident in his demeanor. He Ning stepped forward, lowering his voice. Zhang Aibo from our village is the cousin of Wang Er, and Wang Er informed him about your affairs, which Zhang Aibo then conveyed to me. The crew-cut man was none other than Wang Er. He stood beside Yang Biao, hearing He Ning's words. Suddenly, Wang Er's face contorted in despair. More tragic than losing his parents, momentarily forgetting the pain from the knife wound on his back. He glanced at He Ning and then at his boss, Yang Biao. Desperately defending himself. Biao Ge, I didn't say anything, I swear. Yang Biao forced a grim smile. Ningzi, let us talk this over, shall we? He Ning murmured softly. Yang Biao, I am also quite reasonable. Return to me the IOU that I wrote. I will keep quiet about your affair with someone else's wife. How does that sound? Yang Biao retrieved the IOU from his pocket and handed it to him. He consumed it immediately. Then he inquired, Yang Biao, do I still owe you money? No more, came the curt reply. Yet, a hardened expression settled on Yang Biao's face, and he spoke dominantly. He Ning, should you dare to use this against me, do you believe I won't retaliate fiercely? Yang Biao, devoid of family, could become quite reckless when cornered. Yang Biao, I am oblivious to your matters. For the sake of his pregnant wife and their 3-year-old son, He Ning wished to avoid trouble. He turned to leave after having dealt with the mule cart. Upon his return to life, He Ning had also altered the trajectory of Yang Biao's existence. It was unlikely that on the morning of New Year's Eve, he would be taken away by the police for interrogation concerning this matter. Let him roam free this 12th month. Yang Biao turned, glaring at the man with the parted hair. His underling appeared panicked. Biao Ge, I didn't say anything. I truly didn't. He deceiving you. Yang Biao lunged forward, seizing the long hair of the man with the parted hair. He deceived me? How could he know so much? Damn it. You were drinking with your cousin just 2 days ago. The mule trotted into the village, passing by the entrance of He Ning's second aunt's house. Just then, He Ning's second aunt emerged with a basin of kitchen scraps. Wang Qin recognized the mule as belonging to Li Hongmei's family and called out, Hongmei, where are you taking the mule? Sitting at the front of the cart, with a sack of rice shielding his head, He Ning replied, buying New Year goods. The mule cart passed by Wang Qin. She observed clearly the assortment of pots, bowls, and festive decorations, along with various goods. However, it was He Ning who drove the mule. Wang Qin felt a twinge of unease. She placed the pot inside and hurried to Li Hongmei's house. She saw the mule cart parked at the entrance of Li Hongmei's home and heard the joyful tone in He Ning's voice. Mei Gu, I have brought all the New Year goods. Do you need anything else? Wang Qin rushed to the mule cart, peering inside. Goodness. It was as if the shop from town had been emptied. Li Hongmei scolded He Ning. Ningzi, just because you have money, do you think you can squander it? You can't be so reckless. Wang Qin chimed in. Hongmei, I'm not saying this to criticize, but how could you give him money for New Year goods? Aren't you worried? Isn't your husband returning tomorrow? Why the rush? Wang Qin assumed that Li Hongmei, unable to wait for her husband's return, had given He Ning money to procure the New Year's supplies. He Ning ignored Wang Qin, not even sparing her a glance, as he unloaded the goods, announcing each one. Mei Gu, 50 pounds of rice, half for each of our families. Mei Gu, 2 bundles of vermicelli, 1 bundle for each family. Megu, peanuts, soybeans, jujubes, and candies, 1 portion for each family. Megu, 2 red lanterns, 1 for each of our households. The New Year goods for Megu piled up at the entrance. There was still more than half of the cart's contents yet to be unloaded. Wang Qin felt a sense of discomfort upon witnessing the abundance. Hongmei, have you prepared so many New Year goods? This is not what Ningzi purchased, is it? I was just scolding him for spending money so frivolously. Wang Qin glanced again at the mule cart. Noticing that more than half of the items belonged to He Ning's family, a surge of jealousy suddenly enveloped her. Hongmei, I'm not trying to criticize you, but it's already the 25th day of the 12th month, and you're still lending him money for the New Year supplies? You mean well, but can you truly help them? Li Hongmei was bewildered by Wang Qin's complaints. Auntie, what do you mean I lent Ningzi money? I haven't lent him anything. Wang Qin snorted derisively. If you haven't lent him money, where did he get the funds for these New Year goods? Look at all this. It's going to cost at least 200. Li Hongmei attempted to clarify. Ningzi earned this money from selling fish at the mining area these past few days. Wang Qin was utterly unconvinced, her tone dripping with sarcasm. He could earn money? If he could, the money on the ground would trip people up. This remark angered Li Hongmei, who shot Wang Qin a glare. Silenced by her frustration, Li Hongmei refused to converse further. He Ning overheard his aunt's mocking remarks, but chose not to respond. From a distance, he spotted his wife and son approaching. He hurriedly dashed towards them. Daddy, candy. He Ning opened his arms and lifted his son into an embrace, showering him with kisses. I miss you, I want candy. For little Wen, candy was a rare delight throughout the year. He had asked Li Wan countless times where Daddy had gone. She told him that Daddy went to buy candy for him. Upon seeing He Ning, Woman called out for his father, asking for candy. Dear, I've just returned. Let me first distribute the items for Aunt May's household. Li Wan noticed that He Ning's other aunt was also standing by the mule cart. Ningzi, did you also prepare New Year supplies for your aunt? He Ning responded with a grunt. I haven't given her even a single candy. Li Wan tugged at He Ning's clothing and approached the mule cart. Li Hongmei inquired. Ningzi, how much are these items? I'll pay you. He Ning called out. Aunt May, your family is slaughtering the New Year pig tomorrow. Please give me 1 hind leg weighing 30 pounds as payment. As he walked towards the cart, He Ning noticed his aunt grabbing a handful of candy and stuffing it into her pocket. He stood before Wang Qin, his expression dark. Aunt, take out the candy in your pocket and return it to my bag. Wang Qin retorted, what candy? I don't have any of yours. Return it. He Ning's sharp command startled Wang Qin, causing her to take a step back. Put my candy back, do you hear me? Wang Qin reached into her pocket and tossed a piece of candy onto the cart, swearing under her breath before turning to leave. He Ning gritted his teeth in anger. Li Hongmei watched as Wang Qin walked away and advised He Ning. Ningzi, she is your elder. How can you speak to her that way? He Ning turned to Aunt May, his face brightening with a smile. Aunt May, just to confirm, for your family's New Year pig, 1 hind leg weighing 30 pounds. All right, how much are these New Year supplies? I'll calculate it for you. Am I taking your family's pig leg for free? You don't need to pay me anything. He Ning grabbed a rattle from the cart, letting it jingle in his hand. Dong dong dang, dong dong dang, dang dong dong dong. The son flailed his arms and legs in sheer excitement. Dad, I want it. It's so much fun. The rattle in Xiao Wenwen's hands clanged rhythmically. He unwrapped a piece of candy and fed it to his son, then another to his wife. However, Li Wan turned her face away. She refused the candy. Her expression was one of gloom. Disappointment etched upon her features. With a quivering voice, laced with a hint of tears, she exclaimed, Ningzi, have you spent all the money? Chapter 13. Wanting money, not things. The prodigal husband He Ning noticed his wife's urgency, but he remained unfazed, chuckling softly. Dear, money is meant to be spent. Look at our New Year's supplies. Dishes, tables, rice, eggs, noodles, leeks, and garlic sprouts. Li Wan shouted, I don't want any of that. I want my 100 yuan back. Return my money. Tears streamed down her face. Just last night, she had clutched a thick bundle of nearly 300 yuan. A thrill of surprise surging within her, making her heart race like the rattle in her son's hands. She had hoped that the money would double by tonight. Now, with that thick stack in hand, she envisioned spending it slowly, bit by bit, ensuring a steady flow of resources for the year ahead, free from worries over every penny. But He Ning had not returned with a stack of cash. He had come back with a cart full of goods. The rattle is essential for our son. We must have rice. And look at these leeks and garlic sprouts, such a large bundle. Without them, we might as well perish. And what about this grand red lantern? What purpose does it serve in our dilapidated yard? He had squandered it all. This prodigal husband had received 100 yuan that morning for what purpose? Ningzi, you promised me you would bring back the money. You are not keeping your word. Li Wan cried, wiping her tears away. He Ning felt a bit at a loss. But I have brought back our New Year's provisions, and you are still crying? Look, here is your new outfit, warm and cozy. Li Wan cried out. I don't want a new coat. Return it. Give me my money back, my 100 yuan. Li Hongmei, feeling awkward, hurriedly retreated into the house, emerging with 100 yuan, which she quickly thrust into Li Wan's hands. Please don't cry, don't cry. Just think, Ningzi is doing this for our family. All these items are necessities, aren't they? Li Wan wiped her tears and retorted, Aunt, with money, we can gradually purchase what we need. How can we buy everything at once? But how can he spend so extravagantly? Li Hongmei urged, all right, just take it back. No matter what. Ningzi brought back these items. He didn't lose the money. Here is your 100 yuan. Li Wan became hesitant. Aunt, I can't accept your money. But Mei Gu insisted, stuffing the 100 yuan into Li Wan's pocket. For New Year's preparations, one must spend at least a couple hundred, right? Ningzi has kindly taken care of it for me, saving me the trouble. With that, Li Wan relented. Yet she was truly vexed with He Ning. Wasn't he supposed to bring back double the 300 yuan? How had it all been spent? Looking at the cart full of goods, it certainly appeared to be worth 200 or 300. He Ning placed a new hat on his son's head and new gloves on his hands, shouldering the cart as they made their way home. The rattle clanged merrily. Xiao Wenwen felt an overwhelming joy in her heart, while Li Wan was engulfed in a sense of despondency and disappointment. Following closely behind, Li Wan clutched her abdomen with one hand and grasped the cart with the other, her mouth filled with complaints. Why did you spend all the money? The mule cart was parked at the entrance, while He Ning tirelessly moved items into the back storeroom. Darling, your face looks so glum. Just wait for a surprise. What surprise? I shouldn't have let you handle the New Year's shopping alone. If you don't let me go, then who will? With this big belly? You squander money recklessly. What is all this? Did you really buy a new table? I did not waste money. These are essentials for our home. Will we perish without rice? The more He Ning observed his wife's fury, the more amusement he felt. Li Wan's mind was consumed with the 278 yuan she had clutched last night, along with the 100 yuan on her person. She had no awareness of how much He Ning had earned today. Her thoughts were solely on the money he had spent. With a tearful tone, she lamented, Will we die without rice? He Ning, undeterred, replied, We won't perish, but we'll be troubled, eating millet every day. It's unbearable. The rattle of a toy drum echoed in their son's hands. Daddy, this is fun. Xiao Wenwen joyfully ran around the yard. He Ning chuckled, delighting in his son's happiness. Li Wan, on the verge of tears, insisted, Return the rice and clothes. Go do it tomorrow. What nonsense. You can't just buy something and then return it. I don't care. Suddenly, his aunt and uncle hurried toward them, their expressions dark and foreboding, clearly seeking confrontation. The items on the cart had already been unloaded. Wang Qin and He Guomin approached He Ning. He Guomin, with a stern expression, questioned, Ningzi, did you go to the mining area? Yes. I made a couple of trips to trade fish for New Year's supplies. He Guomin's eyes widened in discontent. Did you shout and scold when your aunt offered you a piece of candy? He Ning frowned. He had shouted, but he had not cursed. Wang Qin returned, embellishing the tale, inciting He Guomin to confront him. Ningzi, do you have no respect for your elders? How dare you behave like this with your aunt? He Ning's heart swelled with resentment as memories of the past flooded his mind, recalling how his aunt and uncle had treated him and his family over the years. Aunt and uncle, I must ask, do you even see me as your nephew? Wang Qin shouted. Ningzi, what nonsense are you spouting? He Ning, feeling pent up, let it all out. Aunt and uncle, you slaughtered a pig the other day, and when I asked for a bit of meat, you refused. Do you truly see me as your nephew? Yes, I may be a scoundrel, but what about my wife and son? My wife is the best woman in the world, about to give birth, and she craves a taste of meat. How can you expect me to regard you as family with such treatment? I have come to realize who truly cares for me. My aunt May gave a pig's tail to my wife and child, and in return, I brought her 20 pounds of rice and 2 fish. Aunt, if you want to lend me a bit of meat, then you can forget about even tasting my candy. This is who I am, and I stand by it. After He Ning uttered those words, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. He Guomin, enraged by his nephew's tirade, trembled with anger, struggling to articulate his words. He had come to demand a sum of money from He Ning. When your father passed away, I provided the funds for his coffin, $500. Repay me. He Ning let out a cold, mocking laugh. His second uncle was once again invoking the memory of his father's coffin. The scene from 3 years ago was one he wished to forget. Li Wan tugged at He Ning's sleeve, urging him to restrain himself. Ningzi, hold your tongue. After all, your second uncle has helped us before. He Ning bit his lip, swallowing back his retorts. Indeed, his second uncle had lent him a helping hand. Back then, He Ning had knelt before his uncle and aunt, prostrating himself multiple times until his forehead bled, pleading for money to buy a coffin for his father. Though his uncle had lent him $500, He Ning couldn't help but remember that his father was his uncle's own brother. The act of begging for $500 to procure a burial for his father had etched an indelible pain and shame into He Ning's heart. Second uncle. After the new year, I will earn money and repay you in full, principal and interest included. Wang Qin, with her sharp voice, interjected, you should repay me right now. You have money for those things, yet you refuse to settle your debts with my family. He Ning turned to his wife, who was still gripping his sleeve, and asked, Juan, have you borrowed any other money from second uncle and aunt? After some contemplation, Li Wan replied, no, none at all. Are you absolutely certain? He Ning pressed. To which Li Wan quietly affirmed, Aunt didn't lend me anything. She chased me away. A dull ache throbbed in He Ning's heart. Second uncle and aunt. Although I've recently earned a bit, I regret to inform you that I cannot repay you at this moment. My wife needs to go to the hospital to give birth, which will surely cost several hundred. Wang Qin spat. A worthless life, and yet you still go to the hospital to have a child? Chapter 14. Who says the New Year shopping has exhausted the funds? In town, after frightening Yang Biao with a kitchen knife, He Ning tucked the knife into the pocket of his cotton jacket. Suddenly, he heard Wang Qin's words, prompting him to turn around with the knife raised. You, woman named Wang, dare to call my wife a worthless life again? He Ning was indeed reckless, but when had he ever dared to threaten an elder with a knife? Wang Qin screamed, retreating several paces with He Guomin. She scolded her husband. He Guomin, is this the nephew you lent $500 to? He Ning bellowed. I have already stated that I will repay the $500 in full. If you dare to intrude upon my family's life again, do not blame me for severing ties completely. In his previous life, after the incident on the night of the 23rd day of the 12th month, he had rushed to his aunt's house, pleading for her assistance in delivering his wife's child. She had been preoccupied with slicing pork. Claiming she had no time to concern herself with his wife, He Ning had knelt on the ground, beseeching her for help. She had cursed and insisted she knew nothing of childbirth. If you can't help with the delivery, at least provide some advice or come to check on her. He Ning had knelt for 10 minutes, but Wang Qin remained unmoved. Returning to this life, it was impossible to mend the relationship with his uncle's family. The kitchen knife in He Ning's hand glimmered ominously. He Guomin retreated several steps, muttering curses under his breath before fleeing. Wang Qin turned and ran as well. The news of He Ning threatening an elder with a knife would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation forever. Li Wan stared in disbelief. Ningzi, he is your second uncle. How could you be so careless? Juan, you have only lived with me for 4 years, and yet you know nothing of events that transpired 4 years ago. Little did Juan know that Wang Qin was tugging at He Ning's mother's hair in a fit of rage. Nor did she understand that her father's grave illness and subsequent passing were largely the result of He Guomin and his wife's actions. Past grievances were not something He Ning wished to dwell upon. Juan, we shall have rice, scrambled eggs with chives, and stir-fried pork with pickled vegetables for dinner. I will return the mule and come back shortly to prepare the meal for you and our son. I won't eat. Not having dinner. Be careful, you little woman. Upon returning to the house, He Ning found Juan sitting on the edge of the Kong, her fingers brushing dirt off the chive roots. With a smile still on his face, He Ning only incited more of her ire as she grumbled. Really, you didn't tea by any chives? How are we supposed to celebrate the new year without them? In other households in the village, rice during this time was not considered a rarity. Yet in He Ning's home, a pot of plain rice was indeed a precious feast. Juan grumbled once more, will we perish without rice? Ignoring his wife's complaints, He Ning rinsed the newly purchased aluminum pot and placed it on the stove. You bought another pot? Don't we have one? He Ning sighed. That old pot of ours cannot steam rice properly. He poured a bowl of rice into the pot. Juan continued to complain. Mix in half a bowl of yellow millet. How wasteful can you be? Juan, is having a meal of rice truly wasteful? He washed the chives, cut them into sections, sliced pickled vegetables, and cracked 3 eggs into a bowl along with the meat he had sliced the day before. Oh dear, we should save that little bit of egg for the new year. Juan, if you continue with your complaints, I might just decide not to surprise you after all. Do you believe me? I don't want surprises, I want money. You said you would double the amount for me yesterday. Suppressing his desire to surprise his wife, He Ning prepared the rice, scrambled the eggs with chives, and stir-fried the pickled vegetables with pork. Juan was filled with a mix of disappointment and suspicion. When had this man become so adept at cooking? Had he known how to cook 4 years ago? Had he pretended to be inept all these years since marrying her? He was indeed a transformed man, but he treated 100 yuan as if it were merely 10 cents. Juan, on the other hand, treated every single yuan with utmost caution. Now, with not a single coin to her name, she pondered how they would manage after the new year. Fortunately, Megu had given her 100 yuan. She felt embarrassed to ask for the year-end pork from her family. The more she thought about it, the less appetite she had for the plain rice. The newly set dining table bore 2 dishes, fragrant scrambled eggs with chives and stir-fried pork with pickled vegetables, accompanied by 3 bowls of rice. In a fit of defiance, Juan declared, "I won't eat." Juan, in the yard, was shaking a rattle and running about. Eventually, exhaustion set in and hunger beckoned, leading him into the kitchen. Upon seeing the dishes and rice on the table, he exclaimed, "Daddy, it smells delicious." "Meat. Wait a moment. My son, I need to cheer your mother up first so that we can all eat together." He Ning reached beneath his clothing to retrieve a wad of cash, thick and substantial. "Juan, did I ever say I would spend all the money? Here is 500 yuan. Every cent intact. Take it and keep it safe under you." With a smirk that suggested he had been teasing her, he held out the 500 yuan towards Juan, a playful glimmer in his eyes. Juan widened her eyes, her mouth slightly agape. "You haven't exhausted the money?" "Juan, 370 yuan, what is double that? I spent over 200 on New Year's goods. Do you not know how much is left?" Instinctively, Juan accepted the thick stack of money, noticeably larger than the previous night. "Dad, it's hot." He Ning, oblivious, saw his son shoveling rice into his mouth with chopsticks, burning himself in the process. He Ning turned to his son. "Open your mouth, Daddy will blow." "Ah." Little Wen opened his mouth wide, and He Ning gently blew a few puffs. "Son, Daddy will feed you. Call Mommy to join us for dinner. Mommy, it's time to eat." At the moment Juan caught the stack of money, her spirit soared. Her son called her to eat, pulling her back to reality. Ignoring his calls, she counted the money, a full 500 yuan. "Juan, no crying. Come over and eat with me and our son." "Who is crying? Really, why deceive me into thinking the money was spent? When did He Ning ever claim that the money was gone?" He Ning picked up a pinch of rice, blew on it, and fed it to his son. He offered a piece of egg, then a slice of meat. Juan approached the table, clutching her stomach, preparing to sit down. He Ning gently helped her lower herself. "Ningzi, I am not dreaming, am I? Hurry and eat. My daughter is starving." Juan picked up her chopsticks, staring blankly at a bowl of white rice. In previous years, she would spend 2 yuan to buy 4 or 5 kilograms of rice, adding just a little to the yellow rice to make fried rice. What sense was there in having an entire bowl of pure rice? Out of spite, she felt no desire to eat. However, He Ning had handed her 500 yuan. The immense joy within her rendered everything before her surreal. Juan blinked her big, fluffy eyes at He Ning. This man, who promised her a surprise. She expected a simple hairpin or something similar. That would not be a surprise, but rather a source of disappointment. Instead, He Ning's surprise was 500 yuan. Overwhelmed with joy, she forgot to pick up her chopsticks for dinner. "Juan, why are you looking at me like that? Do you not recognize me?" He Ning filled her bowl with chives and egg, topped with sauerkraut and meat, a towering portion. "Eat, Mommy, it's delicious. Come on, Mommy, eat plenty, eat until you're full." Juan grasped her chopsticks and tossed rice into her mouth. In a daze, she forgot to smile or cry. After finishing a bowl of rice, she stared blankly at the empty bowl. He Ning stood up, took the bowl from her hands, and scooped more rice. He lifted the plate of dishes, filling her bowl to the brim again, then did the same for their son. The pot of rice overflowed into the dish. If the vegetable dishes were insufficient, they would add more tomorrow. "Daddy, the rice is delicious. I want 2 bowls too." "Son, just finishing this 1 bowl is already impressive." Juan's hand slipped under the table, pinching her thigh with force. "Ouch, Ningzi. Oh, what is wrong, dear? I feel that the money from Aunt May should not be accepted. If you insist on taking it, what can I do? Tomorrow, they will be slaughtering pigs. And I would feel embarrassed to ask for a pig leg. Ningzi, we must have the pig leg from Megu's family. Otherwise, we will have to spend money on pork. But this 100 yuan, should I return it?" He Ning agreed. "First, let us joyfully finish our dinner." Reborn. The delightful scene of the family dining together last night was to be repeated this evening. "We are satisfied. Hee, what shall we do after being full?" "Set off firecrackers." "Yes, just like last night. Let us light 10 firecrackers." The courtyard echoed with the explosive sounds of firecrackers. The courtyard was alive with the rhythmic clattering of the diabolo. Laughter resonated between the father and son. Chapter 15. Have you ever seen a 100 yuan bill? Juan stood at the doorway, observing the father and son as they ignited firecrackers, a slight smile gracing her lips. She called out, "Ningzi, let me set one off too." "Come on, my dear. I'll teach you. Who doesn't know how to light firecrackers?" Juan carefully held a joss stick in one hand and a firecracker in the other. After a cautious attempt, she tossed it away and covered her ears. When nothing happened, she wore an awkward smile and remarked, "It's a dud." "It's not a dud. You never lit it." He Ning rushed over, retrieved the firecracker, and handed it back to Juan. Light it first, then throw. With trembling hands, Li Wan finally managed to ignite the firecracker and shouted with exhilaration as she tossed it away. Bang! Once the sound of the firecracker faded, she covered her ears, prompting He Ning to laugh heartily. The string of firecrackers bought on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month was finally finished. He Ning extended his hand towards Li Wan. Give me a yuan. I'll go buy 2 more strings. Li Wan instinctively protected her pocket. Didn't you save a few for yourself? Not a single cent. I gave it all to you. If I want money, I'll have to ask you for it. That is only proper. Li Wan bit her lip and chuckled. I don't believe you. I truly have no money on me. Search me if you must. She entered the house, wrapping a red scarf around her neck, and said, let us go to the store together. He Ning widened his eyes. I'm only spending 1 yuan, and you're going to monitor me? Who is monitoring you? I just want to take a stroll. Feeling joyful and self-assured, Li Wan was ready to walk around the village. Wife, are you wearing the new cotton coat? No. It looks odd. I'll wear it for the new year. No way. You must wear it. Today is our New Year celebration. Right now is New Year. Stubbornly, he insisted that Li Wan wear the new red floral cotton coat. Though she was heavy with child, the coat wrapped around her provided warmth. With you and our son, every moment feels like the new year. Li Wan shot him a playful glance. You're just talking nonsense. Their son donned new clothes and shoes, topped with a new hat and gloves. Dressed warmly, He Ning lifted him high. Let us go buy firecrackers. The sky had not yet darkened, and the family of 4 ambled leisurely toward Wang's shop in the village. In recent days, the small village shop was crowded with people purchasing essential goods. He Ning held his son as they stood at the back of the line. Those ahead turned to glance back at He Ning and Li Wan, attempting to disregard them. However, Li Wan, in her vibrant new attire, and the sun, sparkling in his new outfit, drew all eyes towards them. Ah, Ningzi's wife, have you already donned the new clothes? Li Wan felt a tinge of discomfort. It was Ningzi who insisted I wear them, saying they would keep me warm. After saying this, she cast a glance at He Ning and mumbled. You say you won't wear it, yet here you are, wearing it, letting everyone laugh at you. The plump aunt reached over to touch her and remarked with a hint of acidity, Ningzi's wife, your sister sent you this new dress. And you truly don't feel any remorse? After wearing it for just a few days, it will be ruined, and then you'll have to ask your sister for another one? Li Wan hurriedly defended herself. It's not my sister who sent it. It was Ningzi who earned the money to buy it. This statement elicited laughter from several women in the store. Ningzi earned money? How much could he possibly have made? They scoffed. Ningzi's wife. Everyone knows your new clothes are made by your sister every year. This year, she couldn't manage, so she bought one for you and your child. Why do you insist on covering for your husband? They continued. Oh, this was bought at the market in town, the trendiest new cotton coat this year, costing 15 yuan. Your sister is indeed generous. A grown man with hands and feet relying on his sister for support. How shameless. Such remarks pierced the hearts of He Ning and Li Wan. Li Wan desperately argued, Auntie, truly, it was Ningzi who earned the money to buy these new clothes for me and the child. The plump aunt replied dismissively, Enough, enough. What are you trying to argue about? Everyone in the village knows your situation. If it weren't for He Ning having a good sister, would you even be able to wear new clothes? He Ning tugged at Li Wan. Stop explaining. Li Wan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Yuandan intentionally asked He Ning, aside from buying a couple of firecrackers, what else did you buy? He Ning replied, Nothing. We have everything we need at home. The women behind him sighed dramatically. Ningzi, what did you buy? He Ning retorted, We have everything. Rice, eggs, noodles, tofu, chives, carp, and red lanterns. This provoked a hearty laugh from the women. The plump aunt's voice grew louder. Ningzi, you speak so grandly. Aren't you afraid of tripping over your own tongue? You must be longing for fish, right? Ask Wang Yuandan if his family even has fish to eat for the new year. Wang Yuandan snapped at the plump aunt. Don't look down on others. My family actually has fish this year. Do you want me to show you? He then turned to He Ning. He Ning, my store will have all the New Year goods tomorrow. If you win some money playing cards, come buy some. Wang Yuandan's tone was clearly mocking He Ning. Ningzi's family can't even afford a New Year pig. What else could they buy? If you have white flour, hurry up and steam a few buns, and you might just get through the year. The plump aunt, with a tone that seemed to convey concern, asked, Ningzi, you surely have some white flour at home, right? He Ning sighed. While New Year goods can be purchased with money, dignity is something that cannot be easily regained. Zhang Aibua, who drinks with He Ning daily, walked into the store, cradling a glass jar that could hold 5 pounds of loose liquor. Uncle Wang, 5 pounds of liquor, no credit today, I'll pay you cash. Zhang Aibua turned around and saw He Ning standing at the counter with his child. Zhang Aibua was half annoyed. Ningzi, I sent a brother to call you last night. Why didn't you come? Are you truly done playing? He Ning replied coldly. I will no longer engage in drinking or playing cards with you all. Zhang Aibo laughed heartily, filled with disdain. He Ning, you think you can stop drinking and playing cards? A dog can't change its nature. He Ning's eyes darkened with a cold glare. Li Juan, fearing a fight might ensue and harm their child, quickly urged, Ningzi, let it go, let us go home. Zhang Aibo extracted a 100 yuan note from his pocket, waving it in front of He Ning. With a grin revealing gaps in his teeth, he asked, Ningzi, have you ever seen a newly issued 100 yuan bill? He Ning, who traded wild chickens, rabbits, and fish, dealt in denominations of 10, 2, and 1 yuan. Never having even touched a 50 yuan note, let alone a whole 100 yuan bill. It was likely that his wife had never held a 100 yuan note either. Zhang Aibo then handed the bill to Wang Yuandan. Wang, accustomed to handling large sums, complained, Zhang Aibo, I don't have enough change to give you. Zhang scanned the surroundings, muttering curses. Only women or the impoverished surround me. Who has 100 yuan in change to swap? At the mention of the impoverished, his gaze lingered on He Ning and Li Juan. He Ning nudged Li Juan and whispered, Juan, if you manage to exchange that 100 yuan bill, keep it on you. It will be more convenient. Li Juan hesitated briefly but nodded, longing to possess a 100 yuan note for the comfort it would bring her. He Ning then turned to Zhang Aibo. Would you be willing to exchange with me? Zhang Aibo thought he had misheard. What? You have 100 yuan in change? If not, then never mind. At that moment, Li Juan counted out 100 yuan from her belongings. He Ning accepted the note from her hand, waving it in front of Zhang Aibo. A plump woman nearby scoffed, Ningzi's wife, exchanging small change for a whole bill. Are you going to keep that 100 until next year, when you can create another 100? Other women chimed in, money breeds money. That is undoubtedly true. Suddenly, Li Hongmei entered the shop. Spotting Li Juan and He Ning, cradling a child, she scolded, Ningzi, one is about to give birth. What if she falls? Hurry back. Chapter 16. The Wang family's small shop. A struggle for dignity. Li Juan contemplated returning the money to Aunt Mei when she appeared before her. Aunt, here is your 100 yuan note. I do not wish to keep it. Zhang Aibo grinned mockingly. Ningzi, the money in your hand belongs to your wife. Are you borrowing it from Aunt Mei? TSK, at this late hour in the 12th month, still borrowing money from relatives. How embarrassing. Having shared drinks and merriment with Zhang Aibo, He Ning now wanted nothing to do with him. In Aibo's eyes, He Ning instantly became the target of scorn. Li Hongmei glared at Zhang Aibo. Zhang, finish your drink and refrain from spreading nonsense here. He Ning's recent behavior had pleasantly surprised Li Hongmei. As she saw hope for her niece's future, she wished to offer more support to the couple. Upon hearing others mock He Ning, she immediately retaliated. Zhang Aibo retorted, Aunt Mei, why are you so anxious? Your goodwill towards He Ning and his wife may lead to your own ruin. The plump woman halted at these words, urging Li Hongmei to reconsider. Hongmei, heed everyone's advice. Consider which relatives to assist. Can you truly uplift this couple? If you exhaust your resources, it will be too late for regrets. The other women echoed her sentiments, cautioning Aunt Mei against being overly generous to He Ning. He Ning gritted his teeth, stifling his anger. The dignity he had lost over the years could not be reclaimed in mere days. Pity the poor wife, her face flushed with embarrassment. In Li Juan's heart, she felt compelled to return the 100 yuan to Aunt Mei. The next moment, she pulled out another 100 yuan in change from her pocket and handed it to Li Hongmei. Aunt, Ningzi earned some money, so I must repay you. Let us not provide them with fodder for ridicule regarding Ningzi and me. Reluctantly, Li Hongmei accepted the money from Li Juan's hands, saying, Juan, all the New Year's goods cost at least 100 yuan. I cannot accept them for free. Zhang Aibo, clutching a jar of liquor, had already exited the shop, but paused upon hearing Li Hongmei's words. He turned around and, with a toothy grin, inquired, Aunt Mei, did He Ning prepare New Year's goods for your family? Indeed, thanks to He Ning's assistance. Otherwise, I would have had to make another trip to the town. The plump aunt clucked her tongue. Hongmei, I know Ningzi's wife is your niece, but you need not be so biased in her favor. Li Hongmei chuckled softly. Aunt, Ningzi earned money today and provided me with New Year's goods. What favoritism is there in that? Li Hongmei was known in the village for her honesty. This statement was a desperate attempt to defend her niece and herself. The plump aunt and her companions exchanged glances. Hongmei, did you just say Ningzi earned money today? Am I hearing things? Li Hongmei, growing weary of their inquiries, retorted, whether you heard correctly or not is none of your concern. If you have the ability, go to the mining area and earn some money yourself. The plump aunt felt a sudden embarrassment. Had her earlier mockery turned against her? Undeterred, she asked Li Hongmei, what New Year's goods did Ningzi prepare for your family today? While Li Hongmei complained about He Ning, she was, in fact, praising him. Ningzi bought me everything. He even got 2 fish for me, Despite my inability to cook fish, what a waste of money. The plump aunt smirked, adopting a teasing tone. I find it hard to believe he even bought you fish. Aunt May wore a worried expression. As for those two fish, I truly do not know how to prepare them. I have no idea how to cook fish. He Ning laughed heartily, engaging with Aunt May. Aunt May, marinate them in soy sauce and ginger for half a day, fry them, then freeze them. On New Year's Day, steam them and serve them with sauce for your guests. Li Hongmei then asked, Ningzi, how many 100 pounds of fish did you handle today? I did not see you bring any back. He Ning chuckled. During the new year. How could I not bring back fish? I have 4 at home. I prepared 2 for my sister's family. The plump aunt and her companions were left speechless. Their jaws agape. In these times, who in the village would dare to spend money on a fish for the table during the new year? The plump aunt felt a flush of shame and quickly excused herself, lowering her head to leave. Li Hongmei approached the counter to purchase 2 bags of salt and a jar of soy sauce. Busy with her tasks, she prepared to leave, cautioning He Ning to be careful of the slippery snow and to ensure Juan returned home promptly. Zhang Aibua observed He Ning holding his son, now clad in new clothes, while a woman in a red cotton coat stood closely beside him. A wave of discomfort washed over Zhang Aibua. Just a couple of days prior, they had spent their days and nights reveling together over drinks and games. But now, He Ning seemed transformed, unwilling to engage with him. From Aunt May's tone, it appeared he had made a trip to the Honghu mining area and earned some money. In recent days, he has refrained from indulging in drinking and card games, seemingly to earn a living instead. Zhang Aibua's lips twitched, and a sense of discomfort welled within him. Standing at the shop's entrance, he called out, Ningzi, I noticed your absence these past few days. Turns out you've been off to the mine to earn some money. Impressive. As a brother, could you lend me a couple? He Ning, observing him, felt increasing disdain. An idea began to form in his mind about how to ensure Zhang Aibua could no longer linger in the village. Approaching Zhang Aibua, he whispered, Yang Biao went to Huang's village 2 days ago to collect debts, causing trouble for a young wife. You are aware of this, right? Zhang Aibua's eyes widened in surprise and suspicion. Ningzi, how do you know about this? He Ning chuckled softly, lowering his voice to a mere whisper. If you hadn't mentioned it, how could I possibly know? Zhang Aibua's legs trembled with fear. Ningzi, do not speak carelessly. I haven't shared this with anyone. If I did, Yang Biao might very well kill me. He Ning scoffed. Zhang Aibua, but you just told me. Zhang Aibua's legs quaked again. Are you trying to trick me, Ningzi? The information I knew from my previous life is now being used against you scoundrels. The scoundrel accompanying Yang Biao, with his distinct hairstyle, is Zhang Aibua's cousin. This scoundrel, unable to keep his mouth shut, divulged this matter to Zhang Aibua 2 days ago. He Ning learned from Zhang Aibua that the revelation would come a month later. Having been reborn, He Ning firmly asserted that the information he possessed was imparted to him by Zhang Aibua just 2 days prior. Zhang Aibua, I advise you to hide for a few days. Yang Biao will undoubtedly seek you out for trouble. This year will not be favorable for you. He Ning wished to avoid seeing Zhang Aibua loitering around the village, especially in front of him. After uttering these words, he offered a cold smile. We shall not meet again until the 12th month. This left Zhang Aibua in a state of confusion and anxiety. He Ning, cradling his son, supported his wife and turned to head home. The rattle of a toy echoed in his son's hands. Li Wan felt a surge of panic. She noticed He Ning conversing with a local troublemaker for an extended period, presuming they were planning to drink together. Was Zhang Aibua not clutching a jar of liquor? Li Wan's heart raced with dread. Ningzi, you promised me you would no longer go out drinking and gambling. Juan, I never said I was going to drink. I am busy sweeping the snow in the courtyard. You were just whispering to Zhang Aibua. Wasn't he that a discussion about going out for drinks? Juan, where are your thoughts wandering? I was warning him to stay away from us. Having been reborn, He Ning harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them, wishing not to lay eyes upon them again. Chapter 17. Having a child, unable to reach the hospital, could be terrifying. He Ning held his son tightly with one arm, while the other wrapped around his wife. The walk from Wang's small shop to their home took 10 minutes. With each step Li Wan took, He Ning felt a surge of anxiety. Wen, walk down by yourself. Daddy will protect mommy and your sister. Wen, sleepy on his father's shoulder, could not manage on his own. Ningzi, is it truly a daughter? Yes, it's a daughter, named Yeya. Wan, are you certain she was born after the 15th of the first month? Li Wan chuckled in frustration. That is just an estimate. It could be a few days early or late. There is no certainty. Li Wan's uncertainty filled He Ning with dread. Jian, I am quite concerned. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to the county hospital. Oh dear, why spend that money? I refuse to go to the hospital. No, it is imperative to visit the hospital. We shall go tomorrow for a thorough examination to ascertain the exact date of your delivery. Li Wan chuckled softly. When I am to give birth, even the hospital cannot discern it. This remark left He Ning feeling even more unsettled. He resolved to borrow Mei Gu's mule cart to take Li Wan to the hospital the following day. First, he would safely return his wife and son from Wang's convenience store. Supporting Li Wan, he walked deliberately, ensuring each step was steady. I am not so delicate. I can walk by myself, Li Wan muttered. My dear, it is far too perilous. I cannot allow you to venture out anymore. Ningzi, I served our father dinner just an hour before Wan was born, and this is my second child. What is there to fear? But one cannot walk on snowy paths. If you were to slip, I would rather perish. Carefully, he escorted his wife and child back into the house. Li Wan tended to the stove, ensuring a warm fire blazed, filling their home with comforting warmth. Their son, nestled in He Ning's arms, lay gently on the Kong, wrapped snugly in blankets. He placed soft kisses on the little one's cheeks and retrieved the rattle tightly grasped in his tiny hands, placing it atop his son's head. He Ning could not afford to rest. He needed to shovel the snow in the yard, ensuring it was cleared. Starting tomorrow, he would not allow Li Wan to step outside. She could exercise by walking within the yard. With newfound financial security, Li Wan felt a deep sense of contentment and stability. She finally had the leisure to appreciate the New Year goods He Ning had procured. In the main room, there was a plethora of new bowls, plates, and basins. In the back kiln, over 20 pounds of rice, a basket of eggs, and 4 carp awaited. He had even bought a jar of her favorite brown sugar. The abundance of New Year goods left Li Wan in a daze. She slowly crouched down, one hand clutching a flashlight, the other organizing and examining each item. Yeah, look, all of this has been purchased by Daddy for our family. Yeah. You believe he is a good father, don't you? As Li Wan squatted, a sudden contraction seized her abdomen, causing a twinge of pain. She lost her balance and fell back, sitting on the ground. Ah, she exclaimed. He Ning, while shoveling snow and just reaching the kiln's entrance, was startled by her cry. What is the matter, my dear? He Ning rushed to her side, noticing she had fallen. Did you slip? Panic surged through him. Juan, did you fall? I did not fall. I felt a pain in my belly and sat down. Surely, I am not going into labor? What? Do not frighten me. You promised you would not give birth until after the Lantern Festival. I would not have taken you to the hospital. In He Ning's mind, childbirth necessitated a visit to the hospital. It would take 3.5 hours by mule cart to reach the county at this late hour. Impossible. Yet, in Li Wan's understanding, childbirth was a home affair, with no inclination whatsoever towards a hospital. How many rural women in this era were even aware of the need for a hospital? Ningzi, do not panic. Wasn't one born at home? You should call Mei Gu and Granny Zhang. Li Wan stood up, grimacing as another wave of pain struck. He Ning was not afraid of Yang Biao's debts, but he dreaded the thought of his wife enduring the pains of childbirth, his legs trembling with anxiety. Haunted by the most terrifying scene from a past life, He Ning found himself breathing heavily, his limbs trembling in panic. Ningzi, I've given birth before. Why are you so frightened? Li Wan remarked with a hint of amusement. Had I known you were in pain, I would have taken you to the hospital today. After all, money is not an issue when it comes to your well-being. Observing He Ning's distress, she chuckled lightly. How could I predict this so precisely? If I am unperturbed, why should you be anxious? But it's late at night. How can we possibly go to the hospital? What if you give birth on the way? He Ning stammered, his anxiety palpable. Li Wan grinned, and the contractions intensified, each wave more painful than the last. Ningzi, the stove in the main room is ablaze. Take Wan there to sleep, then summon Aunt Mei and Grandma Zhang, quickly. Li Wan's tone indicated that their daughter was indeed on the verge of being born. As Li Wan lay on the Kong, He Ning hurriedly stoked the fire in the main room. With a racing heart, he dashed out of the courtyard towards Aunt Mei's home. Overwhelmed by the suffocating fear rooted in his previous life, where both his wife and daughter had tragically perished, a memory that had haunted him for 30 years and could not be erased even in this rebirth. Aunt Mei, please help, he cried out, startling Li Hongmei, who was equally alarmed. Did she fall? Mei asked, her brow furrowed. No, she is in labor and says her belly hurts. What should we do? Li Hongmei frowned, murmuring, wasn't it said she would give birth on the 15th of the first month? Have we miscalculated the time? Gathering some paper and cotton, she rushed towards He Ning's home, with He Ning closely trailing behind. Aunt Mei, Juan asked me to get Grandma Zhang. Hurry, why are you following me? He Ning exclaimed, turning to run towards Zhang's house. Standing in the courtyard, he shouted, Grandma Zhang, come help my wife give birth. Inside, Grandma Zhang peered out, questioning, is she really giving birth now? He Ning, without time for further explanations, hoisted the frail Grandma Zhang and sprinted back home. Little Wan, soundly asleep, had already been settled into the adjacent main room by Aunt Mei, blissfully unaware of the commotion. In the kitchen, Li Wan's cries of pain pierced the air, causing He Ning's legs to weaken, but he managed to grasp Aunt May's arm, preventing himself from collapsing. Aunt May, please, do something. Li Hongmei smiled reassuringly. Ningzi, it's quite normal for women to experience pain during childbirth. Why are you so frightened? Yet, He Ning's mind was consumed by the tragedies of his past life. How could he not be afraid? Aunt May, she is going to be premature. She might die. Please save her. Li Hongmei, perplexed, inquired, what is wrong with you, Ningzi? Juan is having a normal delivery. This is not premature, so there's no need for alarm. Her comforting words steadied He Ning's frayed nerves somewhat. He collapsed beside the Kong, cradling Li Juan in his arms, tears streaming down his face. My love, I'm awake now, truly awake. I care for you, for our son and daughter. Please believe me. Li Hongmei tugged at He Ning, urging him to leave. Your wife is about to give birth. What are you shouting for? Step outside, quickly. He Ning tightly embraced his wife, babbling incoherently. Aunt May, I want to go out. I'm holding her. Li Hongmei thought He Ning was being foolish. Li Juan lifted her head and saw the terror etched on He Ning's face. Ningzi, listen to Aunt May. You're a grown man. You must go out. Don't be afraid. Yet He Ning continued to shout, Juan, I'm scared. I'm truly terrified. I fear you, and Yaya will blame me. It's my fault. I should have taken you to the hospital. I'm no good. Li Hongmei, pulling and pushing, shoved the babbling He Ning outside, scolding him. What nonsense are you spouting? Your wife has never given birth before. Chapter 18, Delivery. Life and death struggles. He Ning leaned against the kitchen door, consumed by fear, tears streaming down his face. He sobbed silently, gasping for breath, his body limp and unable to stand. Inside, Grandma Zhang muttered something indistinctly. Oh, ancestors, oh, ancestors. Aunt May seemed to be wiping the beads of sweat from Li Juan's forehead, encouraging her. Juan, just a bit more effort. Remember, Ningzi has been diligent these past few days, earning money for the new year's goods. Push harder. Think of how much he cares for you and the child. Give it one last push. Li Juan cried out in agony, each scream more harrowing than the last, sending He Ning, who was crouching at the door, into a state of despair. He felt as if his very soul had been torn away. On the day Li Juan gave birth to Wen, he was at Zhang Aibo's house, lost in a game of cards. He had no idea that Li Juan was enduring such torment, yet in a past life. On the night of the 23rd day of the 12th month, Li Juan bled profusely, her anguished cries gradually fading into silence. The child was forcibly pulled out by Aunt May, but had already perished. Now, Li Juan was once again screaming in pain, reminiscent of the harrowing scene from his previous life. He Ning, still at the kitchen door, called out hoarsely, Wife, daughter, I am a worthless man. I'm so sorry for you. Inside, Grandma Zhang mumbled something indistinctly. Aunt May continued to encourage Li Juan. Juan, think of the beautiful new cotton coat you have. So bright and red. And don't forget Wenwen's new clothes. Li Juan cried out. Aunt May, he has only changed in the past few days. Why didn't he change sooner? He has been the one tormenting me. At the kitchen door, He Ning's voice was filled with despair. Wife, I am a scoundrel. I'm sorry. Please don't die. I beg you, don't leave us. Juan, I would trade my life for yours and our daughter's. Inside, Li Hongmei scolded. Ningzi, what are you shouting about? Go to sleep. Li Juan then cried out. Aunt, don't scold him. He is scared. Aunt, why does it hurt so much? Li Hongmei retorted. Is there any childbirth without pain? You said it was the 15th day of the first month. I wasn't prepared, so push harder. The head is coming out. He Ning gasped for breath, as if he were the one giving birth. Suddenly, Li Juan let out a loud scream, followed by the piercing cry of a newborn. He Ning's mind went blank, and he felt darkness closing in, fainting as he slumped against the doorframe. Li Hongmei emerged carrying a basin to dispose of waste, nearly tripping over He Ning, who lay sprawled at the threshold. Ningzi, what are you doing on the doorstep? Wake up. He Ning's mind was in a haze, as if Mei Gu had summoned his spirit back. Upon opening his eyes, he seized Li Hongmei, who was holding a basin. Aunt, I want my wife and daughter. Your wife and daughter are perfectly fine. What is wrong with you? He Ning, having seen the door ajar, exerted all his strength to grasp Li Hongmei's body and stood up, squeezing through the kitchen door. He had been outside in the cold for quite some time, and his body felt icy. Li Hongmei shouted, Ningzi, don't go near Juan and the child. You're freezing. The child, my daughter? Only then did He Ning hear the faint cries of a newborn. Granny Zhang's hands were stained with blood, and he was so startled that he fell back to the ground. Li Hongmei returned to the room, yanking He Ning, scolding him. Are you out of your mind today? Your wife is giving birth, and you're acting like this? Get out quickly. He Ning, sitting on the floor, clutched at Li Hongmei's trousers, trembling uncontrollably, shouting, Aunt. I heard it. My daughter is crying. She is all right? She is fine. She was born. He Ning took a deep breath, murmuring, My daughter is safe. truly safe? He rose to his feet, calling out, "Yeah, Daddy is coming to see you." He Ning pushed himself toward the calm, but Li Hongmei held him back tightly. "Ningzi, what is wrong with you? Why are you, a grown man, barging in here?" Though He Ning could not approach due to Li Hongmei's grip, he caught a glimpse of Li Wan turning her head, a pale smile forced onto her face, her voice weak. "Ningzi, listen to Aunt. Go outside. You can see the child tomorrow morning. I want to go out." His daughter was crying under Granny Zhang's care, her cries piercingly loud. He suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing deeply in gratitude to his wife who had endured so much to give birth to their daughter, to Mei Gu and Granny Zhang who had saved their lives. As Li Hongmei watched He Ning kneel and bow, her heart warmed unexpectedly. This man truly cared for his wife and child. Otherwise, he wouldn't be behaving this way. Why not let him stay? Allow him to care for his wife who had just given birth. It wasn't unreasonable. He Ning wiped away a tear, a smile gracing his face. With heartfelt sincerity, he pleaded, "Mei Gu, please don't drive me away. Let me watch over my wife and daughter tonight." Having returned to life, he understood that in the hospital, when a woman gives birth, the father can remain by her side throughout. "Ningzi, warm your hands and body before approaching Juan and the child." "Yes, Mei Gu, I'll warm myself." He Ning longed to press himself against the stove, his palms becoming pleasantly warm. Gradually, he moved closer to Li Wan on the Kong, gently taking her hand. In a hushed voice, he asked, "Wife, you're all right, aren't you?" Li Wan's hand was suddenly grasped by He Ning's warm palm. It was the hand of the child's father. Her voice was soft, yet a smile adorned her face. "Ningzi, you have a daughter now. Weren't you hoping for a girl?" "Yes, my dear, I have a daughter. Her name is Yaya." She is crying. "Ningzi, we still have so many things to prepare." "Yes, my dear, we have so many things ahead of us." "Ningzi, do we still have a large red lantern at home?" "Yes, my dear, we still have a big red lantern. We shall hang it up on the evening of the 30th. Li Wan inquired. He Ning nodded in response. Li Hongmei, witnessing this scene, smiled through her tears. What could have moved He Ning so deeply in these past 2 days? Li Wan smiled, with 2 bright tears streaming from her eyes. He Ning bent down gently, wiping the tears from her face, kissing her forehead and eyes. Grandma Zhang had wrapped the child like a dumpling and handed her to Li Hongmei, saying, "Little girl, what are you crying for? She's just a worthless little thing." Li Hongmei took the swaddled baby, glanced at her, and playfully scolded, "What are you crying for, Ningzi? Look at this ugly little creature. Here, cherish her." He Ning took the daughter in his hands, staring in astonishment. Indeed, she was quite unattractive, dirty, wrinkled, and dark. "Mei Gu, how can this be? Isn't she supposed to be plump and fair?" Li Hongmei laughed and retorted, "Nonsense. The child has just been born. How can she be plump and fair without milk?" He Ning suddenly froze in realization. "Mei Gu, I forgot to buy formula for the baby. What should we do now?" This left Li Hongmei bewildered. "Formula? What formula?" He Ning then remembered that in these times, rural women hardly had access to formula after giving birth. What Yaya needed was breast milk. He cradled his newborn daughter, burying his face deeply into her. Chuckling, he murmured, "Daddy's a bit foolish. Yaya needs her mother's milk." He pressed his face against her cheek. "Yaya, my daughter." Li Wan's gentle voice called out, "Ningzi, please prepare me a large bowl of brown sugar water with that jar of brown sugar you bought." "A large bowl of brown sugar water? I will prepare it right away. I bought the brown sugar, let me fetch it." He carefully handed the daughter to Li Wan. He Ning dashed outside to retrieve the jar of brown sugar. Chapter 19, A Night Until Dawn. Wife and child safe, He Ning leapt off the Kong and hurried to the next room to fetch the brown sugar. Using the tip of a kitchen knife, he pried open the metal lid, scooped a lump, and dissolved it in boiling water to prepare a bowl. He cautiously placed it before Li Wan. "Wan, it's a bit hot, drink slowly." The room was in disarray as Grandma Zhang and Li Hongmei busily tidied up. He Ning called out, "Mei Gu, Grandma Zhang. Please wait a moment. I will make you both some warm brown sugar water too." Li Hongmei gazed at He Ning, perplexed by how he could have undergone such a transformation, becoming an entirely different person. After working tirelessly for half the day, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and she felt quite thirsty. He Ning, holding a bowl of steaming brown sugar water, offered it to Mei Gu. "Oh, Ningzi, how thoughtful of you. Serve Grandma Zhang first. She is from your grandmother's generation." "Indeed, serve Grandma Zhang first." Grandma Zhang received a bowl to drink, after which another was prepared for Mei Gu. Mei Gu smiled broadly. "Ningzi, you are truly considerate, even buying a jar of brown sugar, exactly what we need." Li Hongmei added, "Ningzi, could you fetch a quilt from my house? I will stay here tonight." "A quilt? Of course, I have 2 new cotton blankets." He Ning turned and rushed out, bringing 2 new cotton quilts from the adjacent room. One was placed against Li Wan's back, while the other was shared by Mei Gu and Grandma Zhang, who lay down on it. Li Hongmei felt a significant sense of relief in her heart. This man truly understood what the family needed most. After finishing a bowl of brown sugar water, Li Wan regained much of her strength. Ningzi, did Wenwen cry? He wants his mother. Wenwen was peacefully asleep, too tired from play to even turn over. Leaning against the quilt, Li Wan cradled little Yaya in her arms, lifted her head slightly, and with a faint smile remarked, Ningzi, she's quite ugly. Like a little dumpling. He Ning chuckled softly. Juan, once she starts nursing, she will become beautiful, just as Annie said. Li Hongmei also laughed. Indeed, once she starts nursing, in just a few days, she will look entirely different. He Ning quietly added more coal to the stove, with Grandma Zhang and Mei Gu keeping watch through the night. He Ning felt a sense of calm wash over him. Grandma Zhang could no longer stand and pulled back the quilt, lying down on the calm. He Ning softly said, Auntie, if you can't sit still, you should lie down for a while too. Mei Gu reclined slightly, her eyes gently closing as she dozed off. He Ning tiptoed over to Li Wan, his gaze fixed on his newborn daughter nursing, then on his wife as she placed their full-bellied daughter beside her and gradually sank down to sleep. He Ning vigilantly tended to the two stoves, watching over his wife and child, his eyes unblinking until midnight. Mei Gu stirred, chiding herself. Oh dear, I fell asleep and missed my duties. I was supposed to make rice porridge for Juan. He Ning stood up and whispered, Annie, let me make the millet porridge. You can rest a bit longer. Conveniently, there was already a bowl of millet in the cupboard, so he didn't need to go out. He rinsed half a bowl of millet and poured it into the pot. After 40 minutes, a pot of creamy millet porridge was ready. Auntie, can one eat eggs? If she can manage to drink millet porridge all day, she should be able to get out of bed and walk around to eat an egg. Li Hongmei spoke as she turned over to the little infant, carefully unwrapping the swaddling cloth. He Ning asked, Auntie, what are you doing? The baby needs to relieve herself after nursing. I'll take care of it. He Ning inquired again, Auntie, is Juan all right? Let me take another look. Li Hongmei examined Li Wan thoroughly. Ningzi, Juan is fine. The room must not get cold. Is there enough coal? If not, go to my house and bring back 2 bags. There's enough. It will last until the Lantern Festival. As dawn broke, Grandma Zhang turned over, inspecting Li Wan from head to toe, and concluded, Hongmei, everything seems fine. I'm going home now. He Ning intended to escort Grandma Zhang out, but stepping outside would chill him to the bone, and returning would be troublesome. Moreover, in the next room, their son was about to wake up, and He Ning needed to soothe him. Grandma Zhang, I truly apologize. I cannot see you out. Once I am settled, I will bring a substantial gift to express my gratitude. Please have a bowl of hot porridge before you leave. It will warm you up. Grandma Zhang accepted the bowl and spoon, praising, who says Ningzi is careless. He is so considerate. After finishing her porridge, she secured her hat and left the house. He Ning called out, Grandma Zhang, in a couple of days, I shall come to express my gratitude. His voice roused Li Wan from her slumber. Little Yaya began to cry, her wails resounding. Anxiously, He Ning inquired, What is the matter with my daughter? Li Hongmei replied, She is hungry. She wants to nurse. What else could it be? Li Wan propped herself against the cotton quilt, cradling Yaya in her arms to nurse her. The cries ceased immediately. He Ning ladled a bowl of millet porridge and brought it to Li Wan's lips, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. As Li Wan gazed out the window at the dawn, her large eyes fluttered, and she asked He Ning, Wenwen is awake and fussing for his mother. Please bring him here. He isn't awake yet. He exhausted himself running around yesterday and can sleep until the sun rises, He Ning replied. Li Wan's eyes sparkled as she looked at He Ning. Ningzi? Huh, you have a daughter now? Indeed, I have both a son and a daughter. Thank you, my dear wife. He placed a gentle kiss on Li Wan's forehead. Li Hongmei also enjoyed a bowl of millet porridge, and seeing He Ning being affectionate with Li Wan brought her joy. However, she scolded, Enough of that. You silly old woman. Why are you being so affectionate? Hurry up and feed her a couple more bowls of porridge. In the adjacent room, Wenwen burst into tears. Mama? Mama. Li Wan took the porridge bowl from He Ning's hands to drink herself. Hurry and bring Wenwen here. He Ning turned and entered the next room. Little Wenwen stood on the Kong with bare legs, crying and rubbing his eyes. Be good, son, Daddy is here. I want Mama. Mama. Wenwen continued to wail. He Ning scrambled onto the Kong, hastily dressing his son. Son, Mama needs to take care of your little sister. He fed Wenwen a piece of candy. With the candy in his mouth, Wenwen still cried for his mother. First thing in the morning, he felt secure only when he saw Mama. He Ning held him tightly and returned to the kitchen. After finishing 2 bowls of porridge, Li Wan felt invigorated and sat up. Little Yaya, satisfied, lay sleeping beside them. Li Wan opened her arms to embrace Wenwen. You are a big brother now. Why are you still crying? Wenwen's voice trembled. Mama. What is it, Wenwen? Is Daddy unwell? At 3 years old, Wenwen nestled into his mother's embrace, and that was enough for him. He then emerged from her hold, saying, "Mama, hold the little sister." Little Wenwen ceased his fussing, playing with a rattle. He Ning quickly scooped him up, pressing the rattle down. "Shoo, the little sister has just been born. You might startle her." He Ning washed Wenwen's face and hands, applying some balm, and fed him half a bowl of millet porridge. He then dressed him warmly with a hat and gloves. Wenwen ran around the yard, the rattle clanging joyfully. Li Hongmei instructed, "Ningzi, tend to the stove. I shall return shortly." "Aunt Mei, please go. I can manage caring for the three of them," He Ning replied. Li Hongmei chuckled. "What can you possibly manage? I am bringing diapers for the baby." "Aunt Mei, isn't your family slaughtering the pig today? You should be busy. I will take care of my wife and children." Li Hongmei laughed again. "Look at you. Our pig can be slaughtered tomorrow or the day after. First, make sure Juan is well taken care of." In He Ning's heart, he felt an immense gratitude towards Aunt Mei that words could not express. Chapter 20. Dear brother, utterly detested on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. Early in the morning, the biting cold wind whipped against the face. 30 miles away from He Ning's home, He Yin hurriedly drove a donkey cart, her hands tucked into her sleeves, as she exited the small village of Shui. Had it not been for the impending heavy snowfall, she would have visited her maternal home 2 days prior. When she departed her house, a fierce quarrel erupted with the man inside. The contention stemmed from her support of her younger brother. Her husband berated her, asserting that their household was on the verge of collapse. He Yan's family was not particularly affluent. She defended herself, insisting that she ought to deliver the new clothes she had made for her 3-year-old nephew. Her husband complained about her decision to bring her sister-in-law to their home for her confinement, questioning her fear of being ridiculed. He Yan was filled with a mix of despair and anger. The despair arose from her husband's refusal to allow her to bring her sister-in-law and nephew to live with them, while the anger stemmed from her brother's dismal situation, which cast a shadow over her sister-in-law's plight. She harbored resentment towards He Ning, wishing she could break his legs in frustration. For years into his marriage, with a 3-year-old son, he still languished as a ne'er-do-well in the village. Possessing a mere 10 yuan, surviving a single night was a miracle. He Yin felt pity for her sister-in-law, who, with a belly swollen from pregnancy, was burdened with caring for both her husband and son. Even more pitiful was Wenwen, her 3-year-old nephew, who cried in the yard all day long. When He Yin left in the morning, her quarrel with her husband had already cast a pall over her spirits. The thought of her brother sleeping until noon, berating his wife and yelling at his son, only fueled her anger. She gritted her teeth in fury, muttering, "Ningzi, if I see you drunk and causing a ruckus today, losing money and shouting at your wife, I will take Juan and the child away. You can live however you please. I am not your sister anymore." He Yin had resolutely decided to bring Li Juan and her child to her home for care. This decision had caused a fierce argument with her husband, who vehemently opposed bringing her sister-in-law and her child over. What kind of person brings a pregnant woman to her relative's house at the year's end? He Yin was determined to have Li Juan and Wenwen celebrate the new year with her. Could Zhang Dongping truly cast Li Juan aside? He had no idea what he was capable of. The notion of Li Juan giving birth and recuperating at her house had been the only viable solution He Yin had contemplated for months. As for her brother He Ning, she sometimes wished he would drink himself to death. The thought of her nephew, dressed in rags, filled her with sorrow. Without the villagers' assistance, he would have nothing to eat during the festive season. Tears rolled down He Yan's cheeks. A thick, sturdy stick rested on the cart. If she encountered the same scene as before, and He Ning did not receive a beating that would break his legs, she would no longer be his sister. The snow was deep along the path, causing the donkey to tread cautiously and slowly. It was not until noon that she finally entered the village of Shirley-Pu. As she passed by He Guomin's house, she spotted her second aunt bent over, smashing a pig's head in the yard. "Aunt, are you busy?" she called out. Wang Qin abruptly turned her head, and upon seeing the tightly wrapped He Yin, the anger she felt towards He Ning surged within her. She stood up and rushed out of the yard, exclaiming, "Yinzi, it's not that I want to scold you, but why do you continue to support that good-for-nothing? He took a kitchen knife and threatened to harm me and your second uncle. If you don't intervene, he might truly commit a heinous act." Upon hearing these words, He Yan's anger left her breathless. He Yin called out, and the donkey continued to plod forward. Wang Qin, trailing behind her, was still hurling insults. He Yin felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Upon hearing her second aunt's harsh words, she tightened her grip on the stick from the cart. How could she wield a cleaver against her uncle and aunt? "If I don't break your legs today, I'm not your sister. I will take Juan and Wenwen away right now. Whether you freeze or starve is of no concern to me." As she muttered angrily, the donkey cart halted at the entrance. The earthen courtyard, with its 2 dilapidated mud houses, stood as a reminder of her incompetent brother. For years ago, it was a grave mistake to lure a girl from the Li family to marry He Ning. They claimed it was for the peace of mind of their father, believing it would restore his health. They insisted that with a wife and child, He Ning would no longer be a good-for-nothing. Nonsense. A dog cannot change its nature. He Yin expected to hear Wenwen's wailing at the entrance, along with He Ning's incessant grumbling and Li Wan's sobbing. Instead, she was met with the cheerful sounds of a rattle echoing in the yard. Wenwen's laughter rang out. "Daddy, we're having rice and fried eggs." "All right, my son. Daddy will make you rice, fried eggs, pickled vegetables, and vermicelli with meat. Come here for a kiss." It seemed He Ning was affectionately nuzzling Wenwen's neck, causing her to giggle. He Yin stood in a daze. The atmosphere in the courtyard was markedly different from usual. She then heard Li Wan's aunt, Li Hongmei, calling out, "Ningzi, stop playing with Wenwen and come over. There's a heap of things to do. Aunt Mei, my wife wants chicken noodle soup. I'm going to the village to buy a chicken for broth." "Ningzi, don't be foolish. Your wife shouldn't have chicken soup on the first day." "Aunt Mei, who says? Chicken soup is fine. My wife didn't have a cesarean. I'm going to buy a hen for broth." At the entrance, He Yin felt as if the sun had risen in the west upon hearing those words. The commotion from outside caught He Ning's attention, and he shouted, "Aunt Mei, my sister is here." He Ning scooped up Wenwen and dashed out of the yard. He Yin tossed the thick stick onto the cart, dismissing her second aunt's remarks from her mind. She spotted her dear nephew, Wenwen, dressed in new clothes, his face beaming with joy, clutching a rattle. Wenwen rushed to He Yin, expressing affection more readily than for his father. "Dudu's here. Give me a hug." He Yin embraced Wenwen and asked, "Did your great-aunt buy you new clothes?" Initially, she assumed it was her sister-in-law's aunt who had gifted the child the new attire. "Daddy bought me new clothes and candies, so many." Wenwen spread his arms wide. "Daddy bought them? Is Daddy wealthy?" Indeed. He Ning had scavenged the money from Li Wan to purchase new clothing for the child. He Yin scoffed, glaring at He Ning, rebuking him. "What are you wasting money on? Don't you know that I'm the one who makes the New Year's clothes?" Having learned a bit of tailoring, she could craft a family outfit with 4 pockets in just 2 days. He Ning wore a playful grin, spreading his arms to embrace his sister, only to be pushed away by He Yin, who scolded, "Get away. I can't stand the sight of you. Sister, one has given birth, and both mother and daughter are safe." He Yin, momentarily forgetting to scold her younger brother, placed down her things and hurried into the house. Just as she was about to enter the kitchen, she suddenly felt the chill enveloping her. She turned around and entered the adjacent main room. He Ning followed her inside. "Sister, Juan delivered last night, assisted by Aunt Mei and Grandma Zong. You should warm yourself by the fire before visiting them," he urged. He Yin glared at him, her face twisted in disgust. "So now you care for your wife? Why didn't you do that sooner?" He Ning chuckled. "Sister, with you tending to Juan, Aunt Mei can focus on slaughtering the New Year pig." He Ning, disregarding further conversation with his sister, rushed into the kitchen to prepare rice and dishes for several people. He Yin was torn with conflicting emotions. Now that Li Wan had given birth, how could they possibly transport her and the baby to the distant Xiaoshui village in this bitter cold? Chapter 21. A sister's frustration. Those arriving from outside were expected to bring a bowl of hot water and something to eat. He Yin realized she had nothing to serve. Instinctively, she turned her head to scan the room. The floor was neatly arranged with new pots, bowls, and basins, adorned with lanterns and couplets. A bag of peanut candy and jujubes was also present. Has the New Year's goods finally arrived? Yet, He Yan's heart was not filled with joy. Rather, it was heavy with worry. She soon understood that her brother had taken 100 yuan from Li Wan to purchase the New Year supplies. At least He Ning had spared her some concern by not squandering the little money Li Wan possessed. He had managed to bring back some essentials. He Yin exited the room and brought in 2 bundles from the cart. She retrieved a pack of sweet pastries, warming 2 over the fire. One was given to her little nephew, while she cradled the other as she entered the kitchen. Li Hongmei greeted her with a smile, saying, "Yan, with such heavy snowfall, I thought you might not come." "Aunt Mei, I intended to take Juan and Wenwen to my house, but since the baby arrived, I didn't bring many supplies." He Yin explained. The pot was simmering with rice, emitting a fragrant steam. The room felt cozy and warm. He Yin climbed onto the bedstead and asked cheerfully, "Juan, how are you feeling?" Li Wan sat on the bed, her face lit with a sweet smile for her sister. "Sister, I'm doing just fine." He Yin noticed her expression devoid of worry. Inwardly, she thought, this scoundrel has spent all your money, yet you still smile? She offered a bit of the pastry crumbs to Li Wan. "I came from afar. It would be troublesome if your milk supply were disrupted. Just a taste will suffice." Li Wan laughed. "Sister, you're not an outsider. Juan, I had planned to take you away today, but since you've given birth, don't worry. I will stay to care for you." He Ning was chopping pickled vegetables, potatoes, garlic sprouts, and tofu on the cutting board, and had also prepared the soaked vermicelli. He glanced at him, scoffing. What a show-off. All this enthusiasm will last 3 days. She then asked Li Hongmei, Aunt May, I hope your family hasn't been too burdened with all this commotion? It was agreed that today would be the day for butchering the pig. Yet who could have foreseen that one gave birth last night? Am I not tasked with watching over her for 2 days? First and foremost, I must ensure that Juan is well cared for. Meigu, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in looking after my sister-in-law. Otherwise, what would she have done last night? Li Hongmei smiled broadly, saying, the way you put it makes it sound as though one isn't my own niece. He pushed He Ning aside, saying, go on, what can you even cook? Is Juan brave enough to eat pickled vegetables with tofu and vermicelli? Sister, this meal is for us. One will have chicken soup noodles tonight. With He cooking, He Ning had the opportunity to ask Li Yuan for 10 yuan to buy a chicken from the village. Li Yuan extracted 10 yuan from her pocket and handed it to He Ning. He cast a sidelong glance, puzzled. How come this couple is so amicable? He Ning asks for money, and she simply gives it? Sister, you and Mei Gu should eat first. Don't wait for me. He scolded. If you take that 10 yuan and don't come back, I'll break your legs. Just you wait. He Ning left. Only then did He inquire about a few matters with her sister-in-law. This rascal asked you for money, and you handed it over without a second thought? Aren't you afraid he'll go gamble? Li Yuan smiled faintly. Sister, Ningzi doesn't drink anymore, nor does he gamble or hang out. This money is what he earned these past few days. He scoffed. He can earn money? If he doesn't shout at you or scold the children, I'd consider it a blessing. Li Yuan smiled softly, choosing not to explain further. She cradled her wailing daughter, whispering, oh my dear, let mama hold you. A serene and content expression adorned Li Yuan's face. He felt a tumult of emotions within her. This woman, despite He Ning's fleeting warmth over the past 2 days, seemed to overlook his faults. It was a stroke of luck for her brother. Yet this scoundrel, having taken 10 yuan and left, would undoubtedly vanish by afternoon and be completely absent by evening. He was squandering such a good woman. As sympathy for Li Yuan swelled within her, He resentment towards He Ning intensified. He began to stir-fry, preparing a pot of tofu, pickled vegetables, vermicelli, and meat slices. She inquired of Li Hongmei, Mei Gu, whose meat slices are these? I brought over a pig's tail for a couple of meals. Tomorrow my family will butcher the pig, and I'll bring over a hind leg for Ningzi to make meatballs and braised pork. He scoffed. What good will meatballs and braised pork do him? He out, and about all day? Li Hongmei chuckled lightly. Yinzi, don't scold Ningzi. He has changed. He cares for his wife and children now, and he spent his own money on the New Year's goods. Humph, isn't that still money from Juan? He just momentarily enthusiastic. And you, Mei Gu, are defending him? Li Hongmei shook her head, laughing softly. Yinzi, you'll see, Ningzi has genuinely changed. Li Yuan sipped her millet porridge, feeling somewhat bland, as the aroma of the pickled vegetable and meat wafted through the air, making her mouth water. Sister, I wish to eat rice. He immediately refused. Who eats rice right after giving birth? You can have half a bowl of rice soup. Sister, I'll just have a little bit of tofu, just a tiny bit. Juan, having given birth to Wanwan, surely you know how to eat during confinement? After giving birth to Wanwan, I had millet porridge 3 times a day for 5 days. Li Yuan grimaced at the sight of millet porridge. Chives and eggs were stir-fried next. Li Hongmei asked, shall we wait for Ningzi to return before eating? He snorted coldly. He took 10 yuan and ran off. It's unlikely he'll return. Let's eat without waiting for him. The dishes were served on the table. He leaned down to examine the new table, which cost 20 yuan. We really ought to buy a dining table, Juan. Don't fret, I'll give you the money. He had only 20 yuan to her name. Though she spoke to comfort Li Yuan, her intention was to ease her sister's worries. Sister, Ningzi has been working hard these past few days, making a trip to the county and then to the mine, and he brought back a little money. Our household is better off now. This was the most astonishing news he heard upon entering the room. She blinked at Aunt May. Is that true? Aunt May beamed. Juan is right. Ningzi has earned some money, and Juan feels more secure now. He scoffed. I don't believe it. Just now, Aunt said he threatened someone with a knife. Do you think he's doing well? No way. Li Hongmei exclaimed. Ning took a knife to scare uncle and aunt. Juan knows about it. But she didn't know how to explain it to her sister. Ning called from outside. Sister, Aunt may I come in? He snapped. This is a woman's quarters. What business do you have here? Go to the next room. Li Hongmei chuckled. He kept watch by Juan's side all night. It's fine. Let him in for a meal. He took 10 yuan and came back with a chicken. He was taken aback. Go warm yourself in the main room before you come in. After 10 minutes in the main room, Ning entered the kitchen. He glared and scolded. Ningzi, Aunt said you threatened uncle and aunt with a knife? What's going on? Ning's expression darkened. Sister, you know what kind of people uncle and aunt are. Ningzi, regardless of their faults, they are still your elders. Do you want the villagers to gossip about you for scaring them with a knife? Ning chuckled derisively. Let them gossip? Sister, just look at how our grandfather lives. Do you think the villagers care what they say about me? Upon hearing this, He Ning fell silent. Chapter 22. His enthusiasm lasts at most 5 days. The sibling's grandfather, 83 years old, curled up in the lowest, dilapidated earthen house on the east side of He Guomin's property. Everyone in the village knew that uncle and aunt had a reputation for taking care of the elderly. Yet, the living conditions of the old man resembled that of a dog kennel. His food was akin to swill. This was what gave Ning the audacity to threaten uncle and aunt. If they did not treat the old man like a human, why should he regard them as such? Li Hongmei also expressed her pity for Ning's grandfather, an 83-year-old man, coiled in a frigid, cramped room. Constantly tending to his own fire and cooking was hardly a sustainable situation. Ning felt sympathy for his grandfather, though at present, it was merely sympathy. People believed Ning couldn't even take care of his wife and child, so how could he possibly care for his grandfather? During the meal, Ning suddenly declared, Sister, let's bring grandfather here and take care of him. He Ning paused, chopsticks suspended in midair, staring at her brother as if he were a stranger who had abruptly entered the room. Did I hear that correctly? You want to take care of grandfather? What will you use to care for him? Ning replied earnestly, millet porridge, rice, eggs, and chicken soup to nourish him. Deep down, Ning had his own plans. It is unbearable to witness grandfather suffering under the care of my uncle and aunt. This is also a matter of preserving my own dignity. I wish to honor grandfather properly, who in the village still dares to call him a worthless scoundrel. This thought weighs heavily on my heart. Suddenly, I rise to my feet. Sister, I will carry grandfather back right now. However, He Ning firmly grips my arm. Ningzi, what are you thinking? Do you believe you can simply carry grandfather away? Can you even get past uncle and aunt? The old man has his own son and daughter-in-law. How could he be taken in by a grandson from a different generation? Do your uncle and aunt have no pride? Besides, grandfather is quite stubborn. He spends all his time cooped up in that small, dark room. He would rather reside in the dilapidated side room of the old house, cooking for himself, than be taken care of by you. Even if he wished to come to your home, your uncle and aunt would never allow it. It is commendable that you bring a bowl of food to grandfather, but bringing him to your house would only invite ridicule from the villagers. It would appear that his own son and daughter-in-law neglect him, forcing the old man to live with the least prosperous grandson. Where would that leave your uncle? Thus, He Ning pulls me back. Sit down and eat. Your wife and child need your care. If they are indeed hungry or cold, I will be grateful enough. Can you really afford to worry about grandfather? Juan mentioned that you earned some money these past few days. What is going on? I have indeed made some money and, despite my desire to remain low-key, I cannot hide it from my older sister. I recount the details, and it is evident how astonished He Ning is. You earned 500? She then speculates. Did you win 500 playing cards and claim it as hard-earned money? I don't believe it. You could never endure such hardship. I know your character too well. You must have played cards in the county and gotten lucky. The money is in Li Wan's possession, and she takes it out to inspect it closely. Sister, this money isn't from Ningzi gambling. It comes from those in the mining area. Li Wan hands the money to my sister. He Ning takes it, breathing heavily. In just 3 days, the amount has grown from 100 to 500. Is money from the families of miners so easy to earn? Sister, if I make one more arduous trip to the county and the mining area, I could turn 500 into 1,000. He Ning's mind is in turmoil. 1,000. In these days leading up to the new year, those with money are eager to earn more. But in 2 days, could my foolish brother really earn 1,000? It's absurd. Li Wan asks, Ningzi, are you still buying fish? I chuckle and explain, these past few days, bringing fish to the mining area has yielded no sales. But transporting a truckload of oranges could double my earnings. In the room, the 3 women exchange glances. Li Wan turns to get off the Kong. As she moves around, feeling better, she can enjoy chicken soup and hearty noodles. I set down my bowl and chopsticks to assist her. Li Wan remarks, if buying oranges can double your earnings, then go earn some for your sister, to put her mind at ease. I laugh lightly. Wife, the money is all with you. Will you really give it to me? I will give it to you, but you must earn it for Aunt May and sister. He Ning listened intently, convinced that this couple was merely jesting. She could hardly believe that He Ning could endure such hardship. Forget it, Juan. I know Ningzi's temperament well. He may be fervent for 3 days, but soon he will revert to his old self. Do not give him any more money to squander. He Ning cast a glance at his sister. Sister, could you stay and take care of Juan during her confinement? He Ning scoffed. Why should I care for Juan? Are you going to take care of her instead? He Ning quickly finished his meal, a plan forming in his mind. Sister, if you hadn't come today, I would have been tied up and unable to leave. But now that you are here to look after Juan, I can step out for a bit and earn some money. In He Yan's mind, the prospect of 500 yuan became tangible, coupled with Meigu's unwavering trust in He Ning and the newfound confidence glimmering in his eyes. It appeared that his burning passion had not yet waned. Ningzi, tell me, how can selling oranges yield such a profit? He Ning had gleaned this information while selling fish to the families in the mining district. What they truly desired were oranges. If I leave at 4 in the morning to the county's agricultural market, I can buy a truckload of oranges and sell them in the mining community. Selling them at 3 to 4 jiao per jean and then at 6 to 7 jiao per jean would indeed double the profit. But if you leave at 4 in the morning, wouldn't that mean setting off at midnight? He Yin questioned. In this bitter cold on snowy roads, who would drive a cart to the county at 11 or 12 o'clock at night? If her younger brother could truly withstand such hardships, then perhaps he was not as aimless as she thought. Yet, she believed that his fervor would not last beyond a few days. After finishing his meal, He Ning yawned, overwhelmed by fatigue from the previous sleepless night. Sister, I will take a nap this afternoon, then head to the county tonight to wholesale oranges, transporting them to the mining area. 400 will become 800. After uttering these words, he stepped outside to slaughter a chicken and pluck its feathers. Half an hour later, he returned with a clean, whole chicken and began chopping it on the cutting board. Sister, I leave the chicken soup to you. I'm going to sleep. Tonight, I'll set off with the donkey cart to earn some pocket money for the new year. He Ning lay down on the Kong in the main room, sleeping soundly until dusk. Dinner consisted of chicken noodle soup prepared by He Yan. Li Juan devoured 2 full bowls, muttering, Meigu said I must drink millet porridge for 3 days. I refuse. I will have noodles instead. He Ning rubbed his eyes and murmured, the notion of drinking millet porridge for 3 days is nonsensical. You are not having a cesarean. Li Juan blinked her large eyes. I heard from third uncle that in hospitals, they cut the belly to deliver the baby. Fortunately, I didn't go to the hospital. Huh. If they had taken you to the hospital, you might have ended up with a cesarean, and 500 would be spent. With He Yin caring for her sister-in-law, Li Hongmei returned to her own home. At this moment, while He Ning was sleeping in the adjoining room, He Yin learned from Li Juan what her younger brother had become over the past few days. However, she remained skeptical. Li Juan had been frightened during childbirth the previous night, contemplating how to provide for his wife and child. He Yin believed this enthusiasm would only sustain her aimless brother for 5 days at most. After New Year's Eve, when everyone indulged in drinking and playing cards, he would surely become lazy and reveal his true self. He Ning extended his hand, asking Li Juan for money. Give me 300. Chapter 23. Oranges, the mining district. Midnight moments as He Ning reached out for money, He Yin felt a surge of anxiety. Li Juan also experienced a fleeting moment of unease. Holding 500 yuan close to her, a sense of security enveloped her. What if she relinquished the money? What if He Ning, in a fit of impulse, gambled it away in town? He Yin inquired, Ningzi, do elaborate on how you plan to turn a profit. Sister, with this heavy snowfall, small vendors are reluctant to venture into the mining district. Isn't this my golden opportunity? I will set off early to the county's agricultural market and secure a batch of oranges at the first opportunity. I will transport them to the mining district and sell them at the earliest chance. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, braving the night on a donkey cart. Few could undertake such a journey. He Ning was determined to succeed, knowing it would lead to substantial earnings. The women in the mining district eagerly awaited the arrival of oranges. They needed them by the basketful. Just days prior, while shopping for New Year's goods in town, they had found no oranges available due to the heavy snow that rendered the roads treacherous. The oranges transported from the south were in short supply. Individuals from 40 miles away were already gathered at the county agricultural market at the break of dawn, awaiting the arrival of a truckload of oranges. He Ning believed he was the only one daring enough to take on the challenge. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above, he thought. Sister, can you lend me all the money you have? Without hesitation, He Yin replied, don't even think about it. Li Juan, seated on the Kong and nursing little Yaya, chimed in, Ningzi, do not ask your sister for money. Take our 500. He Ning accepted 400. Knowing that the donkey cart could only carry 700 to 800 jin of goods, but no more than 400 of them would be oranges. Li Juan kept 100 for herself. Even if He Ning suffered losses, there would still be 100 remaining. He Ning climbed onto the Kong and planted a kiss on the sleeping Yaya. Daddy is going to earn some money for you, my daughter. Soon you will wear beautiful new clothes. He had not seen Wen all day. Li Hongmei had taken the little one to play at her home, so as not to disturb He Yin while she cared for the elderly woman. He Ning cheerfully declared that he would share half of his earnings with his sister and Aunt May. He Yin scoffed, don't boast. You must first prove you can earn it. The donkey at his sister's home had its cart unhitched and was feasting on grain in the empty yard. He Ning dug a tub of corn kernels from the back of the shed to feed it and offered it a bucket of water. He Yin assisted her brother in reattaching the cart to the donkey, grumbling. Didn't you say you would only be able to secure the goods by 4 in the morning? Why are you leaving now? I must hurry. I will reach the county in 3 hours, just in time for 10 o'clock. I need to settle matters with the market administrators early to avoid complications when transporting the oranges. I can also catch a brief rest at the county guest house. He Ning explained, his words reflecting the shrewdness of a seasoned merchant. His past experiences guided him. Securing a truckload of oranges was not as simple as it seemed. It required navigating the intricacies of the market, establishing rapport with the administrators, and paying necessary fees to obtain the goods. He donned a sheepskin coat and a tattered, warm hat. The donkey cart rolled down the small slope in front of their home. He Yin stood, watching her brother's silhouette fade down the village path. Just a surge of enthusiasm that will last a few days, she sighed. The donkey traverses at a slower pace than the mule, and after journeying 30 miles along the Yanxiao ditch, it takes a full 3 hours. The sky is overcast, and the path, worn by the incessant passage of large trucks, becomes increasingly treacherous. He Ning grips the donkey's halter tightly, advancing step by step with caution. The past few days have yielded good earnings, yet the road remains perilous. Had it not been for the snow, trucks would have already transported goods to the mining area, making it even more challenging for He Ning to seize an opportunity. The breath he exhales forms frost in the frigid air. It is already past 9 in the evening. Upon entering the county town, the snow on the roads has been cleared by organized workers. One after another, 3-horse carts come and go. He Ning leads the donkey directly to the bustling agricultural market in the county. Passing by a grocery store, he purchases 5 boxes of hometown mountain cigarettes, spending 50 yuan. He ties the donkey to a utility pole at the market entrance and tosses a few scattered cabbage leaves on the ground for it to munch on. He heads straight to the market management office to find the leader, Mr. Liu. In his previous life, a year later in the 12th lunar month, he had approached Mr. Liu, offering him 2 boxes of hometown mountain cigarettes, which paved the way for his initial foray into business at the county's agricultural market. Now, having returned to this life, he has managed to secure this first step a year in advance. At this hour, Mr. Liu is still at his post in the management office. He knocks and enters, encountering a familiar face. 20 years hence, this fellow will be a prominent leader in the county's industrial and commercial administration. He Ning silently curses him while maintaining a smile. The last time he procured fish at the fish stall, he did not require Mr. Liu's approval, as the fish were freshly caught from nearby ponds. With ample supply available, buyers could purchase as much as they desired. However, the oranges, transported from the south in a large truck, are exclusively for vendors at the agricultural market who have paid their taxes. The common folk cannot access them. The key to acquiring them lies in charming Mr. Liu. The market leader observes the young man, clad in a tattered sheepskin coat and a thick warm hat, emanating a chill from his long journey. With a frosty demeanor, he inquires, "What do you want?" He Ning produces the 2 boxes of hometown mountain cigarettes, placing them in the drawer of the desk before Mr. Liu's watchful eyes. Mr. Liu's gaze warms with newfound interest. "You're quite savvy. Now what is your purpose?" He Ning begins to express his grievances. Coming from a remote mountainous village is no easy feat with elders above and children below. Earning enough for the New Year's goods is even more challenging. He requests 800 jin of oranges, pledging to pay the requisite fees and taxes. Mr. Liu appears puzzled. "Young man, these past few days, oranges have been in high demand. The stalls in the county can't keep up with the supply. I can't provide you with 800 jin. He Ning insists. "I will cover the stall fees and taxes. My oranges are destined for the Honghu mining area to supply the families of the miners." "Oh, you intend to haul a cartload of oranges to the Honghu mining area?" "Indeed. Departing at 4 in the morning, I shall arrive by 7. Mr. Liu stares at him in disbelief. "My goodness, traveling on snowy roads at such an hour. Are you out of your mind?" He Ning replies, "I am merely striving for hard-earned money." Mr. Liu grabs a notebook from the table and swiftly jots down some notes. 500 jin. You shall pay a service fee of 50 yuan. Without hesitation, He Ning produces the money and inquires, "Is it confirmed that I will receive the goods by 4 in the morning?" "Yes." At the stroke of 4 in the morning, I made my way to the central collection point, clutching the delivery order. It seemed a straightforward task, yet not everyone could navigate it with ease. He Ning, armed with his past experience, ventured to the market's adjacent guest house, spending 10 yuan to endure the wait until 3. He then led his donkey to the heart of the market's collection area. A handful of loaders were busily unloading bamboo baskets from a large truck. He Ning approached silently, extending his hands to assist. "Hey, what are you doing?" The supervisor rushed over, gripping He Ning's shoulder, failing to recognize him. The supervisor suspected He Ning was attempting to pilfer oranges. However, He Ning was well aware of the supervisor's character. He discreetly withdrew a pack of Hongtom Mountain cigarettes from his pocket and slipped it into the supervisor's coat. In business, one must possess a keen insight. A little persuasion can yield great results. Such is the ethos of the market these days. The supervisor promptly softened his tone. You're here to pick up goods, right? Go see Director Liu for a note. The procedural plans entwined with the market were not to be trifled with. He Ning produced the note from Director Liu and handed it over. 500 Jean. Huh, you had this ready? The supervisor remarked. You're quite the resourceful one. But which stall do you belong to for the 500 Jean? He Ning offered him another cigarette, smiling. The stall at Honghu Mine, loading the goods with the cart. Goodness, are you out of your mind? Transporting 500 Jean of oranges to the mine with a cart? The road is 40 li long and covered in snow. Even trucks hesitate to traverse it. He Ning chuckled. Brother, a donkey cart, moving at a slower pace, is safer than a truck. The supervisor shook his head. 500 Jean of oranges will only earn you 2 or 300 yuan. You truly are reckless. He signaled to his loaders to stack the bamboo baskets onto the donkey cart. Each basket was worth 10 yuan, and according to Director Liu's note, there were 25 baskets. They counted carefully to ensure none were miscounted. Chapter 24. 30 baskets of oranges for a good price. The wholesale price for a basket of oranges was 10 yuan. He Ning sought to acquire 5 additional baskets. The supervisor hesitated. After much pleading, He Ning implored, Brother, the supply is tight, and with the year-end approaching, the note from Director Liu must be accounted for. Any discrepancies would be untenable. Considering you are the first to collect at this hour and the challenges of transporting goods over a long distance, let us make an exception and allow you the extra 5 baskets. A pack of Hongtom Mountain cigarettes worked wonders. Without them, he would have received not a single extra basket. With 30 bamboo baskets of oranges piled onto the cart, He Ning paid 300 yuan. At this moment, he was left with nothing in his pocket. He secured the ropes and covered the load with a tarp, requesting a can of hot water. He sipped from it while consuming half a steamed bun he had kept close to his chest. As the donkey cart turned and exited the agricultural market, the owner of the collection point remarked, In this day and age, anyone with such spirit deserves to profit. However, He Ning harbored another layer of concern. Although the snowy roads posed risks, there were indeed daring drivers making their way to the mines. With the right timing, they could transport large quantities of oranges to the mine. His cartload of oranges might not sell well. Yet, he refused to believe that oranges would reach the mine before dawn. It was also possible that a batch had already been delivered the previous day. Even if the families in the mining area had already purchased oranges, He Ning was confident he would not struggle to sell his load. If he made it to Gaoya town for the market, although he wouldn't earn as much as if he had gone directly to the mine, he would still turn a profit. Regardless, these past few days, venturing outdoors has proven lucrative. After traversing for over an hour, I encountered a steep incline ahead. Prioritizing safety, He Ning unloaded 10 bamboo baskets. Gripping the donkey's halter, he tugged it upward. Upon reaching the midpoint of the slope, the donkey stumbled and, with a resounding thud, knelt upon the ground, remaining there for an extended moment. In haste, He Ning unloaded the 10 bamboo baskets once more. Lo and behold, the donkey rose, thankfully unscathed. He Ning pushed from behind, lending his strength, and with only the 10 bamboo baskets aboard the cart, they finally ascended the incline. The cart halted at the summit. At the base of the slope lay 10 baskets. He made 10 trips up and down to load them onto the cart. Exhausted, his calves felt weak. Yet at least he was no longer cold. He neatly arranged the bamboo baskets, secured the ropes, and covered them with a felt cloth. Grasping the donkey's halter, he proceeded step by step forward. As dawn broke, the cart arrived at the housing compound of the mining area. In the frigid morning, most residents remained asleep. With frostbitten noses, they shuffled their feet, enduring hunger, until the first woman emerged from her door. Hey, sister, I brought you some oranges for the new year. She immediately recognized him as the young man who had sold fish days prior. Oh, oranges? From her tone of surprise, He Ning discerned that no substantial shipment of oranges had yet arrived. A sense of relief washed over him. He Ning began to lament. I queued all night to pay the management fees and special product tax just to bring back 30 baskets. It was no easy feat. He produced one for the elder sister to sample. Taste it. Is the flavor true to an orange? In this era, oranges have a genuine flavor. Unlike 30 years later when they are hastily grown and produced out of season, lacking the authentic taste. The elder sister bit into the orange, grimacing as she exclaimed, It's freezing. 2 more women gathered around. He Ning cheerfully greeted them, handing each one an orange. Sister, I, He Ning, wish you and your family an early new year. I don't speak empty words. I understand your thoughts and concerns. Behold, 30 baskets of oranges have arrived overnight. Without my relentless effort, You wouldn't be enjoying these New Year's oranges. Might I kindly request a steamed bun to stave off my hunger, lest I grow soft-hearted and negotiate? This incited hearty laughter among the women. Indeed, a kind-hearted woman brought forth 2 large buns and offered them to him. Young man, did you travel all night with the cart? He Ning candidly replied, from Yangshigagu, 10 miles to the Huanyuan County Agricultural Market, and then back here. I nearly circumnavigated half the globe. Do you think it was easy? Sisters, with the new year approaching, do not haggle over 10 or 8 yuan. The elder brothers and uncles descend into the mines for coal. They do not crave meat, but rather this taste of sweet and sour. Each basket is 25 yuan. Truly not expensive. If you insist on bargaining, I shall take them to the market in Gaoya town instead. This proclamation drew out several more women. They gathered around the oranges, and He Ning, in a generous spirit, distributed them freely. Taste first. If the flavor is delightful, no need for bargaining. Should it be unsatisfactory? That is simply impossible. Young man, is each basket 20 jin? A basket costs 25 yuan. A slight discrepancy is quite normal. If one insists on haggling, the sale would be impossible. The women murmured softly, noting that it was 10 yuan more than before the snowfall. With the 27th day of the 12th month upon them, who could guarantee that another cart of oranges would arrive? Young man, bring down a basket and I won't bargain. 25 is yours. He Ning felt a surge of delight. They shouted 25, but it wasn't truly the price they sought. They would negotiate down to 22 as the minimum. After the first basket sold, the following ones would be snatched up in a frenzy. He Ning covered the remaining basket with a mat. This basket is not for sale, truly not for sale. Please refrain from rushing. A few women were displeased, grumbling amongst themselves. Young man, you sell oranges. What gives you the right to withhold that basket? Sisters, I have a wife and children, aunts and sisters waiting for a taste of freshness. Please understand. As he departed from the cluster of complaining women and children, it was still before 9. On his way, he passed a coal yard, where he spent 20 yuan on 5 bags of coal, enough to last until the new year. Sitting at the front of the cart, he pulled out a handful of coins and meticulously arranged them. When he left home, he had 400 yuan and a 10 yuan bill tucked away. After purchasing 5 boxes of Hometown Mountain cigarettes for 50 yuan, paying 10 for lodging, and an inexplicable 50 yuan market management fee, he now had a total of 700 yuan. He still had a basket of oranges and 5 bags of coal. Almost enough to double his money. The issue lay with that management fee. On Director Lu's invoice, it stated 500 pounds of oranges, not 500 yuan. That 50 had lined his own pockets. It wasn't yet time to confront him. As for the New Year goods, he had bought all that was necessary. If anything else was needed, the Wang family's convenience store in the village would suffice. Bringing money home would provide reassurance to his sister and wife. He Yin felt a flutter of anxiety. She had witnessed the 400 yuan being handed from Li Wan to He Ning. What if he returned empty-handed? Juan. He may be enthusiastic for 3 or 5 days. Once the festivities commence, with everyone drinking and playing cards, his true nature will undoubtedly surface. He Yan's words stirred unease within Li Wan. Her sister's concerns were not without merit. Perhaps He Ning was indeed fervent for only a short while. Fortunately, she had kept 100 yuan on her person. As He Yin prepared lunch, just as she set the dishes on the table, a donkey cart entered the yard. She hurriedly turned and rushed outside. Ningzi, if you squander one's money, I will break your leg. Sister, I just returned, and you're already scolding me? Is this how a sister treats her brother? He Ning entered the yard, longing to see Wenwen rush towards him, eager to hear her call out daddy. But Wenwen had gone to Mei Gu's house for some pork. That little rascal, has she turned into Mei Gu's child? He unloaded the 5 bags of coal from the cart and placed them in the corner of the yard. He Yan's eyes brightened as she fixated on the bamboo basket filled with oranges. Did you really manage to turn over a cart of oranges? Serve the meal. I have a surprise for you and Juan. Chapter 25. The New Year's feast at Aunt May's, after paying the money first. They settled the donkey with some fodder before returning to the dining table for lunch. There was merely a dish of sauerkraut stir-fried with potatoes. He Ning felt a pang of disappointment. Sister, where's the meat? Where are the eggs? He Yin retorted, we finished the meat last night, and the eggs belong to Juan. Don't even think about it. He Ning persisted, what about the boiled chicken? Also Juan's, He Yin replied. He Ning glared in frustration and declared, I'll go eat the pig meat at Aunt May's. Just as he turned to leave, He Yin yanked him back. We're moving the dining table. We can't keep going in and out of Mother US room like this. With a sulky face, He Ning lifted the table and carried it to the adjacent room. He muttered, Sister, you can eat your sauerkraut potatoes. I'm going to Aunt May's. Come back. He Yin called out sharply, halting He Ning in his tracks. What about Juan's money? If you don't cook me scrambled eggs with chives, I want to show you how much I've earned. He Yin scolded, hand it over. Sister, I've worked hard and am starving. At least cook me an egg. Nonsense. Is that child yours? That basket of eggs is for Juan to recuperate. You can't touch a single one. He Yin extended her hand, demanding. You took 400 last night. If you squander it, I'll break your legs. He Ning felt helpless. In his sister's eyes, he remained the useless younger brother. He pulled a neatly organized stack of bills from his pocket and slapped it on the table. I want eggs and meat. He Yan's eyes brightened as she took the money, her face breaking into a smile. Ningzi, did you earn this from trading tangerines? Did I steal it? I want eggs. Fry 5 quickly. He Yan's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. Don't think just because you've earned some money that I'll indulge you. You'll eat sauerkraut potatoes. If you don't want them, get lost. Fine, I'll go to Aunt May's for pig meat. Outside, the sound of a rattle echoed. Dong dong dang, dong dong dang. Father S back. He brought tangerines. One saw the donkey in the yard and shouted, Daddy. Li Hongmei entered the house, holding one wen in one arm and a jar of meat slices in the other. The fatty and lean meat, soaked in a rich soy sauce, glistened as it was placed on the table. He Ning snatched a slice and popped it into his mouth. Little Wen, having eaten until his belly was full, lost interest in the meat slices and instead dashed to grab 2 tangerines from the ground, offering one to his great-aunt and the other to his aunt. Tangerines. Daddy bought them. Inside the house, a strong scent of sweet and sour tangerines filled the air. He Ning inquired, Aunt May, how much did your New Year pig weigh? Over 220 pounds, she replied. That's excellent. To slaughter a pig weighing over 200 pounds for the new year is a true sign of a bountiful harvest. He Ning lifted his bowl and savored the warm meat slices with his millet cakes. Earlier, he had slapped a stack of money on the table for his sister, which Aunt May had also noticed upon entering. Li Hongmei asked, Yen, did He Ning earn this on his trip? He Yen paused, lifting her head, having forgotten how much she counted. Let me count again. 700. Aunt May, Ningzi can earn 300 on a single trip. But He Yen did not voice the unspoken but. He Ning was not oblivious. He understood his sister's implication. The fire of passion within him would only burn for a few days. Sister, I have 400 yuan as capital to give to my wife, and with a profit of 300, you and Aunt May shall each receive half. As a token of my filial piety for the new year. Li Hongmei immediately declined, exclaiming, No, Ningzi, you toil day and night. How could Aunt take your hard-earned money? I shall not accept a single cent. He Ning noticed the troubled expression on Aunt May's face, realizing she had quarreled with Uncle. He Yen signaled to Li Hongmei and pulled her outside. In the courtyard, they spoke softly. Aunt May, please take this 100 yuan. Li Hongmei adamantly refused. And the two tugged back and forth in the courtyard. He Ning stepped out to persuade her. Aunt May, I am taking a pig leg from your home, weighing over 30 pounds. Is that not worth 100 yuan? If you do not accept this money, I will take the pig leg. How can I feel at ease knowing you quarreled with Uncle? Li Hongmei was taken aback, wondering how he could guess so accurately. Just moments ago, she had argued with her husband precisely over the matter of sending a pig leg to He Ning's family. Realizing that the brother and sister were insistent on giving her this 100 yuan, she reluctantly accepted it. Yanzi, for now, keep this money with me. As a reserve for them. Should they find themselves in need, I will bring it out. Li Hongmei thought to herself, this mischievous boy. I wonder if his mother has somehow transformed him, or if he has taken some medicine, for he has completely changed his demeanor, though he now possesses a few coins. What if he ends up drinking and gambling with those rascals during the new year, squandering it all? With this thought, she held the 100 yuan tightly. Yanzi, the household is busy. I must return now. She took out a piece of red cloth from her pocket and hung it on the kitchen curtain before turning to leave. He Ning watched her retreating figure, muttering, Sister, Aunt May certainly quarreled with Uncle. They didn't even let me bring the pig leg. Should I go check? He Yen scolded him. Did you just realize that? These past few days, Aunt May has been solely attending to you too, neglecting her own household matters. How could she not argue with Uncle? Hurry and see. He Ning entered the house, split an orange in half, placed it in a bag, and slipped a box of Hometown Mountain cigarettes into his pocket. Daddy, where are you going? I'm just going to your great-aunt's place. Be a good child and play in the yard until I return. Standing at Aunt May's doorstep, He Ning overheard Uncle's angry voice. The largest pig leg for his family? Why should that be? I don't oppose helping your niece, but must it come with a pig leg? Uncle grumbled. Typically, Aunt May would act as if she had not heard, remaining silent. However, this time she fervently defended He Ning, stating, Ningzi earned money and gave me 100 yuan. How could we not give him the pig leg? He bowing, can you believe that? If you do not give him 100 yuan, I would be lucky to get anything back from him. You must find a plausible excuse to pacify me. He Ning listened intently as he approached his family's main door. Uncle, it is my fault. I dragged you both into this. So please do not berate my aunt any longer. I apologize. Without even stepping inside, he uttered these words of apology. Something he had never done before in front of his uncle. He bowing thought he had misheard. As He Ning lifted the door curtain and stepped in, he took out an orange and handed it to Uncle. Uncle, please calm down and enjoy an orange to ease your temper. I will undoubtedly take the 30-kilogram pork leg from your home, but rest assured, this year it is not without cost. I have already given 100 yuan to my aunt. Li Hongmei stood nearby, seething with indignation. She pulled 100 yuan from her pocket and handed it to He Baoing, filled with discontent. This is for Ningzi's meat purchase. You take it. He Baoing appeared quite embarrassed. Well, Ningzi, that was not my intention. Just take the largest pork leg. Nevertheless, he clutched the 100 yuan without hesitation. He stood up and stepped outside, returning with a 30-kilogram pork leg for He Ning. Ningzi, it's not that I am petty, but half of our pork has already been given away, he explained. He Ning hoisted the pork leg onto his shoulder and retrieved a box of Hometown Mountain cigarettes from his pocket, slapping it into He Baoing's hands with a decisive thud. Uncle, enjoy this pack of cigarettes. I have paid for the pork leg. Chapter 26, Settling Grandfather. The elderly man is too pitiful. He Baoing's eyes sparkled with surprise. A box of Hometown Mountain? Ningzi, did you buy this for me? Uncle, after all the hard work you and my aunt put into raising the pigs for the new year, would it be fair for me to take a pork leg without any compensation? Would you not quarrel with my aunt? This year, I am taking the pork leg for 100 yuan, and it eases my conscience. Li Hongmei was taken aback. When did this child become so warm-hearted? A box of Hometown Mountain cigarettes certainly warmed He Baoing's heart, along with a bag of oranges and over 100 yuan worth of New Year's goods prepared earlier. He Baoing was left in a daze. Had he wronged Hongmei? Did she truly not slip any money to He Ning for those New Year's goods? He Ning grinned. Uncle, on the evening of the 30th, I will be the first to come and wish you a happy new year. Nonsense. Your grandfather and your second uncle will arrive before you. Do not disrupt the order. The emotional turmoil between Aunt May and Uncle was alleviated by He Ning's actions. The large pork leg was triumphantly carried home. From a distance, he heard his son calling, Daddy, Grandpa is here. He Ning raised his eyes to see his grandfather at the entrance. The 83-year-old man hunched over, wrapped in tattered cotton clothing, hesitating to enter the courtyard. One, called great-grandfather. He Ning quickly approached his grandfather, leaned close to his ear, and called out loudly, Grandpa, come inside, don't freeze. The old man clasped his hands in his sleeves, his lips quivering slightly from the cold. He was indeed freezing. He Ning pulled him inside and seated him by the stove to warm up. Grandpa, did you skip lunch and come to my house? Ningzi, Grandpa is cold. In dire straits, Grandpa would not leave his small room unless he felt cold and hungry, prompting him to seek warmth at He Ning's side. In He Ning's eyes, his grandfather appeared with blackened hands, a dark face, and unwashed clothing, as if he had not cleaned himself throughout the winter. He was living with his second uncle and aunt, and life had become this way. He Ning clenched his front teeth. He called into the kitchen, Sister, bring the leftover half bowl of rice for Grandpa, and heat a bowl of Juan's chicken soup. I am washing diapers in the kitchen, He Yin replied. My hands are wet, you go get it. Why are you washing my daughter's diapers? Put them down. I will do it myself. He Ning reassured his son. One, be good and play with great-grandfather. Daddy will prepare something to eat. One tugged at the elder's beard, giggling softly. He Ning picked up a bowl from the ground and made his way to the back kitchen. The chicken soup and meat in the pot were not frozen solid, so he scooped a bowlful and brought it back. He placed a small basin atop the stove, pouring the chicken soup and meat into it, heating it for 5 minutes. The leftover half bowl of rice from noon was soaked in the chicken broth. He Wanli's hands trembled, unable to steady the spoon. A heaviness settled in He Ning's heart. Could his grandfather no longer feed himself? Grandfather, let me feed you. He took spoonfuls of chicken soup-soaked rice and offered them to his grandfather. Ningzi, I'm in your way. I can't go on, He Wanli said, as tears swirled in He Ning's eyes. Grandfather, from today onward, I will take care of you. One stretched out his little hand towards the elder, saying, Grandfather, eat oranges. He Ning wiped his tears away and corrected his son. One, call him great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, eat the orange, One echoed. He Wanli took the orange, but his trembling fingers struggled to peel it. One, help great-grandfather peel the orange, He Ning urged. Little One quickly tore the peel off, holding the orange out with his tiny hand. Great-grandfather, eat. He Yin entered, frowning as she asked, Ningzi, can second aunt allow grandfather to come to our home? He Ning stood up, a shadow of gloom upon him, and responded, I will go check on grandfather. He Yin called after him, Ningzi, don't be foolish and argue with second aunt. He Ning dashed into second aunt's courtyard, heading straight to the low, dim room where grandfather lived alone. The room was dark and cluttered with trash. The iron stove was cold, and a pile of tattered, dark blankets lay on the kong. When He Ning reached down to touch them, they were as frigid as the cement floor. Shouldn't the pigsty and dog kennel be cleaned up as well? He heard no sound from second uncle and second aunt. They must have gone to the town for New Year's shopping. He Ning kicked the door of second uncle's house with a bang, offering incense to the ancestors. What a farce, he thought. He Guamin was timid, obeying every command from Wang Qin. In their presence, the elders had fallen into such a state. He Ning had witnessed this scene. Wang Qin scolded his second uncle. The pigs haven't been fed. Why are you washing clothes? Go feed the pigs. He Guamin set down the clothes he was washing and turned to feed the pigs, neglecting the half-washed garment belonging to grandfather, which Wang Qin later threw onto the trash heap. This had occurred some time ago. He Ning had rushed to second uncle's house, and within 10 minutes, he stormed back, fuming. He asked, Ningzi, what happened? Those two scoundrels were not home, and grandfather's room was as cold as an ice cellar. I couldn't bear it, so I came back to our house. He Yin widened her eyes in shock. How could you call your elders scoundrels? Calling Wang Qin a scoundrel is gentle by comparison, He Ning retorted. He wanly leaned against the stove, sobbing like a child, his hands and face dirty. Not a single spot clean. He Yin was a married woman. Given grandfather's condition, she seemed to feel she had no authority to intervene. He Ning spoke with resolve. From now on, grandfather will stay here with me. Can second uncle and second aunt allow that? He Ning clenched his teeth. Let them try. He Yin felt a weight in her heart. Ningzi was stirring up trouble, disregarding second uncle and second aunt. In this courtyard, chaos reigned, with chickens flying and dogs barking. Sister, as you assist grandpa with washing his hands, face, and hair, I shall take some money and make a trip to town to purchase him a set of warm cotton clothing. He Yin regarded her younger brother with 1,000 incredulous glances. Why do you look at me like that? On this festive occasion, should grandpa be dressed in tattered garments? He Yin was astonished, for He Ning had unexpectedly shown such thoughtfulness toward the elderly. Has this boy truly changed? He Ning extended his hand for money. Give me 50. How could your money possibly be in my possession? I had given it to you earlier, remember? I've already given Megu 100. The rest has gone to your wife. So what need have I for your funds? That money, 100 or 200, is meant for my sister. I will simply ask her for 50 to buy grandpa a new outfit for the new year. But sister replied that all of it had gone to Li Juan. Sister, please request 50 from Juan. I must hurry to town. He Yin hesitated, muttering, if you buy grandpa new clothes, Aunt Air will surely cause you trouble. Humph. Let her try? He Yin entered the house to ask Li Juan for 50 yuan. He Ning grinned, praising his wife. What a wonderful wife. Now, whenever I ask for money, she readily gives it. He Yin retorted. Only now do you realize how good your wife is? Where were you before? Dare to ask one for money recklessly. Just try. Covering 20 miles, He Ning jogged and ambled to town. He spent 50 yuan on a complete new outfit for the 80-year-old man, from head to toe, inside and out. Chapter 27. The 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Sister returns to her own home. He Ning made a trip to town, dedicating an entire afternoon. He purchased a full new set of clothing for grandpa. From head to toe, inside and out. By the time he returned, the sky had darkened. The two earthen rooms of He Ning's home served dual purposes. One acted as a kitchen and a confinement space for Li Juan during her postpartum period, while the other served as the main room accommodating their 83-year-old grandfather. Grandpa had transformed. His hair and beard were neatly groomed. He had spent half the day attending to his hair and hygiene. He Ning laid out the entire new outfit on the kong. The gray-black silk fabric shone brilliantly, brand new and glistening. Grandpa he wanly touched it with his fingers, murmuring, such fine new clothes. He Ning leaned close to his ear. Grandpa, these are your new clothes. Put them on now. After repeating this phrase twice, He Wanli finally comprehended that his grandson had purchased these garments for him. Tears began to stream down the elderly man's face. His frail hands wiped away the tears. Grandpa, do not cry. Change into your new clothes and rest comfortably on the kong for the new year. The siblings carefully removed the old, dirty, and foul-smelling garments from him, which required considerable effort. Then, from the inside out, they dressed him in new autumn garments and cotton clothing, which demanded even more effort. He Yin chuckled. Look how happy Grandpa is. Clad in a fresh outfit, He Wanli curled up on the kong, half asleep and half awake. He Ning stood by the edge of the kong, staring blankly at his grandfather, who was dozing with his white beard and hair. In a past life, on the 8th day of the first lunar month, Grandpa passed away. Everyone said he departed quietly, suffering no affliction. He Ning was unaware of this. He had wielded a knife against Yang Biao in the detention center. It was only upon his release that he learned of Grandpa's passing on the 8th day of the first lunar month. The funeral was conducted with great pomp and ceremony, vibrant and lively. Upon returning to life, He Ning wished to witness firsthand how, on the 8th day of the first lunar month, his grandfather would close his eyes and never awaken again. In his own room, He Ning personally tended to his grandfather. If the old man were to pass away at the same moment as in his previous life, it would suggest that nothing was amiss. However, if his grandfather remained well beyond the 8th day, then the matter would take on a different significance. He Ning found himself lost in thought, nearly adrift in reverie, until He Yin called out sharply, "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Help out." The tasks at hand were numerous: separating the pork leg, preparing for tomorrow's stewed meat, kneading a large bowl of dough for the festive bread, cleaning and preparing fish for frying, and sewing 2 new cotton quilts. There were countless other chores that demanded attention. With He Yin overwhelmed, how could He Ning afford to remain lost in thought? He pulled his wandering mind back to the present, realizing that tomorrow marked the 28th day of the 12th month. Yet, his sister was still at their mother's home. Would his brother-in-law allow her to stay? "Sister, please instruct me tonight on what needs to be done tomorrow. I will manage it, and you can return early," he implored. He Yin retorted, "Do you even know how to steam flour buns? Can you cook the braised meat? Are you trying to trouble Juan or bother Megu? I won't trouble anyone. I will do it myself." He Ning darted in and out, managing to prepare a third of the New Year's goods. 2 fish were ready, and a bag of tangerines was packed. His sister must return home tomorrow. He Yin's purpose for this trip was to bring back his sister-in-law and little nephew. But the situation appeared less dire than she had anticipated. He Ning had managed to earn 300 yuan right under her nose. His little nephew, dressed in new clothes, played joyfully in the yard, exuding happiness, while his sister-in-law radiated tranquility as she nursed little Yaya. His grandfather was settled on the Kong in their main house, dozing peacefully. The sight before He Yin offered her some comfort as she hurriedly assisted her brother and sister-in-law with various tasks, preparing meals. Dinner consisted of a pot of chicken soup and noodles, with He Ning attending to both his wife and child and ensuring that his grandfather was fed. Meticulous in his care, He Yin observed every detail, sensing that his diligence was not merely a fleeting enthusiasm. "He Ning, come here," his sister called out. "Is there anything else to arrange? He Ning, promise me that on New Year's Eve and throughout the new year, you will not drink or gamble, just as you have today and tonight, so that I can rest easy, all right? Promise me." He Ning raised his hand, earnestly vowing, "Sister, I, He Ning, your dear brother, swear to care for my wife and child, look after grandfather, abstain from alcohol, and avoid card games, ensuring peace of mind for you and Megu." Then, he looked at his sister with a playful grin. He Yin regarded her brother's cheerful demeanor with skepticism. "He Ning, you must remain quiet for 3 days. Your brother-in-law and I will arrive on the first day of the new year. Whether you come or not is inconsequential. Do you think you can care for your wife through her confinement?" she teased. "Sister, just wait and see." That night, in Li Wan's room, He Yin was preoccupied, tending to the fire. In his grandfather's room, He Ning was equally vigilant, ensuring the fire remained lit. As dawn broke, it was the 28th day of the 12th month. He Yin entered with the fragrant aroma of steamed buns wafting around her. "Ningzi, I've already steamed 2 pots of flour buns and 8 steamed buns. The meat has been braised, and minced meat is prepared for the sauce. Juan will guide you in making it, as you promised me that you could do it. Sister, rest assured, I will definitely manage it." He Yin continued, "Juan's breakfast consists of 2 poached eggs, and Wen and Grandpa each have one as well. Additionally, on the 30th, boil a pot of bone broth. During the new year, we consume meat broth with noodles. Remember, on the evening of the 30th, we must present incense and offerings to our parents." Before He Ning had even emerged from his warm bed, He Yin was already bustling about, detailing how to spend the day, the 29th, and the 30th, as if He Ning were a 3-year-old child oblivious to everything. "Almost forgot, Ningzi. Give the kitchen stove a poke. This stove hasn't been used much lately, so it doesn't need much attention." He Ning dressed and descended from the bed, bringing the items he had organized the previous night to the cart. He Yin donned her cotton coat and wrapped her scarf snugly before preparing to leave. He Ning opened his arms to embrace his sister. "Sister, did you take the 200 I earned? Didn't T1 give it to you?" He Yin glared and scolded. "What nonsense. How could I take your money? This year, you need my support. I have already made my offerings. No, you must take the 200. I'll ask Juan for it." He Ning turned away, but his sister caught him by the arm. "Stop being difficult. Let Juan keep the money safe. I warn you. If you upset Juan this year, I will take her away, and I want to acknowledge you as my brother." All right, just hurry back. It is already the 28th of the 12th month. Who stays at their parents' home after marriage?" He Yin scolded loudly. "If you weren't being foolish, I could stay at home. Fine, it's all my fault." He Yin urged the donkey cart from the entrance, turning back to shout, "Ningzi, I see your heart. I truly appreciate it, but please, continue to persevere. He Ning embraced his sister once more, stifling tears that threatened to spill. Sister, once the new year is over, I will earn a fortune and build the most beautiful new house for you and brother-in-law. The donkey cart trotted away, disappearing from sight. He Ning gritted his teeth, murmuring, Sister, I will earn a fortune to build a new house for you. Chapter 28. The 28th of the 12th month. Busy early on the 28th of the 12th month. The outside air was crisp and biting. He had returned to her own home. The daily chores and responsibilities weighed heavily on He Ning. He rubbed his hands together and returned to the main room. He placed a kiss on his son's cheek. The little one did not stir. He touched Grandpa's beard. The old man remained asleep. Feeling warm, he turned and entered the kitchen. Inside, the aroma of freshly steamed buns filled the air. He took a deep breath, savoring the warm essence of home. Ningzi, is sister really staying to celebrate the new year with us? Juan was still nestled in bed, having had a restless night. Juan, you took care of Yaya last night, waking up repeatedly. Sleeping until noon is perfectly fine. Juan smiled slyly. What nonsense. How could I sleep until noon? What about Grandpa? Poor Grandpa, he hasn't woken since last night. Aren't Uncle and Aunt worried? Without the reminder from Juan, He Ning would not have given it a second thought. It struck him that they had not come to find Grandpa, and he simply could not fathom why. Once his son awoke, he washed the boy's face and hands, and fed him a breakfast of fried eggs. He Ning leaned in close to Grandpa's ear and said, Grandpa, please stay quietly on the Kong, and do not wander about. I shall be stepping out for a moment. Grandpa was dressed in the new clothes that He Ning had purchased for him, and was sipping from a jar of tea that He Ning had brewed. It was a rare moment of comfort and contentment after so many days. Come, son, let us take a stroll together, he said. Early in the morning, He Ning carried his son to He Guamin's house. After a night had passed, their absence felt like abandonment. Daddy, where are we going? The child inquired. I am going to have a quarrel with your second uncle and second aunt. Do not be afraid. Support me, all right? He encouraged. Cheer up, cheer up. He Ning planted a firm kiss on his son's cheek. In the few days since his rebirth, he had kept his son close with sweets, peanuts, rattles, firecrackers, and oranges. The shouts he had once directed at his son had faded from the little one's memory within 3 days. They arrived at his second uncle's doorstep, where the kitchen was bustling with activity. Wen, call out for your second grandfather. Wen piped up cheerfully, second grandfather, come out. However, it was Wang Qin who emerged, her gaze icy, glaring at He Ning and his son like adversaries. Wen hid his head in his father's embrace. He Ning believed that his own unruly nature was tied to the ill treatment of Grandpa by his second uncle and aunt. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked beam. Nevertheless, they were his elders, and he could not afford to repeat the previous indiscretion of calling his aunt by her surname, Wang, which would be most impolite. With a 3-year-old in his arms, he could not risk leading him astray. He Ning began, Aunt, where is my second uncle? Wang Qin replied in an extremely frosty tone, What do you need him for? To discuss matters concerning my grandfather. In Wang Qin's eyes, He Ning was merely a ruffian from the village, who spent his days drinking, gambling, and scolding his children and wife. Yet, she could not comprehend the affection displayed by the father and son before her. Initially, He Ning had intended to confront her about his wife, who had given birth 3 days prior, wondering why she had not visited. Wang Qin detested He Ning as much as she loathed his wife and child. In the past 3 days, they had been oblivious to the happenings in one another's homes. However, He Ning was acutely aware that since yesterday afternoon, Grandpa had not been in that low, dim little room. Call my second uncle out to discuss Grandpa's living arrangements, he insisted. Wang Qin retorted coldly. Your second uncle is still asleep on the Kong. Why don't you go in and wake him yourself? He Ning raised his voice, calling towards the main house. Second uncle, come out. Are you dead asleep? He chose not to enter their home, standing in the courtyard, shouting instead. The door creaked open, revealing He Guamin, bleary-eyed. Glancing at He Ning, who was holding his son, he grumbled, What are you shouting about in my yard so early? It was then that He Ning posed a serious question. Second uncle, second aunt, where's my grandfather? He Guamin, visibly annoyed, replied, Your grandfather is in his room. Why do you ask? He Ning understood then that this couple was utterly unaware that the old man was not in his room. He Ning gritted his teeth, filled with an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. The most terrifying thing for his son was when his father suddenly erupted in anger. This habit must change. In order to spare his son from fear, he swallowed down the words he longed to shout. In the lowly little room to the west hung a filthy curtain. Uncle and aunt believed the elder was settled in that room. From yesterday to this moment, they had not bothered to check in on him even once. He Ning was aware of this point and chose not to inquire further, turning to head home with his son in his arms. Woman was playing in front of his great-grandfather. He Ning entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. The steamed flour buns were collected into a jar beside the back kiln. A pot of diced meat simmered in an iron wok over the stove. The savory aroma of the meat wafted through the entire house. Juan used chopsticks to feed a piece into her mouth. Juan, don't eat too much. It will make you feel heavy. It's so delicious. Just 1 or 2 bites will suffice. A pot of meat, with a perfect balance of fat and lean, was braised in soy sauce with a handful of spices. Bubbling away in grandfather's room. 2 fish, marinated overnight and chopped in half, sizzled in the iron wok until golden brown. He Ning was busy in the kitchen, his hands and feet never ceasing their work. He was focused and meticulous, not a bit chaotic. Juan's big eyes were fixed on him. Ningzi, can you do everything? I learned it in my previous life. In Juan's arms, little Yan nursed, her eyes on the man, biting her lip. This man, over the past few days, felt like a stranger. Hello, Aunt May. Hello, sister. If this man continues to be so wonderful, this year, she would be unable to contain her satisfaction. He Ning toiled until noon, yet uncle had not come to inquire about grandfather. This indicated that they had not lifted the curtain to check if grandfather was in that room. A shadow passed over He Ning's face, which Juan noticed. Ningzi, what's wrong? Grandfather is here at our home, and by now, uncle and aunt still have no idea. They clearly do not care about grandfather's well-being. He Ning prepared a bowl of rice, slicing pickled vegetables, potatoes, garlic sprouts, and tofu to mix with the braised meat. A pot of fragrant stew simmered enticingly. Juan, you're pregnant. You shouldn't eat too much greasy food. Just a bowl of chicken soup with chicken, tofu, and potatoes will do, alongside a bowl of rice. Ningzi, I will eat whatever you make. I'm not picky, I'm easy to please. He Ning grinned, asking, how much money do you have on you? Juan thought of the substantial sum she carried, feeling blissful yet dazed each moment. Little Yaya was also in a daze, neither crying nor fussing. Simply eating until full and then sleeping, much like a little piglet. Juan bit her lip and laughed, asking, can you guess how much? 650 exactly? Juan's big eyes widened in surprise. How did you guess so accurately? He Ning thought to himself, what nonsense. The money is all earned by me. How could I not know how much you have? Juan got off the bed and walked back and forth on the floor. After moving around a bit, she could eat another bowl of rice. A pot of stewed vegetables and 3 bowls of rice were brought to the table in the adjacent room. He Ning tugged at the elder's arm. Grandfather, come down for lunch. A handful of tangerine peels was thrown onto the stove, filling the room with the burnt scent of tangerine skin. Wen, why did you throw the tangerine peels onto the stove? Daddy, it was great-grandfather who did it. He Ning pressed his lips against his grandfather's ear and urged, Grandfather, please do not throw the orange peels onto the stove cover. He was attending to both his grandfather and son during their midday meal when he heard footsteps approaching the front door. Chapter 29, Where's my grandfather? His uncle and aunt, accompanied by the village head, stood in the courtyard. The village head appeared visibly distressed, clutching his abdomen. Ningzi, did you frighten your aunt with a kitchen knife? He Ning readily confessed, my aunt insulted my wife, calling her a worthless life. I happened to be holding a newly purchased kitchen knife and gave her a fright. Ha ha ha. In the eyes of the village head, He Ning's laughter painted him as a typical village rogue, which only exacerbated the village head's discomfort. He Ning, it is the new year. Why must you harbor grievances against your uncle and aunt? In my opinion, you should extend an apology and reconcile, so you can all enjoy a harmonious new year together. He Ning presumed that his uncle and aunt had come to take his grandfather back home, bringing the village head along as a mediator. Little did he know, they were actually seeking retribution for his earlier display with the knife, using the village head as a means to demand justice. He Ning thought the village head was suggesting he apologize to his aunt, but the village head had a different intention altogether. He Ning, you visited your uncle this morning to discuss your grandfather's living expenses, yet you left abruptly. Do you understand? It became clear to He Ning that his uncle and aunt were seeking funds for the elderly man's care, using the incident with the knife as a pretext to lower his defenses before making their monetary request. They had heard about the money He Ning had earned in recent days. As anticipated, his uncle began to speak. Ningzi, although my brother and sister-in-law are no longer with us, you should still contribute something for the family, perhaps a modest sum of 100 yuan. If you cut back on your gambling, it should be manageable. He Ning's expression twisted into a peculiar grimace as he retorted, Uncle, if I hand over 100 yuan, is it for you or for my grandfather? Upon seeing his aunt's reaction, He Ning understood that this demand originated from her. Wang Qin had preemptively instructed He Guomin on how to approach He Ning. Ningzi, your grandfather is now frail and unable to cook. All his meals come from my home. So of course, this money should go to me, or rather, to your aunt. He Guomin glanced at Wang Qin, seeking affirmation for his statement. The village head's tone favored the younger family member. Ningzi, your grandfather is still alive, and it is your duty to contribute to his care, even if just a little. He Ning maintained a relatively gentle tone when addressing the village head. Village head, you speak the truth. I should indeed care for my grandfather. However, I cannot merely provide money without offering additional support. I also maintain the house where my grandfather resides. The village head glanced at He Ning's 2 dilapidated earthen rooms and noticed a red cloth hanging from the kitchen door. He inquired, Ningzi, has your wife given birth? It has been 3 days, village head. Please ask my aunt to bring some milk for my wife. 5 oil cakes will suffice. In the village, when a woman gives birth, it is customary for thoughtful individuals to bring gifts within 10 days, referred to as adding milk. Wang Qin responded to the village head, yes, I will have your 6th aunt come by this afternoon. The village head then shifted the conversation back to the main topic. Ningzi, with only these 2 rooms, you cannot accommodate your grandfather. Perhaps it's best to give your uncle a small sum instead. He Ning continued to scrutinize his uncle and aunt closely. Auntie, my wife has given birth. Do you have nothing to say? Wang Qin cast a cold glance at the red cloth hanging from the kitchen curtain, revealing her silence. He Ning took note of Wang Qin's expression. Uncle, I visited your home early this morning and inquired about my grandfather's whereabouts. Did you truly fail to grasp the implication of my words? He Guamin was utterly perplexed. Ningzi, what do you mean? He Ning suppressed the fiery anger within him. Uncle, before the village chief, I will ask you once more, is my grandfather at your house? Wang Qin, losing her patience, shouted sharply, what do you mean? If your grandfather is not at my home, is he at yours? He Ning glared, gritting his teeth, and approached Wang Qin. Auntie, if you assert that my grandfather is at your house, then please tell me what he had for breakfast and lunch. Wang Qin recoiled, fearing He Ning might brandish a knife. Speak up, what did my grandfather have for breakfast and lunch? He Guamin defensively retorted. What we had for lunch is what we served your grandfather. Is that even a question? He Ning detected the aroma of boiled meat on his uncle's breath. Uncle, did my grandfather have meat for lunch? The village chief, belching, also carried the scent of meat. He Ning began to comprehend. His uncle had invited the village chief over for a meal and then dragged him along to demand money from him, using the chief as leverage. The village chief, feasting on meat in uncle's kitchen, had not even bothered to check the west room to see if his grandfather was there. He Ning called out, village chief, come on. In front of my grandfather, I will provide living expenses for my uncle. The village chief exhaled a long sigh. He finally managed to persuade He Ning. He whispered to He Guamin, let us go. Only in front of the old man will he agree to part with his money. Wang Qin trailed far behind He Ning. Upon entering uncle's courtyard, He Ning stood before the door of the small west room and said to the village chief, Uncle village chief, please go in and summon my grandfather. He Fu Yin, the village chief and the eldest elder of the He family, resided not in the main house, but in the smallest, lowest room to the west, and he felt quite uncomfortable about it. He scolded, Guamin, it's the new year. Why have you not placed the elder in the main house? He Guamin responded with a smile, village chief, I will bring my father into the main house to stay right now. The village chief, He Fu Yin, lifted the curtain and called out, Uncle Guamin, isn't he in the house? Huh, my dad isn't he in here? He Guamin bent down, poking his head inside. Dad? Huh, where's my dad? He Guamin turned to Wang Qin, who stood at the door, and asked, hey, where's our dad? Wang Qin, with a dark expression, replied, how would I know? He Guamin glared at Wang Qin. You delivered lunch to our dad. You say you don't know? Wang Qin snorted, you just said you brought the meat. Why should I care what your dad ate for lunch? Just a moment ago, in He Ning's courtyard, He Guamin had explicitly stated that he had delivered boiled meat to the elder. Even a fool could comprehend. They were together. Yet neither knew whether the elder was in the house. The village chief, He Fu Yin, turned pale with embarrassment. Having been played by his cousin, he felt utterly humiliated. He Ning coldly observed the 3 elders, waiting to see how they would respond. After a long pause, He Guamin finally managed to utter a complaint about Wang Qin. You didn't deliver food to our dad. At least you could have told me. The meaning of He Guamin is clear. It was Wang Qin who prepared the meal in the kitchen and brought food to the elderly, a task she performed with ease. Wang Qin, with a sharp tone, confronted He Guamin. What are you pretending to be, a good Samaritan? You haven't even bothered to check on your father since morning. Yet you expect me to? Did he ask me to go in? Faced with the village chief, He Guamin could not remain silent or evade the accusation. You annoying woman. You made the meal but didn't deliver it. Why didn't you inform me? The village chief was weary of their incessant bickering. Enough of the squabbling. I ask you both, where's my uncle? He Guamin and his wife exchanged glances, utterly unaware of the elder's whereabouts. He Ning scoffed, and laid bare the situation. Village chief, my grandfather has not been in this room since noon yesterday, and my second uncle and aunt are completely oblivious. Just think. If my grandfather were to starve or freeze, wouldn't they also be ignorant of that? He continued, Village chief. My second uncle dares to ask me for my grandfather's living expenses. How shameless can he be? And as for the bones and meat from my second uncle's home, my grandfather hasn't had a morsel. How can you stomach that? Each word struck deep. The village chief, He Fuin, felt an urge to flee. Chapter 30, Grandfather at Our Home. A presence of vitality. He Guamin and his wife showed no concern for the elder, and the village chief was fully aware of this. Yet, they lied, claiming they had fed him bones and meat at noon. Such audacity was intolerable. Wang Qin shouted again, Village chief, don't listen to He Ning's nonsense. He is nothing but a hoodlum. Why would you take him seriously? At that moment, He Ning could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous shout, he exclaimed, You vile woman, my grandfather's room is cold and empty. Are you deliberately trying to let him freeze or starve? I know your intentions all too well. My grandfather could not endure it, and came to our home yesterday afternoon. Keep spewing your filth, and I swear I'll silence that foul mouth of yours. Such a tone directed at an elder painted He Ning as a scoundrel in the eyes of the village chief, who felt compelled to assert his authority. He Ning, do you have no manners? She is your elder, your own second aunt. How can you speak to her like that? Second aunt, my foot. Village chief, she has abused my grandfather mercilessly. Do you expect me to respect her as an elder? Bah! Wang Qin retorted sharply, and He Ning lunged at her, startling her into retreating into the kitchen and slamming the door. Inside, she cursed, You'll get what is coming to you. Just wait until my son comes back this afternoon. He Ning shouted back, Fine, I'll wait for your son to come back and deal with me. Village chief He Fuin felt not only a pang in his heart, but also discomfort from head to toe. He Ning, I am the village chief and your uncle. Do you not hold me in any regard? Village chief, come to my house, and you'll understand. The village chief's expression was one of confusion. He Ning called out again, Let us go to my house. Is the elder in your home? The village chief asked. If my grandfather isn't at my house, where else could he be? He Fuin turned and headed towards He Ning's residence. The 83-year-old elder of the He family was dressed in bright, newly tailored clothing from head to toe. At the dining table, a bowl of white rice remained alongside braised pork, vermicelli, tofu, and stewed vegetables, all exuding a savory aroma. The elderly man had just finished this meal. The village chief understood the situation. 3-year-old Juan nestled in the old man's embrace, playfully tugging at his beard. The chief inquired of the child, Juan, when did your great-grandfather come to your home? Yesterday he played with me, replied Juan. Where did your great-grandfather get his new clothes? Asked the chief again. Daddy bought them. The village chief comprehended the implications. He Fuin, never anticipated that He Ning could provide his grandfather with white rice and braised pork, and even dress him in brand new attire. He Guamin had arrived. He surmised that the elderly man might be staying at He Ning's residence. Following the village chief, he entered the main house of He Ning and witnessed the old man's meal and attire, along with the words spoken by little Juan. The chief pulled him aside, scolding his cousin fiercely. Guamin, how dare you ask He Ning for your grandfather's living expenses? Your disgrace is your own. Do not involve me in it. The village chief continued, He Ning may be a scoundrel, but he treats his grandfather well. Let him stay there for the new year, and we shall discuss it afterward. Is that appropriate? Guamin questioned. The village chief, He Fuin, turned to leave, adding, Let the old man stay at Ning's place for the new year, and do not trouble him. In these times, a word from the village chief still held weight. As the curtain was lifted, He Ning's grandfather emerged from the room. Ningzi, I am full now. Guamin's face flushed with anger. He Ning coldly regarded his second uncle. After holding back for a while, Guamin finally managed to utter, I will take your grandfather home. He Guamin. He Ning shouted his name. My grandfather is here with me, well dressed and well fed, as you have seen, and so has the village chief. Now leave my yard. He advanced towards Guamin, who, frightened, retreated and turned to flee. Upon his return, Wang Qin berated him. Look at your own nephew, a worthless creature. Why hasn't the police apprehended him? Wang Qin, shut your mouth. Guamin finally found his voice. Wang Qin, with a loud shout, charged at him. On the 28th day of the 12th month, a fierce brawl erupted in Guamin's courtyard. Wang Qin screeched and clawed at him. Guamin, bloodied, realized he could not contend with a woman and turned to escape, while Wang Qin hurled curses after him. He Ning, cradling little Yaya, watched in bewilderment. 3 days had passed, and why had his daughter not yet opened her eyes? Other children opened their eyes the moment they were born. Yaya, open your eyes and look at daddy. The daughter in his arms had grown plumper and cuter since birth, yet her eyes remained shut. He Ning sighed, muttering, "It is my fault. I didn't take good care of your mother this past year, so you cannot open your eyes." Juan walked about the room, stretching her limbs. Hearing He Ning's murmurs, she felt a wave of grievance rise within her. During her 10 months of pregnancy, she had only enjoyed a few meals brought by Mei Gu. Her husband was indifferent towards her, relying on Mei Gu and her sister, though not daily. "Ningzi, apart from Mei Gu and my sister, no one else has come to see me. Juan, it is my fault for being a scoundrel, unworthy of the village's goodwill." In the courtyard, the sound of 2 women's footsteps echoed. It was the village elder's aunt. She called out, "Juan Ningzi?" Juan promptly responded, Aunt Ba. I am here in this room. Please come in." Aunt Ba hesitated before entering, remarking, "It's cold outside," after walking a distance. "Are we really brave enough to come in?" He Ning gently placed his daughter on the Kong and stepped out of the kitchen. Aunt Ba and Aunt Lu were led to the grandfather's room. "You two should warm yourselves before visiting my wife," he added. "Ningzi, your wife has given birth. Why did you not inform me? If it weren't for Uncle Fu Yin returning home, I would have been unaware." Guests arriving at home were there to assist the new mother. He Ning, brimming with joy, brought forth peanuts, candies, and oranges to treat the 2 aunts. "Oh, Ningzi, you've brought out all the New Year's goods," Aunt Ba exclaimed. "Ningzi, I heard from your Aunt May that you don't drink or gamble, yet you've earned quite a sum." He Ning chuckled, as Aunt May had been striving to cultivate a positive image for him in recent days, gradually restoring his self-esteem. He then brewed a cup of tea for each of them, casually responding, "I merely made a trip to the county and the mining area, earning a little money for the New Year's supplies. At least I can see this year through." On their way, the 2 aunts had discussed He Ning's financial endeavors and the matter of bringing the elderly over. It was evident that He Ning was on a path to redemption. They did not believe Li Hongmei and the village chief's words, so they hurried over, bringing milk for the new mother. Upon seeing the elderly dressed in new clothes, cheerfully sitting on the Kong, and experiencing He Ning's warm hospitality, they also noted how the courtyard was meticulously swept clean, with all the clutter neatly arranged in a corner. They realized that the once unruly He Ning had indeed transformed. Aunt Ba carried 5 oil cakes, while Aunt Lu brought a pound of white sugar, items He Ning desperately needed. The 2 aunts spent a considerable time in the kitchen, warmly interacting with Juan. After they left, He Ning entered the kitchen to find his wife wearing a contented smile. "Ningzi, you've been so wonderful these past few days. I knew someone would come to assist me with milk." A wife and child not only require sufficient food and warm clothing, but also demand respect. "Juan, just wait and see. All our younger relatives will come to our home for New Year's greetings. They will come to visit you." Juan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? They will come to our house?" "Indeed, grandfather is with us." Chapter 31. Making pig intestines, an afternoon in previous years. During the 12th month and the first month of the lunar calendar, hardly anyone, except Aunt May and sister, would wish to enter He Ning's courtyard. This year, however, it might be different. In a couple of days, many would come to pay their respects to grandfather. The home would experience an unprecedented liveliness. Juan pondered this, a wave of happiness swelling in her chest. "Ningzi, call Wenwen here. Wenwen is playing with great-grandfather." "Why do you need to call him?" Juan gestured to her chest. "So he can have a taste." He Ning's eyes widened. "Is he still nursing at 3 years old? I'm not feeling well because of it. Yaya can't finish." He Ning was baffled. 30 years later, women enjoyed ample nourishment, yet lacked milk, feeding their children formula from birth. Yet, women of this era could simply drink a bit of chicken soup and eat a few slices of meat, and their milk flowed abundantly. "What are you waiting for? Quickly go and hold our son." He Ning sniffed, suggesting, "How about I take a sip?" Juan's face flushed instantly. "You rogue," He Ning murmured. "Is it so wrong to be playful with my own wife?" He then carried Wenwen into the kitchen and handed her to his wife. Wenwen giggled, "Mama, milk? Milk." She had a belly full of it. He Ning stared blankly, swallowing hard. After finishing one side, Wenwen was reluctant to let go, wanting more from the other side. He Ning pulled her away, saying, "That side belongs to your sister. How can you be so greedy?" No, it's mine," Wenwen protested. "Are you not ashamed to steal from your sister?" Xiao Ye suddenly burst into tears. In a panic, He Ning gently cradled her, and her cries ceased immediately. He observed his daughter's desperate plea for milk up close. Her little head shook from side to side, making soft sounds. Not finding her target, she wailed again, her tiny mouth red and looking utterly wronged. All right, give it to Mama." He Ning turned to his son, feigning a serious tone. "Do you see? Your sister has nothing left to eat and is crying from hunger. What shall we do now?" Wenwen covered her little mouth and then scrambled off the bed, bolting for the door as it swung open. He Ning hurriedly shut the door tight, exclaiming, I told you not to leave the door wide open, but you never listen. With a loud bang, the door swung open again. This child, One appeared with an orange. Mama, have some orange. What was going through his mind? Had he really believed his sister had no milk and thought to offer an orange to his mother? Son, the orange is cold. Mama can't eat it. One peeled the orange, releasing a sweet and tangy aroma that made Juan swallow hard. Ningzi, if I warm it on the stove, can I have a bit? He Ning pondered, reflecting on his past life experiences. The superstitions of the old wives, what one can eat and what one cannot, often lacked reason. However, the orange was placed in the farthest corner of the room, away from the stove, and it was indeed quite cold. All right, if I warm it up for you. It should be fine. He Ning skewered a piece of orange with a chopstick and roasted it over the stove until it sizzled with steam, serving Juan several pieces. If Megu knows you're eating oranges, she will surely scold me to death. Megu's voice called from the yard. Juan Ningzi? Juan hastily wiped the juice from her mouth and responded, Oh, Auntie, please come in. No need, I'm not coming in. Is Ningzi there? He Ning quickly replied, Yes. Megu, I'm here. He stepped outside to find Megu holding pig intestines and tripe. Ningzi, I thought you had gone out to play and neglected the house. Not at all. Megu, I haven't left my wife and daughter's side. He Ning reassured her. Li Hongmei smiled at him, her worries dissipating. Ningzi, don't you love this dish? Just wash it a few more times, add plenty of spices, and you can enjoy it by afternoon. He Ning indeed loved pig intestines and tripe, but had never cooked them. In this new life, he still hadn't mastered what he could not do in his previous one. He was uncertain about washing it. Observing He Ning's hesitation, Li Hongmei patiently guided him through the process once again. 2 bowls of corn flour are poured together, mixed thoroughly, rinsed 3 times with clean water, and then soaked in vinegar for an hour before being washed again to ensure cleanliness. Quite a hassle indeed. Li Hongmei chuckled. It is a bit cumbersome, but once cooked, with cold tossed tripe and stir-fried intestines with sauerkraut, isn't that your favorite? He Ning entered his grandfather's room, picked up a newly bought basin from the floor, and stuffed all the ingredients inside. Li Hongmei went into the kitchen, observing her niece and nephew for a while. Li Juan quietly recounted everything He Ning had done from morning till night to her aunt. Li Hongmei felt truly reassured and left with a smile. Juan, with a beaming face, exclaimed, Ningzi, Aunt May praised you. Humph, Aunt May praises me, yet she makes me handle the tripe? I love eating it, but I can't cook it. Ningzi, last year's intestines from Aunt May's house were made by me. I'll teach you. He Ning recalled that during last year's New Year, he had indulged in 3 days of stir-fried intestines, thinking they had been prepared by Aunt May. Only now did he realize that it was his wife who had worked hard to make them. Ningzi, just as Aunt May instructed, pour 2 bowls of corn flour. Mix it on one side. Rinse 3 times with clean water, soak in vinegar for an hour, and then rinse 3 more times. Hurry up. He Ning suddenly understood. Aunt May, fearing he would go out to play, devised this method to consume his time and keep him at home. With 2 basins, He Ning squatted at the doorstep, repeatedly working on the tripe. It took him an entire afternoon. The delicious taste he had enjoyed last year. Now he personally experienced the effort his wife had put in. Little One approached, pinching her nose. Daddy, it stinks. Once cooked, it will smell delightful. He Ning opened his mouth wide, while little one hand pinching her nose and the other feeding her father an orange. On the afternoon of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, firecrackers echoed through the village. Daddy, let us set off firecrackers. Indeed, we need something loud in our yard. The tripe had been cleaned and soaked in fresh water. After washing his hands, he accompanied his son to set off firecrackers. Son, let us light them outside the front door, so we don't scare your sister. Outside the door, He Ning inserted 10 firecrackers one by one into the crevices of the earthen wall. He handed the incense stick to his son. One, here, you can light it yourself. Daddy, I'm scared. What is there to be scared of? Light the fuse and run. Little One took the incense and seriously lit the fuse. A spark flew with a pop. As One turned to run, a loud bang erupted. She shrieked and cried, Bad Daddy. Her son was too small, unable to turn and run fast enough. He Ning quickly stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth, stopping her tears immediately, still clutching the incense. With his small hand in his father's big hand, she nestled in his embrace. With the fuse lit, the father and son turned to run away. After setting off several firecrackers, he carried his son inside to warm by the fire. After playing outside for a while, their faces grew cold, and they returned to the warmth indoors, their cheeks flushed. You play with great-grandpa. Daddy will be busy for a moment. The clean tripe couldn't be cooked in the kitchen, for the smell would be unbearable for his wife. It couldn't be cooked in his grandfather's room either, as neither his grandfather nor his son could stand it. He brought in several clay bricks left over from building houses from the empty lot outside, and constructed a simple earthen stove in the corner of the yard. The glowing charcoal blocks are extracted from the stove and placed into the earthen furnace, accompanied by a handful of firewood and a shovel of coal. The courtyard becomes shrouded in smoke. In a short while, the earthen stove blazes brightly. In Grandpa's house, a pot of bubbling water is brought out and set on the wall corner stove. A packet of spices, 2 red onions, half a bowl of ginger slices, and half a bowl of dried chili peppers are prepared. The cleaned intestines are poured into the pot, bubbling vigorously. Half a bottle of soy sauce and a handful of salt are added. The courtyard is filled with the acrid smell of coal smoke mingled with the peculiar aroma of boiling intestines. Chapter 32. Settling old scores from a decade ago. Juan, wrapped tightly in a headscarf and thick cotton coat, reveals only her eyes. It is her first time outside since giving birth. He Ning is startled. Oh, how dare you come out? Am I not supposed to use the toilet? Juan, you haven't left the house for 3 days. Have you not used the restroom? Juan shakes her head. I haven't had a proper bowel movement. My goodness, that must be torturous. Juan covers her mouth and nose, muttering, what do you think? Giving birth in winter is excruciating. He Ning clears the path to the back toilet, removing clutter and sweeping the snow clean. The toilet is tidy and clean. The meticulous details bring Juan comfort. After using the restroom, she approaches the earthen stove and lifts the pot lid to take a glance. He Ning, standing behind her, speaks with concern. Juan, hurry back inside. Juan feels overwhelmed with emotion, resting her head against He Ning's chest. Ningzi, this is wonderful. With this simple phrase, He Ning understands his esteemed place in Juan's heart has been firmly established. Juan, if my sister's family can manage, she could stay here to assist you today, and I could go out and earn 300 to 500. Juan shakes her head. Ningzi, I am not greedy. We can earn money slowly. There is no rush. Ningzi, for these 2 days, don't go anywhere. Just stay with our son and daughter. Grandpa is here to take care of things. He Ning exhales. I was hoping to earn a bit more to buy a television for our home. Juan exclaims, a television? If I go out and earn 500, I could buy one. Who knew you would have a baby at this time? Juan appears lost in thought. The days with a television at home are her cherished dream. He Ning grins. Without a television, I have a daughter now. I will prepare dinner for you 3 and Grandpa. He cooks 2 bowls of salted noodles and 2 lumps of dough, along with a large plate of sauerkraut stewed with braised pork, complete with broth. He rolls the long noodle strands in the pot for a few circles. First, he serves a large plate to his wife, mixing in the vegetables and broth, then adds a bowl of noodle soup. You eat first, dear. He then prepares a bowl for his son, mixing in the vegetables and broth. Son, finish this bowl. Since Grandpa finds the vegetable and noodle mix too dry, he rolls out another bowl, cooking it for an additional 5 minutes and soaking it in the vegetable broth. He brings it to the main room, feeding Grandpa spoonfuls until the bowl is empty, whispering in his ear, Grandpa, if you can eat a bowl of noodles, your appetite is quite good. You could live to be 100. Grandpa, he wanly shakes his finger in front of him. Ningzi, they do not welcome me. I want to go back. I want to go back. Grandpa, this is your home. Rest easy here. In order to ensure his grandfather's peace of mind, He Ning found it imperative to remain stationed at his family's doorstep, blocking any distressing disturbances from the outside. A remark from Wang Qin served as a poignant reminder to He Ning. Her son would undoubtedly seek him out to settle accounts. As the afternoon wore on, He Ning's peripheral vision flickered toward the distance outside the door, anticipating the furious arrival of He Jun, who would surely confront him. In a fit of anger, He Ning cursed Wang Qin. Would He Jun, having returned home for the new year after 5 years of adventuring in the village, let him off the hook? He Jun had established a life for himself in the provincial capital, having purchased a home and started a family with a daughter. On the afternoon of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, he drove back to his parents' home in a sleek black Santana. Upon his return, He Jun's first act was to listen to Wang Qin's embellished grievances against He Ning, and his second was to storm over to confront He Ning in a fit of rage. Throughout the afternoon, while He Ning busied himself with preparing food, his mind was preoccupied with the inevitable confrontation he would have with He Jun. He was haunted by 30 years of grievances and entanglements with He Jun, a nemesis he could not escape, even in this new life. While his enmity with Wang Qin remained unchanged, so too did his animosity toward He Jun. After dinner, as twilight descended, He Ning stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon 2 figures in the distance, still far from his home. He turned and secured the door to his grandfather's room. He placed his son in the kitchen beside his mother, instructing, Juan, do not let our son out. The seriousness etched on He Ning's face caused Juan to feel anxious. Ningzi, what is wrong? She inquired, sensing the tension. My second aunt has brought He Jun to find me. There is no avoiding this, He Ning replied. Juan, feeling uneasy, urged him. Ningzi, don't act recklessly. Let us talk this out. Dear, keep a close eye on our children. As for what happens outside, I will handle it, He Ning assured her. Concealed within his cotton coat was a newly purchased kitchen knife. Standing at the threshold, he murmured, Mother, today I shall seek justice for you. 10 years prior, on the same date, there had been a fierce dispute over land and inheritance. His second aunt had seized his mother's hair, dragging her 10 meters away, resulting in a clump of hair being torn from her scalp by Wang Qin. From that moment on, He Ning's mother fell gravely ill and succumbed to despair 2 years later. The memory of that brutal scene, where Wang Qin clutched his mother's hair and yanked it mercilessly, continually tormented He Ning, robbing him of peace. On that fateful day, 18-year-old He Jun stood by, coldly observing as his mother assaulted He Ning's mother, his indifference etched into He Ning's memory. He vowed that, at the same time, he would ensure He Jun witnessed the same indignity befall Wang Qin. In his previous life, when calamity struck his wife and daughter, He Ning fled the village, severing ties with his uncle's family. When He Jun's business failed and he found himself bankrupt and in debt, he sought He Ning's assistance to navigate his dire circumstances. Yet, He Ning had no desire to even lay eyes upon him. He had no interest in He Jun's fate thereafter, nor did he care about the outcomes for his uncle and aunt. However, within He Ning's heart, the resolve to avenge his mother remained unfulfilled until his dying day. In this rebirth, he could not allow any regrets to linger. He Ning crossed his arms over his chest, standing 10 meters away from his family's door, deliberately blocking He Jun and Wang Qin. He Guomin did not accompany them, for he bore the marks of Wang Qin's wrath upon his face, too ashamed to show himself. Halt, He Jun. We shall speak right here. In He Ning's eyes, in the past life, he had not seen He Jun for over 20 years. Upon returning to life, encountering He Jun felt akin to the previous Lunar New Year. He Jun, filled with rage, his eyes bulging, exclaimed, He Ning, have you sunk so low as to confront your own second aunt? Do you not hold your elders in esteem? Over the past 2 years, He Jun had flourished, earning money and purchasing a home. However, a decade later, he faced bankruptcy and insurmountable debts, finding himself cornered and pitifully seeking out He Ning. How he wished to forewarn him. Now, he parades around like a proud wolf. His mother, Wang Qin, mistreated the elderly, and her daughter-in-law bore witness, eventually inflicting the same cruelty upon her. Presently, He Jun questioned He Ning, demanding to know why he did not respect Wang Qin. He Jun, if you disregard your uncle and aunt, what right do I have to regard your mother? He Ning spoke of his parents, referring to past grievances. He Ning, do not dwell on bygone matters. The disputes among the elders are beyond our comprehension, and I wish not to pursue them, He Ning retorted vehemently. He Jun, while you may choose to ignore the past, I cannot. I must hold accountable your mother, Wang Qin, for that moment when she seized my mother's hair. He Ning's fury reignited as he recalled that scene from a decade ago. He Jun, too, was haunted by the memory. He Ning, can we truly discern who was right or wrong in the altercation between my aunt and your mother? He Ning shot back, nonsense. Ask the villagers. The truth will reveal itself. Wang Qin shrieked, Junzi, why waste words with him? Beat him. Crush him. He Jun clenched his fists. He was a man of honor, having navigated the world outside, returning only once a year for the new year. His temper, though, was somewhat restrained. Ningzi, the new year is approaching. Apologize to my parents. Let us not brawl, but instead celebrate the new year peacefully. We can address past grievances afterward. How does that sound? He Ning's mind was consumed by the image of Wang Qin yanking a strand of his mother's hair. He was also haunted by Wang Qin's cold gaze towards a red cloth hanging at the kitchen door. Throughout, she had shown no concern for Juan's childbirth. He Ning exclaimed, I have been unhappy for 10 years. I wish to tear a strand of hair from Wang Qin to avenge my mother. What will you do about it? This statement utterly enraged He Jun regardless of the date being the 28th of the 12th month. He Jun lunged forward. He Ning met him, and they became entangled in a fierce struggle. Wang Qin screamed as she rushed to seize He Ning. This was the moment he awaited. Chapter 33. The year ends with a satisfying bite. He Ning freed one hand, aimed carefully, and seized a handful of Wang Qin's hair. Bending down, he felt He Jun's kicks against his back, while simultaneously unleashing a decade's worth of pent-up strength. A clump of Wang Qin's hair was forcefully pulled from her scalp. Wang Qin cried out in agony, Junzi, my hair! My hair! He Jun recoiled slightly, grasping Wang Qin to inspect the horrifying sight of her scalp, which was now bare and ghastly. He Ning. He Jun lunged forward, but halted abruptly the next moment. In He Ning's hand, a kitchen knife glimmered ominously. Wang Qin shrieked again, Junzi, look! Mother is not exaggerating. He truly intends to harm with that knife. Yet He Ning did not raise the kitchen knife to strike. With a clang, The knife was tossed at He Jun's feet. Brother Jun, you witnessed that scene a decade ago with your own eyes. I pulled your mother's hair to seek justice for my own mother. Now, you must avenge your mother. The hand that tugged at your mother's hair is the same one that raised the knife to intimidate her. Now, pick up that knife and sever this hand of mine. If I were to withdraw it, I would not be a true descendant of the He family. He Ning extended the hand that had grasped Wang Qin's hair. Brother Jun, this knife is newly purchased, never used, and incredibly sharp. It only requires one stroke. Come on. He Jun glanced at the knife on the ground, then at the hand He Ning extended. He understood that He Ning was a troublemaker, but he did not expect such audacity. The nerve to extend his hand for him to strike was astonishing. A strand of Wang Qin's hair had been ripped away, leaving her dazed from the pain. Regaining her senses, she covered her scalp with one hand. Her eyes fell upon the knife lying at her son's feet. She lunged to retrieve it, turning around with the weapon raised, aiming for He Ning's wrist. Her son cried out in terror, "Mom!" The shout momentarily halted Wang Qin. The raised knife did not descend. He Ning's wrist remained steady. "Ant strike. If I retract my hand, I am not a true descendant of the He family." Wang Qin's face contorted with rage as she gripped the knife, stammering, You. She turned to her son, offering him the knife. "Son, you strike. Do it." He Jun's lips trembled. "Mom, this is not right." "Junzi, he pulled out a handful of my hair. Did you not see?" He Ning tilted his head. "Brother Jun, if you do not sever this hand now, you will not have another chance." Wang Qin shrieked, "Junzi, strike." He Jun never imagined events would escalate to this point. "He Ning, you are ruthless." "Mom, let us go." He Jun pulled his mother away, turning to leave. Wang Qin wept, cursing, "Junzi, he ripped out my hair. Will you not avenge me?" "Avenge what? If I cut off his hand, I will end up in prison. Let us go. This is all you're doing." He Ning coldly observed the mother and son depart. This maneuver had thoroughly extinguished the arrogance of Wang Qin and He Jun in his presence. He Ning turned and returned to his own courtyard. Upon entering his grandfather's room, he said, "Grandpa, from today onward, you can rest easy by my side." His grandfather lay under a new quilt, the covering sewn by He Ning's sister the previous day. "Grandpa, let me wash your feet. You should sleep early." A basin of warm water was brought forth, and He Ning meticulously washed and dried his grandfather's feet. He arranged the pillow on the kong and tucked his grandfather in. He wanly murmured, "Ningzi, I will not go back." He Ning grinned, leaning close to the old man's ear. "Grandpa, this is your home. You are not going anywhere." He then returned to the kitchen, where Li Wan held Wan, who was nestled against her chest, drowsy and bleary-eyed. "Shoo, he will fall asleep soon." He Ning chuckled. "He is asleep. I will carry him over to sleep with his great-grandfather." "No need. One can sleep right here with me." "How can that be? With two little ones? You won't manage." "Ningzi, one sleeps soundly, not tossing about." "Wan, let me wash your feet." A basin of warm water is placed by the edge of the kong, but Li Wan cannot reach it. He Ning turns around to fetch a stool, placing the basin atop it, gently holding Li Wan's feet as they soak in the warm water. "Is it warm enough? If not, I can add more." "Ningzi, I can wash them myself. Look at how busy you are. Be obedient. Starting tonight, for the next month, I will wash your feet every day." This is the first time in 4 years of marriage that I am washing Li Wan's feet. I wanted to do it last night, but with my sister present, it felt inappropriate. "Ningzi, I can manage." He Ning squats down, tenderly rubbing Li Wan's feet with care, then drying them with a towel. Li Wan's face flushes, her heart fluttering. "Wan, you are my wife, and you have borne me 2 children. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. I'm not used to it. You will get used to it in time." After washing his wife's feet, he watches as she settles into the blankets. He Ning grins, his hands busy with another task. The cooked intestines remain outside on the earth stove. He brings the pot inside, scooping the contents into a basin and placing it on the countertop. Li Wan, not yet asleep, murmurs, "Ningzi, I'll chop it up in the morning." "No need, I will cut it now." He Ning first slices the stomach, chopping it into fine shreds, feeding himself as he works. "Wan, it's truly delicious. This is a taste we can enjoy only once a year." He continues to chop the small and large intestines, filling half a basin. He prepares a plate for himself, adding vinegar and salt. Sitting by the hearth, he tends to his wife and child, savoring the cold mixed stomach shreds with a satisfying sound. Li Wan sits up. "Ningzi, let me have a bite." "No. You can wait 3 days for this. I'm saving it for you." Li Wan playfully pleads. "Ningzi, just 1 bite. I'll chew it slowly and swallow." He Ning thinks there's no harm in letting her have a taste. He picks up a bite with chopsticks and feeds it to her. Li Wan chews eagerly, exclaiming, "It's so tasty. We can only enjoy this once a year. Of course, it's delicious." She snuggles back into the blankets, savoring that delightful bite as she chews and swallows. 2 hours later, little Yaya begins to fuss, then cries out. Li Wan turns away from He Ning, nursing little Yaya. Juan, how many times will she need to eat? 4 or 5 times throughout the night. 4 or 5 times. Will you get any sleep? With a nursing baby. How can I sleep well? Ningzi, please make me a bowl of brown sugar water. He Ning quickly gets up and prepares a bowl of brown sugar water for his wife. Ningzi, check on Grandpa's stove, don't let it go out. I just checked. Don't worry, it won't go out before dawn. He Ning lies down under their son's blanket, holding him closely, his eyes closing. Half asleep. Little Yaya whimpers, waking the drowsy Li Wan. He Ning can barely open his eyes, murmuring, is this the 3rd time? Yes, the 3rd. Turn on the flashlight. I'll change her diaper. He Ning quickly rolls over. Stay still, my dear, I'll handle the diaper change. With one eye closed and the other open, feeling heavy-headed, he changes little Yaya's diaper. In his past life, he would not have known how to do this. Having been reborn, he still struggles with it. Li Wan instructs him, tuck both ends into the clothing to keep it snug. Upon reflection, it is apparent that if there were diapers available, such inconveniences could be easily avoided. What? Diapers, a product that has existed for over a decade, utilized by children. Ningzi, are you speaking in your sleep? Indeed. It is but a dream. Chapter 34. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month, we ventured to the mill to press noodles. On the evening of the 28th, He Ning lay on the kitchen kong beside his wife and child. Xiao Yaya nursed 4 times, and he awakened on each occasion. Xiao Yaya's diaper was changed 4 times, and he roused himself to assist with these changes each time, seemingly having not slept a wink through the night. As dawn broke, Li Wan mumbled, Ningzi, I am hungry. There is no milk left. He Ning abruptly widened his bleary eyes, sitting up and getting off the kong. Hot water was brought over to wash his wife's face and hands, followed by a bowl of brown sugar water for her to drink. A cast iron pot was placed on the stove, where he cracked 5 eggs, seasoning them with ground pepper and salt, along with a spoonful of oil. Auntie Ba brought oil cakes, which were soaked in the egg broth before being served to his wife. Here, let me feed you. Eat too, he urged. Oh dear, I have no hands free. You needn't feed me, Li Wan replied, taking the bowl and feeding herself mouthful by mouthful. Delicious. Ningzi, did you buy these eggs? Sister also brought 50. We are not lacking in eggs. Xiao Wan, with her bottom in the air, called out, Mama. Shoo, your sister has been awakened. Wan needs to urinate. He Ning lifted his bare-bottomed son off the kong and stood him in front of the wash basin. You made a mess outside, silly boy. Daddy, I want candy. What candy are you talking about? Waking up with your eyes wide open. After his son finished urinating, he crawled back into the blankets and fell asleep once more. He Ning quietly stepped outside. The stove in Grandpa's room was stoked to a lively warmth, filling the space with comfort. How was Grandpa enduring this bitter winter in that small room? As daylight emerged, Li Wan seemed significantly more spirited than the previous day. She busied herself, tidying up the pots and pans on the stove and sweeping the floor until it gleamed. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month, they would go to the mill to press the noodles for the new year. They arrived early to queue, knowing it would only be ready by noon. Ningzi, did you not say that many guests would be visiting us this year? Should we not prepare ample noodles? 10 pounds of flour will suffice until the 8th day of the new year, but others enjoy their long noodles until the 15th. There is no need for that. After the 8th day, we shall make fresh noodles. Li Wan beamed. Grandpa had yet to awaken, and He Ning could only attend to him before heading to the mill. His son called out from the kong, Daddy. As soon as his eyes opened, he called for his father, and rather than feeling annoyed, He Ning was filled with joy and happiness. Ah, Daddy is here. Upon entering the room, he found Li Wan had already washed Wan's face and dressed her. Wan, take care of yourself. I will look after Wan. Li Wan laughed. Ningzi, do you treat me like Grandpa? I can do anything except go out in the cold. He Ning gazed at his wife in astonishment. How could she recover so swiftly? Perhaps it was due to the natural birth. Ningzi, you go queue at the mill for the noodles. Do not worry about lunch. I will prepare it. I will take care of Grandpa, and after he finishes his eggs, I shall go. Grandpa Wanli did not eat eggs. He preferred tea and oil cakes. Grandpa, I will make whatever you wish. I promise you will be well by the 8th day of the new year. Grandpa enjoyed 1 egg and half an oil cake, seated by the stove, sipping his tea. He Ning gently settled Xiao Wan. Take good care of great-grandfather while I go to knead the noodles. Tonight, we shall feast on noodle soup. With a bag of flour in hand, He Ning stepped out the door, the rhythmic sound of a rattle drum echoing behind him. Father. He Ning turned around. My son. Why are you following me? Go play with great-grandfather. Xiao Wan rushed forward, hugging He Ning's leg. Daddy, hug me, lift me high. This little rascal. With one hand holding the bag of flour and the other lifting Xiao Wan, they made their way to the mill, which was quite a distance away. I can't carry you anymore. You must walk on your own. Wenwen scampered behind him. Are you cold? No. Despite wearing a hat, gloves, and a new thick cotton jacket, He Ning was still cautious about bringing him out. However, without covering his nose and mouth, the boy claimed not to feel cold, while snot dripped down to his lips. I'll buy you a mask. As they encountered Zhang Aibo's mother, who was lugging half a bag of flour towards the mill, He Ning inquired, Aunt, is Zhang Aibo not at home? Why must you carry flour to the mill? Zhang Aibo's aunt muttered angrily. He ran off after losing money, not returning for the new year. How can I rely on such a good-for-nothing? Indeed, Zhang Aibo had gone into hiding to escape Yang Biao. It was best he didn't return. He Ning found this quite amusing. Inside the mill's courtyard, a long queue had already formed. He Ning asked, Uncle Wang, how many people are ahead of me? Ningzi, there are still 8 families before you. By the time it's noon, you might as well leave the bag here and attend to other matters. Very well, Uncle Wang, I shall return after lunch. Handing Uncle Wang 2 coins, he confirmed. It's definitely noon? Uncle Wang assured him there would be no problem, and He Ning embraced his son, heading home to tend to other tasks. Passing by Wang Yuandan's small shop, he sought to buy a mask, but there were none available. I'll take 100 sheets of white paper. Daddy, balloons. A large red balloon hung in the store. I will buy you 5. The snow along the path had turned to icy shards. With puffed cheeks, his son struggled to inflate the balloon, unable to manage it. Let me do it. He Ning took a deep breath and inflated the balloon to the size of his son's head, tying a knot for him to hold. Where's your rattle drum? Wenwen blinked, contemplating for 10 seconds. Daddy threw it in the store. You are the one who left it there. Why do you blame me? You really are forgetful. He Ning picked up his son and turned back toward the shop. From a distance, he heard the familiar sound of the rattle drum. A small child from the Li family was playing with it. Daddy, that's mine. I'll get it back for you. He hurried forward, blocking the path of the little Li child. This boy, 5.5 years old, had a dirty face with snot running down. He Ning smiled and extended his hand. Hey, little one, that rattle drum belongs to my son. Although he could not recall the boy's name, he knew he was the grandson of old Lady Li. The child hid the rattle drum behind his back, looking at He Ning with disdain. Stubbornly, he declared, it's mine. He Ning explained, your rattle drum was picked up after my son left it in the shop. How can you claim it as yours? He then produced a balloon, inflated it, and offered it to the boy. You can play with this balloon if you return the rattle drum to me. The Li child accepted the balloon but refused to part with the rattle drum. It's mine. The young lad from the Li family is far from endearing. Clutching a rattle drum to his chest and holding a balloon, he deftly evades He Ning and his son, attempting to make a hasty escape. He Ning swiftly reaches out, gripping the boy by the neck, causing the rattle drum to jerk from his embrace. With a wail, the boy cries out for his grandmother, sprinting back towards his home. He Ning scoffs, you little rascal, stealing from my son, and yet you weep? The rattle drum clatters in Wenwen's hands as father and son begin to return home. He Ning, with 100 sheets of white paper tucked under his arm, contemplates the upcoming visit to his parents' graves in the afternoon. Suddenly, Wenwen lags behind. He Ning hears the sound of hurried footsteps before he turns. An anguished cry erupts from his son. He spins around to find Wenwen sprawled on the ground, face pressed into the dirt. The boy's grandmother, Li Shipo, shouts accusations, cursing the child for being neglected by his mother and daring to bully her grandson. Wenwen, He Ning shouts, rushing to gather his son in his arms, feeling a pang of sorrow as he kisses and blows gently on him. The balloon has burst, and the rattle drum has been seized by Li Shipo, who hands it to her own wailing child. Wenwen's lip is split and bleeding while Li Shipo continues her tirade, berating him for being a child without proper upbringing. He Ning's face darkens with anger. Protecting his son, he advances toward Li Shipo. You dare to insult him again? I will not tolerate it, he retorts. Though Li Shipo's words fail to escape her lips, He Ning lunges forward, seizing her hair and delivering a kick to her mouth. Her protest is abruptly silenced as she reels from the blow, collapsing to the ground, sobbing and lamenting like a child. This woman, who has no qualms about making a scene in others' yards, evokes both fear and resentment from the neighbors. The community often submits to her demands, allowing her tyrannical behavior to flourish. He Ning, who keeps a distance from her, finds her antics troublesome, yet the hint of concern in his heart transforms into a smirk. Within his own yard, protecting his wife and child from external harm is a battle he is determined to fight. Li Shipo, your grandson took my son's rattle drum and has yet to return it. Do you believe you have the right to push my son around? In the alley, old Li and his 2 sons rushed out. The 3 of them charged towards He Ning, who was no match for them. Protecting his son while clutching a roll of white paper, he turned to flee but was unable to outrun them. He brushed the dirt off his son's mouth and reassured him, Wenwen, don't be afraid, watch as daddy handles them. The Li family had close ties with He Ning's uncle's household, Birds of a feather flocked together. In He Ning's eyes, they were all unsavory characters. Li Shipo's eldest son, Li Dangwei, stepped forward and tugged at his mother, saying, "Mom, what are you crying and shouting about in the village road?" It seemed that Li Shipo's son was also troubled by his mother's antics. "Dangwei, that ruffian from the He family, snatched my son's rattle drum, pulled my hair, and even kicked me. Are you not going to deal with him?" He Ning lamented. He did not fear a fight, but was anxious about his son being torn apart. To He Ning's surprise, Li Dangwei actually scolded his mother. "Mom, let it go. The rattle drum doesn't belong to Dong Dong. Why are you making such a fuss? Hurry back home." He Ning was perplexed. Wasn't Li Dangwei rather domineering in the village? Why was he now afraid of her? Li Shipo sat on the ground, pounding her thighs and wailing. "Can't the three of you take him down? What are you standing around for?" Li Shipo's second son, wearing glasses and studying in high school in the county, stared blankly at his mother throwing a fit, as if transformed into a bookish fool by his studies. He Ning clarified the situation. "The rattle drum belonging to my son was left at Wang's shop, and your Dong Dong picked it up to play with. I kindly asked for it back, but he refused, so I took it. Am I in the wrong? Your mother snatched my son's things and even shoved him. Look, his mouth is hurt. This matter, I, He Ning, will not let it go with you." A flicker of panic crossed the faces of Li Laoshi and his eldest son. Li Dangwei, Li Laoshi's second son, Li Dongxin, adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. "He Ning, do you not have any sense of reason? My mother is, after all, your elder. Do you dare to strike her?" Li Dangwei shouted. "Dongxin, don't argue with him. Pull Mom back." "Brother? Dongxin, he is a ruffian. Don't you know what happened last night? Don't get tangled up with him." Li Dangwei threw the rattle drum back and kicked his son hard, cursing, "Get lost." He Ning smirked, realizing that the entire Li family was aware of the events from the previous night involving his second aunt and He Jun. He picked up his son's rattle drum, cradled his son in his arms, and clutched a bundle of paper as he turned to head home. Behind him, the Li family watched in disbelief. Li Laoshi's second son was indignant. "Brother, can the three of us not take him down?" Li Dangwei sighed. "Father, last night he yanked out a handful of my cousin's hair, and had He Jun cut his hand. It's best we avoid this troublemaker, especially during the new year." The previous evening, He Jun's Black Santana had brought a brand new Chongfeng television. The Li family had rushed over to watch it, only to find Wang Qin sobbing and throwing a tantrum. The Li family came to understand the whole situation. Wang Qin and He Jun were thoroughly exasperated with He Ning, relegating their complaints to whispers behind his back. Provoking this young man was akin to courting trouble. Indeed, the rattle drum did not belong to Dong Dong of the Li family. Li's family matriarch was notorious in the village for her sharp tongue and scathing remarks. During the festive season, Li's father and son sought to avoid trouble and gritted their teeth in silence. Li Dongxin could hardly contain his frustration. "Father, brother, shall we simply let this go? Let's endure until after the new year." He Ning returned home, placing a piece of candy in his son's mouth. Upon seeing her son with tear-filled eyes and a split lip, Li Wan inquired, "What happened?" He Ning offered a wry smile. "He was running behind me, slipped, and hit his mouth on the ground." Little Wan, with candy in his mouth, longed for an orange, oblivious to his father's words. It was then that He Ning realized his wife was in the grandfather's room. "Juan, why are you in here?" "I was worried the heater in Grandpa's room would go out and leave him cold. If you get cold too, hurry back to your room and don't come out. It's not cold in here. I'm just helping Grandpa with his hair." He Ning muttered under his breath, "You should take care of yourself." He laid out 100 sheets of white paper, folding them into 5 stacks, and then sliced them into 5-inch wide strips with a kitchen knife. He retrieved a tray of paper money from under the cabinet and poured a bowl of hot water onto the red paper. After 2 hours, he had prepared 100 sheets of paper money, creating a small mountain of it on the floor. Li Wan called from the kitchen, "Ningzi, serve Grandpa his meal." He Ning was momentarily taken aback. Lost in memories while preparing the paper money, he had forgotten it was time for lunch. In the kitchen, Li Wan had already finished cooking. He hurriedly turned and ran inside. "Wan, be careful not to strain yourself. Sister and Aunt may help me with this. If you cause any trouble, I'll be in big trouble." Li Wan grinned. "I made a gentler dish and was just being careful. There's no need for brute strength." Braised pork, vermicelli, pickled cabbage, potatoes, and garlic sprouts simmered together, filling the air with an enticing aroma. A plate of cold shredded tripe accompanied the meal, while steamed buns warmed in the oven. Together with the stew, they would be a hearty feast. "Ningzi, bring the stew to Grandpa's room. We will eat together." Chapter 36. The noodles for the new year returned, an additional 10 pounds for the family of 5. With Grandpa in his 80s, and his 3-year-old son gathered around He Ning for the meal, little Yea lay peacefully on the bed, content and quiet. This was the scene He Ning cherished and anticipated the most. He served braised pork into Grandpa's bowl, then into his son's, and finally into his wife's. In the yard, Li Hongmei called out Juan, Ningzi? The couple responded in unison, yes. Aunt Mei. He Ning stood up, stepping outside with a smile, urging Aunt Mei to come in. Aunt, sit down and join us for dinner. Li Hongmei sighed in relief. He Ning encouraged her with a smile, pulling her into the house to share the meal. The happiest moment of her day. He worried that if his niece appeared gloomy and responded with, I don't know where He Ning is, it would ruin the atmosphere. Li Hongmei was prepared to visit Zhang Aibu's or Wang Yuandan's homes to coax He Ning back. She feared that He Ning's tender heart towards his wife and children would falter after a few days, revealing his true nature. However, as He Ning emerged from the house, he jovially pulled her in for dinner, assuring her of his comfort and peace of mind. Li Hongmei spent the entire morning preparing meatballs, crafting 2 varieties, one fried and the other steamed with rice. She brought a heaping basin to her niece, still warm. Juan, I know you can't make meatballs this year, so I prepared an extra bowl. He Ning thought to himself, Aunt Mei, you're just looking for an excuse to see if I'm home. Seated at the dining table, Li Hongmei shared a meal with He Ning's family. Juan, I made a protective garment for Wen. She can wear it while eating to avoid staining her new clothes. After wearing the new outfit for 3 or 4 days, however, a smear of grease appeared on the front. Whether or not it was worn, it hardly mattered. Aunt Mei placed the protective garment around Grandpa's neck. He warmly enjoyed a bowl of vegetable soup with bread, and He Ning added 2 meatballs from Aunt Mei's offering to his bowl. Grandpa, don't overeat. It'll upset your stomach and become my burden. Li Hongmei chimed in. Ningzi, you must take utmost care of your grandfather. He shouldn't overeat or indulge in greasy food. Seeing He Ning nod in agreement, Li Hongmei added, with the new year approaching, your home will have plenty of meat and fish. Ensure the elder doesn't suffer any ailments. He Ning nodded emphatically. I understand, Aunt Mei. I will certainly be vigilant in caring for my wife, children, and grandfather. Upon hearing this, Li Hongmei's eyes crinkled with delight. She praised He Ning. Ningzi is the most considerate of his wife and children, and the most filial to the elderly. Who in the village can compare? After showering He Ning with compliments, she took a few bites of food and prepared to leave, busy with her own affairs. Li Wan used the basin that Aunt Mei had brought to fill it with half a basin of tripe and fatty intestines. Aunt Mei, let us have 1 portion each for our families. Take it back to Uncle for him to stir-fry with dried chili. Li Hongmei's eyes brightened. Oh, did Ningzi make this? I toiled for an entire afternoon. It was such a hassle. Oh, Ningzi, I never expected you could manage it. I thought you would leave it aside until Juan was done with her confinement. Juan, I'll bring you the pig's feet once they're stewed tonight. Li Wan felt quite embarrassed. Oh, Auntie, why do you bring everything for me? He Ning tugged at her sleeve. Shoo, she's your own aunt, not a stranger. Whatever she brings, we should accept. Our family is in need of everything. Li Hongmei chuckled. You little rascal, what else do you want from my family? He Ning escorted Li Hongmei to the door, and as she suddenly remembered something, she turned and asked, Ningzi, did you get into a fight with your second aunt yesterday? No, not at all. That's just idle gossip, He Ning replied, aware that his temper could sometimes lead to trouble in the village. Ningzi, listen to me. Let your wife focus on her recovery. He Ning laughed, not wanting to elaborate further. After seeing Aunt Mei off, he returned to the table, quickly finishing his meal. Juan, our noodles are almost ready. I'll go press them and bring them back. Daddy, Wen wants to go too. Wherever He Ning went, Wen followed closely. Carrying his son, the duo headed to the village mill, only to find a long line of people waiting. Uncle Wang, you said it would be my turn by noon. Has it arrived? Indeed. As soon as the Jia family leaves, you're next. He Ning waited for 10 minutes, but did not hear Uncle Wang call for him. Hey, Uncle Wang, didn't you just say it was my turn? 10 minutes had passed. It was time for He Ning. However, Wang Yuansheng poured half a bag of flour into the mixing bucket. Earlier that morning, when He Ning queued, Wang Yuansheng was not among the 8 individuals ahead of him. With a smile, He Ning initiated conversation. Brother Wang, have you not been served yet? Wang Yuansheng widened his eyes, his tone dripping with disdain. He Ning, isn't it just me behind Li Jiai? Look at Uncle Wang's list. He took the hard paper from the cigarette box to examine it. Indeed. Right after Jiai was Wang Yuansheng. However, the 2 individuals before Jiai were He Ning. He showed it to Wang Yuansheng. Not only am I before you, but I am also ahead of Jiai. What is wrong with being served now? Wang Yuansheng felt He Ning was being unreasonable. If you're ahead of Jiai, why didn't you arrive earlier? I couldn't care less. I'm behind Jiai anyway. He Ning smirked. While one may not engage in foolish actions, one can certainly utter foolish words. Wang Yuansheng, do you believe that the chickens in your coop will vanish tonight? Earlier that morning, He Ning had witnessed the scene where Li Jia's elder woman was grabbed by the hair right at Wang's front door. This ruffian dared to assault even the elder woman. It was entirely plausible that he would steal Wang's chickens. Wang Yuanxing thought it best to avoid provoking He Ning as the new year approached. All right, you go first. Yet, Wang Yuanxing was quicker, having already poured his 20 pounds of flour into the mixing bucket. It was impossible to extract it now. His expression was rather unnatural. He Ning, you see, it can only be that you come down after me. He Ning weighed his own bag of flour nearby. It was 11 pounds. Wang, you have 9 pounds more than me. Here, take 5 yuan. He stuffed 5 yuan into Wang Yuanxing's hands. He Ning took all the noodles made from the 20 pounds of flour. Wang Yuanxing, furious, stared blankly as He Ning carried away half a bag of noodles with his son in tow. Following behind was Wang Yuanxing's aunt, mocking him. You, with your robust build. Allow him to bully you? Aunt San, He Ning is merely a ruffian. He has even made the elder woman vomit blood with a kick. If I tangle with him, I would only invite trouble upon myself. Wang Yuanxing, feeling helpless, returned home to fetch another 10 pounds of flour. He Ning, laden with over 20 pounds of noodles, returned home and spread out a new bedsheet bought for the new year on the floor. He deftly laid the long noodles out to dry on the sheet. Li Wan frowned. Are these noodles from 10 pounds of flour? 20 pounds. Wasn't it said to press 10 pounds? I felt it was insufficient. So I bought another 10 pounds from Wang Yuanxing, which is why I have no money left. Juan, you must keep track of this. Earlier that morning, He Ning had mentioned needing to press noodles and buy red paper and paint, which would require some money. Li Wan had given him 10 yuan, adding, when visiting the graves, you need wine. Buy a bottle. Yet, He Ning had used 5 yuan to obtain an extra 10 pounds of noodles. Chapter 37. In the biting cold of winter, how does one feel when splashed with cold water? He Ning returned from the mill with the noodles he had pressed. The scattered paper money on the floor had been neatly organized by his grandfather into a thick stack by the cabinet. He Ning grinned, leaning close to his grandfather's ear and exclaimed, Grandpa, you've been a tremendous help. His grandfather, with a curious expression, asked, Ningzi, are we going to the graves now? Yes. Right now? My parents are over there. It is essential to have the means to celebrate the new year well. Paper money is carefully placed into a snakeskin bag. 2 jars, one filled with stir-fried intestines and liver, the other with scrambled eggs with chives and tofu. Oranges, candies, and peanuts. 8 small steamed buns. A bundle of yellow incense and a box of Hometown Mountain cigarettes. A handful of firecrackers. Juan, I will go and burn the New Year money for our parents. And this year, let's bring Wenwen along. Li Wan meticulously packs each item for the offering into a shoulder bag. Ningzi, I asked you to buy a bottle of wine. You didn't, so take this one with just a little left in it. The shoulder bag rests on her shoulder, one hand holding the money pouch, the other tightly embracing her son. The graves of their parents lie on a barren stretch of land in the Shishan Valley, a 20-minute walk away. 2 mounds of earth, blanketed by white snow. Before reaching the graves, He Ning's face is already wet with tears. Mom and Dad, it's the new year, and your son and grandson bring you New Year money. One by one, the offerings are laid upon the stone altar. The snow before the altar is cleared away, and 3 sticks of incense are carefully placed in the soil. A bag of paper money is emptied and ignited. Mom and Dad, rest assured, your son has awakened and will no longer lose himself. Our family will not fall into ruin again. Holding his son close, He Ning suppresses his sobs, yet the tears flow uncontrollably. Daddy, don't cry. Wenwen reaches out his tiny hand to wipe away He Ning's tears. Be good, son, wear your gloves. Don't let your hands get cold. This is my father, your grandfather, and this is my mother, your grandmother. In the future, when we visit their graves, your dad will take you and your sister. Wenwen kneels before the grave. Grandpa is gone, Grandma is gone. He Ning wipes his tears, chuckling at his son's innocent words. Indeed, Grandpa and Grandma are gone. They are forever asleep, suffering no more, burdened no longer. With a stick, He Ning stirs the blazing paper money. Mom and Dad, the injustices you suffered will be repaid double. Father, you worried about Grandpa's suffering. He is with me now. Dad. Oh, son, let me speak to your grandfather for a moment. Daddy, don't cry. All right, I want to cry. I have Wenwen, Yue, and your mother. I want to cry. He Ning vigorously wipes his tear-streaked face, yet cannot erase them all. When the paper money burns out, it leaves only a pile of ashes. He Ning draws a circle in the ashes. Son, bow to your grandfather and grandmother. Little Wenwen mimics his father's actions, bowing 3 times. He lights the firecrackers with the smoking stick in his hand. A series of explosive sounds erupt across the barren land, startling Wenwen. Don't be afraid. Daddy will treat you to something delicious. Some of the stir-fried eggs with chives and the intestines spill out from the jars. The remaining food is shared between father and son, accompanied by the small steamed buns. He raises the wine bottle to his lips, hesitates for a moment, then smiles broadly. Mom and Dad, I promised one I would not touch a drop of alcohol, and I keep my word. The wine is poured out at the grave, and the bottle is tossed far away. He splits an orange in half, giving one half to his son and placing the other on the altar. 2 sticks of incense from the box of Hometown Mountain are lit and placed on the altar. Dad, let's go home and find Mom. All right, let us go home and find Mom. He lifted his son, kissing his rosy little face. After a 20-minute walk, they arrived at the village well. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before He Ning's eyes, causing his gaze to widen and his head to throb. The tenacious Mrs. Li and Wang Qin were seen heading towards his home. He Ning quickly darted aside, turning a corner, and sprinted homeward. "And Izzy, you're back so soon?" Li Wan inquired. "The mountain path is treacherous, and I was carrying one, so I didn't visit the other ancestral graves." "Juan, listen carefully. I provoked Mrs. Li, and she is coming to our house to stir up trouble. Do not go outside. I'll handle it, understood?" He feared that if Li Wan ventured out, Mrs. Li would pounce upon her. Li Wan gasped. "You upset Mrs. Li." He had intended to keep this morning's incident from his wife, but it seemed the secret was out, so he recounted the events in detail. Li Wan's expression turned anxious. "And Izzy, will she burst into our house? I won't allow her to even step through our front door." He Ning grasped a ladle and filled a bucket with water. "What are you planning to do?" Li Wan asked. "Juan, every villain meets their match. Today, I will thoroughly rid myself of the troubles that Mrs. Li brings, regardless of her screams or curses. Do not step outside, understood?" Li Wan nodded vigorously. He Ning, one hand holding the ladle and the other the bucket, stepped outside, standing 10 meters away, confident that Mrs. Li was indeed approaching. Sure enough, her figure emerged from behind a dirt wall. Upon spotting He Ning at the door, she hesitated momentarily before advancing. When she was 10 meters away, doubt flickered across her face once more. In his previous life, He Ning had navigated the complexities of the marketplace, discerning the trepidation behind her hesitation. "Mrs. Li, do you think I am like the neighbors surrounding your home? Come, employ your usual tactics." Mrs. Li muttered a stream of profanities, her words rapid and indistinct, leaving He Ning unable to decipher her tirade. She lunged forward, intending to invade He Ning's yard, to collapse on the ground and wail dramatically. He Ning intercepted her. "Do not even think about entering my yard. If you wish to make a scene, do it here." With that, Mrs. Li plopped down, hands slapping her thighs, wailing and lamenting. The spectacle, if it occurred in her own yard, would surely terrify his wife and child. In those times, without mobile phones or telephones, summoning the authorities required a trip to the town. Villagers rarely thought to report disputes. They resolved matters within their families. He Ning was unperturbed by the potential arrival of the police. Turning around, he held a ladle of cold water, standing a mere meter from the weeping Mrs. Li. He splashed a ladleful of water upon her. In the depths of winter, the sensation of cold water upon her was shocking, leaving her drenched and shivering. "What are you doing?" she stammered. He Ning chuckled. "Nothing sinister, merely wishing to turn you into an ice sculpture." With one hand clutching the bucket and the other the ladle, he splashed another ladle of water, ensuring that Mrs. Li's feverish mind would be thoroughly awakened. Ultimately, he poured an entire bucket of water over her. Li Shipo was drenched, her lips a shade of blue, devoid of any fervor to curse and shout. He Ning observed her trembling body as the Li family rushed over from a distance with great urgency. Li Laoshi and his eldest son lifted the soaked Li Shipo and hurried back. Li Laoshi's second son glared at He Ning, itching to charge at him. But the water bucket in He Ning's hand held him back. He Ning barked, "Li Danxin, if you have something to say, speak up. Shall we discuss this? Do you have any idea that you might freeze my mother to death?" He Ning erupted with fury. "Li Danxin, you're a high school student. Has your education gone to waste? You encourage your mother to come to my home and create a ruckus? Do you even know my wife just gave birth 4 days ago?" Li Danxin's expression turned frantic. "Your wife just had a baby?" He realized the trouble his mother could stir, causing immense distress to his sister-in-law and the neighbors alike. If word got out that his mother was harassing He Ning's wife, it would be utterly unreasonable. Li Danxin defended himself. "He Ning, I didn't encourage my mother, nor did my brother or father. It was your second aunt." He Ning grinned widely. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear, Li Danxin. Go back and explain to your mother, father, and brother what legitimate self-defense means. Anyone who dares to step into my yard to harm my wife and child will face dire consequences. I am justified in my actions." Chapter 38. The daughter opens her eyes, seeing her father for the first time standing at the entrance of his home. He Ning fixed his icy gaze upon the retreating Li family, muttering under his breath, "Shrew, come back if you dare." He then turned and entered the house, noticing the fearful expression on Li Wan's face. "Don't worry, everything is fine," he reassured her. Outside, the echoes of Li Shipo's shouts and curses reached Li Wan's ears. She held on to little Yaya tightly, her heart filled with dread and anxiety. For the past few days, He Ning had refrained from drinking and gambling, providing her with an unprecedented sense of security. Yet, after just one outing, how had he provoked that shrew from the Li family? Was it because of one Wen's rattle? Juan found it incomprehensible that a simple toy dispute among children could lead to such a confrontation with Li Shipo. Outside, the sounds of Li Shipo's tirade faded away. He Ning entered the room, grinning and declaring that all was well. Juan let out a long sigh of relief. At the very least, that madwoman from the Li family hadn't barged into their courtyard or broken into their home. Juan pondered that He Ning's temperament must have caused this trouble. Ningzi, I beg you, please don't stir up trouble in the village anymore. Let us just get through this new year peacefully. He Ning instantly agreed. All right. I won't cause any trouble. I'll stay in. But Ningzi He Ning stretched out his arms, embracing Juan's shoulders. Juan, don't be afraid. I'm here, and nothing will happen. His face radiated determination, gradually calming Juan's anxious heart. Juan, what would you like for dinner? I'll cook. Juan's big eyes sparkled. Shall we have noodle soup with minced meat? With diced potatoes, minced meat, pickled vegetables, and salted carrots. A pot of minced meat soup simmered to perfection. The family gathered around the table to eat. Daddy, after dinner, can we set off firecrackers? Setting off firecrackers with his son after dinner had been the happiest moment for the family in recent days, but they had run out of firecrackers. Jing, give me money to buy fireworks for our son. A wave of panic surged within Juan. When He Ning asked for money, her heart raced with fear. It dawned on her that He Ning wasn't requesting money for gambling or drinking, but rather to buy fireworks for their son. Yet, the thought of He Ning venturing out, only to attract trouble, filled her with dread. Ningzi, you just promised me you wouldn't go out. Jing, I forgot to prepare wine and firecrackers for the New Year celebrations. How could I remember everything? Jing, we have no wine at home. How can we entertain everyone on New Year's Eve? Juan blinked her large eyes. Tomorrow night. On New Year's Eve, their grandfather would be surrounded by the younger generation of the He family. It was a rare occasion for the home to be filled with laughter and warmth. Juan had longed for such a lively atmosphere every New Year's Eve. She suggested to He Ning that he bring everyone over, but he scoffed and retorted, You want to entertain them? Aren't you tired of it? Juan was not bothered by the idea. On New Year's Eve, she yearned for a bustling home. But from New Year's Eve to the third day of the new year, He Ning was nowhere to be found. On the fourth night, he stumbled into the house, intoxicated and red-eyed, demanding money from Juan. The memories of the past 2 New Year celebrations filled her with dread. Tomorrow night was New Year's Eve. She feared He Ning would disappear again, just as he had from the first to the third day of the new year. Ningzi, if you want to play cards or drink, do it tomorrow night. I won't stop you, but please bring everyone to our home. This year, we have everything. I will serve them well. As she spoke these words, Juan hesitated, holding out 20 yuan to He Ning. Ningzi, hurry back after buying the wine. And please don't cause any trouble. I'm scared you'll revert to your old ways. As she uttered this, her lips trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. He Ning felt a pang of guilt. Accepting the 20 yuan from his wife, he exhaled deeply. Jing, tomorrow night. I won't touch a drop of alcohol or play a single game of cards. I will stay right here with you. After saying this, He Ning stepped out for a brief moment, returning within 10 minutes, panting and out of breath. Jing, are you reassured now? Juan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Ningzi, I never intended to control you completely. If you want to go out tomorrow night, I won't stop you. He Ning replied firmly, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here at home, celebrating the new year with you and our son. The 2 bottles of wine cost 10 yuan, and the 10 strings of firecrackers cost 5. He returned the remaining 5 yuan to his wife. Outside the door, the father and son played with the firecrackers, laughing joyfully. Juan, bundled up warmly, suddenly appeared at the doorway, startling He Ning. What? You dare stand outside in the cold? Do you want to risk your health? I just wanted to see you play with our son. But you can't stand out here. Hurry inside. Ningzi, I'm fine. I'm dressed warmly. He Ning pulled her arm, guiding her inside. If your sister and Aunt May knew you were standing out here, they would be furious. Right now, it's my duty to care for you during your confinement. Do you understand? Juan was pulled into the room by He Ning, who warmed her hands and body while playfully retorting, I'm dressed warmly. I'm not freezing. What are you worried about? He Ning brought a bowl of steaming brown sugar water to Juan's lips, urging her to drink quickly. He looked visibly alarmed. Xiao Yeye suddenly burst into tears, although Juan had just finished nursing her. Ningzi, it's your loud voice that startled her, He Ning said as he climbed onto the bed, cradling their daughter gently. Daddy's not noisy, Daddy's being quiet. In He Ning's arms, Xiao Yeye ceased her crying, blowing bubbles instead. Turning to Juan, He Ning smiled and remarked, She knows I'm holding her. That's why she's not crying anymore. Suddenly, He Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. His voice trembled with excitement. Juan? What is wrong, Ningzi? Yaya has opened her eyes. So wide. In He Ning's arms, their 5-day-old daughter opened her eyes for the first time, and the first thing she saw was her father. Ha ha ha, my daughter has seen me first. It's me, Juan. Li Juan was puzzled. It was only a matter of time before Yaya opened her eyes. So why was He Ning so ecstatic? He buried his face in their daughter's body. Yaya, I am your father. Call me Daddy. Ningzi, how could she possibly call you Daddy now? Juan, she will definitely call me Daddy first. Li Juan playfully tugged at He Ning's hand. But their daughter's tiny waist prevented him from moving. In the yard, Xiao Wenwen shouted, Daddy. Hey, son, come in and look at your sister's eyes. The kitchen door swung open with a loud bang, causing Xiao Yaya to flinch slightly in He Ning's arms. Wenwen, be gentle when you open the door. You scared your sister. Xiao Wenwen nestled closer to his father's embrace, eager to see his sister with her eyes open. Sister kiss. However, He Ning pushed Wenwen away, saying, Son, you're cold. Wait a bit before kissing your sister. Ignoring his sister, Wenwen burrowed into his mother's arms, fussing to nurse. He Ning chuckled and teased. You're nearly 4 years old after the new year. Aren't you ashamed? Unabashed, Wenwen continued to eat heartily. Juan, there's something I don't understand. What is it? If Yaya nurses until she's 3, will you still have any left for her? Of course. Then let Yaya nurse until she's 3. Li Juan smiled broadly. She can't nurse until she's 3. He Ning gently rocked their daughter, grinning foolishly. In a past life, countless lonely nights had replayed this scene in He Ning's dreams. Chapter 39. This life, every moment is a delight. In the kitchen, He Ning was with his wife and children. The 4 of them huddled together, warm and secure in the frigid winter. He had never experienced such a life in his previous existence, and he wished to cherish every moment. Wenwen, drowsy in Li Juan's arms, was half asleep. Yaya's little head swayed from side to side, and she would soon let out a wail. He Ning chuckled softly, murmuring, My daughter is hungry again. She has quite the appetite. Li Juan held the sleepy Wenwen on the bed, tucking him in snugly. She then cradled Xiao Yaya to nurse once more, reminding He Ning, Go check on Grandpa. Don't let the stove go out. He Ning jumped off the bed and exited the kitchen. In the adjacent room, he found his grandfather leaning against the wall, half-closed eyes blinking slowly. Grandpa. He Ning called out loudly. He Wanli slowly opened his eyes, remaining still, and murmured, Ningzi, I will not return. The low, dark little room filled the old man's heart with dread. He feared that He Ning would force him to go back. He Ning's lips brushed against his ear. Grandfather. Rest easy on this Kong. Do not go anywhere. This phrase had been repeated by He Ning at times over the past 2 days, whispering it into his grandfather's ear. The fire blazed warmly, as he gently washed his grandfather's face and feet. As the hour for rest approached, Li Hongmei quietly called from the kitchen doorway, Juan. Is Ningzi in? Auntie, Ningzi is in the next room looking after my grandfather. That's good. I worry he might wander off and not return home all night. Li Hongmei softly pushed the door open. Aunt Mei must surely have brought her fragrant braised pig trotters. He Ning tiptoed to the kitchen door to eavesdrop on Mei's conversation. Juan, has Ningzi not gone out all day? He went out once in the morning and had a run-in with old lady Li. That crazy woman came looking for trouble but was blocked by Ningzi outside. Li Hongmei sighed and remarked, Why did Ningzi provoke that foul-mouthed woman? It's causing unrest at your second uncle's home. Huh, Annie, how does Ningzi's trouble with old lady Li relate to my second uncle's household? Li Hongmei explained. The Li brothers are embroiled in a quarrel with your second aunt. Half the village can hear them. They say your second aunt incited old lady Li to confront Ningzi. But I didn't catch all the details. I'll inquire further tomorrow. Upon hearing this, He Ning felt a surge of happiness. Old lady Li's son was making things difficult for Wang Qin, and it was a complete mess. He Ning preferred to stay at home with his wife and children. Indifferent to the village's happenings, he quietly asked, Aunt Mei, may I come in? Come in. Why do you even ask? He Ning entered the room, grinning at Aunt Mei. Auntie, it's time for bed. Have you come to check on me, worried I might sneak out? Li Hongmei, having had her intentions seen through by He Ning, scolded with wide eyes, Of course, I'm worried about you. If you dare to go out and not return, I will drag you back. Yet, He Ning remained content at home, reassuring his wife and elder, which brought Li Hongmei immense comfort. She knew He Ning had a playful spirit, and if she tied him down too tightly, it would only backfire, especially during the new year when he would vanish without a trace. Ningzi, listen to your aunt. Hold on until the second day of the new year. When your sister arrives, you need not be so vigilant at home. He Ning chuckled, grabbing a pig trotter Aunt Mei had brought and taking a hearty bite, promising, When my sister comes, I will go out to earn some money. Li Hongmei shot him a glance, thinking he was jesting. During the new year, everyone indulged in feasting and socializing. Who had time to earn money? He Ning offered a piece of the tender, fragrant pig trotter to Li Wan. Wife, isn't it delicious? Aunt May's cooking is exceptional. Li Hongmei laughed, saying, after a whole year, this is the only dish we get to enjoy. How could it not taste good? He Ning, seizing the moment, inquired, Aunt May, have you cooked pig head meat? Can you bring a bowl over tomorrow? Li Wan playfully scolded, Ningzi, do you want to take everything from Aunt May's house? After all, we didn't slaughter a New Year pig. Although they hadn't butchered a pig, He Ning yearned for the flavors of intestines, stomach, head, ears, liver, and lungs, wishing to savor every morsel, settling instead for Aunt May's offerings. His words grandiose, yet earnest. Aunt May, this year my grandfather is with me. On the eve of the 30th, many guests will arrive, and I must ensure they are well fed and well entertained. Therefore, I would appreciate it if you could send over plenty of good things. He Ning was merely joking and teasing. Why take everything back home? Doesn't anyone else at Aunt May's house speak? Li Hongmei chuckled. Indeed, tomorrow evening, the younger generation of the He family will pay New Year's respects to your grandfather. Shouldn't you prepare a sumptuous feast for them? Li Hongmei stood up, ready to leave, her hands full, tirelessly working day and night. Before departing, she added, Ningzi, Juan is in confinement. You mustn't open the kitchen window. Understood, Aunt May. As she reached the door, He Ning called out to her retreating figure, Aunt, be careful in the dark. He stood at the entrance, watching Aunt May's silhouette fade into the night, silently thinking, Aunt, without your care, Juan and I could not survive in this village. Returning to life had also altered Aunt May's trajectory. In his previous life, on the night of the 23rd day of the 12th month, his niece Li Wan had tragically passed away. Li Hongmei was consumed by grief, lacking the heart to celebrate the new year or prepare delicious meals. Yet now, her niece had given birth, and He Ning was devotedly caring for his wife and child. He wished to bring forth all manner of delicacies for her. With a deep breath, He Ning returned to his grandfather's room to ensure he was comfortable for the night. Then, he cut colorful paper for the window coverings, red, yellow, green, purple, and blue, in square shapes, 100 for the kitchen and another 100 for his grandfather's room. In the morning, he would cover the windows, and in the afternoon, post the Spring Festival couplets. After finishing the window paper, he stretched and returned to the kitchen to wash a basin of diapers. Li Wan, waking from a drowsy slumber, turned to see He Ning on the floor, washing the diapers. Ningzi, you haven't slept? I'll finish this basin of diapers and hang them up before I sleep. He replied. Li Wan lay back down, drifting off again. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by her daughter's wails and quickly turned to nurse her. Behind her, He Ning smacked his lips, having a snack. Ningzi, you're still awake? I'm hungry. I'm just having a bite. Ningzi, I'm hungry too. He had roasted some pig's feet on the stove. Li Wan hesitated to eat, wanting to save them for the guests tomorrow night. To entertain them? Just serving them a fish would be a feat. Only then did Li Wan remember there were still 2 fish at home. Overwhelmed with happiness, after nursing little Yaya, she sat cross-legged on the kong, accepting the bowl He Ning handed her, savoring the pig's feet, her mouth sticky with deliciousness. So tasty, dear. In the days to come, whenever you wish to indulge in pig's feet, I shall let you. Nonsense. Do you plan to slaughter pigs every day? Li Wan was astonished at how much she had devoured. Did I really finish a whole bowl? Not a whole bowl, just over half of it was bone. Did you save some for grandfather and our son? Just enough for 1 bowl. Grandfather and our son will eat it tomorrow at noon. After ensuring his wife had finished her meal, He Ning washed his hands and soaked his feet, then crawled into their son's bed. Feeling the boy cling tightly to him, Li Wan murmured, Ningzi, you've worked hard. Dear, look who is talking. The one truly working hard in this home is you. In Li Wan's eyes, the once wayward man, now tethered by family, had all the mundane burdens of home entwined around him. It was quite a burden. Li Wan could hardly fathom that He Ning was savoring every moment by his wife and child's side. With his eyes gently closed, drifting between slumber and wakefulness, he awaited the sound of Li Wan's voice as she tended to their daughter's needs. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the world outside had brightened significantly. Chapter 40. Are you truly concerned for grandfather? On the last day of the year, New Year's Eve morning, He Ning remained nestled in bed, his son's tiny feet resting on his neck. He playfully pinched and kissed those little feet. The child adjusted his position, still a while away from waking. The fragrant aroma of fried egg soup wafted through the air. Li Wan stood in the kitchen, gently stirring with a spoon. She smiled at He Ning, who had just sat up, greeting him with tender warmth. Are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Juan, why didn't you wake me? Ningzi, I'm fine. I didn't step outside. Aside from her hesitation to open the door, Li Wan had managed all the chores in the kitchen, rising early to start her day. Juan, you're remarkably resilient. It's only been a few days. Ningzi, I've been eating well these days. I've put on some weight. Nonsense. Where have you gained weight? He Ning, disregarding the need to wash his face or hands, hurried to check on his grandfather in the adjacent room. He wanly sat cross-legged on the edge of the Kong, sipping tea from a small pot. He Ning had been worried about the stove, which had not been extinguished overnight. He wanly rose and added coal to the stove, warming the room. Grandfather, have you washed your face? As he spoke, He Ning stood a distance away. Knowing the elderly man could not hear him clearly, he poured hot water into a basin, washed his own face first, and then wiped his grandfather's. The old man mumbled, Ningzi, I just washed my face last night. Grandfather, did you eat last night? What about breakfast? Do you know what day it is today? It was New Year's Eve, and he had a firecracker to set off for his grandfather. Like a child, he was eager to play with the firecrackers. Grandfather, let us put up the couplets in the afternoon and set off firecrackers together. He carried a bowl of fried eggs from the kitchen to offer to his grandfather. He wanly wiped away tears and softly asked, Ningzi, will I have fried eggs every morning? Grandfather, I will take care of you. You will have fried eggs every morning. With a tearful smile, He Wanli's heart ached for the warmth of those words. In the dim, low-ceilinged room of his second uncle's house, every morning he would stoke the stove with donkey dung cakes, brewing a pot of bitter tea. A hard, dry bun was only palatable when soaked in tea. At lunchtime and dinner, he often had nothing more than tea-soaked buns or a handful of noodles. Devoid of even a drop of oil, there was no fried egg to fill his stomach in the mornings. Though He Wanli was 83, he was keenly aware of his second aunt's disdain for him, wishing for him to starve or freeze to death. Yet, as long as he was able, he would keep the stove burning, brew tea for himself, and cook a handful of noodles. His indomitable spirit shone through. 2 days ago, when he had stoked the stove without donkey dung cakes or coal, the cold had become unbearable, prompting him to seek refuge at He Ning's home. In He Ning's house, the stove had remained lit early in the morning. It merely required a couple of lumps of coal to warm the room instantly. For 2 consecutive mornings, He Ning had brought him a bowl of fried eggs, the gesture bringing him to tears. Grandfather, don't cry. Today, someone is coming to take you back. You mustn't resist, do you understand? He Wanli seemed to grasp the weight of those words. Ningzi, I follow you. Indulging in poached eggs each morning, and no matter who calls, I remain steadfast. He Ning was unaware that his second uncle would arrive to collect grandfather. He had assumed it would be at noon or in the afternoon when they would come for him. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, he arrived with He Jun to take him away. Being the biological uncle, accompanied by his own grandson, He Ning found it difficult to deny them entry at the gate. The father and son bore somber expressions. Upon being welcomed inside, they observed the elder seated at the table, enjoying his poached eggs. A wave of uncertainty washed over He Guomin. Throughout the year, how often had he served the elder a bowl of poached eggs for breakfast? He Guomin's tone was subdued in the presence of his nephew. Ningzi, can we cease this ruckus? He Ning remained silent, gently wiping grandfather's mouth and speaking to him. Grandfather, please sit by the stove to keep warm. He poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to his second uncle and the other to He Jun. The father and son were taken aback by this kindness. He Ning maintained a stance of reconciliation. Despite their quarrels, they were still expected to share a cup of tea. Second uncle, has my second aunt agreed for grandfather to stay on your bed during the new year? He Jun glanced at his father and promptly affirmed, during the festive season. Grandfather will certainly be accommodated in my home. He Ning scoffed. And then what? After the 3 days of New Year festivities, will my grandfather be relegated back to that small dark room, left to starve or freeze? He Jun chuckled awkwardly. Ningzi, how could you say that? How could that happen? He Ning fixed his gaze on his uncle, enunciating each word. Second uncle, once the new year is over, can my grandfather still sleep in your house? Is that your decision alone? He Guomin's face turned crimson. He knew well that after the celebrations, the elder would undoubtedly be sent back to the small dark room by Wang Qin. He Jun was the only son of his second aunt, having prospered in business in the city, returning home with a new television for the new year. On New Year's Eve, the elder of the He family would be seated on the bed, tossing out festive beans to the gathered descendants, a scene of familial joy and harmony. He Jun anticipated this moment in his own home on New Year's Eve. Yet, that rascal He Ning whisked grandfather away. On that festive night, everyone gathered at He Ning's humble abode around grandfather, and He Jun felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He Ning was well aware of the mentality of the father and son. He Jun, take the new bills you brought back, the same as last year, and give grandfather 10 of them as New Year's gifts for the younger generation. He Jun pulled out a stack of fresh bills from his pocket, waving them before the elder. Smiling, he said, Grandfather, return with me, and this money is yours for the new year. He Wanli's frail hand reached out, eager to accept the money. However, He Jun withdrew his hand, saying, "Grandfather, come back with me, and I will give you this money." He Wanli looked on longingly as He Jun retracted the bills. He Jun surveyed the modest room, which, despite its simplicity, was neat and tidy. Upon returning from the city, he had not seen grandfather. His parents informed him that He Ning had taken him away. A surge of frustration filled him. He believed He Ning was calculating well, ensuring grandfather spent the new year in this house. What kind of situation was this? From the first to the third day of the Lunar New Year, relatives from outside, including 4 sisters, aunts, and uncles, come to pay their respects to grandfather, bringing gifts that have all become part of He Ning's household. In previous years, from the first to the third day of the new year, the cabinets in He Guomin's home were filled with canned goods, tea, rock sugar, and snacks. This year, however, with grandfather residing at He Ning's home, these items have all been claimed by He Ning's family. He Jun is indifferent. He does not concern himself with such trivialities. Yet, He Guomin and Wang Qin find this utterly unreasonable. Yesterday afternoon, after a quarrel with the Li brothers, Wang Qin redirected her frustration towards the father and son, insisting that they bring the elder back from He Ning's home. Throughout the year, Wang Qin's kindness in attending to the elder for 3 days is merely for the sake of appearances to the outside relatives. Otherwise, everyone would immediately cast blame on her, questioning why she would not let the elder spend the new year at home, forcing him to retreat to He Ning's. How can He Ning, who neglects his own wife and children, possibly care for grandfather? Such gossip would leave Wang Qin feeling uneasy for an entire year. On New Year's Eve, early in the morning, Wang Qin berated He Guomin again. If they did not bring the elder back, she declared, there would be no hope for a joyful celebration. He Guomin felt utterly vexed and had no desire to bring the elder back. He Ning seemed eager to shoulder the burden of caring for the elder, so let him handle it. However, He Guomin feared that Wang Qin might unleash her wrath upon him. He called upon his son, He Jun, to try and convince He Ning to return the elder. He Jun presented a myriad of arguments, summarizing with a single assertion, for the sake of family tradition. Grandfather ought to spend New Year's Eve in his own son's home. He Ning retorted coldly, questioning, Brother Jun, is my father not grandfather's son? He Jun grimaced and attempted to clarify, Ningzi, you cannot say that. Our uncle is no longer with us. To which He Ning replied, Brother Jun, just because my father is gone, does that mean he ceases to be grandfather's son? He Jun, agitated, responded, Ningzi, by acting this way, what position are you placing your second uncle in? Do you not regard your elders? He Ning clenched his jaw, suppressing a torrent of indignation. With so much to attend to on New Year's Eve, he refrained from arguing. However, he felt compelled to elaborate to He Jun, Brother Jun, I sit by grandfather's fire each night, ensuring he does not feel the chill, and I prepare him a poached egg in the morning so that he does not go hungry. Am I then disregarding my elders? You, He Ning, who cannot even care for yourself, how do you expect to care for grandfather? Taking a deep breath to temper his temper, He Ning continued, do you believe your mother can adequately care for grandfather? You have no idea what kind of life he leads in your home, do you? Uncle, please explain to Brother Jun why grandfather is in my home. He Guomin's face darkened, rendered speechless. He Ning asserted, I prepare poached eggs, braised meat, soy milk powder, and bone broth for grandfather. Can you, Brother Jun, or you, uncle and aunt, do the same? He Jun remained unconvinced, viewing He Ning's words as mere rationalization. He stepped closer to grandfather, leaning in to proclaim loudly, Grandfather, shall I take you back? To He Jun's surprise, upon hearing these words, He Wanli was so frightened that he clung to He Ning's side, embracing his arm and weeping, expressing his unwillingness to return. The elderly man's tears streamed down his face, leaving He Jun feeling suddenly awkward. He Ning exhaled deeply. Second uncle, Jun Gu, if you acknowledge grandpa tonight, come to my home and pay your respects to him in this room. I shall treat you to fine wine and sumptuous meat. If you do not acknowledge him, then do not come tonight. He Guomin, infuriated, exclaimed, Ningzi, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I not recognize my father? He Ning, gritting his teeth, retorted, then do not heed my second aunt's ramblings. Gather all the younger members of our family and bring them to my house to pay respects to grandpa. He Guomin was taken aback. This mischievous nephew had the audacity to utter such bold words. What had changed in this rascal over the past few days? Jun, let's go. Do not make things difficult for your grandfather, He Guomin urged. But Dad, Grandpa is right here. What am I to do about my father's dignity? This remark from He Jun ignited He Ning's fury. He Jun sought to preserve his image in front of others, while he showed no concern for Grandpa's well-being. The anger he had just restrained now surged forth. He Jun, leave. Get out. He Guomin tugged at his son. Let's go. There are plenty of matters to attend to. What are we lingering here for? He Jun frowned. If I can't take Grandpa with me, my mother will make a scene. It's unbearable. He shot a fierce glare at the troublesome He Ning. This scoundrel dared to brandish a kitchen knife. What could he do about it? Father and son, burdened with heavy hearts and thoughts, turned to leave. He Ning snorted and muttered, wasting half my day on window paper. He then turned and entered the back shed. Retrieving a large piece of hind leg bone, grabbing an axe, he began to chop and hack at the wood, yielding half a pot of meaty bones. On New Year's Eve, one cannot neglect a pot of stewed bones. He grumbled, my wife is in confinement. Why should I offer them the good stuff? It makes no sense. Yet, Juan eagerly anticipated the gathering that evening. She aimed to host everyone with the best she could muster. The finest offerings consisted of a pot of bone meat and a fish. Juan, excited about the rare gathering, was already filled with anticipation that morning. He Ning washed the chopped meat twice and set a pot on the stove, simmering the bones all morning. He continued his muttering, this meat was given by Aunt May. I'll save it for you and Grandpa to enjoy a few more meals, not for them. Juan disagreed. No, we must not let them look down on us. He Ning retorted, in our village, those younger members under Grandpa's name are all worthless. Juan chuckled. Ningzi, are you not calling yourself worthless as well? Juan, tonight. Our home will be filled with people, ostensibly to pay respects to Grandpa, but it's really just for feasting and merrymaking. Can you endure it? Juan, brimming with excitement, replied, I can endure it. I am not bothered. Seeking self-respect and a sense of belonging does not belong to tonight. He Ning hurriedly set about pasting window paper. Though the house was but 2 earthen rooms, each window pane needed to be meticulously covered. It consumed the entire morning. Inside Grandpa's room, a half-tub of wheat paste was prepared over the fire. He stood at the window frame, tearing away an old piece while applying a new one. Last year, on the eve of the new year, He Ning, grumbling and reluctant, haphazardly pasted the window paper. Unable to distinguish the front from the back of the colorful sheets, which left Juan in tears, He Ning sulked and lay motionless on the kong. However, this year, He Ning approached the task with diligence and precision, carefully aligning each segment and minding the color combinations without a hint of carelessness. By noon, the window paper in Grandfather's room was beautifully affixed. Inside the room, a glance at the window revealed a splendid array of red, yellow, purple, blue, and green. He wanly chuckled, looks splendid. The new year is here. The sound of firecrackers echoed from the village. Grandfather, are you not happy that the new year has arrived? Indeed. Ningzi, I am overjoyed. Grandfather, once I finish pasting the window paper, I will take you and Wen to set off firecrackers at the front door. Juan called for He Ning from the kitchen. Ningzi, come here. Taste the meat and see if it's cooked. He Ning entered the kitchen. Juan glanced at him and stifled a giggle. What is the matter? Ningzi, your lips look like they've been painted red. He Ning licked his lips, hee. While pasting the window paper, I used a lot of red paper, and my fingers turned my lips red. Juan fished out a piece of tender meat for He Ning to taste. Not yet. It needs to be cooked longer for you and Grandfather to digest it well. In the kitchen, a pot of meat simmered. Steamed rice and stir-fried vegetables were prepared, and the family of 4 gathered around He Ning in the main room for dinner. The table was laden with fragrant pork trotters, tender stewed meat, stir-fried pickled vegetables, and garlic chive tofu. Juan, we ought to prepare a fish, suggested He Ning. Juan disagreed. No, we will serve fish tonight for everyone, including your sister, brother-in-law, and Aunt May. They already have fish at their homes. It's not special. While saying this, He Ning offered the 2 leanest and toughest pieces of meat, one to Grandfather and one to his wife. A piece of meat with both fat and lean parts was given to Wen. Daddy, the meat is so fragrant, exclaimed Wen, finishing a full bowl. He Ning watched his wife and Grandfather enjoying their rice and meat, momentarily forgetting to use his chopsticks. Juan nudged him with her elbow. Ningzi, eat. Don't just sit there. Chapter 42. On the afternoon of the New Year's Eve, affixing the door god in couplets after finishing lunch, He Ning hurried to paste the window paper in the kitchen, pulling his son over to assist. The little fellow clutched a thick stack of paper in his left hand and handed a sheet to his father with his right. Son, pass me a red sheet. Wen handed over a green sheet. Son, this is green. I need red. Red is this color, do you understand? A sudden worry flickered through He Ning's mind. Did this little one not know the difference between red and green? Fortunately, after a brief instruction, Wen recognized red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. He Ning tore off a section of old paper from the window frame and applied the paste, while his son eagerly handed him paper pieces from below. Once one section of the window was completed, they tore off another. The father and son worked in seamless harmony, and soon the window paper in the kitchen was entirely affixed. Daddy, it looks great. Come, Wen, help me with the door god couplets. Together, we will finish them in one go. and then set off 3 strings of firecrackers. Little Wen followed closely behind his father, holding the door god couplets with dedication and seriousness. With a few swift motions, one couplet was affixed to the wooden door, bright and beautiful in its red hue. He Ning closed the 2 doors tightly. Qin Xiong and Jingde rode their magnificent steeds, baring their teeth and glaring, brandishing long halberds and axes, standing guard against the spirits. There was a sense of something amiss, yet the reason eluded them. Li Wan, bundled up tightly, gazed at the door gods on her grandfather's door and exclaimed, "They're pasted incorrectly." "What? I can't tell." The horse heads should face inward, closely aligned. Instead, they were arranged with the heads facing outward, scattered and heading in different directions. What protection could that offer against malevolent spirits? They needed to be torn down and reattached. The removed door gods were wrinkled and would not adhere again. He Ning felt fortunate that he had purchased an extra pair of door gods. Under Li Wan's guidance, He Ning finally affixed the door gods correctly. "Juan, last year during the new year, I forgot how to paste the door gods." Li Wan glared at him. "You were sleeping soundly. I did it." "What? The door gods should be pasted by the women of the household." He Ning chided himself internally for his negligence. Above the door, colorful 5 blessings paper banners were affixed. Turning around, he noticed Li Wan still standing behind him. "Dear, go inside and listen to me." Li Wan, her mouth and nose covered, her figure round and heavily clad, seemed to be fine. Still, He Ning felt a twinge of concern. Hearing footsteps of Aunt May outside the door, he urged, "Quick, come inside. Aunt May will scold me if she sees you standing out here." Li Wan stepped inside, and the door closed behind her. Li Hongmei entered the courtyard, carrying half a basin of bean sprouts. Spotting He Ning standing on a stool attaching the colorful paper banners above the door, she chuckled, "Oh dear, that is such a hassle. We're not doing that this year at my place." He Ning inquired, "What about the door gods?" Li Hongmei laughed and reprimanded, "Ningzi, what nonsense. How could we not have the door gods? Aunt May, what about the bean sprouts?" The bean sprouts had been rinsed and cleaned, since Juan found it inconvenient this year. "I brought over half a basin so you all can enjoy them by the 3rd day of the new year." He Ning asked again, "Aunt May, is there anything else you Haven tea brought me?" "Ningzi, what do you want to eat? Come to my house for that." Li Hongmei carried the bean sprouts into the kitchen and called out, "Where's Juan? Why isn't she in the house?" Li Wan replied from her grandfather's room, "Aunt, I'm in here. Come inside." Li Hongmei entered the grandfather's room, chiding Li Wan, "You silly girl, it's only the beginning of the month. Why are you running around? Stay in your room." "Aunt, I'm not that delicate. Look how warmly I'm dressed." Li Hongmei added, "Juan, tonight we'll have guests, so you must not enter this room." Li Wan was perplexed. "Aunt, why can't I enter the main room tonight? Everyone is coming. Shouldn't I greet them?" Li Hongmei spoke sternly, as if the matter were quite serious. "Juan, we will be welcoming our ancestors tonight, offering incense and worship. You are a woman who has just given birth, and you cannot enter this room, lest you disturb the ancestral spirits." He Ning, overhearing this, internally cursed, "What nonsense! My wife, tonight she shall certainly enter this room." After saying a few more words, Aunt May turned to leave. She was busy, yet her concern for Li Wan prompted her to check back. Delivering a basin of bean sprouts was secondary. Her main worry was whether He Ning was at home, dutifully caring for his wife and child. Seeing He Ning diligently pasting the door gods, Li Hongmei felt reassured. "Ningzi, you've been so diligent. I'll set aside the pig brain for you. You can come over to eat on the first day." He Ning was left speechless. He Yin often scolded him, "Ningzi, have you eaten pig brains to be so foolish?" Yet, pig brains are quite delectable. He responded to Mei Gu with a cheerful, "All right. I will go eat on the eve of the new year." After Li Hongmei departed, He Ning smeared glue on the kitchen door to affix the door gods. When he turned around, he found his son, Wen, who was supposed to assist him with the door god couplets, was missing. Wen. The little one called out from the entrance, "Daddy." He fetched the door gods. Little Wen dashed in from outside, hands empty. "Daddy, where's my rattle drum?" "Son, where's the couplet you were holding?" Wen glanced at his empty hands, recalling that he had been clutching something just moments ago. He Ning ruffled his son's hair affectionately. "You little rascal, you must have tossed it outside." A set of door gods and 2 couplets had been flung out the door. A gust of wind carried one couplet to a jujube tree, where it fluttered in the breeze. He Ning entered the house to retrieve a broom, using it to fish the couplet down from the tree. He handed it to Wen. "Hold this for Daddy. Once we finish with the door gods and couplets, we will search for your rattle drum, and then we can set off firecrackers with Grandpa. Come, Wen. Daddy will teach you to recognize characters." Harmony in a household brings 100 blessings, and peace is worth its weight in gold. "Daddy, the rattle drum. You little rascal." In a previous life, his son had gone to high school, attended university, and worked in the provincial capital, Yet he had never acknowledged He Ning as his biological father. He Ning crouched down, his forehead touching his son's. Son, Daddy will never leave you and Mommy again. I will find your rattle drum right away. Inside the house, the sound of the rattle drum could be heard in Grandpa's hands. He Ning picked up his son and brought him into the house to his grandfather. Son, play with great-grandpa while I finish sticking up the couplets on the door. As he stepped outside, he suddenly remembered that the couplet was still in his son's possession. He turned back to get it. The couplet lay on the stove lid, half burnt to a crisp. Wen, how are we to stick this? Where can Daddy find another one? At that moment, Wen was only being a hindrance. They still had to visit Meigu's house. Coincidentally, his uncle was just finishing hanging the couplets at his front door. His uncle smiled at He Ning. Ningzi, once the couplets are up, you can't switch the door anymore. Hurry back. Uncle, I haven't finished yet. My son ruined one of the couplets on the door. Can you write me another one? The couplets at his uncle's home were all handwritten by him with a brush. Spring returns to the earth, flowers bloom early. Blessings fill the world with many joys. His uncle's calligraphy was indeed impressive, far surpassing the ones he had purchased in town. Uncle, please write me a set. And also a dozen spring blessings. He bowing nailed the couplets to the earthen wall using jujube thorns. Inside, he wrote a new couplet for He Ning, who waited at the door. 5 minutes later, He bowing emerged with the couplets. It was still the same. Spring returns to the earth, flowers bloom early. Blessings fill the world with many joys. Receiving the couplets from his uncle, He Ning returned to his own front door, only to see that Grandpa had affixed the singed couplet to the earthen walls on either side. He Ning could only smile wryly. Grandpa, can you not see that the couplet has been burned? His uncle's 2 couplets were pinned to the walls with jujube thorns. He stepped into the courtyard, where the walls, windows, and fences were adorned with vibrant red characters of spring. In the 2 rooms, cabinets, water tanks, and the edges of the Kong are adorned with vibrant red characters of fortune. Juan, come here. Stick one on your forehead, came the teasing voice. The yard was cluttered with torn remnants of old window paper drifting aimlessly. He Ning diligently swept them out with a broom, piling them up at the gate and igniting a fire. Wen glanced at the flames near the entrance and then at the couplets affixed to the door, a mischievous idea forming in his mind unbeknownst to his father. Chapter 43. On the eve of the 30th, a table laden with dishes, red lanterns hung. The remnants of paper and grass swept from the yard formed a heap at the gate. He Ning struck a match to light it, and a wisp of blue smoke ascended. He entered the house to retrieve 3 strings of firecrackers, steadying his grandfather's wrist as they exited. He called into his ear, Grandpa, the couplets are up. Aren't you going to set off some firecrackers? Let us go outside and do it. He handed a string of firecrackers to his grandfather, who beamed with delight, chuckling heartily, his white beard quivering. He murmured softly, Ningzi, go set off firecrackers with Wen. Where's Wen? Grandpa, Wen is playing at the gate. He Ning and his grandfather stepped outside, only to see a scene that made him furious. The couplets on the door were engulfed in flames. He Ning quickly extinguished the fire, leaving just 4 characters. Fortune fills the world. The top couplet had burned away completely. He bared his teeth at Wen, raising his hand, then gently pressing it down to ruffle his hair. It was his father's carelessness to leave a pile of fire at the door without watching over him. Let us set off the 3 strings of firecrackers first. Grandpa, light it and throw it out quickly. As He Ning lit the fuse, his grandfather swiftly tossed the firecrackers outside. A series of loud pops erupted. Wen stomped his feet, exclaiming, so much fun, so much fun. Son, burning the couplets your father just put up is quite entertaining too, isn't it? Yes, so much fun. He Ning was puzzled about how his son managed to ignite the couplets on the wall without burning his hands. He Ning lit another string of firecrackers, saving one for later, leaning it against the courtyard wall. He advised his grandfather, Grandpa, you go back inside for now. I'll have my uncle write another couplet for me. Holding Wen, he stood at the entrance of Meigu's house and called out, Uncle, come out for a moment. In the village, it was customary that when the couplets were pasted on the door, visitors would come in, burn incense, and bow to pay their respects for the new year. He Ning did not enter, but called out to his uncle from the doorway. He bowing cheerfully emerged from the house. Ningzi, your aunt is praising you, saying you've saved her a great deal of worry these past few days. He Ning grinned. Uncle, I'll come to pay my respects to my aunt and you first thing tomorrow morning. For now, please hurry and write me another couplet. He bowing looked puzzled. Ningzi, I heard 2 strings of firecrackers at your door. Haven't you already put up the couplets? My son set a fire and burned the couplets on the door. Please rewrite them for me. He bowing burst into laughter, scolding, you set the couplets on fire when you were young, and now your son is just like you. He bowing returned inside and, 5 minutes later, emerged with a new couplet. He Ning glanced at it, only to find it was the same 2 lines as before. "Uncle, is this all you can write?" "Hee, just a casual task." Taking the couplets from his uncle's hands, the father and son returned to their home. He Ning carefully reattached the couplets. He instructed his son, Juan, "Listen closely, the spring festival couplets must be affixed to the wall. They must not be burned. Do you understand?" "I understand, Daddy." "Understand what nonsense." At the entrance, another string of firecrackers was set off. He Ning returned to the kitchen to check on little Yaya. The infant blinked her large eyes, gazing at her father. "Oh, the firecrackers outside startled my daughter so much. It's my fault. Let me hold you." He cradled his daughter, gently rocking her. "Ningzi, stop rocking her. Let her sleep peacefully." "Why? If you keep rocking her now, she'll get used to it and expect you to do it all the time, and that would be bothersome." He Ning chuckled. "I'm not bothered. I'll just comfort her." Juan arranged one dish after another on the counter. A plate of bones and meat, a plate of braised pig's trotters, a plate of cold sliced tripe, a plate of meatballs, and a plate of cold bean sprouts. She picked a handful of garlic chives and leeks, prepared a basin of soaked vermicelli, a fish, and 10 eggs. He Ning's eyes widened. "Juan, have you laid out all the food in the house? This, and this are for you and your father. You can't serve them." Juan blinked her eyes innocently. "Ningzi, everyone is coming to pay respects to Grandpa tonight. I want to host them and make the house lively." He Ning clicked his tongue. "Aren't you bothered? A night of commotion, you going back and forth to serve them?" "Ningzi, I've already prepared all the dishes. When they arrive, I'll steam what needs steaming and stir-fry what needs stir-frying. You can help me." He Ning sighed. Juan's enthusiasm stemmed from their humble status, as they lacked a sense of presence in others' eyes. Juan yearned for recognition. He Ning, with his carefree attitude, ambled through life, colliding with fate day by day. How many of the clan truly liked him? With Grandpa at He Ning's home, their relatives surely felt awkward. Could they merrily enjoy a feast at He Ning's table? Yet Juan eagerly anticipated their arrival to pay respects to the elder, hoping to keep everyone for a hearty gathering. On the afternoon of the 30th, the village chief saw He Jun off at the door, his expression uneasy. "Junzi, is this really the right thing to do? Uncle Ian, he's just a good-for-nothing. Why should we cater to his whims? Trust me, this is how we shall proceed." He Jun then visited He Wanfeng's house, offering his arrangements. He went to He Wanzong's home, making similar arrangements, and visited several uncles, settling everything. As dusk fell, the village, with its sparsely populated doorsteps, hung red lanterns, and the sound of firecrackers echoed continuously. He Ning stood at the doorway, calling out, "Hang the lanterns." This year, at He Ning's main entrance, there finally hung a red lantern. Though there were no light bulbs strung from the eaves, He Ning had his methods. Inside the lantern, a wooden piece was placed horizontally, and a candle was securely fixed in place with wax. He carefully lit it, and the red lantern hung high beneath the eaves, casting a gentle, hazy glow. A bundle of paper money is placed inside a bag, along with a string of firecrackers. A lamp, equipped with fresh batteries, is prepared. New clothes are set aside for both the son and himself. "Juan, please wait patiently for a moment. Our He family will finish burning the paper at the well, and I shall bring them back so we can enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner together." Juan, filled with anticipation, replies, "Yes, I have prepared the teacups and teapot. I shall await your return with peace of mind." He Ning returns to the main room, shouting into his grandfather's ear, "Grandpa, just a moment. I will go out to greet everyone and bring them to wish you a happy new year." He Wanli holds a 1 yuan bill in his hand. He Ning, puzzled, asks, "Huh? Grandpa, where did you get that 1 yuan bill?" Earlier, He Jun did not give any money to Grandpa. He Wanli's eyes shine with excitement. "It is from Juan, and Grandpa is giving it to you." "Grandpa, you need not give me the New Year's money. It should be for your great-grandson." He Wanli has 3 sons and 4 daughters, with a total of over 10 grandchildren and 7 or 8 great-grandchildren. Tonight, the gathering of grandchildren and great-grandchildren will number more than a dozen. He must have several bills to distribute as New Year's gifts to them, all provided by Juan. He Ning returns to the kitchen, standing before Juan. He embraces her and plants a kiss on her forehead. Oh, the sudden kiss startles Juan, leaving her flustered. A man has never expressed his feelings towards her in such a manner. "What are you doing? Our son is right here. Daddy wants a kiss." He Ning lifts their son, showering him with kisses on his cheeks and neck, causing little Wen to giggle. They are heading to the riverbank to burn paper and honor their ancestors before bringing everyone back home to celebrate the new year. Chapter 44. On New Year's Eve, the family gathers to burn paper and honor their ancestors. Little Wen, cradled in his arms, holds a bag filled with paper money and firecrackers. The flashlight is turned on as they descend the small slope in front of their house. After walking for a while along the riverbank, they continue for several minutes until they reach the well in the village. The He family gathers to burn paper, set off firecrackers, and offer wine to their ancestors. This ritual remains unchanged every New Year's Eve. Little Juan, with his lips pursed, says, "Daddy, we are going to wish great-grandpa a Happy New Year." He Ning kisses his son's cheek and explains, "Son, we are going to burn paper, and then we will return home to wish great-grandpa a Happy New Year." During this walk along the riverbank, He Ning reflects on last year's New Year's Eve. Little Juan, at the age of 2, had wanted to follow his father to honor their ancestors. He was scolded by He Ning, who exclaimed, "You can walk, but you still want me to carry you. Go, stay with your mother." He Ning's tone was filled with resentment, as Li Wan had refused to give him money to play cards. He rummaged through their belongings, shouting and cursing, which made Li Wan weep bitterly as darkness fell on New Year's Eve. In a moment of anger, she declared, "If you go out tonight, don't come back." He Ning, who had left on New Year's Eve, returned only on the evening of the 4th day of the new year. Swaying as he made his way home, holding his son, He Ning reflects on last year's New Year's Eve and scolds himself. Truly despicable. Yesterday, I promised my wife that I would stay home tonight, never leaving her side. Yet, at this moment, I cannot refrain from going to the village to honor our ancestors. In the distance, He Ning observed his uncle, cousins, and younger cousins gathered together, awaiting someone. Several electric lights illuminated He Ning's figure. "Ningzi, second brother, you speak first." He Ning approached them, the lights sweeping over him. All his uncles under the name of his great-grandfather, along with his cousins and nephews, were assembled. Yet, no one ignited paper offerings, nor did firecrackers explode. The atmosphere felt peculiar. In previous years, laughter and joyous banter filled the air, accompanied by the crackling sound of firecrackers. The village chief, He Fuyin, son of the 4th grandfather, coughed lightly. "Ningzi, before we burn the paper to honor our ancestors, can we clarify a few matters?" He Ning was puzzled. "Uncle Yin, what matters need clarifying on this festive occasion?" He Guamin stood beside the village chief, a storm of grievances brewing within him. "Ningzi, do you not know what matters we must discuss?" He Ning cast his gaze around his relatives. Though their facial expressions were obscured, he could sense the grave demeanor each wore. The absence of paper burning and firecrackers indicated they awaited He Ning's response. What matters could they possibly discuss? He Ning quickly grasped the situation. "Second uncle, on this New Year's Eve, are we really going to quarrel over where my grandfather spends the holiday?" He Fuyin pressed on. "Ningzi, you agreed to this matter. Let us burn the paper, set off firecrackers to honor our ancestors, and joyfully celebrate the new year. Can we not speak calmly and avoid conflict?" Without hesitation, He Ning retorted, "What if I refuse?" He Fuyin stared, momentarily at a loss for words. "Ningzi, this is not right. Your second uncle is ahead of you. Your grandfather should rightfully be in his home. What can I say about you?" He Ning was utterly bewildered. He found the village chief's words incomprehensible. "Uncle Yin, I do not understand what you mean." He Fuyin sighed. "Ningzi, while your second uncle and second aunt were away in town gathering New Year supplies, you secretly took your grandfather away, yet you lied, claiming he could not endure the cold and had come to your house voluntarily. How could you act in such a manner?" Suddenly, He Ning comprehended. In the eyes of everyone, he was perceived as having stealthily taken his grandfather away, disregarding his second uncle's authority. Early that day, He Guamin and He Jun had come to retrieve their grandfather, but encountered resistance. They were undeterred, having prepped the clan members in advance. Now, at the time of honoring their ancestors, they all urged He Ning to return the elder. At the age of 23, despite any mischief He Ning might indulge in, he would inevitably return his grandfather to He Guamin's home under the pressure of his uncles and cousins on New Year's Eve. The village chief, He Fuyin, took the lead, asserting that He Ning had secretly carried the elder away. He Ning scoffed, too disinterested to argue a word. He Jun echoed the village chief's sentiment. What is his motive? Does anyone still not understand? With grandfather in his home, once the new year is over, does all the money grandfather possesses not belong to him? He Ning remained silent. Refraining from defending himself, he reached into his pocket, pulled out some peanuts, and offered one to his son. "Son, are the peanuts tasty?" "Yes," exclaimed Juan, mouth agape, asking for another. He Ning obliged, planting a kiss on his son's cheek. He Guamin interjected with a scold. "Ningzi, we are discussing serious matters here. Do not act like a fool." The flashlight flickered across the faces of those gathered, and He Ning inquired, "On the 28th day of the 12th month, I pulled a hair from my second aunt's head. Has everyone heard about it?" He Jun, incensed, retorted, "He Ning, do you still have the audacity to speak?" He Ning chuckled. "Oh, come now. It's the new year, and we are all here to burn paper for our ancestors. Must we quarrel first?" Village Chief He Fuyin, feeling the weight of his headaches, urged, "Junzi, please speak kindly to Ningzi. Our purpose is to bring the elder back." He Ning, unwilling to engage with them, declared, Uncle Ian, second uncle, and all my cousins, my grandfather is waiting on the Kong in my home tonight. So what is it to you? He Jun stepped forward, extracting 200 yuan from his pocket. Ningzi, whether our third uncle comes to see grandfather this new year is uncertain, even if he does. The money he brings for grandfather will hardly exceed 200 yuan. Here, take this 200. It should suffice for 3 days of enjoyment during the new year. He handed the money to He Ning, who grasped it tightly, his eyes wide with surprise. What a stroke of fortune. Before the paper burning even begins. I've received 200 yuan. He confirmed, Jungo, this is indeed money from our third uncle for grandfather? He Jun scoffed. Who doesn't he know that during the new year, you are most in need of this sum? Ningzi, consider it as money from our third uncle for grandfather. Take it. And can you now agree to our request? He Ning nodded. Jungo, I shall remember. It is from our third uncle for grandfather, and upon my return, I will hand over every cent. The onlookers watched as He Ning tucked the 200 yuan into his pocket. The village chief, He Fuyin, asked, Ningzi, have you agreed? Agreed to what? He Fuyin felt a surge of frustration. Ningzi, once we finish burning the paper, you and Junzi should take the elder back to your second uncle's house. It would be a joyous way to celebrate the new year. He Ning declared loudly. My grandfather is in my home, awaiting the new year greetings from everyone. He is holding a stack of 1 yuan bills, ready to distribute New Year's gifts to his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Let us not dawdle. Finish burning the paper and be on your way. He Jun was furious. He regretted revealing the 200 yuan. The money had failed to serve its purpose, igniting his desire to scold He Ning vehemently. On New Year's Eve, such conflicts were unseemly. The surrounding cousins urged He Ning to return the elder to his second uncle's home that evening. Ningzi, if you wish to do right by your grandfather, after these few days of celebration, you can bring him back to your home. Exactly, Ningzi. Heed everyone's advice and take grandfather to your second uncle's house tonight. Ningzi, it's the new year, don't create tension among us. Almost everyone present implored He Ning to take the family's oldest member to his second uncle's home. Chapter 45. Who lacks understanding? The voices were urgent, urging He Ning not to be obstinate. He Ning kissed his son's cheek and reassured him, be good. Once we finish burning the paper, we will return home. Turning to Uncle Ian, second uncle, and Jungo, he asked, my grandfather is celebrating the new year in my home tonight. How do you wish to resolve this? No more empty words. Village chief He Fuyin did not wish to witness a complete rupture between He Ning and his second uncle on this festive occasion. He Ning, let us make a compromise with your second uncle. Tonight, you will take the elder to your second uncle's home, and tomorrow morning, you can bring him back to your house. Is that agreeable? He Fuyin spoke these words with palpable urgency. However, He Ning's response was unfazed. Uncle Ian, second uncle, and the other relatives, I have promised grandfather that I will no longer allow him to suffer from hunger and cold, nor will I let him stay in that small, dark room. I cannot be untrue to my word. He spoke these words unflinchingly in front of the clan members. How could they ignore the treatment of the elder by the second uncle and his wife? On this festive occasion, He Ning was piercing through the hearts of his second uncle's family. He Guamin, filled with rage, exclaimed, Ningzi, you are being unreasonable. Unreasonable? He Ning felt exasperated. His wife and children were eagerly waiting for him to lead everyone home for the celebrations. The family had planned to offer New Year greetings to the elder and share a sumptuous reunion dinner around him, as they had done in previous years at the second uncle's house. This year, however, the gathering would take place at He Ning's home. He Ning's second uncle and He Jun could not accept this. Finally, He Jun uttered the harshest words. He Ning, if you do not take grandfather back to my house today, then do not expect to join us in the paper burning ceremony. You can do that alone. We will not come to your home. A chill swept through He Ning's heart. He turned to the others, fifth uncle, sixth uncle, eighth uncle, and all my brothers. Do you all share He Jun's sentiment? Is that truly the case? You will not join us in honoring grandfather tonight. Will you really not come? If you do not wish to visit the eldest elder of the He family for the New Year's greetings, then speak up. He Ning's inquiries were met with a heavy silence. He Jun's Santana car, the new television, and the 50 yuan each, it was not a day's work wasted. He Ning, cradling his son, turned away, distancing himself from them. He pulled out the paper money, a bundle of incense, and firecrackers from his bag. Striking a match, he lit the paper money and offered incense. Before the eyes of a dozen family members, He Ning burned the paper money completely, performed 3 bows, and let off a string of firecrackers. Rising once more with his son in his arms, he approached the group. My wife gave birth 5 days ago, and she has prepared an abundance of delicious food for you all to celebrate grandfather's new year. Whether you come or not is up to you, but after tonight, Should you wish to visit my home to pay respects to the elder, do not blame me, He Ning, for refusing you entry. He tightened his embrace around his son and turned to leave. Behind him, He Fu Yin was at a loss, calling out, Ningzi, hey Ningzi, don't go. As the village head, He Fu Yin felt an immense sense of frustration. He Guamin was his second brother. What shall we do? He Guamin was filled with fury, unsure how to express it. He cursed, how could our family produce such a rogue? So lacking in reason and so damaging to our family's reputation? He Fu Yin shouted to the others, let us burn the paper, burn it quickly. Then hurry to pay respects to the elder. He Jun was growing anxious. Hey, Uncle Ian, what did I say during the day? You don't want the 50 yuan anymore? He Jun had promised them that if they could persuade He Ning to take grandfather back to his house tonight, everyone would receive 50 yuan for card games. If He Ning stubbornly refuses to let grandfather go, then I shall sever ties with him, abstaining from any ancestral offerings alongside him. From this day forth, I shall no longer associate with him and will observe how He Ning manages to endure in the village. When He Jun proposed this in the afternoon, everyone merely hummed in agreement, but none were foolish. What concern is it of others if the He Jun family decides to part ways with He Ning during the New Year festivities? Regardless of which household the elderly he resides in, it fundamentally does not incur any loss to the other members of the He family. On this auspicious occasion, everyone must certainly pay their respects to the 83-year-old elder. Surely, if the elder is with He Ning, one would not be dissuaded from bestowing their New Year greetings? The reasons for the elder's choice to stay at He Ning's home are well known to all. If He Jun and He Guamin prevent others from visiting He Ning to honor the elder, who truly lacks understanding. If He Ning behaves in a rogue manner, do He Jun and He Guamin also wish to adopt such unruly conduct? He Fu Yin urged, hurry and burn the paper money. We've already wasted half the day. What are we doing? The Spring Festival Gala has already started for half an hour. Shall we go to the second uncle's house to watch the gala? Let us first pay our respects to the third, fourth, and fifth uncles before watching the gala. It won't be too late. Wasn't it said that we wouldn't go to He Ning's house? The third uncle is at He Ning's home. If we do not visit tonight, will we go tomorrow? What if He Ning blocks the entrance tomorrow? Would that not be troublesome? Indeed, this rascal He Ning would surely prevent us from entering at the door. On this festive occasion, he is unashamed, and we are not ashamed either? Yes, yes, let us finish burning the paper and first pay our respects to the third uncle. Everyone promptly produced paper money to burn, and the firecrackers erupted in a cacophony. He Guamin and He Jun appeared dark and furious. He Jun called out to everyone, come to my house. Whether to watch the gala, play cards, or engage in mahjong, each person contributes 50 yuan. The village head, He Fu Yin, took a broader perspective. Second brother, He Jun, let us first pay our respects to the elder. It will only take a moment, and then we can go to your house to play cards. A throng of people surged towards He Ning's house, leaving He Guamin and He Jun behind, staring at each other in disbelief. Father, what shall we do? You should follow them. Are you not going to pay respects to your grandfather? He Jun gritted his teeth. If you do not go, I shall not go either. He Ning returned home, cradling his son, feeling a weight in his heart. How could he explain to Juan? How could he convey that he had fallen out with everyone and they were not coming to honor grandfather? What should he say to grandfather? That he had quarreled with his younger relatives, who were not coming to pay their respects. He Ning found it hard to believe. His cousins and nephews would not come to honor the elder tonight. Did his second uncle and second aunt not know how the elder was faring? He Guamin, He Jun, and Wang Qin sought to maintain a facade of harmony, not genuinely concerned for the elder's well-being. Did no one understand this? Bah, such empty pretense is worthless. I, He Ning, shall never compromise or yield to such superficiality. He returned home, still holding his son. Li Wan awaited anxiously. The father and son returned alone. Ningzi, where are they? Juan, the second uncle's house has acquired a new television, exceptionally clear, captivating everyone's attention. At 8:40, there was a delightful skit, and they said they would come after watching it. Li Wan's expression dimmed suddenly. In the household of my second uncle, there lies a television, ensuring they would not come to our home. Li Wan, however, remained undeterred, her eyes ignited with renewed hope. Ningzi, could you please invite them? He Ning felt a pang in his heart. After an afternoon filled with anticipation, not a single person had arrived, leaving his wife heartbroken. To spare her from sorrow, disappointment, and despair on New Year's Eve, He Ning resolved to summon them to his second uncle's home, no matter the cost. Chapter 46. On New Year's Eve, abstaining from alcohol and refraining from card games. He wanly sat on the calm, clutching a handful of small bills, cradling a basin of New Year's beans in his arms, waiting for the younger generation to pay their respects. In the kitchen, the stove blazed with a vigorous fire. In the large iron pot, A steamer brimmed with fish, meatballs, bones, and steaming New Year buns. Once everyone arrived, the dishes would grace the table. After waiting for half an hour, their absence was palpable. Perhaps they truly would not come tonight. What did it matter if he severed ties with them? Yet, he could not bear to disappoint his wife and grandfather during the festive season. Juan, I shall go call them. Just as he was about to step outside, a lively crowd gathered at the door. A heavy stone lifted from He Ning's heart. His body and spirit suddenly lightened. Li Wan's eyes sparkled with joy. Ningzi, they have come. Bring out the dishes. For Li Wan, the more guests that graced their home on this night, the more respect she felt and the stronger her sense of belonging. An ache lingered in He Ning's heart. Over their 4 years of marriage, Li Wan had endured too much humility. So much so that on New Year's Eve, she equated the presence of guests enjoying her cooking with being valued. Juan, be cautious. Do not overexert yourself and risk your health. Ningzi, what is the big deal about serving a dish? Why must you stop me? I am not so delicate. It's just that it's a special occasion. Li Wan asked softly, can I go into the main room to see everyone? Of course. We shall together offer a toast to our guests. However, on New Year's Eve, it was said that women who had given birth must not approach the offerings on the altar. He Ning retorted, nonsense. In my home, I am in charge. And I will not allow anyone to whisper against you. He Ning emerged from the kitchen, a broad smile on his face as he welcomed everyone into the main room. 17 or 18 people approached the altar, lighting incense and kneeling in reverence. Happy New Year to third uncle. Happy New Year to grandfather. Happy New Year to great-grandfather. He wanly produced the money in his hand, distributing a token to each of the 10 or so children, his grandchildren and great-grandchildren alike. He filled their new clothes with peanuts, candies, and popcorn. The children laughed joyfully, reveling in the happiness of the new year. He Ning arranged the dining table in the center, setting out the stools. Wow, Ningzi, your home has plenty of fish this year. Ningzi, I heard you made a couple of trips to the mining area and turned a profit with a batch of fish. Is that true? Ningzi, why didn't you mention your wife gave birth? Ningzi, did your wife have a boy or a girl? With such a bountiful spread before them, the guests began to warm to He Ning, their words filled with genuine concern. He Ning laughed heartily. I am blessed with both a son and a daughter, thanks to my wife's efforts. Li Wan entered the room, carrying a platter of warm buns. With their mouths and noses covered, they greeted everyone. Please, take a seat at the table and grab your chopsticks. I, Ningzi, shall offer a toast to you all. The village head, He Fuyin, interjected with a hint of skepticism. Niece-in-law, you cannot enter. Ning's face wore a smile while his hands poured the wine. Yet, his words conveyed a different sentiment. Uncle Ian, without my wife, there would be no Ning He, and consequently, no son or daughter. How can she not come in? My wife and I shall toast together. His two statements left He Fuyin at a loss for words, who decreed that women could not enter the main room where the ancestral tablets were placed. Ning boldly proclaimed, what is the matter, Uncle Ian? Are you going to resist the winds of reform? Others joined in the laughter. What era is this, still clinging to feudal superstitions? Who said women could not stand before the offering table on New Year's Eve? With 6 small cups in hand, Ning approached his grandfather, turning to call out to Li Wan, wife, come here, let us toast to Grandpa. Li Wan stood beside Ning, feeling a mix of discomfort and excitement. In front of everyone, Ning brought her close to toast their grandfather. Juan, say a few words of blessing to Grandpa. Instantly, she thought of a phrase, Grandpa? Wishing you a happy new year, good health, and longevity. Ning praised, well said, my dear. The others in the room murmured in approval. Ning really cared for his wife. Allowing her into this room was a testament to his affection. This gesture elevated her status significantly. I knew Ning had changed, and now I see it clearly. What has changed? He dotes on his children and cherishes his wife. He wanly raised a cup of wine to his lips, savoring it slowly. With a chuckle, he said, Ningzi, Grandpa has a red envelope for you. Ning smiled and politely declined. Grandpa, you needn't give me a red envelope. I am a father now. Yet, he wanly insisted on gifting him a coin. Ning accepted it with a grin, thanking his grandfather. A few cousins began to chatter. Did you notice? Ningzi truly treats Grandpa well. He cares for his wife and children, and he respects the elders, no matter how he struggles. He won't stray far from the right path, but he does not show respect to his second uncle and aunt. Shoo, don't say that. Ning's gaze fell on his second uncle, He Guamin, and his cousin, He Jun, who were absent. Ning held out the wine tray, offering a toast to his uncles. My wife, Li Wan, and I toast to you all. Li Wan, standing beside Ning and pouring wine, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Ning then extended his greetings to his cousins. Together, they raised their cups. Ning placed one cup at the base of the ancestral altar. Ningzi, why aren't you drinking a cup? Ning grinned, glancing at his wife. He replied, I promised my wife I would abstain from alcohol and refrain from playing cards. I keep my word. Upon hearing this, Juan widened her eyes and attempted to clarify. Ningzi, I never said you couldn't drink or play cards tonight. Ning's tone remained resolute. Even tonight, I shall neither drink nor play cards. However, I am devoted to ensuring everyone enjoys themselves. His uncles and cousins began to understand that Ning intended to start anew by giving up drinking and gambling. He was genuinely committed to caring for his wife and children. The dishes on the table had been served, and He Ning had finished toasting everyone. A group of over a dozen people huddled together, reaching for meat, fish, and meatballs. He Ning selected a piece of fish, meticulously removing the bones on his plate. Juan, feed this piece of fish to Grandpa, he said. Juan carefully offered a morsel to her grandfather, asking, Grandpa, are there any bones? If there are, spit them out. Everyone observed this tender interaction, noting how well this granddaughter-in-law treated the elder. To truly care for the elderly, one should be attentive daily. Yet, the second sister-in-law sighed. He Fuyin exclaimed, Can't you keep your mouth shut with all that fish? Don't stir up trouble during the new year. Juan interjected, While you all enjoy here, at midnight, I'll prepare some noodles for everyone. The village chief, He Fuyin, promptly declined, saying, No, Ningzi's wife, this is already more than enough. You've just given birth, and your health is paramount. The other uncles chimed in, Ningzi, we've eaten and drunk enough. We won't trouble your wife any further. After the group had feasted and laughed, they bid farewell to Grandpa on the Kong, eager to pay respects to the fourth and fifth grandfathers. He Ning escorted them to the door before turning back. Juan's eyes widened. Ningzi, aren't you going to join them? He Ning was busy tidying up the chaotic tableware. Are you going to clean this mess all by yourself? He replied, It's fine. I'll take my time. You go and enjoy. Juan hesitated, pulling out a handful of change to offer him, but then hesitated. Ningzi, don't lose it all. He Ning gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain within. Juan, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with you and Grandpa, along with our son and daughter. He gently pushed Juan towards the kitchen, grumbling. You stay here and don't wander out. Just then, Xiao Yaya wailed, needing to be fed. On New Year's Eve, who turns a blind eye to respect? After the group departed, disappointment clouded Juan's face. Ningzi, I thought they would stay and keep Grandpa company. I had even planned to make noodles for them. He Ning glared. Juan, they came to our house because Grandpa was here, not out of respect for us. Juan's expression dimmed, biting her lip and murmuring, Ningzi, I understand. He Ning's words, though harsh, were starkly realistic. Despite being married with children, they remained the most impoverished family in the village. Over the years, his penchant for drinking and gambling had squandered their meager income. Juan believed that inviting the family for a New Year's feast was a sign of respect towards her and He Ning, but that was far from the truth. At this moment, He Ning felt no joy, only heartache. The discussions at the riverside regarding the ancestors seemed trivial compared to whether or not they would visit Grandpa to pay their New Year's respects. Was that truly a matter worth debating? Why did they urge him to send Grandpa back to the second uncle's home? It was simply due to their lack of status. His wife held no position either. A surge of sorrow and indignation welled up inside him. On this New Year's Eve, he suppressed those emotions, donning a smile to welcome everyone to eat and drink. With a cheerful demeanor, everyone was escorted to the entrance. Now, He is accompanied by his wife and his drowsy son, Wen. Tonight, we must keep watch until midnight. We must set off firecrackers at 12. We cannot doze off. 3-year-old Wen, his head drooping, has already succumbed to slumber. The mischievous boy set fire to the couplet at the front door. Yet I refrained from chastising him. Juan opened her eyes in surprise. What? He ignited the couplet? He Ning recounted the incident. Juan chuckled. This little rascal is just like you were as a child. This statement echoed in He Ning's ears, reminiscent of what his uncle had said earlier in the day. Juan, what did Megu say about my childhood? Humph, you were quite the troublemaker. If I was such a rogue, how did you end up with me? Juan bit her lower lip, glaring fiercely at He Ning. Are we still discussing the past? Megu deceived me, and so did you. I was blissfully unaware. Foolishly deceived by both of you. This topic seems endless and convoluted. Yet, in the presence of Juan, He Ning couldn't resist stirring up the memories of yesteryears. With no television to watch the Spring Festival Gala, they could only engage in aimless chatter with each other. Staying up late, they were keeping vigil for the new year. At He Guomin's home, over a dozen people crowded into a single room. A group was playing cards on the heated brick bed, while another table was animatedly engaged in a game of mahjong. Someone inquired, Hey, where's Ningzi? Why isn't he playing cards? Indeed, why isn't He Ning joining us on New Year's Eve? He claims he won't touch a drop of alcohol or play a single hand of cards. Seemingly resolved to turn over a new leaf. Do you believe that? The consensus was a resounding no. He Jun scoffed, muttering under his breath. He Ning, showing no respect for his elders, thinks he can redeem himself by abstaining from drink and cards? What nonsense. Village chief He Fuin furrowed his brow and asked He Guomin. Brother, why haven't you and Junzi gone to pay respects to your grandfather? He Guomin's expression turned awkward as he replied, I was planning to go tomorrow. Tomorrow might not be appropriate, don't you think? He Guomin felt it improper to neglect visiting his elderly father on New Year's Eve, fearing it would leave a lasting impression on others. After all, who truly disrespects their elders? He Guomin pulled He Jun aside and whispered, Junzi, take you to wish your grandfather a happy new year, and remember to give him 50 yuan in change. He Jun rolled his eyes. I'm not going. Why are you being disobedient? Hurry up and go. Dad, why aren't you going? He asked your father. He Guomin gritted his teeth in frustration. If I go, will your mother let me off easy? On New Year's, she will be shouting and fussing. Who can endure that? He Jun was reluctant to visit He Ning's home. Yet with his grandfather residing there, not going would tarnish his reputation in the village. After having just criticized He Ning for his lack of respect for elders, he steeled himself for the visit. He Jun lifted the kitchen curtain and called out, Yu, come with Dad. Wang Qin widened her eyes in inquiry. Where to? Without thinking, He Jun replied, taking Yu to wish my grandfather a happy new year. Wang Qin's expression darkened immediately. Junzi, you are not allowed to go. He Jun chuckled awkwardly, Mom. Regardless of the circumstances, my grandfather is at He Ning's. If I don't go now, will I not have to go tomorrow? Wang Qin exclaimed in anger. You are not to go tomorrow. If he wishes to care for the elderly, let him do so. From this moment forth, you have no grandfather. He Jun was taken aback. Mother, it's New Year's. Please don't say such things. Wang Qin lifted the curtain and stormed out of the kitchen, shouting furiously. I said what I said. You and your father dare to visit He Ning's house? Try it if you dare. In the main room, He Fuin was playing mahjong, and he heard Wang Qin's words clearly. He tossed the tile aside and stepped outside, feigning a smile as he attempted to placate Wang Qin. Second sister-in-law. Whatever grievances exist can wait until after the new year. Let Junzi take the children to pay their respects to the elders. It's merely a formality, a quick visit. Wang Qin glared at the village chief, He Fuin, her voice dripping with disdain. Fuin, do you still consider yourself the village chief? He Ning has been tormenting my family these past few days, and you just stand by and watch. What good are you as a village chief? It seemed to Wang Qin that today was not a festive occasion. Her words slipped out in frustration. He Fuin's face turned a shade of deep purple. Those inside the main room heard everything clearly. He Fuin turned back inside and called out loudly, time to move. Let's go pay our respects to Uncle Si and Uncle Wu. Responding to his command, everyone rose in a flurry and filed out of the house. He Jun awkwardly tried to keep them, saying, it's still early. Let's play a while longer. He Fuin retorted, those who want to play can come to my house. Those who wish to watch TV can come to my place. Let's go. A dozen people rushed out of He Guomin's home. In previous years, they would play late into the night on New Year's Eve, but tonight, it was barely 10 o'clock, and the atmosphere was decidedly off. He Jun watched helplessly as the crowd departed, stomping his foot in frustration and cursing under his breath. Mother, must you ruin everyone's mood during the new year? Wang Qin shouted back, with the elder absent. What are they doing playing in our home? He Guomin glared at Wang Qin, suppressing his fury, and silently wished to slap her. He muttered, what difference is there between you and the old lady of the Li family? But he only uttered this under his breath. Wang Qin caught the remark, her temper flaring. He Jun began sweeping the debris from the floor, his face clouded with concern. Father, tomorrow during the day, I will take some time to visit grandfather. He Guomin sighed. That good-for-nothing He Ning won't let you in. Is he really going to deny me entry when I am there to pay my respects? He Jun questioned. He Ning is a lowlife, if you don't believe me. That's your choice. Chapter 48. On the first day of the new year, early in the morning, sister arrives home. Li Wan did not expect He Ning to stay with her until midnight. The longer they were together, the more uncomfortable she felt. She told the group, it's the new year. I can't keep my man from going out to play. Ningzi, you should go join them. Take this 100 yuan, if you lose. It doesn't matter. He Ning grinned, his intentions growing bolder. Make it 300. What? Li Wan was alarmed. You want 300 yuan? But what if you lose it all? If you won't give it, then never mind. I won't go out to play. Li Wan's fingers trembled as she reached into her pocket, pulling out 10 yuan notes one by one, finally retrieving 200. However, Ningzi, can you refrain from losing everything? He Ning stood by the edge of the Kong, her hand pressed against her chest, her eyes gently closing as she let out a sigh. On the eve of the new year, He Ning steadfastly kept watch by her side, feeling a sense of discomfort within her. She believed that binding a man too tightly was unwise. She provided him with money to indulge in leisure activities. Yet she was engulfed by the fear that he might squander it all. Juan, lend me 300 yuan, so I can go play cards. If I lose it, you will weep and wail, He Ning remarked, extending her hand to receive the 300 yuan. Juan exclaimed, Ningzi, please don't lose everything. He Ning tucked the money away and turned to wash a basin of her daughter's soiled diapers. Juan's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you going out to play? Did I say I was going to play cards? Juan was taken aback. Then why do you need 300 yuan? My sister is coming tomorrow, and I need someone to help. I will go out for business, and with 300 or 500, I can double it and buy you a television. He Ning replied. Juan's mind buzzed with confusion. On New Year's Day, you intend to go earn money? Ningzi, am I hearing you correctly? Juan, that depends on whether my sister comes. If she doesn't, I must stay home to care for you. Juan's heart raced. Who ventures out to earn money on New Year's Day? Everyone visits one another to celebrate, drinking and playing cards, He Ning's favorite pastimes. Yet on New Year's Day, he plans to earn money? Juan stared blankly at the man. On the eve of the new year, he had gone out to burn paper for ancestral worship, then returned home and had not stepped outside again. He had declared that he would not touch a drop of alcohol nor play a single game of cards. He was resolutely fulfilling his promise. He had succeeded in that commitment tonight. Juan lay down, pulling the covers over her head to conceal her face, weeping silently, biting the quilt to stifle any sound. Was it joy? Yes, it was joy. Was it the sweet fruit of hardship? Uncertain. Yet, she could not help but shed tears. She turned away, ensuring He Ning would not see. In the midst of the New Year's festivities, 30 miles away in Shaoshui village, He Yin packed items to take back to her parental home. A stack of diapers, a small quilt, little clothes, tea leaves, and sugar. The items were plentiful, yet her heart was heavy with worry. She reassured her eldest daughter once more, Lingling, take good care of your father and your younger siblings. The 15-year-old girl could cook, host guests during the new year, and ensure her father did not become intoxicated. Mom, I know. Must you repeat yourself? The young girl turned and dashed outside. At midnight, the joyous sounds of firecrackers welcomed the new year. The courtyard was filled with the crackling sounds. He Yin longed for dawn to break. Yet, the sky seemed reluctant to lighten. After a restless sleep, she awoke to the brightness outside. He Yin wrapped herself tightly from head to toe, loaded the prepared items onto the cart, and harnessed the donkey. It was New Year's Day, time to return to her parental home. 30 miles away in Yangshaogo, Shirley-Pu village, it was customary for women to return to their parental homes on New Year's Day, often drawing laughter from the villagers. The proper days for such visits were the second and third days of the new year. However, He Yin could not bear to linger for even a moment longer. The situation at her parental home was exceptional, not to mention New Year's Day. Even on the eve of the new year, she yearned to be by her sister-in-law's side. On the eve of the new year, could He Ning resist the urge to play cards? The few hundred yuan on Juan's person were surely squandered by him. That sum was what He Ning had earned during his outing. Now, on the eve of the new year, he had all the more reason to reach out to Juan for money. And, as in previous years, the couple would engage in their usual quarrels. During those 2 days in the 12th lunar month, he would feel a burning heartache for his wife and children. But to what avail? On New Year's Eve, wouldn't he still bring Juan to tears? The greater Juan's hopes, the more profound her disappointment would be on that night. He Yin, driving the donkey cart, found his mind consumed with thoughts of the couple's inevitable altercation on New Year's Eve. His heart was heavy with worry, yet there lingered a glimmer of hope. Hadn't he changed during those days in the 12th month? Was it possible for him to sustain that transformation? If he could hold on for 8 or 10 days, perhaps they could at least complete the New Year celebrations? But such a notion seemed implausible. New Year's Eve was a gathering point, where people congregated to drink and play cards. Could he really resist the temptation? On that night, He Ning might not wish to play cards or drink. But in such an atmosphere, how could he maintain his resolve? His own brother's character was no secret to his elder sister. He Yin, now married, could not return to her family to supervise her brother on New Year's Eve. Therefore, she would have to return early on the first day of the new year. An hour and a half later, the donkey cart arrived at the entrance of Shirley-Pu village. What kind of scene was it for a married woman to be driving a donkey cart back to her family on the first day of the new year? At the village entrance, He Yin paused, contemplating for a moment. She could not pass by her uncle's house. Instead, she would take a long detour, ascending a steep slope, until she reached her family's courtyard. Upon arriving at her family's courtyard gate, for some inexplicable reason, tears threatened to pour forth. It was the new year, and such a display was unwelcome. The courtyard was eerily quiet, as were the 2 rooms within. He Yin unloaded the cart in the adjacent empty lot, tying the donkey's reins to the cart. With a bundle in hand, she entered the courtyard. There was no sound from either room. Sighing inwardly, She deduced that her brother had likely not returned home all night. She could not rush into the kitchen. Instead, she entered the adjacent room, where the stove crackled warmly, enveloping her in comforting heat. On the day she left, her grandfather had been sleeping in that room. On New Year's Eve, he had surely been taken away by her uncle and aunt. Gently, He Ning pushed the door and stepped inside, expecting the room to be cold. To her astonishment, a wave of warmth greeted her. The charcoal in the stove crackled with lively flames, easing her feelings of despondency. The room was dim, but she felt her way along the wall until she found the light switch, illuminating the space in an instant. Grandfather? It was hard to believe her grandfather had not been taken away by her uncle and aunt. On the offering table lay 8 large steamed buns and 4 ritual bowls, with a stick of incense sending wisps of smoke into the air. The atmosphere was imbued with the spirit of the new year, rich and profound. He Ning felt a slight sense of relief. Removing her hat and scarf, she stood properly before the offering table. Lighting incense and bowing, she murmured, "Grandfather, your granddaughter wishes you a happy new year." Although women were not expected to kneel in reverence, He Ning found herself on the floor, bowing once, twice, thrice. Rising, she turned to find He Ning grinning at her, showing his teeth. Startled, He Ning gasped, "What are you doing? Sneaking up on me without a word? Trying to scare me to death?" He Ning extended his arms and embraced his sister. "Sister, I knew you would come today, but I didn't expect you to arrive so early. This is wonderful. Now I can step out." He Ning appeared utterly delighted. His sister, He Ning, retorted sharply, "What? Now that I'm here, you think you can go out and have fun? How much did you lose last night?" He Ning widened his eyes. "Sister, do you really believe I lost money last night?" He Ning scoffed. "Do you dare claim you didn't play cards last night?" He Ning insisted. "I did not play cards." Though He Ning was skeptical, this response brought a modicum of comfort to her. She probed further. "Do you dare say you didn't drink last night?" "Sister, I did not drink last night." He Ning glared at him, secretly hoping he was telling the truth. He Ning prepared a large bowl of brown sugar water infused with flower tea for his sister. "Sister, drink this bowl of flower tea with brown sugar. It will warm you up so you can head to the kitchen and check on my wife and daughter." "Is Juan all right?" "Sister, my wife is perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about." "You didn't upset her, did you?" "Sister, why do you always assume I upset her? I cherish and love her." He Ning shot a piercing look at her scoundrel of a brother. "I believe you, not at all." After finishing her bowl of brown sugar tea, He Ning removed her coat and stood by the stove for 10 minutes before turning to the kitchen. Chapter 49. Who says you can't go out to earn money on the first day of the new year? Juan. Did you say He Ning didn't play cards or drink last night? Am I hearing correctly? He Ning believed that Juan was shielding her brother. On this festive occasion, I fear my sister will deal with He Ning. Juan, he has been affectionate towards you for several days, and now you defend him? You are only harming yourself. Tell me the truth. How much did he lose last night? Sister, I am not defending him. He didn't leave the house last night. Not once. Juan recounted the events of the previous evening in detail. He Ning listened as if hearing a fantastical tale. Ning brought you to the main room to toast everyone? Juan nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. He didn't drink or play cards himself. Yes, yes. Sister, Ning has truly changed. On New Year's Eve, he didn't touch a drop of alcohol or play a single hand of cards. He has genuinely transformed. He is no longer involved in that life. He Ning observed Juan's expression. It didn't suggest she was covering for He Ning. However, there were traces of tears in her eyes from the previous night. Juan, did you cry last night? Juan confessed. Sister, I did cry. I was so happy that I couldn't control myself and ended up in tears. He Ning snorted dismissively. Silly sister-in-law. Just because Ning didn't play cards or drink last night, you were so overwhelmed with joy that you cried? What nonsense. Juan blinked her large eyes. Sister, what more could I ask of Ning? On the first day of the new year, should he go out to earn money? I am not that greedy. While the two women exchanged these words in the kitchen, He Ning stood by the earthen wall of Li Jiai's sheep pen. Early in the morning, Li Jiai had come out of his house to set off firecrackers. He Ning called out, "Jiai, come here, let us discuss business." Li Jiai approached with a puzzled expression. He Ning, on this festive day, you don't come inside to wish me a happy new year, but stand by my sheep pen to discuss what business? He Ning pointed at 2 lambs and inquired, I'd like to buy those 2 lambs. Li Jiai snorted. He Ning, do you have any money? He Ning produced 300 yuan, waving it before him. Wow. He Ning, you won quite a bit last night. Let's talk. Are you selling or not? He Ning, are you serious? It's the first day of the new year. Spending money on purchases is inauspicious. I assent it. I don't care. It's money I've earned. He Ning cursed. Inauspicious nonsense. It's just poor folk superstitions. Li Jiai, the price is 4 yuan per jean. I'll pay you in cash. Li Jiai readily agreed. No problem. Selling is selling. I know your family didn't feed any pigs for the new year, and not having meat to entertain relatives is fine. 2 lambs will do. Li Jiai jumped into the sheep pen with 2 ropes, swiftly tying up the lambs and bringing them out. One weighed 48 jin, the other 43. Given the festive occasion, He Ning generously paid him an extra 5 yuan. He also took the scale from Li Jiai's hands. With 370 yuan tucked into his pocket, Li Jiai was elated. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he frowned. He Ning. On the first day of the new year, it's bad luck to kill. You could be struck by lightning. He Ning dismissed it as nonsense. He carried the 2 lambs home. He retrieved the knife hidden beneath the quilt in the room, preparing to slaughter them in the empty yard next door. Remembering his sister's complaints about the prohibition against killing during the new year, He Ning decided to take the lambs behind the mountain instead. In a past life, during the following 3 years in the 12th month and the 1st month, He Ning would travel back and forth to the mining district to sell mutton, earning over 20,000 yuan. He slaughtered, skinned, and eviscerated. In the early days of the new year, he couldn't find anyone to help, so He Ning spent the entire morning alone processing the 2 lambs. The mutton was packed into 2 bags, and the offal into another. After washing his hands and changing clothes, he heated up the leftover food from last night's gathering, mixing it into a large bowl to enjoy with steamed buns until he was full. Just as he was savoring his meal, He Yin entered the room holding Wanwen, complaining. Why didn't you take Wanwen with you to greet the new year? He cried for his father all morning. On the first day of the new year, it was customary for He Ning to pay New Year's greetings to his uncles. Seeing him absent in the morning, He Yin assumed he had been cooped up with his wife for days and had finally ventured out to visit. He Ning embraced his son, showering him with kisses on his cheeks, neck, and forehead, delighting the little one. Sister, may I borrow the donkey cart for a bit? Ningzi, where are you going with the donkey cart on New Year's Day? There's a Hui community in the Honghu mining district. They've been lacking mutton these days. I'm going to earn some money. He Yin's mouth fell open. Ningzi, are you joking? Going to the Honghu mining district to make money on the first day of the new year? It's not surprise, it's panic. Ningzi, be honest with me. Are you in debt and forced to make money on New Year's Day? He Ning smiled. Sister, where are you going with this? I'm buying a television for the family to make my wife happy, so I need to earn some money quickly. At this time of year, whether in the county seat or nearby towns, meat shops were closed. It was a perfect opportunity for He Ning to seize the moment and earn some extra income. With his stomach full, he bundled himself in a thick cotton coat and warm hat. He settled Wanwen, saying, Be good, son, playing with his aunt. Father went out for a moment to earn some money to buy you a puppy. Xiao Wanwen's eyes widened in excitement. Daddy, I want it. I want a puppy. He Ning casually remarked this to pacify his son, as otherwise, the little one would cling to him incessantly. He Yin followed her brother to the vacant lot next door and was taken aback to see 2 bags containing neatly prepared lamb meat. Ningzi, who helped you slaughter the lamb during the new year? I did it myself. What? Ningzi, you spent half the day butchering lambs? I thought you were out paying New Year respects to some elders. He Yin felt an unsettling wave in her heart. Ningzi, on the first day of the new year, isn't it inappropriate to take a life? The sound of a donkey cart rattled down the small slope at the entrance. He Ning called back to his sister. Sister, when making big money, one shouldn't sweat the small stuff. Let him go. He Yin stood there, staring at her brother's retreating figure for a while before turning back inside. Juan, Ningzi has gone to the mining area to earn money. Li Wan felt a pang of anxiety. Sister, I didn't force him to go earn money today. He Yin smiled broadly. He said he would buy you a television, so he went out to make money. Let him be, if he is determined to earn. It shows he is growing. Li Wan felt uneasy, worrying about what relatives would say. On New Year's Day, she pressured He Ning to go earn money. How unseemly that would sound. Sitting on the donkey cart, He Ning calculated in his mind. The 2 lambs purchased for 370 yuan, after slaughtering, yielded about 67 to 78 pounds of meat. Selling it for 8 yuan per pound, he would make at least 150 yuan. In these times, earning over 100 yuan a day was no small feat. The Hui workers in the Honghu mining area, before the 8th day of the new year, craved lamb the most. With the snow-covered roads impeding the transport of lamb from afar, this presented a golden opportunity for He Ning. Having returned to this life, he had a year's head start on this venture. On the first day of the new year, He Ning drove the donkey cart, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of earning money to take home. After more than 3 hours, he arrived with ease. Chapter 50. A grand surprise for sister on New Year's Day. Familiar with the route, he found the Ma brothers' residence. Timing was everything, and He Ning had struck a perfect balance of early and fortuitous. The Ma brothers had worked the night shift and were resting at home. He Ning greeted them jovially. Brother Ma Lei, Brother Ma Chong, I've brought you some lamb. The Ma brothers had just been discussing collecting a few sheep from the nearest village. in line with the custom of celebrating the first day of the new year in the mining area. Just as they were pondering this, He Ning delivered the 2 lambs. It was a classic case of when you doze off, someone brings you a pillow, a wish fulfilled. Upon entering the courtyard, He Ning praised the Ma brothers as models of labor, deserving of admiration. His flattery made them beam with delight, their faces lighting up with smiles. Though they did not know He Ning personally, any reservations they had dissipated. Ma Chong asked, "Where are you from, young man?" "I hail from Yangshigagu, in the town of Gaoya." "Brother Ma, had it not been for the heavy snow blocking the roads, you would have ridden your motorcycle and visited our village a couple of times during the 12th lunar month, right?" With just a few exchanged words, their camaraderie deepened, and they shared a smoke together. He Ning stood by the grave, having just completed the ritual at the Red Pagoda Mountain. Ma Chong accepted the cigarette as He Ning struck a match to light it. Their bond grew a little closer. He Ning opened his bag for them to see. "I slaughtered this fresh meat myself this morning." Before long, several men and women gathered around. "Dear miners, on the first day of the new year, who else is so considerate of you?" He declared, "I shall not be stingy with the scales. Brother Ma Chong, even 10 yuan is a bargain on this day." He Ning's psychological expectation was no less than 8 yuan, but he stated 10 to leave room for negotiation. The elder brothers from the Hui community were particularly meticulous and reluctant to part with 10 yuan. 67 jin of lamb meat, after simmering for over an hour, was completely sold out. Averaging at 9 yuan per jin, he made 600 yuan. Yet, He Ning pretended to have suffered a loss, wearing a discontented expression. He lamented, "On the first day of the new year, I paid 2 yuan more for the lambs than usual, and I did the slaughtering myself, working hard all morning." Ma Chong inquired, "Kid, will you come tomorrow? If you give me 10 yuan, I'll be there." They murmured softly, seemingly dissatisfied with the price. He Ning pulled out a red pagoda cigarette from his pocket, which circulated among them. Ma Chong took a deep drag. "Kid, bring me 100 jin tomorrow, and I'll convince them. For these few days, I'll ensure you get 10 yuan. Brother Ma, I salute you as a model worker." It's settled. By noon tomorrow, deliver 100 jin of lamb meat. In this area, selling lamb, one could manage 100 jin a day for 5 consecutive days. 20 days later, another wave of 5 days could follow. In 5 days, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the pure profit could exceed 1,000 yuan. Splendid. With 600 yuan tucked in his pocket, he happily made his way home. 3.5 hours later, he arrived at his doorstep, still before dusk. Hungry, he thought nothing of devouring 5 bowls of noodles on New Year's Day. He found He Yin at the entrance, holding a crying Wen. Hearing the sound of the donkey, He Yin hurried out. Her younger brother returned, exuding a chill. She sighed in relief. "Ningzi, Wen is crying for his father. Why is he so attached to you now? Hee, how could my son not cling to me? Daddy, pick me up." He Ning extended his arms, enveloping his son in a heartfelt embrace. "Sister, you promised him a puppy, and now he insists on it." "Son, I was busy today and couldn't buy a puppy. How about we get one tomorrow?" "No, Daddy is a liar." Wen's eyes brimmed with tears. Holding his son, He Ning returned to their grandfather's room. "Sister, where is Grandpa?" "He was picked up by He Jun this afternoon." "What? Sister, how could Grandpa go with He Jun? Why didn't you stop him?" "Ningzi, He Jun came with a car, took Grandpa, and gave him 50 yuan. What was I supposed to do?" He Ning snorted in response. On the first day of the new year, He Jun drove around the village with Grandpa, visiting relatives. What scheme could He Ning possibly be unaware of? He Ning, with a huff, remarked, "If grandfather doesn't suffer from motion sickness, that's one thing, but if he does, it is quite distressing, and I shall show him a lesson." He Yin interjected, "Enough, enough. It's the new year. What's the big deal if grandfather takes a short ride? Are you going to stop him?" He Ning, cradling Wen, sat at the dining table and devoured 3 bowls of sauce noodles. He Yin stood beside him, watching him eat, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "What's the matter, sister?" Ningzi inquired. "How much did you earn from selling lamb?" "Around 300 yuan, he replied. He Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing He Ning's earnings that day in the 12th lunar month. Her brother had never surprised her so greatly before. Now, her eyes gleamed anew with that exhilarating feeling, as if on the first day of the new year, her brother had gifted her with yet another surprise. He Ning pulled out a handful of money from his pocket, counted out 100, and handed it to his sister. "Here, this is my New Year gift to you. Since you're visiting your family on the first day of the new year, I'm sure brother-in-law will complain, so consider this compensation." He Yin instinctively reached out and snatched the money from He Ning's hand, retorting, "What nonsense. Can I accept your money? I just want to count it." She counted 600 yuan. Li Wan informed her that He Ning had received over 300 the previous night. He Yin felt a mix of anxiety and hope. On the first day of the new year, if he lost that money playing cards, she wouldn't know whether to scold or hit him. How could they quarrel on such a festive occasion? He Ning stepped outside for a moment and returned with 300 transformed into 600. This was not money won from gambling, but rather earned through his own hard work, pure, honest labor. He Yin rushed out of the room, exclaiming, Juan, Ningzi has made money. Look, He Ning smiled, slightly amused by his sister's enthusiasm. After finishing 3 bowls of sauced noodles, he still felt hungry, saving space for the pig's head meat at Mei Gu's house. Feeling warm, he carried Wenwen back to the kitchen, where he saw Li Wan counting money, her eyes sparkling with delight. On the evening of the first day of the new year, the money earned was the greatest comfort He Ning had brought to the 2 women. Li Wan's voice, muffled with excitement, declared, Sister, 600 yuan in total. It has doubled. In reality, it hadn't truly doubled. He Ning had a few coins on him, which Juan had given him the previous night before the ancestral paper burning. He Ning stated, Once you finish counting that money, return it to me. Tomorrow, I will bring back 1,000 yuan for both of you. This declaration prompted the 2 women to exclaim in unison, 1,000 yuan? He Ning scoffed, It's merely 1,000 yuan. Why are you so astonished? Li Wan, having lived with He Ning for 4 years, had never seen 1,000 yuan in one place. For years prior, back in her family home, she had never encountered 1,000 yuan either. In autumn, when the black melon seeds were harvested and sold for 300 to 500 jin, holding 300 to 400 yuan for those few days had already been exhilarating. He Yin, married into the small village of Shaoshui, had 10 mu of irrigated land. They grew wheat, sesame, and millet, with the granary brimming after harvest. Yet, this did not equate to having large sums of money at hand. Those who lived through the late 70s and 80s remembered the pangs of hunger. The hardships of childhood were still vivid in their memories. In those days, there was no awareness of selling grain to fill one's pockets with money. There exists a lack of awareness regarding the entrepreneurial spirit necessary for trade and profit. The winds of reform have swept through the towns and cities, yet the farmers in the remote valleys remain slow to awaken to the notion of seizing business opportunities. Li Wan and her sister have never experienced the luxury of carrying 1,000 yuan. In chapter 51, the sister expresses her disbelief. During the spring festival, you still scold me for being aimless? Do you really believe one can carry 1,000 yuan in their pocket? He Yan's heart races at the thought. She inquires, Ningzi, do you truly think you can earn 1,000 yuan in a single day? I find that hard to believe. He Ning responds, Sister, if I sell 100 jin of lamb meat at the Red Cross mine to the Hui people, wouldn't that amount to 1,000 yuan? I am merely seizing an opportunity that few in the village recognize during this festive time. Li Wan empties her pockets, meticulously counting her money. Her wide eyes reveal her astonishment. Sister, I am short by 135. What do you mean short by 135? Li Wan's sister inquires. If I had that amount, I would have 1,000 yuan. In the 12th lunar month, Li Wan already possesses 600 or 700 yuan. After giving 100 to Aunt Mei, 20 to their grandfather, and several dozen to He Ning, she finds herself a little over 100 short. However, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, He Ning returns 300 yuan, doubling it to 600, and hands it to her. Thus, Li Wan's total immediately reaches 1,000 yuan. The 2 women exchange incredulous glances, unable to fathom the surprise that He Ning has brought on this auspicious day. After finishing 2 bowls of noodles, Li Wan feels a surge of excitement. Wenwen, come here to your mother, she calls. Little Wenwen clings to his father's neck. No, I want to play with Daddy. He Ning, embraced tightly by his son, kisses the little one's cheek, prompting peals of laughter. Li Wan calls again, Son, come to your mother to nurse. Little Wenwen swiftly turns and crawls onto the bed, giggling, Mama, Mama, to nurse. He Ning chuckles and playfully scolds, You little rascal. Such a disappointment. Wait 10 minutes, and then I'll hold you. Sister, shall we visit Aunt Mei for the new year? He Yin firmly declines. Am I to endure scolding? Is it customary for married daughters to return to their families on the first day of the Lunar New Year? He Ning finds her response disheartening. Sister, is there a rule that says married daughters cannot return home on the 30th and the 1st? What nonsense. He Yin harbors a worry that her brother might resent her for returning on New Year's Day. She is taken aback by his tone. This rascal seems genuinely understanding or perhaps indifferent to the customs. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, he casually wields a knife to slaughter a sheep. Showing no regard for tradition, He Ning stretches out his hand to take 100 yuan from Li Wan, explaining, Juan, this money is for Aunt Mei. As he inspects the items brought by his sister, which include a pound of tea and 2 bags of rock sugar, he remarks, Sister, I will take these to Aunt Mei. He Yin glares and retorts, Ningzi, if you take my things, what will I bring to Aunt Mei tomorrow evening? He Ning grins. Tomorrow, I will purchase a pound of fine tea for you to take to Aunt Mei. Is that satisfactory? Are you certain? Sister, when have I ever deceived you? Quite the contrary, when have you not? He Ning defended himself, saying, "Since the day you came to our house in the 12th lunar month. When have I ever deceived you?" He Yin broke into a smile, gazing at her younger brother with a newfound admiration that had been absent for years. He Ning carried Wen out of the courtyard and through the gate, heading towards Aunt May's house. He Yin stood at the entrance, entranced by his retreating figure, a torrent of indescribable emotions swelling within her. Upon returning indoors, she glanced at Juan, who was nursing little Yaya in her arms. The sister-in-law's eyes radiated serenity and happiness. Soon, she would have 1,000 yuan in her possession. Juan: "Yes, sister. Perhaps our days of hardship are coming to an end. This brat has truly managed to awaken." He Yin laughed, wiping a tear with her finger. Juan bit her lip, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Sister, as long as Ningxi stays on the right path, our family will flourish." He Yin gritted her teeth and retorted, "That scoundrel knows how to improve himself. If he doesn't change, I'll break his legs." During this 12th lunar month and the first month of the new year, the surprises and comfort He Ning provided for his sister went unnoticed by him, even as siblings. How often had He Ning comprehended the sorrows and helplessness dwelling in his sister's heart? With a smile, He Yin scolded again. "That scoundrel took away the tea leaves I brought, the flower tea worth 10 yuan a pound, meant for grandfather." He Ning, carrying a bag of tea leaves and 2 bags of rock candy, held his son and approached Aunt May's doorstep. A tickle in his nose caused him to sneeze. "Son, your aunt is scolding me again for being worthless. Alas, it is tough for your father to start anew." Little Wen dashed into Li Hongmei's house. 5 people were sitting around the Kong, engaged in a game of cards. He Ning lit a stick of incense at the ancestral altar, burned a yellow paper, knelt down, and bowed his head, murmuring, "Uncle, I wish you a happy new year. Please extend my greetings to Aunt May." Little Wen chimed in, "Happy New Year, Uncle." He Ning playfully smacked him. "You should wish Uncle a happy new year." The father and son rose. He Ning approached his uncle to observe his cards. "Oh, a pair of jacks and 4 points of red. Why do you still have so many poor cards? Uncle, do you know how to play bridge?" Uncle He Baoyin shot him a cold glare. "Don't reveal my hand. Even with a pair of jacks, I can't win. What's wrong with my luck today?" He Ning prepared to offer his uncle some guidance. The previous player had discarded a black 6, and He Ning hastily advised, "Play the red 4. He Baoyin drew a red 4 and placed it down. "What should I play next?" he asked He Ning. "Play the flower 7. If you don't discard this idle card, what good is it in your hand?" He Baoyin pulled out the flower 7 and played it. His next player was ecstatic. "I was waiting for your flower 7. I win with 3 points. Haha, 20 points for the win. Everyone gets a share." He Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle He Baoyin was utterly disheartened and pushed He Ning away. "Go on, go eat the skin jelly your aunt made in the kitchen. Stop giving unsolicited advice here." He Ning turned around, dragging his son towards the kitchen. The skin jelly was the one dish He Ning longed to taste during the new year. In the kitchen, only Li Hongmei was present. "Aunt, where did my sister and brother go to play?" "Oh, Ningxi, I didn't even notice you came in. Your sister mentioned you went to the mine to earn money." Earlier that afternoon, Li Hongmei had visited He Ning's home for a brief moment. Li Wan was doing well, with He Yin at home taking care of the elderly matriarch. Li Hongmei felt reassured. She then overheard the 2 women discussing how He Ning had performed remarkably well on the night of the 30th. Li Hongmei's heart swelled with excitement. She also learned from Juan that He Ning had gone to the mining area to earn money. The joy in Li Hongmei's heart was indescribable. At that moment, she took out 10 yuan and tucked it into Zai Wenwen's pocket. He Ning's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, Aunt May, you are giving Wen 10 yuan as New Year's money? Shoo, don't make a sound. I told your uncle I have no money on me." He Ning then pulled 100 yuan from his own pocket and solemnly handed it to Aunt May. "Aunt, in my heart, you are not just my wife's dear aunt. You are like my mother. This money is my filial tribute to you for the new year, and you must accept it." Li Hongmei was reluctant to take it. "Ningxi, I see that you have improved, and it brings me great joy. Wait until your new house is built, and you've bought large livestock, then you can give me money." Without a proper reason, Aunt May refused the 100 yuan. "Aunt, I need to go out of the village to pay New Year's visits. If I carry money, I might be tempted to gamble and could end up losing it." Li Hongmei could not refuse any longer and accepted the 100 yuan, saying, "Ningxi, I will keep this for you." She then prepared a generous plate of pigskin jelly for He Ning and his son. "Ningxi, your uncle has eaten the pig's brain. I can't scold him, as it was originally meant for you." "That's all right, Aunt. I'm quite satisfied with this plate of jelly." He Ning considered this a special treat. Little Wen shook his head vigorously. No, Aunt, he just had his fill of mother's milk. He is quite full, and I dare not feed him anything else." "Oh, Wen is still nursing?" He Ning explained. "One indulges him." He Ning was mindful of his grandfather and did not dare to linger at Li Hongmei's home. Chapter 52. Grandpa gets car sick. Riding in a small car is torturous. He Ning, holding his son, left Aunt May's house and proceeded to his fourth uncle's home to pay New Year's respects. Upon entering, he inquired, "Fourth uncle, has he June brought my grandfather here?" "Your grandfather gets car sick. Junzi is just exhausting him," muttered He Wan Feng. He Ning felt a surge of panic. However, his fourth uncle reassured him that his grandfather had eaten a bowl of noodles for dinner and had a good appetite, so he should be fine. "Fourth uncle, did he June mention where he took my grandfather?" "He went to your sixth uncle's house to pay New Year's respects. They had dinner at my place half an hour ago." At this time, He Jun was with the elder at the sixth uncle's house on the back mountain. He Ning was fully aware of He Jun's intentions. He had avoided visiting He Ning's house on New Year's Eve to prevent villagers from gossiping about him. On the first day of the new year, he drove the elder around the village, hoping to impress others by showing off. Look at He Jun, driving his grandfather around to wish everyone a happy new year. How impressive. What nonsense. An 83-year-old man, swaying in a small car. Is that comfortable? Is that impressive? He Jun was merely trying to exhaust his grandfather to the point of an early demise. He Ning left his fourth uncle's house, cradling his son, and hurried to the sixth uncle's house on the back mountain. As darkness fell, little Wen dozed off in his arms. Oh dear, this little rascal is utterly unhelpful. He decided to take his son home to sleep. He Yin observed her younger brother returning with a sullen expression after a brief outing. "Ningzi, what happened?" "Grandfather is feeling unwell in the car, and He Jun insists on dragging him around to visit everyone. I must go check on him." After finishing a bowl of tea, He Ning stormed out in a fury. He Yin called after him, "Ningzi, don't cause trouble during the new year." He Ning dashed towards the home of Lu Yi in the back mountains. Inside, a group of people were engrossed in playing cards, while another table was occupied with a raucous game of mahjong, the air thick with smoke. The atmosphere of the new year filled He Ning with contempt. He glared at the people inside and asked, "Has my grandfather just been here?" A distant uncle from the same clan shot him a cold glance, sarcastically retorting, "Ningzi, who are you asking? You haven't offered incense or greetings, and now you casually inquire?" Anxious, He Ning lifted the curtain and asked urgently. Not only did no one respond to his question about his grandfather's visit, but he was also met with scorn. The disdainful looks directed at him stung. He restrained his temper and lit a stick of incense. He asked again, "Did He Jun bring my grandfather here?" None of the players acknowledged him, their eyes fixed on their cards. With a huff of frustration, He Ning turned to leave the main room. Behind him, a voice scolded, "What a disgrace. Aren't you going to kneel and bow?" Recognizing the voice, He Ning internalized his anger. He headed to the kitchen and asked Grandma Lu, "Grandma, has my grandfather just been here?" "Yes, he just arrived. But as soon as he got out of the car, he bent over and vomited. He gets carsick." "He shouldn't have taken the small car," she replied. He Ning cursed, "What an idiot, He Jun." Grandma Lu continued, "Your grandfather sat at my place for barely 5 minutes before your brother dragged him away, saying they were going to find your cousin at the Zhang family." He Ning took off running towards the Zhangs. His grandfather was not there. He Jun must have taken him back home. In his ears, He Ning could almost hear Wang Qin's shrill screams and curses. He truly did not want to visit his second uncle's house. But with his grandfather taken away by He Jun, how could he avoid it? On the eve of the new year, without his grandfather to hold court at his second uncle's, He Ning could imagine Wang Qin's grim expression. Today, with his grandfather visiting her home, would she treat him kindly? Yet, He Jun had chosen to bring their grandfather to his mother. He Ning cursed again. "He Jun, you're worthless." His ears filled with the sound of Wang Qin's harsh voice berating the elder. Breathless, he arrived at his second uncle's doorstep. The echo of Wang Qin's furious shouting rang in his ears. "Junzi, what should we do now? Tell me." He Ning also heard his grandfather's painful groans. The clamor of Wang Qin's voice erupted from her house. "Junzi, you need to bring that old man here. What are we going to do? Half dead. What do you suggest we do?" He Jun's tone was urgent. "Mom, he is my grandfather." He Guam inside. "Junzi, you drove with an elderly man and dared to drink? Look at the mess you've made." He Ning's head buzzed with the implications. Had He Jun been drinking and driving with their grandfather, causing an accident? He burst into the yard and kicked open the door to the main room. He Jun, caught off guard, didn't have time to react before He Ning's fist struck him. "He Jun, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be your grandfather's grandson." He Jun was still taken aback. He Ning struck 2 punches, sending He Jun staggering and collapsing onto the ground. He Ning glanced at the altar adorned with steamed buns and offerings. The incense burner emitted a delicate wisp of smoke. He Ning dashed to the altar, sweeping the buns and bowls aside, scattering the yellow paper from the incense burner onto the floor, cursing. "What nonsense is this in honor of our ancestors?" He Guomin's face turned pale, and he shouted, "He Ning, what are you doing?" Footsteps echoed in the courtyard as the village chief, He Fuyin, rushed in. He called out, "Junzi, I heard that Uncle San was in a car accident." He stepped through the door, inadvertently stepping on a bond. Upon seeing the disarray on the altar, He Fuin was taken aback. "Brother, what happened here?" He Guomin, trembling and ashen, steadied himself, recognizing his cousin, the village chief. Grabbing He Fuin's hand, his voice quivered. "Village chief, please intervene. He Ning has overturned the altar. This is a grave disrespect to our family lineage." He Guomin had never experienced such fury before. He Fuin stood momentarily stunned. "He Ning," he bellowed, "it's the new year. And the third day hasn't even passed. How dare you desecrate the altar?" He Fuin then noticed He Jun sitting on the ground, clutching his jaw. It was evident that He Jun had received a beating from He Ning. While He Ning's unruliness went unpunished at home, such behavior in his uncle's house was utterly intolerable. He Fuin shouted again, "What are you doing, He Ning?" He Ning knelt beside his grandfather, grasping his hand, and softly said, "Grandpa, let us go home." He seemed oblivious to the village chief's reprimands. Before him lay his grandfather, curled up in a small space by the calm, half conscious and half asleep, his head wrapped in bandages. He Fuin approached, eyes wide in concern for the elderly man, and asked He Guomin, "Brother, should we take Uncle San to the hospital?" Standing nearby, Wang Qin, shaken by He Ning's earlier actions, suddenly recalled the financial burden of hospital bills. The old man had been injured because of He Jun's drunken driving. Wouldn't the expenses fall solely on He Jun? Wang Qin raised her voice. "He's over 80. Why send him to the hospital? It would be a waste of money." He Ning crouched by the calm, leaning close to his grandfather's ear. "Grandpa, how do you feel?" He wanly opened his eyes, recognizing He Ning beside him, and attempted to rise. "Ningzi, take me away, please." The old man, with his white beard, wept before He Ning, revealing the depth of his distress. Chapter 53, "Grandpa, I'll carry you. Let's go home." He Ning, holding back tears, stood up and glared at the village chief, He Fuin. "Village chief, today I overturned the altar at my uncle's house. I have disrespected it, so what?" He Fuin, infuriated, pointed a finger at him. "You reckless fool." "Village chief, He Ning, am indeed reckless. What of it? Just now, my second aunt insulted my grandfather, calling him an old fool, and threatened to drive him out of this house. Uncle Village Chief, the ancestors are watching, and if they do not offer, what good is the offering table?" He Guomin's face was already ashen, and he gasped for breath. Upon hearing He Ning's words, he rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. He Fuin gritted his teeth and scolded, "Oh dear He Ning, could you refrain from speaking so much? It's the new year, can you not temper your temper?" But He Ning could not hold back. "Uncle Village Chief, it's the new year. Can my second uncle and second aunt not control their tempers? Must they insult my grandfather, who is still alive?" He Jun lunged forward, wanting to wrestle with He Ning, but was firmly grasped by He Fuin. "He Jun, you drove under the influence and put the elderly at risk. What more do you want? Can you not bear it for once?" He Jun's tone was filled with extreme grievance. "Uncle Ian, did you not see? He Ning is wreaking havoc in my home. Look at how my father is distressed by him." He Fuin shot an admonishing glare at He Ning, then turned to glare at He Jun. He scolded He Jun, "Junzi, he mingles in the village. Who doesn't know that? Do you wish to follow in his footsteps?" It was unclear whether He Fuin was defending or criticizing He Ning. He Ning pulled out a piece of something from his pocket. A daughter's diaper he had carelessly tucked away. "Grandfather, do not cry. It is not that I, as your grandson, am scolding you. Do you think riding in a small vehicle is a blessing?" He wanly grasped He Ning's arm, his eyes filled with plea. "Ningzi, I do not wish to ride. Junzi insists I do. I am afraid." He Ning turned and glared at He Jun. "Did you force grandfather onto the vehicle?" He Jun opened his mouth to retort, but suddenly recalled the incident during the 12th lunar month when He Ning had pulled his mother's hair and thrown a kitchen knife at him. Deep down, he was genuinely afraid of He Ning. He Jun's gaze shifted, not daring to confront him assertively. He spoke to He Fuin, "Uncle Ian, I am only concerned for grandfather's well-being. Has he not ridden in a small vehicle before?" He Ning felt the urge to pounce on He Jun and land a few more punches. "He Jun, I warn you, today's incident is the first and last. If you dare to disturb grandfather at my home again, I will cut you down." His words drained the color from He Jun's face, mirroring that of his father's. "You, get out, this is my home." He Ning helped the elderly man sit up slowly. "Grandfather, I will carry you, let us return home." Village Chief He Fuin understood that with the commotion, the elder could not remain in this house. During the new year, it was impossible to send the elder to that low, dark room. As the village chief, he supported He Ning in taking the elder away. "Second brother and second sister-in-law, I advise you to let Ningzi carry the elder away. He has been frightened today and should recuperate at He Ning's home." One hand of He Wanli rested on He Ning's shoulder while the other searched his coat pocket. Finding nothing, and he began to sob. Ningzi, my money. The 200 yuan given by He Jun last night was tucked away in the elder's cotton-padded coat pocket. He Ning informed grandfather that this money was given by his third son. With heavy snowfall during this year's 12th lunar month, the roads in the mountain village were difficult to traverse, and their third uncle working in Tongcheng might not return home. He brought 200 yuan for his elderly father. Moreover, his sister mentioned that He Jun had given grandfather 50 yuan. However, at this moment, grandfather claimed that his money had disappeared. Grandfather, who took your money? He wanly cast a glance at Wang Qin, a flicker of panic crossing the elder's eyes before he quickly subdued it. He Ning glared at Wang Qin and demanded, Aunt, have you taken the money from my grandfather? Wang Qin denied it, saying, do I need that little money? After uttering these words, she turned to leave. He Ning lunged in front of her, shouting, return the money that belongs to my grandfather. As Wang Qin attempted to flee, He Ning seized her firmly. Wang Qin shrieked, Junzi, are you blind? Can't you see he is causing a scene? He Ning gripped Wang Qin tightly, reaching into her pocket and retrieving 200 yuan in cash along with some coins. Wasn't it 250? He then tucked the money into his grandfather's pocket, exclaiming, Grandfather, I've brought your money back. Let's go home now. He carried his grandfather out of the room, taking steady, measured steps. Behind them, He Fuyin hurried to catch up, supporting the elderly man's back while grumbling, Ningzi, why create such a scene with your uncle's family during the new year? Can't you just endure? He Ning turned to glare at He Fuyin. Uncle Yin, you're not a good village chief. All right, Ningzi, I won't say anything more. I now agree that the elder should stay with you. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will have to go through me first. He Ning felt conflicted. The village chief's attitude had shifted dramatically from just a few days prior. He Fuyin explained, Ningzi, last night your second aunt insisted on not bringing the elder back. I knew your grandfather wouldn't fare well with her, so I hurried over to check. He Ning scoffed. Uncle, you know my second aunt treats my grandfather poorly. On New Year's Eve, you urged me to return him. What does that mean? He Fuyin's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly defended himself. Well, it was New Year's Eve after all. No matter what, your second aunt wouldn't treat the elder poorly during the new year. Who could have foreseen that she would utter such words? Alas, during the festive season, it is disheartening. Uncle Yin, is this your way of showing care for my grandfather? What schemes are you harboring? Do you think I am unaware? He Ning saw through He Fuyin's machinations. He Fuyin retorted, Ningzi, don't speak recklessly. What schemes could I possibly have? Because you wish to curry favor with my third uncle. You flatter whoever is around the elder. Now you want to please me. Regardless of the underlying motives, He Fuyin escorted He Ning and returned the elder safely. He Wanli sat on the edge of the Kong, muttering, Ningzi, I want to go out anymore. I want to ride in the small cart. He Yin and Li Wan gathered around. He Ning recounted his grandfather's situation to them. He Yin felt guilty, saying, Ningzi, it's my fault for being careless. I should have stopped He Jun from taking grandfather away. Sister, it's not your fault. It's that scoundrel He Jun. I want to let this go. He Ning prepared a cup of tea for the village chief and added, Uncle, don't waste your efforts trying to please my grandfather. Your biological father is my fourth uncle, who is also aging. If you take care of him, you will become a good village chief in the future. He Fuyin smiled awkwardly. As their conversation grew tense, he stood up to leave. He Yin approached her grandfather, her heart aching as she gently touched and examined him. Grandfather, for the past few days, I have been taking care of you, and you are doing well now. Wow. Sister, are you going to stay at our family home for over 10 days? Chapter 54. On the first day of the new year, we want to go out. Sister, are you really staying that long? He Yin shot her brother a glance, responding huffily, at least I have to help take care of Juan during her confinement. You let her run outside in the cold air, sigh? She went out on her own. All right. And what about you, Juan? What have you been doing at home? Sister, if you stay at our family home for that long, will brother-in-law agree? Mentioning He Ning's brother-in-law, Zhang Dongping, filled He Yin with ire. If He Yin doesn't return for over 10 days, let us see if he can survive the new year without starving. Ningzi, don't worry about your brother-in-law. Must I stay home to take care of him? That's just spoiling him. He Ning felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. With his sister at home tending to their grandfather and wife, he was able to venture out to conduct business and earn money. He thought to himself, Sister, you want to be serving my wife for nothing. The siblings settled their grandfather down for sleep. As they watched the drowsy old man lying on the Kong, both were filled with concern. He Ning muttered, if anything happens to grandfather, I will burn down his house. This remark sent a chill through his sister's heart. She had just praised him for being so easygoing this new year. Burn down Uncle Air's house? What a joke. Ningzi, it's New Year. Don't speak nonsense. Umph, if grandfather doesn't make it past the 8th day of the new year, I want to let He Jun and Wang Qin off the hook. In his past life, grandfather had passed away on the 8th day of the new year, making it a date filled with dread for He Ning. He wanted to stay by his grandfather's side until that day. However, earning over 1,000 yuan in these 5 days was crucial, and he couldn't afford to delay. Thankfully, his sister was at home. He Yin reassured her brother, Ningzi, don't worry about grandfather. He will be fine. Let him sleep peacefully for the night. The siblings stood by the calm, watching as their grandfather's eyes closed, and he drifted into a deep slumber. He Yin whispered, Ningzi, are you really not going out to have fun during the new year? He Ning, feeling annoyed, replied firmly no. Seeing him upset, He Yin feared he might take it out on Juan and the children, which made her anxious. Ningzi, why not go out and play? If you lose 10 or 20, I won't scold you. It's New Year after all. He Ning turned to her, opened his arms for a hug, and grinned. Sister, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with my wife and children, and I'll be here with you. Hearing this made He Yin want to cry. It was during the New Year, and her usually wayward brother was choosing to stay home, close to the women. He Yin felt a pang of compassion and thought of a brilliant idea. Ningzi, how about sister and Juan join you for a game of cards? Sure, let us play on the kitchen calm. After ensuring their grandfather was snug under the covers and the stove was filled with coal, the siblings returned to the kitchen. Juan had just finished nursing little Yaya and was adjusting her clothing. With a smile, she said, Sister, Ningzi, I was just thinking we 3 should play cards. Oh. The 3 of them were indeed on the same wavelength. However, He Ning solemnly declared, I promised you both during the last month that I wouldn't play a single hand. If you 2 are deliberately pushing me into the fire pit, don't blame me for jumping in. He Yin laughed, teasingly scolding, nonsense. 3 individuals sat cross-legged on the Kong, a deck of cards being shuffled repeatedly. He Ning recounted the rules of the game, then turned to his wife, requesting, could I have 100 yuan? He then inquired of his sister, how much money do you have on hand? He Yin replied, what could I possibly have? I only have a little over 50, if you can win it. Consider it your skill. Sister, show me what you have. If you don't try to play tricks. What's the point of playing with you? He Yin slapped her brother lightly and retorted, it's the beginning of the new year. Do you think I would cheat you? Deal the cards. She pulled out several bills from her pocket. He Ning grinned, hey, if you lose it all, don't come crying to me. The trio engaged in a game of zhengshangyu, with pairs, chains, and wild cards. In the first round, He Ning lost, handing each woman 10 yuan. He Yin gasped, 10 yuan? Are we playing for such high stakes? He Ning scoffed, sister, you've already won 10 yuan in the first round, so why the fuss? In the second round, both women won another 10 yuan each, much to their delight. Li Wan's cheeks flushed with excitement, not solely due to the winnings, but because He Ning was spending the first day of the new year at home playing cards with her. It felt surreal. She murmured, last year, Ning didn't come home for 3 days during the new year. How could he possibly be here with me now? He Ning shot her a glance and said, the first day of the new year isn't over yet. Why bring up last year? I was just praising you. By the third round, He Ning had the upper hand, swiftly winning back-to-back rounds, causing both women to lose 20 yuan each. He Yin glared, Ning, you're cheating. Why did we each lose 20? Because there was a bomb round that doubled the stakes, he replied. Nonsense. Why should it double? You're cheating, reshuffle. He Ning stubbornly yanked the 20 yuan from beneath his sister's feet. She berated him for his dishonesty. Infuriated, He Ning won the entirety of her 50 yuan over the next few rounds. I'm done. I'm getting off the Kong. He Yin seized his arm, demanding her money back. Give it back. You're cheating. Do you think I can't see it? Li Wan intervened, advising He Ning, Ning, sister only has 50 yuan on her. She needs to give out red envelopes to Meigu's children tomorrow night. What red envelopes? Meigu's 3 kids are all in school. Why should I give them money? He Ning's tone implied that he intended to keep the 50 yuan he had won from his sister, refusing to return it under any circumstance. He jumped off the Kong, exclaiming, during the new year, do you really think you can take back the money I won? Is that reasonable? Li Wan was exasperated, wondering if He Ning was taking the game too seriously. She handed her own 50 yuan to He Yin, saying, sister, take this. He Yin pushed Li Wan's hand away, reassuring her, don't worry, Ning will return double tomorrow. Outside the door, footsteps approached the courtyard. He Ning remarked, it's visitors coming to pay respects for the new year. I'll go greet them. Traditionally, from the first to the third day of the new year, few people came to visit and pay their respects. Li Wan, thrilled, got off the Kong to welcome the guests but was stopped by He Yin. Juan, stay put. Ning, and I will greet them. It was Zhang Aibo, accompanied by his 2 sidekicks, fellow gamblers, and drinking buddies of He Ning's. He Ning stood at the threshold of the kitchen, greeting the 3 of them with a rather unfriendly tone. Zhang Aibo, I thought you were hiding from Yang Biao until the Lantern Festival. When did you return? He Yin tugged at him, rebuking, what nonsense are you spouting? It's the new year. They came to pay respects to Grandpa. During this festive time, one must extend warm hospitality to guests. She ushered Zhang Aibo and the others into Grandpa's room. Come in. My grandfather is asleep on the Kong. He has hard of hearing and won't be disturbed. Upon entering, Zhang Aibo approached the offering table to light incense, kneeling to pay his respects. He murmured, wishing my uncle a happy new year. He Ning interjected, Zhang Aibo. From my grandfather to your grandmother, I am also your elder. You should bow to me and wish me well. Zhang Aibo rose, muttering, who do you think you are? He Yin had already prepared tea for the three and brought out peanuts, candies, and popcorn. Each was handed an orange. Zhang Aibo warmed his hands by the stove, grinning as he spoke in a peculiar tone. Ningzi, why did your sister come to visit her family on New Year's Day? His companion, Li Guangping, peeled an orange to eat, adding, didn't you hear Aunt May say? Ningzi's wife has given birth. Someone needs to take care of her during the confinement period. If your sister doesn't help, who will? Chapter 55. The most detested person must still be warmly welcomed. Such a frustration. Having returned to life, the last people He Ning wished to encounter were Zhang Aibo and his companions. Yet, on the evening of the first day of the new year, they had the audacity to show up. They had come to pay their New Year's respects. It would be impolite to turn them away. Zhang Aibo settled himself on the edge of the Kong, sipping the flower tea that He Yin had offered. Ningzi, I heard you went out again today and made a bit of money. He Ning feigned nonchalance. Don't listen to others' nonsense. That's not true. Huh? Still in denial? Aunt May would never lie. The trio had just come from Li Hongmei's home, where she had been praising He Ning, bolstering his reputation. The news of He Ning's profitable venture selling mutton had spread through Aunt May's lips. Zhang Aibo had followed them here. Li Guangping pulled out a cigarette, offering one to He Ning with a sardonic remark that sounded like flattery. Ningzi, on the first day of the new year, instead of playing with us, you went out to earn money? You're quite the character. Share your secrets with us. He Ning declined the cigarette, responding coolly, I don't smoke anymore. Why should I tell you how I earn my money? Oh, Ningzi, no smoking, no drinking, no gambling? Did your mother give you a second chance at life? Is that for real? Zhang Aibo chimed in, no smoking, no drinking. You might as well be a dog. The smile on He Ning's face gradually faded, becoming more restrained. Zhang Aibo was not there with sincere intentions to celebrate the new year, and with every word, He Ning felt increasing disdain. Ningzi, now that you have money, you're too good for us? He Ning scoffed. Zhang Aibo, if it weren't the first day of the new year, you wouldn't even be allowed in my house tonight. He Yin, standing nearby, tugged He Ning again, gently reminding him, Ningzi, mind your words. It's New Year's. Let us be cordial to our guests. He Yin prepared tea and refilled water for the three guests, cheerfully inquiring, have you had dinner yet? I can make you some noodles. Zhang Aibo exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling at home. Sister Yin, by the time we entered Aunt May's house, they had already finished dinner, and since we came to your place, we haven't eaten. He Yin responded with a smile. All right. I'll head to the kitchen and bring you some dishes and noodles. He Ning frowned. Sister. He Yin shot him a glance. Ningzi, don't be foolish. It's the new year, and they've come to pay their respects. We must serve them food. She turned and went to prepare the meal. During the new year, food is readily available. After a brief visit to the kitchen, He Yin returned with several plates of dishes, cheerfully inviting them. Come and sit at the table. Enjoy these dishes while I prepare the noodles. In the kitchen, Li Wan was busy preparing the noodle soup and boiling the noodles. A hint of worry in her heart as she asked He Yin, Sister, do you think they will take He Ning away to play cards? He Yin shared her concern. Juan, let us treat them well. If they want to play, they can do so here. We cannot let Ningzi go out with those rascals. Yes, let us keep him from following those three troublemakers. Zhang Aibo glanced at the assortment of dishes on the table, smiling broadly. There were meatballs, shredded pork, bones, and cold bean sprouts. He Yin brought over a bowl of noodles, warmly calling out, Zhang Aibo, Li Guangping, and what's his name? Come and eat. Zhang Aibo stood and moved to the table, encouraging his companions. Come on, let us enjoy a rare meal of noodles at He Ning's house. The three settled at the table. Zhang Aibo, with a bulging pocket, unzipped it and pulled out a bottle of liquor. Ningzi, this is a 30 yuan fine wine that I've kept under wraps all afternoon. I want to share a sip with you tonight. Bring out your wine cups. He Ning scoffed. What a fine wine. You're trying to fool me with that cheap stuff from Wang Yuan's shop. You pulled this trick last year. Do you think it's amusing? Zhang Aibo sprang up. He Ning, don't talk nonsense. If it's from Wang Yuan's shop, just taste it and see for yourself. Zhang Aibo held the open bottle under He Ning's nose, releasing a rich aroma of alcohol. He Ning inhaled deeply. On New Year's Eve, he had refrained from drinking while toasting his relatives, but now, the fragrance wafting from the bottle made his body shiver with desire. He craved the wine, but could he resist getting drunk, avoiding a wild spree, and not losing at cards? Zhang Aibo, with the wine in hand, had cleverly plotted to get him drunk and lose at cards. He Yin returned with 2 bowls of rice. Hey, why isn't anyone eating? Ningzi urged them to eat. He Ning suppressed his distaste, forcing a smile as he encouraged, come on, Zhang Aibo, during this festive season. Sit down and enjoy the noodles made by my sister and my wife. Each of you should eat at least 3 bowls. The 3 settled at the table, indulging in the meal. Indeed, Ningzi, your family sauce noodles are quite authentic. I could easily consume 3 bowls. Zhang Aibo remarked as he noticed the wine tray on the offering table, containing 4 small wine cups. He turned and picked up the tray, pouring wine into each cup while laughing heartily. Come, Ningzi, let us brothers each take a sip. Li Guangping and Wang Yuanda also raised their cups. He Ning chuckled softly and lifted his cup. The 4 cups clinked together. He Ning then extended his arm and placed his cup beneath the offering table. Just as Zhang Aibo was about to drink from his cup, he noticed He Ning's gesture and felt a pang of displeasure. He tilted his head back and drank his wine, followed by the other 2. Zhang Aibo filled the cups again. Come, let us have another round, Ningzi. You must drink this properly. They assumed He Ning would unhesitatingly lift his cup and drink. He Yin, standing by the table preparing to add dishes, expected her brother would down his drink in one go. However, He Ning did not raise his cup. Zhang Aibo, I shall not partake in any wine. I promised my wife before the birth of our child that I would abstain from alcohol, even during the new year. Having just finished a bowl of noodles, Zhang Aibo set down his chopsticks, patted his belly, and declared, I'm full. His gaze turned towards He Ning, a smile on his lips, yet a sudden coldness in his eyes. He Ning, on the first day of the new year, you accompanied us in drinking this bottle and playing a hand of cards, and we can put our past grievances behind us. What do you say? Without a moment's hesitation, He Ning retorted, what if I refuse to drink and play cards? What past grievances do we have? Come, let us settle it. He Yin, sensing the tense and unfriendly tone, quickly intervened. Ningzi, it's fine. We can play cards in our home. It's the new year. I want to say anything to you. Zhang Aibo directed He Yin, Sister Yin, please clear the table. The 3 of us want to play a few rounds with Ningzi. His tone implied a sense of ownership, as if it were his home. Yet this was He Ning's residence. Chapter 56. Sister, are you going to Uncle Air's house to pay New Year's visits? That is unlikely now. Zhang Aibo's demeanor in He Ning's home was as if he were in his own. He Ning stood up, his disdain for them evident, and he no longer masked his feelings. Zhang Aibo, Li Guangping, Wang Yuanda, you knelt before my offering table and paid your respects. I welcomed you with noodles, and have shown my hospitality. Now, it is time for you to leave. He Yin was taken aback by He Ning's icy dismissal. She tugged at He Ning's arm. Ningzi, what are you doing? It's the new year. Why are you driving them away? Zhang Aibo was equally surprised by He Ning's order to leave. He Ning, we came here to play cards with you, and you're sending us away just like that? He Ning's voice was filled with rising anger. I have stated that this new year, I shall not touch a drop of alcohol nor play a single hand of cards. Do you not comprehend my words? He Ning's tone suggested he regarded the 3 of them with utter disregard. Zhang Aibo's irritation surged. He Ning, back in the last month, when we met, you turned your back on me. I thought you were merely jesting, but it seems you truly disregard me. He Ning suppressed the fiery anger within him. Zhang Aibo, there are certain matters I shall clarify after the festivities of the new year. Today, on this auspicious occasion, I wish not to sever our discourse entirely. However, if you insist on engaging me in a game, compelling me to lose, do not blame me for disregarding the significance of the first day of the new year. Zhang Aibo's countenance darkened considerably. He Ning, you. Wang Yuanda pulled Zhang Aibo away. Brother Zhang, let it go. He Ning has no desire to play. We need not trouble him further. Let us depart. Thus, Zhang Aibo was dragged out of He Ning's home by his 2 companions. Despite having enjoyed a meal of He Ning's noodles, Zhang Aibo felt humiliated by the encounter. If it weren't for He Yan's presence in his family, would they have savored He Ning's noodles at all? This thought festered within him, leaving him increasingly displeased. Emerging from He Ning's yard, his discontent only grew. He was aware that He Ning had earned a sum of money during the 12th lunar month, which irked him. On the first day of the new year, He Ning had once again secured a profit, and Zhang Aibo could hardly bear it. He viewed He Ning, a mere vagabond in the village, as having risen above him. Dismissing his companions, Zhang Aibo pondered. They were of the same age, yet he had neither wife nor child, while He Ning was blessed with both. In the village, He Ning seemed to revel in the same vices that Zhang Aibo indulged in, drinking and gambling. Recently, however, He Ning had distanced himself from their company. Why was that? A raging jealousy consumed Zhang Aibo, prompting him to mutter a few expletives. He then turned to Li Guangping. Brother, if he intends to reform and sever ties with us, how do you feel? Li Guangping sniffled and spat on the ground. We 3 brought a fine bottle of wine, eager to share a few drinks and perhaps play a couple of rounds. only to be unceremoniously thrown out. Can one not feel aggrieved? Wang Yuanda chimed in, Brother Zhang. I too am quite upset. What do you propose we do? We shall follow your lead. Zhang Aibua inhaled sharply. Let us remember this slight. 3 days after the new year, we shall settle the score. Humph, he thinks it easy to sever our association. Li Guangping inquired, Brother Zhang, where shall we go now? We cannot simply return home to sleep on such a festive day. Zhang Aibua strode towards He Jun's house, intending to watch television and perhaps win a little money from He Jun. Meanwhile, within He Ning's home, He Yin glared at her brother, exasperated. Ningzi, what possessed you to act like such a fool on this grand occasion? Sister, in what way have I misbehaved? You sent them away. Is that not foolish? Now they harbor resentment, having been dismissed on the very first night of the new year. He Ning rolled his eyes, too weary to argue. He Yin chastised her brother for neglecting familial duties, spending his time with unsavory companions, and now for his poor hospitality. How absurd. Sister, from this moment, no? Since the 23rd of the 12th month, they are no longer my friends. I have severed ties with them. Should I still serve them my family's noodles? Humph. Were it not for the new year, I would not allow them to cross our threshold. He Ning cleared the bowls and plates from the table after their meal, feeling a surge of anger within. Sister, we offered them noodles and meatballs, but mark my words, it won't end well. By the time the new year is over, Zhang Aibua will surely seek trouble with me, and a fight is inevitable. He Yin felt a headache coming on. Ningzi, you are a father of 2 now. How can you still resort to fighting so easily? He Ning gazed intently at his sister, thinking to himself, Sister, you must be unaware that I've already fought with He Jun and even with Aunt Air. Of course, He Yin was oblivious to this. Having returned to her parental home, she still had to visit her uncle's house the following day to pay New Year's greetings. Her uncle and aunt were He Guamin and Wang Qing. He Ning was troubled. Sister, you shouldn't go to uncle's house for New Year's greetings tomorrow. Not go to uncle's? Why ever not? They don't welcome us. Why should you go and subject yourself to their disdain? He Yin shot him a disapproving look. Nonsense. Uncle and aunt wouldn't dare to throw me out, especially during the new year. Sister, in previous years, we had no choice but to visit when Grandpa was at uncle's. But this year, Grandpa is with us, so you needn't go. As a married woman, He Yin returned to her parental home every year on the second day of the new year, bringing gifts and inevitably visiting her uncle's house. Even though Grandpa was not at uncle's this year, she felt it necessary to pay her respects. Yet, He Ning was urging her to avoid the visit. Surely, his mischief should not encourage her to act foolishly as well. The siblings tidied the dining table, moving everything to the kitchen. He Yin washed the dishes while He Ning sat on a stool, washing diapers. The thought of his sister visiting Uncle S' house weighed heavily on his mind. He pressed her further. Sister, trust me, don't visit Uncle and Aunt this year. I've already made a mess of things. He Yin huffed through her nose, sighed deeply, and spoke helplessly. You brought this trouble upon us. Because of your antics with Aunt Air, I must go and apologize. Suddenly, He Ning stood up. You want to apologize to Aunt Air? What are you thinking? Li Wan, helping He Yin with the dishes, overheard He Ning's loud voice and interjected, Ningzi, speak to your sister calmly. There's no need to be so agitated. The mere mention of uncle and aunt made He Ning feel utterly distressed. How could he remain calm? He decided to be forthright with his sister. Sister, just this evening, I knocked over Uncle's offering table. If you go to pay your respects, they will surely throw you out. What? He Yan's face turned crimson in an instant. Ningzi, you knocked over Uncle's offering table? What on earth were you thinking? He Yan was genuinely alarmed. While her brother was generally a source of peace, his act of knocking over the offering table was beyond reckless. She felt her breath quicken, and her vision blurred momentarily. Chapter 57. On the morning of the second day of the new year, snowflakes danced in the air. He Yan held the rolling pin from the countertop in her hand and struck He Ning's thigh with a thud. It was a genuine hit. How could you do such a thing during the new year? She scolded. He Ning rubbed his thigh, gasping in surprise, and sought refuge behind his wife. Sister, please let me explain. He Yin raised the rolling pin again, preparing to strike once more. Li Wan advised, Sister, please speak kindly. It's the beginning of the lunar year. She then scolded He Ning. Why upset your sister during this festive time? He Ning, hiding behind Li Wan's back, shrank his neck and protected his head. Sister, allow me to explain. He Yin, exceedingly frustrated, exclaimed, Ningzi, how can I visit Uncle for the new year tomorrow? If He Ning did not confess to having overturned the offering table at Uncle's house, He Yin would remain unaware. Tomorrow, on the second day of the new year, He Yin would bring sweets and tea as gifts to greet Uncle and Aunt. She intended to say a few respectful words, hoping Uncle and Aunt would be more forgiving regarding He Ning's reputation in the village. She also planned to mention how well-behaved He Ning had been lately. However, on the evening of the first day of the new year, He Ning declared that he had overturned uncle's offering table. Sister, it wasn't exactly overturned. I merely knocked the buns and incense bowl onto the ground. He Ning continued to argue, much to his sister's exasperation. Ningzi, how is that any different from overturning the table? Such disrespect is unacceptable. In this time and place, in Yangshagugu village, during the New Year celebrations, the ancestral tablets were placed prominently on the main altar. Visitors would pay their respects by standing before the offering table, lighting incense, and bowing. They would first honor their ancestors before extending greetings to the eldest family member. He Ning's act of overturning the offering table on the first day of the new year was, in He Yan's eyes, a shocking and disgraceful act. Infuriated, she picked up a rolling pin, contemplating whether to give her foolish brother a good thrashing. Why would you do such a thing? He Ning shushed her, placing a finger to his lips. Sister, keep your voice down, you'll wake my son and daughter. He Yan lowered her voice, her anger still palpable. Tell me, what happened? If you put that down, I'll tell you, it hurts when you hit me. He Yan threw the rolling pin onto the stove. What on earth happened? He Ning squatted down to rinse a clean diaper. He replied, Sister, He Jun was drinking and driving. He injured grandfather. Grandfather is groaning on the bed at his house, and Wang Qin wants to throw him out, cursing him for being an old fool. So, I overturned his offering table. I did nothing wrong. He Yan's heart raced with fear. She found it hard to believe. While Aunt was harsh with grandfather, would she dare treat him that way during the new year? Ningzi, are you not making this up? Sister, if I lie about even one word, may I be struck by lightning. He Yan remained silent for a long while. After some time, she finally said, Forget it. I want to visit Uncle S' house for New Year's greetings tomorrow. He Yan felt heavy-hearted, remaining silent for another long stretch. After a while, she sighed slowly, as if coming to an understanding. Ningzi, as long as you don't drink or gamble, and as long as you care for Juan and the children, I could care less about uncle and aunt. A warm surge of affection filled He Ning's heart. He stood up and moved closer to his sister. Sister, I have a wife and children. I have you. I have grandfather, and I have Aunt May. That is sufficient. I do not care about anyone else, as you said. After washing a basin of diapers, He Ning yawned. Sister, dear wife, I'm going to sleep with grandfather, Juan. Please give me 400 yuan. On the evening of the first day of the Lunar New Year, He Ning sought money, and Li Wan's first thought was that he intended to venture out to gamble. Her second thought, however, was that he aimed to double the 500 yuan he would take out, returning with 1,000. As she retrieved a handful of cash and handed it to He Ning, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes, albeit momentarily. Ningzi, with what you have in hand. That makes 500 in total. He Ning accepted the money and turned to leave. Li Wan called out Ningzi. She feared he would exit the room and head out the main door. He Ning turned back, smiling at her. Wife, with my sister here. I feel uncomfortable washing your feet. You should get some rest. Li Yan looked at Li Wan with a puzzled expression, asking, What? Ningzi is washing your feet? The notion of He Ning washing his wife's feet would surely become a village curiosity. Li Wan's face flushed a deep crimson. No, he is just talking nonsense. A small woman's narrow mind. He Ning opened the door and gently closed it behind him. Li Wan leaned towards the window, straining to catch the sound of his footsteps, hearing the door of the neighboring room open and close. Her heart sank. She whispered, Sister, Ningzi didn't he go out? He has gone to sleep. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, as dawn broke, He Ning stood at the threshold, taking a deep breath. A thin layer of snow blanketed the ground, while flurries still danced in the air. He had promised Brother Ma Chong that he would deliver 100 pounds of mutton today. Even if it required a knife, he would make the trip. His gaze fell upon the kitchen window, adorned with red, yellow, purple, green, and blue paper, as snowflakes gracefully cascaded down. His mind drifted to the towering buildings and bustling traffic of the city, briefly flickering before him. He imagined himself seated in a high-rise office with glass walls, perpetually answering and making calls, and an inexplicable wave of deep discontent washed over him. He longed for the earthen house of his childhood, for the festive celebrations at home, for the papered windows in hues of red, yellow, purple, green, and blue, and for standing at the threshold, watching the snowflakes flutter down. If only he had a wife and children. As the office door swung open, the voice of President He echoed in his ears. A title that felt like a remnant of a past life, just days ago. He found that lifestyle unappealing. He detested it. Before him, the colorful window paper and the falling snowflakes reminded him of the second day of the new year, with his wife, children, and sister in the kitchen, and his grandfather in the main room. He Ning broke into a broad grin and turned back inside, picking up a thermos to pour half a basin of hot water into a wash basin. He asked, Grandfather, does your head still hurt? Li Wanli, unable to decipher his grandson's words, waved his fingers in front of him. His white beard trembled slightly as he muttered, "Ningzi, Grandpa ice and tea going anywhere?" He Ning washed his face and rinsed his mouth before tending to his grandfather's hands and face. He carefully took out a razor to shave his own beard. Standing before the stove, he drank a large bowl of steaming tea, accompanied by New Year's bread. After a night had passed, his grandfather was well. He had risen early to enjoy tea, allowing He Ning the peace of mind to venture out. A knife for slaughtering lambs was drawn from beneath the Kong mat and tucked into his belt. The door swung open as Li Yan entered, accompanied by a gust of snowy wind. "Ningzi, it's snowing. Do you still intend to head out to the mine?" "Sister, I must go. I promised you and Juan to return in the evening with 1,000 yuan for both of you." He Yan filled a jar with tea and tightened the lid. She calmly assured, "Ningzi, if the snow falls heavily, it could be troublesome if you can't return this afternoon." He Ning flashed a grin, wrapping his arms around his sister's shoulders. "Sister, I'm just going to the mining area and back. What trouble could there be? I promised Grandpa I would make him a fried egg for breakfast every morning, and I don't have time to prepare it today. I rely on you to take care of my wife, children, and Grandpa." He Yan felt a pang in her heart for her younger brother. "Ningzi, leaving so early means you might not get a proper lunch." "Sister, who says I won't have lunch? The workers at the mining area have excellent meals." Li Wan had not yet emerged from her slumber. He Ning quietly slipped out. He Yan accompanied him to the gate. "Sister, did you feed the donkey corn yesterday afternoon?" "Of course, how could it not eat? Has it had a bucket of water yet?" "Of course, enough with the chatter. I'll take good care of the donkey. I'll be back early." Yesterday morning, He Ning went to Li Jiai's house and brought back 2 lambs for slaughter. Today, to save time, he hitched the donkey to a cart and went straight to Wang Yuanqing's doorstep. As Wang Yuanqing stepped out, he set off a string of firecrackers to celebrate the second day of the Lunar New Year. Chapter 58, 3 Lambs. Freshly slaughtered for sale, He Ning stood at Wang Yuanqing's gate, leading the donkey cart. It was early in the morning, and the household was still asleep under their blankets. It was quite inconvenient to enter the main room to pay respects and celebrate the new year. Wang Yuanqing's son, a 7 or 8-year-old boy, emerged from the gate to set off the firecrackers. With incense in hand, he carefully attempted to light the fuse. Failing, he turned and ran back. When he tried again and failed once more, He Ning exclaimed, "Hey, call your dad out. My dad's not awake. Why should I bother him?" The boy, still clutching the incense, made another attempt to light the fuse but failed again and ran off. He Ning chuckled, "Pathetic, even my son could do better." Approaching the firecrackers, he pulled out a match and lit the fuse himself. A series of loud explosions erupted at Wang Yuanqing's gate. The boy sniffled, one hand in his pocket, tilting his head to glance at He Ning with a look of annoyance, as if to say, "Who asked you to set off firecrackers? Hey, go get your dad. The noise will wake him up." The boy dashed inside to fetch someone. After a 20-minute wait, Wang Yuanqing finally appeared at the gate. Seeing He Ning, he was not in the best of moods. After all, He Ning had previously caused him quite a hassle during the busy season. "What are you doing standing at my door this early, wishing me a happy new year?" "Wang Yuanqing, happy new year. Wishing you prosperity. I've come to give you 500 yuan as a New Year's gift. How about it?" Wang Yuanqing, having spent a sleepless night and losing nearly 100 yuan, felt disheartened. Hearing He Ning's words about gifting him 500 yuan so early in the morning made him quite irritable. "Go away. What nonsense are you talking on New Year's Day?" He Ning pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and waved it in front of him. "I'm buying your 3 lambs. This 500 yuan is indeed your New Year's gift, isn't it?" Wang Yuanqing's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the stack of bills in He Ning's hand. Was He Ning truly not jesting? "Come, He Ning, take a look. There are 7 or 8 lambs ready for market in the sheep pen. Choose as you wish." Wang Yuanqing, "The price is 4 yuan per pound for the fleece. And once the hooves are bound and brought out, payment will be made on the spot. I, He Ning, shall take 2 mountain lambs and 1 sheep lamb, weighing a total of 137 pounds, bound at their 4 hooves and tossed onto the cart. One of the lambs, frightened, cries out for its mother in a hauntingly pitiful manner. Wang Yuanqing, bind its mouth. The lamb, with its mouth restrained, breathes heavily. He Ning pays him 500 yuan, remarking, "I will settle the remaining amount this afternoon. I do not have that much on me." Wang Yuanqing glances at the cart. He is aware that yesterday, He Ning sold 2 lambs from Li Jiai's family in the mining area. "He Ning, how much profit can you make selling those 2 lambs at the mine?" He Ning laments, "Those miners haggle fiercely, and I barely make 200 yuan from the 2 lambs." Wang Yuanqing exclaims in astonishment, "Wow, you made 200 yuan yesterday? I should go earn some too." If only he knew that He Ning could earn 500 yuan this trip, he would be envious. "Wang Yuanqing, what skill is it to act as my agent? You took the 500 from me. You are not profiting yourself?" He Ning understands that this money will surely attract envy and attempts to usurp his dealings. However, during this festive season, who in the village would dare wield a knife to slaughter sheep? Only He Ning possesses a perspective that diverges from the ordinary. Yet, after the third day of the new year, that assurance wanes. Time is of the essence. He must secure this money within these 3 days. Wang Yuanxing gazes at the gently falling snowflakes, incredulous that on this snowy day, early on the second day of the new year, He Ning would make a trip to the mining area, a journey that would take no less than 6 or 7 hours. He Ning, have you lost your wife in a gamble, compelling you to earn swiftly to redeem her? He Ning retorts with a curse, nonsense. He adds, Wang Yuanxing, I will bring the other 5 lambs ready for market tomorrow or the day after, that's settled. The donkey turns around and exits the village. After 2 hours, he finds an open space. The 3 lambs are unloaded. As taught by Ma Chong, he offers a prayer before the slaughter. He mumbles a string of prayers, performs the bleeding, skinning, and gutting. Lacking hot water, he cannot clean the intestines thoroughly. So he bags them and plans to clean them at the residential area for the Hui people in the mining district. With 3 years of experience in lamb slaughtering from a past life, he finds himself adept once more upon his return. It astonishes even him. After walking for over an hour, just before noon, the donkey cart halts at the same spot as yesterday. He shouts, Ma Chong, I'm here with 100 pounds of lamb meat. 2 women emerge, their faces covered with black veils, greeting him, Happy New Year, young man. Ma Chong is on the morning shift. He will return for lunch shortly. Sister, could you please bring me a basin of hot water? The Hui woman brings out a large basin of hot water and inquires, Are you going to wash your face? He Ning chuckles, Sister, the 3 lambs were slaughtered en route. I need to clean the intestines and stomach, so I require a basin of hot water. To his surprise, the Hui woman responds, I will help you. Oh, how kind of you, sister. Allow me to gift you some lamb offal in return. After half an hour, he finishes cleaning the 3 sets of lamb intestines. As Ma Chong strolled along, a few miners approached from a distance, calling out greetings. Hey, brother. With the snow making the roads even more treacherous, we thought you wouldn't make it. They reminded him about the lamb meat he had promised yesterday, 100 jin, comprising 2 goat kids and 1 lamb, freshly slaughtered just an hour ago. Ma Chong turned and shouted, Come over, come over. The lamb meat you all requested has arrived. The group eagerly examined the meat, nodding in approval. Indeed, it's freshly killed and has not been watered down. We'll take it. He Ning proclaimed, Rest assured. My lamb meat is never watered down and you will never find a missing ounce on the scales. However, as we agreed yesterday, the price is $10. Given the festive season, I am the only one here. The 5 families divided the meat of 3 lambs, along with 2 portions of offal, totaling 120 jin. With 7 100 yuan bills in hand, and the rest in small denominations, He Ning counted twice, confirming he had 1,020. He still needed to pay Wang Yuanxing 50 yuan, leaving him 30 short. He approached Ma Chong for a loan. Brother Ma, could you lend me 30 yuan to make a neat 1,000? It will help with my wife's accounting. Ma Chong, puzzled, inquired, Did you not receive 1,000 for those 3 lambs? You still owe the herdsman 50, so you are 30 short. With a chuckle, he added, You are quite the meticulous one. I will advance you 50 yuan. Tomorrow, I will take 2 lamb kids for myself, to gift to the mine's leadership for the new year. He Ning laughed heartily. Brother Ma, that's just the way things are these days. He then gifted Ma Chong a portion of offal and, feeling a bit peckish, asked for something to eat, preferably fried bread. Ma Chong's wife handed him 3 large pieces of fried bread, which He Ning devoured alongside the tea he had brought, savoring the meal before heading home to enjoy the braised pork bones that had been simmered that morning. He felt utterly content. Ma Chong approached with a large vat of lamb meat, emerging from the mine with his face and hands blackened with coal dust. You'll be mixing that with coal dust in your stomach. He Ning jested. After you finish eating, wash up. This meat is what you brought yesterday, and its quality surpasses anything from the butcher shop. He Ning continued. The butcher's meat is often watered down, sold at 7 or 8 yuan per jin. Isn't it a waste of money? There is no comparison to my fresh supply. He Ning intended for Ma Chong and his companions to rely on him for their lamb meat in the future. Ma Chong proffered a piece of lamb to He Ning. Here, brother, have a few pieces. If you miss lunch now, you'll have to rush back by 4 this afternoon. What? Why must I return by 4? Chapter 59. Taking a shortcut to buy tea leaves, brother, just beyond the mining area, about 20 miles ahead at Luo Family Bay, there are bandits lying in wait. If they rob you of the hard-earned money you've made, won't you feel wronged? Don't say I didn't warn you. At this warning from Ma Chong, He Ning's mind immediately flashed back to the notorious 8 ruffians of the mining area. In a past life, a year later on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, he had been robbed of over 1,000 yuan by them. 6 months later, A nationwide crackdown on thefts ensued, leading to the arrest of the 8 ruffians, 2 of whom met a grim fate. Little did he expect that they were now robbing again this year. He Ning hurriedly returned along the same path with his donkey cart, knowing that the more than 1,000 yuan he carried was surely stolen. That location was 40 miles from the county town ahead and 20 from the town behind. Reporting to the authorities seemed futile. Ma Chong reminded him once more, "Brother, after 4 o'clock, they'll leave. You should head home." On the second day of the Lunar New Year, He Ning wished to return early to accompany his wife, children, and sister. By the time he set off at 4, 3 hours later, it was dark upon his arrival home. Waiting here until 4 in the afternoon, He Ning was not inclined to linger even a moment. He unloaded the cart. "Brother Ma, I'll leave the cart at your doorstep for now. I'll take the donkey through the mountains to bypass them." Ma Chong frowned. "You plan to traverse those mountains? Aren't you worried about slipping on the snow?" "Not at all," He Ning replied. "The donkey's hooves on the mountain are steadier than on the snow-covered road." After saying this, he secured the donkey to the cart and turned towards the nearby residential area. He had promised his son to bring back a puppy for him to play with. After searching for a while, he returned disheartened, having seen no sign of a dog. Ma Chong had finished a pot of mutton and inquired, "Brother, what were you searching for over there?" "I was looking for a puppy to bring home and cheer my son." Ma Chong grinned. "You didn't say a word before leaving. Come with me." "Brother Ma, do you have puppies? How many do you need?" To He Ning's surprise, 7 or 8 chubby puppies were frolicking behind the flat-roofed houses. Ma Chong explained, "During the 12th month, a few of us were hunting dogs for meat in this area. A mother dog was chased into our yard and nearly caught. I tied her up here, and she gave birth to 8 puppies, just a month old. Take as many as you like." He Ning crouched down, calling softly. One puppy, black with reddish-gray paws, plump and wagging its tail, scampered from the mother dog to his hands. "Oh, what a good one. You'll do." He cradled the puppy in his arms, led the donkey, and bid farewell to Ma Chong and the others as he left the Hui residential area. After walking several miles, He Ning paused. Ahead lay a steep bend at Lo Jiawen, where the 8 great kings were stationed. Tightening his grip on the donkey's reins, He Ning turned left into the mountains to take a shortcut. Early that morning, as He Ning set out with the cart, he was spotted by Zhang Aibua, who was drowsily urinating at the entrance of his house. Suddenly awake, Zhang considered calling out to He Ning but thought better of it and followed at a distance, watching as He Ning purchased 3 lambs from Wang Yuanxing. The 3 lambs would be slaughtered and processed into mutton, taking them to the mining area, where he would earn at least 200 yuan. On the night of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Aibua lost more than 100 yuan. Yet, not only did He Ning earn back 200 yuan on that day, but he also aimed to earn another 200 on the second day of the new year. Why was that? A surge of jealousy ignited within Zhang Aibua, rising from his feet to his head. The local layabout, He Ning, chose not to play cards or drink with him during the New Year festivities, instead opting to sell mutton at the mining area early in the morning. How could he be so capable? As soon as He Ning left, Zhang Aibua entered Wang Yuanxing's house. In a straightforward manner, one might inquire, "Wang Yuanxing, has He Ning purchased your 3 lambs, and has payment been made?" Wang Yuanxing candidly replied, "Yes, cash was paid." "Why? Do you wish to buy my lambs as well?" "There are 5 remaining." Zhang Aibua thought to himself that these 5 lambs would soon be taken away by He Ning for profit. "Wang Yuanxing, I shall buy those 5 lambs." Without hesitation, Wang Yuanxing agreed. The market price is 4 yuan per pound. During the new year, no credit is extended. Pay in cash, and you may take them. However, Zhang Aibua had no cash on hand. The previous night, at He Jun's home, he had lost over 100 yuan while drinking, playing cards, and watching television. During that same evening, He Jun had imbibed a few drinks and vented his fury, cursing He Ning for having overturned his ancestral table. Were it not for the new year, He Jun declared he would have taken a kitchen knife and dealt with He Ning without hesitation. This demonstrated the depth of He Jun's animosity towards his cousin. Zhang Aibua hurriedly roused He Jun, who was sleeping on the kong. "Cousin, I have a scheme to deal with He Ning. Are you interested?" He Jun abruptly sat up. "Cousin, speak your mind, as long as it leads to his demise. I am on board." Zhang Aibua smirked. "Cousin, during the new year, it is improbable to eliminate him, but we can certainly make him uncomfortable." Zhang Aibua elaborated on his plan. He Jun would provide the funds while Zhang Aibua would exert the effort. They would purchase the 5 lambs from Wang Yuanxing. Zhang Aibua would make a trip to the mining area to sell the lambs. After deducting He Jun's costs, the profits would be split evenly between them. "Brother Jun, this way, we not only earn money but also undermine He Ning's business. Just thinking about it brings me satisfaction." With this plan, He Ning would be left frustrated and powerless, who decreed that he alone could engage in this trade. He Jun readily agreed. Zhang Aibua's family owned a large mule. and the cart was a new model made 2 years prior. He hurried back home, persuaded his father, and harnessed the mule to the cart. The 5 lambs from Wang Yuansheng were bound and placed onto Zhang Aibua's cart. He Jun handed Wang Yuansheng 934 yuan. They believed they could earn at least 500 yuan from this venture. One thing puzzled He Jun. Zhang Aibua. Will he sell the live sheep in their entirety to the miners? Zhang Aibua confidently replied. During the new year, does he expect to kill the sheep himself? It must be sold whole, and I am certain he will sell to the Hui miners in the area. He Jun nodded in agreement, remarking, it is now 10 o'clock. I appreciate your effort in making this trip. Return before nightfall, and I shall treat you to fine wine. Cousin, await my good news. Zhang Aibua set off at 10, arriving at the bend in Luojiawan shortly after 12. Just past noon, He Ning, leading a donkey, turned off the main road and ventured into the mountains. He traversed through barren land, winding around several ridges for over an hour before emerging. Although it was a shortcut, the ascent and descent left him utterly exhausted. Finally, he found himself on the road leading to Gaoya town. The previous night, he had promised his sister to buy her a pound of fine flower tea. Leading the donkey with a puppy tucked under his arm, he entered the town. The weather was overcast, with light snow flurries falling sporadically. In the distance, the sound of drums and gongs reverberated as the town's festive troupe celebrated vibrantly. Occasionally, the sound of firecrackers echoed, followed by a few double explosions. He Ning entered the town's general store and greeted the owner with a festive wish for the new year. He purchased the finest flower tea, priced at 10 yuan per pound, weighing in at 2 pounds. With 20 yuan spent, he found himself with exactly 1,000 yuan in hand. He envisioned the delighted expressions of his wife and sister upon receiving this money, and He Ning couldn't help but break into a silly grin, chuckling to himself for quite some time. The store owner playfully scolded him, saying, "You're hiding that puppy under your cotton coat and grinning like a fool. I thought you were carrying a child. My son's treasure mustn't be left out in the cold. Such a pup, as long as it's still nursing. One freeze, even in the harshest weather." Once outside the store, He Ning set the puppy down, allowing it to scamper at his feet. "Heisey, we're heading home." Chapter 60. An afternoon on the second day of the new year, the mule cart of Zhang Aibua approached the slope at Luojiawan. Suddenly, the mule's hooves slipped, causing it to kneel on the ground. Zhang Aibua cursed under his breath. What a damn hassle. How dare He Ning make this trip every day? He hoped someone would come to assist in pushing the cart. From the nearby elm trees emerged 3 masked individuals, covering their mouths and noses. They greeted Zhang Aibua, "Brother, Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity." Zhang Aibua chuckled in return, "Happy New Year to you too. May everyone prosper. Please lend a hand to push the cart." Together, the 3 men exerted their strength to help Zhang Aibua up the steep incline. Upon reaching the top, Zhang Aibua gratefully offered them cigarettes from his pocket. The men accepted the cigarettes and lit them. One of them inquired, "Brother, where are you from?" "I'm from Shirley Puhai in Yangshugagu. These 5 lambs are for sale to the miners in the area." As Zhang Aibua turned to lead his mule, the 3 men had transformed into 5, all still masked. 5 burly men, their faces obscured, left Zhang Aibua feeling bewildered. He asked, "Who are you? Where are you headed on this festive day?" The group surrounded him and his mule cart. "We've been waiting for you for half the day. It's freezing out here, and it hasn't been easy for us." The speaker rubbed his hands together, then reached out to lift a lamb from the cart. Zhang Aibua protested, "Hey, what are you doing?" "We're taking your lambs," they replied, each man lifting a lamb without offering any payment. Their cold gazes fixed upon him. Zhang Aibua was stunned for 10 seconds. A realization struck him like thunder. They were bandits. The villagers referred to such individuals as thugs. In a flash of clarity, Zhang Aibua made a resolute decision to concede. "Gentlemen, dear brothers, it's merely 5 lambs. It's the new year. Consider it my tribute to you." Zhang Aibua feared for his mule and cart, worried they might also be taken. Hence, he hastily spoke those words, gripping the mule's reins tightly. In these times, large livestock were the lifeblood of farming families. The bandits understood that if they stole the mule and cart, the victim could report them, making them prime targets for police action, a troublesome predicament for them as well. However, after the 5 lambs were stolen, although the police would file a report, they would not be particularly concerned. The 5 men stepped aside, allowing Zhang Aibua to return along the same route with the mule cart. Yet, Zhang Aibua halted, calling out, "Listen up, my friends. There's a donkey cart coming this way, and that fellow has a fortune of 1,000 or 1,800 on him. Just wait." The 5 exchanged glances, skepticism etched on their faces. "You're revealing your accomplice? The one driving the donkey? Are you in cahoots with him?" Zhang Aibua shouted. "We are bitter rivals. If you rob him, it would bring me joy." He was genuinely curious to witness the scene of He Ning's donkey cart being robbed. But he also feared for his own mule and cart. The mule turned its head, let out a snort, and dashed down the slope of Luajia Bend. It was only after a moment that the realization of what had transpired struck him. His legs weakened, and he sank to the ground, cursing, "Damn it. That money belongs to He Jun. What now?" He Ning led the donkey back to the village, tethering it to an elm tree at the entrance of Wang Yuanxing's home. A puppy frolicked at his feet as he entered the main room, lit incense, bowed in homage for the new year, and accepted a cup of tea offered by Wang Yuanxing's wife. Observing the plump, smiling face of Wang Yuanxing's wife, he paid no mind to the puppy that had followed him inside. It appeared today was indeed a fortuitous occasion. Early in the morning, He Ning had purchased 3 lambs from her, filling Wang Yuanxing's pockets with cash. What could be better? Wang Yuanxing was not in the house. "Sister-in-law, where's my brother Wang? He's off playing cards with the neighbors for the new year. I owe him 50 yuan. Shall I give it to you?" The woman chuckled. "That works for me." He Ning retrieved 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her, adding, "I'll take the 3 tomorrow morning." "Oh, Ningzi, there are no lambs left to sell. Zhang Aibwa took them all this morning." "What?" "Zhang Aibwa took the lambs." On the morning of the second day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Aibwa had indeed taken 5 lambs from Wang Yuanxing's home. What was going on? "Sister-in-law, I clearly told Wang that I would take the other 5 lambs tomorrow or the day after. Why did he allow Zhang Aibwa to take them all at once?" Wang Yuanxing's wife was unaware of the complete story. "He Ning, just wait. I will call Yuanxing and you can ask him what happened." The puppy circled around his feet. Whimpering, Wang Yuanxing's wife picked up a snack, crumbling it in her hand, and placing it on the doorstep for the puppy to nibble on. Wang Yuanxing rushed in from outside. "Oh, Ningzi, you're back so early. How much did you sell for?" He Ning glared at him, a surge of anger rising within. "Wang Yuanxing, I told you this morning that I would take the other 5 lambs tomorrow or the day after. Why did you let Zhang Aibwa take them all?" Wang Yuanxing grinned sheepishly, explaining, "He offered cash on the spot for all 5. I couldn't refuse the sale." He felt justified in his actions. He Ning pressed on. "Is Zhang Aibwa also taking the lambs to the mining area to sell?" Wang Yuanxing recalled Zhang Aibwa's words and nodded in agreement. "Yes." He said he was taking them to sell to the Hui miners at the mine. He Ning turned to leave, calling out, "Haizi, let us go home." From that moment on, He Ning could not bear to cast even a glance at Wang Yuanxing. He sighed as he stepped out of his home, a dark expression clouding his features. Wang Yuanxing glared at his retreating figure, muttering under his breath, "Is he giving me that look? My lamb. I sell to whomever I wish. It is none of his concern." His wife seemed to have grasped the situation. "Yuanxing, what you did was rather unscrupulous. Selling the sheep to Zhang Aibwa and sending him to the mine. Isn't that undermining He Ning's standing? How can he not be upset?" Wang Yuanxing rolled his eyes at her. "I have no interest in to whom they sell the sheep." He Ning led his donkey away, walking past the commotion of children playing in his yard. The lively atmosphere was palpable. Li Hongmei was there with her 3 children, enjoying the company of their cousin. The children frolicked in the yard, engaging with the little puppy. As He Ning entered, the puppy, noticing the abundance of children, barked a couple of times and nestled against He Ning's feet. When Daddy is home, look what I brought," He Ning exclaimed. "A puppy. I like it." Wen rushed over, and He Ning chuckled as he handed the puppy to her. The puppy licked Wen's face, as if acknowledging her as its young master. He Ning greeted his younger siblings. "Xian, Jingjing, has Grandpa given you your New Year's money yet?" Xian replied, "Yes, we received 1 yuan each. My sister and sister-in-law also gave us 1 yuan each." Li Wan was their sister-in-law, and He Yin was their sister. Though they were distantly related by blood, their emotional bonds were strong. The 3 younger siblings surrounded little Wen, eager to play with the puppy. Wen clutched the puppy tightly, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy, what's the matter, Wen? The puppy is mine. Let the puppy down. Let it run and play in the yard." In He Ning's yard, the lively cacophony of 3 older children, 1 younger child, and a little puppy filled the air with joy. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, He Ning returned home, feeling the chill of the winter air. He entered the main room to warm himself and glanced at his grandfather, who sat comfortably at the edge of the Kong, waiting for dinner. He Ning leaned in and called softly, "Grandpa, I'm back." During the festive season, he wanly assumed he had gone to visit someone else. He shook his finger in front of He Ning, leisurely saying, "Ningzi, don't go out to play anymore. Stay at home." "All right, Grandpa, I want to go out again." He Ning turned and headed to the kitchen where 3 women were chatting animatedly. A table was laid out with various dishes. He Ning hopped onto the Kong to see his daughter, gently lifting her and rocking her back and forth. "Daddy's back. Have you missed me, my little treasure? Are you still sleepy after just having your milk?" Li Wan stood by the edge, chiding him. "The baby is asleep. Why are you picking her up? Put her down. Don't shake her. It's fine. I'll hold her for a moment." As He Ning cradled his daughter, he inquired of the 3 women, "Sister, Juan, Mei Gu, What delightful dishes have you prepared for me? Seeing her brother return, He Yin smiled broadly. Ningzi, you must be starving. I've brought out all the delicious food for you. Before she could finish her sentence, He Ning already anticipated her next words. Quickly take out your earnings so I can count them. He Yin refrained from saying that outright. Mei Gu is present, yet not every matter can be divulged to her. He Ning, cradling his daughter in swaddling, leapt down from the bed, hastily seizing 2 meatballs and stuffing them into his mouth, nearly choking. He took a spoonful of the savory soup from the pot and gulped it down eagerly. Li Wan urged him, Ningzi, put the child down and change your clothes. You reek of gamey odor. It's unbearable to hold the baby like this. Li Hongmei chimed in. Yes, go change. Dinner will be served shortly. He Ning handed the child to Li Wan, exited the kitchen, and made his way to his grandfather's room, where he washed his hands, face, and hair, changing out of his soiled clothes. In the kitchen, Li Wan whispered to He Yin, Sister, can Ningzi really earn 1,000? Shoo! He Yin quickly interrupted her. The room was not just the two of them. Li Wan had calculated the profits of Ningzi's earnings countless times in her mind. From the 12th month until now, the capital amounted to just a handful of mountain chickens and 2 rabbits. Thus, 1,000 yuan earned would be pure profit. Contemplating this, Li Wan trembled slightly while holding Yeya, her cheeks flushing, lost in thought. She quickly laid little Yeya down on the bed, scolding He Ning. How annoying. The child was sleeping soundly, and you had to pick her up and rock her. He Yin inquired of Li Hongmei, Mei Gu, how much did you sell your black melon seeds for this year? Li Hongmei shook her head. This year wasn't as good as last. We sold about 800 jin for just over 900 yuan. He Yin nearly remarked that He Ning could earn 1,000 in a few days. Wealth should not be flaunted. Mei Gu was the type who, upon seeing any merit in He Ning, would boast to everyone. My son-in-law, don't underestimate him. He earned quite a sum in just a few days. He Yin reassured Li Wan repeatedly. Even with Mei Gu, it was best not to disclose how much He Ning could earn in one outing. Sooner or later, the villagers would find out, and it would lead to trouble for He Ning. Just a few days had passed, and the family remained steady. Ushering in the new year and the 2nd day of the 1st month, He Yin arranged several plates onto a long tray, preparing to carry them to the dining table in the adjacent room. He Ning entered, holding Wan, who clutched a puppy tightly. Li Hongmei was displeased. Oh Ningzi, Wanhua hasn't he even reached 10 days postpartum? You shouldn't be holding that puppy so close. Quickly, take it outside. Wan clung to the puppy even tighter, declaring no, it's my puppy. Setting his son down, He Ning took the tray to the dining table, calling out to his 3 younger siblings in the yard, Xian, Jing, Yong, it's time to eat. Where's your dad? Isn't he coming to my house? Mei Gu's eldest daughter responded, my dad is inside playing cards. Xian, go call your dad. Tonight we're having a reunion dinner for the 2nd day of the new year, He Ning instructed. Xian dashed out. Just as He Ning placed a bowl of noodles on the table, He Baoyin entered with 2 others. He Ning's expression darkened. Zhang Aibo's father, Zhang Guanqing, followed closely behind. He Ning felt a strong urge to shout, Zhang Guanqing, go back home for your meal. On the 2nd day of the new year, visitors were guests. Old grievances should be set aside for the 3 days of celebration. He Ning's grandfather was in this room. On the surface, he had come to pay New Year's greetings, but in reality, he was there to mooch a meal. Li Hongmei and her 3 children were at their niece's home, too occupied with mealtime to return home and cook. Those playing cards with He Baoyin missed out on dinner. Xian went to summon her father to dine at He Ning's house, and the 2 followed He Baoyin there. Zhang Aibo's father, He Ning, was visibly furious upon seeing him. Zhang Aibo had ventured out early that morning with a mule cart. What could be so important that he didn't inform him? A bowl of meat bones and a fish lay before He Ning, who was reluctant to serve them. However, with his uncle and 3 younger siblings seated at the table, he felt obligated to present the meal. Li Wan was overjoyed, eager to bring out all the dishes to entertain the guests. Noticing He Ning's grim demeanor, she nudged him with her elbow, urging him to join their uncle for dinner. Why should those playing cards eat first? It should be Aunt Mei and the children who dine first. He Baoyin called out to He Ning, Ningzi, come over and toast your uncles. On this festive occasion, the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, He Ning was willing to toast his uncle but reluctant to do the same for Zhang Guanqing, filling 4 cups full. He Ning presented the wine plate to He Baoyin, stating, Uncle, I toast you a cup. Without you, there would be no Aunt Mei. And I wouldn't have a pig's trotter for the new year. He Baoyin raised a cup and drank it down, reminding, Ningzi, toast Uncle Zhang. He is older than I. In terms of seniority, He Ning referred to Zhang Guanqing as uncle. He Ning filled the empty cup again, saying, Here, uncle, have another. He Baoyin took another cup. He Ning then offered the wine plate to his cousin, saying, Here, Uncle Kong, have one as well. He Ning was unwilling to bring the wine plate before Zhang Guanqing, but the atmosphere dictated otherwise, and he couldn't allow his temper to dictate his actions. To Zhang Guanqing, he said, "Uncle Zhang, you too have one." The three men raised their cups and drank. He Ning lifted a cup but did not drink. The wine spilled into the plate instead. At that moment, He Ning was truly hungry. He sat down to eat in silence, devouring bowl after bowl of noodles. Li Baoyin inquired, "Ningzi, I heard from Aunt May that you went to the mining area today to sell lamb?" "Yes, I did," He Ning replied. "Did you make any money?" "Yes, I earned a little profit." He Baoyin noticed He Ning's discontent. "Ningzi, why the long face if you made money?" "Uncle, I encountered a blockade on the way, which cut off my income. During the new year, it's quite frustrating, isn't it? Such people are truly despicable." He Ning cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Guanqing. He mumbled under his breath, and Zhang Guanqing, unable to discern the insult, looked over in confusion, asking, "Blockade? Where did you encounter that?" He Ning scoffed, saying, "Such people will inevitably meet with a bad end." He glanced at Zhang Guanqing, who remained indifferent. Unable to contain himself, He Ning asked, "Uncle Zhang, this morning, when Zhang Aibo was taking your mule cart out, did you know what he was up to?" Zhang Guanqing popped a meatball into his mouth and replied, "I know. He went to the mining area to sell lamb as well," he said nonchalantly, as if it were of no consequence. One must show respect to elders. Thus, He Ning could hardly express his anger towards them. Yet, he felt an undeniable sense of frustration. "Uncle Zhang, isn't it rather unscrupulous of your son Zhang Aibo to meddle in my affairs?" Zhang Guanqing lifted his gaze, perplexed, and inquired, "He Ning, how has my son interfered with your business? If you can venture to the mining area to sell lambs for profit, why can't he? Who has set such a rule?" Alas, communication proved futile. During the festive season, He Ning did not wish to argue in front of his grandfather. Zhang Aibo's mule cart needed to traverse the steep slope of Luojiawan. If the 8 formidable figures were indeed waiting there, he would certainly be robbed. "Uncle Zhang, finish your meal and return home swiftly to see if your son has come back. If not, you must hasten to find him. He may have encountered trouble along the way." He Ning's tone was rather stern, which did not escape He Baoyin's notice. "Ningzi, what are you saying during the new year?" He Ning merely shook his head and continued to eat, unwilling to delve further into the matter of Zhang Aibo. He Yin re-entered with a plate of sauced noodles, cheerfully exclaiming, "Make sure to have a couple more bowls. Don't hesitate." This year, the He family had an abundance of noodles, enough to last until the Lantern Festival. Xiao Wenwen nestled against He Ning, cradling a puppy. "Daddy, the puppy is hungry." At He Ning's feet, Haizi gnawed on scraps of meat, while in his arms, his son relished meatballs. 3 women hid in the kitchen, eating their meal. "Come over, Mei Gu, sister, join us at the table." Yet, they did not approach. In these times, women seldom sat at the main dining table with the men. This custom was one He Ning found difficult to change. Zhang Guanqing wiped his mouth, rising from the table, and approached He Ning's grandfather at the edge of the Kong to converse. "Old man, shall we play cards together?" He then turned to He Ning, saying, "Ningzi, with your grandfather, your Uncle Kong, and you, we would form a perfect circle of 5. He Ning resolved to expel him from the gathering. "Uncle Zhang, whatever game you wish to play, you should return home to check on your son." At last, Zhang Guanqing discerned He Ning's lack of welcome. Yet, he remained obstinate, unwilling to leave. "He Ning, why are you speaking so stubbornly during the new year? I am here to keep your grandfather company, which is a sign of respect towards you. If your grandfather is not in your room, do I not have the right to enter?" He Ning slammed his chopsticks down on the table, startling He Baoyin, who sat beside him. "Ningzi, what are you doing? Don't be reckless." "Uncle, I have endured him long enough. You know my temperament." He Baoyin certainly understood He Ning's disposition, a temper that disregarded authority when roused. He Ning was determined to transform himself and sever ties with Zhang Aibo and his ilk, a notion He Baoyin comprehended. Yet, why should he show disdain towards Zhang Aibo's father? "Ningzi, for the sake of your Mei Gu and me, please bear with it, just this once." "Uncle, I sincerely wish to toast you, but today, I do not wish to extend that courtesy to anyone from the Zhang family." The awkwardness on Zhang Guanqing's face was palpable. He glared, his tone harsh. "He Ning, have I offended you in some manner? I have come to pay my respects to my uncle. What have I done to deserve your disdain?" He Ning stood up and approached him, offering nothing but a sullen expression. "Uncle Zhang, have you ever heard the saying, to cut off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents? I had a prior agreement with Wang Yuansheng to take away his 5 lambs tomorrow or the day after. However, just as I left, your son followed closely behind and took away Wang Yuansheng's 5 lambs to sell in the mining area. Uncle Zhang, what do you call this behavior of your son? Is he not cutting off my source of income? If you were unaware of your son's actions today, I do not hold you accountable. Yet, You are clearly aware of his intentions from the early morning and did not intervene. Instead, you seemed pleased, waiting for him to return with earnings. Do you expect me to toast you or offer you kind words? He Ning's uncle has grasped the situation. Zhang Guangqing, is what He Ning said true? Is your son involved in He Ning's affairs? Zhang Guangqing appeared greatly aggrieved. Bowing, what my son chooses to do is beyond my control. Why should I be blamed? He Yin entered with a plate of stir-fried blood slices. Ningzi, these were brought by Aunt May today. Enjoy them. Sister, put it down. Leave it in the kitchen for you to eat. He Yin noticed the unusual expressions on several faces and was perplexed. Why are you all glaring? Uncle Zhang, why are you so furious? Zhang Guangqing complained to He Yin. Your brother is scolding me and wants me to leave, forbidding us from playing cards at your home. He Yin chuckled. Play here on my Kong, and keep my grandfather company for a while. He Ning spoke to his sister with little kindness. Sister, Grandpa has me to keep him company. He does not need your brother's unwarranted concern. Isn't this just a way to drive Zhang Guangqing away? He Yin glared and scolded. Ningzi, don't be foolish. Sister, I'm only trying to help. I advised Uncle Zhang to return home and check if his son has come back. If he hasn't, something must have happened, but he refuses to listen. Such words, spoken during the new year, struck He Yin, a sister, as harsh and painful. Ningzi, come out here. Dragging He Ning out of the room, He Yin reproached him. Would you perish if you refrained from speaking such things? It's New Year S, and you wish for someone's son to be in trouble? Sister, I speak the truth. Nonsense. At the entrance, Zhang Guangqing's wife shouted. Hongmei Li Hongmei? She had searched from house to house and arrived at the door of He Ning's home, calling out for Li Hongmei. Knowing she was at He Ning's house on the afternoon of the second day of the Lunar New Year, He Yin had just pulled He Ning out to admonish him when she heard the shout from outside. She rushed out to greet. Aunt Zhang, come in and talk. Why are you shouting for my aunt at my door? Aunt Zhang appeared alarmed, her voice tinged with tears. Yinzi, is Guangqing at your home? Does he have time to visit when Aibo has been robbed? He Yin's eyes widened in shock. What? Is my brother saying something absurd? Inside, Zhang Guangqing heard his wife calling from the door and stepped out to scold. What are you shouting for? The New Year isn't over yet. Zhang Guangqing implied that after the New Year, one should indulge in feasting and visiting. Why did his wife come after him? Guangqing, Aibo has been robbed. And you're still here visiting instead of checking on him? What? Zhang Guangqing hurried to the door, standing before his wife. What did you say? Aibo just returned and said he was robbed halfway. He Jun is causing a scene. You need to go check. Li Hongmei and He Yin reached them and overheard Aunt Zhang's words. He Yin inquired, why is Zhang Aibo in conflict with He Jun? He Ning was also puzzled. Zhang Aibo anticipated the possibility of being robbed, but what provoked the altercation with He Jun? When asked by his sister, he replied, how would I know? Should I go and see? Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhang Guangqing immediately dashed home, with his wife trailing behind. He Ning grimaced, inhaling sharply, his tongue sticking out as he bit it between his teeth, bending over to clutch his stomach, attempting to conceal his overwhelming excitement. Wen, come here. Daddy will take you for a spin, he called. No, I want to play with the puppy. Daddy can play with the puppy too. Little Wen had recently acquired a puppy, and her novelty had not yet worn off, leading her to abandon her father. He Ning called out to the house, Sister, keep an eye on my wife's son, I'll be back shortly. He followed closely behind Zhang Guangqing. He Baoyin and He Baokong emerged from the house, grumbling. Who is causing a ruckus during the New Year? What is wrong with them? He Yin retorted, Zhang Aibo is fighting with He Jun. He Ning has gone to check it out. The two uncles hurried after He Ning, eager to witness the commotion. Chapter 63, The Troublemakers. No one is innocent at the entrance of Zhang Aibo's home. A crowd quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. The front of his house faced the village road by the river bend. He Jun had been waiting there for some time, intent on reclaiming over 900 yuan in capital and an additional 200 yuan in profit. Earning money was trivial. The primary objective was to thoroughly annoy He Ning. As long as Zhang Aibo's endeavor proceeded smoothly, further actions would follow. He was keen to see how He Ning would react. For the past few days, He Jun had been blocked from taking lambs to the mines for profit. The thought of his infuriated cousin brought him a sense of relief from his recent frustrations. He muttered under his breath, He Ning, I can't wait to see how you'll flail about these days. Zhang Aibo returned, visibly dejected. His first words were, Cousin, I've been robbed. Consequently, a cacophony of mutual accusations erupted at the entrance of Zhang Aibo's home. Villagers, traversing the road, quickly gathered to witness the unfolding drama, while He Ning observed with amusement from the crowd. Typically, He Jun would struggle against Zhang Aibo in a physical confrontation, but He Ning found the scene peculiar. He Jun seized Zhang Aibo by the collar, rummaging through his pockets, undoubtedly searching for money. However, not a single dime emerged. Zhang Aibo, He Jun bellowed. 940 yuan is no small sum. You think you can just claim you've been robbed, and it's over? Are you kidding me? He Ning craned his neck to catch this revelation. 940 yuan was precisely the price of 5 lambs. It became clear that He Jun had funded the venture, while Zhang Aibo provided the mule cart and exerted himself to run to the mines. Ultimately, however, Zhang Aibo had been robbed by a group of thugs. Skeptical of Zhang Aibo's claims, He Jun searched him thoroughly. Zhang Aibo fervently explained, "Cousin, I truly was robbed. It happened at that steep slope in Luojiawan. 5 men, wearing yellow coats and masks. I couldn't even recognize them." He Ning was aware of the identities of the 2 individuals who had been shot. Zhang Aibo's father grasped He Jun, urging him, "Junzi, don't resort to violence. It's the new year, and we're all relatives. Let us discuss this calmly inside." Zhang Guangqing forcefully pulled He Jun into his home. He Jun, having earned a handsome profit from his business endeavors, returned home for the new year in a sleek black Santana, garnering significant attention in the village. Thus, Zhang Guangqing insisted he enter the house. Zhang Aibo also urged him, "Cousin, come inside. I have much to discuss." He Jun, panting heavily, followed the father and son into the dwelling. The onlookers, unable to intrude upon their quarrel, began to disperse, although a few lingered, eager for the spectacle, hoping the argument might escalate to a physical confrontation. Such dramatic events were a source of great entertainment for the villagers. They had gleaned the gist of the dispute, with Zhang Aibo lamenting the theft of his 5 sheep by bandits, a notion that seemed quite alarming. Zhang Aibo's claims were dubious. He had lost his money at gambling and concocted this tale of robbery. He Ning, standing behind them, suddenly understood the situation and stepped further into Zhang Aibo's house. "Oh, He Ning, didn't you also go to the mining area to sell lambs? Were you robbed?" He Ning turned sharply, glaring at the questioner. "Get lost. It's the new year. There are no bandits, just remnants of the old society. Don't listen to Zhang Aibo's nonsense." Spotting his uncle from the Mei family joining the fray, He Ning called out, "Uncle, hurry back and attend to your family. My daughter-in-law's relatives have arrived." He Baoyin chuckled in response. "All right, I'll return immediately." He then asked, "Ningzi, what are you doing in his house?" He Ning scoffed and entered. Inside Zhang Aibo's home, the commotion had not escalated into conflict, leaving He Ning somewhat disappointed. Within, Zhang Aibo recounted the alleged robbery in great detail. As He Ning reached the main door, he overheard Zhang Aibo say, "Cousin, if you don't believe me, ask He Ning when he returns. He must have been robbed as well." He Ning entered, joining the conversation. "Who says I was robbed?" Zhang Aibo abruptly stood, his eyes filled with urgent anticipation. "Ningzi, tell your brother, were there any bandits? Did they take your money?" Zhang Aibo was fervently hoping for He Ning to corroborate his tale, as this would lend credibility to his claims in the eyes of He Jun. He Ning clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Zhang Aibo, during the festive season, you concoct such a deceitful tale to swindle He Jun? Do you really think he would believe it?" In recent days, He Jun's gaze towards He Ning had been filled with fury. However, harboring a grudge against He Ning was one matter. Zhang Aibo's greed-fueled lies were another. He Ning's skepticism only solidified He Jun's disbelief in Zhang Aibo's words. Distrust in Zhang Aibo was one thing. Wishing harm upon He Ning was another. It was crucial to uncover Zhang Aibo's true intentions. He Ning clicked his tongue again, fanning the flames of discord. "Zhang Aibo, you sold 5 lambs to the miners for over 200 each. That totals over 1,000. You wish to pocket the money entirely, and you think you can fabricate this robbery tale?" Zhang Aibo gaped, wide-eyed and stunned, first at He Ning, then at He Jun. His expression shifting to one of panic as realization dawned upon him 10 seconds later. "Cousin, can you not discern? He Ning, that scoundrel, seeks to sow discord between us. Do not fall for his trickery." He Ning approached Zhang Aibo, inquiring, "When were you robbed?" "Around 1 o'clock, Zhang replied. "When they attacked me, you had not yet arrived. They were waiting specifically to ambush you. I refuse to believe you did not encounter them." He Ning felt a sharp pang in his heart, his mind racing. The implication of Zhang Aibo's words was clear. The notorious gang was aware that he had ventured to the mining area to sell lambs. Knowing he had money, they lay in wait to rob him. He Ning scrutinized Zhang Aibo's eyes, employing his 3 decades of experience in the marketplace to glean the truth from his demeanor. When Zhang was accosted, he must have informed the robbers that He Ning would traverse that very route. Thus Zhang was convinced that He Ning had been robbed. He had already strayed onto the path that He Ning had carved out, inciting He Ning's ire. To his astonishment, he had even suggested to the bandits to target He Ning. Though it was merely a conjecture, it held a high probability of being accurate. Instinctively, He Ning reached for his belt. Earlier that morning, he had tucked the knife used for slaughtering the sheep there. Instinctively, his reckless nature suppressed the rationality bestowed upon him by his rebirth. Fortunately, the knife had been returned to its place beneath the bedding. He Ning chuckled, Zhang Aibua, you lost your money, so you should honestly admit your defeat to my brother, rather than resorting to excuses. He Jun had not intended to recover a mere 200 or 300, but rather to vex He Ning and vent his frustration. He Ning stood before him, and at this moment, it seemed as if he were speaking in support of Zhang. Cousin, I failed to understand why you would partner with Zhang Aibua in business. Are you not aware that he would squander any money he acquires on gambling in town? It is certain he has lost. No worries, no worries. Misfortune can lead to fortune. Zhang Aibua is currently broke. You will not get anything back. Did He Jun not grasp the meaning behind these words? Both he and Zhang Aibua felt disgusted. He Ning, caught in the middle, acted as a stirrer, tainting both of them. He Jun glared. He Ning, what does our affair have to do with you? Leave. Yet He Ning refused to depart. He turned to speak with Zhang Guanqing. Uncle Zhang, Zhang Aibua sold 5 lambs, squandered the money, and returned empty-handed, claiming he was robbed. Alas, your mule is worth over 1,000. Compensate my brother. Zhang Guanqing's face darkened. Reminiscent of a time of mourning, he bellowed at his son, you wretched fool, if you dare squander our mule, I shall break your legs. Zhang Aibua, agitated, felt a buzzing in his ears. He erupted at He Ning. What do you think you are, some grand figure? If you possess the money from selling the lambs, show it to me. Everyone was aware of He Ning's financial situation. If he could produce 100 yuan, it would be deemed a testament to his newfound sobriety. If he could reveal 500 or 600, it would only indicate one thing. He had indeed sold the lambs, proving he had not been robbed. He Ning pulled out a handful of cash from his pocket, 5 crisp 100 bills and a handful of change, flashing it before Zhang Aibua and He Ning. Argue all you want. I'm leaving. See you later. He Ning turned and exited the house, stepping through the grand entrance of the Zhang residence. Chapter 64. Playing with my son. Caught in a snow pile at the entrance of Zhang Aibua's home, a few individuals lingered, eager for the unfolding drama. Upon seeing He Ning emerge, they hurriedly inquired, did they start fighting? He Ning cast a sidelong glance at the questioner and retorted, if you wish to know whether a brawl has ensued, why not venture inside and witness it for yourself? This gathering of onlookers, reveling in the chaos, were hardly of good character. With that, He Ning departed. The clamor from within the Zhang household had yet to subside. Cousin, if you doubt me, do you place your faith in him? He is nothing but a scoundrel. He Jun rose, preparing to step outside, cursing as he spoke, you are no better. After the 3rd day of the new year, return my money. If you fail to do so, I shall take your mule. The group lingering at the entrance remained, anticipating a confrontation between He Jun and Zhang Aibua. As He Jun exited the house, he shouted at them, what are you staring at? Off you go. Let us see the village chief show us the footage, the martial arts spectacle, stone breaking, and jade shattering. The village chief is screening a video? Where? In our elementary school classroom. They rushed towards the schoolhouse. In the 12th lunar month, the village chief had organized a gathering for everyone to practice folk performances. The gong was missing a clapper, the drum had been battered for 3.5 days, leaving a gaping hole, and no one had taken the initiative to procure decorations from the town. The atmosphere was stifled, leading to a lack of enthusiasm. The village chief then brought his black and white television to the classroom to play a videotape. From Zhang Aibua's words, He Ning learned 3 crucial pieces of information. Firstly, the 5 lambs he had intended to sell had not been dispatched to the Hui district. They could still be sold smoothly in the next couple of days. Secondly, the money in Zhang Aibua's possession had been provided by He Jun. The two had conspired to ensnare He Ning. Their collaboration had not succeeded, resulting in their current quarrel, leaving He Ning at a loss for how to express his satisfaction. He muttered, those scoundrels, treating a donkey so poorly. Thirdly, the 8 great kings had successfully secured their spoils today and would likely be waiting for He Ning in the coming days, presumably to ambush him for cash. He must devise a strategy to counter them. Selling mutton in the mining district was the most lucrative venture during the New Year period, and he could not abandon it due to a few ruffians. The supply was not an issue, although Wang Yuanxing had no lambs available. Many families in Shaoshui village raised sheep. While en route to the Honghu mining area, a slight detour through Shaoshui village would allow him to check on his brother-in-law and nephew. Contemplating this, He Ning felt a surge of joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Ningzi, what has you so amused? Upon entering the gate, He Yin stood at the threshold, glaring at him. He Ning quickly composed himself, concealing his delight. What's the matter, sister? Why the long face? What about the cart? The donkey has been brought back, but the cart has not. After dinner, He Yin had fed the donkey corn and water, only to discover the cart was missing. Sister, the cart is at the yard of Brother Ma in the mining district. It's nothing to worry about. I shall retrieve it tomorrow. Why didn't you bring back the cart today? He Ning could not explain that it was to avoid any potential highwaymen on the road. In this manner, A new burden of worry is placed upon my sister and wife. Tomorrow, he shall undoubtedly be kept indoors. I casually responded, claiming that my brother-in-law from the Hui community wished to borrow a cart for transporting items, and thus I let it go. Really? Sister, have I ever deceived you since the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month? He Ning opened his arms for an embrace with his sister. The siblings entered the house. He Yin had tidied the kitchen countertop meticulously, and the floor was spotless. His wife lay on the kong, nursing little Yaya. The home radiated warmth and comfort. Li Juan, upon hearing He Ning enter, inquired, Ningzi, what is happening with Zhang Ibwa's family? He Ning sipped a bowl of warm water and began to explain. Zhang Ibwa and He Jun had been involved in a business venture together, one providing funds while the other contributed labor. Today's deal fell through, resulting in heated arguments between the two, which could very well escalate into a physical confrontation. He Yin frowned. Doesn't this concern you? Sister, their squabbles are of no concern to me. I merely observed the commotion for a while. They were troubling He Ning, supposedly for the sake of his sister and wife, instilling unnecessary worry in the two women. There was no need for that. He Ning bore the burden alone. A trip outside should only yield things that bring peace and security to his family. Today, he returned with 1,000 yuan, 2 packets of fine flour tea, and a pup for his son. The two women awaited eagerly, anticipating the moment he would reveal a handful of money. In that moment, He Ning's feelings of frustration and anger dissipated entirely amidst He Jun and Zhang Ibwa's quarrel. Now, only joy filled his heart. In the yard, his son played joyfully with the pup. Little Wen crouched down and called out, Doggy come. He Ning chuckled, Son, it has a name, it's called Heizi. Heizi doggy come. With the arrival of the pup, Wen temporarily lost interest in his father. Yet, He Ning longed to embrace his son, lifting him onto his shoulders. Son, shall we watch a video? He said, then immediately felt that a 3-year-old might not understand. Son, let us play in the snow, it's so much fun. Inside the kitchen, He Yin and Li Wan eagerly awaited He Ning's return. Did he really bring back 1,000 yuan? But He Ning, distracted by his son in the yard, paid no heed to the two women's anxious anticipation. Ningzi, sister, I'm playing with my son. Come inside and talk with Juan and me. Sister, I'll play in the snow with Wen for a bit. I'll join you and Juan shortly. He carried the shovel and led Wen out the door. Next to the jujube orchard, there was a small slope about 10 meters long. Son, sit on the shovel, hold on tight. Like this? Yes, that's right. Watch as daddy pulls you down the slope. The snow that fell in the 12th lunar month was thick, a rare sight in many years. He Ning felt it was imperative to let his son enjoy a proper playtime in the snow, for in a few days, with the arrival of spring and warm sunshine, the snow would melt and opportunities would be lost. Are you seated properly? Yes, it's so much fun. Daddy will push you. He Ning grasped the handle of the shovel and began to push forward, accelerating. His son's joyous shouts echoed, so fun, so fun. The sound of his son's laughter and calls for daddy filled He Ning with a profound sense of fulfillment and happiness. He was so engrossed that he did not notice his son's small hands had loosened their grip on the shovel. Before them lay an earthen embankment, and He Ning, exerting force in his hands, abruptly halted the shovel. His son tumbled forth, maintaining his momentum as he rolled several times before cascading down the embankment and landing amidst a pile of snow. His entire body sank into the snow. Wen, He Ning leaped down, extracting his son from the snowy mound. Wah! Mama! Mama! Little Wen cried out in terror. The young lad had face planted into the snow. Yet the layer was thick enough that he had not actually fallen hard. However, he had flipped out from the shovel's head, rolled a few times, and then plummeted off the embankment, creating a rather alarming spectacle. Wen's wails prompted He Yin to rush out from the courtyard. Wen, what happened? Bad daddy. I fell. Auntie, hold me. He Yin immediately spotted her nephew buried in the snow. She shot a reproachful glance at her brother, scolding. You can't even take care of your own son. Get him inside before he freezes. She extended her arms to cradle Wen and headed back into the courtyard. He Ning defended himself. He didn't get hurt. Why all the fuss? He Yin brought Wen inside, removed his thick cotton coat, brushed off the snow, and warmed him up. Then she nestled him into Li Wan's arms. Chapter 65. Counting money by night in his mother's embrace, Wen, teary-eyed, sought comfort as he nursed. A sense of safety enveloped him. His small frame, once trembling with fear, gradually settled. Meanwhile, the sleeping Xiaoya emitted a sudden cry. Yet Wen, still yearning for more time with his mother, protested softly, reluctant to leave her embrace. Son, haven't we yet set off the firecrackers? In Wen's heart, the notion of a bad daddy lingered for a mere 3 minutes. The mention of firecrackers swayed him. Perhaps his father was not so bad after all. Son, today I brought home a puppy for you. Do you still think your father is bad? He Yin cradled the wailing Xiaoya, gently rocking her while encouraging Wenwen. Your sister is hungry. What will happen if you cling to mama? She will keep crying. Little Wenwen blinked his tear-streaked eyes, cautiously stepping out of his mother's embrace to allow his father to hold him. Daddy, I don't want to play in the snow. I'm scared. All right. We want to play in the snow. Daddy will carry you to school to watch the video. He Ning lifted his son into his arms, preparing to head to the village school when He Yin called out, "What are you going there for at night?" The village chief is showing a video in the classroom. I'll take my son to have a look and be back soon. No, what can a little child understand from a video? When wouldn't he comprehend it? And He Ning had no interest in watching anything about Jade in the stone. At this dusk hour, He Ning merely wished to take a stroll around the school. Memories of his sister leading him to watch a movie in the schoolyard surfaced in his mind. His sister had wandered away, and amidst the crowd, she called out his name. He could hear her voice amidst the throng, responding repeatedly. As she sought him out, she scolded, "What are you running off for? If you get lost, how will you find your way home?" Though reprimanding him, she held his hand tightly. At 7 or 8 years old, he could certainly return home alone, yet his sister still grasped his hand firmly. On the screen, the red tassel gun and broadsword danced, shadows flitting to and fro. Each punch and kick echoed with a resounding thud. At that time, He Ning believed that those who had mastered martial arts produced such sounds during a fight. This sound captivated him deeply. Later, he discovered that it was all an illusion. Yet, in the chill of winter, wrapped in thick cotton clothing, the echoes of his sister's calls amidst the crowd lingered in his memory, an indelible sensation. In those days, movies were no longer shown, and the village head organized video screenings for everyone. He Ning's heart was filled with memories of a past life, and until his dying breath, his mind was occupied with the scenes of his childhood spent with his sister. He went to school, navigating through the throngs of people on a wintry night, yearning to recapture that feeling. "Sister, I'll carry one. You hold my hand. Let us just take a quick look at the elementary school and return promptly. I want to go. If you don't come, you want to see the money you earned today." He and S thoughts were consumed with counting the money her brother had brought home. What is the point of wandering around that rundown school? If you don't accompany me, I want to let you count the money, 1,000 yuan. It will drive you mad. He Ning patted his pockets. He Yin, eager to count the money, quickly relented. All right, I'll go with you this once, but if it's not the amount you claim, I'll take it out on you. One, dressed warmly with a snug hat and gloves, nestled in their father's embrace. He Yin held a flashlight in one hand while grasping her brother's arm with the other. Just as they were about to step out of the courtyard, a shadow darted past their feet. "Heisey, you're not coming." The puppy followed but was swiftly picked up by someone else. The little dog was confined in their grandfather's room, watching him, the door tightly shut. The siblings exited the courtyard and walked along the village path toward the elementary school. One, cradled in He Ning's arms, had his head drooping down. "Hey, Wenwen, sister, he has fallen asleep." He Yin grinned. "I told you. As soon as it gets dark, your son dozes off right away. How can we take him out visiting?" The siblings turned back the way they came. "Sister, how much New Year's money did you give my son?" 10 yuan. "Then shall I also give my nephews 10 yuan each tomorrow? Are you going to Shaoshui village tomorrow?" "Just a quick trip to see my brother-in-law and give my nephews their New Year's money." He Yin beamed with joy, playfully punching He Ning's arm. "You're thoughtful. Bring Minmin along." Minmin was He Ning's youngest niece, 8 years old, and it was quite pitiful that she hadn't seen her mother in half a month. Just 10 minutes after leaving, the siblings returned, puzzlingly Juan. "Why are you back so soon?" Wenwen fell asleep. "This little rascal dozes off at the slightest hint of darkness. What a letdown." As the sleeping Wenwen lay carefully on the Kong, his father kissed his cheek, chuckling softly. He then kissed his little daughter's cheek as well. Afterward, He Ning got off the Kong, saying, "Sister, dear, I'm off to sleep." He was abruptly pulled back by He Yin, who scolded him in mock anger. "Is this deliberate? We've been waiting all day. Do you know the torment we've endured?" Thus, from that day forth, the two women began their daily anticipation, longing for He Ning to earn a bit of money. He Ning extended his hand, revealing a thick stack of bills, hundreds, 50s, and 10s. Li Wan inquired cautiously, "Sister, is it really 1,000? Don't rush. I'm still counting." The scene mirrored that of the previous night. His sister played with the money, and it amounted to 1,000 yuan. He Ning stood at the edge of the Kong, grinning broadly, wishing to grasp every moment tightly. During the day, he traversed shortcuts, climbed hills, and the donkey huffed and puffed with exertion. Descending the slope, the donkey hesitated to proceed, straining and pulling, panting heavily. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with the scene from the previous night, where his sister and wife counted money. This evening's tableau, with his sister present at home, must be sustained. "My dear wife, I promised to buy you a television, But the appliance stores in the county town will not open until after the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Li Wan's cheeks flushed, disregarding He Ning's words. She eagerly inquired of He Yin, "Sister, is it 1,000 yuan?" Upon concluding her count, He Yin furrowed her brow and glared. "What's wrong, sister? Is something amiss?" "Not a penny more or less, exactly 1,000 yuan. How fortuitous. Sister, I bought 2 bags of flour tea at the shop in town and gave Wang Yuanxing 50, which totals precisely 1,000. He Yin handed the money to Li Wan, saying, "Wan, this is for you. Count it again." Li Wan meticulously counted one by one, confirming the 1,000 yuan. She pulled out another handful from her pocket and handed it to He Ning. "Ningzi, I will keep this 1,000 yuan on me. You take this 500 as tomorrow's capital." He Ning accepted the 500. "Sister, I will earn back another 1,000 in the next 2 days to give to you." He Yin playfully smacked her brother. "Nonsense. The money you earn should go to your wife. I don't want it." Counting the money brought He Yin joy, relishing the process of enjoying her brother's earnings. Yet she demanded none for herself. Nonetheless, He Ning resolved to earn another 1,000 to present to his sister. "Sister, I will sleep in grandfather's room. I must rise early tomorrow. Wait, let me prepare your breakfast." Breakfast consists of tea and New Year's steamed buns. What more is there to prepare? He Yin poured half a pot of greasy meat soup into a basin, instructing, "This half basin of soup, rich and filling, will keep you from hunger until noon." "Sister, I'll heed your advice." He Ning took the basin to the adjacent room and closed the door. His expression turned somber as he muttered, "8 great vajras? Humph." Chapter 66. The Slope of Luojiawen. The Highwayman. Fear not your arrival. On the morning of the 3rd day of the new year, the sky began to brighten faintly. He Ning abruptly opened his eyes, hearing his grandfather slurping tea beside him. The roof, plastered with newspapers, had a ring of slightly scorched yellow near the stove. Rising, he dressed. After washing up, he heated the basin of meat soup from the previous night on the stove lid. He wanly sniffed, grinning at the basin. He Ning leaned close to his grandfather's ear, exclaiming, "Grandfather, this is the leftover soup from last night. It's too greasy for you and may cause diarrhea. I'll have my sister fry you an egg." He wanly nodded, responding with a smile, "Ningzi, whatever you say." Upon waking, he wanly tended to the stove, adding coal, then settled on the edge of the Kong to enjoy his tea. This habitual routine had persisted unchanged for many years. He Ning looked at his grandfather, smiling broadly. At 83, warm and well-fed, how could anything go awry on the 8th day? The previous day, He Yin had applied medicine to his forehead. The bandage was no longer needed, just a minor scrape. The steamed buns placed on the offering table had been scattered by the morning of the 3rd day, signaling the departure of the ancestral spirits received on New Year's Eve. This facilitated He Ning's tasks, allowing him to act without hesitation regarding the lamb. He retrieved the knife hidden beneath the Kong mat and tucked it into his belt. With his left hand, he felt around several times, ensuring his dexterity, guaranteeing that in emergencies he would not harm himself or allow them to seize his belongings. The bicycle valve core was tied to the slingshot fork, secured to the belt at the small of his back, ready for swift retrieval. This would suffice to deal with the 5 ruffians. After a hearty breakfast, he felt warm as he stepped outside, standing on the doorstep, gazing at the kitchen window adorned with colorful paper patterns in red, blue, purple, green, and yellow. Above the door frame hung a 5-colored couplet, signifying prosperity. Inside were his wife, children, and sister, still in slumber, and he chose not to disturb them. However, the kitchen door creaked open cautiously as He Yin emerged, whispering, "Ningzi, are you leaving so early?" "Sister, it's the 3rd day of the new year. I'll be back early." "Ningzi, you mentioned a trip to Xiaoshui. If you go, bring Min back with you." "Understood, sister. I'll pick up Min from Xiaoshui village on my way back." "Ningzi, remember to bring the cart back today. Look at the weather. It's gloomy and may not clear up. If it snows again, you might be stuck indoors for days." In this era, the mule-drawn cart is akin to a 3-wheeled tractor 20 years from now. Do not let it go to waste. He offered his sister a smile and reassured her, "Sister, take good care of my wife, children, and grandfather." The donkey, unburdened by the cart, quickened its pace. Upon arriving at Xiaoshui village, the sun had just begun to rise over the eastern hills. He stood at the entrance of a household, knowing that on the 3rd day, the family would emerge early to set off firecrackers, bidding farewell to their ancestral spirits. He Ning, mindful of not waking his wife, lit the firecrackers at a distance from his own doorstep, as doing so too close would be inauspicious. As he approached, a man from that household emerged, indeed setting off a string of firecrackers. After the cacophony subsided, He Ning cheerfully greeted him, "Uncle Mao, Happy New Year. Allow me to extend my wishes." The man's gaze flickered with recognition, but he couldn't quite place him until he noticed the donkey behind He Ning. "Oh, you're Dongping's brother-in-law. Why are you standing at my door instead of celebrating the new year with your sister-in-law?" "Uncle Mao, I'm here to buy 3 lambs from you, each weighing over 40 jin, at 4 yuan per jin, if you have them." Zhang Mao's eyes brightened at this proposition, his previous indifference vanishing. "Yes, indeed. During the 12th month, the Muslim workers from the mining area didn't come to collect the lambs, so I have a dozen ready for sale." Zhang Mao led He Ning to his sheep pen, and they selected 3 lambs, tying their legs and securing their mouths for transport. "Dongping's brother-in-law, where will you sell these lambs?" "To the mining area. Sell them to the Muslim workers." "Could you fetch a basin?" Zhang Mao, puzzled, asked. "What do you need a basin for?" "For bleeding them. 3 live animals are cumbersome for the donkey to carry." Zhang Mao grimaced. "But we have a tradition, no killing during the new year." "Uncle Mao, on the 3rd morning, after honoring our ancestors, we can wield the knife. Besides, I will be the one to do the deed. What superstitions do you have?" Zhang Mao hesitated but eventually agreed, finding He Ning's reasoning sound. He went inside to retrieve the basin. The 3 lambs were bled, skinned, and eviscerated in front of Zhang Mao's sheep pen in half an hour, leaving the old man singing He Ning's praises for his efficiency. In a remarkable feat, a single individual accomplished the work of 3 in merely half an hour. "When did you acquire such prowess?" "The experiences of a previous life linger, and recently, the sensation has returned." "Uncle Zhang, I cannot attend to the 3 carcasses. I will compensate you with an additional 15 yuan if you can tidy them up for me. I plan to visit my brother-in-law's house this afternoon and will collect them on my way." Zhang, the old man, readily agreed. "No problem. You can pick them up when you return. The brother-in-law resides at the far end of Shaoshui village, which is quite distant from here, so I cannot make the trip at this moment." 100 jin of mutton were packed into 2 bags, loaded onto the back of a donkey, and headed towards the Red Cross mining area. The donkey struggled under the weight of 100 jin, laboring through the mountains, making the journey arduous. Opting for the main road, I could not circumvent the steep slope of Luo Family Bay. At this early hour, He Ning surmised they had not yet emerged. Upon reaching the slope of Luo Family Bay, he glimpsed the hazy sun, estimating it to be around 9 o'clock. He slipped a hand inside his cotton jacket, deftly retrieving a knife. Transporting us a year into the past, on the afternoon of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, he was robbed of over 1,000 yuan. A sense of indignation welled within him. His wife and daughter were lost, and his sister had expelled him from their home. Severing all ties, she forbade him from approaching Juan. Overwhelmed with fury, he felt no fear, not even of the 8 formidable warriors. He was prepared for mutual destruction. Armed with a knife and a slingshot, he resolved to confront them. On the 4th day, he crossed the slope of Luo Family Bay once more. Surrounded, they first ridiculed him. "Robbed yesterday, and you return today? Are you out of your mind?" He Ning retorted coldly. "It is my mind that is disturbed, but I seek your lives." With a swift motion, he drew his knife and struck 2 of them in the thighs. As he sprinted away, the 3 assailants brandished weapons and pursued him vigorously. He Ning turned, pulled back his slingshot, and struck one squarely in the face, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Among the 5, 3 were injured, while the remaining 2 fled in terror. He Ning promptly made his way to the town to report the incident. Months later, during a crackdown, those who deserved imprisonment were incarcerated, and others faced dire fates. The authorities deemed his actions a legitimate act of self-defense, which reassured He Ning. It was said that 8 formidable warriors roamed the area, but he knew there were only 5. These 5 would hide in the woods, waiting to ambush solitary or paired passers-by. During the 12th lunar month and the new year, even in the snow, people still ventured to the mining area for trade. Certain to earn a profit, they lay in wait for these assuredly profitable individuals. Now, as He Ning ascended the slope with the donkey, he saw not a single figure in sight, leaving him slightly disheartened. At the mining area housing for Hui people, Ma Chong and 2 workers awaited him in an open space. "Brother He Ning, everything was fine yesterday, wasn't it?" "Yes, it was fine. I am here again today," he replied. 3 lambs weighed in at 103 jin, totaling 1,030 yuan. After deducting the prepayment of 50 yuan made by Ma Chong yesterday, he fell short of 1,000 yuan. Upon returning home, his sister and wife counted the money, discovering it was insufficient. "This will not do. We cannot be short even by a single yuan." The 8 yuan deficit needed to be addressed. In the small village of Shaoshui, I swiftly sold the 3 portions of sheep offal. "Ma Gu," I urged, "I must return quickly. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford any delays." Suddenly, my body was seized by Ma Chong. "Brother, at this hour, with a cart in tow, you mustn't leave. Wait until after 4 this afternoon." The time was barely past 1. A trip back to Xiaoshui and then home would plunge me into darkness. I dared not tarry for a moment. It's impossible. Ma Go. I must reach home by nightfall. Without a phone, my wife, children, and sister have no idea of my whereabouts and will be anxious. What? A phone? Unintentionally. He Ning uttered words from a previous life. In this era, the term phone was still quite foreign to the mountain miners, rendering it difficult to grasp. Oh, I mean a telephone, Ma Go. Please, don't dissuade me. I have my ways of dealing with them. I shall be fine. Alone? How do you intend to confront them? Do you possess a firearm? He Ning grinned. To handle them, I want to need such a thing. Ma Chong scrutinized He Ning's expression. The lad appeared remarkably composed and utterly fearless. Where did he find such courage? He Ning secured the cart he had discarded the day prior and led the donkey out of the yard. He called back, Ma Gu, tomorrow, it's still 3 portions. Please help me contact the seller. I shall gift you a portion of sheep offal. Ma Chong stood, dumbfounded, watching He Ning fade into the distance. Chapter 67. The Highway Robbers. Produce your watches, yellow overcoats, and all your money 3 miles before the Daopa of Luo Family Bay at the mountain road's blockade. Footprints marred the snowy ground, accompanied by the imprints of donkey hooves. Huang Go, he passed through here yesterday on his shortcut back. Their leader, Huang Go, cursed, damn it. Entering from here could also lead to Gaoya town. We waited for them until dark yesterday. Huang Go, how did he know we were on this stretch? Are you out of your mind? Can't you figure it out? We robbed a few coal trucks. The miners would certainly be aware. That young man made money among the workers and took the shortcut while we foolishly waited all afternoon yesterday. Boss, are you sure he will come today? The mine has been quite profitable these days. Would he not come? Today, they lay in wait at the spot where He Ning was to be ambushed. Huang Ji's wristwatch shimmered, a prize taken from a coal truck driver. Before them, a donkey-drawn cart clattered towards them. Huang Ge snorted. Indeed, it's a donkey cart. You lot, mask up tightly. Don't let him recognize you. 5 men, clad in thick yellow overcoats and tightly wrapped masks, spread out on either side of the road. They watched as He Ning reined in his donkey, eyeing them with a peculiar gaze. Huang Gu approached, his tone jovial. Brother, Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity. He Ning clasped his hands within his sleeves, grinning widely, and replied, Happy New Year, Huang Gu. Best wishes to all of you. Huang Zhanghe was momentarily taken aback. Do you know who we are? He Ning candidly acknowledged. Your reputation precedes you. The 8 greats of the county are renowned. Initially, you collected tolls from coal trucks, and now you collect them from carts and bicycles as well. I am curious, why are there 5 of you instead of 8? What a bold lad. Speaking without a hint of hesitation before Huang Zhanghe, curious as to why there were 5 of them, Brother Huang spoke in a chilling tone. From what I gather, you are aware of our intentions, yet you dare approach us. Aren't you afraid? He Ning quickly bowed in deference. Indeed, I am afraid. But I have elderly family members and young children to support. I have no choice but to earn some pocket money by working in the mine. Huang Zhanghe barked. Enough of your rambling. Hand over the money you owe for the goods. He Ning cast a sidelong glance, noticing 3 men flanking him, while 2 others stood a few meters away on either side of the road. Though Huang Zhanghe chastised him for his verbosity, He Ning had a pressing question to clarify. Brother Huang, he began, the mule cart you robbed last night belonged to our village as well. Did the owner inform you that I would be passing through here? Although it was highly likely that Zhang Aibua had divulged this information, He Ning wished to avoid hearing it confirmed by these men. After all, they had shared drinks and played cards together over the years. However, the leading figure immediately conceded. Indeed, it was he who said so. He claimed you were selling lamb meat to the miners, and that you had a substantial sum on you. Consequently, we waited for you until nightfall yesterday. He Ning offered a wry smile. Thank you, Brother Huang. You robbed him of 5 lambs yesterday. Did you consume them or sell them for money? If they had feasted on the lambs, that would suffice. However, if they had sold them, it was likely that they still possessed some of that money. He Ning was only 8 coins short of 1,000, and he still needed to distribute New Year's gifts to his 3 nephews. The 3 men encircling him sensed something was amiss. He appeared unfazed, even inquiring about the fate of the lambs they had stolen. Stop your nonsense. Hand over your money, and be on your way to tend to your wife and children. They insisted. He Ning, unwilling to comply, decided to take action. With his left hand, he reached beneath his cotton jacket, feeling for the weapon concealed beneath it. The long sleeves of his jacket concealed his hand as he withdrew the knife unnoticed. He plunged it into Huang Zhanghe's thigh. Ah! A scream erupted, followed by 2 swift stabs. He Ning, quick and agile, drove the knife into the thighs of the other 2 men as well. 1 stab, pull it out. Another stab, pull it out. 2 cries of agony echoed. He was armed and had been prepared. He Ning darted a few meters away. tucking the knife into his waistband and gripping the slingshot in his hand, waiting for the other two to close in, with his hands concealed within his sleeves. They could not see the slingshot he held. The two men rushed towards their leader. "Boss, kill him. Hurry, we must end him." Each wielded a machete. He Ning turned and fled. One man pursued him, shouting, "Kid, if I don't cut you down today, we aren't bandits." He was now 5 meters behind He Ning. Suddenly, He Ning spun around, drawing back the slingshot, and with a sharp crack, struck the pursuer squarely in the forehead. His head snapped back before he collapsed to the ground, half kneeling, half prone, and semi-conscious, abandoning his machete beside him. The second man halted abruptly. "A slingshot?" He Ning chuckled. "Why don't you give it a try?" The man retreated a few meters, shielding his face with his arms. He Ning bent down to retrieve the fallen machete. With legs apart, I faced him head-on as he lunged towards me. "Come on, brother, I won't run away again like a coward." From his silhouette, it was evident that in a past life, this was the very person who had turned and fled. Indeed, he spun around and dashed down the main road. He Ning stood before Huang Laoda, smirking with a tone of derision. "Huang Zhanghe, today I have saved your life. Among the 8 great warriors, you and Chan Yuming took the brunt of the bullets while the others will languish in prison for a minimum of 5 years. However, with your thighs injured, you won't be able to engage in any nefarious deeds for the next 6 months, perhaps sparing you from a bullet after all." Huang Zhanghe gritted his teeth, clutching his wounded thigh. "Brother, we misjudged you. You are a formidable character. Spare us, and we shall not trouble you again." This statement was a wake-up call for He Ning. These rascals would undoubtedly seek revenge on him in the future, potentially bringing trouble to his grandfather, wife, and sister in Shirley Pu village. "Huanggu, hand over the watch on your wrist. I have no means to tell time, making my tasks exceedingly inconvenient." Huang Zhanghe believed that by relinquishing the watch, he could absolve himself of any consequences. Yet, He Ning felt he was still short 2 coats. "I require your 2 coats as well." Huang Zhanghe, gritting his teeth through the pain, instructed the other 2 to surrender their coats. The 2 shedding their coats appeared pallid, having lost copious amounts of blood and barely able to endure. He Ning added, "The 5 lambs you stole yesterday, valued at 1,500. I expect that sum from you as well." It was then that Huang Zhanghe realized that He Ning was the true highwayman, robbing those who had intended to rob him. With a large knife raised in He Ning's hand, ready to strike at any moment, Huang Zhanghe retrieved a handful of cash from his pocket. He Ning bent down swiftly and snatched it away. A donkey cart passed by, and its driver scoffed, "What 8 great warriors? Nonsense." He Ning, driving the donkey cart, traveled for an hour until he reached the streets of Gaoya town, making a beeline for the police station. He handed over the large knife, the 2 yellow coats, and a wad of cash after deducting 100. He recounted the entire incident in detail, emphasizing, "Officer, please dispatch help immediately, otherwise, they will perish." 2 Santana police cars roared out of the station. He Ning then turned towards Xiao Shui village, intending to bring his niece Minner home as his sister had arranged. Chapter 68. On the 3rd day of the new year, returning home with my niece, darkness descended. After exiting the Gaoya town police station, I walked for 40 minutes and stood once again at the entrance of Zhang Mao's home in Xiao Shui village. I called out, "Uncle Mao, are you home?" Zhang Mao emerged with a beaming smile. "Dongping, my little brother-in-law, I crave some lamb offal. Can you save me a portion?" "What are you saying, Uncle Mao? Though we hail from different villages, we are still fellow townsfolk. Just take a portion of lamb offal, no need for formalities." With 2 additional portions packed away, He Ning proceeded to his brother-in-law's house. Before even stepping into the courtyard, he heard the cries of his youngest niece. "Minner, why are you crying? Missing your mother? Come with uncle." Minner glanced behind her at the absence of her mother and, feeling more sorrowful, asked, "Uncle, why hasn't my mother come back?" "Your mother is attending to your aunt and will return in a few days." "Minner, where is your father?" "I don't know." "And your sister and brother?" "I don't know." He Ning has a headache. It is evident that one of the siblings has upset Minner, causing her to cry, and they have fled the scene. With the absence of his sister, the 3 men have been living in disarray these past few days. He Ning takes Minner into the house. The embers in the stove are nearly extinguished. He stuffs a handful of corn husks into the furnace and adds some coal. "Minner, your father has left without you. And your sister and brother have gone out to play without taking you along?" Minner looks at her uncle with a displeased expression. Despite being her uncle, she feels intimidated by him. To her cousins, he is merely a drunken card player. To her mother, he is someone she wishes would break his legs. Since his rebirth 10 days ago, He Ning has had no interaction with his brother-in-law or his nephews. The uncle he once knew is no longer the same. It is already past 4 in the afternoon, the time for the children's dinner, yet there is still no sign of his brother-in-law and the 2 children. He Ning's stomach growls with hunger. It is the third day of the new year, and he cannot even enjoy a warm meal at his sister's home. The kitchen is cold and uninviting. Minner, let me prepare a meal for you. After we eat, I will take you to my place, all right? In an instant, the dull sadness in the 8-year-old girl's eyes vanished. Uncle, I want to find my mother. He Ning enters the kitchen, combining the leftover dishes from his brother-in-law and nephews. Heating them on the stove, he eats his fill with steamed buns. Minner, bring your pencil to your uncle and find a piece of paper. Let us write a note for your father and sister. The little girl turns and runs off to retrieve the pencil and paper. He Ning leans over the edge of the bed and writes a note for his brother-in-law, informing him that he has left behind 2 servings of sheep offal and 70 yuan, of which 20 is the New Year's money for the 2 nephews and 50 is for him. Minner is taking away the quilt from the bed as she goes to find her mother. The note is placed on the altar in the room. He Ning hopes his brother-in-law and the children will return soon to say goodbye, yet he also wishes they would not come back. His brother-in-law is undoubtedly weary of him. Over the years, he has found it increasingly burdensome to support his sister's family. His drinking and gambling have caused trouble, and his sister has spent over 1,000 yuan on him. During the new year, greeting his brother-in-law and wishing him well does not alleviate the resentment he harbors towards He Ning. Unless, for some reason, his sister could display the 1,000 yuan he earned for her. Only then might his brother-in-law regard him with a different perspective. The niece sits bundled in the cart's blanket. He Ning smiles and asks, Minner, are you still cold? Minner shakes her head. He Ning slips 10 yuan into her pocket, grinning as he asks, now tell me quietly, how much New Year's money did you earn during the festivities? 10 yuan. Not counting the 10 yuan your uncle gave you. That is all. Did your father and mother not give you any New Year's money? My mother gave me 2 yuan, but my father tricked me into playing mahjong and I lost it. Is that so? Minner, keep this 10 yuan safe. We can use it to buy your school supplies, all right? Minner nodded vigorously, her eyes devoid of any suspicion toward her uncle. 10 yuan was a small fortune for her, and she felt it was unsafe to hide it anywhere. In previous years, her uncle had never given her any New Year's money. On the way, they encountered Li Jiai pulling a cart with his wife and 2 children. He Ning laughed heartily and asked, Li Jiai, is the snowy road not stopping you from visiting your father-in-law? He Ning had conducted a business deal with Li Jiai, and now he had 500 yuan, feeling quite affluent these days. Seeing He Ning filled him with joy. He Ning, are you also visiting your in-laws? Why do you have a child in the cart? The mention of his wife's family made He Ning feel awkward. He explained, I just came from my sister's home in Shuitu village. This is my niece. Li Jiai recalled something and remarked, oh, your wife just had a baby and can't visit her family. Why don't you go yourself then? He Ning smiled bitterly. Go myself? I'm asking for trouble. If he went alone, his wife's father would undoubtedly give him a beating. When Li Wan's parents saw He Ning, they would surely push him out the door. Although it was the beginning of the lunar year, they would not welcome He Ning for New Year's greetings unless he built a large house to earn their respect. Missing out on Li Jiai, He Ning felt a slight heaviness in his heart. They would surely come to celebrate the baby's first month. It would be best if they didn't come. Aunt May was also visiting her family today with the baby. Wouldn't Li Wan's parents find out she had given birth? Interacting with Li Wan's family was a headache for He Ning. The cart stopped at the entrance. Minner, go greet your great-grandfather in the main room first. Warm up before you visit your aunt and little sister. He did not see He Yin come out to greet them. She was in the kitchen preparing dinner. After unloading the cart in the empty yard, He Ning fed the donkey some hay. As he entered the courtyard, he heard He Yin questioning Minner about a myriad of things. He Yin scolded, your father is never home. How are you any different from your uncle? Just as He Ning arrived at the door, hearing this, he lifted the curtain and glared at his sister. Realizing her words were inappropriate, He Yin chuckled awkwardly. I meant, just like the old you. She then praised her brother. At least you remembered to cover Minner with a blanket. That is kind of you. He Yin had learned about the note He Ning had left at home. He Ning urged his sister, don't wait until the 15th. Today is the 3rd. After the 5th, you should go back. It's really not suitable for you to be away. At most, you can return on the 8th or 10th. He Yin shot a look at her brother. I have to run back and forth. After saying this, her gaze turned heavy and she sighed. What's wrong, sister? Ningzi, this afternoon, the Li family came looking for you, saying you need to pay for Li Shipo's medical expenses. He Ning's mind buzzed. What? I have to pay Li Shipo's medical expenses? Not a single penny. He Ning had warned Li Dongxin. If they dared to step into this courtyard and instill fear in his wife and children, he would obliterate them. Yet, on the afternoon of the 3rd day of the new year, they arrived at his doorstep. Sister, are those 3 causing a ruckus at our home? He Yin observed her brother's ominous demeanor and quickly clarified. They aren't making a scene. They are merely standing at the gate, claiming that Li Shipo has contracted pneumonia and suggesting it was due to the cold water you poured on her. They wish to negotiate with you for medical expenses. He Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. I won't pay them a single cent, sister. Do you understand why I doused Li Shipo with cold water? Ningzi, I know. One has informed me. That is precisely why I firmly refused, stating that you would not give them a penny. He Ning praised his sister. That's right. Now you are truly my sister. What nonsense. Was I not your sister before? He Ning turned to leave, but He Yin grasped his arm. Where are you going? Aren't you going to eat? To Li Laosher's house. Ningzi, they truly aren't causing trouble. In the village, He Ning is notorious for brawling. Over the years, as her elder sister, I have incurred considerable expenses due to her actions. During the new year, it is better to avoid conflict. Thus, she pulled He Ning back, preventing him from going to Li Shipo's residence. Sister, if Li Shipo were to die, her family would pester us endlessly, causing us trouble. He Yin paused, realizing the validity of his concern. Ningzi, regardless of the circumstances, do not engage in fighting. Discuss matters rationally. Heed your sister's advice. He Ning grinned. Sister, I am already a father of 2. Do you still believe I am the same person as before? Li Laosher's home was situated at the village temple platform. As dusk enveloped the sky, He Ning stood at their doorstep, contemplating for 5 seconds. Although the offering of steamed buns had been removed from the altar that evening, the incense burner remained. A stick of incense was still necessary. He Ning stepped into Li Laosher's courtyard and entered the main room. He beheld Li Shipo lying on the kong, coughing persistently, her face flushed, clearly suffering from a fever. With an indifferent tone, He Ning remarked, Li Shipo, I have come to see you. His intention was to ascertain whether her illness was indeed a consequence of that bucket of cold water poured in the 12th month. As He Ning spoke, he positioned himself before the altar and lit an incense stick. Li Shipo sat up, her eyes wide with fear as she recalled how he had pulled her hair, kicked her, and doused her with a bucket of cold water. Now, he had unexpectedly entered to light incense. He Ning, what do you intend to do? She coughed. Shipo, your son and his 2 companions came to seek me, but I was not at home. I have come to discuss your medical expenses. Li Laosher hurriedly entered from outside, his eyes filled with trepidation and suspicion. He Ning, why are you here at my house? He Ning chuckled, replying, Li Laosher, during this festive season, I have come to extend my New Year wishes to you and Shipo. Can you not see that? He Ning lit the incense and performed a bow, but did not kneel or prostrate himself. In the village, due to ancestral ties, He Ning and Li Laosher were of the same generation. Thus, He Ning addressed him by his nickname. Li Laosher was visibly displeased. He Ning, you wish to wish me a happy new year? You cannot possibly believe me. Look at my wife. She has been coughing incessantly since the 12th lunar month, and has now developed pneumonia. We have spent over 300 on medications, injections, and infusions. He Ning extended his hands to warm them over the stove. Speaking in a calm and measured tone, Li Laosher, on the afternoon of the 3rd day of the new year, you came to my home with your 2 sons, demanding that I cover the medical expenses. My sister informed me that the 3 of you did not quarrel. Is that true? He Ning expressed his disbelief at his sister's account. Let us see what Li Laosher has to say. He Ning, we are not here to create trouble. I understand that causing a commotion would be futile. We simply wish for you to contribute something towards my wife's medical expenses. If you refuse, and her condition worsens, my family has decided to report this to the authorities and pursue legal action against you, Li Laosher declared with unwavering conviction. He Ning, having returned from a past life fraught with countless legal battles, felt a headache coming on. In the 12th lunar month, he had scolded Li Dongxin for his lack of education. It seemed that this young man had not only failed to learn, but also knew how to leverage this situation for a lawsuit. If something were to happen to Li Shipo, they would relentlessly pursue He Ning. Li Laosher, summon your sons. Let's discuss the medical expenses face to face. A glimmer of hope flickered in Li Laosher's heart upon hearing He Ning's consent. He turned to leave, and 5 minutes later, his sons, Li Dangwei and Li Dongxin, entered, their faces brimming with hostility. Li Dongxin, not one to shy away from confrontation, spoke first. He Ning, my mother has pneumonia, and it was your cold water that caused it. We believe you should contribute towards her medical costs. He Ning scoffed. You believe? Your mother barged into my yard, creating a scene and frightening my wife, who has just given birth. How much do you think that is worth? Li Dongxin adjusted his glasses, his tone icy. But my mother did not enter your yard, did she? You splashed her with cold water without cause. He Ning, let us handle this amicably. The new year is still fresh, but if you remain obstinate and my mother suffers any delay in treatment, I will have no choice but to take you to court in the county. Li Dongxin's tone was serious and devoid of jest. Li Laosher interjected. He Ning, we are not asking for much. You've earned some money in recent days. Please contribute a little to alleviate this urgent situation. Just 50 or 100 would suffice to ensure my wife receives her treatment and that her pneumonia is managed before it escalates. as that would lead to significant expenses at a hospital. He Ning glanced at Li Shipo, who lay on the bed, coughing, feverish, and with a flushed face. His disdain for her was profound. Yet, if this woman were to delay treatment, the Li family would pursue him relentlessly, which would result in considerable trouble. However, he could not simply part with his hard-earned money without a second thought. With a huff, He Ning declared, "The money I earn is the fruit of my laborious endeavors. You shall not take a single cent from me." Enough. He Ning came here not with the intention of covering medical expenses. So what was his purpose? Li Laoshi, and you too. Today is the third day of the new year. I do not wish to quarrel with you, but I must warn you, should you dare to threaten my wife, children, or sister while I am away, you will face dire consequences. He Ning visited their home to deliver a stern warning encapsulated in 2 sentences. After uttering these words, he turned and exited the Li family's abode. Standing on his doorstep, he pondered for half a minute before addressing the interior. Li family brothers, one aged 30, the other 18. Are you truly distressed over your mother's medical expenses that amount to 500? Isn't that a source of shame? Li Dangwei emerged from behind the curtain, visibly agitated and gasping for breath. He Ning, spare me your sardonic remarks. The new year has scarcely ended, and where am I to borrow money from? I am left with no choice but to consult you, hoping that you might have earned some money these past few days and are in a more comfortable position. You are mistaken. He Ning, do not narrow your own path. Everyone requires assistance at some point. He Ning inhaled deeply, responding, Li Dangwei. The path I tread is mine alone. Its width is of no concern to you. In Li Jiaye's sheepfold, there is a castrated ram. Slaughter it, and send the meat to the miners' families in the district. Seek out Ma Chong and inform him that I, He Ning, have dispatched you. This single suggestion was more beneficial than their efforts to borrow 100 or 2. As night fell, He Ning hurried home, his wife and sister anxiously awaiting his return, fearing he might cause trouble at Li Shipo's place. Upon entering the courtyard, his sister seized him by the arm. You didn't get into a fight with them, did you? Dear sister, while at their home, I merely offered a greeting and enlightened them on a lucrative opportunity. Enlighten them on a lucrative opportunity? Sister, this matter is beyond your concern. I am loath to explain further. He shot a sharp glance at her brother, admonishing him, come in and eat. On the evening of the third day of the new year, He Ning consumed 4 bowls of sauced noodles in one sitting, still feeling unsated. Having also devoured a large steamed bun and a bowl of leftover dishes at his sister's, it barely quelled his hunger. Li Wan watched in astonishment as He Ning continued to devour bowl after bowl. Ningzi, did you not have lunch in the mining district? He Ning could not lie about not having eaten. His wife and sister were worried. Who said I didn't have lunch? I consumed 5 oil cakes. The 5 oil cakes were from the previous day's lunch. He Ning polished off 2 more bowls of sauced noodles. 6 bowls. Ningzi, you are not acting normally today. He suspected her brother had not eaten for 3 days. In truth, He Ning did not avoid lunch. Ma Chong's wife had not served him anything, not even a single oil cake. Ma Chong, being rather uncouth, had not considered that He Ning had not eaten. Rushing to his destination and having engaged in a scuffle with 5 robbers, it was only upon reaching his sister's home in Shaoshui village that he finally managed to eat something. Sister, dear wife, I want to be going out tomorrow. I shall stay home and celebrate the 4th day of the new year with you. Li Wan beamed, that's wonderful. We shall make dumplings. He Yin was even more delighted. Ningzi, since the 1st day of the new year until today, the 3rd day, you have been out early and returning late, never properly accompanying your wife and son for lunch. These past 3 days have been exhausting. Coincidentally, it would not be a problem for him to send Li Shipo's 2 sons to the mining district to earn 300 yuan. Little Wen was playing with Min and the puppies in the next room, blissfully unaware that his father had just consumed 7 bowls of sauced noodles. He Ning climbed onto the Kong to play with his daughter, who was nearing 10 days old. She had undergone a remarkable transformation, her chubby cheeks and large, dark eyes captivating. Her tiny mouth emitted soft coos. He Ning teased her, hello? Who are those big eyes gazing at? Is it daddy? I am a father. Tomorrow, I shall spend the entire day playing with you, if you will allow it. He Ning gently lifted his daughter, pressing her cheek against the swaddling cloth, inhaling the sweet scent of milk, and began to rock her softly. Li Wan stood at the edge of the Kong, sipping a bowl of noodle soup. She cautioned He Ning, don't rock her. Once she gets used to it, she will want to be held and rocked all the time. He Ning, however, was reluctant to put his daughter down, traversing from one end of the Kong to the other. The 2 women stood at the edge, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed at him. Sister, my wife, why do you look at me as though I possess wealth? He teased. Well, I do have money, 1,000 yuan, he added with a grin. He gently set his daughter down and retrieved the money from his pocket. just like the previous night. The sum was 1,000 yuan. Not a penny more, not a penny less. He Yin was not pleased. Ningzi, I refuse to believe that it is exactly that amount. Have you hidden some away? He Ning clicked his tongue. Yesterday, I had a surplus of several tens of yuan. Today, I have a deficit of several tens. In the end, it averages out to 1,000 yuan each day. Two petty-minded women. Li Wan now possessed 2,000 yuan. He Ning was contemplating how to broach the subject with Li Wan, hoping his sister would accept 1,000. Li Wan handed the money to He Yin, saying, Sister, this sum is yours. He Yin looked astonished. What? Mine? Why? She posed the question, and Li Wan found herself at a loss for words. While teasing his daughter, He Ning languidly explained, Sister, on the evening of the first day of the Lunar New Year, I borrowed 50 from you. Now, I am returning 1,000. For many years, when had He Ning ever uttered such grand words? To give his sister 1,000 yuan, such a generous gesture. In previous Lunar New Years, he had always taken money from her pocket. Yet this year, on the evening of the third day of the Lunar New Year, he declared his intention to give her 1,000 yuan. He Yin declined, but her heart was filled with joy and gratitude. Ningzi, Juan, I cannot accept this money. Please save it. After the Lunar New Year, we will need it to renovate our 2 rooms, ensuring that not only your family has a spacious place to stay, but that we can also accommodate ourselves during the festive season. During the Lunar New Year, He Yin wished to return to her parental home with her husband and 3 children. However, every year, her husband would dismiss her with a single remark. If our whole family goes, where will we sleep? Where will we find blankets? Hearing these words from her husband, He Yin would leave her home already burdened with frustration. Moreover, He Ning's meddling had depleted her finances. How could she find joy at her parental home? Ningzi, to build a main room, 2 side rooms, and a kitchen, it would require 20,000 yuan. You and Juan have only managed to save 2,000. How far is that? He Ning sighed. Even after being reborn, possessing myriad skills, he understood that the path must be tread step by step. Whether it be the county town, the city, or the provincial capital, while he could not promise to earn a substantial sum in 10 or 15 days, he believed that within 2 to 3 months, leveraging the information at his disposal, he could amass a significant amount. Yet, being away from his wife and children rendered all that wealth meaningless. No matter how much money he earned, it was not the life He Ning yearned for in this lifetime. He kissed little Yaya and promised, no matter what, Papa will never leave you. Taking a deep breath, he spoke to his sister, Sister, we shall earn money slowly. We shall build our home gradually. There is no need to rush this year or the next. However, you must hold on to this 1,000 yuan, dear sister. Over the past few years, have I not caused you and brother-in-law enough trouble? I understand that my brother-in-law dislikes me and cannot bear my presence. No grandiloquence on my part will change that. Yet, if you keep this 1,000 yuan in your pocket and return home on the 5th day of the new year to show it to my brother-in-law, perhaps my standing in his eyes will improve, even if just a little. He Ning's words resonated deeply with He Yin. Zhang Dongping's aversion towards this little brother-in-law might be somewhat alleviated by this sum. Li Wan urged once more, Sister, take it for Ningzi's sake. If you don't accept it, both Ningzi and I will be restless. He Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she no longer declined. You clever boy, I'll save this for you. And I won't spend a single cent. When it's time to build the house, I will take it out. Sister, after the 8th day, use this money to buy a television for my nephews. I haven't seen Lily and Baiba today. They must have gone next door to watch TV. He Yin longed to purchase a television for their home. In Shaoshui village, half of the families owned one. Most had black and white Changfeng brand sets, while a few had color televisions. During the New Year celebrations, the families with televisions were truly the ones celebrating. He Ning and his sister were discussing the television purchase when, from the adjacent room, little Wenwen suddenly broke into tears. Mama, mama. Little Wenwen had been playing with Minner, and after a long while without sight of them, he erupted into tears. The 2 siblings must have gotten into a scuffle. He Ning gently set down his daughter and leaped off the Kong, saying, I'll go check on them. In the neighboring room, Grandpa sat on the Kong, half asleep. While on the floor, little Wenwen wailed, and Minner looked panicked. The air was thick with the acrid scent of firecrackers. Who was playing with gunpowder in here? Uncle. Wenwen poured the gunpowder onto the stove to play. I told him not to, but he did it anyway, and now he is crying. He Ning scooped up the howling little Wenwen into his arms. There, my son, don't cry. Daddy will help you sleep. Holding little Wenwen, He Ning also comforted his niece. Minner, be good. Once I put your brother to sleep, I'll join you in lighting firecrackers. Though 8-year-old Minner was a girl, He Ning knew she adored playing with firecrackers. Chapter 71, Washing his wife's feet. Caught by his sister, the 2 little rascals were playing with firecrackers they found at the entrance. They had the fuses, but were silent. Minner had collected a handful and brought them inside. The firecracker's back was pinched open, spilling gunpowder on the floor, which she ignited with a match, resulting in a sudden whoosh. Little Juan was ecstatic, engrossed in the gunpowder, completely oblivious to his father's return. He scattered more gunpowder onto the stove lid, and it went whoosh, whoosh again. The room filled with the scent of burning gunpowder. Lying on the Kong, great-grandfather watched the two great-grandsons play with fire, chuckling merrily. Minner snatched 2 firecrackers from Wenwen's hands, but he refused to give them up. Minner tugged hard at his hands. Wenwen began to wail, crying out for his mother, which disappointed He Ning. At least call out for your father. He Ning cradled his son, who, after a couple of whimpers in his father's embrace, drooped his head and fell asleep. As night fell, little Wenwen was surely asleep, relieving the adults in the room. Minner pouted, looking cross. He Ning gently kissed her forehead and said, Minner, your uncle will accompany you to set off firecrackers. I have this long string just for you. On the evening of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, in the jujube orchard far from home, a string of firecrackers erupted with a series of loud bangs. The red lanterns were taken down from the eaves and replaced with new candles. Tonight, a little one had joined the family. Minner, unable to sleep on the kitchen Kong, was reluctant to share a bed with her great-grandfather and uncle. He Yin scolded her. At your age, you still need your mother to hold you at night? He Ning planted a kiss on his little niece's cheek, asserting, who says she's grown? She's still so small, only 8 years old. He Yin and her mother had to sleep in grandfather's room, while He Ning shared the kitchen with Wenwen. He Ning cheerfully reassured, Sister, don't worry. I will take good care of my wife and daughter. He had mentally prepared to wake 4 or 5 times that night to change his daughter's diapers, and to rise in the middle of the night to stoke the fire. As the kitchen door closed, he heard the door to the adjacent room also shut. He prepared warm water for washing his feet, placing a stool by the edge of the Kong and setting the basin on it. Come, my dear, let me wash your feet. Liwan widened her eyes and firmly refused. Your sister is here. Don't be ridiculous. He Ning squatted by the edge of the Kong and stubbornly pulled Liwan's foot over to him, rubbing her toes. Liwan felt a wave of panic, thinking, what if my sister sees me? He Ning reassured her, it's just washing your feet. What is the big deal if she sees? Suddenly, the door next door creaked open. Startled, Liwan quickly withdrew her foot, knocking over the basin and spilling water everywhere. He Yin entered, casually saying, Minner is thirsty and wants some water. I'll fetch a spoon. With a quick glance, she noticed the overturned basin and then looked at He Ning standing nearby. She smiled broadly and asked, Ningzi, are you washing Juan's feet? To Liwan, it sounded like an accusation. Her face flushed crimson as she desperately protested. No. How could Ningzi wash my feet? Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Liwan felt out of place. He Ning, feeling wronged, replied, Sister, what's wrong with me washing my wife's feet? She's in her confinement. Bending down to reach her feet could strain her back. He Yin scooped up some water, saying, Wash if you want. I didn't say anything. Just take good care of Juan. She exited with the water. Liwan felt even more uncomfortable, her mind racing. She shot a furious glare at He Ning. I told you not to wash. Now look what's happened. Your sister caught us. He Ning pondered, baffled. What's the big deal about washing my wife's feet? Sister didn't mind, but why does she feel uneasy? After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized that if his sister had caught Liwan washing his feet, it would have seemed entirely normal. However, a grown man washing a woman's feet could lead to whispers, and Liwan felt she would lose face in front of others. Deeply ingrained traditional beliefs were not something He Ning could change overnight. He Ning washed his own feet for half an hour and then crawled under the covers, holding his son tightly as he murmured, Juan, wake me if Yaya needs a diaper change. And if Yaya is hungry, wake me too. Liwan replied softly. He Ning closed his eyes, feeling drowsy, as he imagined running forward with Yaya in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, there were people pursuing him, causing him to run as if fleeing for his life. In the midst of his frantic escape, he realized the swaddled infant he held had vanished. His daughter was gone. Yaya, my daughter. Ningzi. The call of his wife echoed in his ears, jolting him awake. Ningzi, did you have a nightmare? Why were you shouting? He abruptly turned over, noticing the dawn light filtering through the window. Has the day already broken? Juan, have I truly slept through the night? It's unbelievable. I promised to change Yaya's diaper. Ningzi, you traveled dozens of miles during the day. It must be exhausting. I didn't want to disturb your sleep. Throughout the night, it was Liwan who tended to Yaya's feeding and diaper changes. In comparison to his wife's tireless care for their child day and night, He Ning felt his own struggles were trivial. He lightly knocked his forehead, chiding himself. How could I sleep so soundly? Ningzi, it's all right. I don't feel tired. It was also Liwan who had stoked the fire, adding coal twice during the night. He could not fathom the motivation that drove her, even after a sleepless night, to remain alert and tireless. If He Ning earned another 5 or 8,000, she might not be able to bear it. Hastily, he rose from the bed to prepare breakfast for his wife. Would you prefer a fried egg or boiled egg with millet porridge? I don't want millet porridge. Then it shall be a fried egg, a special treat for you, too, while the rest of us will have one each. As he finished cooking the fried eggs, the morning light had fully arrived. He gently pushed the door open, murmuring, I overslept. As soon as I closed my eyes, I didn't wake until dawn. Sister, has Grandpa finished the tea you brewed for him these past 2 nights? Yes, he has. Grandpa had his early tea, but he can't drink too much of the fried egg soup, just a little to soak a piece of steamed bread, which I will bring to him. Grandpa, breakfast is ready. Wanli's hand trembled as he held the spoon. Grandpa, I'll feed you. Ningzi, Grandpa can eat by himself. I don't need you to feed me. Grandpa washed his face by himself, scrubbing around his neck and behind his ears, which were difficult to reach due to the thickness of his clothing. Each morning, He Ning would gently assist him in this task. With utmost care, he wiped his face. Inquiring softly, Grandpa, how do you feel? His voice stirred Minner, who was lying on the bed. She turned over, suddenly aware she was sleeping on her uncle's bed, causing a moment of panic. Uncle, where is my mother? Minner, go back to sleep. Your mother is in the kitchen taking care of your aunt. After attending to Grandpa, He Ning stood at the door, feeling the chill of the early spring morning, though winter still lingered. An ephemeral sensation washed over him, reminiscent of another era. In the glass-walled offices of high-rises, he silently contemplated the dilapidation of his hometown courtyard, reflecting on the 3 years he had spent with his wife and child. The thoughts plagued him through sleepless nights, causing him headaches. His longing to return was ever present. And now he was back. Before him stood a home filled with his grandfather, his wife and children, his sister, and his little nephew. It was no longer in ruin. What met his eyes was a scene of contentment. He Ning swept the yard, the sound of the broom moving methodically through the leaves a source of tranquility. Juan emerged from the kitchen, bundled up warmly. He offered her a gentle smile. It's quite cold this early. Do take care. Juan muttered. There's no choice. One must use the restroom. Giving birth in winter is a trial for women, especially when one must venture out early in the morning. He Ning pondered that this was a plight of their own making. Why not schedule births in spring or autumn? The corners of the courtyard were meticulously swept, leading out to the gate for quite a distance. Standing outside the gate and gazing towards the eastern horizon, the sky was faintly lightening. The day was clear, and the vast expanse of blue stretched infinitely. The 3-day New Year celebration had concluded, and winter ought to be drawing to a close. Chapter 72. Gratitude to Grandmother Zhang. A generous red envelope. There was something that had weighed on He Ning's mind for several days. He had not yet visited Grandmother Zhang's home. Despite the New Year festivities having come to an end, he had yet to make that visit. Juan gave birth to Yaya with the assistance of Grandmother Zhang and Aunt May. He Ning had promised Grandmother Zhang that he would express his gratitude with a substantial gift in a few days, but 10 days had passed. He slapped his forehead, realizing that it was not a lack of appreciation for Grandmother Zhang that kept him away, but rather the overwhelming busyness of his life. While others visited during the New Year, He Ning was laboring far from home to earn money. In the entire village of Shirley Pu, there was not another man as industrious as he. He took with him a bag of floral tea he had purchased and a package of butter pastries that Yin had brought. He wrapped a heavy red envelope, containing 100 yuan that he had taken from a robber the previous day. Sister, Juan, I'm heading to Grandmother Zhang's now, he announced. Juan complained. You should have gone yesterday. I simply could not find the time. He retorted. When little Wen woke from his slumber, He Ning tended to him, washing his face and hands and ensuring he finished his egg. He then gathered his belongings and cradled his son. Let us go, my son. We are off to pay our New Year's respects to great-grandmother Zhang. Today, He Ning would not be traveling far. As soon as Wen opened his eyes, he was delighted to see his father nearby, clinging to him and refusing to let go, the playful energy of a puppy finally subsiding. Heisey circled around He Ning's feet, eager to accompany them outside. He Ning recalled that Grandmother Zhang owned a large, fierce dog. That dog had a twisted psyche, and upon seeing a puppy, it would attack with lethal intent. He Ning called out into the courtyard. Minner, what is it, uncle? Came the reply. Keep Heisey from following us. Don't let it come out with us. You'll have to carry it. I won tea. It licks my face. Then forget it. Typically, the large dog at Grandmother Zhang's was tethered by the gate. Heisey darted ahead, then fell back behind. Daddy, pick up the dog. I want to pick it up. It can run on its own. He Ning could see from a distance that the large dog was rummaging through a snow pile in the river bend. Heisey barked at it with a youthful voice. The dog turned, baring its teeth and charging towards them. He Ning swiftly scooped up Heisey and shouted, Dog, get away. He grabbed a stone and hurled it at the large dog, which then scampered off towards the mill. Upon reaching the entrance of the Zhang household, He Ning could hear the lively chatter emanating from the main house and the kitchen. What a bustling and vibrant atmosphere it was at the Zhang residence these days. This was precisely the ambience that Juan desired, an atmosphere He Ning could not provide. It was the family and relatives of grandmother Zhang who filled the house. Since the second day of the new year, the various rooms had been filled with guests. As the kitchen curtain was drawn aside, one of grandmother Zhang's daughters glanced over at He Ning and his son. A woman, married for many years, suddenly appeared oblivious, unable to recognize He Ning. "Cousin, I am He Ning. My father is He Guozhou." The expression on the other party's face shifted to one of indifference. The He family was not regarded highly in the eyes of the Zhang family. "Cousin, is my grandmother Zhang in the main room?" "No, she is not in the main room." He Ning stepped into the main room, where he overheard a voice from the kitchen. "Who is it? That good-for-nothing from the He family. Not sure what he is doing here." He Ning felt a pang in his heart. In the eyes of the Zhang family, He Ning was merely a village ruffian, looked down upon by them. He Ning lifted the curtain and entered the main room. 3 or 4 men were engaged in light-hearted conversation when their gazes suddenly fell upon him and his father. The 2 sons and 2 sons-in-law of Grandma Zhang were waiting for the reunion lunch. He Ning stood before the offering table, lit an incense stick, and prepared to kneel and pay his respects to Grandma Zhang, who was seated on the kong, as well as to the several uncles of the Zhang family. The eldest son of Grandma Zhang, seated beside the offering table, stretched out a hand to stop He Ning. "Enough, enough. The New Year festivities are over. No need to bow. Uncle Zhang, I was busy with matters from the 1st to the 3rd day of the new year and couldn't come. I sincerely apologize. Now I wish to pay my respects to Grandma Zhang." He Ning insisted on lighting the incense, and he and his father were determined to perform the bow. The 3 men in the room observed with indifferent expressions. During these 3 days, He Ning had been out earning money in the mining district, and the villagers mostly mocked him. The words spoken by Uncle Zhang were laced with sarcasm. "He Ning, you went to the mines to earn money on the 1st day of the new year? How much did you lose on New Year's Eve?" He Ning smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, directing his gaze instead towards Grandma Zhang. "Grandma Zhang, I wish you a happy new year, and I also thank you for assisting in the birth of my wife. Thanks to your blessings, both my wife and child are safe." Grandma Zhang chuckled, shifting to the edge of the kong and discreetly slipping a coin into the pocket of little Juan at He Ning's side, also giving him a piece of candy. "Ningzi, how is your wife?" "Grandma Zhang, my wife is doing very well. My sister is taking care of her." The eldest uncle of the Zhang family inquired. "He Ning, is the money you earned these past few days sufficient to repay the debt you owe Yang Biao at the shop?" This question struck He Ning like a slap to the face. They were aware of the debt he owed Yang Biao from the previous lunar month, yet they seemed oblivious to the fact that He Ning had already resolved this issue. In He Ning's case, bad news traveled fast, while good news never reached their ears. He placed the items he had brought, a packet of tea and a box of snacks, on the offering table. The Zhang family uncle continued with his mocking remarks. "The tea your sister brought is what your grandfather used to drink. Why would you bring it to our family?" The second uncle of the Zhang family jested. All right. Enough teasing He Ning. After all, he has come to pay his respects to our mother." He Ning suppressed his frustration and chose to ignore them. It was not that he wished to disregard them. It was simply that he had yet to reach a level where he could converse with the Zhang family on equal footing. In Shirleypu village, Grandma Zhang's family held the most esteemed status. Throughout the year, she was cared for by her 2 sons, who ensured she received the best of everything. Her other 2 sons worked outside, employed by the government, receiving their monthly salaries. Their family values are upright, and they look down upon Uncle He Ning and Aunt He Ning, who mistreat the elderly. They also hold a disdainful view of He Ning, who mingles with the village ruffians. In their eyes, He Ning lacks the qualification to converse with them cheerfully. The self-reliance and dignity He Ning embodies cannot be recognized by this family merely through recent efforts. Grandma Zhang has shown kindness to her husband and children and endures their mockery. He Ning silently vows to present Grandma Zhang with a significant gift, not merely a package of tea and snacks, but a red envelope. He retrieves a vibrant red envelope from his pocket and hands it to Grandma Zhang with both hands. "Grandma Zhang, once I earn a substantial amount, I will present you with an even larger red envelope." The eyes of Uncle Zhang's relatives widen. He Ning's gesture is grand. The tone of Uncle Zhang seems to reflect a glimmer of understanding. "He Ning, there is no need to do this. Everyone knows your family is struggling, and earning money is not easy. It should be spent wisely." This is both a counsel and a mockery, a rebuke for trying to put on a facade. He Ning smiles awkwardly. "Uncle Zhang, my Grandma Zhang helped deliver my wife's baby. While great kindness does not require thanks, How could I not make a gesture during the new year? From entering the house to presenting the red envelope to the elder, He Ning's demeanor is humble and respectful, exuding a newfound grace unlike before. Uncle Zhang rises and calls out towards the kitchen. Hey, what is going on in there? We have guests. Shouldn't you bring out some food and drinks? He Ning quickly declines. No, I must be on my way. I have other matters to attend to. He cheerfully bids farewell to Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang, I'm leaving now. I have more to do. Uncle Zhang's attitude shifts, smiling as he urges He Ning. Why not stay for lunch? No, my wife, children, and sister are at home. I will dine with them. Oh, He Ning, you speak of your wife and children so often. It seems you have changed, becoming more family-oriented? He Ning smiles faintly as he exits their home. Outside, the dog, Hazy, weaves around his feet, and Xiao Wenwen bends down to pick it up. He Ning then holds his son in his arms as he walks out of Grandma Zhang's yard. Inside, the astonished murmurs of several people go unheard by He Ning. Oh, is the red envelope He Ning gave our mother worth 88 yuan? This lad is remarkably different today. Could it be that he genuinely cares for the elderly this new year? This boy truly has turned over a new leaf, caring for family and the elderly. We must respect him for that. Brother, can't you see? This is his heartfelt gratitude toward our mother. Indeed, we will remember this gesture of thanks. Chapter 73. Li Laoshi, who narrowed the path. He Ning exits the Zhang family home and encounters Li Laoshi by the river bend. Li Laoshi is laboriously collecting donkey dung with a shovel and a basket, a diligent yet unprofitable endeavor. Upon seeing He Ning approaching, he attempts to evade, but finds no escape. Just then, He Ning inquires, Hey, have your two sons gone to the mining area to sell lamb? They haven't gone. What? He Ning's heart sinks. Last night, He Ning's words were quite clear. Could they still be misunderstood by the father and son? Old Li, what is going on? Li Jiai claimed he had no ram. He Ning furrowed his brow and asked, Li Jiai has returned? Wasn't he supposed to be at his father-in-law's yesterday? Old Li, in a huff, replied, who said he went to his father-in-law's. He was at home last night. Could it be? I encountered him halfway, dragging his wife and child to visit his father-in-law, only to rush back at night? Indeed, he has over 20 sheep. He likely returned alone in the evening. He Ning, was it necessary for you to suggest that rotten idea? He Ning glared. What? Are you saying my suggestion was rotten? Early in the morning, He Ning was in good spirits, but Old Li claimed his idea from last night was a bad one. Old Li, I kindly pointed out a clear path for your family, yet when you refused to follow it, you complained that my suggestion was poor? Humph. Old Li straightened his back, glaring at He Ning, harboring resentment. He scolded, He Ning, you know very well my family cannot afford to buy sheep. Do you expect Li Jiai to extend credit during the height of the new year? Ah, so it was clear, Li Jiai required cash. Given Li Jiai's character, he wouldn't insist on cash without reason. Did he not know how to calculate? He Ning decided to inquire at Li Jiai's home. His son trailed behind, weaving around the dog, as they made their way to Li Jiai's house. Daddy, carry me. I've carried you all the way. You can walk for a bit. No, Daddy, carry me. Little Wenwen stopped in his tracks, flailing his arms and crying. He Ning, contemplating Li Jiai's thoughts, turned and picked up his son. Hazy, stay close. Woof woof. The pup was lively and unfazed by the morning chill, which brought He Ning some comfort. They arrived at the earthen wall of Li Jiai's sheep pen, peering inside. Not just one ram, but 3. Was Li Jiai neglecting an opportunity to profit? Even if Li Dangwei had no cash, couldn't he sell the sheep first and settle the account later at 5 yuan per pound? Li Jiai was approaching, carrying hay from the nearby grain field. He called out with a smile, He Ning, we still have to wait another 2 weeks for 5 lambs ready for market. He assumed He Ning was there to buy his lambs. Jiai, did you return last night? If I hadn't come back last night, who would have fed my sheep? He Ning grinned. Are you not at ease letting your father look after them for a couple of days? If he hadn't returned last night, his father would have likely allowed 1 ram to be taken by Li Dangwei. This fellow rushed back overnight, disrupting He Ning's plans. Jiai, tell me, why didn't you let Li Dangwei take the ram? They have no money. Selling the sheep would provide cash, wouldn't it? Li Jiai's expression darkened suddenly. He Ning, was it you who suggested this to them? Indeed, it was my suggestion. I advised them to approach you, to take a ram and sell it at the mine, thus providing funds for Li Shipo's medical treatment. Li Jiai looked at him with a mocking expression, scoffing. He Ning, why bother? Everyone in the village knows how that family is. You helping them? Did I hear that correctly? He Ning exhaled, struggling to explain this to the shepherd. Li Jiai continued pouring the chopped grains into the trough. Last night, the 3 of them approached me, declaring their intent to take a goat to the mining area for sale, yet they offered me not a single penny in return. He Ning sniffed dismissively. Li Jiai, why are you so obstinate? They make a trip to the mining area, sell the goat, and the money will surely come. Li Jiayi regarded He Ning with a growing disfavor in his gaze. He Ning, I fail to comprehend why you would assist them. Is your mind afflicted? This remark irked He Ning. Do you think I desire this? I would rather. He Ning voiced his concerns aloud. It dawned on Li Jiayi that He Ning was not being unreasonable, but rather trying to avoid entanglements. You see, Li Laosher still owes me 80 kwai, promising to repay it by the 12th month, yet I have yet to see a dime. Isn't that just perfect? You could slaughter the goat. Let them take it away to sell for meat, and they would settle your debt of 80 kwai all at once. Li Jiayi scoffed disdainfully. He Ning, let me be frank with you. If they take my goat to sell, they will not give me a single cent. Why not? The 80 kwai they owe me is precisely why they owe it. Do you think I would allow a second instance of this? He Ning understood now. Yesterday, Li Dangwei reproached He Ning, admonishing him not to narrow his own path. How could he dare to scold others? The father-son duo were only further constricting their own options. Nonetheless, the crisis inflicted upon He Ning by the Li family had not dissipated. He contemplated the myriad consequences of their relentless harassment. From the tone of the Li brothers, it seemed unlikely they would drag their boisterous mother to cause a scene at He Ning's doorstep. This thought relieved him somewhat. However, they might report him to the authorities or pursue legal action. What a nuisance. Early that morning, the Li brothers had set off for town, their purpose unspoken. But their demeanor was unmistakably irate. They were indeed on this path. He Ning clenched his teeth, his voice icy as he declared, I understand now. Bring forth whatever you have, be it vertical or horizontal. Let me see it. Li Jiayi observed the cold, somber expression on He Ning's face. The Li brothers were likely heading to town either to fetch medicine for their mother or to file a complaint at the police station, or perhaps both. He Ning cradled his son, stepping around the family dog, and returned to his home. He must conceal his emotions from his sister and wife. However, should the town's police come knocking, it would surely frighten the two sensitive women at home. He could not permit the police to enter his yard. Having made his decision, he resolved to shield his family from any harm that might arise, keeping it all at bay outside his home. With a smile on his face, he entered the courtyard and then the kitchen. On the cutting board lay a large bowl of dumpling filling. Sis, it's customary to eat dumplings on New Year's Eve and the third day of the new year, but on this fourth day, our consumption of dumplings feels rather out of place. Nonsense. If you want dumplings, we shall have them. No need for such pretentiousness. He Yin had already rolled out dozens of dumpling skins. He Ning washed his hands and joined her in wrapping the dumplings. The astonishment in He Yan's eyes was akin to hearing that He Ning abstained from drinking or gambling. Oh, Ningzi, you can wrap dumplings? In his hands, He Ning took a piece of dough, added a spoonful of filling, twisted and pinched it into a small shape resembling a fish. Then he took another piece, pinched it into a round form, creating a shape akin to a goat's tail. Although He Yin did not reside at her family home daily, she was well aware that He Ning was utterly incapable of wrapping dumplings. Yet he continued to shape dumpling after dumpling, arranging them meticulously upon the countertop. Ningzi, where did you learn this? He Ning chuckled, choosing silence. In a previous life, he had spent 5 years on a construction site, living alongside several comrades, occasionally gathering to indulge in dumplings. How could he possibly explain this to his sister? He Yin observed her sister-in-law, while Juan shook her head vigorously. Sister, I truly don't know. I've never seen Ningzi make dumplings before. Who knows where he learned it? He Yan's tone was tinged with both reproach and confusion. Ningzi, is there anything about you that I am unaware of? There is much, dear sister. Don't let me startle you in the future. In the courtyard, the village chief suddenly called out. He Ning, are you home? Chapter 74. He Ning's aunt enters. The atmosphere awkward the village chief's visit was surely not for a pleasant reason. Had the Li brothers come to him with grievances? He Ning was in the midst of crafting a dumpling, standing at the kitchen threshold. With a tone that was neither warm nor cold, he inquired, Uncle Village Chief, what brings you to my courtyard? You might as well step inside and greet my grandfather. He Fu Yin's expression was uncomfortable. He was accustomed to standing outside and calling for He Ning. Most of the time, he would be met with Li Wan's sorrowful visage as she emerged, only to hear about the troubles He Ning had caused. She would then expressionlessly announce, Uncle, I understand. But what could that understanding change? He Fu Yin shook his head, sighing as he turned to leave. However, this time was different. Had He Ning not reminded him, he might have forgotten that his third uncle lived nearby. Upon entering the elder's room, He Fu Yin noted the old man's good spirits, which made him regard He Ning with newfound respect. Ningzi, your grandfather seems quite well. He Ning snorted softly. Do you think my grandfather suffers by being near me? He Fu Yin coughed lightly, muttering under his breath. Ningzi, please don't be so abrasive. I know you care deeply for your grandfather. Uncle Village Chief, what brings you to my home on the 4th day of the new year? He Ning awaited mention of the matter concerning Li Shipo. Ningzi, on the 6th day, The Yonglu Festival troupe will come to our village. Will your family host them? Host the troupe? I need to consult with my wife and sister. He Ning turned towards the kitchen, asking the two women within. Uncle Village Chief is inquiring if we will host the Yonglu Festival troupe. Li Juan exclaimed with exuberance. Of course we will. My son and I will crawl inside the lion's belly and pull out 2 red tassels. He Ning grimaced, inhaling sharply, with drums and gongs resounding. Won't my daughter be frightened? Perhaps it's best not to host. The kitchen door swung open abruptly. Li Juan, her eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, Ningzi, please, just this once. It's our first time hosting the troupe in this courtyard. Li Juan's eagerness to join in the festivities baffled He Ning. He turned back to his grandfather's room and said, Uncle Village Chief, we will host the troupe. When might that be? In the afternoon? You won't be away, will you? If you leave, we cannot host. After contemplating for 5 seconds, He Ning asserted firmly, I will be home on the 6th, you need not worry. He Ning assumed the village chief would be pleased to hear of their hosting the festival, but He Fu Yin's gaze was filled with concern. What troubles you, village chief? As evening descended upon the school, a problem arose during the screening of the video. He Fu Yin, forced a smile. Why didn't you go to watch it? My son. My grandfather, the young and the old. How could I venture out at such an hour? The conversation veered off course. Village chief. Do you have anything else to discuss with me? He Fu Yin's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable, burdened with sorrow. Ningzi, your elder and second aunts have arrived at your second uncle's home. They came yesterday afternoon. This revelation caught He Ning off guard. The distant aunts, married 100 miles away, were able to visit their maternal home on the 3rd day of the new year, which was remarkable. He Ning envisioned them arriving with their mule cart. He Fu Yin added, they rode bicycles here. He Ning burst into laughter. If they truly cared for my grandfather, it wouldn't be just this day during the new year, would it? Ningzi, I suspect they are on their way to your home now. Be a bit more patient and speak kindly to them. After all, they are your aunts. He Ning replied coldly, understood. The village chief departed, continuing to inquire with the next household about hosting the festive troupe. He Ning returned to the kitchen, her face clouded with displeasure. He incautiously asked, what did Uncle Yin say that has cast a shadow upon your face? Our 2 aunts are coming to our home today. Sister, should I block them at the door or allow them into the courtyard? He Yan's face similarly darkened, muttering, elder and second aunts, with 1,000 reluctances. They have to come. Do you think they feel more discomfort, or do we? Upon her sister's remark, He Ning's expression softened into a smile. Ningzi, during the grand festivities of the new year, it would be unreasonable for us siblings to keep our 2 aunts at the door. Let them in to see grandfather. He Ning simply acknowledged with a sound of agreement. A pot of dumplings was boiled, ladled into 3 plates, and served in the main room. He Ning called for Li Juan. Darling, we are having dumplings for lunch today. Come to the main room, sit beside grandfather, and eat with him. Li Juan hesitated. Is that appropriate? It would be embarrassing if the aunts saw. He Ning's tone grew firmer. Juan, this is my home. I dictate the terms here. Why should you concern yourself with others' opinions? Sit in the main room, at the dining table, and enjoy a meal with grandfather. I am eager to see what they might dare to say. He Yin, noticing her brother's recent transformation, encouraged Li Juan. Juan, come in. Let us all sit together as a family and joyfully eat dumplings, without regard for others' faces. Li Juan nodded in agreement. In grandfather's room, 5 of them, grandson and great-grandson, gathered around him to enjoy the dumplings. Grandfather, are they delicious? Indeed, he wanly replied. Ningzi, the dumplings are splendid. It has been over a year since I last tasted dumplings. He Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Over a year? That cannot be. Last year on the 3rd day, your second uncle's family made dumplings. Surely they brought you a bowl. He Ning scoffed. I believe it. Second uncle and second aunt are capable of such neglect. He Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at grandfather. Heavens! The couple, having little standing in the village, were connected to the second uncle and aunt's disregard for the elderly, which was also tied to the poor relationship with his 2 aunts and He Ning's parents. Since the division of the family 8 years ago, those 2 aunts had never set foot in He Ning's courtyard. Many years ago, during the 1st month of the lunar calendar, He Ning, inebriated, vehemently rebuked his 2 aunts. If you refuse to acknowledge me as your nephew, do not expect me to recognize you as my aunts. This resolute declaration severed their ties. And from that year onward, the 2 aunts ceased all communication with He Ning. However, this year, with the grandfather by He Ning's side, the aunts had no choice but to visit. As the family gathered around the table to enjoy dumplings, a voice echoed from the courtyard. Ningzi? Yinzi? It was a voice not heard in many years. He Ning set down his chopsticks and turned to exit the house. Who else could it be but his aunts? Being the younger generation, he must adhere to the formalities. With a faint smile, he greeted, Aunties, please join us for dumplings. They have just been prepared. He Jinlian's lips curled into a slight smile, her tone neither warm nor cold. Ningzi, we have already eaten at your second uncle's home. She walked into the house, followed closely by her sister, He Jin Hong, who wore a stoic expression. They placed the gifts they had brought, an assortment of tea, biscuits, and other items, onto the table. The family of the second uncle believed that He Ning had brought the elderly man to his side solely for the sake of these gifts and the wealth associated with their grandfather. Whether it was the aunts or the three cousins, each year during the first month, they would visit their maternal home, contributing a little pocket money for their grandfather. Although they were aware that this money ultimately ended up with Wang Qin, in their hearts, they believed that Wang Qin would at least treat the elderly man somewhat better. When He Wanli's eldest daughter entered the room, she found her father enjoying dumplings, looking quite sprightly. In previous years, by the third day of the Lunar New Year, the elderly man would sit on the kong at his second brother's home, appearing cheerful yet lacking vitality. Once the third day passed, he would return to that dim little room. The two aunts were not ignorant of this situation. He Jinlian gently placed her hand on the old man's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Father, how do you feel?" He Wanli set down his chopsticks, turned, and grasped his eldest daughter's hand. "Jinlian, I live with Ningzi. He treats me well. Every morning, I have tea and a poached egg. Father, I am happy that you are living well." He Jinlian's words struck He Ning and He Yanzi as distinctly different from the usual sentiments expressed. He Yanzi leaned forward beside her grandfather, eager to provide an explanation, but was halted by He Ning. "Sister, there is no need for any explanations." He Jinlian sighed deeply, her words surprising both He Ning and He Yanzi. "Ningzi, Yanzi, from now on, your grandfather will rely on you too for care." He Ning stood in a daze. Had he misheard? Were the aunts not coming to confront him? In the 12th lunar month, they had pulled Wang Qin's hair, and in the first month, they had overturned the offering table at the second uncle's home, a serious affront that could infuriate the two aunts and the three daughters of the second uncle. Chapter 75. The He family's aunts offer money, yet refuse. The two elderly daughters of the He family came to visit their 80-year-old father, compelled to visit He Ning's home. However, He Ning's wife had just given birth and had yet to complete her confinement. Given the circumstances, they felt obliged to provide some token of respect to the new mother. He Jinlian produced 50 yuan. "Ningzi, your second aunt and I have come from afar. It is inconvenient for us to enter the confinement room. This 50 yuan is to assist your wife with nursing." She extended the 50 yuan before He Ning's eyes. Li Wan sat at the dining table as her two aunts entered, not sparing her a glance. Perhaps they truly did not recognize that the woman clad in a red cotton coat, seated at the table, was their niece-in-law. For years prior, when He Ning and Li Wan wed, they had attended, merely following the customary formalities of a meal, and had not been seen since. Whether they truly recognized Li Wan was a matter open to interpretation. He Ning's tone was frigid. "Aunt, this is my wife." He gestured towards her with his chin. He Jinlian cast a fleeting glance at her niece-in-law, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. A postpartum woman dining at the main offering table? Thankfully, the third day of the new year had passed, and the ancestral tablets had been removed. Otherwise, even if He Jinlian had managed to refrain from cursing, a knot of resentment would have tightened within her. She extended 50 yuan to Li Wan, expecting her to accept it. "I don't want it." To He Ning's astonishment, Li Wan firmly declined, her tone not loud, but resolutely colder than his. Inwardly, He Ning praised her. "Well done, my wife." He Jinlian's expression soured, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Ningzi's wife, please take it. Grandfather is with you. You both work hard to care for him." Li Wan's reply was even more curt. "Ningzi and I care for my grandfather willingly." After saying this, she rose, carrying 2 empty plates to the kitchen. He Jinlian suppressed her frustration, memories swirling in her mind. For years ago, she had offended her niece-in-law, and today she hoped to resolve it with 50 yuan, an impossibility. The 50 yuan was then offered to He Ning. "Ningzi, take it. It's the start of the new year. Don't embarrass your aunt." He Ning responded with a slight smile. "Aunt, this is for my grandfather. He enjoys it when you treat him like a child and give him some pocket money." His refusal was gentle yet firm. A myriad of words that He Jinlian wished to express lodged in her throat, rendered futile. After all these years, her elderly father had suffered in front of her second brother and sister-in-law. The entire village was aware of it. Yet today, in He Ning's presence, she observed the cheerful expression on her father's face. Despite his shortcomings, He Ning had retained affection for his grandfather over the years. She did not wish to dredge up past grievances. He Jinlian placed the 50 yuan in her father's hand, asserting loudly, "Dad, keep this money on you. If you want anything, tell Ningzi, and he will get it for you." He Wanli chuckled, nodding, his mouth breaking into a smile. "Jinlian, Ningzi treats me well. I don't want to go back. In the old man's consciousness, that little black room had been his home for decades, a place he wished to avoid. He Ning leaned in closer, whispering, "Grandfather, this is your home now." He Jinlian felt her eyes moisten. She wished to remain with her father a while longer. But the atmosphere in He Ning's home felt stifling. The myriad of unspoken thoughts in her heart condensed into one sentence. "Ningzi, we are relying on you to care for the elder." He Ning smiled gently. "Aunt, rest assured, my grandfather is with me and will not go hungry or cold. I guarantee nothing will happen to him." Throughout this exchange, the second aunt, He Jin Hong, remained silent. But He Ning could surmise the harsh complaints about him that had been voiced by his aunts in the presence of his second uncle and aunt the previous day. However, these two aunts did not utter a single word of reproach in front of He Ning today, for they had witnessed his kindness towards their grandfather. It was the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, and their grandfather was still able to sit at the table, enjoying dumplings with the whole family. Such a warm atmosphere was unattainable at the second younger brother's home. He Jinlian turned to leave, offering a faint smile to her two beloved nieces and nephews. The siblings followed their aunts out the door. He exhaled deeply. "Ningzi, you cannot fathom how anxious I was. I feared the two aunts would argue and insist on taking grandfather back to the second uncle's house." He Ning scoffed. "They are not blind, despite my past misdeeds. I still bought grandfather a piece of cake whenever I earned $1. And what about Wang Qin? After the 3rd and 4th day of the Lunar New Year, she would take every penny from grandfather and send him back to that little black room." He sighed again. After a moment, she spoke. "Ningzi, if we care for grandfather, can we reconcile with the two aunts?" He Ning replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. Let them do as they please." He Ning's mind drifted to the police at the town station, expecting them to seek him out, instead of the aunts arriving. However, it was highly probable that the police would come. On this festive occasion, attracting their attention would only cause anxiety for his wife, children, and sister. Back inside, he felt his stomach swell from the dumplings. "Wen, come here, let's go out and play with Daddy. Daddy will buy you a balloon." "All right, Daddy will get you and Minner a big red balloon." In the village, Wang's shop had opened on the 3rd day, eager to profit from the children's pocket money. He Ning took his son, his nephew, and a puppy to Wang's shop to purchase balloons. The children scampered about in front of him. He Ning gazed toward the village entrance, noticing the absence of police cars. It felt somewhat unusual. He decided to lead the children back home. The afternoon passed quietly without any abnormalities. He Ning's heart was restless. It seemed he yearned for the Li brothers to report him to the police, while also hoping the officers would come knocking to discuss matters with him. He understood that such visits from the police were merely to mediate, persuading him to pay a sum for medical expenses owed to Li Shipo. He Ning's response would be an unequivocal refusal. If they had the capability to arrest him, then let the 80-year-old elder and his wife and children, confined beneath the weight of childbirth, suffer from neglect and starvation. The police at the town station would have arrived and concluded matters swiftly. What was the meaning of this prolonged uncertainty? Perhaps the Li brothers had refrained from visiting the police station. During the festive season, they might have thought it better to avoid trouble. Yet, the tone and gaze of He Dongxin last night suggested otherwise. As the afternoon wore on, not a single figure or vehicle from the town's police station had appeared. This was excruciating. He Ning needed to ascertain the situation. He would request 500 yuan from Li Wan, then visit Li Jiai's home to purchase the large ram from him, and casually inquire if he had heard any news regarding Li Shipo. At this hour, the shepherd was busy feeding the ewes that were giving birth with cornmeal. "Li Jiai, sell me that plump ram." The shepherd from the Li family, straightening up to look at He Ning, beamed with delight. "Ningzi, no problem, but the ram's price has increased by 50 cents. Li Jiai chuckled. "All right. It's the beginning of the new year, so I won't hold it against you." He withdrew the slaughtering knife from He Ning's possession. "Ningzi, will you sell the sheep after you slaughter it?" "Indeed, it's not convenient for people to kill during the new year," replied Li Jiai, observing a flicker of trepidation in his gaze. Could it be that this fellow had been selling already slaughtered lamb meat during his recent outings? "He Ning, let us take your sheep to be slaughtered." "What is the matter, Li Jiai? The new year has passed. Are you still concerned about this? Besides, I wield the knife." "Not you, just lend a hand. I'll give you the sheep's blood for stir-frying shallots. It's quite delectable." Li Jiai, feeling resigned, assisted He Ning. With a ram weighing 108 jin, He Ning had only 500 in hand. "I'll settle the balance with you tomorrow, all right?" Li Jiai felt a bit disheartened, realizing that only after the sheep was slaughtered and prepared did He Ning mention the outstanding balance. He could only acquiesce. After bagging over 80 jin of ram meat, he headed home. In the past few days, the lamb he had delivered to Ma Chong and the others had been slaughtered along the way, still warm when presented to them. However, This ram was to be slaughtered tonight with the intention of leaving some meat for his wife and grandfather to make soup for nourishment. His wife was in confinement. His son was frail, and his grandfather was aged. In this transitional season between spring and winter, a taste of lamb and a bowl of lamb soup would warm their bodies and bolster their strength. Among the miners, Ma Chong and the others had established a basic trust and would never doubt the authenticity of his lamb meat. As he approached his doorstep, a voice called out from behind, "Ningzi." It was none other than the village chief, He Fuin, hurrying toward He Ning. Chapter 76. Uncle Village Chief. There's been a misunderstanding. They were merely injured. The village chief, He Fuin, regarded his nephew with an unprecedented complexity in his gaze. Earlier that afternoon, their conversation had been normal, with an appropriate tone and demeanor. However, at this moment, He Fuin looked at He Ning as if he were a stranger, filled with astonishment, panic, and suspicion. He scrutinized He Ning from head to toe, remaining silent for an extended period. "What's wrong, Uncle Village Chief? Has there been a change regarding the performance?" "The performance remains unchanged. Did you not agree to it? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Uncle Village Chief, just after you left at noon, my 2 aunts arrived right behind you, quietly giving my grandfather 50 yuan. Upon hearing this news, although He Fuin let out a sigh of relief, his expression remained one of astonishment and uncertainty. He swallowed hard, finally asking the question he had rushed back from town to inquire. "Ningzi, did you truly do this?" He Ning widened his eyes. "What do you mean by I did this?" He Fuin grasped He Ning's arm, pulling him away from the door as if there was a monumental matter to discuss. "Uncle Village Chief, if you have something to say, why are you pulling me?" He Fuin gasped for breath. "Did you kill the 3 bandits?" He Ning was taken aback. "How did Uncle Village Chief know?" "He Ning, I just returned from the town, having run over 10 li to reach your home." "I understand now." The village chief had gone to the town to pay New Year-esque greetings to the leaders, bringing along some cigarettes and liquor, hoping to secure some subsidies for fertilizers, plastic films, and seeds in the spring. "He had heard about your retaliation against the bandits." He Ning inquired, "What did the officials say to you?" "They say you killed 4 and knocked 1 out. Is it true, Ningzi?" "Yesterday, I recounted the events of the road to Uncle Village Chief." He Fuin gazed at his nephew He Ning with a mixture of fear, admiration, and an indescribable sense of awe. Then he chuckled. "Ningzi, no wonder the Li family has fallen silent. They truly fear you." Village Chief He Fuin had made a trip to the town and shared everything he knew with He Ning. Upon hearing this, He Ning exhaled deeply, as if a heavy stone had finally dropped. The Li brothers had indeed gone to the police station to file a report. After recounting the incident, the police confirmed 3 times that the troublemaker was He Ning. The Li brothers insisted there was no mistake. At the Gaoya town police station, they were discussing how to commend He Ning for his valiant act against the criminals when the Li brothers came to report. They claimed that during the 12th lunar month, He Ning had doused their mother with cold water, leading to her pneumonia. However, He Ning remained indifferent, not offering a single cent. Thus, they decided to report him. After listening to their account, the police explained He Ning's situation. The individual they sought to report, He Ning, had gone to the mining area to sell mutton and had encountered 5 robbers on his way back. He had severely injured 3 of them, knocked 1 unconscious, and the last had fled. The police were in the midst of drafting a commendation for He Ning. "You 2 brothers are reporting him to have him arrested?" The Li brothers were left dumbfounded, their bodies stiff with shock. They reconfirmed with the police. The individual who had harmed the robbers was indeed He Ning from their own village. Was there another He Ning selling mutton at the mine? No. The police inquired if they still wished to press charges against He Ning, and the brothers could not utter a word as they exited the police station. Upon returning to the village, they hurried into their home, afraid to emerge. In the afternoon, while drinking with town officials, He Fuin also heard about He Ning's retaliation against the robbers. Now, He Ning himself had acknowledged it. The village chief's heart raced. He dared not voice the thoughts that choked him. "He Ning, you had the audacity to wield a knife on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, not just to slaughter sheep, but to take a life. Fortunately, they were robbers. Those 5 criminals, 3 of whom carried a meter-long machete. How did you manage it alone?" The tale, relayed by the police, reached the neighboring town officials and eventually made its way back to village chief He Fuin, morphing into the story of He Ning having killed 3 and severely injured 2. In truth, none had died. They were merely recuperating in the hospital, destined to spend the next 5 years in prison. A smile crept across He Ning's lips. The Li family would no longer dare cause trouble. He was eager to learn more and shared his thoughts with Uncle Village Chief. The chief's timely visit to the town proved fortuitous. He Ning felt a sense of relief and smiled at the village chief. "Come, uncle, let us go to my house and have dinner with my grandfather." No, I came to see you to discuss something important." Wasn't this the pressing matter the village chief intended to address? He Ning stared at him. Ningzi, have you truly made a fortune these past few days? He Ning's face darkened when the village chief approached him for a loan. Is this what he deemed a pressing matter? Not a single coin to spare. He Ning's patience with He Fuin had worn thin. Why should you concern yourself with whether I earn money or not? When my family was destitute, did you ever bother to inquire? I still address you as uncle, and I find my own forbearance excessive. He Fuin's expression tightened. Ningzi, let's dispense with the useless banter. Tell me, do you currently have any money? None. He Ning turned and retreated into the courtyard, no longer inviting the village chief to dine with his grandfather. You think I'm here to borrow money? He Ning halted, pivoting to face him, his tone icy. Isn't that the case? Ningzi, if you have some funds, please provide 500 yuan. It's not for me, but for the guarantee deposit required by the town. What guarantee deposit? He Fuin reiterated. What guarantee deposit are you unaware of? I mentioned it to you months ago, 500 yuan to be paid to the town. Suddenly, He Ning recalled the village chief's prior remarks. After his wife gave birth to Yaya, a minor operation was mandated. If the guarantee deposit wasn't paid, the procedure would be inevitable. He Ning stared at the village chief in disbelief. What absurd regulation is this? Oh, Ningzi, it's common knowledge among the villagers. How could you not know? I'm not aware, please elucidate. The village chief explained once more. On the surface, He Ning grasped the implications. If he wished to prevent his wife from being taken away, he must pay. The guarantee deposit could buy a year's reprieve. Upon hearing the village chief's words, He Ning's anger surged from his toes to the crown of his head. He glared at the village chief and inquired, are you suggesting that the surgery is mandatory? He Fuin lost his temper. It's optional, but you must pay. What nonsense. You, a village chief, stand at my doorstep and demand money for this. He Fuin felt utterly aggrieved. Ningzi, you cannot stubbornly resist this matter. You must not take it lightly. A scene from the previous December flashed in He Ning's mind. Chapter 77. The surgery, my wife will not undergo it at this moment. The village chief He Fuin had come to inform He Ning to prepare for his wife being taken away. He couldn't afford to be obstinate. Suppressing his anger, He Ning asked, village chief, what do you mean by the 500 yuan guarantee deposit? Ningzi, if you wish to spare your wife from the surgery and the insertion of an IUD, then you must pay the 500 yuan guarantee deposit to the town. After 5 years, if you meet the conditions, the money will be refunded. If you have another child, it won't be refunded. He Ning stared intently at He Fuin, confirming. If I pay this 500 yuan, my wife will be spared from the ordeal? Indeed, I will pay. He Fuin exhaled in relief. He Ning was capable of drastic actions. With town officials potentially intervening, who knew what chaos might ensue? It was best for him to collect the 500 yuan. During the new year, the town officials would not trouble him. He Ning turned and headed home. Wait, didn't you say you agreed to pay this money? I will personally take this payment to the town. The excitement that had ignited within the village chief, He Fuin, was extinguished once more by He Ning's resolve. You're such a scoundrel. He Fuin thought that his nephew would hand over the 500 yuan. However, He Ning walked away without looking back, carrying a bag that smelled distinctly of lamb. Weighing over 80 pounds, the goat meat was prepared with one leg removed, half of which was scraped off for minced meat, while the other half, bones and all, was chopped into pieces and boiled into a large pot. As He Yin assisted him, she couldn't help but notice her brother's displeased expression. She had sensed something amiss the moment he entered. After a brief outing, he returned with a countenance that raised her concerns. Suddenly, He Yin realized that her brother's standing in the household seemed to have shifted. With such a demeanor, she found herself having to tread carefully around him today. Had he truly become dismissive of her, simply because he had earned a little money? Ningzi, why the long face? He Ning sniffed and retorted irritably. Who has sulking? He Yin pinched his cheek teasingly. Isn't this sulking? Who has upset you? He Ning offered no resistance and allowed his sister to playfully tug at his face, then asked, Sister, have you undergone sterilization? He Yin was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ningzi, are you concerned about Juan's sterilization? Yes, I don't want her to endure such suffering. He Yin felt a shiver run through her. Such words from her brother seemed so surreal. What had prompted this change of heart? She considered the details from the past few days carefully. Indeed, it was because he now had both a son and a daughter, having personally witnessed the hardships his wife faced during childbirth. This was why he had managed to settle down for so long. His expression revealed a genuine reluctance to see one undergo such a procedure. He Yin sighed. Ningzi, it's inevitable. It's only a matter of time. Sister, I just don't understand. Childbirth is so painful, and postpartum care is such a hassle. Why must one endure that? Sister, I have a son and a daughter. I don't want a third child, so why must I undergo this surgery? The siblings were in their grandfather's house, boiling lamb. Li Wan could not hear their conversation. The village chief was right. He Ning could not stubbornly resist this matter. His inquiry to his sister was merely to confirm whether she had also undergone the procedure. He nodded in acknowledgement. I had it done after Minner was born. Sister, did it hurt? Of course, try getting cut yourself. He Ning was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether he would endure such pain for his wife. Impossible. This was not a conversation he could delve into deeply with his sister. After dinner, as darkness enveloped the sky, He Ning took his son and Minner to the jujube orchard to light a string of firecrackers. He also taught them how to play cards. He scolded him. You're teaching your son to play cards? Do you want him to grow up just like you? Her words left He Ning feeling disheartened. Juan, clutching a handful of cards, tossed them into the hearth, laughing heartily. His disappointment dissipated. See, my son is so sensible. Who says he is just like me? Time passed until nightfall. Juan adamantly refused to let He Ning wash her feet. You can wash Grandpa's. He Ning complied, but even Grandpa felt uncomfortable. Oh, Ningzi, your grandfather is enjoying his life. Once these mundane tasks were completed, He Ning lay on the bed, determined to wake up later to change Yaya's diaper and add coal to the stove. With a blink of the eyes, dawn breaks anew. He flips over and smacks his forehead with a sigh, eliciting a chuckle from Juan. He gazes at her beaming face, contemplating how the weeping woman from the Wang family during the 12th lunar month has transformed into Juan. Ningzi, I am frightened, the village chief's uncle mentioned. They will resume work on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. A sum of 500 yuan is also due on the 8th. I promised my wife that after the 7th day, I would buy her a television on the 8th. Additionally, I must pay a 500 yuan security deposit to ensure my wife does not suffer. If I am to purchase a television and pay this deposit, what will be left for my wife? The mutton market in the Hui Miners area has reached saturation, yet the Han residential district may not be as saturated. After removing a leg from the ram, only 70 jin of meat remains. By evening, it would be impossible to bring back 1,000 yuan. This won't do. Juan, hand over all the money you have. Why? To expand our scale, I aim to earn double today. Early in the morning, asking his own wife for money unsettles him. He is halted by He Yen. Enough, Ningzi. Let Juan keep her few coins. If you wish to expand, take my 1,000. Sister, how can I ask for your money back? You will earn it back. Just return it to me tonight. The 1,000 yuan in He Yan's possession originally belonged to He Ning. On the morning of the 5th, the donkey-drawn cart sets off early. 3 lambs are slaughtered at Zhang Mao's home in Shaoshui village. Including this ram, there are 200 jin of meat. The price of ram meat has risen by 50 cents per jin. Although Ma Chong kept all the meat, he settled the 2,000 yuan. However, he advised He Ning, if you bring it here tomorrow, it won't sell. Wait a month before returning. He Ning turned towards the Han residential area. The brothers and sisters-in-law called out incessantly, not with ulterior motives, but merely to share a midday meal. The onlookers assumed he was carrying something valuable, only to find his cart empty. Young man, you haven't brought anything, yet you come here to mooch lunch? Sisters and sisters-in-law, during this festive season. Isn't your midday meal just noodles with sauce? May I share a few bowls? Let's discuss further about your goods. The women in the mining area laughed heartily, pulling He Ning into their homes. Such a tender young lad. Too bad he has a wife. He Ning discerned that these women were not virtuous. Constantly embraced by coal-stained men, they too were weary. They invited He Ning in for a meal. Their enthusiasm felt genuine. Yet they were also drawn to the novelty of youth. One woman directly pinched He Ning's cheek. He Ning deflected her hand. Sisters-in-law, I am a respectable man. Do you want lamb meat? I can bring a cart over tomorrow. We can't take a whole cart. Our family can only manage 10 jin at most. My family also needs 10 jin. Bring it tomorrow. 10 jin for this household. Another 10 for that, securing 60 or 70 jin in total. He Ning understood that selling mutton to these women would be a one-time affair. Sisters-in-law, what do you need most? I can bring it for you. Piglets. Can you bring some? They prompted him, and suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. A second business opportunity arose, trafficking in piglets. In the household, the wife yearns for nothing more than 2 piglets. The other families in the village are also in need of 2 piglets at this time. As the new year approaches, everyone awaits the arrival of those who will bring piglets into the village, preparing for the next year's festivities. However, the roads from the pig farm to the village are snowbound, and motor vehicles dare not venture forth. Is this not the perfect opportunity for He Ning to utilize his donkey cart for this transaction? Very well, in a few days, I shall fetch the piglets for you. After consuming 5 bowls of noodles, feeling warm and content, I shall lead the donkey cart back home. Chapter 78, Breaking Through the Window Paper. Only to prick my hand, 1,500 has transformed into 2,500. This sum is securely tucked away, and step by step, I return home as evening descends. 1,000 is in my sister's pocket, 500 in my wife's, and I myself carry another 1,000. By this time in the evening, my stomach growls more than it did yesterday. After devouring 7 bowls of noodles, I managed to startle both Juan and He Ning. These two astute women undoubtedly believe I have skipped lunch. I lift my bowl, chuckling. Did you see? Just this little portion of noodles. Even eating 10 bowls would not compare to 5 bowls of noodle slices. All right, tomorrow I shall prepare noodle slices for you. Juan replies with a cheerful smile. Juan, dear sister, tomorrow afternoon the village celebration will commence. I shall leave early and return early. Juan murmurs softly. Ningzi, can you not go out tomorrow? What if you return late? No, I must go out tomorrow and the day after as well. Aunt May calls out from the courtyard. Ningzi, Juan. Her voice, elongated with joy, indicates her happy mood. It has been 2 days since I last saw Aunt May, and I promptly turn to greet her. Li Hongmei carries 2 large bundles of cotton batting. Aunt May, what brings you here? Ningzi, your home is short on bedding. With someone visiting, there is hardly anything to cover up with. These 2 new cotton bats, once Yanzi stitches them, will become 2 new quilts. I take the 2 bats from Aunt May with a smile, ushering Li Hongmei into the house. Aunt May, I'll prepare warm mutton for you. It's from a young ram, so it won't be gamey. Ningzi, I do not eat mutton. I venture into the back kitchen to retrieve a pot of mutton, which Aunt May takes with her upon leaving. Aunt May, even if you don't eat it, my uncle and my siblings will enjoy it. Please take it with you. Li Hongmei expresses her admiration, saying, Ningzi, you are diligent in caring for your family. Thus, one enjoys good meals every day. I grin broadly. Li Hongmei has just returned from her family home in Yanglu village. Li Wan has a myriad of questions for her, inquiring about her parents and sisters, among other things. Last year during the new year, Li Wan held little Wen as she returned to her family home only on the 5th day of the new year, when they had initially planned to return on the 2nd or 3rd. However, I had been out and about, not returning until the evening of the 4th. Li Wan had cried a river. What woman does not wish to visit her family during the new year, with her husband and children trailing behind? Yet, I did not go. I claimed my father-in-law would reprimand me, and I dared not retaliate. It is hard to fathom how such words could escape my lips without infuriating Li Wan. Now, I reproach myself, calling myself a fool. This year during the new year, on the 2nd and 3rd days, Li Wan wished to send me to Yanglu village, but I left early to earn money and returned late, enduring considerable hardship. Li Wan would never allow her husband to visit her family alone. Earning a living and taking care of the household is the priority. Upon returning from her family, Li Hongmei hurried to comfort Li Wan. Wan, do not blame Ningzi for not visiting your family this year. Let him focus on making money. Wan, I conveyed Ningzi's situation to your parents, but they doubt that he went out to earn money on the 1st and 3rd days of the Lunar New Year, accusing me of shielding him. Wan, I gave your mother 200 yuan, claiming it was from you and Ningzi. She was overjoyed to accept it. The words spoken by Li Hongmei regarding He Ning would be believed only to a fraction by Li Wan's family. He Ning listened to Aunt May's explanations, bewildered. Aunt May, why would you do that? Why would you give your money to Wan's parents? Li Hongmei chuckled. That 200 yuan belongs to both of you. I gave it to Wan's parents. What's wrong with that? After spending less than half an hour at her home, Li Hongmei returned. She observed that everything was well. She then cradled little Yeye for a while. Li Hongmei needed to return home to prepare dinner for her family, so she did not linger and left with a bowl of lamb. He Ning escorted her to the gate, watching her figure fade away. A faint smile graced He Ning's face, but it was abruptly replaced by a startled expression when Wenwen's loud cry pierced the air, causing him to dash back inside. Min'er stood outside by the window, while Wenwen was inside on the heated bed beneath the window, wailing, Daddy, Mommy. The pronunciation of Daddy was remarkably clear. He Ning felt a surge of joy upon hearing it. He instinctively understood the situation, calling out from the edge of the bed, Wenwen, come here. Did you poke your finger? Little Wenwen rushed into his father's embrace, revealing a small blood blister on his tiny finger. Come here, let Daddy kiss it. It won't hurt. Min'er, fuming, eyed her uncle and her brother. Uncle, I warned him not to poke the window paper, but he wouldn't listen. He Ning, feeling a pang of sympathy for his son, kissed his cheek. Now you understand, right? If you poke the window paper, your sister will prick your finger. Will you dare do it again? I won't. He Yin rushed in to see why her nephew was crying, and He Ning smiled. It's nothing at all. Don't worry. I thought they were fighting again. Sister, Min'er is just concerned for Wenwen. Auntie, she pricked me. Wenwen showed his finger to his aunt. He Yin quickly grasped the situation and glared at Min'er, scolding. How could you really prick your brother? Give me that needle. Min'er handed over a needle. Feeling wronged. Mom, Uncle, look at the window. The bottom 2 layers are all poked through. What if great-grandpa gets cold tonight and catches a cold? He Ning noticed the spark in his niece's eyes. In a past life, it was only Min'er who secretly grew close to her uncle. careful not to let her mother or older siblings notice. The 8-year-old Min, worried about great-grandpa catching a cold, had warned her brother multiple times before resorting to pricking him. He Ning examined the 2 rows of window paper, all riddled with holes made by little Wenwen's fingers. Min stood guard, preventing him from poking the window paper again. The more he tried to stop him, the more he persisted, producing a delightful popping sound that thrilled the little one. However, a sudden pain in his hand sent him into a wail. After a prolonged bout of crying, Wenwen's eyes fluttered shut, and he fell into a deep slumber on the kitchen kong, sleeping soundly until dawn. He Ning returned to his grandfather's house and leaned close to his grandfather's ear, inquiring, "Grandfather, do you not feel the wind blowing in?" He wanly glanced at the window paper with an indifferent expression and replied, "Ningzi, cover it with newspaper. Grandfather, next year during the new year, our home will have large glass windows." Concerned for his grandfather's comfort, He Ning cut 2 long strips of red paper and mixed a spoonful of paste to adhere the bottom 2 layers of window paper. Upon returning to the kitchen, He Ning glanced at the kong, where his wife was counting money. "Juan, I have 1,000 yuan on me, which I earned today. I won't be asking you for money anymore." Ningzi, this 1,000 yuan is more than enough for me." Li Wan's heart could only contain 1,000 yuan. Early to bed and early to rise. On the 6th day of the new year, He Ning awoke to Li Wan's voice beside him. "Ningzi, I've added lamb to your fried egg. Eat well before you head out. Don't go hungry like you did the past few days." Li Wan had risen even earlier than He Ning to prepare breakfast just for him. As He Ning got off the kong, rubbing his hands and grinning, he exclaimed, "Wow, am I also in confinement today? Fried eggs and lamb soup again." Li Wan playfully scolded him, "Stop your nonsense." With 2 large bowls of lamb soup and a single steamed bun warming his body and filling his belly, he affectionately kissed Li Wan on the forehead and then embraced little Yeya, kissing her tummy. Wan, lying down, turned over to receive a kiss on his cheek. He sent him off at the door, and He Ning embraced his sister tightly. "Sister, I'll go straight there and return directly. I promise to be home in time for the afternoon festivities." Chapter 79. The festivities of the social fire team, amidst the clamor of drums and gongs. As dawn broke, He Ning's donkey cart set off from his home in Shirleypu village. The early riser Li Laosher began his day by collecting donkey dung in a basket by the river. Aside from him, there was no one else awake early in the new year, except for He Ning. No one else would venture out this early to travel 40 miles in pursuit of profit. At the sheep pen of Zhang Mao in Shaoshui village, he gathered 2 lambs to sell in the residential area of the Hamin coal mine. Timing himself, he calculated he would return home just after 1 o'clock, in time for lunch. However, the women in the Hanmin district left He Ning feeling quite vexed. They refused to pay him 10 yuan, complaining that the lamb meat was too hairy and unclean. He Ning was at a loss for words, frustrated at their unreasonable behavior. Freshly slaughtered lamb, warm and ready. And yet they continued to nitpick? This group of women was quite bothersome. "Little brother, can you bring us piglets tomorrow?" He Ning felt a surge of irritation. With a forced smile, he replied, "If you keep scrutinizing this lamb meat, I won't bring you any piglets." Finally, he managed to sell the 2 lambs, calculating that he had earned just 9 yuan per jean, which was 50 yuan less than the previous day. Thus, his business of selling lamb meat at the coal mine came to a close this new year, promising his wife and sister that he would go straight there and back. He found himself home by 2 o'clock. With a mutter of frustration, "These wretched women have delayed me for an hour," I reached the village entrance, where the air was thick with the deafening crackle of firecrackers and the rhythmic beat of drums. The lively sounds heralded the arrival of the village's social festivities in Yanglu village. Suddenly, He Ning comprehended why Li Wan eagerly anticipated this celebration. It was her maternal village's event. Many participants were acquaintances, including childhood companions. Companions? It would be best if there were no male companions among them. Having these individuals parade through her courtyard would enable her hometown villagers to proclaim, "The Li family has joined in the festivities." This day marked the peak of exuberance in He Ning's courtyard during the first month of the lunar calendar, and it was the happiest day for Li Wan. As the drums resonated, the festivities spiraled around the temple courtyard. Luckily, He Ning's house was situated at the northwestern edge of the village, thus still untouched by the revelry. As the donkey cart halted at the entrance, Li Wan rushed out. "Ningzi, you're back. I was so worried." "Worried about what? Who told you to run outside?" "Isn't your sister scolding you?" "Sister isn't here. Where has she gone?" "She took Wenwen and Min'er to the temple courtyard to watch the festivities." "Ningzi, when will they reach our house?" "We are the last stop." Li Wan's face fell in disappointment. "Oh? Doesn't that mean it will be around 4 or 5 o'clock? Just be patient for a moment." "Juan, I find it puzzling. What's so captivating about lion dances and big-headed dolls?" Is it because your first love will be present? Ningzi, how rude. Li Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Deep down, she felt an intense insignificance, yearning to seize every moment of festivity to affirm her presence. Moreover, this was her maternal village's celebration, and she recognized everyone involved in the festivities. He Ning resolved to venture to the county town the following morning to purchase a television for his wife. Then, he would announce through the village chief's loudspeaker, Li Wan's family has a television. Everyone, hurry to watch at Li Wan's house. This would surely elevate Li Wan's sense of significance. In Shirley-Pu village, only 5 or 6 households possessed a television. The purchase, coupled with the announcement, would elevate Li Wan's spirits to heights akin to when he had deceived her into marrying him 4 years prior. He Ning chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Oh, foolish wife. He Ning tended to the donkey, providing it with fodder and a bucket of water, while his gaze drifted towards the base of the slope at the entrance. His sister, carrying Wenwen, hurried up, with Minner trailing behind, yet there was no sign of Heizi. He Ning quickly returned to the courtyard with the water bucket. Li Wan was indeed standing at the entrance, listening intently for the drums. Come inside, Sister S here. Li Wan promptly dashed into the house. Father, the lion. He Yin laughed. Ningzi, they're almost at our house. We should set up the table at the entrance to greet them. He Ning lifted his son high, beaming as he asked, Son, isn't the lion fun? The lion's mouth is so big, it could swallow you whole. Little Wenwen spread his arms wide. He Ning kissed his son's cheek. Son, the lion's mouth is so wide it could gobble you up. Father, lions don't eat people. The boy had become quite chatty with his father over the past few days. After enough affectionate exchanges, He Ning allowed him to play in the yard. Where had the puppy gone? He inquired of his sister. Where's Heizi? He Yin glanced around, unable to spot Heizi anywhere. As I stepped outside, I had entrusted Juan to keep watch over the house. Is the puppy still inside? At that moment, Li Wan cradled the whimpering Yaya, calling out, Sister, Ningzi, Heizi isn't in the house. He Ning scratched his head and entered his grandfather's room, inquiring of his grandfather, who was seated on the edge of the Kong, sipping afternoon tea. Grandfather, has Heizi come into this room? Leaning closer, he repeated the question twice before he wanly grasped the meaning of his grandson's inquiry. I haven't seen the puppy. It must have run away. He Ning shouted from the doorway, Heizi, come home. Silence ensued, which was quite peculiar. Sister, when you left, were you certain it was locked inside? He Yin replied with conviction. When wouldn't he wait for the lion to arrive at our home and insisted on going to see it? I took him to the temple platform, and the puppy followed us out, but I locked it back inside. He Ning entered the kitchen, asking, Wife, did you also step out when sister just left? Yes, I just went to the restroom. The puppy must have escaped during that brief moment, undoubtedly following his sister's scent to the riverbank. The puppy that had ventured to the riverbank met a tragic fate, being bitten to death by Grandma Zhang's large dog. Their son, Min mourned silently, lamenting the futility of having carried it back with such effort. He Ning turned and dashed towards the riverbank, where a few people awaited the festive parade descending from the temple platform. Spotting Heizi nestled in the arms of Li Shipo's grandson, he thought, this mischievous little rascal, snatching the sun's rattle in the 12th lunar month, now has taken the sun's puppy again. He marched straight up to Li Dangwei's son. Child, that puppy belongs to my son. Return it. Li Dangwei's son had a particularly irksome habit of claiming everything that came into his possession as his own. It's my dog, he declared, sprinting towards his home with the puppy. He Ning scoffed and followed closely behind him, arriving at the entrance of his house just as the festive parade emerged from the yard. The Li brothers set off firecrackers to bid farewell to the parade. 2 lions danced forth, followed by 6 or 7 boats, 3 big-headed dolls, and 4 stilt walkers. The cacophony of drums and gongs resonated painfully in He Ning's ears, filling him with irritation. He pushed through the crowd towards Li Dangwei, colliding with a big-headed doll. The impact stung his face painfully. Turning to curse, he exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? The big-headed doll, dressed in costume and donning a doll helmet, was part of the parade, a figure He Ning did not recognize. Upon hearing his words, the big-headed doll's eyes stared at He Ning for a solid 10 seconds before it swished its brush and moved away. He Ning approached Li Dangwei. Li Dangwei, your son has taken my puppy. Li Dangwei's expression was filled with alarm. His peripheral vision caught sight of his son rushing into their courtyard with the dog. He turned and shouted, Dong dong, dong dong. The child had dashed into the upper room of their house, believing it to be a sanctuary. As Li Dangwei's gaze tracked his son's silhouette disappearing inside, he muttered curses and followed him in, the sharp sound of 2 slaps echoing behind him. Standing at the entrance, He Ning distinctly heard the sound of Li Dangwei slapping his son. The child let out a heart-wrenching wail. Heisey had been hurled out of the house, whimpering as he made his way towards He Ning. He Ning called out, "Heisey, come here, and when you grow up, seek your vengeance." Despite Li Dongwei's son crying out in distress, He Ning paid him no mind and turned back towards his home. The Yanglu community fire performance had made a circuit through the courtyards of 2 families in the river bend before heading to He Ning's residence, led by the village chief. Chapter 80. Receiving the fire performance, lion dance. Little Wenwen's cries. The reception of the fire performance demanded a grand sense of ceremony. On the table lay a wine dish, filled with 2 cups of wine, poured in advance. Another plate was adorned with a red cloth, containing 35 yuan, also placed on the table. Calculating by head count, He Ning's family consisted of 4, along with He Yin and her mother, plus their grandfather. At 5 yuan per person, the total for 7 individuals amounted to 35 yuan. He Yin deemed this calculation unreasonable. "Ningzi, do not count me and Minner. Just you 4 and grandfather make 5 people." He Ning glared at his sister. "Are you and Minner not part of my family? We are now relatives, not your immediate family." He Ning retorted, "Nonsense. In the village, married daughters returning to their parental homes were indeed considered relatives, not family." He Ning despised such customs. Many families in the village refrained from hosting fire performances, believing the expenditure to be frivolous. Li Dongwei and his son were financially constrained. It was unclear why they still participated in this fire performance or where they had procured the funds. He Ning, however, spent this money for the happiness of his wife and Wan, though deep down, he was not fond of such raucous scenes. The 35 yuan lay securely on the red cloth plate, which was placed on the table, and the table was then carried to the entrance. At 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 6th day, the sun shone brightly upon them. The snow on the sunny slope had melted at the edges, soaking the ground beneath. "Sister, day by day, spring is upon us." Li Wan stood at the entrance, wrapped tightly against the chill, her face turned towards the sun. "Wan, come inside." "No." He Ning urged her to enter, fearing his sister's incessant chatter, worried about the old woman standing outside in the wind. But He Yin glanced at Li Wan and remarked, "The sun is warm now, there's no wind. It's fine." Their grandfather emerged from the house, also standing at the entrance. Minner held Wan by the doorway. At the foot of the slope, the drums and gongs resounded, and firecrackers exploded. The village chief's figure first emerged from the broken path, glancing towards He Ning's front gate before turning back. He was checking whether preparations had been adequately made for the welcoming. Those beating drums, striking gongs, and clashing cymbals led the procession, followed by a pair of vibrant red lions. Behind them trailed 6 colorful dry boats, with 3 large-headed dolls guarding the boats, swatting away onlookers to prevent them from plucking the flowers adorning the vessels. The old boatman moved with the grace of a performer from Peking opera. Wan turned and clung to He Ning's leg, exclaiming, "Daddy, Wan is scared, pick me up." He Ning lifted his son into his arms. "Sister, Wan." Everyone stepped back and cleared the table. The leader of the folk performance troupe was a middle-aged man, scruffy and unshaven, clutching a handful of red cloth strips. Li Wan, brimming with excitement, leaped onto her toes and exclaimed, "Ningzi, it's my Uncle Bang." He Ning admonished her, "Stop jumping and hide behind me. I want tea." Village Chief He Fuin called out, He Ning, come over and receive it. Why are you standing there?" He Ning took 2 strides to the table, lifted the wine dish with both hands, and offered a toast to the folk performance leader. After the leader drank the 2 cups of wine, it signified that He Ning's family would host the folk performance. During the moment He Ning was toasting, the drums and gongs ceased. Li Wan shouted, "Uncle Bang! Uncle Bang!" She wanted to assert her presence in front of the villagers. He Ning extended his arm and pulled her closer, introducing, "This is my wife, Li Wan from your village. She will serve you." This revelation caught Li Wan off guard, as well as village chief He Fuin, who quietly advised, He Ning, "Don't be foolish. Hosting the performance is a man's duty." He Ning resolutely replied, "My wife can do it too." Li Wan stood there, momentarily stunned. He Ning lifted the tray covered with a red quilt and handed it to Li Wan. "Hold it with both hands and present it to Uncle Bang." Li Wan accepted the tray, raised it above her head, and called out, "Uncle Bang, I'm Juanzi. Please accept the gift." Li Jianbang, the leader of the Yanglu village folk performance troupe and Li Wan's cousin, finally recognized her voice. "Oh, it's my niece. I didn't recognize you with your face covered. All right, let us proceed." He Jianbang took the tray, which contained dough and 35 yuan. Suddenly, the drums thundered, and firecrackers erupted in the background. He Jianbang elongated his voice to shout 2 phrases, which He Ning could not comprehend. The 2 vibrant red lions danced energetically at the entrance. Holding his daughter Wan, He Ning remarked, "Daddy will take you to dance with the lion." Little Wan clung to her father's head, crying out in fear, I don't want to. I'm scared. You're being silly. Your aunt is watching the lion. The lion is at our door. Are you afraid? How unambitious. The 6 brightly adorned boats floated gracefully into the courtyard. As the old fisherman paddled in circles before exiting through the gate, Juan, along with Min crouched down and crawled beneath the belly of the lion. Crawling through the lion ensures good fortune. It's a tradition. Juan called to He Ning. Ningzi, let our son crawl through. He's scared. He Ning brought him closer to the lion's mouth, playfully nudging him toward it. The great lion opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow Wen. See? You're scared now. Little Wen burst into tears. He Ning quickly embraced him, soothingly assuring, all right, you don't have to crawl anymore. Daddy was just playing. Li Jianbang held a handful of red cloth strips, first draping one around the neck of elder He Wanli, then He Ning, followed by Li Wan, Min and Wen. After receiving a red lock around his neck, Wen stopped crying immediately. The big-headed doll passed by, guarding the boat. He Ning retreated, leaning against the wall as the big-headed doll, one hand supporting a boat and the other swinging a feather duster, passed right in front of him. With a swift motion, a brush struck Wen's face, causing him to pause momentarily before erupting into tears. He Ning's mind buzzed with shock as he shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" It was the large-headed figure who had glared at him earlier at the temple. The cacophony of drums and gongs drowned out Wen's cries and He Ning's shout. The festive procession, accompanied by a series of firecrackers and the rhythmic beating of gongs, moved past He Ning's home. He Ning carried Wen into the courtyard, his expression filled with anger. "My dear son, look here. That thing felt like a mule's tail smacking my face. It must hurt terribly. How could it not hurt when it struck your eyes?" He Yin sat on the Kong, cradling little Yaya, wary of the thunderous din that might startle her. Li Wan stepped outside to join the revelry, leaving Yaya in the care of her aunt. Yaya was unharmed, yet Wen could barely open his eyes due to the pain. "My dear son, let Daddy hold you. I have some candy for you." He rummaged through his pocket, unwrapped a piece of candy, and placed it in his son's mouth. Li Wan rushed in, her face alight with excitement. "Ningzi, isn't it lively?" Wen was struck by a large-headed figure and can't open his eyes. "What?" Li Wan's excitement waned as she took the sobbing Wen into her arms. "Wan, don't stand there holding him. Come sit on the Kong." Li Wan complied, embracing the crying Wen, who buried his little head in her bosom, still wailing in pain. "Do you know these people?" "Of course. For years ago, I was also a dancer in the boat show." "Who is that large-headed boy?" Li Wan glanced up to see He Ning's dark expression. "Ningzi, let it go. He didn't mean it. He did it on purpose." "Who is he?" Li Wan urged gently. "Just let it be. Ningzi, don't stir up trouble." He Ning stormed out of the room, prompting Li Wan and He Yin to call after him. "Ningzi, sister, dear, the festivities have ended." He Ning left his yard, his demeanor grim as he pursued the procession. In the kitchen, little Wen continued to cry uncontrollably in his mother's arms, the pain evident in his voice. He Yin sighed. "How did this happen?" Li Wan remarked slowly. "That fellow is a jerk. He must be upset that I married He Ning." He Yan's eyes widened in alarm as she quietly asked, "Is he from your village, your former beau?" "Absolutely not," He Yin thought, feeling anxious. "This is bad. Ningzi is going to cause trouble. I must check on him." She set down little Yaya, donned her cotton coat, and jumped off the Kong, rushing out of the house to follow He Ning. Chapter 81. The frightened donkey escapes and cannot be reclaimed. The festive procession, led by the village chief He Fuin, departed from He Ning's home, heading towards the other households across the river bend. He Ning strode after them, his gaze fixed on the large-headed boy with a tuft of hair, who swung his long brush with unabashed pride. They entered Grandma Zhang's courtyard, where He Ning stood at the entrance, waiting for the completion of the celebratory rituals. He awaited the lion dance to finish at his doorstep, the boat show to conclude in his yard, and the stilt walkers to make their rounds before the Zhang family's elder uncle set off a string of firecrackers to mark the festivities. As they departed from Grandma Zhang's house, He Ning trailed behind a group of boisterous children. Just as he was about to dash forward, He Yin seized him by the arm. "Ningzi, don't act foolishly or stir up trouble. Go home." "Sister, I just want to listen to the drums for a bit. Enjoy the festivities, and you're stopping me?" The sibling tug-of-war seemed futile. He Yin observed the crowd bustling around the festive team, realizing her brother wouldn't cause any mischief amongst them. "Just return early and don't create any disturbances." With that, He Yin turned back. Upon returning, she informed Li Wan that there was nothing to worry about. He was merely trailing behind to soak in the merriment. He Ning resumed his pursuit of the lively group. With both arms outstretched, he playfully grabbed the oversized head of one child, laughing heartily as he spun around, exclaiming, "This is fun. May I wear it for a while?" The onlookers erupted in laughter. "Ningzi, What's so amusing about the big-headed doll? Don't bully him. I just want to try it on. The doll retorted. Hey, let go. Who are you? It swung the broom it held at He Ning. Seizing the moment when the crowd dispersed, He Ning swiftly removed the doll's head. Clamping his arm around its neck, he landed 2 heavy punches to its eye socket before placing the head back atop it and turning to leave. The sound of drums resonated as the doll sat dazed on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The last few stragglers playfully tapped the doll's oversized head, laughing heartily, mistakenly believing He Ning was merely engaging in harmless fun. The doll, finally regaining its footing, glanced around with one eye squinting, realizing it had fallen behind. It staggered over to the village chief, He Fuin, and tugged at his sleeve. The chief, smiling, inquired, What's the matter, young one? Why are you pulling at me? Chief, that kid hit me. Did you not see? He Fuin, pulled from the crowd, could barely hear over the drum beats. What did you say? I can't hear you. The doll pointed at its swollen eye. Someone from your village punched me twice in the eye. Are you going to do something about it? He Fuin was taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief. Who hit you? Speak clearly. However, He Ning's earlier actions had obscured his view, preventing him from identifying the culprit. Ask the others who struck me. Look at my eye. It might go blind. He Fuin leaned in closer, examining the doll's eye, chuckling. It's just a festive celebration. Why take offense? This isn't mere play. I was genuinely struck. In the distance, the troop leader called out, Chief, which house do we visit next? He Fuin hastily dashed to the front of the procession, no longer concerned with who had harmed the doll. He Ning arrived at his home, where he caught him and asked, Ningzi, you didn't cause any trouble, did you? Sister, it's the new year, everyone is celebrating. What trouble could I possibly cause? He Yin regarded him with skepticism. He Ning shrugged. What mischief could I possibly have gotten into? I'm here to play with my son Minner. Xiao Wenwan, having cried a little, nestled in his mother's arms for a feed. Now that his eye no longer hurt, he quietly sat on the Kong, playing. He Ning entered the house and stood by the edge of the Kong. Wenwan, come here. Look. Wenwan dashed into her father's embrace, and He Ning blew gently on his eyes. There was a slight redness on his eyelid, but it was nothing serious. Yet, He Ning was aware that the swipe had indeed hurt. He Yin shouted from the yard, Ningzi, where's our donkey? Her voice was laced with panic. Sister, the donkey is tied up in the wheat field. It's not there. Has it run away? The sound of drums and firecrackers had startled the donkey tied in the wheat field, causing it to bolt. He Ning hurried out of the house. The empty yard beside the cart was devoid of anything. The siblings exchanged worried glances. Sister, hurry and search. Ningzi, where can we search in all directions? He Ning first looked towards the northern path leading into the mountains, finding no trace of hoofprints. He then examined the snowy ground to the west, but there were also no signs. At the moment the donkey had fled, it could not have run past the gate towards the river bend. It must have headed in the direction of the village across from the gate. He Ning sprinted down the village path and encountered a young man from the Wang family. Brother, have you seen a donkey running by? He Ning, livestock wouldn't run towards the village. With the sound of firecrackers, it must have fled into the wild mountains. He Ning sighed in disappointment. The only way to the wild mountains around our home is to the north. The young man from the Wang family pondered for a moment before adding, it must have run past the white soil line. You should check there. He Ning turned around and pursued the path behind the white soil line, and indeed, he discovered a trail of donkey hoofprints. Following this trail, he soon found his sister's donkey standing aimlessly on a patch of wasteland, munching on the exposed camel grass. The half-length tether around its neck had snapped. He Ning thought the donkey was docile enough to let him approach and grasped the broken tether. However, upon seeing him draw near, the donkey's head turned, and it bolted away. Hey, where are you running in this snow? Why are you so unruly today? Startled, the donkey did not wish to heed He Ning's commands. How could 2 legs outrun 4 hooves? In his past experiences, He Ning had never managed livestock. The past few days had gone smoothly, not due to his skill, but because his sister's donkey was obedient. Now, however, as He Ning kept his distance, the donkey took off. If it ran further into the wilderness, how could he manage alone? He made a wide detour to get in front of the donkey. Since he couldn't get close, he decided to throw snowballs to drive it back to the village. The donkey, stubborn and foolish, refused to head towards the village and instead veered into the wilderness. He Ning was out of breath, exasperated from the chase. I give up. Tonight, I'll drink water and eat some corn. I don't believe it won't come back by itself. He Ning returned home alone. Li Wan stood at the door waiting for him and his sister. Ningzi, did you find it? Yes. It's on the wasteland behind the white soil line. Li Wan was puzzled. If you found the donkey, why haven't you brought it back? Wan, it was startled. I couldn't get close to it. Li Wan also looked troubled. Then we'll see if your sister can drive it back. He Yin returned, panting heavily. and called out from a distance, "Ningzi, did you find it?" "Yes, over there." He Ning pointed towards the Baitu line and lamented. "It's just wandering aimlessly in that desolate stretch. Every time I approach, it scampers away, never allowing me to get close. What can I do?" He Yin, bundled in thick clothing, was breathless from running, her legs trembling. She squatted at the entrance, feeling utterly disheartened. "Oh, I'm exhausted. What now?" "That stubborn donkey is frightened. And with the sound of drums from the festival, I completely forgot about it." He Ning sighed in response, "Sister, it's all my fault for not building a pen to keep it contained. It'll come back on its own in the evening when it needs water and corn." He Yin vehemently disagreed. "No way. It was startled and broke free. No one but your brother-in-law can catch it." He Ning grimaced, pondering whether he should make the 30-mile round trip to fetch his brother-in-law just to capture the donkey. "I refuse to believe it will be running wild until nightfall. I'll keep my eye on it until then." Yet, it was still before 5 o'clock, and darkness was far off. Chapter 82. The trouble of not finding the donkey. He Yin went inside to take a sip of water and catch her breath before attempting to lead the donkey again. Juan looked distressed, full of self-reproach. "Sister, it's all my fault. I've kept you and Ningzi from resting." He Yin forced a smile. "Don't say that. How could it be your fault? It's my insistence on attending the festival that startled the donkey into running away." She explained her predicament. "How could I blame you? The moment the drums sound in the new year, our donkey panics. I truly don't understand why it's so frightened of drums. It runs away every year. And it's exhausting to find it." She had completely forgotten about this issue. He Yin felt responsible for the donkey's fright. Concerned for little Yaya, she rushed inside to hold her, momentarily forgetting the donkey that was genuinely scared of the drum sounds. For half the day, He Yin searched for the donkey, feeling both weary and sorrowful, muttering complaints. Her grumbling only deepened Li Wan's distress. "What good is complaining? We need to devise a way to bring it back." He Yin understood that with the donkey so frightened, it would be difficult to approach, but she still wished to try. "I refuse to believe it wouldn't recognize me." The siblings ventured into the wilderness behind the Baitu line. The donkey was still missing, but they found a trail of hoof prints on the ground. "Sister, luckily, the snow has revealed its tracks." Following the prints, they navigated around the hillside, avoiding the village, heading towards the road leading to Xiao Shui village. "What a foolish, stubborn donkey. It insists on returning home. It's infuriating. I'll slaughter it when I get back. Give me the 500 yuan you have, and I'll head to Xiao Shui village," He Ning suggested. "Ningzi, bring Bai Bai back. There are blankets at home, and he can squeeze onto Grandpa's Kong. I'll stay a few more days." He Ning grinned. "All right, I'll bring Bai Bai back. I'll take him to the county town for a day out the day after tomorrow." "You're going to the county town? To buy a television?" "I promised my wife she could watch one during the new year." Although He Yin was pleased that her brother planned to buy a television, she knew it wouldn't be good for the eyes of a woman in confinement. "It can wait until Juan is out of confinement. That won't do. I'll definitely bring back the television tomorrow or the day after." He Yin shot her brother a glare and scolded. "Now you realize you should treat one well? Where was this consideration earlier?" "Sister, it's never too late to be good to one's wife." He Yin retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to his younger brother, adding, "He doesn't want this money. Take it back. I will accompany you to buy a television the day after tomorrow." He Ning pocketed the money and made his way to Xiao Shui village. This route, having been traversed numerous times in recent days, no longer bore the hoof prints of the donkey that had passed by. A flicker of worry crossed He Ning's mind. What if the donkey had not gone to Xiao Shui village? What if it had not returned to its stable? An hour and a half later, he arrived at Xiao Shui village, where the sounds of firecrackers and drums filled the air. He Ning murmured to himself, "It's over. The foolish donkey surely hasn't returned home." He proceeded directly to his brother-in-law's house. Outside the gate lay a pile of firecracker remnants, and the courtyard was similarly littered. There was commotion inside the house. "Ling Ling, Bai Bai." As the door curtain was lifted, Bai Bai emerged from within. "Uncle," he exclaimed, a faint smile gracing his face. It seemed he no longer found his uncle quite as detestable. A note and 10 yuan in pocket money had endowed this young lad with a modicum of fondness for his uncle. At 10 years old, Bai Bai's face was dirty and lacked vitality. "Where's your father?" he asked, napping on the Kong. Thankfully, his brother-in-law was at home. At this hour, sleeping could only mean one thing. He had been up all night playing cards. The new year had passed, yet individuals like his brother-in-law, without a wife to supervise, typically spent the festival nights engaged in card games. He Ning took hold of Bai Bai's hand and inquired, "Do you want to go with your uncle?" "Yes. My father doesn't care about me." "All right, wait while I tidy up and then we'll leave." He Ning turned to survey the area around the donkey pen. Casting his gaze far and wide, there was no sign of the donkey. During the new year, this particular donkey often went missing for days. "It's fine. It will return when it gets thirsty and can't find water. However, without this donkey, how would He Ning conduct his business in the coming days? Surely, he couldn't borrow the mule cart from Mei Gu's family. That would be too embarrassing. He decided he would borrow Mei Gu's mule cart the next day. Uncle, what are you looking for? He Ning did not respond directly, instead asking, where's your sister? My aunt took her away. She's teaching her to complete her winter vacation homework. When did they leave? Yesterday. My aunt said my sister hadn't finished most of her homework. So she took her away, and she'll return when school resumes. Have you finished your homework? I completed mine before the new year. Who else writes homework during the holiday besides my sister? The 10-year-old Bai was destined to be a top student at the agricultural university. In his previous life, He Ning had refrained from interfering with his studies. Now, in this rebirth, it was best not to meddle in Bai's education. Upon returning inside, he stood before his drowsy brother-in-law and gave him a firm shake to awaken him. Brother-in-law, get up and tidy yourself. I'm taking Bai to my home. Zhang Dongping suddenly sat up, pulling his scattered thoughts back together. It was his younger brother-in-law, He Ning. Ningzi, you're a good lad. Why are you giving me money this year? His brother-in-law referred to the 50 yuan from a couple of days prior. His tone was no longer the disdainful one he had previously employed. Ningzi, I was just thinking of coming to see you today, but I was too sleepy and dozed off. You were going to see me? Did I hear you correctly? Ningzi, didn't you take 7 or 8 lambs from the Zhang family? You must have made quite a bit of money, around 1,000 yuan? Understood. The brother-in-law intends to visit him, primarily to ascertain whether he has earned any money. He pulls out 500 yuan from his pocket and hands it to Zhang Dongping. Brother-in-law, take this 500 and use it wisely. Don't waste it. Keep an eye on the house while I take Baibo away. Zhang Dongping's eyes suddenly gleam with excitement. Oh, you truly are making money. Selling lambs for profit during the new year. You've become quite renowned in our little village. Renowned, my foot. He Ning retorts. Zhang Dongping swiftly dresses himself, preparing to head out. What are you doing, brother-in-law? I'm coming to your house as well. Staying here every night with that bunch playing mahjong. And the 500 you gave me will surely be lost. If the donkey doesn't run away or can be found, the brother-in-law could accompany He Ning. However, upon mentioning the donkey's disappearance, he begins to curse. Brother-in-law, you know there's no room for you on my Kong. Are you still going to my house? Zhang Dongping, having just received the 500 yuan from He Ning, feels elated and momentarily forgets the lack of space on his Kong. After a brief hesitation, he chuckles. Oh, it's nothing. Your sister said our grandfather is home. I must go check on him, right? In previous years, he did not accompany his sister to visit her family. It seemed that it was either due to the lack of space or a reluctance to go, perhaps out of disdain for He Ning. However, that disdain has since waned. The younger brother is too embarrassed to mention that the donkey has gone missing, thus allowing the brother-in-law to accompany him to his father-in-law's house. Yet, he cannot outright prevent him from going. Therefore, he must speak the truth. Brother-in-law, I lost your donkey today, and I have no idea where it has gone. If you come with me, there will be no one at home to tend to it if it returns, and that would be problematic. What? How did you lose it? He Ning succinctly recounts the events that led to the donkey's disappearance. Zhang Dongping glares angrily. Had it not been for the 500 yuan, he would have surely unleashed a tirade. Fine, I will search the village and its surroundings. You take Baiba and go ahead. If I find the donkey, I will come to your house. He Ning shares the same sentiment. He Ning dons Baiba's hat and gloves and heads out towards Shirley Pu. Chapter 83. Visiting sister twice. Without a warm meal by the time He Ning arrives at his sister's house, his stomach is already grumbling with hunger. Yet his brother-in-law is asleep on the Kong, oblivious to the fact that his younger brother is in need of a meal. The niece, who is adept at cooking, is also absent. This neglect stems from He Ning's low standing in Zhang Dongping's eyes. Had it been another relative, he would have sprung up to serve tea and invite them to stay for dinner. Zhang Dongping, without hesitation, accepts the 500 yuan He Ning offers, finally viewing his younger brother-in-law in a new light. Nevertheless, he remains oblivious to the fact that He Ning has walked for over an hour and is hungry. He Ning only manages to drink a cup of warm tea from the stove before turning around with Baiba to head back to Shirley Pu. Zhang Dongping wishes to accompany He Ning home, but with the donkey missing, he cannot leave his house unattended. Therefore, he must stay behind to guard the home and wait for the donkey's return. In the 12th month, He Yin informs Zhang Dongping that her brother intends to start anew, prioritizing family and working hard to earn a living. Zhang Dongping cursed. He can start anew, take care of his family and wife, and earn money. I'll eat as much as the dog pulls. During the new year, He Ning gave him money twice, first 50, then 500. Subsequently, he left with Bai. Zhang Dongping was still somewhat dazed, holding the 500 yuan given by He Ning. This lad has truly started to earn money. He must repay his brother-in-law promptly. Quite commendable. However, He Ning mentioned that their donkey had escaped from Shirley Pu. Zhang Dongping immediately recalled that his brother-in-law had come chasing after the donkey, not specifically to deliver 500 yuan to him. His fondness for his brother-in-law diminished significantly. He Ning, accompanied by his nephew, walked back home, a distance of 15 li, taking over an hour. He felt a gnawing hunger in his stomach. He had some candies in his pocket, sharing one with Bai Bai and keeping one for himself. He sighed. During the new year, he had visited his sister's house twice without having a proper hot meal. This was not due to his sister's absence or his brother-in-law's inability to cook, but rather because he held no status or dignity in his brother-in-law's eyes. The 500 yuan might elevate Zhang Dongping's opinion of him slightly, but preparing a grand meal for the new year was out of the question. Bai Bai informed his uncle that his sister had cooked a pot of rice that lasted 3 days. Leftover rice for breakfast and dinner became unappetizing. Is there not much rice left at your sister's? Bai Bai further disclosed that his father had lost all his money playing mahjong with the group. He Ning was taken aback. How much money did your father lose? Just the 50 you gave him. He still owes me 10, which I didn't give him. Indeed. Don't give your father your New Year's money. Save it for school to buy a new pencil case. Bai Bai hopped joyfully ahead, thrilled to be with his uncle. But uncle, a pencil case only costs 80 cents. His nephew implied he had 10 yuan on him. Quite a fortune indeed. Courtesy of his uncle's New Year gift. Zhang Dongping loved playing mahjong, but only during the few days of the new year. He might lose 50 or 100, or win the same amount. After the Lantern Festival, he ceased playing cards. With 15 acres of irrigated land and 8 acres of dry sandy land, he was quite busy, not to mention the necessity of a donkey for hauling. He Ning felt a pang of anxiety. What if the donkey were lost? Not only at his sister's house, but even his own 5 acres were difficult to cultivate. Damn donkey, once found, I'll trade you. The words slipped from his mouth, and suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Why not acquire a strong mule instead? Why squabble with this 20-year-old donkey? As the uncle and nephew strolled halfway, He Ning's pace slowed. He grimaced, feeling troubled. Upon returning home, he informed his sister that the donkey hadn't returned to Shaoshui village, which worried her as well. Could she relax while staying with the midwife? Uncle, look, my donkey. Huh, uncle, why has my donkey come here? He Ning widened his eyes at the donkey standing by the roadside, staring back at them. Bai Bai called out excitedly, oh. He walked straight up to the donkey, grabbed its bridle with a beaming smile, and turned to ask He Ning, Uncle, would you dare ride it? He Ning was so astonished that he was at a loss for words. The donkey had caused quite a commotion for him and his sister for most of the day. Just then, however, Mingo appeared. The 10-year-old Baiba marched straight up to it and seized the half-length reins on its bridle. Baiba, does it recognize you? Apart from my father and me, if it were to run away, no one else could approach it. Yet, Baiba managed to restrain the donkey, allowing Henning to draw near. The joy of having it back made Henning forget even his hunger. He took a few steps to the front of their house, calling into the yard, Sister, Juan. We found the donkey. He Yin emerged from the kitchen, her face alight with surprise. Upon seeing her son trailing behind his uncle, she did not first inquire about him, but rather about the whereabouts of the donkey. Mom, I encountered it on the way with my uncle. It was heading back. Henning entered the kitchen, filling a bucket with water for the donkey to drink. He remarked, if it weren't for Baiba, I would never have caught it. The sounds of drums in Little Water Village were so loud, it surely wouldn't have returned, and who knows where it would have wandered off to. He Yin tethered the donkey to the corner of the yard, offering it a generous portion of corn kernels to eat, and then brought over some straw. She grumbled, after causing such a ruckus all day, I still have to feed and water it. It should go hungry for a couple of days. Henning chuckled, how can that be? Tomorrow morning, we need to head to the town and then to the county. We rely on it to pull Baiba and me. He Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You intend to take Baiba along? I want to take him for a little adventure in the county. He Yan firmly rejected the idea. No, that would only create trouble for you. Look at his clothes. In just a few days, they're already this dirty, and you want to take him to the county? She scolded her son. Henning smiled and interjected. All right, enough of the scolding. This is my home, Baiba's uncle's home. Do you think you can scold children here as you do at yours? He Yin continued her reprimand. Baiba, don't you know to come inside and greet your great-grandfather? It's only the 6th day of the new year. You should bow and pay your respects. Baiba dashed into the main room and did not emerge for quite some time. Henning went to the kitchen to eat. Wow, is that noodles and sauce? After consuming 5 bowls of thick noodle soup, He Yin stared at him in astonishment. Ningzi, didn't your brother-in-law give you anything to eat? She assumed that her brother had gone to Little Water Village just in time for dinner at 5 o'clock. Surely, he would have had a chance to eat some bread, meatballs, or pork. After an hour and a half, it was inconceivable that Henning had devoured 5 bowls of noodles. During the New Year festivities, He Ning had visited his sister's house twice. The first time he had leftovers, and the second time, he hadn't eaten at all. He felt a growing dissatisfaction towards his brother-in-law. He was sleeping on the Kong, and didn't he bother about me? He Yin turned to Baiba. Your father is sleeping on the Kong, and doesn't he even care if your uncle gets fed? Exactly. After my sister left, my father didn't he care if I ate. So why would he care about my uncle? He Yin gritted her teeth in frustration. When I go back, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Zhang Dongping had an admirable habit. Whenever He Yin chased him to hit him, he would turn and run, but not too far, allowing his wife to vent her frustrations on him. Afterward, he would ask, have you vented your anger? Generally, this question would only stir up more ire in He Yin. Sister, my brother-in-law wanted to come with me, but he had to wait for the donkey to return, and now he can't. He Yin scolded again. Even if he comes, I do not want him. Which son-in-law visits his father-in-law on the 6th day of the New Year? Can't he bring the children for a round on the 3rd day? He could come and go in a single day, couldn't he? Although the parents of the siblings had passed away, He Yin had made her feelings quite clear to Zhang Dongping during the 12th month. Their grandfather had taken He Ning under his wing. Shouldn't Zhang Dongping have brought the 3 children for a visit on the 2nd or 3rd day? These thoughts ignited a fire within He Yin. She wanted to unleash her frustration on Zhang Dongping. He Ning, our donkey is right here in the yard. What are you searching for? Suddenly, Zhang Dongping's voice rang out in the courtyard. Chapter 84. The brother-in-law arrives. The beaten one Zhang Dongping followed closely behind He Ning as they made their way to Shirley-Pu. He Ning had barely been inside with her nephew for half an hour when he arrived. It seemed he had not eaten dinner. After finishing off a pot of noodle soup, he settled down as his sister prepared 2 more bowls of noodles for him. He Yin muttered, I'll give him a taste of the northwest wind. Grabbing the rolling pin from the countertop, she charged out of the kitchen. Before Zhang Dongping could react, she struck him on the thigh with a loud thud. Who told you to come? Zhang Dongping, momentarily stunned, touched his thigh in disbelief and exclaimed, You woman. He Yin struck again, and he jumped back. She pursued him as he ran around the yard. Yinzi, is there any reason for a wife to chase her husband in her parental home? I haven't eaten yet. Hurry and prepare my meal. Even in her own family. He continued to command her. One can only imagine how much this wounded He Yan's pride. In the kitchen, Li Wan hurriedly prepared a few dishes for her brother-in-law, boiled another pot of noodle soup, and heated water for the noodles. Meanwhile, He Yin and Zhang Dongping were still grappling in the yard. He Yin was determined to vent her pent-up anger. During the 12th month, she had expressed her desire to take care of her sister-in-law and her children, which had infuriated Zhang Dongping and led to a serious argument. That outburst had ignited a fire in him that seemed to have the potential to extinguish now. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Dongping, the fire rekindled, fueled by the thought that he had not offered his own brother a warm meal. During their quarrel in the 12th month, Zhang Dongping had recounted every little grievance he had against He Ning. It left He Yin with no grounds for rebuttal. Now, the reasons he had for criticizing He Ning had become the very words He Yin used to admonish him. You scold my brother for neglecting his family and wife and children, yet you are no different. Besides playing mahjong, you simply sleep. What sets you apart from my brother? He Ning, in the kitchen helping Li Wan with the noodles, overheard her sister berating Zhang Dongping. Clearing her throat, she called out, All right, sister. Let my brother-in-law sit at the table to eat. Don't give him anything. What nonsense is this? She continued to scold Zhang Dongping. Didn't I tell you to wait for our donkey to return home? Why did you follow He Ning around? Zhang Dongping dodged He Yan's rolling pin as he circled the yard, loudly defending himself. Isn't our donkey right here? What should I wait at home for? Yinzi, I tell you, this is your parental home. We are relatives, and we cannot quarrel. He Yan's words were unyielding. Do you even remember that you are family? My brother came to our house. Isn't he family too? Why didn't you even serve him a snack? Do you still expect to eat the meals he prepares? Yinzi, I'm going inside to pay New Year's respects to Grandpa. Upon hearing this, He Yin ceased her pursuit and entered the kitchen, muttering angrily. I'll make sure to give that Zhang Dongping a beating he won't forget. In reality, she had merely given him a whack with a rolling pin. Subsequently, He Yin personally carried a plate of sauced noodles to the dining table in the adjacent room, still grumbling at this hour. You still trouble us to cook for you again? Couldn't you just finish your meal before coming over? He Ning accompanied his brother-in-law in enjoying the sauced noodles. Devouring 2 bowls, he glanced at his brother-in-law, puzzled as to why he had come along. Hadn't they agreed to wait for the donkey to return home? Zhang Dongping finished a bowl of rice and remarked, I've settled things with the neighbors. Once I see our donkey back, tied to the fruit tree outside the gate, I'll head back tomorrow. He then asked his younger brother-in-law, Ningzi, are you heading out tomorrow? Of course. I need to make a trip to the town and then to the county. To the county? What are you buying? There's a family in the outskirts of the county raising piglets. I'm planning to haul a truckload back. He hadn't mentioned buying a television, as the electronics store in the county wouldn't open until the 8th day of the new year. Suddenly, He Ning thought of bringing his brother-in-law along. The mule cart from Mei Guo's family was also being called upon. He Ning conveyed his thoughts to his brother-in-law. Zhang Dongping looked utterly astonished and bewildered. Goodness, brother-in-law, are you really planning to make money by rushing around with the cart during this time? What else did you expect? With 2 carts, we can double the number of piglets we transport. Deep down, Zhang Dongping was reluctant to go. 60 miles for a round trip, over 100 miles of road. In the midst of the New Year celebrations, how could one endure that? He Ning chuckled. Brother-in-law, do you think the 500 yuan I gave you came from winning at cards? On the way to He Ning's home, Zhang Dongping found it incomprehensible how He Ning could endure such hardship. How could a younger brother who usually lazed about endure such toil, while a proper brother-in-law could not? He Yin, with a fierce tone, stated, you should accompany my brother tomorrow. He'll be worn out making the round trip alone. More hands mean more strength. Zhang Dongping replied with an honest concern. How are we going to split the profits? He Yin shot him an angry glare. Say that again? All right, consider it my help. In his heart, Zhang Dongping truly did not wish to go. After inviting his brother-in-law to finish his meal, He Ning held one win, followed closely by 2 nephews, and headed to Li Hongmei's house. On the evening of the 6th day, the atmosphere in Mei Guo's home still resonated with the festive cheer of the new year. The lanterns at the entrance glowed vibrantly, purchased by He Ning in the 12th lunar month as part of the New Year preparations. He Ning's nephew, Baiba, was about to light incense to pay respects to his aunt and uncle when Li Hongmei cheerfully stopped him. Never mind, it's already the 6th. Although Baiba did not kneel to bow, Li Hongmei took out a coin to give to him. The 2 children ran off to play with Li Hongmei's child in the yard. The uncle smiled warmly as he served He Ning a cup of tea, engaging in a myriad of casual conversations. To summarize, He Ning had surprisingly managed to profit from reselling lambs during the new year. It was said that Zhang Aibo from the village also attempted to resell lambs, but was robbed. Aside from He Ning, no one else in the village dared to undertake such a venture. Li Hongmei and He Baoyin were visiting each other's homes with their children. However, He Ning posed an urgent inquiry. Aunt Mei, Uncle, how many piglets do you need? What? Piglets? He Ning elaborated on the plan for the following day. They required 2 for their own household, and 1 or possibly 2 for Aunt Mei's. It was crucial to ascertain the exact number to avoid any discrepancies later. Li Hongmei and her husband were visibly excited. Ningzi, I've been worried. We still have no prospects for piglets this coming year. Should we head to the market in town to procure some? He Ning smiled broadly. Aunt Mei, just tell me how many you need, and I'll reserve them for you. You won't have to go running around, but I will need to borrow your mule cart for my trip tomorrow. Borrow. Ningzi, you're off to make money by transporting piglets. How could I not lend it to you? With the arrangements in place, He Ning returned home to prepare for the next day's journey. The night passed uneventfully. Before sleeping, he contemplated changing his daughter's diaper and assisting her with nursing. But as soon as he closed his eyes and opened them again, dawn had arrived. He Ning set out alone, moving briskly. However, leaving with his brother-in-law required him to take along his nephew Baiba, which caused a delay. Zhang Dongping was reluctant to take his son, grumbling. Why are you tagging along so early on such a cold morning? I'm going with your uncle to earn money by transporting piglets. Your presence will only complicate matters. He Ning dressed Baiba in an old cotton coat that he had worn, which fell to his knees. Though tattered, it would keep him warm. He bundled him up with a warm hat, scarf, and gloves. On the morning of the 7th day, despite the biting cold, the sky was a brilliant blue, and by noon, it would be warm enough to shed the heavy coat. The temperature fluctuated significantly between morning and evening. Zhang Dongping also dressed warmly. He inquired, Ningzi, are you heading straight to the county to fetch the piglets? First, I need to take care of some business in town. What business? I need to pay 500 yuan to ensure my wife's peace of mind for the year. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongping immediately understood the nature of the payment and began to curse. Isn't the town just a place of chaos and mischief, constantly scheming to extract money from the common people? Once you hand over that money, do you think it will ever be returned? In our village, so many families have paid this fee, yet I've never seen anyone get a refund. He Ning managed a wry smile. Brother-in-law, it's just this matter and this payment. Sometimes, one must bow their head when necessary. Zhang Dongping failed to grasp the deeper implications of his brother-in-law's words. Chapter 85. A Fallout with the Brother-in-Law. Encountering Yang Biao in town on the early morning of the 7th day of the new year. A mule cart and a donkey cart were on their way, accompanied by 2 adults and a child, making their way to the town, 20 miles away. As they left the village, his brother-in-law began to grumble. Ningzi, by the time we go and return, it will surely be dark, won't it? That is possible. Which is why I suggested you rise an hour earlier, but you chose to linger in bed, He Ning replied. Didn't I get up early enough? Ningzi. Yesterday at my home, you didn't mention you'd be making a long trip today to fetch piglets. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to your place yesterday. Zhang Dongping's reluctance to embark on this journey on the 7th day of the new year was evident. At this point, they had only covered half the distance and reached a fork in the road. The straight path led to the town, while the eastern turn led to Xiaoshui village. Brother-in-law, you don't need to accompany me any longer. You can head back. Zhang Dongping was taken aback. He merely complained a few times, and yet it has provoked the brother-in-law? This tone suggests that he assumes the position of the elder brother-in-law. Oh, Ningzi, are you truly upset? It's not anger. We simply cannot collaborate effectively. You should head back. I will take Baiba to the county town. Zhang Dongping's expression was one of discomfort. Forget it. I shall cease my words. He Ning remained sullen. Brother-in-law, you should return. Do not accompany me any further. Observing He Ning's gloomy demeanor, Zhang Dongping felt his own temper flare. He Ning, I am your brother-in-law. Why do you give me such a cold shoulder? Zhang Dongping turned the donkey cart around, admonishing his son, Baiba, we are going home. The 10-year-old Baiba glanced at his uncle, his face filled with reluctance. He did not wish to return home with his father. He desired to accompany his uncle to the county town. Father, I am not going back. I am going to the county town with my uncle. His father glared. Will you return or not? If you don't, I shall no longer concern myself with you. He Ning firmly grasped Baiba. Brother-in-law, will you manage my nephew's return? Will you cook for him? Zhang Dongping dismissed the matter, angrily driving the donkey cart home. Having quarreled with his brother-in-law midway, He Ning was also filled with frustration. Yet, during the remainder of the journey, he incessantly complained, becoming increasingly agitated. His anger simmered as he arrived at the entrance of the town government courtyard. Baiba, keep an eye on our mule cart. I will go inside to take a look. All right, uncle, I will watch over the mule cart. Inside the town government courtyard, it was eerily quiet with hardly anyone present. Was it not said that the officials would return to work on the 7th day? He Ning was unsure whom to seek. Suddenly, a burst of laughter from a group of women emerged from a room at the far corner of a row of bungalows. He Ning called out towards the room. Hey, is anyone there? A woman appeared, her beauty evident. She was clearly not a farmer's wife, and He Ning did not recognize her. What do you need? She asked coldly. He Ning cleared his throat and explained, my wife has just given birth, and it has not yet been a month. I have come to pay the 500 yuan guarantee, as arranged by our village head. The woman was a cadre on duty, sizing He Ning up. Which village are you from? Tenli Pu. My wife's name is Li Wan. The female cadre responded with an understanding her expression shifting. That family, according to regulations, must undergo sterilization. You are paying a 500 yuan guarantee? Indeed. Who said it was 500? Our village head mentioned it. Very well. You may pay, and then arrangements will be made. He Ning did not comprehend this statement fully and asked for clarification. Sister, what does arrangements will be made mean? What is your surname? He Ning heard a voice from within the room call out. Xiao Du, what is it? He Ning noted that her name was Xiao Du. Xiao Du replied, from Tenli Pu, here to pay the family planning guarantee. Shall we collect? Collect it, and then inform your team leader. The cadre, glancing at He Ning, called out, you may come in to pay. He Ning followed her into another office, which lacked a stove and felt quite chilly. There were around 10 officials working in the town, but today only Xiao Du was occupied with matters. The person speaking with her was hidden away in the innermost room. Unknown to He Ning paid the 500 yuan. He inquired further, will my wife be all right now? The tone of the cadre was quite cold. What do you mean by all right? Becoming pregnant is indeed a matter of concern, necessitating regular checkups. A female official handed him a receipt and coldly tossed him 2 boxes, instructing him to use them according to the instructions. He chuckled softly, stowed the boxes in his pocket, and turned to exit the office. As he stepped out, he encountered a young man, and they both froze momentarily. It was He Ning, a subordinate of Yang Biao, and the cousin of Zhang Aibua, whose real name eluded him. He was known by the nickname Split Head. In the depths of winter, He Ning had once struck him with a kitchen knife, and it appeared that the injury on his back had healed. Was it possible that Yang Biao was hidden within that office? It was not beyond reason, considering Yang Biao's close ties with the local officials. His gambling establishment was situated in town, and without any backing, he could not have been so audacious during the winter months. Split Head's eyes reflected both fear and, in an instant, transformed into hatred. He glared at He Ning and shouted, He Ning, what's the matter, Split Head? Looking for a fight? The mere utterance of those words intimidated Split Head, silencing him. He watched as He Ning led a mule-drawn cart, accompanied by a child, away from the town government's entrance. Split Head turned and entered Yang Biao's gambling den. "Boss, you won't believe who I just ran into," he exclaimed. A few of Yang Biao's companions were engaged in a lively drinking game, their spirits elevated by the alcohol. Without looking up, Yang Biao asked, "In this festive season, encountering a ghost is hardly surprising. What is the fuss about?" "Boss, I ran into He Ning from Shirley Pu," Splithead replied. Yang Biao's expression momentarily faltered, and he exhaled a puff of smoke, inquiring, "Who did you say?" "He Ning from Shirley Pu. He went to the town to pay Xiaodu a deposit of 500 yuan. The mention of He Ning stirred a slight discomfort within Yang Biao. During the winter, Yang Biao had taken a promissory note from He Ning, effectively rendering any attempt to collect a debt futile. However, he had also attacked one of his own brothers with a kitchen knife during that time, which had left a lingering anger in Yang Biao's heart. Extending to the 7th day of the new year, in the bustling market, before the crowd, He Ning had dared to threaten him with a knife. Yang Biao had been intimidated, especially since He Ning had revealed his misdeeds from the winter. Yet, after several days of reflection, he believed the storm had passed and that it was no longer a significant issue. Why should He Ning have the audacity to claim that he had assaulted the Wang family girl in town? The girl herself had remained silent, and the police had disregarded He Ning's unilateral assertions. Moreover, would the Wang girl dare to step forward and acknowledge it? She would only tarnish her own reputation. Why hadn't he considered this at the time? As long as the Wang girl remained silent, He Ning's attempts to raise the issue would be mere slander against Yang Biao. Having come to this realization, Yang Biao had been contemplating how to deal with He Ning in the last couple of days. Through Splithead and his cousin Zhang Aibua, Yang Biao had learned that He Ning had been conducting business with lamb meat in the mining area during the new year. He was also aware that He Ning had not played a single game of cards throughout the winter and new year. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. But one thing was clear, He Ning had money. "Brothers, let us go and take care of business," commanded Yang Biao, leading 4 or 5 companions behind him. With Splithead trailing at the rear, still haunted by the fear instilled by Yang Biao's earlier attack. This account must be settled. Yet it cannot be as it was last time, with the first to emerge basking in the spotlight. Chapter 86. Ambushed by Yang Biao, 500 yuan seized. Each time He Ning arrived at the town, he invariably visited Yang Biao's gaming establishment. This was prior to the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month last year. However, since that day, Yang Biao had not seen He Ning enter his premises. A fire of resentment smoldered within him. He could not let He Ning escape unscathed. In the days leading up to the Lunar New Year, he had refrained from confronting He Ning at his home. For He Ning had issued a stark warning. Anyone daring to cause trouble at his residence would face dire consequences. Moreover, He Ning had devoured the promissory note. It seemed implausible for Yang Biao and his henchmen to demand repayment at He Ning's abode. Instead, they would wait for him to come to town, seeking an opportunity to break one of his legs. Divided, one of them remarked, "Did you say he was pulling a donkey cart?" "Indeed. He went to the government to pay a 500 yuan deposit." "Boss, this brat can produce 500 at a moment's notice." Yang Biao cursed. "You must be out of your mind. He can afford to part with that amount." In Yang Biao's perception, it was entirely reasonable for rural women to undergo sterilization. Those with excess money, having nowhere else to spend it, were the ones who paid off the assault squads. This money was a one-way ticket. Evidently, He Ning must have genuinely earned a considerable sum recently. Behind Yang Biao trailed 4 of his inebriated companions, who had been drinking to the point of stupor. They dispersed to the town government office to summon acquaintances, consuming a few less drinks, their minds slightly clearer. Suddenly, he recognized a troubling thought. Leaning in closer to Yang Biao, he inquired, "Boss, are we really going to rob him?" Yang Biao belched, glaring at him. "What do you mean rob? It's a loan. If he can pay 500, he certainly has another 500 on him. Otherwise, how would he conduct business?" He Ning had precisely 500 yuan on him. He and Bai Bai were seated on the cart, having just left the town. Bai Bai pulled out the peanuts he had pocketed last night, retrieving a broken pencil, preparing to discard it. "Don't throw it away, Bai Bai. That pencil is for your uncle." He Ning took out his money, 2 100 yuan notes, 3 50 yuan notes, and the rest in 10 yuan notes. He inscribed a small character he on the corner of one of the bills with the pencil. The couple raising pigs were quite bothersome. Upon receiving large denominations, they insisted on having the counterpart write something on it to facilitate identification in case of counterfeit. This bill, with its corner inscribed, was neatly returned to his pocket. The journey from the town to the county seat spanned 40 miles, requiring over 3 hours to traverse. After selling the piglets in the mining district, he would return home by evening. Fortunately, he had sent his brother-in-law away early. Otherwise, he would have had to turn back midway. Arriving home at nightfall was the ideal scenario, but should anything go awry, he might not return until midnight. He turned to his nephew, asking, Bye-bye. Are you afraid of walking at night? If uncle isn't afraid, then I'm not afraid. Bye-bye. I'll buy you a submachine gun. Bye-bye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Uncle, really? When have I ever lied to you? I promise I won't deceive you today. Bye-bye, seated on the cart, gazed into the distance. He Ning turned his head, only to find Yang Biao, accompanied by 4 or 5 men. In pursuit not far from the town's edge, Yang Biao shouted, He Ning, if you have the guts, never set foot in this town again. The cart was encircled by them. Uncle. Bye-bye appeared visibly frightened. He Ning's mind raced. Having returned to life, his wife and child were safe, and it seemed Yang Biao was also unscathed. However, He Ning had no desire to alter the trajectory of Yang Biao's 10-year imprisonment. In the 12th month, He Ning had silently vowed to Yang Biao to allow him a few more days of freedom. During the early days of the new year, He Ning was preoccupied with making money, leaving him little time to consider how to revert Yang Biao's decade-long sentence. If Yang Biao refrained from troubling He Ning, he might enjoy his freedom until the autumn harvest. This fall, during the special crackdown on crime in Huanyuan County, he would expose Yang Biao's misdeeds. Yet Yang Biao sought him out, seemingly unwilling to wait until after the harvest. Accompanied by his young nephew, the situation was indeed precarious. Yang Biao, today my nephew is with me. Let us not frighten the child. Can we settle our grievances after the new year? He Ning wished to shield his nephew from witnessing a confrontation between uncles. Moreover, lacking any weapons today, he could not hope to contend with the 5 of them. Yang Biao, a veteran of the streets, was not one to shy away from inflicting serious harm. In recent days, he had conferred with those who supported him. Engaging in a brawl with someone like He Ning, who had neither status nor connections, would be seen as mutual combat, incurring minimal repercussions. However, the newly appointed director Luo of Gaoya Town held a different perspective. He meticulously scrutinized the troublemaking street thugs in the town, making Yang Biao and his ilk his primary focus. On the 7th day of the new year, as work commenced, he dispatched his officers to Shirley-Pu to deliver a bonus of 500 yuan to He Ning. The new director was still unfamiliar with He Ning's character. He instructed his officers to summon someone familiar with He Ning's circumstances from the neighboring town hall. A female officer, Xiao Du, informed the inquiring officer that He Ning had just departed from there, urging them to hurry after him. Instead of pursuing He Ning, the officer returned to the nearby station to report to Director Luo. Taking 2 officers with him, Luo personally set out to catch up with He Ning. Having recently assumed his position, Luo was eager to make a mark, targeting street thugs and highway robbers. En route, He Ning had thwarted a robbery attempt on a coal truck. In Luo's eyes, this young man was exceptional. He had recovered some of the stolen goods, including 500 yuan, which had been established as the proceeds from the sale of a few lambs stolen by the notorious 8 Great Kings. Originally, those lambs had been sold by He Ning to the mining district. After a series of formalities, Luo decided to reward He Ning with the 500 yuan. Just as he was about to send someone to Shirley-Pu to manage this, his officer reported that He Ning had just left the town hall, pulling a cart, seemingly heading to conduct business in the mining area. What a diligent young man. Luo feared that on foot he might not catch up to He Ning's cart, so he dispatched a Santana police car to pursue him. As they drew near, Luo noticed 4 or 5 individuals gathered around the cart. What is happening? Director, Yang Biao has cornered He Ning. I mentioned that He Ning was once a street thug in the town, and they often crossed paths. Luo, observe that commotion. It appears to be a mutual brawl. To the other officers, the altercation between Yang Biao and He Ning seems to be nothing more than a skirmish. However, Luo holds a different perspective. He Ning, while attempting to earn a livelihood by hauling goods to town, was obstructed by some ruffians. Would you characterize their encounter as mere mutual fighting? Upon hearing such a remark from his superior, the subordinate officers dared not utter a word. From a distance, Luo noticed Yang Biao discreetly handing something to his 2 accomplices. Just moments prior, Yang Biao had taken 500 yuan from He Ning. In a condescending tone, Yang Biao inquired, He Ning, after earning some money lately, why haven't you treated your brothers to a drink? He Ning, with a sheepish grin, adopted a demeanor of submission. Brother Biao, I toil hard for a meager 3 to 500 yuan. I must build a house for my family and purchase a coffin for my grandfather. I just paid a deposit for family planning. I truly cannot afford to treat you to drinks. 3 to 500? Yang Biao felt a surge of indignation. What? He Ning, are you flaunting your wealth? Earning 3 to 500, and yet you consider it insufficient? Yang Biao twisted his neck, attempting to extort money from He Ning. Empty your pockets. Consider it a treat for everyone after the new year. In the future, when you come to town, we can still be brothers. At that moment, He Ning caught a glimpse of a police car approaching in his peripheral vision. He hastily pulled out his money and handed it to Yang Biao. Yang Biao, also noticing the police vehicle, quickly divided the cash among 3 individuals, adding, "The police are coming. Everyone, be discreet." The group swiftly stepped aside to let the patrol car pass. Yet, the police car came to a halt before them. Chapter 87. Your fate, Yang Biao. Cannot be escaped. Emerging from the police car were Luo and 2 other officers. "Yang Biao, what are you up to?" The officer, reprimanding him, was all too familiar with Yang Biao, having caught him red-handed in the past. Yang Biao greeted them with a grin. "Oh, Chief Luo. Why stop in front of us as if we were engaged in some nefarious activity?" Chief Luo glared at him with hawk-like eyes. "Yang Biao, what were you attempting to do by blocking He Ning?" Yang Biao was taken aback. "Oh, Chief Luo knows He Ning so well." He Ning had previously visited the police station to file a report, information Yang Biao was unaware of. Still grinning, Yang Biao replied, "Chief Luo, did my uncle not invite you for drinks?" Chief Luo barked sternly, "Stop with the frivolous banter and don't drag your uncle into this. I ask you again, why did you block He Ning?" Yang Biao twisted his neck in laughter. "Chief, He Ning and I are good friends. Today he came to town. What is wrong with us greeting him? Are you going to arrest me?" If Yang Biao were merely greeting He Ning, Chief Luo had no grounds to apprehend him. One officer waved them away. Go on. The chief is here to speak with He Ning. You lot step aside." The tone with which Luo addressed He Ning was not overly harsh. "He Ning, I was just about to send someone to find you, and here you are in town." Yang Biao interjected with a smirk. "Chief, He Ning wielded a knife against someone before the new year, and you're only now apprehending him? Nonsense. Who said I was going to arrest him? In my capacity as the chief of the Gaoya Town Police Station, I am here to award him a bonus. Come, He Ning, let us go to the station to collect your prize." Yang Biao and his associates seemed to have heard that the sun rose in the west today. I must not have misheard, right? "Captain Luo, are you really giving him a bonus?" "What kind of bonus?" Captain Luo furrowed his brow and glared at Yang Biao. In the old officer's gaze, Yang Biao and his cohorts appeared to obstruct He Ning from engaging in any mischief. Captain Luo questioned He Ning. "What does my awarding him a bonus have to do with you?" He then turned to He Ning and asked, "Why are they blocking your path?" He Ning replied succinctly, "They threatened my nephew and attempted to rob me." In the 12th month, Captain Luo issued a notice encouraging everyone to report acts of vandalism and theft, promising that the police station in Gaoya Town would not show leniency. He Ning's statement frightened Yang Biao, causing his legs to tremble. Summoning his courage, he shouted, "He Ning, you're talking nonsense. Who robbed you?" Yang Biao's usual tactic was to claim that money was borrowed, not stolen. He had engaged in such antics numerous times, only to be caught and reprimanded without consequence. The 500 yuan from earlier had already been divided among 3 individuals, and he knew it would likely be swept under the rug again. Having repeated such acts, Yang Biao felt a sense of ease and familiarity. However, in Captain Luo's eyes, it was the start of the Lunar New Year, and Yang Biao had audaciously blocked He Ning to rob him. Robbery is a serious crime. How could He Ning so casually accuse someone of robbery? One officer sternly warned He Ning, "Do not speak carelessly. Yang Biao is merely a street thug in town, not a notorious robber you've encountered." One of Yang Biao's men frowned and muttered, "But weren't the notorious robbers apprehended? How could He Ning have encountered them?" Captain Luo snorted and explained, "If it weren't for He Ning's legitimate self-defense in turning the tables on those 4, they wouldn't have been caught so swiftly." Upon hearing this, Yang Biao and his men stiffened. Had they misheard? "Excuse me, officer, what did you just say?" Captain Luo himself began to doubt He Ning's claims. "He Ning, if you help us subdue 5 armed robbers, you will receive a reward of 500 yuan. But you must not falsely accuse Yang Biao of being one of them." The brothers around Yang Biao were left dumbfounded. They had heard whispers in recent days that a group of robbers heading to the mining area had been eliminated. Yet, they could not fathom that it was He Ning who had done it. What Captain Luo had just said was no jest. Could He Ning dare to take down the notoriously arrogant robbers? Yet just moments ago, he had obediently handed over the 500 yuan. Yang Biao's mind buzzed with confusion. He needed to make a hasty retreat. "Captain Luo, He Ning, you two chat on. We're leaving." Yang Biao signaled to his companions. "Let us get out of here." "Wait a moment. Are you attempting to slip away from right under the police's noses? Do you hold Captain Luo in such low regard?" He Ning's shout darkened Yang Biao's vision. Desperately, he argued, "He Ning, who robbed you? Do not slander me. How much did I take from you?" He Ning declared the exact amount, 510 yuan. Yang Biao suppressed his panic regarding Captain Luo's harsh stance on street thugs and spread his arms wide, facing 2 officers. "Go ahead, search me. See if I have 510 yuan on me." Captain Luo commanded, "Search them for any money." There was no need to search, Yang Biao signaled to his companions. Several individuals produced their money for the officers to inspect. During the early days of the Lunar New Year, Who wouldn't he have at least 100 or two on them? The two policemen scrutinized each person in turn, affirming that there were indeed no 510 yuan as claimed by He Ning. Luo sighed. He Ning, such matters should not be spoken of lightly. He Ning scoffed. My 510 yuan, marked with Ahian pencil at the bottom corner, was snatched by Yang Biao and divided among 3 others. You ought to investigate further. Yang Biao staggered, nearly losing his balance. He Ning, Luo, the captain, bellowed, search. They gathered the money in their possession and examined it meticulously. 100, 50, and 10 yuan notes. Captain, this one bears A. Captain, this one too has A. The notes inscribed with he totaled precisely 512 yuan. How could Yang Biao possibly refute this? Arrest him. The 2 officers produced handcuffs from their belts and secured them around Yang Biao and his accomplices. Captain, this is a misunderstanding. I was merely borrowing money from He Ning. How could He Ning admit to borrowing money? Captain, this was money I had set aside to purchase piglets in the county, which he stole. Furthermore, on the 20th of the 12th month, he pressured debts from the Huang and Wang families, assaulting their 2 young wives. Captain, I need not elaborate on the crime of robbing innocent women, right? His voice was deliberately loud, ensuring Yang Biao heard every word. Yang Biao and his companions were pushed into the police vehicle by the 2 officers. He Ning shouted once more, Yang Biao, if you wish to settle this with me, come find me in 10 years. The 510 yuan was returned to He Ning in its entirety. Had this money not been recovered from Yang Biao and his associates, they might have simply walked away without consequence. Now, the course of events leading to Yang Biao's arrest had been successfully altered. He Ning addressed Captain Luo. As for my reward, I shall return tomorrow to collect it. I cannot linger any longer. Captain Luo sighed. Very well. He Ning, I shall not delay you further. I will investigate your earlier claims thoroughly. Should you have anything more to report, do not hesitate to come to me. Understood, Captain. He Ning turned to leave. Come on. Bye-bye. Were you frightened? With the police protecting us, there is nothing to fear. Hee, nephew. We are men, unafraid of anything. Let us go. Uncle will buy you a toy gun. Chapter 88. Borrowing a tractor to haul piglets? Bye-bye, are you hungry? Yes. What shall we eat? Uncle, I want to eat buns. He Ning led his nephew through the streets in search of a bun shop, but to no avail. Bye-bye. The bun shops are closed until after the 8th. Let us have beef noodles instead. At the halal beef noodle restaurant, 3 bowls of noodles and a pound of braised beef cost a mere 12 yuan. He Ning muttered, what a bargain, compared to prices 30 years hence. A bowl of noodles at 8 jiao would equate to 8 yuan, and a pound of braised beef at 8 yuan would equal 70. Is that not a steal? With over 500 yuan in his possession, when compared to future values, it amounted to over 5,000 yuan. This sum could purchase 50 piglets, as 500 yuan could buy 50 piglets. Through the glass window of the beef noodle shop, one can observe the taxis and private Santana cars traversing the streets of the county town, along with clusters of bicycles. It is 1993. The town is undergoing a construction boom, with new commercial buildings rising everywhere. A mere 30 to 50,000 can secure a 100 square meter apartment. A decade later, it could be resold for 200,000, and in 20 years, for 500,000. Presently, earning money and purchasing 2 apartments would ensure a lifetime of comfort for one's family. Uncle, you can eat 2 bowls. He Ning affectionately ruffles his nephew's hair. In 2 or 3 years, you'll be able to eat 2 bowls of beef noodles too. The 2 emerge from the noodle shop, leading a mule cart toward the bell and drum tower. They enter the Ruifeng shopping mall, where half of the stalls have already opened for business. Making money is paramount, and the significance of the 8th day of the lunar month is of little concern. However, the appliance market remains closed until the 8th day. Spend a little to buy some essentials for the family. Bye-bye. Keep an eye on our mule. Don't let it get startled. Fortunately, Bye-bye stands outside, watching over the mule cart. Otherwise, He Ning would have been unable to browse the mall for half an hour. A toy submachine gun, measuring a meter in length and equipped with a bayonet, belongs to Bye-bye. A toy revolver is for Juan, and a red hairpin belongs to Min Air. There are his wife's pair of dangling earrings, his sister's hair ties, and his daughter Yu's little clothes, shoes, and hats. There's also Grandpa's back scratcher among a plethora of items. They spend over 20 yuan. The joy of being able to buy these things with his wife by his side is immense. Yet, upon returning home, he may face a scolding from Li Wan for his extravagant spending. He Ning, concerned that Bye-bye might grow impatient waiting outside, hastens to exit the mall. Bye-bye obediently waits in the open space in front of the mall, leading Mei Gu's red mule. Bye-bye, this is yours. Uncle, it's a submachine gun. The 10-year-old boy has never played with toy guns. In the village, there is a vendor who collects pig bristles in the 12th lunar month. Bai once saw a small handgun and begged his parents to trade the pig bristles for it, but He Ning scolded him, saying, "What use is that toy?" The pig bristles were exchanged for sewing needles and red thread for making steamed buns. Bai felt disappointed for several days. Now, cradling the new submachine gun in his arms, he follows closely behind his uncle. His face is flushed with excitement. After finishing the steaming bowl of beef noodles, they step out into the midday sun, and Bai, still clad in a large cotton coat, seems oblivious to the warmth. Bai, aren't you going to take off your coat? Only then does he realize he feels uncomfortable, and he tosses the old coat onto the cart. Clutching the submachine gun, he dizzily follows his uncle and the mule cart. The piglet farm is located on the outskirts of the county town, a facility operated jointly by the government and private investors. Purchasing piglets here is not only economical, but also benefits from long-distance transportation with heating facilities. Uncle, where are we going now? To fetch piglets. Have you forgotten what we are here for? Earn some money, and I'll give you an extra 10 yuan. Uncle, I don't want it. I have a gun. Ahead, a crowd has gathered, clapping and cheering, though it is unclear what they are celebrating. In the past, it was merely a spectacle. In this era, a hallmark of the streets. In his previous life, during this time, He Ning was serving his sentence in a detention center. From the 28th of the 12th lunar month to the 28th of the 1st lunar month, his activities in the county town were devoid of substance. However, upon his release on the 28th of the 1st month, he toiled in the county for the subsequent 3 years. From that moment, he was acutely aware of what would transpire in the places he frequented. Having been reborn, starting from 5 o'clock on the afternoon of the 28th, certain events in the county would unfold identically, provided he did not interfere. He possessed foresight into the future. At that time, there would be no need for arduous efforts to earn a living. He had access to knowledge of what lay ahead. Upon exiting the main street of the county, he was met with a panorama of single-story houses, reminiscent of the quadrangles in his rural hometown. Yet, in the coming decades, land acquisition and demolition would pave the way for towering skyscrapers. Investing 10,000 yuan in a courtyard could yield compensation in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. After a decade of redevelopment, selling a storefront could similarly garner substantial returns. In He Ning's mind, even in Huanyuan County, it seemed as though gold was strewn everywhere. His purpose in returning to life was not to amass a fortune of millions or tens of millions. He was not inclined to live such a life, having experienced enough of it in his previous existence. Juan had longed for 2 piglets during the 12th lunar month, laboriously raising them until the next lunar year to sell one and keep the other as a robust breeding boar. This year, his wife was filled with joy at the prospect of acquiring 2 piglets. He Ning envisioned bringing them home, relishing the smile on his wife's face as she nurtured them day by day. By the following lunar December, they would have a plump, thriving boar. That was the life he desired. Such a life required diligent effort, advancing step by step, which was indeed laborious. With 500 yuan on him, had it not been for the timely arrival of the police car from the local precinct, he would have spent far more time retrieving it. He Ning was not afraid of trouble, but detested anything that delayed serious matters. After loading the piglets, he made a trip to the mining area and rushed home, only to find that night had fallen. He was accompanied by his young nephew. Bai, brandishing a toy gun, boldly challenged the barking dog at the pig farm's entrance, shouting, "Come over if you dare." At the sound of the barking, a middle-aged man in blue work attire emerged from the factory. He Ning quickly greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Chin, back to work on the 7th day, as expected?" Familiar with the surroundings, he chuckled and offered a freshly purchased pack of cigarettes. "Uncle Chin, your son will surely pass the university entrance exam this year. You can rest assured. There's no doubt about it." 7 months later, in his previous life, the boy had indeed been accepted into college. Delivering this foresight sounded like a blessing from He Ning, an auspicious proclamation that delighted Han Yuqin immensely, even as puzzlement flickered across his face. "This young man clearly does not know me. How does he possess such familiarity with this place? Youth, where are you from? How many piglets do you need?" "Uncle Chin, I'm here to transport piglets for the Honghu mining area. I need at least 50. Upon hearing that he was sent by the mining area, Han Yuqin's face broke into a broad smile. The individuals in the mining district seek only the finest piglets and are willing to pay the highest prices. Hurry and let He Ning into the venue." Baiba covers her mouth and nose, trailing behind her uncle, muttering, "It truly stinks. Baiba, this is the scent of the pig farm. We only need to endure it for this one visit." In the 3 years of his previous life, He Ning had traversed this pig farm countless times, and this task was undoubtedly the most loathsome. However, if this deal were successful, it would yield a profit of 2,000. Endure the odor. It is but this one trip. Han Yuqin glanced at the mule cart, feeling disheartened. "Little brother, you are pulling a cart and can hardly transport 50 piglets. Throughout the journey, He Ning's worry centered on this. How could he load 50 piglets onto the cart? Over at the empty yard, Han Yochin's tractor for transporting piglets was conspicuous. "Chin uncle, may I borrow your tractor?" "What? You wish to drive my tractor?" Chapter 89. Does your uncle not know how to drive a tractor? The pig farm operator was utterly perplexed. How could this young man be so familiar with him and the pig farm? It was their first interaction, yet he boldly requested to borrow his tractor. Han Yuchin could hardly bring himself to lend it. He Ning chuckled, "Let me take your tractor for a trip. I will load 100 piglets and return it tomorrow." Wow, this fellow intends to buy 100 piglets? Han Yuchin was set to earn over 1,000. This alleviated some of his recent financial troubles. However, the thought of this young man driving away with his tractor seemed like a jest, especially since he didn't even know him. Han Yuchin wore a troubled expression. "Little brother, how do you know me so well? I don't even know your name. And yet you're asking to borrow my vehicle? I am He Ning, from Shirley Pu in Gaoya Town." Explaining the rest would be quite complicated. Suddenly, a thought flashed in He Ning's mind, recalling the connection to Lao Mao, who transported piglets to the mining district. Han Yochin's expression brightened with excitement. "You know Lao Mao?" In his previous life, He Ning had been a fierce business rival of Lao Mao. This was a matter that would unfold a year later. At this time, Lao Mao was still murmuring about making a trip with a load of piglets to the mining district. A month later, after several negotiations, Lao Mao would relent, conceding the business to He Ning. Thus, He Ning would cultivate a 5-year partnership with Han Yuchin. Fortunately, in those days, there were no mobile phones. Otherwise, a single call could have exposed He Ning, jeopardizing this deal. Upon mentioning his familiarity with Lao Mao, Han Yuchin immediately warmed to him, a portion of the previous tension dissipating. "Isn't Lao Mao the one who transports piglets using this very tractor?" Han Yuchin and his wife meticulously gathered 100 piglets and loaded them into the cages on the tractor's bed. With a jovial shout, he remarked, "Brother He, the sun is shining today. The piglets won't catch cold, so there's no need to cover them too tightly." Each piglet cost 12 yuan, totaling 1,200. He Ning, reaching into his pocket, found only 500 yuan. With a sincere smile, he said, "Chin uncle, I will pay the remaining balance tomorrow. Every last cent." In the early days of the Lunar New Year, it was unheard of to leave debts unpaid. He was fortunate to know his wife had a kind disposition. "Chin uncle, Aunt Lin, my mule and cart are secured here. Do you still doubt I will return your tractor?" The mule was worth 1,000, and the cart several hundred, yet despite its age, the tractor was valued at over 3,000. He Ning understood the couple's distrust. After all, it was their first interaction. "You paid 500 yuan and intended to take away 100 piglets while also wanting to drive off with my tractor. This business could not proceed." The couple attempted to unload the piglets from the truck once more. He Ning swiftly intervened. "Uncle Chin, let us discuss this amicably. It's the beginning of the lunar year, and I genuinely wish to conduct this business with you. I have traveled a great distance and do not wish for any unpleasantness." Han Yuchin sensed his sincerity. "Brother, do you have anything valuable to offer as collateral? Then I will allow you to take the tractor." He Ning searched his entire being. He could hardly muster anything worth more than a mere 10 yuan. His gaze fixated on his nephew, who was holding a submachine gun, ready to charge forward at any moment. "Uncle Chin, you can rest assured with my nephew here, right?" The couple stared wide-eyed at the 10-year-old child, feeling conflicted. It was unreasonable to leave a child as collateral. However, they were in urgent need of over 1,000 yuan for their operational funds. As long as He Ning brought the final payment tomorrow, they could resolve their immediate financial dilemma. A mule, a cart, and a child left here, then allowing him to drive off with the tractor? "Fine. Little brother, it's settled then. The child will be well looked after along with your mule." He Ning exhaled deeply. Had he not known that this couple was reasonable, he would not have ventured to this place. "Bye-bye. Come here. Your uncle has arranged things." Bye-bye ran to his uncle. "Bye-bye. Your uncle will take the tractor to transport the piglets to the Honghu mining area. The mule will remain here, and you are responsible for its care. In the evening, give the mule a bucket of water and some feed from Uncle Han's farm. Do you understand? Just like you look after your donkey." Bye-bye was reluctant to stay, as it was an unfamiliar place. "Listen to your uncle. Once we sell this batch of piglets, we will buy a television tomorrow." Bye-bye's eyes widened in surprise. "Uncle, we're buying a television? You will stay here to care for the mule. I will come early tomorrow to pick you up, and we will go to the county to buy the television. Once we have a TV at home, you could stay for a night or even 3 without any issue." He Ning flashed a toothy grin at the couple from the breeding farm. "I leave my dear nephew in your care. Please prepare him 2 meals. Han Yuchin readily agreed. 2 meals for a child is no trouble at all. The business was settled. A large tarpaulin was draped over the tractor's basket to shield the piglets from the wind as it set off. The weather was fine, sunlight glistening on the tarpaulin. While inside, 100 piglets grunted and jostled together, ensuring they would not be cold during the journey. Furthermore, the tractor was not speeding along the road. After half an hour of rumbling sounds, Han Yuqin asked Bai, who remained behind, "Does your uncle have a tractor?" "No." "Does your family have a tractor?" "No." The child was too occupied playing with the gun to engage properly in conversation. "Hey, if neither your family nor your uncle has a hand tractor, how can he drive so skillfully?" Only then did Bai rein in his excitement from the thought of charging into battle. Casting a glance towards the entrance of the breeding farm, Uncle drove the tractor away with a rumbling sound. It then dawned on him that his uncle had never learned to operate a tractor. "What? Your uncle has never driven a tractor?" Han Yuqin regretted not inquiring about this sooner. Yet, the man had skillfully maneuvered the tractor away, clearly not someone unfamiliar with its operation. He Ning, driving the tractor, was gone for half an hour. In his previous life, he had spent 5 years driving tractors and 7 or 8 years operating tricycles. Later, he transitioned to driving cars and excavators, eventually becoming a site manager in the construction industry, and subsequently a prominent business owner. Returning to life, he found the tractor somewhat unfamiliar. Fortunately, the road was devoid of large vehicles, and any strangeness faded quickly. That morning, as the mule cart reached Lo Jiawen's steep slope, He Ning was pleasantly surprised to see a layer of gravel laid over the long incline. This was a favor from the Mining Area Management Committee for the coal trucks. Otherwise, He Ning would not have dared to resolutely drive the tractor to deliver piglets to the mining district. The majority of the road remained snow-covered, and the tractor advanced slowly yet steadily, successfully completing the task. Nonetheless, it was still twice as fast as the mule cart, reducing the journey to the Han family's residential area by 2 hours. Surrounding the tractor soon gathered a throng of women eager to seize the piglets. "Hey, how am I to know who has paid and who has not? I haven't even announced the price per piglet, and you're already grabbing," he shouted from a line, one after another, for the finest piglets. His outburst managed to calm the restless crowd. 25 each, not a cent less, no debts during the new year. Among the crowd, a woman scolded, "Young man, you came to our place for lunch and drinks at noon, and now you sell each piglet so expensively? Do you have no conscience?" He Ning remained unwavering, insisting on the price. Let them complain. If they had the means, they could choose not to buy. These folks had been waiting for piglets since the lunar December and were hardly likely to turn away now. Complaints were one thing. Quarreling over 3 to 5 yuan was pointless. An hour later, out of 100 piglets, only 20 remained. He called out again, "Is anyone else interested? Are we certain no one wants more?" A woman laughed in response. "Take them back to the residential area." He Ning pretended to be angry, glaring at her. "Sister, don't jest like that. 20 piglets can easily be sold in the village." Driving the tractor back home was quite the spectacle. He Ning, often away from home, found a slight advantage in this. Returning with the tractor allowed him to explain to his wife and sister, 2 women with rather modest aspirations, what he had learned from the less reputable individuals he used to associate with. Would he really go to town and ask Yang Biao and the others if his brother had learned to drive a tractor from them? It was a rare opportunity to drive the tractor back, allowing him to bring home a load of coal. He stacked the empty cages, cleared half the truck bed, and stopped by the coal yard, loading half a truck bed of coal for 200 yuan, enough to keep the family warm for half a year. The tractor lumbered back to the village. Its pace, though slow, far outstripped that of a mule cart. It was just in time for a visit to the town police station to collect a reward of 500 yuan. The rhythmic chugging of the engine, the plume of black smoke from the exhaust, and the steam billowing from the radiator filled the air. He Ning let out a heartfelt song that had been pent up for days. "I reside upon the Lust Plateau and never imagined that my trip to the police station would not be due to any trouble, but rather to claim a monetary reward." It felt surreal. He Ning had visited the police station twice before and had received a warning. Neither his sister nor his wife was aware of this. At this very moment in a prior existence, he had been in detention, released on the afternoon of the 28th day of the first lunar month. That morning, he had handed over 500 yuan to a cadre named Xiao. He was troubled about how to account for that expenditure upon returning home. But now, with the reward in hand, wouldn't that reconcile everything? He had envisioned a grand reception upon collecting the 500 yuan, perhaps with drums and gongs welcoming him, and even the presentation of an honorific title for his bravery in confronting wrongdoing. The tractor came to a halt at the police station's entrance, yet there was no fanfare. A realization that dashed his expectations. With Director Luo absent, he was uncertain whom to approach. He casually knocked on the door of an office and inquired, "Excuse me, young lady, where do I collect the 500 yuan reward?" The officer, clad in uniform, shot him a sharp glance. "It's comrade, not young lady. Officer. Where do I collect the 500 yuan?" The female officer coldly asked, "Are you He Ning?" "Yes. Didn't you say you would come for the money tomorrow?" This caught He Ning off guard, and he sheepishly explained, "I returned early with the tractor and thought I might as well collect the money while I was here." The officer, with an air of indifference, seemed to recognize him due to his prior reprimands at the station, even though he did not remember her. "Go to the finance room to collect your money." He Ning turned and sought the office marked as the finance room. Another female officer, equally frosty in demeanor, handed him the 500 yuan after he signed a few documents and pressed his fingerprint. Despite their icy reception, he had at least secured the money. Other matters were of little concern now. As he exited the police station's courtyard, he felt a profound understanding wash over him, akin to that of a 50-year-old. These officers were likely resisting the new director Luo. During the 12th lunar month, it was evident that he had not provided them with additional bonuses or allowances, forcing them to work overtime to tidy up the town streets. Leading a township is no easy task. He Ning was curious about how Yang Biao and the others had been dealt with, but judging by the officers' expressions, they would not divulge anything. By this time, the sun had set, leaving a biting chill in its wake. He had shed his sheepskin coat and warm hat earlier that day on the mule cart. As he drove the tractor home, he felt the cold seep into his bones, catching a chill that made him question how he could go out to conduct his business. He returned to the police station to ask the female officer if the 2 coats he had surrendered 2 days prior were still there. She shot him a glance and pointed with her chin, "Aren't those?" The 2 yellow coats were carelessly tossed on the doorstep. He Ning picked one up and put it on, feeling discontented. How could the items he had painstakingly acquired for the state be so carelessly discarded? The clothing now belongs to him, as does the 500 yuan. It is likely that the watch will also become his possession. He inquires once more of the female officer, "What about the watch?" The officer suddenly widens her eyes in disbelief. "What are you saying? Do you also wish to claim stolen property? That must be returned to the truck driver." Return it to the truck driver? It was originally what He Ning intended to wear. Recognizing its considerable value, he refrained from taking it and handed it over to Director Luo. It seemed futile to reason with the young woman in the uniform who was glaring at him. The aroma of food wafted from their kitchen. He playfully asked the officer, "Would you like to buy a piglet? Quite inexpensive, only 25 each." The officer retorted sharply, "Get out. Is this a place to sell piglets?" He Ning shot her a sidelong glance. "Doesn't the station have a dozen people who need to eat? What is wrong with raising a couple of piglets? It's not as if this is a police station from 30 years in the future." Upon exiting the station, he retrieved a warm hat and a mask from beneath the tractor seat. Once donned, along with his yellow coat, he felt snug and warm as he drove the tractor home. By the time he entered the village, the sky had darkened considerably. In Shirley-Pu village, Wang Yuandan, who operated a small grocery store, on a tractor, his family would make trips to the county every 6 months for supplies, and when the tractor rumbled into the village, it created quite a stir. In spring, it was used to haul sand, echoing through the river bend, garnering much attention. Now, as He Ning drove his tractor into the village, it rumbled loudly. Without the perspective of a 50-year-old, He Ning felt quite impressive at this moment. He first passed by his uncle's house. His aunt, Wang Qin, hearing the tractor, stretched her neck to look, emerging from the yard. Not recognizing the driver, she watched as the tractor passed by her home, only to hear the faint sounds of piglets squealing from inside the vehicle. Wang Qin stepped forward, blocking the tractor's path. "Hey, are you selling piglets? How much for each?" He Ning halted the tractor and removed his mask, glaring back. "Aunt, 50 each. If you want them, come to my front gate. Cash up front, no credit." Wang Qin stiffened, her expression darkening. She stepped back, clearing the way for the tractor to pass. She stared at the tractor's shadow for a long moment, lost in thought. The sound of the vehicle echoed along the village path, strikingly out of place, drawing several onlookers to their doorsteps. They presumed it was Wang Yuandan's tractor. Yet, the driver, clad in a hat and mask and adorned in a yellow coat, though unrecognizable, clearly did not belong to the Yuandan family. As the tractor rolled past, the piglets inside bounced and cried out in hunger. "Hey, the one hauling piglets. Stop. How much for each?" But the tractor continued on. Night had fallen, and He Ning was eager to return home to assure his wife, children, and sister of his safety. He had not returned this late in days, and he had left the house that morning with his brother-in-law and nephew. After an early morning argument, he had sent his brother-in-law home, leaving his young nephew at the pig farm for the night. Things were not quite as smooth as he had hoped. Upon returning home, I hurriedly explained the situation to my sister. A few women, interested in purchasing piglets, had seen the tractor making its way noisily towards the east, heading in the direction of He Ning's residence. Several women jogged behind the tractor from a distance. The tractor came to a halt at the base of the slope before the main gate, while He Ning had already dashed up the small hill and entered the courtyard. The women gathered around the tractor, their curiosity piqued. Lifting the tarpaulin, they discovered over 20 plump piglets, grunting amidst the straw. Oh, what fine piglets! They appear quite robust. Larger than the 2 I acquired last year. I shall take 2. One exclaimed. Wait, does this mean the person selling piglets has gone to He Ning's house? Has he made connections with the outside seller and brought them to our village? That rascal looks just like him. Nonsense. When has He Ning ever driven a tractor? In this day and age, knowing how to operate a tractor is hardly remarkable. The women deliberated on whether to inquire at He Ning's home. However, they suddenly remembered that his wife had just given birth and was still in confinement. It would be inappropriate for them to visit empty-handed during the New Year festivities, especially without bringing something for Juan. Let us wait here instead. Chapter 91. A small gift for everyone. Xiao Wenwen and Minner were playing on the doorstep. They teased Haizi, who softly growled a warning to them to be gentler. Suddenly, a peculiar figure entered through the gate, startling the 2 children who prepared to retreat indoors. He removed his hat, took off his mask, and cast aside his yellow coat onto the doorstep. Wenwen, Daddy's back, he announced, brandishing a bright red toy revolver for Xiao Wenwen to admire. Daddy, it's a handgun. How fun. After a year, Xiao Wenwen spoke with much greater fluency. He carried his son inside, calling out to his niece, Minner, come here. Uncle has bought you a hairpin. Really, Uncle? He Ning shouted again. Sister Wanner, come into this room. He Yin was in the kitchen tidying up the dishes from the family's recent meal. Upon hearing her brother's return, she hurriedly warmed up a pot of sauced soup to prepare noodles, knowing that her brother must be hungry after such a late return. She quickly called out, just a moment, I will bring you your meal. The son settled himself on the calm, playing with the gun. He Ning opened his coat, retrieving a red hairpin from his inner pocket. Here you go. Minner, let Uncle put this on for you. Minner beamed with joy. Uncle, I asked my mom for a hairpin, but she wouldn't buy me one. I traded some pig bristles for a red thread instead. You want a hairpin? And Biba wants a toy gun. Just for a handful of pig bristles? What will your mother do? It's all right. Uncle loves you both. Minner, with her petite frame, was overjoyed at receiving the long-awaited hairpin. He Yin called from outside. Minner, please lift the door curtain for me. She entered, carrying a long tray filled with dishes. Ningzi, I was just worried about your late return. I almost considered going to the village entrance to look for you, and here you are. Not seeing her son and the man, He Yin furrowed her brow and asked, Ningzi, did your brother-in-law take Biba back to Xiaoshui? At a loss on how to explain the earlier incident with her brother-in-law, her sister's question provided an opening. Sister, my brother-in-law and Biba have gone home. Having said this, he quickly lowered his head to eat. He Yin muttered under her breath, why did he take Biba back? He could have returned alone. He Yin speculated early on that Zhang Dongping had turned back to Xiaoshui village on his way home. If the mule cart was loaded with piglets returning to the village, the profits would belong to Zhang Dongping's family. Accompanying his brother-in-law on a trip to earn some money could be regarded as a legitimate endeavor for Zhang Dongping during the first month of the year. He Yin chose to overlook his idleness playing mahjong during this period. Feeling famished, He Ning devoured several bowls of noodles in swift succession. He distributed the items he had brought along from his pockets. Grandfather, your scratching stick. He wanly chuckled, his white beard trembling. Ningzi, did you buy this for me? This is what they call a filial stick. Sister, this is for you, he said, presenting a beautiful hairpin adorned with a lovely bow. He Yin smiled but chided. What a waste of money. What did you buy for Jia? A pair of earrings? I personally helped my wife put them on. Earrings. Well done, young man. Your wife must be thrilled to receive such a thoughtful gift, He Yin remarked. She stepped outside briefly before returning with another plate of noodles. He Ning, truly famished, finished 7 bowls of noodles without He Yin being surprised anymore. Li Wan entered, her cheeks slightly flushed, her large eyes sparkling. Ningzi, did my sister say you bought me something? Having not seen her husband for a while, she was nursing Yaya on the calm. Upon hearing her sister mention that He Ning had bought her a pair of earrings, her heart raced with excitement as she hurried over to see. During the 12th lunar month, He Ning's expenditure on New Year goods had caused Li Wan considerable distress, as she had not anticipated that he could earn money. Now that he had made some earnings and was gifting her small tokens, her heart swelled with joy. Ningzi? Li Wan gazed intently at He Ning, reminiscent of the moments 4 years ago when his sweet words had captured her heart. However, He Ning was no longer that young rogue. He had earned money to buy her gifts. He extended his palm, revealing 2 vibrant and exquisite earrings. Juan, let me put these on for you. For years ago, when she was just a girl, Li Wan had pierced her ears, often wearing matchsticks as adornments. She had never worn earrings as beautiful as these. He Ning, unsure of what his sister and wife truly liked, had simply followed his instincts while shopping and purchased these items. Coincidentally, they were exactly what Li Wan desired. Ningzi, they are so beautiful. How much did they cost? Not expensive, just 10 or 8 yuan. Li Wan's expression suddenly changed. What? 10 or 8 yuan? He Ning quickly replied. A pair only costs 50 cents. Can't you tell they're made of plastic? At last, Li Wan's expression returned to normal. In front of the vendor. These earrings indeed cost merely 50 cents. He carefully put them on her ears. Minner clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, Wow, Auntie, you're so beautiful. Li Wan's face turned crimson as she laughed. Beautiful? I can't even wash my hair. It's a mess. Juan, I'll wash your hair tonight, He Ning declared. Startling He Yin. Ningzi, don't be ridiculous. How can you wash her hair during the confinement period? Sister, the stove is warm and with hot water. It will be fine after 10 days. He Yin retorted, Stop talking nonsense. In the courtyard, Li Hongmei called out, Juan, is Ningzi back? He Ning's heart tightened. Mei Gu's mule cart had yet to return, and he had not brought her any gifts. He felt quite embarrassed, listening to the sounds from within the house. Li Hongmei lifted the curtain and entered. Juan, there's a tractor selling piglets parked at the riverbank, surrounded by a group of women. They asked me to come in and inquire about it. Li Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Aunt, the tractor is carrying piglets? He Ning, sensing trouble, dashed outside, fearing that the unreasonable women of the village might seize a piglet from him without payment. He called out, Juan, sister, I drove the tractor back. I will explain shortly. Li Wan and He Yin were taken aback. Mei Gu, he drove the tractor back? Li Hongmei also turned to leave, muttering, Where's my mule cart? Li Hongmei hurried out of the courtyard, more eager to catch 2 piglets. In front of the tractor, He Ning was already in a heated dispute with several women. It's only 25 yuan. Take it or leave it. He Ning, I am your aunt. How can you ask me for 25 yuan? Aren't you ashamed? Go away, fat aunt. I won't sell it to you for 50. Yet, fat aunt was determined to grab 2 piglets, reaching into the cage. He Ning recalled her scornful remarks from the past winter, and his anger flared. Fat aunt, take your hand away. Seeing his fierce expression, she withdrew her hand. Remembering his notorious behavior in the village, Aunt Ba from the village chief's family wanted one. He Ning offered her a piglet. Aunt Ba, you can have it for 20 yuan. Selling for 25 yuan in the mining district was due to the women there having more money. Selling in their own village at that price was indeed excessive. As several women rushed to seize the piglets, He Ning called out, Stop pushing. I will bring more tomorrow. Everyone will get their share. Li Hongmei, standing behind the group of women, was not worried about not getting a piglet, but as she noticed only 5 or 6 left in the cage, she anxiously shouted, Ningzi, don't sell out Wan's and my piglets. He Ning urged the women away. Don't look, these are for our family. Come back tomorrow. They left, grumbling. Since he had driven the tractor to deliver piglets, why had he brought only 20? To appease everyone? Li Hongmei held 2 piglets, her smile wide. Ningzi, I'll give you money. She rummaged through her belongings. Aunt, do I still need your money? What about your mule and cart? How do we settle that? Li Hongmei chuckled. You bought the piglets, so we can't let you lose money. I'll cover your costs. Aunt, if you keep saying that, you and Juan will break our hearts. Li Hongmei muttered, this child. While carrying the piglets home, Li Hongmei suddenly remembered where she had left her mule cart. Did I leave the cart at the pig farm? Don't worry, Aunt, tomorrow morning. I'll drive the tractor back to the pig farm and bring the mule cart early. Li Hongmei returned home, cheerful. The piglets had been hungry all afternoon, and she hurried to feed them until they were full. In this chapter, the small-mindedness of women is highlighted, as throughout the year, without a New Year pig, one feels unable to celebrate properly in the village. In her heart, the capture of 2 piglets held paramount importance. For the following year, she nurtured a pair of children while simultaneously tending to the 2 piglets. Additionally, she managed several acres of land. As a farmer hailing from the 70s, no matter how harsh life became, she persevered. Though the man was a scoundrel, she gritted her teeth and endured, holding on until he turned 25. If he remained a scoundrel then, her heart would turn to stone, and she would focus solely on her children, enduring life as it came. However, this year, He Ning brought her a New Year's celebration that was not one of suffering, but rather filled her heart with indescribable excitement and joy. It felt as if she were in a dream, lost in a daze. Each day upon waking, she silently counted how many days had passed since the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, and now, half a month had gone by. Tonight, he returned with a tractor, hauling 4 piglets back home, fulfilling Li Wan's long-held dream for the past 6 months. Their home now boasted 2 piglets. He Yin gathered a large bundle of straw and laid it down in the dilapidated cave behind the house, sealing the entrance with a few wooden planks and a curtain. The 4 piglets were inside, grunting contentedly. She prepared a basin of cornmeal and bran, scalding it with hot water before tempering it with cold. He Yin served the mixture to the piglets while Li Wan watched closely, muttering, Sister, May I help you feed your 2 piglets? Nonsense. With 2 children and 2 piglets. You have enough to worry about without adding mine. Juan whispered. Sister, Ningzi is taking care of the family. I can manage. He shot a glare at her sister-in-law. Juan, do you mean to keep Ningzi at home to watch the children? Can't you see he is meant for business? The money you have won't be sufficient if you spend part of it during spring plowing on bricks and timber. Juan, heed your sister's advice. Don't hold Ningzi back from making money. He has the ability to earn 10,000 yuan, enough to renovate your 2 dilapidated earthen houses. 10,000. Sister. Li Wan's dazed expression lingered. He implied that while her younger brother was curbing his scoundrel ways, he should seize the opportunity to earn more, to prevent the villagers from mocking her family for their rundown home. Sister-in-law, you best not restrain him. After a few words, Li Wan nodded repeatedly. He urged Li Wan back into the house. Do not worry about the piglets. They will not freeze in this cave. If you stay outside too long, you might catch a chill. Hurry back inside. Once the 2 women had finished tending to the piglets, they returned indoors, only to find He Ning absent. He had unloaded half a truckload of coal at the foot of the slope, with their family cart and Mei Gu's cart both unavailable. It was inconvenient to move the coal back to the yard. He could only borrow someone else's cart for the task. After contemplating, He Ning decided to head to Grandma Zhang's house. Zhang's eldest cousin stood at the entrance, peering towards the tractor. Cousin, my aunt has brought the 2 piglets. Zhang Fuxiang, observing He Ning's expression, smiled broadly. Ningzi, you've done a commendable job, bringing piglets for the villagers while earning money for yourself. Your cousin has great faith in you. He Ning grinned, rubbing his hands together. Cousin, would you lend me your cart just once for the half-ton of coal at the river bend? Zhang Fuxiang pointed towards the courtyard, instructing, it's in the yard. Take it for use, and return it once you're done. All right, cousin, I will definitely bring it back, He Ning replied. Within an hour, He Ning returned, pulling a cart loaded with coal for Zhang's uncle. Zhang Fuxiang was taken aback, unsure of what to say, a broad smile adorning his face. Oh, Ningzi, this is quite embarrassing. You've exerted yourself to bring back this load of coal. How could you possibly give it to me? He Ning pushed the cart of coal to the corner of his family's courtyard, tipping it over. Clapping his hands and laughing, he said, Uncle, your coal will last until the Qingming festival. This cart will suffice for 3 months. We can fetch more after the busy farming season. He Ning implied that this cart of coal would alleviate Zhang Fuxiang's pressing needs for the next 3 months. As He Ning prepared to leave, Zhang Fuxiang pulled him back, pressing 20 yuan into his hands. Ningzi, take this. I've noticed you are more responsible now. However, I cannot accept this coal for free. You should keep it. He Ning felt conflicted. Dear uncle, accepting money makes it feel distant between us. You should just accept the coal, and we can maintain our close relationship. If you refuse, I will remain the same scoundrel in your eyes. His words thwarted Zhang Fuxiang's intention to pay. After saying this, He Ning turned to depart. Zhang Fuxiang muttered behind him, is this lad really the same scoundrel as before? Upon returning home, Juan's large eyes were fixed on him. Although He Yan's eyes were not as large as Juan's, she too stared wide-eyed. Li Wan cautiously asked, Ningzi, is the coal all sorted? He Ning washed his hands and face, replying, yes, half a ton is done. It will last us for over 6 months. Megu's coal is running low, so we should share half with her. The 2 women were intensely gazing at him, hoping for something. After washing up and wiping his hands, He Ning perceived their expectant gazes. Counting money? Just say so. I almost forgot about that, he chuckled. He scolded playfully. What are you pretending for? Didn't you say you brought back 100 piglets? I just want to know how much we can earn. He Ning reached into his pocket, handing Li Wan 2,000 yuan, stating, you and sister can each have 1,000. Count it for fun. The 2 women counted their 1,000 each, exchanging puzzled glances. He weakly inquired, Ningzi, earning 1,000 in a day seems unbelievable, doesn't it? The cost for 100 piglets alone would be 1,000 yuan. After taking 80 to the mining area, he sold 14 of the 20 brought back to the village, leaving 6. All things considered, earning 1,000 would be fortunate. He Ning still had another 1,000 on him. Tomorrow, he would sell a television, needing to settle the balance with the pig farm owner and purchase 50 more piglets. Tomorrow's expenses would be even greater. He asked Li Wan for the return of 1,000 yuan. Sister, please keep that 1,000 for me. This was merely an excuse. He genuinely wanted to give it to her. Yet, He Ning understood that she would indeed save the money for him. He grinned, saying, I will keep it safe for you. We'll use it for bricks by the end of March. The matter of building a house had been elevated in their plans for the year. Li Wan, lost in thought, suddenly heard the sound of Yaya crying and saw He Ning leap onto the bed to embrace and rock Yaya. Little Yaya wondered if she had thought of her father. What delightful treasures has father brought for you? One by one, he retrieves a red cotton jacket, matching pants, and little tiger shoes from his clothing pocket. Come, my dear. Let's dress our daughter in her new attire. Li Wan takes little Yaya in her arms, murmuring, Yaya, Daddy has bought you new clothes. Aren't you excited? Yet. Little Yaya is not pleased. She wails and shakes her head vigorously. Li Wan cradles her tiny head against her chest. He Ning hears the soft sounds of milk being sipped and remarks, I'm parched. Today's sauce soup was overly salty. He hops off the Kong and scoops a ladle of water from the well, gulping it down. How refreshing the well water is. The eldest sister cares for their mother-in-law. And the most strenuous task is not cooking, but drawing buckets of water from the well to fill the cistern. He Ning lifts the bucket and, in one breath, hauls 3 buckets, filling the cistern to the brim. He declares, Sister, I shall visit Aunt May to discuss something. Wenwen has acquired a toy gun and is in the adjacent room, playfully shooting at great-grandpa. Wenwen, why not take a spin with Daddy? Wenwen rushes over, eager to be held by his father, who carries him all the way to Aunt May's home. Chapter 93. Such care. Intimate and subtle Li Hongmei scolds her 3 children in a loud voice, which He Ning hears even at her doorstep. Little Wenwen also catches the sound. Daddy. Auntie is scolding. He Ning kisses his son's cheek, feeling a surge of joy. This little one has been speaking fluently and articulating clearly these past few days. Son, it is improper for adults to scold children. Daddy scolds too. He Ning is taken aback. Indeed, he is scolded, yet little Wenwen has been so affectionate towards him lately. He plants a tender kiss on his son's forehead. Wenwen, I shall not scold you anymore, nor your mother. I cherish you both. He calls out Aunt May. The scolding ceases, and Li Hongmei emerges from the house, her face flushed with anger. Aunt, why do you scold my siblings? He Ning has never witnessed Li Hongmei scolding her children in such a manner. Xian Yuan sobs intermittently, and Yong Yong's tears flow freely. Why are his younger siblings, who are so well-behaved, being reprimanded? Xian Yuan, what is the matter? Why is mother scolding you? Li Hongmei scolds again. You are both in junior high? You should be more obedient. Aunt, what is going on? Li Hongmei, still fuming, explains the situation. The 2 children had vanished since noon and were nowhere to be found during mealtime. Li Hongmei searched the neighborhood and eventually found them at the village chief He Fuin's home, standing at the threshold of the chief's house. She overheard the chief's wife speaking disapprovingly. Xian Yuan, you and your brother have been watching television at my house all day. It's time to go home. Xian Yuan replied, 6th aunt. Let me finish this episode. I'm almost done. 6th aunt retorted, why don't you ask your mother to buy you a television? What does it mean to watch television at my house every day? This was what Li Hongmei heard when she arrived at the village chief's home after bringing the piglets back. She hurried the children home and scolded them thoroughly, leaving them in tears. Aunt May's sentiment was clear. How could her children spend an entire day watching television at someone else's house? It was the height of the new year, and it was ungracious to drive others away. Li Hongmei pondered how her children could possibly be disliked by others. He Ning gently grasped Xuan Yuan's hand to offer comfort, asking, Xian Yuan, what television show has captivated you and your brother so? Journey to the West, Sun Longkong, she replied. He Ning chuckled and corrected her, Xian Yuan, it is Sun Wukong. He understood the siblings' fascination. Nowadays, the television adaptation of Journey to the West enthralled children to the point where they would forsake meals to watch it. During this festive season, 2 episodes aired promptly from 5 to 7 in the afternoon. Li Hongmei's ire stemmed from witnessing a multitude of villagers gathered in the village chief's home, engrossed in the television, while the chief's wife chose to scold her children. This deeply unsettled Li Hongmei. He Ning smiled broadly, ruffling the hair of his younger siblings. Have you both completed your winter holiday assignments? Xian Yuan asserted that she had, and Yong Yong echoed her claim. Xian Yuan shot her brother a glance, exclaiming, you haven't finished. Look at all that you still have left. He Ning kindly intervened. Xian Yuan, from now on, you shall tutor your brother in his winter assignments. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, you both will watch Journey to the West, Sun Wukong on our television. Just as Li Hongmei was about to turn away, she paused upon hearing this, inquiring, Ningzi, are you truly going to buy a television tomorrow? Annie, that is precisely what I wanted to discuss. You and my uncle should refrain from going out tomorrow afternoon. I will procure a television for both our families. The desire to purchase a television had been on Mei Gu's mind since the 12th lunar month, but their earnings from selling black melon seeds in summer had amounted to just over 900 yuan. A Longfeng brand black and white television cost over 500 yuan, while a color television was a distant dream at over 3,000 yuan, which was a staggering sum. In Li Hongmei's mind, He Ning had been clamoring to earn money to buy a television for Li Wan. Had the shops in the county not opened until the 8th day of the new year, He Ning would have purchased the television days earlier. Li Hongmei believed He Ning was solely buying a television for his own family, but He Ning had intentions of acquiring one for Mei Gu's family as well. With the prospect of watching television, Yuan readily agreed to assist her brother with his winter assignments. The two of them leaned against the Kong, with the sister teaching and the brother writing. Moments later, Yuan exclaimed in frustration, "How foolish. You can't even solve this problem." Yong, already feeling downcast from his mother's scolding, was further disheartened by his sister's rebuke and began to cry in utter misery. He Ning thought to himself that his nephew Baiba's winter assignments were likely in disarray as well. However, it mattered not. It would not hinder his future as a university student. Wenwen yawned widely, prompting He Ning to swiftly carry him home. The moment Wenwen nestled in his father's arms, he fell asleep. Tomorrow marked the 8th day of the new year. He Ning leaned forward to his grandfather, asking loudly, "Grandfather, how do you feel?" "Ningzi, your grandfather eats well and sleeps well." He Ning gritted his teeth, harboring a deep resentment towards his second uncle and aunt. Although these were events of a past life, he wondered if he had not interfered in his grandfather's life, would his grandfather have passed peacefully on this 8th day? Then, on the 13th day of the new year, there would be a bustling funeral for his grandfather, with Wenwen wearing a red mourning cap, filled with pride. His grandfather was fine, but Yuan was not. As his sister and Minner settled down to sleep, He Ning noticed Yuan grimacing in pain, prompting him to ask, "Wife, what troubles you?" "It is nothing." Yet the discomfort on Yuan's face is palpable. "What do you mean it's nothing, my dear? Are you feeling unwell?" For the past couple of days, Yuan has been experiencing both itchiness and pain, yet she is too embarrassed to confide in her sister, let alone her husband. How could He Ning possibly understand gynecological issues? Yet, astonishingly, he perceives her distress at a glance. "Juan, have you not cleaned properly?" Yuan nods, murmuring, "It's inconvenient." "What do you mean inconvenient? I am your husband. You can simply squat down and wash. What is there to fear?" He Ning finds her overly cautious demeanor truly perplexing. Because her sister has been staying over the past few nights, Yuan has endured her discomfort rather than clean herself. He Ning swiftly exits the room and returns 5 minutes later with a new basin purchased from Wang Yuandan's small shop. He pours boiling water to sanitize it, adjusts the temperature, and sets it down on the floor. Embracing his wife and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, he encourages, "Juan, hurry and wash. I'll turn off the light." Yuan melts under his affectionate embrace and comforting words. A man's genuine concern is truly felt. He Ning's words hold weight. With the light extinguished, Yuan squats down to wash herself. He Ning lies on the Kong, listening to the sound of splashing water, his heart aching once more. A few moments later, Yuan softly prompts, "Ningzi, could you turn on the light?" With a swift flick, the light is switched back on, disturbing the slumber of Wenwen and Yaya. He Ning retrieves a newspaper from beneath the Kong, leans over the edge, and uses it to cover the light bulb, ensuring the children are shielded from the brightness. Finally, he switches off the light again. By this time, Yuan has nestled under the covers, extending her arm to pull He Ning close. "Ningzi," she murmurs, "why are your eyes still wet with tears?" Yuan buries her head in He Ning's embrace, whispering softly, "Ningzi, I know what you are thinking, but it is not the right time." "Juan, what could I possibly be thinking? To deny it would be disingenuous, Juan. Are you in pain?" Yuan nods in acknowledgement. He Ning sighs, realizing that taking Juan to the hospital for an examination is not feasible at the moment. Yet without a checkup, he is uncertain about which medication to procure. "Juan, please do not feel embarrassed. Use some soft paper or cotton to collect a sample. I will take it to the hospital tomorrow for testing, so I can get you the proper medicine." Ningzi. Chapter 94. The tractor's handle is lost. The red mule has been stolen. As she drifts off to sleep, Yuan suddenly jolts awake, murmuring, "Oh no." She gently lowers her arm from around her body, gets off the Kong, and heads outside. In her daze, she asks, "Ningzi, what's wrong?" Yuan, also on the verge of slumber, struggles to keep her eyes open, thinking that He Ning has merely stepped out to use the restroom. However, he is not going to the restroom. He is draining the water from the tractor's water tank. This task had slipped his mind before bed. If the tank is not emptied, the diesel engine could freeze and crack in the frigid winter overnight, rendering the tractor useless. Not only would they be unable to go to the pig farm the next day, but they would also owe someone 3,000 yuan, rendering their hard work over the past 10 days futile. It would be as if they had regressed back to square one. Fortunately, the thought of this task suddenly resurfaced just before she was about to fall asleep. At the entrance of the home, large vehicles could not ascend. The tractor could only be parked at the foot of the slope near the river bend. He Ning, disregarding the need for a heavy winter coat, hurried to the vehicle and turned the water release button, through which a stream of water gushed forth from a small aperture. All was well. With a sigh of relief, he returned home to sleep. In the middle of the night, he heard Yuan rise to nurse Yia, softly murmuring, "Such a precious little one. So obedient." He Ning wished to sit up and assist with changing the diaper, allowing his wife more time to rest. Yet, his eyelids felt heavy and unyielding. Little Yia did not cry throughout the night, and the new father slept soundly until dawn. As the morning light filtered in, he sat up, tapping his forehead and muttering, "What a night it has been. Who has attended to you? If it becomes too much, I shall have your sister take over." Juan was already awake, standing and sipping warm water. She gazed at her husband, feeling an unfamiliar warmth in her heart. "Ningzi, it's all right. Your sister can sleep beside me. I also woke several times to feed the baby. Juan, give me your belongings. Once we reach the county, I will first take you to the hospital for tests and medication." In that moment, Juan felt that this man was truly close to her heart and soul. A handful of cotton from a paper bundle found its way into He Ning's pocket. "Wife, once the month passes and the weather warms, I shall take you for a thorough checkup at the hospital." Juan's heart fluttered, her cheeks flushing. "Ningzi, I'm fine. I am not so delicate. You need not worry." "Indeed, I do not worry." He rose from the bed to wash up and have breakfast. "Juan, today I will take the tractor to the pig farm. It will be 2 hours faster than the mule, so there is no rush to leave early." When He Yin awoke and entered the room, He Ning echoed the same sentiment, his thoughts lingering on his grandfather. In the adjacent room, he found his grandfather sitting sprightly on the edge of the Kong, enjoying a fried egg. He uttered a silent thought. "Grandfather, if you were at my second uncle's house, today would be the day." He Ning wished to stay and celebrate the 8th day of the new year with his grandfather. However, the tractor needed to be returned promptly. Meigu's mule cart was at the pig farm, and his nephew was there too. It was best to head to the pig farm early. He poured half a pot of boiling water into the tractor's water tank, but it was insufficient. On a winter morning, the diesel engine was frigid and unresponsive. He kindled a fire to warm the rear axle of the vehicle. He Ning spat into his palm, lowered his head, and reached for the crank handle. Yet, the crank handle was missing. Where was it? He searched from the front to the back of the tractor, but there was no sign of it. This was disastrous. He had forgotten to bring the crank handle into the house last night. Who had taken it? Damn, who could be so careless? He Ning circled the tractor twice, finding no clues. There was no time to investigate who had taken the crank handle. He was already more than an hour late compared to the previous day's departure. He Ning sprinted toward Wang Yuandan's home. This early in the morning, he heard no tractor rumbling through the village. Wang Yuandan's vehicle had not been taken out, but it was possible that a relative had borrowed it, which would be catastrophic. He could only run to Shaoshui village to seek his brother-in-law's assistance, hoping he might borrow a crank handle from someone in their village. He had argued with his brother-in-law just yesterday. Asking for help again felt burdensome. Standing at the entrance of Wang Yuandan's small shop, he knocked twice on the door. At this early hour, the shop had yet to open. He continued knocking. "Uncle Wang, don't sleep any longer." Wang Yuandan was jolted awake by the sound of banging on the door of the small shop early in the morning. A few minutes later, he opened the door. "He Ning, what brings you here so early? It's hardly the time for shopping." "Uncle Wang, will you sell me the handle for your tractor?" Wang Yuandan was already half annoyed, and upon hearing this, his irritation boiled over. "He Ning, are you out of your mind? Why would I sell you my handle?" "Uncle, I just need to borrow your handle for a moment. Someone stole the handle from my tractor last night." Wang Yuandan couldn't help but laugh. "Nonsense. Who steals a handle and leaves the tractor behind?" He Ning's expression was one of utter exasperation. "Uncle, it's obvious they were targeting me. They stole my handle, but left the tractor." Wang Yuandan refused. "I need my tractor today for important matters. How could I lend it to you? You'd be wasting my entire day." He Ning gritted his teeth. Desperate times call for desperate measures. "I'm in dire straits, and you're saying no? Here, take this 10 yuan. I promise to buy cigarettes and alcohol from your shop in the future." Wang Yuandan's refusal stemmed not only from his need for the tractor, but also from the fact that He Ning had been making quite a bit of money lately. Having returned just yesterday after selling a truckload of piglets, the prestige of driving a tractor had been stolen from Wang Yuandan by He Ning. Thus, he was unwilling to lend him the handle. He attempted to explain that if He Ning borrowed it, he wouldn't be able to leave the house today. He Ning's face darkened. "Uncle, if you lend me the handle, I'll drive past your place and return it right after. Isn't that reasonable?" Wang Yuandan hesitated, ignoring the 10 yuan He Ning offered, and did not turn to fetch the handle. He Ning felt an urge to confront him physically, recalling the roughness of his past. "Do you really believe your shop can survive in this village?" Wang Yuandan shot him a glare, snatched the 10 yuan from He Ning's hand, and retreated into his yard. He returned with the handle, visibly irritated, and handed it to He Ning. The sun had just begun to rise over the eastern hills. He Ning, clutching the handle, rushed back to his tractor, muttering curses under his breath. "When I find out who stole my handle, I swear I'll make them regret it." His anger fueled the tractor's engine, which sputtered and belched black smoke. He cursed Wang Yuandan one last time. "You wait. I'll be back in a couple of days with a brand new tractor. As he passed by Wang Yuandan's shop, Wang Yuandan, clad in a thick cotton coat, shouted, "Give me back my handle." He Ning tossed the handle at Wang Yuandan's feet. "Watch it, you almost hit my foot." Though he had lent He Ning the handle to alleviate his immediate crisis, Wang Yuandan was still vexed by the insults he had endured. Now, having reclaimed the handle, he was left worried. What if the tractor suddenly stalled on the way? He Ning cautiously drove the tractor towards the pig farm on the outskirts of the county. Afraid to stop or turn off the engine. An hour and 40 minutes of arduous driving left me drenched in sweat along my back. The tractor cautiously rolled into a nearby repair shop on the outskirts of the county, where it had to remain running. Fortunately, the shop was open for business. I inquired with a grease-stained mechanic, "How much for a new crank handle for my tractor?" "5 yuan. He replied. 5 yuan for a mere crank handle seemed exorbitant. With little time to bicker over the price, I paid and tossed the new handle onto the seat, directing the tractor straight to the pig farm. Time was of the essence. I had promised Mei Gu's younger sibling that I would return with the television and set it up before 5, so they could watch Journey to the West. The children had eagerly awaited my return since dawn, their eyes alight with anticipation. The tractor roared to a halt outside the iron gate of the pig farm. I shouted, "Uncle Chin, open the door." The gate swung open, revealing Han Yuqin standing with a furrowed brow, an unusual sight. Bai Bai also stood at the entrance, cradling a submachine gun, his earlier exuberance now seemingly diminished. "Uncle, why have you only just arrived?" Bai Bai shouted. "Have you been wronged?" I asked. "No," he replied. As I maneuvered the tractor inside, Bai Bai shouted something, but the noise of the engine drowned him out. Once the tractor was parked and turned off, I jumped down, retrieving money from my pocket. "Uncle Chin, here's the 700 from yesterday. Don't sulk." "Brother He Ning, your red mule was stolen last night," he exclaimed. "What?" My legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath me. Just moments ago, Bai Bai had mentioned something about the mule running away. It was Mei Gu's red mule. Chapter 95. No compensation for the mule. Just borrow the tractor for a few more days. The news from the pig farm owner, Han Yuqin, was overwhelming. I scanned the area, while the cart was present. The red mule was nowhere to be found. I thought, "Han Yuqin, are you playing tricks?" "Uncle Chin, this is no jest. That mule belongs to my relatives. If it's truly lost, how will I explain it to them?" Han Yuqin wore a troubled expression as he recounted the events of the previous night. After I had taken the tractor, he was filled with dread until midnight, as the child had remarked that they had never seen their uncle drive a tractor. The icy roads posed a risk, and he feared the worst. Eventually, he could endure no longer and fell asleep on the bed. Upon awakening at dawn, he discovered the red mule had vanished. He scoured the vicinity, but the myriad paths made it impossible to locate the animal. In his heart, Han Yuqin's first suspicion fell upon me. He wondered if I had driven off with the tractor only to steal the mule. During our conversation, he had discerned my less than stellar character. I was known for drinking and gambling, neglecting my family, and leading a chaotic life, a reputation that the child had echoed. Although Bai Bai no longer held any disdain for his uncle, when asked about him, he candidly responded, "My uncle drinks and loses money. My parents despise him." After sharing these thoughts with the child the previous night, the couple managing the pig farm grew increasingly anxious. Early that morning, they discovered that the mule tied to the cart had vanished. Han Yuqin lamented inwardly, "It's over. Surely this rascally nephew of mine is behind this mischief." He spent 500 yuan to take away 100 piglets, then drove off with the tractor and stole a mule. He held the child as collateral, a rather clever tactic. When the child's parents came to retrieve him, how could Han Yuqin refuse to let them take him? What rationale is there for holding a child like this? Early in the morning, Han Yuqin asked the child, "Is he truly your uncle?" The child affirmed that he was indeed his uncle. The couple from the pig farm cursed, "You scoundrel of an uncle, you've long been familiar with our situation. Harboring ill intentions, it's no wonder you act so familiar with us." Han Yuqin was preparing to report to the police when a commotion at the entrance caught his attention. He Ning had returned with the tractor. This development was somewhat contrary to Han Yuqin's expectations. According to his reasoning, the child's family should have arrived. He Ning then pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to him. Han Yuqin quickly accepted it and counted. Everything was in order. Only then did he mention that the mule was missing. Observing He Ning's startled expression, it seemed that he was not the one behind the theft. Was it truly a misunderstanding? "Uncle Chin, where's your big dog? How could a thief enter the yard to steal the mule without your dog barking?" Han Yuqin felt even more disheartened. The thief had stolen not just the mule but also the big dog. They hadn't heard a single bark. He Ning fixed his gaze on his nephew's face, offering a wry smile. Ruffling his hair, he admonished, "How could you let someone steal the mule while you're holding an assault rifle to protect it?" Han Yuqin shot him a sidelong glance. "Why are you blaming the child? He Ning, gritting his teeth and sighing, pondered their next steps. Uncle Chin, they lent me the mule and the tractor without hesitation, and now I've lost it. How can I explain this when I return? Han Yuqin rubbed his hands together, baring his teeth, at a loss for words. They had returned the tractor and paid 700 yuan. It appeared that this was not a setup for mischief. Even if there remained a shred of doubt, without evidence, he could not voice such accusations. Being a resident of the county's outskirts, Han Yuqin had a strong sense of the need to report to the authorities. Shall we call the police? Uncle Chin, reporting it would be futile. The mule is unlikely to be found. In this day and age, without surveillance or mobile phones, once something is lost for a night, it is exceedingly difficult to recover. Han Yuqin's expression conveyed a sense of dubiousness regarding He Ning's intentions in not reporting the theft. Uncle Chin, what should we do now? 3 televisions and over 50 piglets. How am I supposed to transport them back? Han Yuqin exclaimed. You still wish to take back 3 televisions and 50 piglets? Uncle Chin, the cart can only carry 50 piglets. But now, with the mule missing, we can't even transport 50. What do you propose, Uncle Chin? We agreed last night that the mule would be kept here under your watch, and now it's gone. You cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Han Yuqin inhaled sharply. This young man was adamant about holding him accountable, which would inevitably lead to financial repercussions. His wife emerged from the pig pen, her face equally troubled. He Ning glanced at the woman feeding the pigs behind her husband and offered her a resigned smile. The woman beckoned him inside. Young brother, come in for some tea. Let's discuss this amicably. It's the beginning of the new year. She welcomed him and her 8-year-old child into the house, brewing tea and serving flour cakes and oil pancakes. He Ning once again elucidated the predicament surrounding the lost mule. The crux of the matter was that it belonged to a relative. If it were his own mule, the conversation would be far less contentious. He implied that the issue of the lost mule could not be discussed lightly with Han Yuqin. Losing a mule valued at 1,000 yuan. How could one possibly compensate for such a loss? Han Yuqin remained reticent and composed. The woman interjected, Yuqin, it was indeed our negligence and oversight. Let us not shift the blame. In my opinion, it would be best to simply compensate our brother. Han Yuqin grew anxious, exclaiming, Are you not aware of the financial strain we have been under these past few days? How much would we need to compensate? He Ning took a sip of tea. Uncle Chin, even if you pay for the mule, it cannot be retrieved, and my relative's agricultural activities will still be hindered. Should this lad also demand compensation for the loss incurred during the spring plowing? Han Yuqin pondered internally, thinking that should He Ning make unreasonable demands, he would have no choice but to report it to the authorities. Whose predicament this truly is remains uncertain. Uncle Chin, you need not pay. Did I mishear? Han Yuqin was perplexed. Brother, what do you mean? I request to borrow your tractor for a few days. I will use it to transport your piglets for sale, and perhaps I can earn enough to cover the cost of the mule, if I manage to recoup the funds. You need not concern yourself with the theft of the mule. The tractor will be returned to you. Han Yuqin was skeptical of He Ning's proposal. This was not merely a discussion about compensating for the mule. It was clearly a scheme to enable him to regain liquidity. He Ning provided further clarification. Uncle Chin, if I drive your tractor and purchase your piglets, it will be a mutually beneficial arrangement. You can certainly see the logic in this. In 3 to 5 days, my aunt's mule may very well be found. If it is not recovered, we can revisit this matter in a few days. How could Han Yuqin possibly refuse? In the depths of winter, a heavy snowfall had rendered roads impassable, leaving 2 batches of piglets ready for market. Han Yuqin was troubled about how to proceed. He had already planned to drive the tractor to distribute the piglets, hoping to sell them within a few days. However, once he ventured out, he would be unable to manage the tasks at the pig farm, as sows were giving birth, necessitating his constant vigilance. He was at a loss. Hiring help was not a viable option. He Ning's suggestion alleviated his concerns. It was a deal. The mule was lost. Yet there existed an opportunity to earn money by using the tractor to sell piglets for 3 to 5 days, potentially yielding several thousand yuan. This would enable him to compensate for the mule and provide for his aunt. The original plan had been to transport 3 televisions and 50 piglets, but circumstances had shifted. Instead, he would drive the tractor to transport 100 piglets along with 3 televisions. Lacking sufficient funds, he would, as before, owe Han Yuqin half the payment. He had promised his sister and aunt that he would certainly procure the televisions today, hence the piglet funds would fall short. Han Yuqin was displeased. Yet as the business conversation reached this point, the atmosphere had become too charged for him to refuse. Very well, I will allow you to take 100 piglets. He Ning called out to Bai. Come here, we shall head to the county to buy televisions. During the interval of taking Bai to the county for the televisions, Han Yuqin and his wife prepared 100 piglets on the tractor, ensuring proper insulation. Uncle Chin, Leave the topmost space for the 3 televisions. Han Yuqin pondered silently. You have the means to purchase 3 televisions, yet you lack the funds to settle my payment. What a contradiction. Outwardly, he responded, understood, don't worry, I'll take the television. Chapter 96, Attending to my wife's illness. While I remain absent on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, He Ning departed at 7 in the morning. Had it not been for the lost crank which caused a delay of half an hour, he would have arrived in the county by 8:30. If Wang Yuandan had truly been benevolent, he wouldn't have caused such a delay. The plan was to arrive early in the county, first visiting the county hospital to obtain medication for his wife. However, after starting the tractor, Wang Yuandan returned the crank. Upon arriving at the county hospital, it was impossible to keep the engine running. Thus, He Ning had to first visit the repair shop to procure a new crank. The repair shop was closer to Uncle Chin's livestock farm in the suburbs, so after purchasing the crank, the tractor headed straight to the pig farm. At the pig farm, if it hadn't been for the issue concerning the mule that delayed him for most of the morning, He Ning would have made it to the hospital by 9 o'clock to register for his wife's examination and medication. By the time he arrived at the hospital, it was already 9:30. Bai inquired, Uncle, what's wrong? Your aunt is unwell. I'm taking her to see the doctor. Bai looked around. But Aunt isn't here. If she is seeing the doctor, why isn't she coming? He was about to voice his question when his uncle covered his mouth. Shoo, don't ask foolish questions. After waiting for an hour in line at the hospital, he finally reached the doctor. Standing before the female physician, he said, Doctor, my wife is unwell. Could you please assess her condition? The doctor glanced at him and asked, Where is she? Bring her in. Doctor, my wife gave birth half a month ago. She is experiencing discomfort. Could you prescribe some medication? He Ning believed his explanation was sufficient. The doctor raised her head, staring at him with wide eyes, chuckling softly. Young man, without your wife present, I cannot ascertain her condition. How can I prescribe medication? He Ning, with utmost sincerity, reiterated. Doctor, rural women have just given birth 15 days ago. In this bitter cold, I dare not bring her to the hospital. I trust you understand this. However, I have brought the necessary specimens for examination. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a paper bundle. The doctor stared at him again, shaking her head. I have never encountered such a situation in gynecological examinations. Doctor, my wife neglected hygiene for a few days after childbirth, and I am uncertain about which medication to use. I can only implore you for assistance. Surely you can grasp the general idea, right? Upon entering, He Ning had ensured the door was tightly shut. He had prepared a red envelope in advance, lowering himself to discreetly place it in the drawer of the doctor's desk. Doctor, my wife endured much to bear our child. I am deeply concerned for her. I kindly ask you to issue a prescription for the examination. The doctor lowered her head, swiftly preparing the prescription before handing him a small glass slide. She instructed, first, pay for the examination, then submit the specimens to the laboratory. Return by noon to collect the results for my review. He Ning let out a long sigh, took the prescription, exited to pay, and submitted the specimens to the laboratory. He informed the technician, I will return by noon to collect the results, as the doctor indicated they would be ready. Turning, he exited the hospital, stating, Bye-bye. Let us purchase a television. Beneath the Bell and Drum Tower in Huanyuan County, adjacent to the Ruifeng shopping mall, the Atlantic Appliance City opened its doors on the morning of the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, accompanied by a cacophony of firecrackers. As He Ning stood at the entrance with his nephew, a substantial crowd had already amassed within. The opening day had drawn numerous customers who had been waiting for quite some time. No pushing, no pushing. We have ample stock today, 500 black and white televisions and 200 color sets. There's no need to panic, he reassured the crowd. It seemed as if many believed they were purchasing televisions from 5 years prior. Nowadays, those of better means had already switched to color televisions. He Ning remarked to his nephew, Bye-bye, we've moved into a new house, so we will replace our old TV with a color set. It's only been a year or two. The Longfeng brand black and white televisions were no longer in high demand. There's no need to rush. We won't have trouble acquiring what we want. However, waiting in line for an hour was quite nerve-wracking. Customers first needed to pay at the front desk and then be escorted by a sales associate to retrieve their purchases from the warehouse. Uncle, I'm hungry. His nephew exclaimed. Didn't you eat anything this morning? No, I didn't want to eat anything from their place. He Ning chuckled and playfully scolded him. What a fuss. The person ahead paid 3,000 yuan and happily walked away with a ticket for a color television. He Ning ruffled Bai's hair and promised. Once we get our TV out, Uncle will buy you some soup dumplings. Atlantic Appliance City, owned by a private entrepreneur, boasted reasonably good service. I'd like 3 Longfeng black and white televisions. How much do I owe? The young female attendant swiftly calculated on her calculator, 1,560. He Ning presumed it wouldn't exceed 1,500, likely due to the post-holiday rush for goods. He didn't bother to haggle, paid the amount, and received a receipt to collect his items from the warehouse. The boxes were about half his height. I need to test them. Only after I am satisfied can I take them away. He carefully brought the 3 televisions out of their boxes and placed them gently on the testing table, connecting the power supply, voltage stabilizer, and closed circuit line. As he scratched his throat, he muttered about the advertisements. Damn those ads. The kids are watching Journey to the West. Truth be told, he had little interest in the content on the television. However, he relished the process of purchasing a television and even more so the joy it would bring to his family. The young man assisting him with the power connection chuckled and explained, Journey to the West airs at 5 in the afternoon. It's quite popular. Exactly. I must hurry back for that. After testing the 3 televisions, all was in order. He Ning adjusted the dial, feeling a surge of satisfaction. In these times, to claim that such televisions were of good quality was an understatement. They could last for 20 years without fail. Don't you offer delivery? I reside at a farm in the suburbs, not far away. The young man looked somewhat embarrassed. Brother, today is our store's opening day, and we can't manage deliveries just yet. It would be best if you could arrange transportation. He Ning shook his head. 3 25-inch black and white televisions were rather bulky, requiring 2 taxis for transport. First, let us get by a pound of soup dumplings. 2 yuan. Fortunately, Bye could fit into a taxi with one of the televisions. Otherwise, should the taxi driver make off with the television upon turning a corner, it would indeed pose a dilemma for He Ning. Uncle, why purchase 3 sets? 1 for your household, 1 for mine, and 1 for Aunt May's. Bye's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at his uncle. In 8 years, he uttered a commendation. Wow, uncle, you truly have money this year. A mere 10 yuan for the New Year's gift, and yet he procured firearms, 3 televisions, and 100 piglets. Is uncle truly affluent? Upon reaching the breeding farm, they unloaded the 3 televisions and settled the taxi fare of 4 yuan. Remarkably, Bye managed to lift one of the televisions. Be careful, if you break one, you won't be able to watch television today. Han Yuqin and his wife were both astonished and irate, muttering to themselves. He can afford 3 televisions, yet cannot spare me the money for the piglets? The mule was lost, and feeling guilty, such sentiments were difficult to express in front of He Ning. Yet, He Ning felt a flicker of hope. He had successfully acquired 3 televisions and managed to get his wife medical treatment. In the coming days, as long as he earned 2,000 yuan for Aunt May and handed it over to her, surely she and uncle would not remain upset. In business, one cannot expect smooth sailing every day. After comforting himself, he chose to overlook Uncle Chin's grievances. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, Uncle Chin, if I operate your tractor for 3 or 4 days, wouldn't you also earn a few thousand yuan? Han Yuqin chuckled ruefully. Feeding the piglets for 40 days, selling them at 12 yuan each, is a loss. Come now, Uncle Chin, do you think I can't do the math? After deducting costs, you make at least 4 yuan per piglet. Han Yuqin argued vehemently. What about the costs of feeding sows? The costs of vaccinations? The feed prices have risen. How do you figure 4 yuan profit? Uncle Chin, you also receive official subsidies. Do they not count as profit? Oh, subsidies are subsidies. They cannot be included in the calculations. After bidding farewell to Uncle Chin, He Ning proceeded to the hospital to collect the test results and obtain medication. Chapter 97. Bringing back the television and the piglets. A tractor laden with piglets arrived at the county hospital's entrance. He Ning instructed his nephew, keep an eye on our vehicle. I will go inside to fetch medicine for your aunt. He turned and entered the outpatient building, only to return moments later, holding the newly purchased handle. He headed straight to the laboratory to collect the test results, then proceeded to the female doctor's office. Doctor, I have retrieved the test results. Could you take a look? The female doctor regarded him with a peculiar gaze, accompanied by a faint smile. After glancing at the results, she remarked, if what you describe is accurate, it seems to be a case of inadequate cleaning, nothing serious. A prescription for some medication will suffice, with instructions to wash every other day and abstain from intimacy for 40 days. He Ning chuckled awkwardly. Yes, I will follow your guidance. The doctor swiftly penned the prescription. What is your name? My wife's name is Juan. And your name? He Ning. Where are you from? From Gaoya Town. Tenlipu. The doctor handed him the prescription, opened a drawer, and presented him with a red envelope, smiling gently. If your wife encounters any further issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me. My surname is Chui. He Ning was momentarily taken aback, and a sense of gratitude filled his heart, recognizing her as a good doctor. In the future, whenever his family required medical attention, they would seek out Dr. Chui. As he exited the hospital, He Ning's mind raced with thoughts. Reflecting on past experiences, did I ever have any interaction with Dr. Chui? No. throughout my previous life. He never showed such concern for any woman. I had never crossed paths with the obstetrician at the county hospital either. Holding a prescription, I collected a box of gynecological medication. Regardless, my wife is fine. Calculating the time, the tractor will return home before 2 o'clock. First, I will head to Xiaoshui village, delivering a television to my brother-in-law while purchasing a batch of piglets. Upon exiting the outpatient building, I noticed several men and women gathered around the tractor. It was evident they were rural residents visiting the county for medical care. Why were they congregating around the tractor to inspect the piglets? They inquired of Baiba. Is this the truck delivering piglets? My uncle has arrived. You should ask him. He Ning inserted the lever into the diesel engine, preparing to start the vehicle. Young man, this truckload of piglets looks splendid. Where are you taking them? To Xiaoshui village, Tenlipu. Oh, Gaia town. We are from Wenyai village, also part of Gaia town. Why not take us to our village first? Dear friends, today is not feasible. Besides selling piglets, I also need to return home to set up the television. I will come to your village tomorrow. The group looked at him with eager anticipation. All right then, we shall wait for you tomorrow. Why are piglets so scarce these days? It's due to the heavy snowfall. The snow on the roads has been compacted by trucks, and with the sun shining brightly during the afternoons lately, the snow in the center of the road has melted away. The tractor is now able to drive swiftly down the middle. The truck bed was filled with piglet cages, with a television box resting atop. My nephew Baiba was nestled in my arms. Uncle, when I grow up, I want to learn to drive a tractor. Nonsense. When you grow up, you will drive a Mercedes. What's a Mercedes? A Mercedes is the finest car rural folks will be driving 30 years from now. An hour later, we arrived at Xiaoshui village. Baiba, if your mother asks where you were last night, just say you returned home with your father. Okay, uncle, I will listen to you. Huh, that's my dear nephew. As the tractor entered Xiaoshui village, he shouted at the top of his lungs, piglets for sale. An hour passed, and the tractor reached my sister's doorstep. Out of 100 piglets, only 50 remained. Baiba jumped off the tractor and dashed into the yard, shouting, Daddy, Dad. Uncle brought the television. He Ning carried a television down and placed it on the doorstep, muttering, what a useless brother-in-law, not even home. The reason for his complaint was his hunger. He had not eaten a hot meal all day. It was one thing to be hungry himself, but his dear nephew was starving too. Having consumed only 2 steamed buns for breakfast, it was now 2 o'clock, well past lunchtime. How could they not be hungry? He decided to prepare a meal to satiate their hunger. In the ear room of his sister's house, he fetched a large plate of pickled vegetables from the jar and chopped them finely on the cutting board. He mixed half a basin of sliced pork into the pan and heated it in the iron wok. Eating it with bread filled his belly. Uncle, can you help me set up the television? Baiba, I don't have time to set up the television for you. Do you want to come with me? Or wait for your father to return to set it up? I will wait for my father. I know where he is. Baiba prepared to run outside. He Ning seized him, stuffing 100 yuan into his pocket. Bye-bye. Make sure this money is handed over to your father in full, understood? Although He Ning felt a twinge of unease about giving a child 100 yuan, he reassured himself that Bye-bye would be a university student 20 years hence. And thus he felt a degree of confidence. He had initially hoped to reconcile with his brother-in-law. After all, a television and 100 yuan should suffice to ease any lingering resentment. Yesterday afternoon, he had presumed that Zhang Dongping had sold a cart full of piglets in Xiaoshui village, and now that her brother-in-law had money, it seemed all was well again. He Ning felt a slight pang of guilt towards his sister. He intended to deceive her, but he feared causing her worry. Moreover, this little fib had indeed resolved itself. With a television in his brother-in-law's home and money in his brother-in-law's pocket, who could still dare to label his sister a dark wizard? From this moment forward, the younger brother would assume the role of a supportive sibling. The tractor was to return to the village before 4 o'clock. He had promised Mei Gu's family that he would set up the television to display Journey to the West by 5. This time, he truly had to concoct a story. The tractor carrying piglets and the television could not accommodate the mule cart, which would have to remain at the pig farm for an estimated 3 to 4 days. During this interval, He Ning intended to use the tractor to traverse the well-trodden villages, selling piglets and aiming to earn 5,000 yuan. The tractor rumbled into the village, passing by his second uncle's gate. Wang Qin had not come to purchase 2 piglets yesterday, and today she was nowhere to be seen. For some reason, He Ning felt a lingering suspicion that his handle had been pilfered, a suspicion he could not untangle from his second aunt. The tractor came to a halt at the bottom of his own doorstep, where 4 or 5 village women and 3 or 4 male relatives rushed out, eager to seize the piglets. The women undoubtedly had entered the wives' quarters. Were they taking anything? Every little bit counted. 1 or 2 pieces of oil cake would add up. Who dares enter my wife's house empty-handed? The piglets are worth an extra 5 yuan. With a flurry, the first to surround him was the plump aunt. Don't rush. Form a line. He Ning pointedly asked her. Did you not pay for the piglet you took yesterday? I thought I was short 2 piglet payments. He Ning was not jesting. There was indeed a discrepancy of 40 yuan. Yet, upon hearing this, the women merely assumed he was joking. He Ning kept a keen eye, ready to ensure that transactions were conducted fairly. One hand for money, one hand for the goods. 10 piglets were dispatched. The plump ant had absconded with one yesterday, and today she was poised to take another. He Ning produced one for her. Sure enough, as a group from the Li family approached, the plump ant attempted to slip away. He Ning called out, Ant, are you really going to take another one today without paying after yesterday's? Do you think I am blind? A dozen eyes turned to scrutinize her. Chapter 98, 2 televisions. First for Mei Gu's family, the plump ant was momentarily stunned by He Ning's sharp rebuke, particularly under the collective gaze of the onlookers. The expression on the middle-aged woman's face was one of utter dismay. He Ning scrutinized her countenance, and the events of the previous night replayed vividly in his mind. Last night, as He Ning turned her head, she spotted Aunt Fat carrying a bag intended for piglets, mingling with several women. She thought to call out and ask her if she had paid, but restrained herself from voicing the question. Perhaps they were merely assisting her, carrying someone else's pig. However, at this very moment, Aunt Fat was attempting to leave without having made payment for the pig she carried. He Ning's shout drew everyone's attention toward her. In the village, who didn't know Aunt Fat? Aunt Fat, 20 yuan, you ought to pay for Ningzi. Why take advantage? Aunt Fat flung the bag onto the truck, causing the piglet to grunt in protest. She muttered, who was taking advantage of whom? He Ning's mind was filled with the image of Aunt Fat walking away with a piglet the previous evening. Is Aunt Fat throwing a tantrum with me? The people around her continued to engage, leaving her no time to dwell on the matter. With a smile, she greeted others. Come, Uncle San, yours is 20 yuan. Come, sister-in-law, your 2 are 40 yuan. An hour passed, and over 20 piglets were purchased by the villagers. Xian Yuan and Yong Yong from Aunt May's family were gathered around the tractor, eagerly awaiting He Ning to finish her task. Their concern wasn't for the piglets. They were waiting for their brother Ningzi to set up the television for them. Beneath the vehicle lay a large box, which surely contained a newly purchased television. He Ning busied herself, conversing with the children. Xian Yuan, go tell your father to saw down the tallest poplar tree in front of your house. Once I finish here, I will install the television antenna for you. The 2 children dashed home. The pig buyers glanced down and finally realized it was a television box. Wow, Ningzi, you earned money and bought a television for the family? He Ning grinned and clarified, it's black and white, 500 yuan. Ningzi, you paid too much, didn't you? The Li family's television was only 450. He Ning chose not to respond to the inquiries. Inside the truck, a cardboard box was still tied atop a cage, covered by tarpaulin and gray felt. They couldn't see clearly, mistakenly believing He Ning had only purchased this one television. He Yin heard the sound of the tractor at the bottom of the slope outside their home and rushed out to see her younger brother returning with piglets. Spotting the television box on the ground, she smiled broadly. Ningzi, is this our television? It's from Aunt May's family. He Ning handed a handful of change to her sister and instructed, Sister, take this money and help sell the remaining ones. I'm going to install the television for Aunt May. He Ning lifted the television box and headed toward Aunt May's home. He Yin was taken aback. Huh? Aunt May's television? We don't have one. Yinzi, here as 50 yuan, I want 3. He Yin took the 50 and thought of their own television, saying, Aunt, 3 should be 60. Aunt Li protested. Yinzi, take the 50 for now. I'll take 3, and once I exchange my larger bill, I'll give you 10 back. He Yin blocked her as she reached for the 3rd piglet. No, Aunt, I'll give you back 10, just take 2. The woman from the Li family frowned, muttering, this He Yin, just like her brother, so stingy. With the assistance of his elder sister, He Ning was able to lend a hand and hurriedly went to install a television at Mei Gu's home, carrying the television box with determination. Xian Xian and Yong Yong raced into the courtyard, with Xian Xian shouting, Mom, Dad, my brother Ningzi has brought the television. He said we should chop down the tallest poplar tree in front of the door. Hurry, Dad, we want to watch Journey to the West at 5. The eldest daughter, Jingjing, suddenly leaped out from the kitchen, her face alight with excitement. Did Ningzi really buy the television? Sister, I saw it. Such a large box. It must be the television, much bigger than the village chief's. Li Hongmei and He Baoyin were at home, and upon hearing the sound of a tractor in the village, they remarked that it must be He Ning returning with the television. They waited patiently for him to arrive. When the children burst in with their exclamations, He Baoyin turned to head behind their house, emerging with a long poplar beam, chuckling, this beam is long enough. Why would we need to chop down that poplar tree? Xian Xian urged, Dad, hurry up, we're running out of time. He Baoyin responded, what is the rush? With the new television, Once the antenna is secured, we can watch. As he carried the beam out of the yard towards He Ning's house, 3 children trailed behind him. Dad, can you attach the television antenna? They inquired. Of course. Just follow the instructions, secure it upright, and run the wire into the house, he replied. He added, you 3 need to be more perceptive. Don't spend all your time at your brother Ningzi's house watching television, or you'll annoy them. To He Baoyin, He Ning's home felt like someone else's. He thought to himself that once the harvest was in, he would certainly buy a television for his children. Although his wife was kind to He Ning and his partner, he wondered if they would grow weary of the children constantly visiting to watch television. Nevertheless, he mused that watching television at He Ning's house was certainly preferable to watching at He Guamin or He Fuin's homes. Besides, he had readily lent He Ning his mule cart, and it was no small matter to leave the mule at the pig farm for days on end. He put aside his concerns about the mule and focused on setting up the television. The arrival of a television at He Ning's home would spark chatter in the village, with people saying, look, even Li Hongmei's niece has a television now. He Ning must be earning well. How remarkable. This thought brought a smile to He Baoyin's face. As if the television He Ning had purchased belonged to his family. During the winter break, over the course of the new year, if the children watched television at his home for a few days, he wouldn't mind at all. With these thoughts in mind, he carried the 8-meter-long poplar beam into He Ning's yard, where He Ning was carrying the television box into Li Hongmei's courtyard. Meigu, Xianxian, Yongyong. Li Hongmei initially intended to accompany them, but with the entire family rushing to He Ning's house, it felt a bit overwhelming. She felt somewhat embarrassed. Once the television was installed, she planned to invite everyone over for dinner and take the opportunity to admire the new television at He Ning's home. As she was also quite fond of watching Journey to the West, He Ning called out from the yard, and she emerged from the kitchen, her eyes wide in disbelief. Ningzi, why did you bring the television to my house? Meigu, is this the television from your home? Where's my uncle? Hurry and help set up the antenna. You mentioned cutting down that tallest poplar tree, yet it remains untouched. Li Hongmei quickly interjected. Oh, Ningzi, are you just creating chaos? How can you claim this as my family's television? Hurry and take it back. Your uncle has already carried a beam over, and he's waiting for you now. He Ning opened the television box, and upon hearing Mei Gu's words, he understood. She mistakenly believed that he had purchased only one television. Aunt, our 2 families will each have one. I've brought both. Let us set yours up first. My siblings are eager to watch Journey to the West. Please call my uncle so we can set it up faster together. Li Hongmei's eyes widened in surprise. What? You bought 2? Indeed, one for your home first. Li Hongmei was unsure whether to feel joy or annoyance. What are you thinking? With the money you earn, why buy 2 televisions? Saving for bricks and wood is far more crucial. Constructing a house is the priority. Ningzi, you should have mentioned it. You work so hard for your money. He Ning interrupted her with a grin that reached his ears. All right, Meigu, no more complaints. Your family will eventually need a television too. I only bought one for my home, but after some time, my 3 siblings will be watching at my place, and you and my uncle will be nagging them. Do you think I'm unaware? Li Hongmei chuckled. You rascal, with your reckless spending, what can I say to you? Chapter 99. Grandfather is unscathed. Li Hongmei dashed out the door, calling for the men to return. He Ning shouted after her retreating figure. Meigu, the mule is still at the pig farm. I'll bring it back in a couple of days. What a headache. The matter of the mule could be postponed. He Ning thought about how his home lacked an 8-meter-long antenna pole and called out to Li Hongmei once more. Aunt, reserve that beam for me to install the antenna. He wondered if she had heard him clearly. He Ning opened the cardboard box, examining the instructions for setting up the antenna, muttering to himself. It will take another decade for a signal receiver to be available. In He Ning's yard, the 2 children asked, Dad, why hasn't He Ningzi come yet? He Baoyin shot them a glance. Your Ningzi brother is at the river bend buying piglets. Be patient. Just then, Li Hongmei called out, Baoyin, hurry back. Ningzi has brought the television to our home. What? The 3 children dashed towards their house. He Baoyin felt somewhat embarrassed. It was a significant purchase to acquire a television. He couldn't just set it up at home because his 3 children wanted to watch. Redmei, isn't this a bit absurd? How can this be done? Li Hongmei explained. Ningzi said he bought 2. Our 2 families will each have one, and we'll set up ours first. He Baoyin paused for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. Is that true? That little rascal. I have no money to give him right now. I'll have to wait until the autumn harvest. He Baoyin lifted the beam and headed back home. Li Hongmei called after him. Hey. She thought to herself that the poplar tree in front looked taller than this beam and considered having it cut down for Ningzi's family. Li Hongmei turned and entered the kitchen, checking on her niece and grandnieces to see if they were behaving today. In Li Hongmei's home, 2 grown men and 3 half-grown children busily worked. They secured the television antenna to the 8-meter-long pole, letting the signal receiver line dangle down. The receiving line threaded through a gap beneath the eaves, drawing into the upper room of the house. After connecting the power supply, stabilizer, and antenna, He followed the instructions to adjust the first channel of CCTV with a few deft turns. He Ning held the television antenna pole, following his uncle's guidance. Ningzi, turn a little to the left, he instructed. With both hands gripping the pole, He Ning complied, inquiring, is it clearer now? A bit clearer than before. Turn half a circle more. He complied once more, but the clarity diminished again. Turn right. Rotate half a circle. Good. Steady now? He Ning called out to the children. Yong, come over and help your brother. Grab 2 bricks. Yong dashed to the corner, retrieving 2 bricks. He wedged them beneath, securing the pole. The excavated soil was packed in tightly. He tightened the screws with a cheerful expression, declaring, Ningzi, both channels are clear now. He Ning wiped the sweat from his brow. The weather had warmed slightly, and despite wearing thick clothing, he felt the strain of installing the antenna for the children, which had taken most of the day. At last, the installation settled. Journey to the West had yet to begin, as advertisements filled the screen. The 3 children watched the commercials with rapt attention. He Ning took a deep breath, a flicker of concern in his heart. He had disrupted the original rhythm of life for his relatives. In his previous life, after his wife faced misfortune, He Ning had wandered far, only returning during the Qingming festival to pay respects to his parents and daughters. He had no knowledge of how Mei Gu's family fared. Yet, years later, he learned that Jingjing from Mei Gu's family had been accepted into a junior college. He pondered whether this television purchase would hinder Jingjing's academic prospects. However, one thing was certain. If he had not bought this television, they would eventually acquire one anyway. The children's education was not directly influenced by the presence of a television in the household. After much effort, Mei Gu's television was finally installed successfully. He Ning dusted off his hands and hurried home. He Baoyin, wearing a complex expression, accompanied him from the yard, reiterating, Ningzi, with the autumn harvest in, I will provide you with the money for the television. He Ning nearly retorted, forget it, uncle, your mule is lost, and 2 televisions won't suffice for compensation. He Yen, after helping her brother sell piglets, carried a television from the cart into the house, setting it down at the doorstep, calling out, Ningzi? Inside the kitchen, her sister-in-law responded. Sister, Ningzi is at Mei Gu's installing the television. He hasn't returned yet. Jing, that rascal bought 2 at once, she remarked. Sister, I understand. He went to install them for Mei Gu's family first. He Yen entered the house, and she and Li Wan hurried to prepare dinner. The television continued to be set up. He Ning entered through the front door, cradling a crying Wenwen. A small black dog trailed at his feet. He kissed Wenwen's cheek and explained to his sister, this little rascal insisted on staying at Mei Gu's to watch television. I told him we have one at home. But he wouldn't believe me. He Yen smiled, chiding him, what does he know about television? Come here, Aunt will hold you. Your father needs to wash his hands and face before dinner. Aunt, Daddy is no good. Wenwen protested. Nonsense, what do you mean Daddy is no good? Look, this is our television, it's all set up now. Would you like to watch it with great-grandpa? Tears streamed down Wenwen's face as she readily replied, all right. Once the meal was prepared, she carried it to her grandfather's dining table. He Ning stood at the edge of the Kong, leaning close to the elder's ear, and inquired loudly, Grandfather, how do you feel? He wanly lifted his gaze, smacked his lips, and replied, I'm well, Ningzi. Where have you been today? Grandfather, I went to buy a television for our home. Are you feeling dizzy? Not dizzy. Does your stomach hurt? No pain, but I am itchy. The scratching stick is making it worse. He Ning carefully unbuttoned his grandfather's clothing to assess the situation. The elder's thin skin was reddened from the scratching, indicating an allergy. Grandfather, let me apply some safflower oil for you. Please don't scratch. Let's have dinner. He Yen and Li Wan exchanged puzzled glances. Upon returning, He Ning fussed over the old man, as if he hadn't seen him in ages. Ningzi, what do you mean? When you were away? It felt like Juan and I were neglecting grandfather. Sister, that's not it. I'm just relieved that grandfather is all right today. Grandfather enjoyed a bowl of soft noodles with savory sauce and had a few bites of pickled vegetables. After dinner, he strolled in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Inside the kitchen, little Yaya let out a loud wail. He Ning set down his bowl and dashed toward the kitchen, having not comforted his daughter all day. He jumped onto the Kong, picked up the swaddled infant, and softly cooed to her, rocking gently to soothe her. Be good. Mommy is having her meal. Little Yaya, with wide eyes, gazed at her father, whimpering due to hunger. Held in her father's embrace, she found it difficult to cry, shaking her small head side to side. He Ning smiled broadly. His daughter was growing more beautiful, her skin smooth and rosy. Mei Gu said that as long as one ate well and had enough milk, Yaya would be fair and tender in a month. He Ning pondered what nutrients his wife needed most right now. Juan entered the room, climbed onto the Kong, unfastened her clothing, and took Yeo into her arms. The soft sounds of drinking filled the air. Juan glanced at the man nearby watching their daughter nurse and gently urged, "Go eat. You haven't tea had enough." "I had plenty at my sister's today. I'm not very hungry." "Ningzi, did you go to your sister's house again?" "I sold half of the piglets at Xiaoshui. How could I not visit my sister?" He Ning refrained from mentioning that he had also bought a television for his sister's family, fearing that this little woman would start tallying up expenses in her mind. Juan murmured softly, "Ningzi, it seems like Sister I send tea happy. Is it because I bought a television for Mei Guo's family? That could be the reason. Don't worry, she will be happy in a couple of days." "Ningzi, is the television at Mei Guo's clear?" "The first channel is clear, but the second has some static. It's difficult to align the antenna." Juan prompted again. "Hurry and eat. Why are you just sitting here?" He Ning opened his arms to embrace his wife's head and gave her a kiss. As night fell, they decided to install the television the next day. After a successful outing where he earned money, he returned home with the television, cherishing the moments spent with his wife and child. Each second was a taste of happiness and joy. "Juan, I've picked up your medicine. Use it before bed. Dr. Chui is a good physician. When the weather warms, I'll take you for a checkup." Juan bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with tears of gratitude. "I truly cannot fathom how a grown man could venture into a gynecological clinic. What a predicament." "Ningzi, what's the matter, my dear wife? Are you in pain?" "No. I'm quite happy, just calling your name." He Ning kissed Juan's head once more. "Oh, this little woman. Enough with the kisses. I haven't washed my hair or bathed in half a month. It's unbearable." "Juan, Dr. Chui mentioned that you can wash your hair and bathe in half a month, as long as the room is warm. Tonight, I shall discreetly wash your hair without letting your sister know." He Yin called out for Minner in the yard, but not for Yin Sheng, muttering, "That wretched girl, off to watch television at Mei Gu's house, and she hasn't returned home for dinner." He Ning's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Sister, Mei Gu has returned Minner." He Yin carried a plate, bringing dishes and 2 bowls of rice from the dining table into the kitchen. He Ning stood on the kitchen floor, devouring the 2 bowls of noodles. As darkness enveloped the sky, he had no desire to install the television antenna. "Sister, if you wish to watch television, go to Mei Gu's house first. I will install the antenna tomorrow." "It's too late today. Are you going out to sell piglets again tomorrow?" "Sister, grant me 3 more days. While I can borrow the tractor, I will earn back this sum of money." He Yin paused her dishwashing, her expression a touch dazed, and asked, "Ningzi, will you be able to earn how much by selling piglets with the tractor these days?" "Sister, before the Lantern Festival, if I make a few trips, I can earn at least 3,000, or at most 5,000. 5,000, He Yin exclaimed, eliciting a grin from her brother. He refrained from mentioning that while 5,000 could indeed be earned, the loss of Mei Gu's mule would necessitate compensation of 1 to 2,000. He planned to purchase a television for Mei Gu's family, allowing them to bask in the excitement of having a television, before revealing the loss of the mule and presenting the compensation. As spring plowing season approached, he would devise a plan. The matter of the lost mule was momentarily set aside. He Ning took another glance at his grandfather. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, while He Ning was out, he worried for his grandfather. Fortunately, Grandpa was well. He wanly paced twice in the yard to aid his digestion. Returning indoors, he lay on the Kong, staring blankly at the cabinet lid, murmuring, "Why hasn't the television been installed yet?" His eagerness to watch television rivaled that of the children. He Ning leaned close to his ear and called out, "Grandpa, I will install the television for us tomorrow." As night fell, Wen should have been asleep. Yet Mei Gu had yet to return with Minner and Wen. He Ning decided to go fetch them himself. The Mei Gu household was bustling with people. Upon entering, the chorus of praises for He Ning resembled a flock of chirping sparrows. "Ningzi, do you really need to pay for this television you bought for your Mei Gu?" "He Ning, you wouldn't have bought it specifically for your aunt, would you? Everyone knows how well your aunt treats you. How could you possibly ask for money?" Li Hongmei turned her face and asserted loudly, "Stop asking foolish questions. How could I not give Ningzi the money for the television? We just have to wait until the autumn harvest." Mei saw, "Ningzi earns money selling lamb and piglets. The villagers have all seen it. He wishes to repay your kindness." This matter had become evident to everyone in the village. He Ning smiled broadly, offering no defense, allowing them to say whatever they wished. Li Hongmei, caught between laughter and anger, made a fervent attempt to justify herself. "What nonsense are you spouting? Shouldn't I be kind to my niece? What repayment are you referring to?" Her arguments drowned out the sound from the television, as Yong leaned forward, pressing his face against the screen. The episode of Journey to the West concluded, yielding to the evening news, and the room fell suddenly silent. They listened intently to the national broadcast, a matter of profound reverence in their hearts. He Ning's smile abruptly faded as he picked up one and turned to leave. Dad, I'm watching TV. We're going home to sleep. There's no more TV to watch. He called to his nephew. Min Er, it's time to go home. Uncle, has your TV been set up? Not yet. Just a little longer. Li Hongmei interjected. Ningzi, let Min Er watch a bit more. Your TV isn't even ready yet. Mei Gu, please take my niece back in a little while. He Ning first carried Wen back to his own home to sleep. He then reassured his sister and Li Wan. You two keep an eye on the children and Grandpa. I'll be out for a bit and return soon. He Yin followed him out, offering a reminder. Ningzi, don't play cards with them. They know we've bought a TV and might pull you into drinking. Sister, I've already distanced myself from them. You watch over Grandpa. I'm heading out to attend to important matters. Ningzi, it sounds as if you believe something will happen to Grandpa. He Ning's figure had already exited through the door. Muttering, Grandpa won't have any issues today. He Yin felt a twinge of worry, knowing her brother had some money now, fearing he might squander it while out having fun. The Lantern Festival had yet to pass, and the festive atmosphere of the new year lingered. Considering the time, her brother's enthusiasm had persisted for half a month. As long as he maintained this fervor, he would be fine. With his wife having completed her confinement, He Yin felt less anxious. As the spring busy season commenced, everyone focused on their tasks, and the village atmosphere lacked any temptation for mischief. Ningzi, come back early. He Ning approached the tractor, draining the water from its tank. After contemplating for several seconds, he carried a bundle of goji berries from the river bend and swept around the tractor. When someone approached, footprints immediately appeared. He Ning's face darkened. Last night's loss of the handle had not cost him anything, but the other party would not relent. Moreover, Aunt Fat stubbornly denied that she had taken a piglet the previous night. Her refusal implied that if she had a piglet, it meant she had not paid for it. He Ning scoffed, muttering, do they think I'm a fool? Silently, he circled around Aunt Fat's yard, leaping over a gap in the earthen wall. Coincidentally, Aunt Fat's dog had died from eating a poisoned rat during the 12th lunar month, providing He Ning with a perfect opportunity. Behind his house, the pig pen squeaked with the sound of piglets. 2. Had his sister let Aunt Fat take another one? Retracing his steps, he jogged back home. He Ning didn't enter the house, but stood at the kitchen doorway and asked, Sister, did Aunt Fat buy any piglets? Aunt Fat? You mean the one from Uncle Fuxiang's family? Yes. She stood by, observing, and made sarcastic remarks, criticizing this piglet and that one for being unwell, which incensed me to exchange a few heated words with her. Sister, are you certain she didn't buy a piglet today? No, they're all from the village. Can I keep an eye on her? This biological sister clearly failed to monitor Aunt Pang, who had stealthily taken one amidst the chaos. Upon hearing my sister's words, He Ning turned to leave the courtyard. Hey, where are you off to now? Sister, I'll be back shortly. Keep an eye on Grandfather. Chapter 101, my dear. Do you regret it? He Ning directly entered Aunt Pang's house. Upon entering, he found Uncle Fu Xiang cradling his under 1-year-old grandson, roasting potato slices over the fire. He Ning snatched a potato slice, blew on it, and devoured it. Uncle Fu Xiang's younger son and daughter-in-law, along with 2 neighbors who had dropped by for casual chatter, stood up to regard He Ning. Uncle He Fu Xiang, with his rotund belly, chuckled and invited He Ning to sit. Ningzi, you're working hard. These piglets are a new breed. They fatten quickly on the oil residue. Suddenly, an idea sparked in He Ning's mind. Oil residue? Families in the village that had caught piglets desperately needed oil residue to fatten them up. The oil mill in town had vehicles coming from afar to collect it. However, after a heavy snowfall in the 12th month, those distant vehicles could not arrive, and the oil residue must have accumulated significantly. With the piglets to be sold in 3 days, He Ning was troubled about what project to pursue next to make money. This statement was akin to striking a match to illuminate a dark room. From Uncle Xiang's tone, it was clear that Aunt Pang had brought back 2 piglets, and he was aware of it. He presumed Aunt Pang had paid for them. At that moment, Aunt Pang was not in the main room. As He Ning munched on the roasted potato slices from the stove, he casually remarked, Uncle Xiang, those 2 piglets cost 40 yuan. How about you give me that now? Uncle He Fu Xiang frowned. Ningzi, didn't your aunt give you any money when she brought the piglets? No. My aunt said she would take the piglets first and asked me to run to you for the money. Uncle Fu Xiang stood up and called out to the kitchen. Xuanzi. Ah, Xuanzi, come in. Aunt Pang emerged from the kitchen and entered the main room. Upon seeing He Ning eating the potato slices, her face darkened, mingled with a hint of panic. Uncle Fu Xiang scolded. Didn't I give you 50 yuan to catch the piglets? Why haven't you paid He Ning? It was the beginning of the new year, and now He Ning was at their house asking for payment. Aunt Pang glared at He Ning, contemplating a rebuttal. Yet, seeing He Ning calmly enjoying the potato slices and recalling that the 2 piglets were securely pinned up, she realized she could not argue her way out of this. She had taken a chance, hoping He Ning would not follow her home. But he had indeed followed her. Knowing there were 2 piglets and that payment had not been made. Last year, this tactic had worked seamlessly. Unfamiliar piglet vendors from outside the village had not pursued her. Clearly, this approach was ineffective with He Ning from her own village. Uncle He Fuxiang shot a weary glance at his wife. Pay the man. What are you stalling for? Aunt Pang pulled out 50 yuan from her pocket, stepped forward, and shoved it into He Ning's hands, her face sullen. Anticipating that He Ning would return 10 yuan. With the 50 yuan tucked away, He Ning savored another potato slice. With a dismissive tone, He Ning remarked, Uncle Xiang, I brought back 2 piglets without a word from my plump aunt. Since the money has been paid, I never accused her of stealing my piglets. I won't ask for the 10 yuan back. That's that. You all should retire for the night. Having said this, He Ning turned and strode out of his aunt's house. Heading home. If you have the courage, come after me for 10 yuan. Humph. Inside He Fuxiang's house, an argument erupted between the elderly couple. He Fuxiang's wife berated him. Her words sharp and unkind. He Ning had already distanced himself and heard nothing. Upon returning home, he tended to his wife's hair and feet. The kitchen stove blazed brightly, warming the room. He Yin and Minner retired to the neighboring room to sleep. Once mother and daughter were fast asleep, He Ning prepared warm water in a basin and set it on a stool by the Kong. Li Wan assumed Ningzi intended to wash her feet again and felt quite uncomfortable. I'll wash myself. Juan, can't you see this is for washing your face? Just lie at the edge of the Kong. Your hair will fall, and I'll wash it slowly for you. Li Wan's large eyes fixated on her husband. Ningzi, my hair is all tangled. I just want to wash it, but my sister said no. It's fine. After washing your hair, you can dry it by the stove. To prepare for childbirth, in the 12th month, Aunt May had cut Li Wan's hair short while styling Wenwen's, making it easier to wash. Reclining on the Kong, her head hung over the edge. He Ning sat before the basin, cradling her head and gently washing it. He squeezed a dollop of shampoo, his fingertips massaging her scalp. Ningzi. Li Wan murmured softly, her eyes half closed, savoring the moment. He Ning leaned down and planted a kiss on her lips. Li Wan quietly protested, how annoying. What if our son sees? Wenwen was sound asleep, oblivious. He Ning chuckled, recalling 4 years prior. Li Wan whispered, what are you laughing about? 4 years ago, I kissed you, and you insisted on being with me, driving Aunt May nearly mad. Li Wan's chest rose and fell, and she spat out. And you still dare to mention it? Had I known you were a village rogue, I would never have agreed to be with you. In the first month of that year, Li Wan had come to pay New Year's greetings to her aunt, only to be pursued by the village scoundrel, He Ning, who coaxed and deceived her into a kiss. After crying in anger, she demanded he take responsibility. This led to Li Hongmei running around trying to mediate. Li Wan's family vehemently opposed He Ning, seeing his dilapidated home. But He Ning, in his reckless nature, whisked Li Wan away for 3 days without a trace. 4 years ago, the rogue He Ning's audacious behavior had made Li Wan determined to marry him. Now married, his roguish ways persisted. He drank and gambled. Often absent from home. Could Li Wan not regret this? Yet, what use was regret? It was her own choice. Reflecting on those past events, He Ning chuckled softly. Li Wan bit her lip in silence, knowing full well what he found amusing. He Ning turned, lifting a basin of warm water from the stove. One hand supported Li Wan's head while the other rinsed her hair. Juan, do you regret it? Li Wan remained silent. Over the years, she had often wished she could turn back time. However, one cannot entirely blame the family or Aunt May. Yet, without a doubt, the fault lies with He Ning. Why did he deceive himself into believing that he could embrace and kiss her while enjoying his time at his aunt's house? Consequently, for the next 6 months, chaos ensued among his maternal relatives. They ceased all communication with Li Wan. Can one not feel regret? Yet now, Ningzi has brought him considerable wealth. And today he has even purchased a television. The days have slipped by in a daze. Any thoughts of regret have vanished into thin air. He bit his lip, neither expressing regret nor the absence of it. He simply chose to remain silent. After rinsing his hair 3 times and drying it thoroughly with a towel, He Ning gently helped him up. Juan, are you feeling more awake now? Yes, it feels as if the heavy burden on my head has lifted. Li Wan sat by the stove, her feet dangling down, as He Ning knelt to wash her feet. The discomfort in her heart transformed into a gentle pool of warmth. She softly called out, Ningzi. Yes, my dear. I no longer feel regret. He Ning turned his neck, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Once the new year is over, I will revert to my old ways. Will you still not regret it? Li Wan replied without hesitation. Ningzi, you won't return to your old self. You have children now, you won't go back. You haven't played cards on New Year's Eve. I believe in you. Her unwavering trust in him served as a tremendous motivation for He Ning to continue striving. After diligently drying her feet, He slowly tucked them under the covers. He cradled Li Wan's head and kissed her forehead, eyes, and lips. Juan, I will not revert. I cherish you. He presented her with the medicine prescribed by Dr. Chui, instructing her to use it as directed. It was already late as they nestled under the covers, embracing tightly. Juan, it's all right. I'll drive the tractor early to the pig farm and return promptly. Chapter 102. Boss Chung, how much for the oil residue? On the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, as dawn broke, He Ning rose from the bed, neglecting to wash up or have breakfast, and rushed outside. His first concern was to check for any footprints around the tractor from the previous night. He felt a slight tension in his chest. Last night, he had swept the area around the tractor with a branch of goji berries. It was certain that if someone had approached, they would have left a trail of footprints. Even a mouse scurrying across the freshly disturbed earth would have left traces. He crouched down to inspect closely. To his surprise, he discovered a series of footprints made by cloth shoes. Everyone in the village wore cloth shoes. These were the footprints of a child. There were many half-grown children in the village who would send their child out at night to steal the crank handle again. It made no sense. While it was possible that Wang Qin was up to no good, her family did not have any half-grown children. He Ning studied the footprints more closely. The inward-turned stance was unmistakable. Li Dongwei's son had such an inward turn. A 5-year-old attempting to steal a tractor crank? It could only be the result of adult instigation. Was Li Shipo instructing her grandson to steal the handle? He Ning cursed under his breath. That old hag should have died of pneumonia. He had heard from those buying piglets that Li Shipo had been treated with penicillin for 7 or 8 days and was fine now. Early in the morning, seeking trouble at Li Shipo's house, He Ning found himself in an unreasonable position. Moreover, it was merely his own conjecture. First, I must return home to tidy up before setting out. Today's venture entails 100 piglets, and I cannot afford to miss the opportunity to earn at least 800 yuan. The earlier I depart, the sooner I can return home. I will first check on grandfather to see if he is awake. The old man is enjoying his morning tea, appearing even more spirited than yesterday. The weather grows warmer each day, and so does his vitality. Ningzi, please help grandfather set up the television. I inform him, I need to head out early. I will return this afternoon to finish setting up the TV. I then address He Yan, who is busy washing her face and combing her hair. Sister, if you wish to watch television, go to Aunt May's house. Oh, and please ask uncle to cut down the tallest white poplar tree in his yard. He Yan hastily prepares a pot of lamb soup for her brother, alongside steaming buns to fill their bellies. Sister, that lamb soup is meant for Juan and grandfather. How did it become mine? She questions. You work hard. You earn the money. You are the head of the family. That should suffice. I reply, Sister, it would be fine if we just had some radish slices. Suddenly, He Yan recalls the green radishes she buried beneath the jujube tree last November. I will dig up the radishes from beneath the jujube tree today and make dumplings for us, she declares. Really? Then I will return early to enjoy the dumplings. I set off an hour earlier than yesterday, and the journey proceeds smoothly. First, I must settle the remaining 700 yuan with Han Yuqin from yesterday's transaction before loading the 100 piglets. I cheerfully inquire, Uncle Qin, I will arrive even earlier tomorrow. Brother He Ning, do not come tomorrow, the piglets are gone. What? Uncle Qin, wasn't it agreed upon for 3 days? Didn't you say there were 300 piglets? Han Yuqin's face darkens with embarrassment. He candidly explains, Brother He Ning, after you left yesterday, old Mao arrived with his 4-wheeled vehicle and took away 200 piglets. He claimed he did not know you. Unbeknownst to me, the situation at the pig farm had unfolded differently in my absence. Old Mao, a trader who has long collaborated with Han Yuqin, entered the farm. Hearing Han's explanation of doing business with me, he appeared shocked and questioned whether Han had been deceived, claiming he did not recognize anyone named He Ning. This left Han Yuqin anxious throughout the night. However, early on the 9th day, I returned with the tractor, and the final payment was settled. The 100 piglets I transported today were fully paid for, totaling 1,200 yuan. Old Mao advised Han Yuqin to be cautious in business, ensuring that no one else could take away the 100 piglets or the tractor. Old Mao's words merit trust, yet the red mule was lost from Han's own possession. Han Yuqin is a man of integrity. He honors his commitments. When Old Mao took the 200 piglets yesterday, he only paid 1/3 of the total amount, leaving Han short of 1,000 yuan for his operations. On the 9th day, I promptly provided him with 1,800 yuan. The money I spent on the piglets yesterday was not merely a token gesture to my sister and Li Wan. Both women now possess 1,000 yuan, relieving them of their concerns regarding my available funds. This 100 piglets seemed to mark the final transaction of this season during the new year. Uncle Qin, I have yet to locate my mule, I say, noticing the additional furrow of worry on Han Yuqin's face. Xiaohe, You mentioned yesterday that you were not concerned about the loss of the mule. He Ning reiterated earnestly. Uncle Chin, what I meant yesterday was that if I drove your tractor and sold your piglets for 3 days, we would both profit. And I wouldn't mind the loss of the mule. However, today you sold 200 piglets to someone else, leaving me without any earnings. How could I overlook your negligence in losing my mule? After I finish selling this load of piglets and return the tractor, what remains of my mule? How am I to explain this to my aunt? Am I expected to compensate her over 1,000 yuan? He Ning's meaning was clear. Uncle Chin, you should cover the compensation for the lost mule. Han Yuqin had just received a sum from He Ning. Why would he wish to return half of it? He didn't even want to return 100 yuan. Brother He Ning, let's negotiate amicably. How about I lend you the tractor for a few more days? He Ning clapped his hands. After all the back and forth, was that not the very phrase he sought? He shook hands with Han Yuqin and turned to drive away. Han Yuqin reminded him, don't forget to refuel. I already did that on the way here. On the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, the weather was splendid, reminiscent of the sunny days of spring. Along the village roads surrounding Gaoya town, He Ning's loud call stirred excitement among the villagers. Buy piglets. Wenya village had a prosperous year with its black melon seeds, even managing to drill a well and develop several hundred acres of irrigated land. Consequently, buying piglets for this village came at a premium of 2 yuan. It was quite a rush. Will you come again tomorrow? I won't. The pig farm is out of piglets, and there's nothing I can do. He sold 100 piglets by noon. Next, he headed to the oil mill in town to collect sesame oil residue. He was not the only one there for the oil residue. He waited for the mill owner to finish attending to a few others. When the owner turned to him, he smiled and asked, Boss Chung, how much sesame oil residue do you still have in stock? Boss Chung wore a troubled expression and lamented to He Ning. A snowfall in the 12th lunar month nearly ruined him. He had 8,000 jin piled up and had only managed to process less than 2,000 jin. 8,000 jin, He Ning calculated in his mind. Boss Chung, how much for the residue? 10 cents per jin, you'll be getting a bargain. Boss Chung glanced at the tractor behind He Ning, with 2 layers of piglet cages stacked together. It wouldn't hold much. Without hesitation, He Ning countered, 5 cents. I'll take 1,000 jin first, and if I sell them by tomorrow, I'll return for 3 to 5,000 jin more. Boss Cheng's eyes brightened. Yet, in business, every cent matters. Boss Cheng shouted back, 8 cents. He Ning, gripping the tractor's gear lever, turned and walked away, muttering, offering you 5 cents is already generous. Go find your 8-cent buyer. Chapter 103. Selling oil residue. No credit after the Lantern Festival during these few days of the Lunar New Year. The lucrative piglet trade unexpectedly concluded 3 days early. He Ning was taken aback when Lao Mao intervened and carted away 200 piglets, resulting in a loss of 2,000 yuan. He would not be able to recover the money for Li Hongmei's mule. Had it not been for the threat of the lost mule, today, Han Yuqin at the pig farm would not have permitted him to operate the tractor or take away the last batch of piglets. Counting the coins in his pocket, he found 2,330 yuan. Initially, he aimed to earn 5,000, but that dream seemed unattainable. Although he felt a sense of dejection, he recognized that such circumstances were beyond his control. In the world of commerce, it is improbable for everything to proceed smoothly on a daily basis. Old Mao, who conducts business with integrity, poses no trouble to anyone. His family is well, his wife and children are safe, and his grandfather is in good health. The weather grows warmer each day, filling his heart with contentment. Any lingering disappointment within He Ning gradually faded away. Meigu's mule was to be utilized day by day. The last batch of piglets was sold just after noon, and he swiftly transitioned to the oil residue business. The tractor parked in front of the oil mill, ready to haul 1,000 jin for 5 cents. However, Boss Chung insisted on 8 cents. What nonsense. Next year, oil residue will rise in price. Only then will it be worth 8 cents. With this foresight, He Ning knew that Boss Chung could not deceive him. Seated atop the tractor, he deliberately counted the bills in his pocket, ensuring Boss Chung caught sight of it. Hey, where are you from? Boss Chung asked, eyeing He Ning as he counted his money. What does my origin have to do with purchasing your oil residue? What's the maximum you can take? He Ning raised 5 fingers. 5,000 jin. If we can't agree on 5 cents today or tomorrow, I'll take my leave. I have other matters to attend to at home. Brother, let us make a concession, 6.5 cents? Having finished counting, He Ning tucked the money back into his pocket and leaped down from the tractor. Boss Chung, if you throw in 10 jin of pure sesame oil, I'll take 5,000 jin for 6 cents. Deal. His sister had mentioned the previous night that they were running low on cooking oil and needed to press more after the Lantern Festival. They had no sesame at home, so they were relying on what came from his sister's family. The 12 bags of oil residue weighed exactly 1,000 jin, neatly arranged at the back of the tractor. The plastic barrel containing 10 jin of sesame oil was stowed beneath the toolbox on the tractor seat. He Ning turned to Boss Chung with a smile, inquiring, "Do you know if anyone nearby has apples? I have some at home. Do you need 1,000 Jean? You have apples? Splendid. My wife hasn't had an apple since giving birth. Please let me buy a bag." A look of disappointment crossed Boss Cheng's face, as he had anticipated the young man would request 12 bags. In December, the apples stored in the cellar could fetch the best prices. However, this year, the heavy snow had blocked the roads, and no trucks had come to collect the apples, with customers queuing to press oil. Boss Chung had no time to sell the apples from the cellar. As the weather continued to warm, the apples could not be stored indefinitely. With demand rising, they needed to be dealt with swiftly. Yet, this lad only wanted a single bag for his family. Boss Cheng's enthusiasm waned. "I'm quite busy right now. I can't take you to get the apples." He Ning, still cheerful, replied, "Where's your home? Just tell me, and I'll go fetch them myself. My surname is Chung. Where else would my home be? Just go ahead and weigh them for payment." The tractor sputtered and belched black smoke as it made its way to the Chung household. On the village path, he encountered two people leisurely strolling and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Boss Chung of the oil mill lives?" They pointed in the distance. "That house. There's an orchard in front. How much are the piglets?" "They've all been sold." He Ning drove the tractor forward a bit, switched off the engine, and jumped down, holding the lever in his hand. He called out at the entrance of Boss Cheng's house, asking if anyone was home. The Chung siblings emerged, their eyes blinking in curiosity. He Ning inquired if their parents were around. "No, my parents are at the oil mill." The children replied, "What are you running over here for apples with no adults at home?" "Kids," he said, "your dad asked me to collect a bag of apples from your cellar." The siblings ran over to glance at the tractor, which had 10 bags of oil residue from their family's oil mill. The boy asked, "Did you pay for the apples?" He Ning grinned widely. "I took 10 bags of oil residue from your mill. Do you think I paid?" The boy's sister, clutching a pen, seemed to be frantically finishing her winter break homework. The little girl tilted her head and asked, "The money for the oil residue is one thing. But did you pay for the apples?" Ah, this little girl was sharp. He Ning hadn't paid for the apples, but a quick thought crossed his mind. And he replied, "I gave your dad $10, so I'm taking $10 worth of apples." The girl turned and pulled a bag from a pile at the doorstep, taking her brother along as she said, "One bag, you know. This bag is worth $10. The cellar for the apples was beneath the earthen wall of their orchard, covered with thick felt. The girl added, "You go down and pick them yourself." He Ning muttered to himself, "My wife and children hardly get to eat apples all year. And you keep yours in the cellar until spring?" The girl explained, "During the last month of the lunar year, my dad wanted to sell them, but it snowed. And he didn't He said he'd sell them these days, but he hasn't They're going bad." They climbed down the ladder, and she called to He Ning, "Uncle, come down too. We can't carry a bag." He Ning carefully descended the ladder. The apples in the cellar were bright red and the size of fists. He Ning picked one and took a big bite. It was crisp and sweet, truly delightful. He devoured 2 in quick succession, selecting the largest and reddest ones to fill a bag, but it was too heavy to lift. The kids went up and fetched a piece of rope. They climbed back up to the surface, bringing a length of rope to throw into the cellar. He Ning tied the rope securely to the bag, climbed up first, and then pulled up the bag of apples. He felt a surge of joy. His wife, children, and grandfather would have fruit. Estimating the weight to be around 80 pounds, he returned to the oil mill to weigh it and pay, taking a longer route to avoid being seen. He pulled out $10 from his pocket and handed it to the girl. Her eyes widened as she questioned, "Didn't you just say you paid for the apples?" He Ning ruffled her hair and chuckled. "If I said I didn't pay, would you give me this bag?" The little girl pouted, huffing softly. "How can this uncle lie?" The tractor rumbled back towards Shirley Poo. The vehicle stopped at the entrance of the first house in the village, belonging to He Ning's uncle. "Uncle Xing, come out and get the oil residue." A woman emerged from the house. "Oh, Ningzi, I was just thinking about how good this oil residue would be for fattening the piglets. I was even considering asking your uncle to fetch some from the oil mill. If the villagers went personally to the town's oil mill for oil, wouldn't He Ning miss out on making money?" He quickly began to persuade her. "Aunt, my uncle's cart made a single trip, and for such a meager haul. The going rate is still a mere dime per pound. I drive the tractor to deliver the goods right to everyone's doorstep, and it's the same rate, a dime. Which option is truly worth it?" I ask. After unloading a bag, He Ning chuckles. "Aunt, 10 yuan. Ningzi, I paid you cash for the piglets. But the money for the oil cake is still owed. I will settle it once I have it on hand." He hands her 2 apples, his smile radiant. Yet he remains steadfast. "Aunt, the 15th day of the first lunar month has yet to arrive. Extending credit is not convenient. Aunt, you enjoy the apples. I refuse to believe you lack 10 yuan. If you truly do not have it, I shall bring you the oil cake when you do." He speaks cheerfully, adamantly rejecting the notion of credit. The 2 apples may be a gift, but But how can you consume them without compensation? The bag has already been moved. Would it be proper for me to carry it back? This woman feels quite embarrassed by He Ning's insistence. He presses further, Aunt, it matters not if you do not pay me. I will simply come to your home tonight to ask my uncle for it. Ningzi, will you persistently beg for 10 yuan from her this evening? Such relentless pursuit is bound to annoy her. The woman smiles awkwardly, her expression one of resignation. From her pocket, she retrieves a crumpled 10 yuan bill and hands it to He Ning, grumbling, your nephew truly lacks any sense of obligation. What obligation? He Ning thinks silently. Before the new year, when my family faced such hardships, who among you, aside from my Aunt May and my sister, ever inquired about my wife with a kind word? Chapter 104. Were the bright red apples meant for their consumption? Of the 10 bags of sesame oil cake, 7 have been sold in the heart of the village. Several families possess piglets, but refuse the oil cake. 2 families insist on credit, provoking He Ning to angrily withhold their sales. Those women, who do not wish to purchase the oil cake, dream of enjoying apples for free. Approaching the home of the village head, He Fuin, 5 uncles gather around, eager to snatch the apples. He Ning tightly secures the bag of apples with a length of rope, glaring at them. What do grown men need with apples? My wife has yet to taste a single one during her confinement. He unloads a bag of oil cake at the village head's home. Village head, payment, 10 yuan. Ningzi, did you submit the 500 yuan deposit I asked for the other day? I submitted it on the 7th, Uncle Village Head. Is there an issue? The smile on He Fuin's face appears strained. What issue could there be? To whom did you give the 500 yuan? To the young female cadre, Xiaodu. He Fuin furrows his brow, murmuring, young female cadre? A newcomer? Local officials may not be familiar to the village head. He pays little mind. Ningzi, I need half a bag of apples. My household is bustling, and officials from the town will be visiting in the coming days, so I need to entertain them. Village head, if you give me an extra 10 yuan, I will provide you with half a bag of apples. He Fuin fumbles for a while and finally produces 15 yuan, along with a bag of oil cake and a few apples, muttering, Ningzi, is this merely a handful of apples? Have you become so consumed by profit that you demand payment for a few apples? These apples belong to Boss Cheng's oil mill. I shall bring back several bags tomorrow. He Ning hurriedly extracted several more apples from the bag for the village chief. Uncle Village Chief, why did you make the trip? Tomorrow, I will bring several £100 for our villagers at a bargain price. He had sold 8 bags of oil residue, leaving 2 bags unsold, one for himself and one for Meigu's family. It was still early upon his return home. His sister, Juan, and Minner were absent, and grandfather was nowhere to be found. His wife lay half asleep on the kitchen kong, dozing intermittently throughout the day, only to awaken 4 or 5 times at night to tend to Yeya's feeding. He Ning gently turned her over. Li Wan pouted, her expression one of discontent. They all went to Meigu's house to watch television, leaving me behind. Observing Li Wan's demeanor, he realized she too longed to watch the television. Ningzi, please fix the TV antenna quickly. I want to watch Journey to the West. You, a month-old bride, watching TV? Your eyes will suffer. I am not that delicate. Very well, I will set up the antenna, but first, eat an apple. He washed a bright red apple, sliced it into wedges, and placed a dish before Li Wan. In her heart, she believed that in these times, a man's excursion could always yield delightful surprises. At this hour, to enjoy a bright red apple was sheer bliss. Yet, her words were far from joyous. Ningzi, I was scolded by my sister this morning. Why? I told her I washed my hair last night, and she scolded me for it. Why would you tell her you washed your hair? You speak without discretion. Do you think I've shared with her that I took you to the doctor? Li Wan shook her head. She finished the plate of apple wedges and exclaimed, Ningzi, it's truly sweet. I just wanted that one bite, and you unexpectedly brought me this. He Ning recalled that his sister had mentioned this morning to dig up the radishes buried under the jujube tree to make dumplings. However, by the afternoon, she was nowhere to be seen, and there were no dumplings in sight. He Ning consumed a bellyful of steamed bread alongside 2 apples. He took half of the apples from the bag and headed to Meigu's house. As he passed the jujube tree where the radishes lay buried, he glanced at the thick layer of snow covering them, realizing his sister would not have dug them up. Inside Meigu's house, a chaotic crowd had gathered. Engrossed in the replay of the Spring Festival Gala, his sister stood in the midst of the throng, holding Wan. Grandfather sat on the edge of the kong. A multitude of eyes fixated on the television screen, accompanied by 7 or 8 idlers from the village. The half bag of apples he carried was swiftly snatched by the idle onlookers. Zhang Aibo's father was also squeezed into the room, watching television. He Ning quietly turned away, placing the half bag of apples in the kitchen. He lifted the curtain of the main room and called out, Sister, Grandfather, I've returned. Don't we have a television at home? This single remark drew the collective gaze of the room towards him. Ningzi, Did you buy 2 televisions yesterday? Ningzi ignored the inquiry. What's this? You want to come to my house to watch television? Do you think I am easy to deal with? He Ning felt troubled. His wife's attitude was such that she would not refuse anyone who entered their home to watch television. In He-Yan's arms, Wen reached out to Nestle in her father's embrace. He-Yan tugged at grandfather, calling for Minner to return home. Your uncle is installing a television for us. No need to keep running to your aunt's house. It was she who brought the younger siblings to Aunt May's house. He-Yan glanced at her younger brother, and in his eyes, there seemed to linger a hint of resentment. The siblings emerged from Aunt May's courtyard. He-Yan murmured, I wonder what your brother-in-law is up to now. I fear he might be off playing cards or watching television at someone else's house, neglecting bye-bye. Why did you even send him back? He-Yan's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction towards her brother. Can he buy a television for Aunt May's house, but not for his own sisters? He Ning grinned, noticing the displeasure etched upon his sister's face. Could he, as her brother, not discern her feelings? Sister, I bought a television for Aunt May's house. Surely I can get one for you as well. I suppose my brother-in-law and Yong spend all day watching television, neglecting meals. I shall return you home tomorrow. He-Yan suddenly lifted her gaze. What did you say? We have a television at home? Sister, you must consider this. Between you and Aunt May, I am bound to think of my dear sister first. My brother-in-law and Yong have worked hard for me. How could I let their efforts go unrewarded? The previous evening, while He-Yan carried the television home, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. She knew that in the village, her sister-in-law's aunt was quite helpful, always supporting her brother and his wife. Yet, how could she justify purchasing a television for Li Wan's family after a trip to the county? Had He-Yan known that her younger brother had lost Aunt May's mule, she might have felt less unbalanced. However, He Ning dared not disclose that incident. He had also refrained from telling his sister that he had purchased 3 televisions in one go. Observing the expression on his sister's face, he hastily revealed the truth. Indeed, the color drained from He-Yan's face, her lips curling into a smile, albeit one tinged with reproach. Heavens, you bought 3 televisions in one breath. What are you trying to prove? Where does one find such money? Upon stepping out of Aunt May's house, He Ning said, Shoo, you all go back first. I will cut down this poplar tree. He-Yan glanced at the towering poplar and urged, hurry back. It's almost 5. She took Wen from her brother's arms and set him down, scolding, go home by yourself. He Ning stood before the poplar and called out loudly, Aunt May? Li Hongmei was so engrossed in the television that it took a couple of calls before she responded, emerging from the main house. Your uncle went to Wang Yuandan's shop to sell some wire, saying that the television antenna needs a lightning rod attached. Aunt, why hasn't your husband cut down this tallest poplar by your door? Is it not meant for my use? Li Hongmei fetched a steel saw and handed it to He Ning, whispering, who knows what your uncle has been busy with all morning? You can saw it yourself. He Ning leaned closer to Li Hongmei and quietly remarked, Aunt May, I brought you half a bag of big red apples. Don't let the television watchers eat them. As He Ning sawed the poplar at the entrance, he caught a glimpse of the courtyard where Aunt May washed a basin of apples, 5 or 6 of them, before carrying them into the main house. Sigh, what red apples were meant for Zhang Aibu's father? He Ning truly wished to dash inside and snatch the apples away. With 3 younger siblings, all in their growth years, how could they spare fruit for others? To him, those who spent all afternoon watching television at someone else's home were merely idlers squandering their days. Once again, I chided myself, reflecting on my previous idleness, which was indeed quite irksome. As these thoughts occupied my mind, He Ning hastened to saw through the white poplar. Its stout trunk severed within mere minutes. With a shove, it toppled directly at the entrance. Zhang Guanqing, who had just emerged to relieve himself, narrowly avoided being struck by the fallen tree. Chapter 105. Unfazed by others' opinions, Zhang Guanqing, father of Zhang Aibu, crunched into an apple as he stepped out of the gate. He was almost flattened by the white poplar that He Ning had knocked down. If you crush me, He Ning, how much do you think you could compensate? He exclaimed, one hand occupied with the apple while the other was engaged in his business. He Ning glared at him, a tempest of anger brewing within. Uncle Zhang, how could you have the audacity to watch television at my Aunt May's house all afternoon, then stay for dinner? Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Zhang Guanqing's face turned a deep crimson as he glared back. You think just because you earn a little money, you can speak to your elders like that? I never watch television at your home. What concern is it of yours? Uncle Zhang, the television at my Aunt May's was purchased by me, and the apple you're enjoying is from my own provisions. Do you not have any sense of shame? Return to your own home. He Ning stood firmly at the entrance, blocking Zhang Guanqing's entry into the courtyard. Did he truly expect to watch television until my Aunt May had cooked dinner? It wasn't the New Year's celebration after all. He ought to return home for his meals. Zhang Guanqing, overwhelmed by He Ning's reprimand and blocked from entering, trembled with frustration before turning away. As he walked further, he muttered curses, referring to He Ning as a good-for-nothing tractor driver who had fallen into a ditch. Once Zhang Guanqing had departed, He Ning recalled wanting to inquire about his son, Zhang Aibua, who had been absent for days. Alas, he wished to call him back for clarification, but the man had already moved far away, grumbling under his breath. He could not afford to dawdle. His sister and grandfather Minner were waiting to watch Journey to the West at 5 in the afternoon. The branches of the white poplar were sawed off, leaving a straight pole of about 8 meters. He Baoyin returned along the narrow path, a coil of number 8 wire slung over his shoulder. From afar, he called out, "Ningzi, why did you cut down my tree?" He Ning's eyes widened. "Did my sister not inform you this morning?" "Inform me of what?" he inquired. "I instructed my sister to arrange for you to cut down this tree to secure the television antenna. Were you reluctant to accommodate me?" He Baoyin was indeed hesitant to part with the tallest white poplar. "Ningzi, I have several white poplar beams behind my house. 2 of those, joined together, would surpass this one in length. Why must you insist on cutting down this tree?" Complaints aside, the tree had already been felled. What was the use in lamenting further? He Baoyin raised his head high, while He Ning lowered his gaze, as they carried the severed white poplar to He Ning's home. The process of assembling the antenna mirrored that of the previous day. Ideally, it should take mere minutes to complete. He Ning turned and entered the house. The antenna passing through the highest window, the connection secured at the back of the television. He then stepped back outside, only to find He Baoyin had already erected the pole with the antenna in the pre-dug hole. He Ning felt a sense of helplessness. Hadn't they assembled the antenna together the day before? Could he truly have forgotten to connect the wires? "Uncle, the wires aren't connected. Why did you raise the pole?" He Baoyin looked up, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Oh, I forgot the wiring." Both men cautiously lowered the pole again. Outside the gate, Zhang's eldest cousin called out, "He Ning, are you in the yard?" The 3 cousins from Grandma Zhang's side held a lofty position in the village. They seldom entered He Ning's courtyard. This time, however, they came together. He Yin quickly welcomed the 3 Zhang cousins, lifting the door curtain to allow them into her grandfather's room. Their visit seemed to be for the sake of the elderly gentleman. He Yin cheerfully invited, "Cousins, please come in. My grandfather is inside." Despite it being the new year, the 3 cousins had never visited He Guamin when he was alive. They held a strong disdain for He Ning's uncle and aunt, and their sentiments towards He Ning were not particularly warm either. However, of late, they had observed He Ning's diligence, working from dawn till dusk to earn a living. He had even presented a substantial red envelope of 880 yuan to their elderly mother. The 3 Zhang brothers began to appreciate He Ning, realizing that he had shed his previous reckless ways and was now striving hard. They decided to visit He Ning's home, ostensibly to honor the elder, but in truth, it was He Ning's recent efforts that had moved them. The youngest cousin carried a box in hand, which He Ning quickly recognized as a case of instant noodles, a rarity for rural folk these days. The eldest cousin, grinning, approached the television antenna and advised He Baoyin, "Add 2 iron wire loops for a more stable signal." He instructed He Baoyin on how to assist with the antenna. Meanwhile, He Ning welcomed the other 2 cousins into the house, preparing tea and slicing apples for them. After they had placed the box down and exchanged a few words with the elder, they sat for a brief moment before turning to leave. He Ning accompanied them to the gate, smiling as he offered a courteous remark, "Cousins, do come by often when you have the time." The eldest cousin replied, "He Ning, take good care of your grandfather, work hard to build a home. If you continue to endure, your life will surpass that of others." He Ning responded, "Thank you for your kind words, eldest cousin." When Li Wan emerged from the kitchen, the 3 Zhang cousins had already departed. "Ningzi, what were you so excited about with the Zhang cousins?" "They were here to see grandfather, not you." How could Li Wan not feel elated with the 3 Zhang cousins visiting their home? "Ningzi, when grandfather was at second uncle's, they never went to see him there either." He Ning understood his wife's meaning. The cousins' visit today was ostensibly for the elder, but in reality, it was to acknowledge He Ning. After half a month of hard work, He Ning had earned their respect. He Yin grasped this nuance as well, praising her brother. "Ningzi, look, you've gained the regard of the Zhang cousins. You will surely thrive in the village." Her intent was clear. "Brother, do not revert to your old ways." He Ning smiled wryly, withholding his true thoughts. "In this second life of mine, must I live by the opinions of others?" The Zhang clan held respect in the village, yet He Ning valued his self-respect and independence, needing no validation from them, nor would he base his actions on their perceptions. 2 uncles from Zhang's family, esteemed in their work outside, commanded great respect in the village. The families they honored could truly hold their heads high. One can only imagine the excitement of Li Wan. However, her excitement seemed trivial as she watched television, while He Ning struggled to adjust the antenna, twisting it left and right. Inside the house, her uncle, along with He Yin and Li Wan, directed He Ning in his efforts to find the signal. He bowing called out, "Ningzi, turn left half a circle." He Ning embraced the pole and complied. No, that's not right. He Yin corrected, "Just turn a little." He turned back half a circle. Li Wan shouted again, "Ningzi, you've turned too far. Turn back half a circle. Now, turn it back a little." The three of them continued to guide He Ning in his adjustments. "Could you two ladies let my uncle direct me alone? Whose instructions should I follow? It's exhausting, you know." The two women chuckled but fell silent. Meanwhile, a little dog named Heisey wagged its tail at the door, barking twice, also trying to direct He Ning's efforts. This little pup had survived a close call with Wen and was quite resilient. Despite their efforts, they struggled to achieve a clear signal for the two channels. Never mind. Let us just watch Journey to the West for now. If we want to see something else later, we can adjust again. The pole wasn't fixed, allowing for easy adjustments. The happiest ones in the household were grandfather and Li Wan, their eyes glued to the screen. He Ning leaned close to grandfather's ear and asked loudly, "Grandfather, can you understand it?" He Wanli nodded, his white beard trembling, chuckling softly. He Ning remarked, "What can a dog understand about stars?" He Yin scolded him, "Ningzi, how can you say that about grandfather?" Grandfather, who could not hear well, remained oblivious. Earlier that morning, He Yin had mentioned making dumplings with radish filling. Yet the radishes had yet to be unearthed. He Ning took up a shovel and headed to the jujube tree to dig up some green radishes. He Yin, wide-eyed, asked, "Sun Wukong has appeared. Aren't you going to watch?" "I've seen it 800 times. But for He Yin, Li Wan, and Minner, it was their first time watching Journey to the West. Chapter 106. The family became spellbound by the television. The ground beneath the jujube tree was frozen hard, making it difficult to dig. A sack of green radishes lay buried there since autumn. This morning's lamb stew would greatly benefit from a few slices of radish, adding nourishment. Dumplings filled with radish and pork were He Ning's favorite since childhood. The radishes, as thick as a thigh, had been buried since last autumn, remaining firm and hearty. He Ning, with determination, dug tirelessly until he broke through the frozen layer, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Minna rushed out, her expression anxious. "Uncle, Journey to the West has started. Come quick." "Minner, your uncle is busy. I can't watch right now." In a flurry, Minner dashed inside. Wen followed suit. Daddy, come watch." "Wen, you can't understand anything. Come help your father dig radishes." Little Wen, indeed lost in comprehension, decided not to watch anymore. Holding a large apple, she stood beside her father, observing him as he bent to dig up radishes beneath the jujube tree. The radishes remain unharvested, leaving him unaware of what his father is digging for. "Dad," he calls out, "what are you doing?" "I'm digging radishes to make dumplings." "Do you like them?" "I do." A minute passes, and the little one inquires again, "Dad, what are you doing?" "I told you, I'm digging radishes for dumplings." He digs down to a meter deep, breaking through the frozen soil, yet the radishes still elude him. Puzzled, he wonders if he has dug in the wrong place. Taking a step back, his eyes scan the area, a buzzing sound reverberating in his mind. After expending so much effort, he realizes he has indeed dug under a different jujube tree. He feels it is not entirely his fault. His sister had pointed to this jujube tree, leading him to believe it was the correct spot. "Forget it, Wen," he finally concedes. "It's too late now to make dumplings." Little Wen squats down, picking up a clod of earth in one hand while clutching an apple in the other. He watches as his father lifts the shovel, preparing to return to the courtyard. In his distraction, he forgets the apple in his hand. Not fully aware, he bites into the clod of soil. When He Ning turns to look at him, Wen's mouth is already full of dirt. Realizing something is amiss, the little boy stares blankly at the clod, then bursts into tears. He Ning, exasperated, sets down the shovel, lifts Wen, and gently digs the dirt from his mouth, offering comfort. "It's all right, just spit it out." "Bad daddy." Wen protests, "You made me eat dirt. How can you be so unreasonable?" It is impossible to spit out all the dirt, and Wen, still uncomfortable, continues to cry. He Ning carries him inside, offering him a drink of water. The mixture of water and dirt settles in Wen's stomach. "Will this make your tummy hurt?" "Quickly eat the apple." Little Wen diligently finishes the large apple in his hand. He Ning splits another apple, mashing it with a spoon, and serves half a bowl to his grandfather. In the grandfather's room, the entire family is captivated, eyes glued to the screen displaying Sun Wukong. Only He Ning displays visible disdain towards the television. "Ningzi, why aren't you watching? I've seen it already. You enjoy it. I'll prepare dinner." He Yin and Li Wan are so engrossed in the show that they neglect to cook. The drama airs at the most inconvenient time, right when dinner is to be prepared. Alone in the kitchen, He Ning is busy. Suddenly, little Yeye begins to cry. Li Wan, absorbed in the television, pays no attention to her daughter. He Ning pulls Li Yuan out. Yaya needs to be fed, hurry. Oh dear. It's not over yet, He Ning exclaims, exasperated, as he jumps onto the bed to gently rock Yaya. Be good, Mama is too distracted by the television, it's not a good thing. Li Yuan rushes into the kitchen, hurriedly jumping onto the bed to take Yaya, saying, be a good girl, eat well, there's still one more episode. She notices He Ning glaring at her and smiles sheepishly. During the 5-minute commercial break, Li Yuan finishes feeding Yaya, pats her back, and lays her down on the bed. She reassures He Ning, don't rock her, she's very good. With that, she hops off the bed to resume watching the next episode of Sun Wukong. He Ning prepares the sauerkraut, slices the potatoes, makes the meat sauce, and cooks the noodles. A plate of noodles was brought to the dining table in the adjacent room. As they prepared to eat, one by one, they appeared utterly bewildered. Heisey squatted at the doorway, whimpering in frustration, expressing his strong dissent. How could they still be watching television at mealtime? He Ning entered once more with another plate of noodles, and the 5 family members, including Heisey, who squeezed through the curtain, stared vacantly at the screen, displaying Sun Wukong battling the white-bone demon. He Ning called out loudly, dinner time. It was then that He Yin finally reacted. Ningzi, have you cooked all the food? Why didn't you call me? Sister, this is the second time I've brought it out. Hurry and eat, the noodles will clump together. The 5 of them turned their attention from the television and awkwardly sat down at the dining table to eat. A rather peculiar sight. This dinner lasted until the end of the television drama, with He Ning attending to their needs. Sister, I need to tend to the pigs. I'm off to fill the tractor with water, Wang Qin announced, standing on her doorstep, gazing across the village. In He Ning's yard, a television antenna had been erected. How could the poorest family in the village afford a television after the new year? In Shirley-Pu village, there was Grandma Zhang's house with 2 sons working elsewhere. Village Chief He Fuin's home, and Wang Yuandan's shop, all of them owned televisions. Wang Qin's family was the 4th to have one. This year, her son, He Jun, brought back a new television. Now, only Li Hongmei's family and He Ning's had new televisions, both purchased by He Ning. The villagers seemed to have forgotten Wang Qin's once superior status. A few days ago, Wang Qin had gone to visit her maternal family, and her house was filled with people watching television. Upon her return, no one dared to crowd into her home to watch anymore. However, Li Dongdong, the son of Li Dangwei, still ventured over. This peculiar child stood in Wang Qin's house, eyes glued to Sun Wukong until the show concluded. Without uttering a word, he turned and went home. When he walked back, the sky had darkened. He returned for dinner, but Wang Qin caught him by the arm. Dongdong, come eat at your aunt's. Wang Qin and Li Shipo were relatives, and he called her aunt. Aunt, are you going to let me steal the tractor's handle again? Wang Qin remained silent, pulling Dongdong to the dinner table to finish his meal, then handed him a bottle of water. Dongdong, think about it. How has your grandmother been bullied? And remember the puppy you found that was taken from you. Doesn't tea that make you angry? And now, they have a television, but they won't tea let you watch. Doesn't tea that infuriate you? 5-year-old Li Dongdong, urged on by Wang Qin, clutched the 1 yuan she had given him. He fumed. Aunt, I'll steal his handle. Dongdong, pour this bottle of water into the tractor's fuel tank. Then take the handle. Aunt, the handle wasn't on the tractor last night. Just pour this water into the tank. Li Dongdong exited Wang Qin's house, clutching the bottle of water. Chapter 107. A van parked at the front door. The tractor's diesel tank cap could be opened by pressing down and twisting. A fresh tank of diesel had been added that morning, enough for a round trip tomorrow, and there was no need to worry about refueling then. The release valve was opened, and within 2 minutes, the water flowed out. Last night, a circle of children's footprints surrounded the vehicle, leading He Ning to suspect that Li Dongwei's son might have been up to no good. Yet it remained merely a suspicion. Just because someone walked around the car does not necessarily imply wrongdoing. He took a branch of goji berries and brushed away the dust around the car's body. He planned to check again in the morning. If the same trail of footprints remained, it would confirm his suspicion of malicious intent. If it truly was Li Dongwei's son, the child was quite remarkable. Lost in thoughts of Li Dongwei's son, He Ning pressed down the open fuel cap and forgot to secure it tightly. At just past 7, the sky grew slightly dim. He turned and headed back indoors. In the village, at the well area, Li Dongdong was jogging with a bottle of water toward the small slope in front of He Ning's house, where the tractor was parked. Throughout the past few days of the new year, he had been watching television at his aunt's house every afternoon without fail. The day before, his aunt had invited him for dinner and given him $1. She had instructed him, Dongdong, there's a lever on that tractor in the river bend. Take it home. Li Dongdong clutched the $1 his aunt had given him, dreaming of purchasing balloons, bubblegum, and a small knife at Wang Yuandan's shop the next day. He was thrilled. He knew what the lever was and found it quite amusing. He ran straight to the tractor, picked up the lever, and turned to head home. Suddenly, He recalled that the puppy from He Ning's family had been found in the river bend and had received 2 slaps from his father. He dared not take the lever home anymore. He turned back to his aunt's house and dashed into the kitchen. Excitement etched on his face as he reported his findings. "Look, Auntie." Wang Qin took the lever from his hands and handed him another $1. She reiterated, "Dong dong. You must come back tomorrow to watch the journey to the west, and do not tell anyone about the lever, or your father will surely punish you." Li Dongdong immediately recalled the terrifying scene of his father's slap and nodded quickly. He was subsequently sent home by Wang Qin. The next morning, He Ning's tractor roared to life as usual, leaving Wang Qin utterly perplexed. The lever was clearly stored in her utility room. Upon inquiring, she discovered that He Ning had borrowed the lever from Wang Yuandan's family to start his vehicle. Unyielding, Wang Qin invited Dongdong for dinner again the following day after he finished watching television, adding another instruction: "Make sure to take the lever from the tractor." Li Dongdong jogged to the tractor but found no lever on it and turned back home. On the third day, after finishing his meal and watching television, his aunt not only reminded him to take the lever but also instructed him to fill the fuel tank with a bottle of water. The tractor from Wang Yuandan's family sometimes parked at the shop to unload goods. Li Dongdong, along with a few mischievous children, played around the tractor until Wang Yuandan shouted at them to disperse. Li Dongdong had previously thrown a handful of dirt into his family's tractor's water tank and even spat into the fuel tank. He approached He Ning's tractor with a beer bottle, placed it on the seat, and easily twisted off the fuel cap with both hands, pouring half a bottle of water into it. After circling the tractor and finding no lever, he returned home with the empty beer bottle in hand. His father glared at him and shouted, "Have you gone to watch television at someone else's house again? If you go again tomorrow, I will break your legs." Li Dangwei cursed his son while his mind wandered to the recent acquisition of new televisions by the He Baoyin and He Ning families on the same day. Further dampening his spirits, he stood at the doorway, peering into He Ning's yard. The sky was overcast, yet the tall television antenna pole in He Ning's yard was distinctly visible. Suddenly, a van drove by. Li Dongwei's eyes widened at the sight of the van. Puzzled as to why a vehicle would be entering the village at this hour, it was a novelty for even a tractor to appear in the village. The van parked at the river bend directly in front of his house. A few individuals disembarked from the van. In the midst of the new year, could they be the officials from the Poverty Alleviation Inspection? Li Dangwei squinted to discern who they were as they approached. By the time he recognized them, it was too late to flee into the house. "Li Dangwei, is your wife at home?" inquired Director Lin. "The year hasn't even ended yet." "Nonsense. You were supposed to cooperate during the 12th month. How can we visit your home with people in the first month?" Director Lin complained. Li Dangwei retorted, "I've already said everything I could during the 12th month. You didn't listen to a word. Don't blame us for lacking compassion. Let your wife come out and join us." To his dismay, his wife did indeed emerge, asking, "Dangwei, who is it?" The 3 individuals beside Director Lin immediately surrounded her. The young woman, her legs giving way, sank to the ground, opening her mouth to cry but unable to produce any sound. Li Dangwei scolded, "You foolish woman. I told you to stay at your mother's house and not come back, yet you chose to return today." The 2 individuals dragged her arms toward the van. Li Dangwei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Director Lin, my mother is ill, and I spent 500 or 600 yuan. Otherwise, I would have paid the deposit." Director Lin retorted, "Li family, what deposit do you think you can afford? Are you planning to have a 4th child?" The implication was clear. Even if he paid another 500 yuan, it would be futile. The officials had grown weary of offering comforting words to the Li family. The mantra of achieving wealth by having fewer children and planting more trees had been repeated ad nauseum, falling on deaf ears. Li Dangwei fixated on the television antenna in He Ning's yard, directing his attention towards Director Lin and the others. They were taking his wife away. He knew that He Ning's wife was also on their list. Li Dangwei directly questioned Director Lin, "Why aren't you taking He Ning's wife?" Director Lin chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, tonight, we will take yours along with his." With that, Director Lin turned to leave. This time, it was executed flawlessly. They easily took her away right at his doorstep. Inside the van, Li Dongwei's wife sobbed, claiming she felt unwell, complaining of back pain and serious gynecological issues. The female official holding her arm offered incessant reassurances, promising a thorough examination to ensure her health. They reiterated the same old adage about achieving prosperity by having fewer children and planting more trees, a sentiment that had long lost its resonance. As Director Lin settled into the van, someone asked, "Director, are we going to the next household now?" "He Ning's family. His wife is named Li Wan," replied the female official, clearly aware of Li Wan's circumstances, her brow furrowed with doubt. "Director Lin, is it convenient to take this woman away before her month is up after giving birth?" Director Lin snorted disdainfully. If we wait until her month is over. When the weather warms up, she might escape, leaving us exhausted in our search. The female officer fell silent. He Ning fetched water from the kitchen tank. The water cellar was located in the adjacent empty lot. He carried a bucket of water toward the courtyard when he caught sight of a van parked by the river bend. His body tensed. In the 12th lunar month, Yang Biao had parked his van in that very spot. Suddenly, he recalled that Yang Biao and his ilk had been apprehended, hadn't they? He Ning did not consider anyone else. 2 men and a woman emerged from the van, walking toward him. He placed the bucket at the entrance. With a shovel resting on his shoulder, he approached them. Chapter 108. Ning Zi, are we the wealthiest family in the village now? He Ning did not recognize them. Halt! What are you doing? A loud shout blocked the trio 50 meters from the gate. Inside the van, a woman from the Li family was weeping, her voice heart-wrenching. Li Dangwei scolded and coaxed his wife to quiet down. He Ning immediately understood their intentions. The lanky official beside Director Lin looked familiar, yet he could not recall his name. However, He Ning had already deduced that they were officials from the town's special task force. He Ning, what do you intend to do with that shovel? Don't act recklessly. We are here to work, not to tolerate your ruffian antics. The tall, thin official was well acquainted with He Ning. After all, he was familiar with the local troublemakers who had lost money in town during the 12th lunar month. Suddenly, He Ning remembered who he was. With a cold snort, he clarified the situation to the town officials. Comrade Xiao Chong, on the 7th day of the 1st lunar month, I submitted a deposit of 500 yuan. Does it only guarantee 3 days? Comrade Xiao Chong gasped in astonishment. What? You submitted a 500 yuan deposit on the 7th? Indeed. I guaranteed not to have a 3rd child within 5 years. What? Does it become void after 3 days? The frown on Director Lin's face deepened. Hey, He family, don't speak carelessly. When did I receive your 500 yuan deposit? Suddenly, He Ning realized that the 500 yuan had been handed to the wrong person. No wonder they had come to take his wife. They assumed He Ning would plead with them for mercy. It was nearly impossible for the poorest family in Shilapu to submit 500 yuan. Yet, He Ning's words astonished Director Lin. Director Lin, right? The higher-ups mandated that work resumed on the 7th. I entered on that day to submit the payment. Where were you? Comrade Xiaodu received me, accepted my 500 yuan, and issued a receipt. Do you not acknowledge it? Was my procedure incorrect? What? Is she a temporary worker? Does receiving money not count? He Ning articulated his words clearly, his thoughts coherent, exhibiting no panic, exuding confidence. His inquiries prompted Director Lin and the 2 officials beside him to exchange incredulous glances. Did we mistake the person? You are He Ning? Yes, I am He Ning. My wife is Li Juan, who just gave birth to our 2nd child half a month ago and is still in confinement. Are you in such a hurry to take her away? Director Lin scrutinized him for a long moment. Previously unfamiliar with one another, it was rumored that this individual was quite formidable, daring enough to wield a shovel against others. Director Lin retreated a couple of steps and inquired further of He Ning. You claim you entrusted 500 yuan to the cadre Xiaodu? Was a receipt issued to you? Director Lin, do you doubt me? Director Lin expressed his skepticism and turned to his subordinate, asking, has Xiaodu informed you that she accepted a deposit from this family? Director Lin, Xiaodu only worked for a day and a half on the 7th and was nowhere to be seen on the 8th and 9th. We were unaware that she had collected 500 yuan from this family. Director Lin's expression turned uncomfortable, concealed by the obscurity of the night, where others could not discern his discomfort. He muttered under his breath, isn't this just humiliating for us? He then questioned He Ning again. You assert there is a receipt? The receipt resided within He Ning's coat pocket, and Director Lin gestured for him to produce it. He Ning retrieved the receipt, but did not hand it directly to Director Lin. Instead, he extracted a match, struck it, and recited a string of numbers from the receipt. Director, remember this sequence of numbers. Check your receipt ledger, and it will be abundantly clear. Director Lin, I possess this receipt. Should you dare to harass my wife further, I will seek out your superiors at the county office during working hours. Allowing a temporary worker to haphazardly collect money and issue receipts. Are you truly prepared to jeopardize your position as a task force director? In the remote rural household, upon seeing Director Lin and his team, who would not plead for leniency, hoping to delay the inevitable, yet He Ning maintained an unexpectedly steadfast demeanor. The only plausible explanation was that he had indeed submitted the deposit. Director Lin was a man of integrity, not a brigand. At this juncture, how could one forcibly invade a person's home and seize individuals? Regarding the He family, I shall consult Xiao Du to verify the facts. If you have lied, I shall return at dawn with reinforcements. Director Lin and his team turned and returned to their van, which roared to life and departed. Just then, He Yin emerged through the front door and witnessed the scene, her legs trembling in fear. As someone who had experienced similar circumstances, she recognized the purpose of that van. Ningzi. He Yan's voice quivered with trepidation. Sister, everything is all right now. Ningzi, were they sent by Director Lin? Indeed, they took away Li Dongwei's wife. Ningzi, have they left already? He Ning turned and embraced his sister, offering her reassurance. Sister, do not mention this to my wife. Let us pretend nothing has transpired. However, please, do not disclose their visit to her. We must not frighten her. He Yan understood that her brother had managed to send them away and felt relieved that there was no immediate danger. Rest assured, I shall keep this from Juan. I will say nothing. He Yan was filled with curiosity about how her brother had managed to send them off. Had he paid a significant sum? Thankfully, her brother had been earning well lately. Otherwise, whom could they borrow from during the early days of the new year? The siblings returned inside, where their grandfather and Wanwen were fixated on the television, their faces adorned with vacant smiles, eyes unblinking in front of the screen. He Ning approached and turned off the television. One by one, get inside. Minner tugged at him. Oh, uncle. Minner, have you not blinked since 5 this afternoon until now? 8 o'clock? Minner dashed over and turned the television back on. After all, it was the first day the television was set up, and being a nephew, her mother was indifferent to his authority. Her mother, too, gazed at the screen with a dazed expression, as did Li Wan. Yaya was wailing in the kitchen, her cries unheard. He Ning tugged at her arm to nurse the child. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she nursed Yaya while she smirked at her husband, saying, Ningzi, watching television can really mesmerize and befuddle people. He Ning sighed. She's already a foolish wife. If she keeps watching TV like this, our daughter will be foolish too. Li Wan tossed a small pillow at little Yaya. Nonsense. Our Yaya is certainly not foolish. Li Wan rubbed her eyes. He Ning felt a twinge of concern. Had they purchased the television too soon? He Yan entered from outside, carrying a pot of hot water to wash her face and feet. Ningzi, tonight I will bring water for Grandpa's foot bath. He Yan expressed her guilt for spending the afternoon watching television instead of making dumplings for Grandpa. Don't worry. Sister, I will make you dumplings tomorrow. Never mind. In the morning, I will take you and Minner back. Baiba and my brother-in-law are at home, watching television and getting dumbfounded as well. You'll need to look after them. He Yan felt conflicted. Since the first day of the Lunar New Year until the 10th, she knew her home would be in utter chaos with the men and 2 children left unsupervised. It was time to return. Her sister-in-law seemed to be in good spirits, and there was no need to mention carrying heavy things. She was all right. All right, Ningzi, tomorrow you can drive the tractor to take Min and me back. As a pot of water boiled, He Yan took it to the next room to wash Grandpa's feet and then Min's before retiring for the night. He Ning, exhausted from a day of labor, was not so much weary in his feet as he was sore in his arms from steering the tractor all day. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he patted his arms. Li Wan laid Yaya down on the bed and leaned over to pat her husband's arm. In a soft, timid voice, she asked, Can we earn 1,000 today too? She pulled out some money from her pocket and counted it carefully. The money for 100 piglets, the money for 1,000 jin of oil residue, it's all here. 2,583 yuan. Here, dear. Can you count it? Her husband was earning money through the tractor, and the efficiency was significantly higher. Ningzi, are we the richest people in the village now? He Ning opened his eyes wide in disbelief at his wife's small-minded thinking. How could she think that? In reality, from the 12th lunar month to now, he had worked diligently from dawn till dusk, and even after counting every penny, he had barely earned 5,000 yuan. Buying 3 televisions had already cost 1,500. If Mei Gu's mule was lost, they would need to compensate over 1,000 or even 2,000. The household's grain reserves were only a few hundred jin, enough for just one trip to the mill. With spring upon them, they would need over 10,000 yuan to lay the foundation for the new house. Li Wan actually believed she was the richest woman in the village. Chapter 109. Apple pulled into the village. The loudspeaker called out a few times. Ningzi? Juan, are you asleep? Just as He Ning was drifting into a stupor, he was startled awake by a shout from Li Hongmei. His drowsiness vanished. Li Hongmei stood at the kitchen door, quietly calling out to him again. Ningzi? What's wrong? Mei Gu, why are you here at this hour? Is Juan all right? They didn't take her away, did they? He Ning recalled the commotion in front of his house and saw Li Hongmei at his door. He had also heard the sound of a car from the river bend and rumors that Li Dongwei's wife had been taken away. He feared that his own niece, Juan, had also been taken. She had quietly come to inquire. Li Wan had fallen into a deep slumber, curled up beneath her blanket. Despite Li Hongmei's call, she remained undisturbed. He Ning reassured Li Hongmei, saying, Aunt, Juan is fine. She hasn't been taken away. You should return to sleep. Li Hongmei felt compelled to peek into her niece's room to confirm that she was peacefully resting on the calm. The room was dimly lit. Leaning against the window, She peered through a small hole created by Xiao Wanwan. Li Wan lay with her head tilted in the warmth of her covers. Li Hongmei muttered to herself, "How strange. I clearly saw them approach, yet they were chased away by Ningzi." She pondered the troublesome nature of Ningzi's impulsive behavior. He Ning noticed a shadow at the window and quietly urged, "Aunt Mei, Juan is fine. I will explain everything tomorrow. Please go back to sleep." With a countenance marked by confusion yet relief, Li Hongmei returned home. He Ning nestled into his own blankets, struggling to find rest. During these times, the urgency to earn money loomed large, as he lacked the funds to settle obligations. His wife inevitably faced hardship. Eventually, he drifted into a light sleep, only to awaken on the morning of the 10th day, preparing to take his sister and Minner back to Xiaoshui village. The sky was clear, the morning air crisp and cold. They would depart once the sun had risen. His sister's 2 piglets were secured in a cage atop the vehicle. Minner lifted the playful black pup entangled at her feet and placed it in the carriage. Wenwen was still half asleep, and Minner contemplated sneaking the pup away. He Ning retrieved the black pup from the carriage once more, saying, "Minner, your brother will cry. Uncle will visit the mine today to buy some oil residue, and will catch you another pup." His sister and Minner were bundled up like large dumplings, seated in the vehicle's compartment. As dawn broke, He Ning neglected to tidy himself and hastily poured a pot of boiling water into the tractor's water tank to warm it up, a process that took nearly an hour. After inserting the handle, he cranked it 5 times and released the pressure. The diesel engine did not emit black smoke nor sputter to life. He Yin jumped down from the carriage and lent her brother a hand, making the cranking easier still. Yet, the engine still refused to start. "Sister, something sounds off." He opened the fuel tank lid and pulled out a testing strip, discovering that the diesel was only half full. Alas, the tractor won't start. It seems broken. If Han Yochin's tractor from the pig farm broke down, he could manage to brush off the lost mule incident. However, prolonging its use was out of the question. In his past life, He Ning had operated tractors on construction sites for 3 years, and he had a good understanding of the reasons behind a malfunctioning diesel engine. After inspecting the fuel lines, he found no breaks or leaks. Had he inadvertently mixed water into the fuel during the morning fill-up? Such a mixture would certainly hinder the engine's performance. It was also possible that something had been added to the diesel, causing it to settle and obstruct the flow into the engine. "Sister, wait a moment, let me fix this." He retrieved his tools from beneath the seat and tinkered for quite some time. A significant amount of diesel spilled out, and He Ning caught some in his palm, realizing that more than half of it was water. He Yin noticed her brother's sudden change in demeanor. "Ningzi, is the vehicle all right? Someone had maliciously poured water into the fuel tank last night." He Yin cursed, "People in our village can be so wicked. They cannot bear to see you thrive." Once he confirmed that only diesel was leaking, he tightened the fuel lines and filter. With a vigorous shake, the pressure was released, and a plume of black smoke erupted. Everything was fine now. He Yin embraced Minner, exclaiming, "Minner, isn't your uncle impressive?" However, Uncle's expression remained dark. The series of small footprints from the morning had reappeared. He Ning hoped the mischief was not the work of children, nor that of Li Dongwei's son. As he drove the tractor out of the village, passing by Wang Qin's house, He Ning couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was inextricably linked to that scoundrel Wang Qin. After leaving Shirley Pu and entering Xiaoshui village, he arrived at his sister's doorstep. Minner's uncle's demeanor was still grim. "What's wrong, Ningzi? Why the long face?" He Yin questioned. "Sister, I'm not going in. I'm heading to the town to collect oil residue and apples, and I need to make a trip to the mining area. I'm quite busy." He Yin sighed, implying he should at least greet his brother-in-law. The tractor had already pulled away. Upon reaching the town government courtyard, He Ning sought out Director Lin, but he was absent. A tall, thin figure was scribbling away in the office, seemingly preoccupied with some calculations. He Ning, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "Xiao Chong, has my deposit been confirmed?" Xiao Chong rose, a forced smile on his face. "He Ning, there was a misunderstanding. You did pay the money. However, Xiao Du, that scatterbrain, failed to deliver it to Director Lin promptly. And you can't imagine how furious he was upon returning. He ended up dismissing Xiao Du." He Ning retorted, "What does that have to do with me?" and turned to leave. The tractor arrived at Boss Cheng's oil mill. He loaded 3,000 jin of oil residue, then proceeded to his apple cellar to collect 300 jin of apples. The total cost for this haul amounted to 250 yuan. Transporting it to the mining area would yield a handsome profit. By the afternoon, he returned to the oil mill. Boss Chung was astonished. "Xiao He, so soon for another trip?" "Boss Chung, don't be envious. If you take the oil residue to the mine now, it won't sell. It's a once-in-6 months opportunity," he replied. Boss Chung scoffed. "You family brothers. Do I have the energy to cart oil residue around the mine? How many apples do you have in your cellar?" 5,000 jin. "Do you want them all?" "I'll take all of them, at a 5-cent discount. Boss Chung sighed, lamenting the loss of his apples. After loading 2,000 jin of oil residue and 1,000 jin of apples, he drove straight back to Shirley Poo village. Displeasingly, someone had poured water into his fuel tank, a petty act driven by envy over his earnings and his new television. He couldn't be bothered to offer pleasantries to deliver goods to their doorsteps. The vehicle halted at Jingwanzi and remained still. He hoisted a bag of apples and turned towards the village chief's house. Uncle Village Chief, please turn on the loudspeaker and announce that I have oil residue and apples for sale. Come to Jingwanzi to carry them yourselves. The prices are clear. Oil residue at 10 cents, apples at 25 cents, and no credit after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Village Chief He Fuyin glared at his nephew He Ning. This lad was madly making money during the new year, with apples and oil residue in tow. He even thought to use the loudspeaker to advertise his business. Ningzi, are you out of your mind? Is the village loudspeaker meant for your business? He Ning, with a cold demeanor, shouldered the apples and prepared to leave. Hey Ningzi, what's with the attitude? Put down the apples. It's my duty as village chief to help you prosper. Village Chief He Fuyin activated the loudspeaker on the table and began to call out. The entire village soon learned of his arrival with oil residue and apples. As He Ning awaited the end of the village chief's proclamation, he interjected, Uncle Village Chief. 15 yuan. What 15 yuan? The chief queried. This bag of apples costs 15 yuan. He Ning shot a cold glance at the chief. The 15th day of the first lunar month had yet to arrive, and the chief had just reiterated thrice that credit was not an option. A bag of apples weighs over 50 jin, far exceeding 15 yuan. Frustrated, He Fuyin fished out 10 yuan and tossed it to He Ning. Uncle Village Chief. It's 15 yuan, not a cent less. Still seething with anger, He Fuyin reluctantly produced 5 more yuan. As he exited, he muttered a curse, you scoundrel. Always chasing after money. He Wanli, accompanied by the little One, emerged from his home and stood before He Ning's tractor. The weather had warmed, allowing the grandfather to stroll along the village path. Having enjoyed a hearty breakfast, he seemed more spirited than he had been prior to the new year. Grandfather, please keep an eye on the tractor. I need to return home for a moment. He Ning re-entered the house and devoured the leftover lunch. Chapter 110, You good-for-nothing son. Is your father not concerned? After finishing the remnants of his meal, He Ning wiped his mouth and scooped up little Yaya for some affectionate kisses, followed by a few tender pecks on Li Wan's cheeks. My dear, the tractor is at Jingwanzi, and I'm worried about grandfather and Wan. I must hurry over. Li Wan blinked her large eyes in surprise. Are you asking grandfather to help you sell things? Just for a moment, he replied, with his belly satisfied. He Ning dashed out of the courtyard. A crowd had gathered around the tractor, exchanging bags of corn and black melon seeds for apples and oil residue. Aunt, uncle, didn't you have leftover black melon seeds from last year? He Ning busily collected their offerings, weighing apples and oil residue for them to take away. Ningzi, I can't carry a bag of apples. Can't you drive the tractor to my doorstep? He Ning smiled, but politely declined. Uncle Bang, I'll deliver to your home. But I have to make deliveries to others as well. Bring your card. I can take the goods for your entire group along with me. Ningzi, you're quite stingy. How much fuel could it possibly cost you? If you've made money from your business, you should also consider your fellow villagers. The smile on He Ning's face grew strained. I'm bringing piglets, oil residue, and apples for you. Isn't that beneficial for the community? Cut it out. You're only doing it for your profit. He Ning no longer wished to sell apples to those who spoke thus. He Wanli began distributing apples from the bag, and one by one, people claimed them. He Ning quickly intervened. Grandfather, stop distributing. We are here to sell. In the brief time that He Ning returned home for a meal, He Wanli had dispensed nearly half a bag of apples. Grandfather, you should head back. The 83-year-old turned and entered the nearest Zhao family home to chat for a bit. Li Dangwei, accompanied by his son Li Dongdong, arrived carrying half a bag of corn. He Ning, I'd like to exchange a bag of apples for my child. He Ning remained silent as he weighed the corn. 2 jin of corn for 1 jin of apples. You have 30 jin of corn here. He weighed out 15 jin of apples for Li Dangwei. He Ning's gaze fell upon the cloth shoes on his son's feet, observing the footprints they left on the ground. The impressions surrounding the tractor from yesterday morning and today mirrored those made by Li Dongdong's steps. His father turned to leave with the apples on his back. He was munching on an apple, standing in front of the tractor, joining the commotion. As Li Dangwei walked away, a few people dismissed him. He Ning inquired of Li Dongdong. Boy, you have pilfered my handle. Do you think I am unaware? Li Dongdong tilted his head, thoughtfully pondering the implication of He Ning's words, but he denied it vocally. I did not. You did not? Who instructed you? Speak honestly, and I shall reward you with $1. Li Dongdong took a bite of his apple and, tilting his head, replied, You give me $2. Very well. Tell me who directed you, and I shall grant you $2. My aunt commanded me to steal. He Ning nodded in acknowledgement. He pressed on with another question. Last night, water entered my fuel tank. Was that also your doing? It was my aunt who instructed me to do that. He Ning nodded once more. Li Dongdong, head cocked, extended his filthy palm. Pay me, you promised $2. At that moment, two women from the Li family approached, carrying corn to exchange for apples. Upon seeing Li Dongdong, Aunt Li's anger flared. Dongdong, did you set fire to our straw stack? I did not set it. It was Jia Yi's foolishness. Nonsense. If you hadn't given him matches, could he have ignited our straw stack? Li Dongdong ignored the woman berating him. Still reaching out for money from He Ning. Hurry up with the cash. He Ning shouted, get lost. To which Li Dongdong retorted, bastard. The 5-year-old child learned such foul language from his grandmother. He Ning, busy weighing apples for the two women from the Li family, cast a cold glance at the 5.5-year-old Li Dongdong. In his mind, he envisioned the trajectory of Li Dongdong's life over the next few years. In a previous life, over the next 30 years, he would return to the village to tend to his parents' graves, to those of his wife and daughter. And he had heard whispers of some individuals' fates. Li Dongdong would bully his classmates at the village primary school until they were too bruised to attend. When Xiao Wenwen started school at 8, he hoped Li Dongdong would not be there. After turning 18, Li Dongdong would steal a significant sum of money from the villagers selling watermelons and be imprisoned for 8 years. A child at 3 shows their future, at 7, their character. At 5.5, Li Dongdong already exhibited the traits of a future scoundrel. He cursed He Ning with a vulgarity. He Ning coldly replied, Li Dongdong, utter that again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Xiao Wenwen was playing in the truck bed, and he grabbed a handful of oil residue from a bag and scattered it. Laughing joyfully, Daddy, how fun. He Ning reached out to lift his son from the truck bed, ignoring Li Dongdong, who was still demanding money. Look, Aunt Li, 15 pounds. Quite high. I will even give you both an extra one. Xiao Wenwen played at his father's feet, taking a few steps closer to Li Dongdong. In a fleeting moment as He Ning turned, Li Dongdong shoved Wenwen harshly and ran off, muttering, bastard. Xiao Wenwen fell to the ground, bursting into tears. Aunt Li, with apples on her back, scolded Li Dongdong, what a wicked boy. Beyond redemption. He Ning turned and chased after him, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him toward the vehicle. He addressed Aunt Li, please, would you summon Li Dangwei? If he does not come, tell him I shall tear his son's mouth apart today. Let us see if he cares. Aunt Li chuckled awkwardly. He Ning, why bother with a child? Just let it go? Aunt Li could not comprehend why He Ning was so concerned about Li Dongdong pushing her son. She advised, do not stoop to the level of children. He Ning merely chuckled coldly. Aunt, please call his father for me. Another woman from the Li family believed that Li Dongdong deserved a thorough reprimand from He Ning. Sister-in-law, if he dares to set fire to your haystack, he would not hesitate to burn down your house. This scoundrel is nothing but trouble. The two women turned back to fetch Li Dongdong's father. Li Dongdong struggled fiercely, attempting to escape, but He Ning held him tightly by the collar and lifted Wenwen to place her in the carriage. Do not cry, watch as Daddy avenges you. Daddy will take revenge. After a 10-minute wait, Li Dangwei rushed over in a panic. He Ning, why are you quarreling with a child? He Ning smiled broadly. Li Dangwei, if I were to truly retaliate against your son, I would tear his mouth apart and chop off his claws. What are you saying? He merely pushed your son. Why such harsh words? Aunt Li informed him that Li Dongdong had knocked He Ning's son down. He Ning, release my son. As Li Dongdong's biological father, witnessing his son being lifted like a chicken by He Ning left him quite displeased. I will hold your son accountable for his actions. He first stole my crank, causing me to lose an hour, and then he filled my tractor's oil tank with water, wasting me another hour. I am engaged in business outside, and this delay has incurred losses you cannot afford to compensate. Li Dongwei's gaze towards his son turned fierce. Dongdong, did you steal from him? Li Dongdong stubbornly refused to admit it, which frustrated He Ning. However, with a sense of defiance, Li Dongdong shouted, it was my aunt who told me to steal. He Ning laughed and released Li Dongdong. Just as the boy attempted to flee, his father yanked him back. Li Dangwei struck his son, delivering several slaps and kicks until Li Dongdong collapsed to the ground, crying out in anguish. Li Dangwei cursed, if you dare to go to their house to watch television again, I will break your legs. Chapter 111. Li Hongmei's niece is the luckiest woman in the village. Surely Pupu village is not a place for making cash through business. It is a place for earning grain. Everyone has little money in their pockets. Corn and black seeds are traded for apples and oil residue. Last night, Li Wan excitedly proclaimed that she had become the wealthiest woman in the village. Surprisingly, even the wives of the village chief and Wang Yuandan did not possess 1,000 yuan between them. Yet, in Shirley Pupu village, no household's grain storage was as plentiful as He Ning's. He Ning exchanged apples and oil residue for the grain from their storages. After this trip, He brought home 5 bags of corn, 2 bags of wheat, and over 30 pounds of black seeds. He Ning made several trips back and forth, carrying everything into the house and piling it on the doorstep, drenched in sweat. Juan handed him a warm towel to wipe his forehead. Ningzi, I am not forcing you to work so hard. Your health is paramount. He Ning smiled sweetly at his wife. Juan, wait and see. It won't be long before I make you a millionaire. Juan's expression turned dreamy. A millionaire? Ningzi observed He Ning's gaze drift momentarily before succumbing to fatigue, his mouth opening in a yawn. While I am away, are you simply glued to the television? No, came the retort, not at all. Why the vacant stare? He Ning quietly unplugged the antenna from behind the television. Dinner was ready, yet grandfather had yet to return home. He Ning turned to seek out his grandfather. He Wanli was visiting the Zhao family, indulging in a bowl of gray bean noodles as dusk settled. He Ning entered, tugging him back home. But He Wanli grasped old Zhao's arm, insisting, come to my house to watch television. Grandfather, old Zhao's eyes are weary. What television is there to watch? Don't lead him astray. Grandfather was pulled back to the entrance. Wen stood at the doorway, sobbing intermittently. Son, what is the matter? Why the tears? Mama spanked me. Little Wen extended his hand for his father to see. He Ning scooped him up, planting kisses on his cheeks and neck. No more tears. Why cry when daddy hasn't he upset you all day? In days gone by, a few stern words from his father would send Wen into tears. Every time He Yin visited her parental home, the first sound she would hear upon entering was Wen's weeping. He Ning showered little Wen with affection, and despite the tears streaming down his face, he broke into giggles. Wan glared at her son. Wan, what on earth has caused our son to cry? He was distressed by the mischievous children from the Li family down by the river, and look at his little face, all bruised. Look, Wan pointed at the peeling mud plaster on the courtyard wall for He Ning to see. In that brief moment, Wen had managed to strip away a large patch, making the wall look quite unsightly. Wan despised her son's destructive behavior. It looks horrid. He Ning, however, did not scold his son but embraced him gently. It's all right. Once it warms up, I shall rebuild the brick wall. Wan bit her lip, offering a mild complaint. Ningzi, you cannot indulge our son. He will become spoiled. It's fine. My son is not like Li Dongdong. In a previous life, He Wen had rejected his father, but upon attending school, he excelled academically and morally, securing a place in a prestigious university. The incident of peeling the wall at 3 years old would not hinder his future success. He Ning held his son close as they prepared to head inside for dinner, but Wan pulled him into the kitchen first. A bowl of milky liquid awaited him. What is this? He Ning glanced at Wan, who shot him a knowing look. Can't you tell? Are you asking on purpose? He Ning glanced at Wan. Isn't this for him? He bit me, so I'm not giving it to him. You drink it. He Ning grinned. What kind of joke is this? A grown man drinking breast milk? Ningzi, you can't let it go to waste. Drink it. Wan insisted, threatening to pour it out if he refused. He Ning took the bowl and gulped it down. Delicious. I'll have another bowl. Let us eat. He Ning said, pouting slightly. Dear, I prefer not to drink from a bowl. Let us set a time for me to return home early. Wan's face flushed as she lowered her head, heading to the table in the next room to serve dishes. He Ning polished off 5 bowls of noodles, feeling satisfied, and declared, I'm off to Mei Gu's to discuss matters. I'll be back shortly. At Mei Hongmei's home, a crowd of adults and children were engrossed in watching television. He Ning pulled He bowing out of the room, wearing an unhappy expression. Did my aunt feed them dinner? Ningzi, considering your words, can your aunt really provide them with dinner? They are watching television, and it would be impolite to send them away during the festive season. He Ning scolded. They are all lazy. Just kick them out. He bowing looked at He Ning with a peculiar expression. You, He Ning, dare to criticize others? Were you not lazy before? Ningzi, since you brought me out, what is it that you wish to convey? He Ning hesitated to mention the lost mule. Uncle, the weather has warmed up these past few days. Please take the opportunity to turn over the manure pile in front of your house. I will assist you with my tractor for a day. He bowing felt embarrassed. Ningzi, you are busy with your tractor business. Making money is essential. When would you have time to help me with the manure? Uncle, I will venture out to conduct business in the morning and in the afternoon. I can help you with the manure. It will only take an afternoon. It won't hinder your affairs. The mule was lost, and the over 1,000 yuan owed to Uncle had yet to be earned. I must assist Uncle in completing the work related to the mule cart. All right, I will turn over the manure pile with your aunt tomorrow morning, and you can assist me in the afternoon. It's a chance to utilize your tractor. Uncle, I will return from the mine tomorrow and can also deliver a load of coal for you. Oh dear, Ningzi, this is quite inappropriate. The villagers will think I am taking advantage of you. I have not yet settled the television bill with you. He Ning frowned. Who would dare to say you are taking advantage of me? You are my beloved wife's uncle. Li Hongmei emerged from the kitchen. extending her arms to take the child, Juan, from He Ning's embrace, planting a kiss on the little one's cheek, and playfully scolding, "Little rascal. Does your father carry you everywhere he goes?" He Ning recounted the coal and manure situation to Li Hongmei again. "This is simply a matter of utilizing the tractor. In a few days, it will be returned." After settling the affairs, He Ning turned back home. Behind him, Li Hongmei and he bowing gazed at the retreating figures of the father and son. "Hongmei, Ningzi treats us exceptionally well. Do you not find it somewhat unusual?" Li Hongmei perceived nothing unusual. He bowing had not witnessed the scene the night Juan gave birth, where Ningzi knelt and bowed his head in reverence. "Bowing, mark my words. My niece is the most fortunate woman in the village. Let them continue to look down upon her." The murmurs of Li Hongmei and her husband went unheard by He Ning, who was returning home with his son. A bicycle stood at the entrance of his home. "Oh, son, who has come to our house?" The visitor was speaking in his grandfather's room, with 2 bags of raw candy placed on the table. The Lantern Festival had not yet passed. The atmosphere of the new year still lingered. Relatives were visiting, each carrying a gift of the season. He Ning found the visitor familiar, but could not recall which relative it was. The other party appeared somewhat displeased. "Cousin, do you not recognize me? The family of my great-aunt on Mashui Road has passed away. I have come to express my condolences." Upon hearing this, He Ning's mind suddenly recalled his grandfather's sister, an octogenarian who had passed away the previous night. This young cousin had come to inform the relatives of the bereavement. "Ningzi, I have yet to visit the family of my second uncle. I am unsure which family it is. Could you guide me?" He Guomin's family, you do not know it? Logically, he should have been unaware of He Ning's home. He had been inquiring around the village, asking for the name He Wanli. He was an outside relative, mistakenly believing the elder still resided at He Guomin's house. However, the villagers had directed him to He Ning's home. He still intended to go to He Guomin's family to express his condolences. He Ning instructed, "Proceed to the northern edge of the village and inquire which house belongs to He Guomin to find your way." After sending his cousin away, He Ning's countenance darkened. Li Wan inquired, "Ningzi, are we departing tomorrow?" He replied affirmatively. "We must maintain the bonds of kinship." Deep down, He Ning was reluctant to go, as it would hinder his ability to earn money and impede his plans to haul manure for Aunt May in the afternoon. However, with his grandfather present, and given that his grandfather's sister had passed away, attending was imperative. He Ning felt a heavy heart, primarily because he wished to avoid any association with He Guomin and Wang Qin during this affair. He fervently hoped that his second uncle would refrain from accompanying him to Mashuik village for this matter, just as he had lulled his son to sleep. He Guomin called out to He Ning from the doorway. Since his grandfather had been brought home, He Ning had not seen his second uncle enter. During He Ning's absence, He Guomin had visited twice to check on their ailing father. While Li Wan was in the kitchen nursing their child, He Guomin quietly entered and then stealthily exited. When he encountered others on the road, he would casually remark, "I went to see my father," ensuring the villagers were aware of his visits during the new year. But now, with He Ning at home, he hesitated to come inside, choosing instead to converse with his nephew at the entrance. "Ningzi, will you attend the affairs at your aunt's house?" He Guomin asked in a formal tone. "I shall go tomorrow." "Why, uncle? Are you not attending?" He Guomin pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to He Ning. "I cannot afford to go, so please take this as a token of goodwill." He Ning accepted the 5 yuan, watching his uncle turn away. He scoffed. "It is Wang Qin who prevents you from going, isn't it? Wang Qin dismisses my grandfather and disregards our family ties." Chapter 112. Zhang Aibua, return my Aunt May's red mule boss Cheng's oil mill produced oil dregs, which were transported to the mining district for immediate cash. Apples also fetched immediate payment. By noon, 2,000 pounds of oil dregs and 1,000 pounds of apples had been sold, transforming 300 yuan into 600. A truckload of coal was next. First, he would visit his little aunt in Mashuik to fulfill a personal obligation and enjoy a bowl of meat. The journey spanned over 60 miles. The snow along the main road had melted, allowing the tractor to travel swiftly. He stopped at the entrance of the household involved in the affair. In a previous life, this day marked his grandfather's burial. In this rebirth, it had become the day of mourning for his grandfather's younger sister, his little aunt. It was impossible for him to alter the course of his grandfather's sister's life. As he turned off the tractor, a man approached him. "Hey, young man. What is the current price of coal?" "What is wrong, uncle? Is your household out of coal?" "It ran out in the 12th month, and I was too busy to make a trip, since it requires expenditure. If you sell it cheaply, I'll take this load." "I'm sorry, uncle, but this load of coal is for my own use." "Come now, young man, can't you do the math? You have a tractor. If you sell me this load, you can make another trip and still profit." "How much is it?" "This load is 100 yuan. He Ning raised the price by 20 yuan. "I'll give you 101. Unload this load for me." "Uncle, it's 60 miles there and back. Am I to earn just 10 yuan for my trouble? Offer me 103, and I'll unload it for you. The village lies 60 miles from the mining district, where they transport coal either by cart or by hiring a tractor for a trip. The elderly man fell silent at the mention of 130. He Ning entered his gray tant's home, holding a handle. The courtyard was bustling with people enjoying bowls of stewed vegetables and meat. Amidst the sounds of gongs and swona, He Ning devoured 3 bowls of stew and 2 large white buns. He recorded 5 yuan as a favor for himself and another 5 for his uncle. Wiping his mouth, he prepared to exit the courtyard and drive the tractor home. As he left, he heard Zhang Aibua in the adjacent room engaging in gambling. The passing of the 80-year-old elder had turned the funeral into a lively affair. 2 tables for gambling and drinking had been set up. Was there a familial connection between his great-aunt's family and Zhang Aibua's? Zhang Aibua, with a cigarette clamped in his mouth, rattled bowls and dishes as he called out bets. Guessing odd or even, He Ning crouched at the doorway, peering inside. Zhang Aibua shouted, "Bet even. This time it's definitely even. 10 bucks, no limit." "Did you lose all 500 from selling mules?" A voice interjected. He Ning clenched his teeth, suppressing the urge to drag Zhang Aibua out. Instead, he turned and sought out his cousin, dressed in white mourning attire. "Cousin, my grandfather is right here with me. Why haven't you come to pay your respects to your uncle?" "Oh, Ningzi, is your grandfather well?" "With my mother's condition this month. How can we brothers go out?" "Understandable, cousin. My grandfather is quite well. But tell me, is that person shaking the bowl from the Zhang family also a relative of yours?" Cousin Lu craned his neck to glance at Zhang Aibua. "Huh, what relative?" "Just a scoundrel taking advantage of the situation." He glanced at the He family cousin, a sheepish smile crossing his face. In the eyes of their relatives, wasn't He Ning also seen as a gambler taking advantage of the occasion? Just a few days ago, he sold a red mule to Lu Hongxing's family and had some cash on hand to gamble here. He Ning's head buzzed. Who did the red mule get sold to? Wasn't he just mentioned? It was sold to Lu Hongxing's family. "Cousin, could you take me to see Lu Hongxing?" Upon hearing such a request from a distant relative, Cousin Lu immediately frowned. "What do you mean?" "Shoo, cousin, I just want to take a look. It's uncertain whether the red mule from my great-aunt's family is still there." Zhang Aibua had been robbed in the first month and was being pressured by He Jun for 900 yuan. The red mule from Mei Gu's family could fetch 900 yuan. Cousin Lu removed his mourning attire and led He Ning out of the courtyard. They walked partway down the village path to the entrance of a house. "Hongxing, Hongxing," he called out. A woman answered from inside. "Oh, Baodai, why are you a mourner?" "Here at my house. Sister-in-law, that mule you bought cheaply the other day is likely the one stolen from my family by that scoundrel from the Zhang family. He wants to take a look." The woman's smile instantly froze as she cast a disdainful glance at He Ning. "What do you mean, He family relative? I paid for the mule, whether it was stolen or not. I want clarification." This woman was not one to be trifled with, lacking reason. He Ning's expression fell sharply. Behind his house, a sudden braying of a mule echoed, pleading for sustenance. How could He Ning fail to recognize the call of Mei Gu's mule? He swiftly turned and strode purposefully towards his aunt's residence, directly entering her courtyard. He burst into the earthen room, pushing aside a throng of gamblers, and seized Zhang Aibua by the collar. With the other hand, he grasped a metal rod, swinging it with force against Zhang Aibua's head. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Zhang Aibua exclaimed, and upon realizing it was He Ning, he twisted away and fled, clutching his head as he desperately sought escape. He Ning cast aside his coat and inhaled deeply, pursuing him outside. A crowd gathered in the courtyard, intrigued by the commotion. If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. Why the urgency? It seemed many were not even from their village. Zhang Aibua, aware that He Ning was capable of murder, fled in terror, his cries echoing as he ran. He Ning, intent on reclaiming his mule, was relentless in his chase. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit across Mo Shui River village for nearly half an hour. In a sandy clearing, He Ning managed to pin Zhang Aibua down. Both were breathless, their strength waning. "Do you know that Yang Biao's gang was sent in by me?" He Ning demanded. "I know, Ningzi. For the sake of our brotherhood. Spare me this time, and I will retrieve your mule," Zhang Aibua panted. "Can you truly bring my mule back?" He Ning queried, still catching his breath. "Yes, they owe me 500 yuan, and there's still 300 unpaid. I just won a round, and it's enough to return the 500, Zhang Aibua asserted. He Ning hoisted Zhang Aibua to his feet, pressing the iron rod against him. "If you don't return my Mei Gu's mule today, I just threaten you. I will hand you over to Director Luo at the precinct, and you can join Yang Biao's crew." Stumbling, Zhang Aibua made his way to the entrance of Hongxing's home. Attempting to explain, "Ningzi, you are unjustly accusing me. I didn't steal the mule." He Ning scoffed at his words. "My mule was taken from the pig farm on the outskirts of the county, and you think you can deny it?" Zhang Aibwa turned, desperate to defend himself. Ningzi, I am wronged. I encountered your Meigu's mule along the way and intended to return it. Observing the earnestness in Zhang Aibwa's eyes, He Ning pondered for a moment. You encountered it along the way? The mule must have escaped from that pig farm you mentioned, and you happened to find it as you approached town. And then what? You intended to sell my Meigu's mule to someone else? What is the difference between that and theft? Had he not interfered, the red mule would have found its way home. He Ning compelled Zhang Aibwa to the entrance of Hongxing's house. I will wait here at the entrance. You go inside and retrieve it. If you do not return, I will ensure you become my Meigu's mule. Fear filled Zhang Aibwa's eyes as he hesitantly entered the courtyard of the family. Chapter 113. The village chief of Shirley Pu endures a beating. Zhang Aibwa emerged after a lengthy half-hour, his face etched with despair. Ningzi, this woman is unreasonable. She demands no money and refuses to give us the mule. What are we to do? He Ning swung the rod, striking Zhang Aibwa. Produce the 500 yuan you owe. Zhang Aibwa clutched his pocket and retreated 2 steps. Ningzi, she truly wants to part with our mule. I cannot simply intrude upon their enclosure to drag it out, can I? He Ning strode boldly into the yard of the family. The sound of the mule braying echoed from behind the house. He marched straight into the courtyard, heading toward the back. Upon hearing He Ning's footsteps, the mule from Meigu's home brayed again. The mule pen was secured with a dilapidated wooden door, held shut by a rusty rod. With a firm push, He Ning swung the door open and called out, Red mule, come here. Did someone steal you, or did you wander out on your own? He seized the mule's halter and began to lead it out. The woman of the household stood in the yard, shouting, You from the He family, this is theft. He Ning pointed at Zhang Aibwa, who stood at the entrance, dumbfounded. He sold my mule to you, and you dare to call it theft? Get out of my way. The woman, startled by He Ning's reprimand, fell silent as he led the mule out of her yard. Zhang Aibwa stood in shock, astonished that He Ning had the audacity to enter someone else's yard and lead the mule away. Aren't you afraid that the Liu family will kill you? He Ning bared his teeth and retorted, You come here, and I'll deal with you first. While leading the mule, He Ning found himself unable to pursue Zhang Aibwa. Instead, he shouted, Return the money to her. Zhang Aibwa stepped forward, stuffing 500 yuan into the woman's hands, declaring, This has nothing to do with me. Before turning and fleeing, He Ning returned to his tractor, troubled by the dilemma of whether to lead the mule away or drive off. From beneath the seat, he retrieved a length of rope, tied it to the mule's halter, and secured it to the back of the tractor. The old uncle from earlier approached again, a member of the Luo family from the village. Hey, kid, let us discuss this further. I'll give you 120 yuan if you unload this coal at my place. The coal truck carried just over a ton, and He Ning had paid 80 yuan to load it. After deducting fuel costs for the round trip, he would earn 30 yuan. All right, Uncle Luo, you lead my mule, and I'll drive to your front gate. Uncle Luo took the reins of He Ning's red mule, walking ahead as the tractor followed closely. The sound of the tractor abruptly broke the quiet, startling the mule, which stumbled and tried to bolt. Being tied to the tractor, it would be frightened and unwilling to move back. He Ning trailed behind Uncle Luo until they reached his doorstep, where they halted the vehicle. Together, they used shovels to unload the coal onto the ground. He Ning inquired, Uncle Luo, who is Liu Hongxing from your village? Liu Hongxing, do you need something from him? He recounted the incident of forcibly leading the mule from his yard to Uncle Luo. Oh, you're a relative of the He family? If you barge into their yard and forcibly take the mule, there are 5 brothers in that family who could cause you trouble. What will you do? He Ning frowned. 5 brothers from the Liu family. Uncle Luo quickly urged He Ning to leave. Hurry, if those brothers corner you, you won't be able to escape. He Ning gritted his teeth at Zhang Aibwa's audacity in fleeing. If he hadn't run, he would have helped me bring the mule back to the village. Suddenly, I pondered why none of the relatives from the 4th Master's family or the 5th Master's family attended the funeral. They left early in the morning without even inquiring about who would be present for the occasion. However, it was certain that someone must have arrived to assist. I needed them to help lead the mule back. Uncle Luo offered a reminder. The brothers from the Liu family are currently at your aunt's house. If they see you leading the mule over, how can you escape? I can help you take it to the village entrance. He Ning handed Uncle Luo 10 yuan. Smiling as he expressed his gratitude, Uncle Luo, you have been a tremendous help. The tractor returned to the entrance of the bereaved family's home. He Ning entered to seek out familiar faces in the village. The village head, He Fuyin, was inside the main house chatting with several individuals, adorned with a white hat. The departed elder was his aunt. Uncle Yin, come out. He Fuyin noticed his nephew, He Ning, filled with disdain. Moments ago, he had chased after Zhang Aibwa from this courtyard, witnessed by a gathering of villagers. Some recognized them as ruffians from Shirley Pu. Relatives approached He Fuyin, inquiring, Is that young man with the shaking handle your nephew? He Fuyin quickly denied it. No, I do not know him. At this moment, He Ning stood at the doorway, calling for his uncle. Those questioning He Fuyin stared at him in disbelief. He Fuyin, your nephew is indeed your nephew. Why deny him? What is so peculiar about you? He Fuyin, feeling embarrassed, exited the house and shot a glare at He Ning. You've come to pay your respects, yet instead of behaving appropriately, you chased after Zhang Aibo to fight. This is your aunt's house. Can you not act foolishly? Uncle, assist me. You came here by tractor. Could you not take us along? We rode bicycles for 50 miles. It was quite exhausting. And now you ask me for help? Uncle Ian, I am first going to the oil mill to fetch oil residue and apples, then to the mine to sell them. Can I take you along? He Fuyin snorted, acknowledging that He Ning wasn't merely idling away his time during the new year, but rather had become fixated on making money, swinging from one extreme to the other. He sternly questioned, what assistance do you need? Speak. Uncle, I need you to lead the mule back. He Fuyin assumed that He Ning had purchased a mule with his earnings and was returning it from this village. Ningzi, do you have no sense? Can't you see I'm observing mourning for my aunt? I am not returning home today. He Ning felt the urge to curse, thinking, what nonsense about mourning. How many pounds of tea did you buy for her while she was alive? Uncle, the mule belongs to my Aunt May's family. Zhang Aibo intercepted it midway and sold it to Lu Hongxing's family. I forcibly retrieved it from Lu Hongxing. If I don't return it, what will happen when their brothers find out? Do you want to see me fighting with them? He Fuyin, the fiery village head of Shirley Pu, exclaimed, Ningzi, have you provoked the Lu family? What am I to say about you? He Fuyin snatched off his white mourning hat and stuffed it into his pocket as he left the courtyard. A tractor was parked at the entrance. He Fuyin grumbled, what trouble you have caused for me. Where's the mule? Uncle, it's at the village entrance. Uncle Luo is holding it, waiting for us. Uncle, I will give you 10 yuan. I have never asked you for 10 yuan. He Ning drove the tractor to the village entrance. He Fuyin angrily took the reins of the red mule from Luo's family. He shot a glare at He Ning. The village head, He Fuyin, led the red mule as they began the 50-mile journey back to Shirley Pu. As he rode atop the red mule, his frustration grew, and he muttered curses under his breath. Despite his grievances, he recognized that his nephew, He Ning, had been diligently striving to earn money in the village. If this continued, it would lead to inevitable consequences. He discerned that this reckless lad, if he could temper his temperament and pursue his ambitions, possessed the potential to become a prominent figure in the village. He Fuyin, in need of funds, decided to assist He Ning, hoping that after the new year, he could borrow some money from him. After an hour's journey from Mo Shui He village, the sound of bicycle bells rang out behind him. Turning around, he saw 3 bicycles approaching, ridden by the 5 brothers of the Lu family. They were pursuing a tractor and the mule, eventually catching up with He Fuyin. Burdened with sorrow, He Fuyin quickly donned a conciliatory smile. We are relatives from Tenlipu village. Let us discuss this amicably. However, his collar was seized by the imposing Lu Hongxing. You, a relative from another village, are taking advantage of the situation. You barged into my home and forcibly seized the mule I just sold. How audacious. He Fuyin hastily defended himself. Lu Hongxing, I am He Fuyin, the village chief of Tenlipu. It was not I who intruded into your courtyard. It was my nephew, He Ning. He is just a troublemaker. It would be wise not to provoke him. With a resounding thud, Lu Hongxing's fist struck He Fuyin's chest, accompanied by an insult. You claim to be the village chief, but you are not our village's leader. It is people like you who deserve to be punished. The red mule was forcibly taken from him, and Lu Hongxing shouted, You lot, teach him a lesson. The 4 brothers swiftly descended upon He Fuyin, delivering a flurry of blows. The village chief of Tenlipu found himself overwhelmed, collapsing under the onslaught, desperately shielding his head and face. Lu Hongxing interjected, Enough. He is a relative of the He family. Let him learn his lesson. Seated on the ground, He Fuyin struggled to rise. He harbored resentment not only towards the Lu family, whom he considered thugs, but also towards his nephew, He Ning. Chapter 114. A screwdriver wounds 3. He Fuyin emerged from the courtyard where a funeral had taken place. The 5 Lu brothers had also just exited. Acknowledging their familial ties, the Lu brothers kicked He Fuyin, who was crouched on the ground with his head in his hands, allowing him to leave. As they kicked him, He Fuyin's thoughts turned to his nephew, He Ning, who was audacious enough to wield a knife. He shouted, My nephew is just a troublemaker. He dares to kill. The moment the words left his lips, he received another couple of kicks. Let your nephew come and try to kill us. We will see how he fares. The 3 bicycles, 5 men, and the stolen red mule gradually vanished from He Fuyin's sight. He managed to stand up. The blows had not been excessively severe, and despite the beating, he could still make his way home. Cursing under his breath, he vowed, This matter shall not end until He Ning compensates me 100 yuan. Meanwhile, He Ning made another trip to the coal yard, hauling a cart of coal back to Tenlipu village. Passing through 2 villages, he traveled along the main thoroughfare. Suddenly, he encountered 3 bicycles, 5 men, and a red mule approaching. His mind buzzed with realization. Indeed, it was the 5 Lu brothers. It was evident that after having beaten his uncle, they had once again stolen the mule. As they drew closer, the tension between them escalated. Lu Hongxing's wife hastened to inform the man's family that their mule had been forcibly taken away. However, she did not mention that the assailants were driving a tractor. Lu Hongxing summoned 4 of his brothers, and they rode their bicycles towards Shilipu in pursuit. Upon catching up with He Fuyin, they dealt a beating to the village chief of Shilipu and reclaimed the mule. They encountered He Ning, the tractor driver. "Ah, brother Hongxing, isn't this the lad who was chasing after the Zhang family relatives? Could it be a dispute over the mule?" The Lu brothers whispered among themselves, realizing that the mule's origins were shrouded in mystery. Though they seemed to be in the wrong, their 5-member strong alliance granted them a sense of entitlement. In these times, in the village, the family with more brothers wielded greater influence, and thus had the upper hand. The tractor came to a halt, its engine silenced. He Ning, clad in a long coat with sleeves hanging loosely, faced them. Lu Hongxing shouted with fury, "You dare to wreak havoc in our village?" He Ning leisurely retorted, "Did you strike my uncle, the village chief? You may have let him off lightly, but you have trespassed into my home, and I shall not hesitate to break your legs." The 3 bicycles clattered to the ground as Lu Hongxing and his 3 brothers lunged forward. Another individual held the mule at a distance, watching intently. He Ning found himself encircled. Lu Hongxing seized his coat, delivering a punch to He Ning's chest, causing him to crouch down, clutching his chest. This was precisely what they sought. They wanted the first strike. As Lu Hongxing cursed the ruffians from the He family for causing a ruckus, He Ning, still crouched, suddenly swung his left hand, thrusting a flathead screwdriver fiercely into Lu Hongxing's thigh. A scream erupted, momentarily stunning the others. With swift precision, He Ning jabbed the screwdriver into the legs of the other 2, each receiving a painful puncture. This happened in mere seconds. The 3 men howled in agony, clutching their wounded legs. The 4th man stepped back, his gaze fixated on the bloodied screwdriver in He Ning's grip. He Ning hoped he would charge at him, yet he retreated instead. "You from the He family, dare you commit murder?" He Ning brandished the screwdriver, aiming it at him and the brother holding the mule. The red mule stood bewildered, watching the unfolding chaos, momentarily released from its tether by the Lu family. He Ning approached, seized the mule's reins, and mounted it, setting off in pursuit of the village chief ahead. Village chief He Fuyin, having endured a beating, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, uncertain whether to return to his aunt's home or head back to the village. After a minute's hesitation, he muttered a curse, "What a farce," and turned back towards his village. Behind him, the sound of the mule's hooves echoed. When He Fuyin glanced back, he saw He Ning riding the mule, chasing him down. "Village chief, I must trouble you to lead my Aunt May's mule back." He Fuyin's eyes widened, mirroring those of the red mule. "Ningzi, how did you come to this?" After much persuasion, He Ning recounted a multitude of moral arguments, emphasizing their kinship and the futility of turning against one another, ultimately convincing them to return the mule. He Fuyin wore a skeptical expression, clearly doubting He Ning's words. Observing the marks of their kicks on He Ning, he pondered how one could stand against 5. Unless He Ning was armed and suddenly attacked the opponent, it would have been impossible for him to escape from the clutches of the 5 men. Yet, this fellow had indeed managed to free himself, even bringing back the mule. He Ning grinned. "Uncle Village Chief, I brought a cartload of coal. I'll unload a third for you. Is that agreeable?" He handed the reins of the mule to the village chief. Although He Fuyin, the village chief, was still seething with anger, He Ning promised to unload half a cart of coal at his doorstep. Well, that beating wasn't in vain after all. He hurriedly led the mule back to his village. He Ning was about to turn around and drive the tractor for several miles. This was all Zhang Ai was doing. Not only should he be punished, but he must also compensate for the losses incurred. He jogged to the tractor, finding that the 5 brothers from the Lu family had already departed. Concerned they might vandalize the tractor, He Ning conducted a thorough inspection, relieved to find it largely unharmed. Zhang Aibo refunded 500 yuan to the Lu family matron, but the 5 brothers had already injured He Fuyin midway and stolen the mule. They were at a disadvantage. He Ning, wielding a screwdriver, uttered not a word. He squatted down, allowing them to kick him a few times, before suddenly retaliating, stabbing 3 of them in the thigh with the screwdriver, rendering them immediately incapacitated. As He Ning rode away on the mule, the Lu brothers came to the realization that this young scion of the He family was truly capable of murder. The 2 who remained unscathed lifted large stones, intending to smash the tractor's fuel tank, but were stopped by Lu Hongxing. Enough. Can't you see that mule was stolen from Zhang's boy and sold to me? It's my greed that led to this misfortune. Brother, are we really going to let him bully us like this? Who in the village do we fear? Lu Hongxing, with a grim smile, replied, let us head home. We'll deal with this later. By the time He Ning reached the tractor, the 5 figures had vanished. The 3 with thigh injuries endured great discomfort on their way. The tractor sped ahead, surpassing the red mule led by He Fu Yin, who remained sullen and silent. Uncle Village Chief, shall I unload half a cart of coal at your front door? He Fu Yin ignored him as the tractor drove off first. He Fu Yin cursed under his breath. If it weren't for your care of my third uncle, would I acknowledge you as my bastard nephew? The tractor entered the village of Shirley Pu, stopping at He Fu Yin's doorstep, where half a cart of coal was unloaded. The village chief's wife emerged from the house. Beaming with joy, He Ning greeted her with a smile. Aunt Lu, my uncle arranged for half a cart of coal to be unloaded. Please transfer it into your yard with a cart. The tractor then drove directly into Li Hongmei's courtyard, dumping its load into the coal room. Li Hongmei stood before He Ning, smiling broadly. Ningzi, you've been working too hard on this trip. You should rest for a couple of days. Aunt Mei, the plan for the year is determined in spring. I cannot afford to rest. Li Hongmei had thought that He Ning would spend the entire afternoon at a relative's gathering, but was surprised to see him return early. The lively scene at the family's wake could not hold He Ning's attention. This young man would surely become remarkable in the future. Li Hongmei gazed at her son-in-law, her heart swelling with joy. The tractor arrived at the manure pile beside Aunt Mei's house. Aunt, you and Uncle should fill the tractor to the brim. I'll come back shortly to take it to the field and finish it this afternoon. After settling down, He Ning turned and dashed home. With his sister absent, it remained uncertain whether Yu Pozi could adequately care for both himself and Grandpa. He had meticulously calculated his departure time that morning, intending to return by noon. Yet, by the time he arrived, it was already afternoon. He Ning rushed into Grandpa's room. Grandpa was sitting on the Kong, hugging Wenwen, staring blankly at the television, while Wenwen appeared drowsy and half asleep. Fortunately, his wife was not watching television. He Ning then hurried into the kitchen. Li Wan lay on the Kong, turned on her side. Motionless, seemingly asleep. Wife? Li Wan turned over, her eyes still heavy with sleep. You're back? I finished feeding Yaya, and I fell asleep in a daze. I didn't watch television. I'll wait a bit to watch Journey to the West. He Ning buried his face in Li Wan's embrace and asked, is it swollen? How annoying. Li Wan replied, feigning annoyance, as she turned her body, lifting the hem of her clothing.